This chubby young guy is Choi Siu. Every day he jumps rope 10,000 times, more diligent than most athletes. He can stop a 300 km/h pitch without even looking. Up earlier than the roosters, asleep later than the dogs. He eats only 3 bowls of rice a day, yet he still shines in class. Still, he got rejected again, so embarrassing. That afternoon, Siu decided to change, going for a run hoping to lose weight. But mid-run, he suddenly crashed into a strange old man. And the next thing he knew, the man carried him off to somewhere else. It was weird as hell. When Siu opened his eyes, an eerie, completely unfamiliar scene lay before him. According to the old man, this place was the Yakai realm. When Siu asked what a Yakai was, the man wouldn't explain. Just look around from left to right, use your own eyes to confirm it. The man said again, do you see? They've all gathered here, the residents of this Yakai world. Siu swept his gaze around and vaguely made out creatures that were definitely not human. The old man said that long ago, humans feared them, revered them, and worshipped them as deities. But now, their existence is dismissed as superstition, written off as pure imagination. And once every 666 years, a grand tournament is held to choose the Yakai king. Every Yakai clan across the world, including Korea, selects and sends to the Yakai realm a gifted, outstanding young talent to become a candidate. 666 years ago, one young Yakai held his head high, stepped over countless others, and became the king of this world. The man had barely gotten that far when Siu cut in. Not because he was being rude, his brain was just overloaded by this story. Alright, I get your point, but why do I have to be here? I already told you, young man. Every Yakai clan worldwide must send at least one candidate, including those Yakai living in the human world. And you're the only one who inherited that Yakai bloodline. The more Siu listened, the stranger it sounded. The old man even scoffed that Siu's Yakai blood was diluted, probably passed down 4 or 5 generations. Siu desperately wanted to explain that the man had it wrong, but the old guy didn't give him a single chance to speak. Before Siu even knew how to react, a monster several times his size suddenly dropped from the sky. The old man said it was a test. If Siu won, he could eat its meat, and if not, the monster could butcher Siu. It was a wide-mouthed Yakai named Yagyugi, but Siu didn't care what it was called, because all he could think about was that gaping mouth packed with sharp fangs that could tear him apart at any moment. And Yagyugi seemed to have grown bloodthirsty after 666 years without human flesh. It wasn't going to miss this chance, especially when Siu looked ridiculously weak. Yagyugi charged in ferociously. Siu had no ability to fight back and was instantly sent flying with a single blow. The hit was so over the top that when he landed, it blasted out a huge crater, dirt and rocks spraying from the sheer force. Mr. Kiment seemed deeply disappointed in Siu's pathetic stamina. Even if you carry Yakai blood, we can't grant a mere human the right to enter the festival. So prove yourself if you still want to live. Siu trembled nonstop, partly from pain and partly from rage. He didn't know where this place really was, who the old man really was, or what the wide-mouthed creature beside him even was exactly. He'd been kidnapped here out of nowhere, and then insulted on top of it. Before Siu could even catch his breath through the pain, Yagyugi attacked again. It grabbed Siu by the collar like he was a little mouse, then slammed him into the ground once more. This smash hit even harder than the last one. Siu lay flattened on the ground, blood pouring nonstop from his nose and mouth. But he could still breathe. Well, you're pretty tough, aren't you? Yagyugi sounded surprised that even after 2 moves it still hadn't finished him. I thought this would be easy as pie. Guess you're not bad. Stubborn, sinewy meat has its charm too. Siu caught sight of the other's hand rising, clearly preparing to strike. But his mind was completely blank. He didn't know how to run with his strength spent, and he didn't know how to defend himself either. Yet when Yagyuga's hand came down, a true miracle happened. Even it didn't expect a tiny human like Siu to be able to use both hands to stop its massive hand. Mr. Kiment didn't seem very surprised to see Siu awaken his own potential, because since ancient times, the abilities of the Yakai clan have always been impossible to measure. As long as one is a goblin, they don't need a teacher to know what to do. Talent is carved into their bodies like instinct, just like Siu right now. The moment he raised both hands to block his opponent's strike, the size difference made his chubby appearance vanish. In its place was a muscular, well-built body and eyes filled with raging fire. Not stopping at just blocking, Siu gritted his teeth and used nearly all his strength at that moment to flip the mountain-like creature onto its back on the ground. He successfully turned the tables and defeated the massive monster that towered like a mountain. He had truly awakened his bloodline, transforming from an ordinary mortal into a half-goblin after knocking Joghyugui unconscious. From all around him, Siu began to hear the murmurs of other monsters. They were all shocked that a human like him, could defeat a wide-mouthed monster of such overwhelming size. It seems he has been hiding his goblin blood for a long time. It has been ages since I last witnessed a goblin's battle. Ment struck his staff hard against the ground, then in his role as the peninsula's monster evaluator, delivered his judgment. In front of hundreds of monsters, he declared that Siu was not human, but a monster. The news quickly spread throughout Busan. The appearance of a new goblin after so many years was truly an exciting event. However, when he woke up the next morning, Siu found himself at home, his body still plump as before. He immediately assumed that everything that happened last night had only been a dream. On his way to school, he eagerly recounted it to his best friend. He never expected a human's dream to be that fascinating and detailed. At the same time, he found it extremely strange. Don't people usually only perform familiar actions in their dreams? You said you've never learned wrestling, and you only practice boxing diligently to lose weight. Siu himself felt it was strange too, because yesterday's dream had felt so real, and in it, he had used wrestling techniques. It was as if he had known from the start exactly what to do. Don't tell me you got pulled into that dream. Siu's best friend patted his shoulder teasingly. I'm just saying. Anyway, it's probably because I've been under too much pressure lately that I've been having such wild dreams. Maybe I'm just obsessed with losing weight. If it wasn't a dream, how could I possibly have six-pack abs? Yeah, Siu said this while gloomily looking down at his beer belly. But then, he once again fell into the same state as in that dream. From this perspective, Siu could clearly see his six-pack abs and his lean, sinewy arms without a trace of fat. Before he could recover from his shock, he heard the voice of the old boogeyman Ment again. This time, there was a white-haired girl standing behind him. You sensed it again. I think you woke up because you fell asleep while standing. Siu looked around. Having fallen into this state twice now, he could confirm it was not merely a dream. He became even more certain when he saw Joghyugui still lying unconscious right beside him. A whirlwind of thoughts quickly flooded his mind. If it wasn't a dream, then this gigantic monster was real, and the fact that he had defeated it was also real. This six-pack body without an ounce of excess fat was real too. Countless questions arose in his mind, but the one who knew everything, that old boogeyman Ment, showed no sign of answering them. Instead, he simply asked, "What will you do?" Siu wasn't sure if the question was meant for him, because before he could respond, the white-haired girl beside Ment spoke first. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. This is the first time I've met a half-human, but I didn't expect him to be this foolish and pathetic in person. She even questioned Siu's identity as a half-goblin, despite having witnessed his entire fight with Joghyugui. Because during that battle, Siu had not used a single bit of magic, relying solely on physical strength. That made no sense for a goblin at all. The two of them kept complaining for quite a while. Unable to endure it any longer, Siu cut the girl off. "Excuse me, but the test is over. Right, so can I go back now? Yes, you have proven yourself." Ment, who had been standing quite far away, blinked and instantly appeared right in front of Siu, leaving him unable to hide his astonishment. "I evaluated you while you were asleep, but let's continue once more." Now, Siu had proven that he was qualified to participate in the battle for the title of Monster King. From this moment on, no one could capture or harm him without just cause. That was what Ment said, and it sounded impressive. But right now, Siu only wanted to return home. This made the white-haired girl furious. "Are you really that stupid, or are you pretending? Didn't you hear clearly? You are a monster. If a monster is not recognized for its strength, hides its identity among humans, or has not yet reached 500 years of age, it cannot enter the human world." Hearing her words, Siu didn't fully understand, but he began to feel anxious. He had never caused trouble for anyone, nor harmed anyone. Why would he be forbidden from going home just because he's a monster? Seeing Chiu's confused expression, Ment sighed, feeling helpless. "If you still don't get it, then I guess I have no choice but to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ment's eyes changed, filled with lethal intent. Chiu sensed the danger. His mind hadn't even decided yet when his body reacted first. Instinctively, he leapt backward. He widened the distance from Ment to ensure safety. Only then did Ment's gaze return to normal. "See, whether you consider yourself human or not, your body is inherently a monster. Among monsters, goblins possess the most terrifying power. Even though you have just awakened, your strength already surpasses that of humans. A normal human body would be destroyed by you if you didn't control your power properly." Chiu began to accept the truth that he was a demon, but having to wait 500 years to go home was just too much. However, Ment wouldn't keep him that long. He told Chiu he only needed to wait half a year. The 500-year rule for entering the human world was established by the current Yokai King. 666 years ago, all monsters could freely enter the human world and wreak havoc. The tiny humans could only run, trembling in fear whenever monsters appeared at night. Fear and reverence were humanity's attitude toward yokai 666 years ago. After the Yokai King was chosen that year, for reasons he disliked, he refused to tolerate it. So on his coronation day, he enacted a law using the blood of monsters defeated by his hand. Because of this, yokai could no longer freely appear in the human world. nor harm humans anymore. That's why humans no longer fear or even recognize our existence. They began to think monsters were mere superstition and didn't exist. But this wouldn't last forever because, as Ment said, every 666 years, a new Yokai king is chosen. In half a year, that 666-year reign will end. The current Yokai king will step down, and the laws he enacted will be repeated. According to Ment, on the day the Yokai king abdicates. When sunset falls on the human world, it will be the moment all monsters have awaited for 666 years. That year will have a night of monsters, the moment they invade the human world and awaken the fear and reverence long forgot. Hearing this, Chiu couldn't help but feel a chill. All he could think was, how can I become stronger? Strong enough that there's no limit to my strength. Because he absolutely could not allow monsters to harm humans. For a 17-year-old like Chiu, it was difficult to make accurate predictions. But he was certain that if monsters appeared, humanity would be in danger, and at the very least he wanted to protect those he loved. When he told Ment his thoughts, the old man sneered with contempt. Become stronger, it's not too difficult. The goblin blood flowing in you is already very strong, though it can't compare to purebloods. If you learn to control half of that power, no monster would dare touch the ones you love. Ment also mentioned another possibility, though it would be very difficult. Chiu could compete and win in the upcoming tournament, and become the new Yokai king. Then he could fully rewrite the laws. But the moment Ment mentioned this, the girl immediately dismissed it. Don't talk nonsense. He's strong, sure, but someone like him doesn't stand a chance of surviving. Fool, I know that too. Seeing Chiu staring at the girl, Ment realized he hadn't introduced her yet. This blunt girl's name is Seo Hoa, just like Chiu. She came here to participate in the evaluation. Why did you tell him my name? Because I won't see him again. Besides, I didn't come here to make friends with someone like him, Seo Hoa said angrily. Even though this was their first meeting, Chiu had to admit she was extremely rude. According to Ment, Seo Hoa had a goal similar to his. Though young, she wanted to enter the human world. Originally, he had refused because he had other plans, but Seo Hoa was persistent. She kept insisting on participating, so Ment had no choice. You must observe her carefully, he whispered. Seo Hoa still hadn't softened her unpleasant demeanor. Why should I be evaluated? There are countless weaker monsters, whether in transformation skills or monstrous power. My child has been sleeping peacefully for 500 years. That's why it's hard for me to judge your abilities. To avoid being discovered, you need more than just basic skill. You also have to learn patience and self-control. Ment's tone with Seo Hwa was downright gentle compared to Siu. But the young woman kept wearing a sullen look. Seo Hwa openly disliked Siu too, even though he was the very reason Ment had summoned her here today. The upcoming yokai assembly and the old law will be nullified in another 6 months. This is the best chance to test Seo Hwa's ability to blend in with humans without running into any trouble. And of course, to evaluate compatibility with humans, you need a human in the test. That was why Choi Siu was forced to be paired with this unpleasant woman. Ment demanded that within 1 month she teach him every basic monster skill, including transformation. If Ment saw progress after a month, he was willing to pass both of them so they could go to the human world. At first, Seo Hwa fought back fiercely. Teaching someone who had just awakened, who knew nothing, within a month was impossible for her. Besides, Seo Hwa couldn't stand Siu's face. You might as well just say I failed outright. Why are you forcing me to teach him? If that's what you think, then wait another 6 months. Either way, it won't affect me. Ment replied indifferently. Whether you give up or stay here to teach him is entirely your decision. Personally, I think it's doable. With that, Ment vanished, leaving only a vast, deep purple sky stretching without end. Long after he left, Seo Hwa still hadn't calmed down. After a while, she finally spoke in a haughty voice and asked Siu, I know this is a stupid question, but I'll ask anyway. Do you know what a monster's power is? I don't know, Siu answered at once. That answer was already in Seo Hwa's data. To be honest, she didn't want to teach this blank sheet of paper at all, but if she wanted to reach the human realm, she had no choice. Still, before Seo Hwa could finish drafting a lesson plan in her head, from behind them, Dugyugui rose again and stuck out its long, dangling tongue, scaring Siu so badly his face went pale. Little fox, he belongs to me. Where's that old man? The fight isn't over yet. Dugyugui's booming voice rumbled above Seo Hwa's head. She turned and looked at it with cold disdain. This big-mouthed yokai really was an infuriating cockroach, hard to kill, a living legend. Even though they were both monsters, Seo Hwa had never once considered creatures like it worth her notice. It's because of lowly monsters like you that we get humiliated by humans. The moment Seo Hwa finished, Dugyugui flew into a rage. Instantly, its target shifted from Siu to Seo Hwa. You bitch, how dare you speak to me like that? Watching the lightning-fast attack, Siu could only gape in shock. Unlike humans, where there's no hierarchy between different kinds, monsters had enormous differences based on species and bloodline. The gaps between monster races were determined by average strength, their specific skills and innate abilities, which created distinct ranks among monsters. Siu carried goblin blood, but the truth was that pureblood goblins had already vanished. There were many differing opinions about which bloodline, besides goblins, deserved to be the highest-ranking monster class on the Korean peninsula. Setting pride aside, they would hesitate, then give the same answer. The cunning fox clan with a tail kept hidden. They were the ones closest to the top of Korea's monster hierarchy, and that rude woman, Cohwa, happened to be a monster from that very clan. After that, a string of surreal scenes unfolded before Siu's eyes, but he couldn't even make a sound anymore. Because Cohwa didn't rely on brute strength like he did, she used magic. All he could do was stand there, stunned out of his mind. As unbelievable as it was, it seemed Siu would have to focus, find a way to accept it, and adapt. After dealing with Du Gyugui, Cohwa turned and shot Siu a proud, lofty look. Now you've seen it. This is magic, the ability to absorb energy and power, then use it. In the yokai world, there are two types of magic: innate magic and acquired magic. Innate magic, as the name suggests, belongs to a single unique race, etched into the bloodlines of the monsters of that race for generations. To use it, the wielder doesn't have to struggle through years of study. As long as you're of that race and understand your innate art, using it is as natural as breathing. But acquired magic is a different story. Any yokai can use it, as long as they can learn it. To master it, the most important thing is studying hand in hand with practice. And that's not even counting how strong or weak a technique might be. At this point, Cohwa used Gyugi, who was tightly bound behind her, as an example. It's a typical case of a foolish monster, refusing to learn because it relies solely on strength and body size. And now it has been humiliated, knocked down by a simple body binding technique. Seeing the mix of astonishment and a hint of admiration in Siu's eyes, Cohwa could only sigh. Anyway, since things have come to this, I'll agree to teach you. But I warn you, I hate trouble. If the results you achieve aren't worth the time I spend, you'll have to face my wrath. Cohwa's gaze was sharp as a blade, clearly serious and not just threatening. She also advised Siu to give up right now if he wasn't ready. This training is truly difficult for someone who only awakened a few minutes ago. Siu was thoughtful but not out of fear. Soon, he made his decision. Siu wanted to return to the human world, at least to see his mother. A higher reason was that he didn't want monsters harming humans. So he decided to devote himself entirely to learning if Cohwa agreed to take him on. His determined gaze moved her. Originally, she planned to strike first so Siu would give up, but he turned out stubborn. Cohwa suddenly smiled wickedly. "All right, I think you'll probably fail. But that's better than not trying at all, so before we begin, we should eat first, right?" "Eat?" Siu was surprised. The rude girl who had been cursing him moments ago was inviting him to eat. Cohwa wasn't joking. She lured Siu to eat because using magic consumes a lot of energy, and this is the power that all inhabitants of the monster world must use. There's no other way, so to use magic, you must eat well. Normally, energy can be gradually condensed through breathing or consuming special monster world food and drink. But today is Siu's first day here, making it hard to adapt. His human world diet doesn't help him condense even a bit of energy, so Cohwa guessed that the innate power is all he currently has. After using it to flip and toss that dog Gyugi, he must be starving. Caught by Cohwa, Siu felt embarrassed. Indeed, he was quite hungry, but he thought he could endure it. Yet as soon as she mentioned food, his body reacted immediately. Siu felt completely drained. All his muscles contracted, rebelling at once. Meanwhile, Cohwa acted as if she wasn't surprised at all. "I told you your energy is extremely low. Probably only about a handful remains. After all, that flip exhausted all your strength. This is a typical case of fatigue." As she spoke, Cohwa stepped forward and patted Siu's curling back. She said dealing with this exhaustion is actually very simple. The answer lies in the monster, with the wide mouth that's tightly bound by body binding. Even among monsters, there are rules. The winner in a fair duel gains life and death authority over the loser. Cohwa whispered in his ear, urging him to quickly eat Gyugi and absorb its power. That is the most effective and simplest way to gain strength. With its size and power, it will be a perfect meal for you. Soon after, your hunger will vanish. Siu was indeed starving, but seeing the massive monster, he felt slightly nauseous. Yet at that moment, Siu decided to move forward. This action was purely instinct, not willpower. It was the first time in his life he felt a monstrous hunger completely taking over his body. That desire intensified with the whispers of the nine-tailed fox, Cohwa. The only thing on Siu's mind was hunting instinct. However, there was something Cohwa hadn't considered. A monster's greedy instinct always seeks the tastiest, most nutritious prey. Thus, only a few steps from Gyugi, Siu suddenly turned, staring at her with bloodthirsty eyes. Before Cohwa could realize what was happening, he shot forward like an arrow. Cohwa's gaze sharpened, filled with hatred, not a trace of fear. Just as she had bound Gyugi's body, Siu was immediately restrained by a gigantic invisible chain. "Look at yourself. No matter how hungry you are, don't be so arrogant. A half-demon, half-human like you dares to try and eat me. You probably think I'm an easy target, right?" Cohwa was about to teach Siu a lesson and correct that defiant attitude when he suddenly snapped his chains and broke free. He did it using only one arm. Siohoa could no longer underestimate him. Though Siu was only a half-demon, his strength was clearly no joke. She dug her thumbnail into her finger and blood continuously oozed out. Siohoa drew a spiral shape in the air with it. Summoned the blessing of the noble demon king, one fist. As soon as Siohoa finished speaking, a deep red fist appeared from the center of the spiral. Its enormous size faced Siu head-on. He was already rushing forward. The fist appeared so suddenly that he had no way to retreat. At that moment, Siu could only act on instinct, crossing his arms in front of his chest. But the gap in strength was enormous. The magic Siohoa had just summoned was terrifyingly powerful. Siu was instantly blown away by the fist. Moments later, the sky cleared. Siohoa saw a blurry figure in the distance staggering to his feet. "Oh, still alive," she said, surprised. "Well, even if he's hurt, he won't escape. By daring to attack me, he's already rushing toward his own end. I never expected much from him anyway," Siohoa muttered. But when she looked closely at Siu, Siohoa fell silent. A dark red horn had sprouted on his forehead. Siu had clearly only just awakened. Even among the most powerful demons, only a few can awaken unique magic. Those rare ones possess extraordinary power. The horn on Siu's head was clear proof he had the potential to become a new symbol of the demon race. Siu reached up and twisted off the horn from his forehead. The horn instantly transformed into a powerful weapon. Siohoa tensed but forced herself to keep a nonchalant expression. Even as a half-demon, you've got quite a few tricks. The weapon in Siu's hand was no ordinary one. It was unique magic of the demon race. Demon Mace, Siu was now considered top tier among demons. She was a nine-tailed fox prodigy, having grown 9 tails before reaching 100 years of age. A talent passed down from the fox demon race with a history of thousands of years on the Korean peninsula. That was why Siohoa had such an acute intuition. And when facing the demon mace, she felt this cursed weapon was the most dangerous thing she had ever encountered. By raw power alone, Siohoa had no reason to lose. But now Siu radiated an immense pressure, making even breathing difficult. The feeling sent shivers down her spine. Siohoa hadn't even figured out a counter when he attacked. Even now, Siu was completely driven by instinct. Yet that alone was enough to endanger Siohoa's life. However, this time he didn't recklessly rush at the enemy. Instead, Siu performed a high jump. The demon mace in his hand slammed down into the air, creating layer upon layer of lightning strikes cascading from above. On the ground, Siohoa was clearly on the defensive. Sensing the danger, all 9 of Siohoa's tails appeared at once. When Siu's lightning strike hit, the overwhelming force it generated was truly formidable. But with her extensive combat experience, Siohoa promptly created one fist. The giant hand blocked the lightning strike, saving her from a deadly blow. Having successfully defended, she was eager to demonstrate her skill with a counterattack. Siu, however, had no time to spare. The lightning connected to him was firmly grasped by Siohoa's one fist. The hand kept pulling, dragging his small body along. Siohoa swung one fist, spinning Siu through the air several times via the lightning. Then she threw him forcefully. A normal monster would not survive that strike. Siohoa finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Siu was no ordinary monster. After seeing him stagger to his feet, Siohoa, who had just relaxed, now sighed again. It seemed she would have to strike him down 5 or 6 more times to gain full control. She tried her usual move. Using the lightning linked to Siu, she aimed to throw him here and there. But this time the battlefield tilted in Siu's favor. He didn't flee, nor did he try to sever the lightning. Instead, Siu used his muscular strength to pull the lightning back toward himself. The terrifying thing is that with just the strength of one arm, Siu can actually match the pulling power of Siohoa's one fist. That is the power of the great demon king summoned by Siohoa. And when he uses both hands, that gigantic hand is completely overwhelmed by Siu. Even more frightening is that the weapon in Siu's hand can change shape at will, according to its owner's desire. Like now, it has transformed from a thunder lance into a massive sword that he carries on his shoulder. Siu's bloodthirsty gaze makes people shiver. As he swings the sword forward, its shape shifts back into the thunder lance. The slash knocks Siohoa's one fist down. Perhaps that's why demons revere the demon's spirit hammer as an all-purpose weapon. Its shape and attack methods constantly change, making it very hard for Siohoa to counter. Beyond the supernatural power of the demon's spirit hammer, the durability and actual might of this magic are astonishing. Now, even with simple defense, she cannot win. Siohoa must find an opportunity to counterattack. She cannot allow the opponent more time to grow stronger. Blood gushes from her fingertips, and Siohoa summons 2 more giant hands. This is the chaotic twin strike, a technique of the great demon king that Siohoa is sure Siu cannot withstand. Yet once again, she misjudged. Despite the 2 extra hands striking continuously, the weapon in Siu's hand still shifts unpredictably, taking no damage at all. Siohoa begins to feel dizzy. With this strength, even a 200-year-old 9-tailed fox would be no match for Siu. Now she understands why the demon clan is hailed as the king of monsters. Siu is only a half-demon child and is already this formidable. How terrifying must a pure-blooded demon be? While the chaotic twin strike continues and Siu is busy defending, Siohoa keeps urging herself to think of a countermeasure. Siu is strong, but it seems he has exhausted the full potential of the demon's spirit hammer. Moreover, his actions are purely instinctive. He has no combat experience at all. If this continues, no matter how durable, his magic will eventually reach its limit. Unlike him, Siohoa can maintain her magic quite steadily. So even when overpowered, she remains unharmed and can continue fighting for a long time. Looking at the situation, Siohoa bets that Siu will stubbornly fight until he is truly destroyed. But she does not want that to happen. After all, Siu is the key for Siohoa to enter the human world in a month, so she decides to bolster her own power. Earlier, she had only used one tail in combat. Now, Siohoa decides to unleash all 5 of her tails. It is the first time in her life she fights using her 5-tailed fox form. Fighting in this form, Siohoa's opponent is bound to struggle. Sure enough, after summoning her 5 tails, Siohoa regains the initiative in the battle. Siu is quickly knocked down by her. He lies flat on the cold ground, even his breathing falters. "Sorry, but it looks like you're about to descend into the underworld." Siohoa's cold voice echoes, making Siu's pain even more excruciating. "The exhausting magic is destroying your organs, but this is what you brought upon yourself, you know. A foolish fool who doesn't know his place and doesn't even realize his body is dispersing. That old man is probably about to scold me again." Siohoa had planned to leave, letting Siu fend for himself. But at that moment she hears him moan, "Mom." Turning around, she sees Siu's tear-streaked face. His eyes are blurred and dazed, completely different from his previous bloodthirsty glare. Whether demons feel compassion or not, seeing him struggle and cry out for his mother, Siohoa cannot stand it. She reaches out, using magic to lift him off the ground and bring him closer. Then, Siohoa leans in and touches her lips to Siu's. Upon closer look, it's not a kiss, just an exchange of something through the mouth. After that, Siohoa coldly pushes Siu away, letting him fall to the ground, wiping his mouth repeatedly with a look of disdain. "The 5 tails and the magic of the fox pearl are still in my hands. If you do not intend to repay me properly, I will make you regret it." After some time, Siu awakens to find his body completely unharmed, lying on a soft mattress. He thinks he has woken up at home, but looking closely at the room, it seems he has not. After that, Chiu saw the door open. Siohoa looked absolutely awful as she carried in a bowl of medicine. The moment he saw her, Chiu instinctively dropped to his knees and bowed low. He still remembered every detail of the fight from earlier. He'd even been conscious back then, but for some reason, he couldn't control his own body. He thought that once he'd said what he said, Siohoa would tear into him, maybe even beat him. But she only spat out 2 cold words, "Drink it." Seeing the stubborn look in Chiu's eyes, Siohoa impatiently repeated, "Drink it before it gets cold." Chiu hurriedly took the bowl from her. A strong, medicinal stench rose up. He didn't want to drink it, but he didn't dare refuse. The first sip hit him with bitterness that shot straight to his brain. Chiu clamped a hand over his mouth, trembling, but Siohoa threatened to slit his throat if he dared spit it out. Chiu painfully swallowed. "What is this even made from?" he asked in a small, coaxing voice. "Who knows? Would knowing make it any easier to drink? I won't provoke you anymore, so finish it. Now listen carefully." And so Chiu forced himself to gulp down the acrid, bitter bowl while Siohoa lectured him. When he woke up, he only remembered how he'd attacked her, and forgot one thing. The important part was that the wide-mouthed monster had escaped while they were fighting. It was probably hiding somewhere and would come back in about 100 years, because it knew exactly what awaited it if it got caught. And the problem was that this yakai was a potent tonic for a half-demon like Chiu. Siohoa wouldn't stop nagging him for letting a delicacy slip away when it was practically at his lips. Is there any other way to deal with it? Chiu asked honestly. Just thinking about that wide-mouthed monster made him nauseous. He really didn't want to eat it. Another way. Siohoa sneered. "Look at you. Do you really think you're still human? If you're not ready to step on others to become stronger, then." "That's not it," Chiu cut her off anxiously. "I'm just not used to killing and eating yakai. I don't want to do it. But from my point of view, any yakai could put humans in danger. So if I do something wrong, the people around me will be the ones in danger." Chiu was still timid, but he spoke clearly, word by word. Once again, he repeated what he'd told Siohoa before, that he would do everything he could. And the question, is there any other way to deal with it, wasn't him trying to run away. It was him asking whether there was a way to absorb an opponent's power besides devouring them alive. No, Siohoa shook her head. The most effective way to strengthen demonic power is to eat other yakai. That's how it's been in the yakai realm for tens of thousands of years. However, it can only happen when both sides agree to face each other. Because without that rule, the weak would always be eaten and couldn't survive. And you're a special case, Chiyu, even if you're only a half-demon. Countless yakai had already witnessed him using his demonic power to take opponents down cleanly. Rumors would spread. The ones weaker than Chiyu would definitely hide to avoid facing him, and the ones who came looking for him would be the other kind yakai he couldn't fight. In other words, letting that wide-mouthed monster escape was a loss. A massive one for Chiyu, given his current situation. But Chiyu Hoa couldn't be bothered and she didn't feel like scolding him anymore. Fine, lose this round, set up the next, right? She waved him off. Come outside, I've got a gift for you. For the first time since they'd met, Chiyu saw Chiyu Hoa smile, properly, without the contempt she'd had before. He followed her out awkwardly. The gift Chiyu Hoa had prepared was tightly bound and screaming nonstop in the yard. It was another yakai. Or, in Chiyu Hoa's words, it was a lost creature, one that had lost the right to be a yakai. The reasons for that were countless. But most often it was because some yakai had lost their minds to instinct, the same way Chiyu had not long ago. However, these creatures weren't as lucky as he was. Even after losing their minds and attacking others at random, they still were. They had crossed a line they weren't allowed to cross, and had their yakai status stripped away, leaving them as nothing more than ordinary beasts. Seeing Chiyu staring at it without blinking, Chiyu Hoa spoke up impatiently to remind him. Are you just going to stand there and watch? I already told you, it's just a mindless beast. Unexpectedly, while describing that creature, Chiyu Hoa quietly smiled and tied it up. And this mindless creature silently approached Chiyu from behind. With only instinct remaining, its attacks became far more ferocious. Fortunately, Chiyu reacted quickly and dodged the enemy's claw. Chiyu Hoa sat on the roof, silently observing the situation below. At first, she thought Chiyu would be surprised and hesitant, then he would fail. But he used his body better than Chiyu Hoa expected. This made her admit that she had underestimated him. However, even so, facing that monster wasn't an easy task. Chiyu's opponent had once been a member of the Hoa Kaiyan clan and had a name. That proves its strength. Yet, out of a desire to prove his clan at the festival, it was captured for forcibly eating another demon. Exceeding its limits and unable to control its demonic power, this Hoa Kaiyan went insane, resulting in its current form. Its attacks are extremely sharp and fast. Its size, though smaller than Gyugi, is still enough to overwhelm Chiyu. On top of that, it's lost its mind, fighting with bloodthirsty madness. No matter how you calculate it, Chiyu is in a difficult position. As Chiyu Hoa predicted, this time he couldn't freely use the demon hammer, which she didn't really expect anyway. Even so, this is still a battle Chiyu could win. From the start, his level was already far above his opponent. He just wasn't yet familiar with holding and throwing, or with using his demonic power. Though a bit cruel, this was the trial Chiyu Hoa specially prepared, so Chiyu could fully awaken his instincts and fighting style. And it only happened when he was at the brink of death. She expected that Chiyu would be overpowered by the Hoa Kaiyan, then, when gasping for breath, he would use the demon hammer like before. But the scenario didn't go as Chiyu Hoa thought. After successfully defending and dodging several times, Chiyu started to take a defensive stance to counterattack. His stance and strikes reflected boxing technique. These were skills he had accumulated while losing weight in the human world. Even his trainer was amazed at how skilled Chiyu had become. He looked more like a professional athlete than someone at the gym to lose weight. Unlike ordinary martial arts students, Chiyu's goal wasn't power or fighting. He simply wanted to lose weight. It might seem ordinary, but for Chiyu, it was the hardest thing to achieve in life. No matter how persistent or how hard he tried, he wasn't rewarded. Yet Chiyu never considered giving up. By high school, he had participated in 16 sports. 7 of those were combat sports, despite short training periods and his weight still not decreasing. His efforts and innate motor skills allowed him to perfectly master the techniques of these 7 combat sports. Like now, he seamlessly combined boxing and martial arts. His strikes overwhelmed the Hoa Kaiyan. Chiyu Hoa couldn't believe her eyes seeing the Hoa Kaiyan fall. Chiyu didn't suffer a scratch, only feeling tired. After the battle, looking at the massive creature lying at his feet, Chiyu immediately returned to his silly demeanor. How do I eat this now? With the Hoa Kaiyan down, even Chiyu was amazed he could achieve this. Chiyu Hoa was equally shocked. The strange martial arts Chiyu used were so miraculous to her that she just hoped it wasn't innate power. Otherwise, Chiyu's abilities would be terrifying. After all, these were human techniques, not suited to a demon's body and strength. Yet Chiyu, having only recently awakened his demon body, could use human martial arts so fluently in battle and even master it. Chiyu's potential seemed even beyond Chiyu Hoa's expectations. In her mind, she began thinking about what to do with him next. As for Chiyu, after defeating the Hoa Kaiyan, his silly demeanor returned once more. He truly didn't know what to do with the creature. From the start, he hadn't expected to win, nor thought he could consume it like Chiyu Hoa. At least you have to win before worrying about what comes next, right? Chiyu Hoa sneered. Chiyu hadn't even processed what she said. Clearly, he had already knocked down the Hoa Kaiyan, and yet just a second later, from Chiyu's left shoulder came a bone-deep pain. It turned out the opponent wasn't completely subdued. The intense vitality of the beast, combined with its will to survive, allowed it to rise again. catching Siu off guard. From behind, the sharp fangs of the fire hound sank deep into his flesh, chewing repeatedly as fresh blood gushed like a waterfall. Siu was thrown aside, his body collapsing from acute pain and blood loss. The fire hound, tasting enemy blood, grew even more ferocious. In this situation, if Siu didn't act next, he was certain to lose. When Siu was alert enough to lift his head, he saw a piece of his muscle tissue had been bitten off by the fire hound. The pain spread relentlessly, leaving his mind blank. The opponent didn't wait for him to adapt. It quickly threw another punch at Siu. The strength wasn't at its peak yet, but it was enough to send Siu flying like Bumede. How about it? I'm sure that after you deal with it, we'll have more time to talk. Xian Hoa remained seated, observing carefully. At this point, Siu probably had no mind to respond. The biggest reason humans fear injury is not the pain itself, but the fear of losing a part or all of their body. This is a primal fear of living beings called humans, and such wounds are enough to throw a 17-year-old like Siu into panic, especially while under threat from a massive beast like the fire hound. But he forgot that he was no longer human but a monster. When the fire hound prepared to attack again, the flesh lost from his left shoulder suddenly regrew, intact as if nothing had happened. The claw scratches across his chest also gradually disappeared. His body was once again perfect, flawless. Though shocked, Siu slowly accepted it, focusing on the present situation to dodge the high-powered strike. This is one of the biggest differences between humans and monsters, alongside strength. That is the ability to regenerate, which shapes the way monsters think and act differently from humans. Humans fear losing a part or all of their body, but monsters think that as long as they don't die or suffer a fatal wound, any injury is meaningless. The moment Siu realized this, the subconscious limits he set to protect his body were removed. The physical limits his body could achieve also skyrocketed. Siu charged at the fire hound like a madman, knowing that normal injuries, even losing a limb, could no longer kill him. By eliminating fear, Siu quickly regained control of the fight. Boxing techniques were unleashed continuously, leaving the fire hound no time to react. Finally, he sent it flying with a punch. The opponent was so large that Tai Siu felt his own body might break, but the effect was well worth it. The recoil felt like being hit by a vehicle. Seeing the fire hound sprawled on the ground, Siu didn't dare breathe easy, because he knew that even if it lost its consciousness, its body was still that of a monster, meaning it could regenerate. It wouldn't be surprising if the demon hound got up again. Siu was ready to keep fighting, but Xian Hoa told him to stop. Stop here, your last punch met the standard, both in power and accuracy. Even if it's not defeated, it cannot regenerate immediately. Before Siu could respond, she continued, and you, how do you feel about using magic for the first time without losing consciousness? Siu listened to Xian Hoa speak nonstop, feeling like a duck hearing thunder. The important part was that he hadn't actually used magic. He only used normal boxing skills. Using magic isn't necessarily spectacular. Even high-level magic can be applied in many ways. The body's rapid regeneration proved he had used magic, even if he couldn't control it. Xian Hoa explained, especially the final punch Siu threw. He clearly sensed its power was unlike normal punches, but he didn't know it was the result of using magic to enhance strength. Besides the stronger punch, did you feel anything else? Xian Hoa asked, watching Siu's hands carefully. He wasn't sure, but after the battle, Siu felt something like electricity running through his body. Xian Hoa nodded and said that was magic. Since he had no experience, Siu couldn't clearly recognize it yet. The reason she let you fight the fire hound was to gain that experience. During battle, Siu would unconsciously use magic and gradually get used to that feeling, but nothing is guaranteed. After watching the fight, Xian Hoa was very surprised. She had thought Siu would struggle with the fire hound for days before being able to feel and use magic. But everything he achieved happened in just one session. This proves Siu's talent is remarkable. Used to being scorned and lectured by Xian Hoa, now receiving praise made Siu a bit embarrassed. He blushed. Xian Hoa, however, no longer paid attention to his feeling. She lifted her hand and the unconscious fire hound nearby was hoisted and brought closer. Now it's time for you to finish this. You said you were ready, right? I suppose that question is redundant, but have you ever taken a life before? As expected, Siu's answer didn't surprise Xian Hoa. He hadn't, but now, ending the fire hound's life by himself is good for both of you. Xian Hoa didn't help him do it. She only warned that if he didn't take its life now, he'd pay a higher price later to help him strike more easily. She also revealed the monster's vital point is just above the navel. For most humanoid demons, that spot contains the demon core, the center of its power. Focus your power and strike through it, and you can finish the opponent. Siu exhaled, then slowly stepped in front of the fire hound. She knew it wouldn't be easy, even if this was his first time. The guilt of taking a life and absorbing someone's power is something that, no matter the justification, is hard to erase. But during this inner struggle, Siu remembered his mother and his best friend. Yes, he needed to get stronger to protect them from monsters. Siu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, aimed at the spot Zeon Hoa indicated and threw a punch. The fire hound was finished. Then a demon core appeared in Siu's palm. By grasping it, the fire hound's power would belong to him. Siu followed Zeon Hoa's instruction. However, after grasping the demon core, his body showed no reaction at all. Strange, normally there would be a bam 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 sensation after grasping it, right? These were his thoughts, but something spoke them aloud. He glanced to the side and saw a black crow perched on his shoulder. Siu jumped back in shock. The black crow quickly transformed into human form. Zeon Hoa seemed to know this person. Upon meeting, he gave her a not-so-friendly look. "What brings you here?" saying that makes me sad. "Friends need a reason to meet, although I do have business here today." As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Zeon Hoa and fixed on Siu, his tone strangely excited. "This boy is the half-demon from the rumors, right?" The girl introduced herself as Sun Mi, Zeon Hoa's childhood friend. Though Zeon Hoa's expression suggested they were each minding their own business, Siu politely introduced himself. Zeon Hoa, however, seemed impatient for idle chatter. "So what exactly are you doing here, in a hurry? As you know, I work part-time for the debt boss mentee. Since you caught 2 demons, I bring the payment and reward on his behalf." Zeon Hoa shrugged, then told Sun Mi to give all the payment to Siu. She didn't like taking credit, and in truth, he was the one who defeated the 2 beasts. Sun Mi's eyes blazed at Siu. She almost wanted to devour him. "I knew it. I've been watching from the start. You're amazing. Honestly, I didn't think you were just a beginner demon." Sun Mi even thought that if Siu continued developing like this, he'd become Zeon Hoa's toughest competitor in the upcoming demon tournament. Zeon Hoa, however, dismissed it as a joke. Though Siu was strong, she believed there wasn't enough time to polish him into a top contender. And by then, he'd be defeated by someone else in no time, without her having to intervene. Sun Mi had a different thought. She believed that in the upcoming Yakai tournament, this young man is destined to become an enigma, with limitless potential. Returning to the main point, the reward for defeating the monster that Sun Mi brought to Siu offered 2 choices. One was to return home immediately, and the other was to continue forward and become one of the strongest Yakai. After this event, Siu tried to contact his close friend Yuxin. Since he had suddenly disappeared all day and didn't answer any calls, Yuxin was frantic with worry. "What's going on? I saw this unknown number and thought it might be you." "Nothing, I wish I could answer you like that," Siu said cautiously over the phone. Then he made a request that he himself found hard to say, asking Yuxin to help him lie to his mother, to legitimize his disappearance from home for a month. Of course, Siu couldn't tell Yuxin the real reason, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't believe it. So he made up that he was at a traditional martial arts center, training in isolation for a month to lose weight. "I thought you already knew. But that place isn't for ordinary people," Yuxin worried. "I know it sounds ridiculous, but I really have no other way. I can only rely on you, Yuxin." As Siu's best friend, Yuxin had witnessed the times he had desperately tried to lose weight without result. He also understood Siu's desire to lose weight better than anyone. So when Siu said he was at a martial arts center to train, Yuxin didn't doubt him. He just felt that Siu was hiding something. As a close friend, Yuxin wanted to know everything. Maybe he could help. Siu hesitated for a few seconds. He intended to speak, but Sun Mi standing beside him covered his mouth. She said it was fine to make up stories, but letting humans know about the existence of the Yakai world was forbidden. That would break the law. At that point, even Sun Mi herself would have to be punished along with him. The consequences would be unimaginable. So Siu bit back the words he wanted to say. Seeing him embarrassed, Yuxin didn't press further. "All right, if anything happens and you can contact me, do it first." Their call ended there, but Yuxin kept staring at his phone for a long while after hanging up. He was sure that things were not as simple as Siu had just said, but exactly how complicated it was, Yuxin couldn't even guess in his dream. Going back a bit when Siu faced the choice, to return to the human world immediately or to continue striving to become a top-tier monster. Both Sun Mi and Z on HWA thought he would choose the first option. At first, Siu seemed stunned. He had always assumed he could only return home after being evaluated as meeting the standard by Master Men 1 month later. But Sun Mi insisted she wasn't lying. If he truly wanted to return, she would send him back to the human world immediately. Yet Siu refused. He wanted to leave after another month when he had passed Ment's test on his own. Sun Mi was extremely surprised. Oh, really? Making this choice was actually difficult for Siu, but he felt that if he didn't study seriously now, then returning home, if anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to cope. Especially after just experiencing 2 battles with monsters, he was convinced he had truly become a similar creature. Thus, he needed strength to defend himself in similar situations. So Siu decided to stay and sharpen his abilities further as a Yakai. After Siu finished speaking, Sun Mi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Her eyes sparkled brighter than stars. Truly, what he said sounded way cooler than I imagined. Just like a main character from a comic. Seeing Siu's goofy expression, Z on HWA couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Don't you find it funny, joking with this kid with choices that don't even exist? Just give him what he needs." Saying that, she turned to Siu and gave him a cold splash of reality. "And also, there's no way you can pass the test. Z on HWA revealed that Sun Mi's previous behavior was just a bad habit. She liked to coax others into revealing their desires and then watch their reaction. In a more refined way of saying, according to Sun Mi, it was a test to understand a person's character. And hey, Z on HWA, you still haven't finished the book I gave you last time, right? Sun Mi suddenly asked. While the two were talking, Siu quietly observed this crow-like girl. Truly, from her speech to her gestures, she was completely different. With other monsters, it feels like I'm looking at a real human being, right? After chatting idly with Zeon Hoa for a while, Sun Mi got straight to the point. She wanted to take Siu somewhere, though it wasn't clear where. Zeon Hoa immediately agreed. After all, she wasn't a babysitter. They didn't even bother asking Siu's opinion. Sun Mi just flicked her sleeve. From a human appearance, she transformed into a giant crow. I told you I wasn't making this up, right? Sun Mi's voice echoed from above. She belonged to the Nha Kui race, a monster capable of traveling between the human and monster worlds. She could also bring monsters who hadn't passed the test into the human world, as long as the monster accepted the consequences of what would happen. Without even asking if Siu wanted to go home, Sun Mi grabbed him with her talons and took him to the human world. That's why Siu could call Yuzin. At first, Sun Mi thought he would cry and run back home. But all Siu did was borrow her phone to make a short call to his best friend. Since there was still time, she suggested Siu visit his family. But the moment he heard the word family, his expression turned miserably sad. My family is just my mom now, but she's already left the city for work. Honestly, that actually feels much more relieving. If my mom were at home, everything would probably be chaotic. To thank Sun Mi, Siu wanted to invite her to dinner, and she didn't refuse. Seeing how excited she looked, Siu feared she might demand abalone, shark fin, or some luxurious 5-star dishes. But surprisingly, all Sun Mi asked for was a home-cooked meal, with simple dishes like kimchi soup, fried liver, or steamed eggs. After setting the table with all the dishes she requested, Siu even asked several times in doubt, "Are you really okay with just this?" "Yes, I'm quite satisfied," Sun Mi replied while chewing. "I've always wanted to try simple homemade food like this, because everything I've eaten before was store-bought, like school meals or food from eateries." School meal. Her answer made Siu curious. "Well, I also went to school, you know. Do you know Hodung High School?" Siu was even more astonished because that school was right next to his. Hearing Sun Mi, it turned out she only started attending this year. But perhaps because human and monster thinking differs, she hadn't become close to any friends yet. Siu was the first friend she came to visit at home like this. The more Sun Mi spoke, the more confused Siu became. With such a lively personality, she seemed like someone who would easily make friends wherever she went. But he didn't ask further and she didn't add more. They had a simple meal together, and Sun Mi finished everything on the table. Being very satisfied with the meal, she took out the reward she mentioned earlier, a scroll called the Monster Repository. It looked simple on the outside, but its functions were incredible. You can think of it like our bag and phone for easy understanding. With what I just did, you can summon items from this scroll easily. It can also display anything you want if you swipe your fingers like this, just like using a phone. Sun Mi meticulously guided Siu on how to use the scroll, including how to search for items, store them, and take them out. Although it's just a small scroll, its internal space can hold countless items. With it, Siu could carry many things without worrying about their weight or size. Moreover, it has a few other functions, but Sun Mi wanted Siu to experience and get familiar with it himself. Besides the Monster Repository, Sun Mi also gave Siu 2 stacks of Du currency. They are called Goblin money, a high-value currency even in the monster world. Finally, there was a treasure passed down by goblins in the form of a glove. These are items that can serve various functions through the infusion of your monster energy. You know, in human stories from long ago, these kinds of items often suddenly appear. Sun Mi explained. She didn't hide from Siu that Mr. Ki Men T himself asked her to bring these things to him. Usually, the reward for defeating monsters in the monster world is just goblin money. But Bent specifically asked her to bring the Monster Repository and goblin treasure, so it seemed he had high expectations for Siu. Siu felt a sudden tension. If Ment had placed hope in him, could he perhaps participate in the monster tournament and become the Monster King? Sun Mi seemed to guess his thoughts and nodded slightly. Perhaps he hopes you win the tournament. Even though we aren't human, monsters also feel a sense of belonging where they live. So if a monster from the Korean peninsula became the new Demon King, that would certainly be a valid reason for Ment to be proud. During their free time, Sun Mi also told Siu about the stories she had overheard from the Yokai Assembly 666 years ago at that time. There was also a monster from the Korean peninsula who almost succeeded. That individual lasted until the very end and had an extremely close battle with the current Demon King. Interestingly, that person, like Siu, was also a spirit. A species so powerful that throughout Korean history, no other monster could match it. Siu felt increasingly bewildered. Learning so much information all at once was a bit overwhelming. After all, Siu only discovered he had spirit blood yesterday. Yet since then, everything he had heard and experienced felt as if he had already lived through half a lifetime. At times, Siu even felt as if he were dreaming and constantly wondered what he needed to do to escape this dream. I think you've adapted quite quickly and are living well as a human. Sun Mi giggled. Even though she had just met Siu for the first time, after hearing about his determination firsthand, her impression of him was quite positive. So Sun Mi encouraged Siu while he was determined, he should set his goals a bit higher. After all, he had lived 17 years as a human, and humans bound by rules often think, I can't do that. But if Siu could erase those ingrained thoughts and push himself further, then becoming a demon king and creating a code of law valid for the next 666 years is entirely, extremely feasible. Impossible, may I ask a question? Siu interrupted her long-winded speech. Yes, go ahead, talking to you feels like befriending a human. Siu then pointed at Sun Mi's monster storage. On that reel was a flashing English word, emergency. Siu wondered what it meant. It's an emergency summon order. Sun Mi sipped her tea as she explained. It's sent to monsters in the area whenever a serious situation occurs. If an emergency summon were sent to the human world, the only reason would be that some monsters broke the rules and harmed humans. But don't worry, such incidents haven't occurred for decades. There's no way an emergency summon would be sent to me. At this point, Sun Mi suddenly stopped, silent for about 2 seconds as she noticed something unusual. She turned to check herself, then stared at Siu in shock. Because on Sun Mi's reel, there was clearly a huge emergency summon. Move, is this for real? Then, Sun Mi hurried off. Siu stayed at home, continuing to wait. In boredom, he took out the rewards he had just received to examine them. That monster storage reel was truly marvelous. Just reaching in could retrieve the items stored inside. As for the spirit's treasure gauntlets, Siu still didn't know exactly what they did. Perhaps he would ask Sun Mi once she returned. For now, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Before leaving, Sun Mi had told him to wait for her. Half a day for spirits is 6 hours. They were allowed to leave for half a day and had departed at 4, so she promised to return at 10 to pick him up. Siu waited patiently until 10 but saw no sign of Sun Mi. Nothing happened either. He began to feel anxious and regretted not asking for her phone number for easier contact. Bored, Siu started wandering around his own house. Seeing the photo his father had placed in the glass cabinet, he began to reflect. Master Ment had said he had spirit blood in his veins, so Siu must have inherited it from his martial arts father. It made sense, considering his father had reached the pinnacle of wrestling in such a short time. He was truly curious whether his father knew he was born with spirit blood. The space was completely silent, with only the ticking clock making Siu more anxious. Sun Mi still hadn't returned, because the monsters attacking humans were even more numerous than she had anticipated. Right now, Sun Mi was still busy eliminating those monsters, but their numbers were so great that Sun Mi feared the feathers she brought might not be enough to defeat them all. Don't worry too much. Your friend will be fine. His wounds aren't too deep, and I've already treated and stopped the bleeding. After defeating a monster attacking humans, Sun Mi reassured him. But he didn't relax at all, he became even more frightened. It seemed the threat to him was right behind Sun Mi. Instinctively, she turned around. At that moment, a monster also charged directly at Sun Mi to attack. At this rate, Sun Mi might not counterattack in time, but in the end, the monster still couldn't harm her. Focus, the day word gets out that you were beaten by lowlifes like these is the day the Lan family will never be able to hold its head up again. A voice rang out, accompanied by footsteps growing clearer in the darkness. Besides, this family's credibility and reputation were never that great to begin with. And you know you'll stay by my side, right, Oppa? Who do you think you are, calling me Oppa? From the shadows, a young man appeared, cold-faced, and not the least bit friendly toward Camp. Sun Bai called him Goyu, and it seemed the two of them already knew each other. The moment he appeared, Goyu hurriedly hypnotized the young man sitting on the ground, a mess of tears and snot. After all, people like them weren't allowed to know monsters even existed. Listen carefully, everything that happened today was simply an unlucky day, nothing more. A car suddenly appeared in the alley, hit the two of you, and then sped away. From now until the ambulance arrives, stop worrying and get some rest. Goyu's voice seemed to carry a strange power. The instant he finished speaking, the young man's eyes turned blank. Clearly, he'd been brainwashed. Sun Mi didn't seem surprised at all to see Goyu hypnotize an ordinary human. It was just that this kind of magic wasn't an inborn ability of his clan, and it was extremely difficult to learn. Sun Mi had tried learning it from Sion Hwa before, but it went pretty terribly, and after getting scolded by her, she gave up. Seeing Sun Mi go on and on about hypnosis as if it cost nothing to cast, Goyu's head started to ache, so he deliberately steered the conversation elsewhere. There are 2 here, how many have you taken down? Counting the ones you helped me recapture, that makes 24 in total. But none of them are high-tier monsters. They're all weak spirits and they were even chained up. So it looks like these are evil spirits being controlled by someone else. The more she spoke, the worse Sun Mi's expression became, because the last time monsters appeared in the human world, it cost the lives of 7 innocent people and left more than 50 others injured. The mastermind behind it was still unknown, but Sun Mi was sure they understood just how severe the crime of harming humans was. What on earth could drive them to slaughter humans for fun like this? Sun Mi kept grumbling. At that, Goyu cut her off. Unlike Sun Mi, he didn't think this was done just for amusement, but for profit, even if it isn't common among young spirits like them anymore. Since ancient times, humans have always been preyed on by monsters. And it wasn't to satisfy some animal urge or simple hunger. It was because human flesh and blood are a nourishing food source for all monsters. Hearing that, Sun Mi's expression darkened even more. She had never heard of this, but Goyu wasn't surprised. Because even though it was common knowledge tens of thousands of years ago, it wasn't passed down to later generations to keep them from massacring innocent humans. Even so, the fact that monsters can grow stronger by eating humans is undeniable, even if only a few spirits today know the truth. And if it ever got out, the human world surely wouldn't stay peaceful. After all, for the past 666 years, spirits have restrained themselves so they wouldn't violate spirit law. But right now, the Yokai Assembly is about to be held. Every spirit is searching for power by any means necessary. That's why, to become stronger, even just a little, they're willing to ignore and break spirit law. Goyu was certain those spirits were the ones pulling the strings behind this. You understand too, since you've worked for the boogeyman Meng Ti. Right? These past few days, more and more spirits have been destroying themselves by diving too deep into quick and dirty power boosts. Hearing that, Sun Mi finally realized it was true. Lately, quite a few monsters had been stripped of their status and turned into beasts. In any case, what happened today? Still disgusted proper monsters like Goyu. In his eyes, those who controlled evil spirits to cause chaos in the human world were nothing but cowardly bastards, targeting humans who couldn't fight back. Sun Mi was about to say a few more things to Goyu, but suddenly her instincts warned her that something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, Sun Mi vanished. Only a few stray hairs remained, along with her voice echoing from thin air. I'm going on. Ahead, Oppa, I'm sure you can handle things here. Sun Mi's unease came from Siu. Right now, even though he was still in his own home, he was facing an enormous danger. As he headed into the living room, Siu suddenly saw the glass door to the balcony standing wide open, though he was sure it had been tightly shut just a second ago. Furious, Siu unconsciously stepped out onto the balcony and looked left and right, never realizing that behind him, a mysterious creature was slowly closing in. This is too easy. If I'd known he was this careless, I wouldn't have needed to put in that much effort, the intruder thought to themselves. Then John Ren approached, silently closing the distance with Thunder. He thought it would be an easy target, but Thunder's instincts were sharper than he expected. As soon as the guy tried a sneak attack, Thunder dropped down, dodging the strike. This put the bastard on the defensive. Seizing the opportunity, Thunder moved like lightning, grabbing his opponent's arm and slamming him to the ground. Afterwards, Thunder stood there, gasping. The situation had been extremely tense. Even though he had subdued his opponent, his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest from the impact. Thunder's desk had also been heavily damaged. But that didn't matter. He quietly felt lucky. The surprise attack from the Fire Hound had honed his instincts to a new level. Just moments ago, in a split second, Thunder sensed a fleeting chill and reacted in time. If not, he'd probably be on his way to the underworld right now. In the rush and unable to control his strength, Thunder had accidentally thrown his enemy onto the floor. He just hoped no one had seen it. Thunder craned his head over the ruined railing, looking down. But on the apartment floor, there was only a large crater from his throat. The creature had disappeared. Thunder immediately sensed a new threat. Sure enough, he heard a faint, smug voice nearby. Don't worry, I've put everyone in this area to sleep. A cold shiver swept over Thunder's body again. He didn't know if the words put to sleep were literal or if the creature had killed everyone in the building. Before he could find out, Thunder's throat was constricted. At the same time, he could faintly make out his opponent's form. Hey, are you really the demon everyone talks about? Your power is so weak. I thought you'd at least put up a decent fight. He looked completely unharmed after taking a world-shaking blow. Thunder's neck was tightly coiled by the bastard's tail, leaving him unable to resist. Then the creature dragged him from the high railing straight to the ground. Thunder was thrown hard into the crater he had just made. He lay flat in the building's basement parking lot. The creature followed immediately. Its gaze on Thunder was like inspecting a perfectly cooked steak. Ready to be served. Well, that was certainly unlucky for anyone living here. But those foolish humans probably just assumed it was due to poor construction or a gas line explosion. The property value might drop a bit, it chuckled. Thunder was now facing a monster that harmed humans under emergency orders. John Mi had received the orders, but she hadn't returned yet, so Thunder would have to handle this himself, compared to the two monsters he had defeated in the yokai realm. This bastard seemed far stronger. The situation was clearly not in Thunder's favor. Seeing him trembling as he struggled to get up, the creature grew even more excited. Better scream when I throw you, that would be more fun. Resisting will just be troublesome. Thunder's instincts told him that in this battle, one small mistake could cost him his life. The opponent appeared to be a snake demon who had taken human form. Its sharp fangs and long tongue flicking in its mouth made Thunder's skin crawl all over. Besides, he didn't even bother hiding why he came. He came to devour you. The more you struggle, the more it'll hurt. Either way, there's only one outcome, so a quick, painless end is better, right? Still, I can promise you one thing. Seeing the vicious look in the other man's eyes, Xiu had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the bastard immediately pulled a photo from his pocket. It was a picture of him and his mother. He said he could spare Xiu's mother and only absorb everyone else. But how sincere could the words of an evil monster be? If he'd already tracked down Xiu's mother, then she definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Now that things had come to this, there was no way back. Gritting his teeth, Xiu charged in to attack. Xiu grabbed the monster by the collar, trying to throw him the same way he had before. But before he could make a move, Xiu suddenly felt his body go limp. His strength seemed to be completely drained. Seeing that, the other side looked even more smug. Sorry for talking so much, but honestly I couldn't think of a better taunt. Xiu's mind spun, he let go and stumbled backward. He saw the enemy gloating, raising two blood-smeared fingers. He had just used his clan's unique magic, lethal toxin. A moment ago, when Xiu rushed in, the bastard had jabbed two fingertips straight into his chest hair, injecting a deadly poison. No matter how strong you are, it's useless against me. Even if you escape me and face someone stronger, you'll still die. I used only a little poison on you, and you're already collapsing. Watching Xiu slowly drop to his knees, the bastard looked even more pleased. His body began reacting as the venom spread rapidly through his blood. His veins started swelling, turning a deep purple and standing out clearly. Xiu couldn't feel a shred of strength anymore. It was like sleep paralysis. The more he writhed in pain, the more strangely delighted the enemy became. To him, the world's rules were already set. The weak deserve no mercy. Xiu had no choice but to become prey. If he knew how to use what he wore on his hand, maybe things would have turned out differently. Disaster doesn't wait for you to be ready before it strikes. As he spoke, the monster began to transform. Now he truly became a real snake. Watching that blood-red tongue flick in and out, Xiu felt utterly helpless. He wanted to run, even counterattack, but his body wouldn't move. At his most desperate moment, Xiu suddenly latched onto what the enemy had just said. If he knew how to use what he wore on his hand, things would be different. He had planned to wait for Sun Mi to return and ask how to use it, but now, if he didn't gamble, he was done for. So instead of forcing his whole body to move, Xiu focused all his strength on his right arm, the one wearing it. And a true miracle happened. Xiu could move his right hand. He threw a hard punch forward, instantly releasing a massive surge of energy. The snake freaked out. Luckily, snakes are fast, so it still managed to dodge the blow. Xiu's punch blasted a hole in the parking garage ceiling. This hole was even bigger than the one earlier. You could see the clear moonlit night through it. A full moon hung overhead, but this wasn't the time to admire it, because after nearly being sent to the afterlife by Xiu, the venomous snake seemed to lose its patience. It immediately swung its tail hard. With his body poisoned and sluggish, Xiu couldn't dodge. He took the hit head-on. Even with venom coursing through him, you still struggled for this long. As expected, a weak little demon is still a demon. In the air, the venomous snake could smell its prey's blood. As it inhaled greedily, it suddenly sensed something strange. Somehow, two swords had appeared on its body. Before it could react, a third person showed up at the scene. O Ancestor Thunder Lord who dwells in the 9 heavens and presides over the Department of Thunder. The moment he finished speaking, the venomous snake was struck through those two swords and convulsed violently. I'm sure the monster's night you're hoping for hasn't arrived yet here you're causing trouble. What a trashy bastard. Xiu forced himself to breathe deeply to stay conscious. Then he studied the newcomer. Judging by his build, he seemed to be a teenager too. But he wore a wooden mask, so his face was completely hidden. As for that bastard, after being blasted by lightning, he reverted to human form. Blood kept dripping from his abdomen. Fear crept in, but he still forced a calm expression as if nothing were wrong. Wielding a useless weapon and talking like some monk, where did you crawl out from to dare speak to me like that? He tried to control himself, not letting the other side see him trembling. His sharp instincts warned him that the newcomer was extremely dangerous. He was completely different from the usual exorcist. When that masked teenager drew his sword once again, the venomous man's mind was still struggling with the question of whether to go or stay. If he hesitated any longer, what happened next would likely end his life. Not to mention, Sun Mi could return to find Xiu at any moment. By then, things would become even harder to handle. But he really didn't want to let the juicy prey slip from his hand. After a fierce inner struggle, the venomous man decided to take a middle path. He didn't run, but instead summoned a malevolent spirit to prove his point. According to the brief introduction by the venomous man, When conscious, this spirit had been so formidable that its reputation spread all the way to the west. Although he didn't know why it had taken this form, that body was still a divine-level monster, far from easy to deal with. Just enjoy playing with it. This is a challenge for that person, the exorcist. As for now, I must return to the delicious meal waiting for me. The venomous man assumed the malevolent spirit would hold the masked teenager long enough for him to attack Siu. But unexpectedly, he was finished in an instant. Before he could reach Siu, the teenager's sword pierced straight through his chest. He collapsed immediately, with no chance left to harm Siu. Having dealt with the pests, the masked teenager turned back to Siu. It seemed this person was not an ally of that bastard. Therefore, if you want to live, you'd better answer my question honestly. What are you doing here? The teenager radiated strong pressure, but Siu was not afraid, even letting out a laugh. I still can't believe it, even after hearing your voice. The moment he spoke, the other person froze. That was also the question I wanted to ask you. What are you doing here, and do you recognize my voice? At Siu's question, the teenager slowly removed his mask. Choi Siu, what's with this appearance? While this story is long, fate is really strange. Siu was an ordinary young man who one day got kidnapped and discovered he was half demon. Meanwhile, Yuzin, his closest friend, had a different identity as Master Boss. Up to this moment, as they faced each other, Yuzin still couldn't believe his eyes. Siu, what exactly happened? Besides the new body, there was that monster. Somehow, before Yuzin could finish speaking, Siu's dying appearance had terrified him. Right, you're poison. Moreover, it wasn't a normal poison but one from the venomous man's magic. It couldn't be cured with ordinary medicine. Yuzin had intended to find someone to help, but Siu now pushed past the pain threshold, and his bluish veins gradually returned to normal. Just like before, this was the monster's incredible self-healing ability. Yuzin, witnessing it, couldn't help but be amazed. While the two were still talking, the venomous man recovered and fled. Yuzin could only grit his teeth and watch as at this distance. And with this speed, he couldn't catch up. The two teenagers left the basement with complex emotions, especially Yuzin. He still couldn't overcome tonight's shock. First, he let the monster he needed to catch escape. But that was nothing compared to discovering his best friend was a half-demon. They had been together for so long, yet Yuzin hadn't guessed. A person like me is an exorcist. Exorcist of what exactly? If my father knew, he would surely scold me relentlessly. At the same time, Yuzin also felt relieved sharing his secret with Siu. Previously, if he suddenly revealed he came from a family that dealt with demons and spiritual matters, Siu would probably have thought he was crazy. Well, you know, there are only 6 months left. Yuzin suddenly mentioned 6 months. Siu immediately understood he was talking about the demon convention. It seemed the demon clan had also gotten the information. On this side, but does that usually happen? I mean, monsters coming to the human world to harm people. Siu asked, only to get a disappointed shake of the head from his friend. Just like Sun Mi said before, monsters causing chaos in the human world are uncommon, more precisely, very rare. Yuzin himself didn't understand why monsters fought each other. As for humans being attacked, it's been so rare that in the past 100 years, that only happens a handful of times. After that, Yuksin immediately told Siu what things had been like lately. Monsters were attacking humans again and again, just like Goyu had told Sanmi earlier. Some demons had realized that humans were the most nutritious food source. So those who wanted to become the demon king crossed the line and started hunting people. Things started getting tense about a month ago, when the number of missing people in the city kept rising, even though there still wasn't solid proof that demons were behind it. In most cases, bloodstains or demonic traces showed up in the missing person's home. But this was the first time I'd seen one show itself in person like it did just now. As Yuksin spoke, he lifted his head. When he got to that point, his expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly grabbed the sword beside him. Siu panicked, thinking his friend was about to attack him. But what he was guarding against appeared right behind him. Luckily, it wasn't some vicious demon. Sanmi had come back. Seeing how frantic she looked made you feel for her. Her eyes were brimming with tears. The moment she saw Siu, Sanmi completely lost her composure. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It was because of me that you fell into that trap like an idiot. As she spoke, Sanmi moved to rush over and check Siu herself, but she was stopped by the demon-slaying blade in Yuksin's hand. Stay right there, demon. If you dare take one more step this way, I'll take it as you ignoring my warning and immediately wipe you out. Yuksin's attitude was utterly resolute, his gaze icy sharp, nothing like the friend Siu usually saw. Siu wanted to explain who Sanmi really was, but Yuksin ignored him, the sword still stubbornly aimed at Sanmi. You can tell she's the kind of demon that follows rules, so for now the blade hasn't taken her life. But Yuksin didn't want to see Sanmi hanging around his friend anymore. If you passed the trial as a demon, they'd take you to the human realm. That's what the monsters told you in the demon realm, right? Yuksin's eyes stayed locked on Sanmi, but the question was for Siu. Idiot, do you even understand what that means? They're demons. They may look human, but their nature is all the same. Siu had thought there were good demons and bad demons, but to Yuksin there was no difference. He despised demons, creatures obsessed with power to the point of madness. Creatures that could eat human flesh, even devour their own kind. Yuxin didn't care how much demon blood ran in Siu's veins. To him, Siu was still human. The human realm is your home, and to live here, you don't need permission from some demons. They kidnapped you without even using force, then tried to pressure you into becoming a demon just so you could come back and live here, where you've always belonged. What kind of twisted nonsense is that? I won't let you go again. Under Yuxin's harsh accusations, Sanmi only lowered her head and said nothing. She completely understood the stance of an exorcist like him, and of course she also understood Siu's perspective. All of this was nothing but an absurd disaster. But earlier, Siu had filled out the application. From that moment on, he had become an official resident of the demon realm. If Yuxin insisted on keeping him here now, it would be the same as violating the demon realm's laws, and the price would be steep. Yuxin himself would be dragged into it too. No, I have to settle this before it's too late, Sanmi thought. To minimize the damage as much as possible, she planned to suddenly snatch Siu up again and fly off like she had when they came here. But Sanmi wasn't sure. She could pull it off because from that very presence alone, she could tell Yuxin was a powerful exorcist. If Xianhua or Goyu were here, they could probably fight him head-on. But with her own strength, Sanmi really wasn't so sure. Still, even if it amounted to nothing, she had to try. Unfortunately, as his guardian, I must take Choice Siu with me. If you truly mean to ignore my warning then. The sword in Yuxin's hand flared with light, as if he really was about to strike. But before he could carry it out, the sword in Yuxin's hand was snatched away by his best friend. So this is a demon-slaying sword. It looks amazing. What do these characters carved on it mean? Siu studied the blade, asking with an innocent, harmless look. Yuxin knew he was playing dumb. All Siu wanted was to stop Yuxin from hurting Sanmi. But just now, Yuxin truly had no idea how Siu had managed it. Hypnosis, some kind of control technique to manipulate him. Yuxin hadn't sensed a thing, yet in the blink of an eye, the sword was gone from his hand. Yuxin, listen to me. Siu suddenly turned serious. I don't get what you mean by crazy, but the fact that demons obsess over power so much they'll even eat their own kind is something every demon knows. From the moment I set foot in the demon realm, I've been doing that. I'm afraid you'll end up disappointed in yourself, but you still have to be honest. Siwu himself has doubted it before, even now. He's still not sure about the path he's on. But to protect yourself and the people around you, you once took the life of a fire hound. And that's not all in the future, you're planning to keep doing it. Even though Siwu doesn't want to hurt anyone and never meant to. But if you can grow stronger by absorbing demons, then having to eat your own kind doesn't matter anymore. Siwu, what I'm trying to say is you really don't need to do those things. Yuxin kept trying to talk him out of it. My family cop. With my strength and the strength of many others, I can guarantee you and your mother will be safe for the next 6 months. Yusuna, let me tell you something even crazier. Siwu let the demon-slaying sword slip from his hand, then looked at his best friend and gave a helpless smile. I am, and I will keep trying to become the next demon king. Those words left Yuxin stunned for a few seconds. Are you insane, you bastard? Do you even know what demon king means, spouting that nonsense? Seeing Yuxin's expression, Siwu felt like the guy could tear him apart and eat him. But what could he do? Once you throw the spear, you have to follow through. Since he'd chosen this road, he was determined to become the strongest. Then he could rewrite the demon laws and stop the world from having to endure those horrific scenes of demons tormenting people. Yuxin genuinely looked like he was about to cry. Don't become a demon king drenched in blood. To get there, Siwu would have to bite down on countless other demons. He'd also have to train brutally in the demon realm. Yuxin feared all of this would twist his nature into something vile, but from start to finish, Siwu stayed firm in this choice. Yuxin wanted to say more, but he clamped his lips tight, and only after a long while did he speak. Fine, whether you're human or demon. With a stance that clear, I can't force you anymore. As he spoke, Yuxin lowered the demon-slaying sword. He sheathed it and decided he wouldn't stop Siwu anymore. But Yuxin didn't forget to warn him that if one day Siwu lost himself, crossed the line, and lived like a bloodthirsty demon, he would eliminate him without hesitation. As an exorcist, yeah, I believe you'd do it. So if I ever fall later on, then do what you think is right. Yuxin didn't answer. Instead, he turned and asked Sanmi's name and what her status was in the demon realm. Of course, he wasn't asking for fun. I'm sorry I dragged you in with a pack of monsters, but I've heard even demons have rules they must follow. She said she was Siwu's guardian, so if he doesn't follow the rules and dies for nothing or gets killed by someone else, then in the name of an exorcist, I'll wipe out everyone who wasn't involved. It was a long-winded line. But in short, Yuxin was warning Sanmi to watch his buddy carefully, don't let him get hurt, and especially don't let him die for something stupid. Otherwise, he'd come swinging his sword and slaughter whoever it took to avenge his friend. After saying that, Yuxin put his mask back on and prepared to leave. See you and don't worry about your mother. Watching Yuxin's back, Siwu felt a little hollow. As for Sanmi, she could finally breathe again. Earlier, facing Yuxin, she thought she was about to die. He was just too terrifying. This is the first time I've ever met a male exorcist. And are all exorcists as scary as him? Sanmi was so frightened she shrank down. No, I think he's a special case. Siwoo didn't reply. On instinct, he turned his head and saw him. Turns out, ever since Sanmi left that alley, Goyu had been quietly following her. Even if he had a sharp tongue, the guy still seemed to care about her. It was strange. No matter how strong the enemy was, without even knowing their numbers, she still dared to rush straight in. If today's opponent had been a high-level exorcist who didn't care about reason, she would have died along with that kid. After being scolded by Yuxin, Sanmi could only hang her head low, because the scolding was absolutely right. Sanmi stayed silent. Goyu's gaze stuck to Siwoo again, and he slowly walked over to her. Among demons, the type with an animal-based origin is called a demon beast. Most of them are bound to the appearance and instincts of the animal species they descend from, like the fire hound Siwoo ran into earlier. Some higher-tier species, after becoming monsters, take on a humanoid form, like Xian Hua or Sony, whose bodies gradually develop traits unlike ordinary demon beasts. Demons and demon clans like that are called illusion beasts. And if there's an even higher class, monsters that have evolved at a foundational level, they become divine beasts, entities worshipped by both the human realm and the demon realm. Gohu is a classic example. Nice to meet you, my name is Goyu. If you want to become the demon king, I'm the opponent you'll have to defeat. Goyu held out his hand, as if politely introducing himself to Siwoo, but his eyes and posture were dripping with contempt, which made sense. As a divine beast representing the HQ clan, why would he put anyone in his eye? Goyu raised his hand to shake Choi Siwoo. Nice to meet you, Choi Siwoo. Siwoo lifted his hand too, but then stopped because, what was that just now compared to the atmosphere a moment ago? Someone suddenly shouted a warning for Siwoo not to shake his hand. Startled, Siwoo turned around. Turns out it was Sunmi. Before she could even wipe the insult off her face, she snapped, "What are you up to, showing up here all of a sudden? He's been through so much just yesterday. And now you," Gohu laughed. "Who cares? There's no rule that says I have to sleep all day." Then he rushed up and grabbed the boy's hand. "Besides, it's fun." A half-blood elf confidently declaring he'll become the demon king. After saying that, Goyu bit off a strip of skin on his other thumb, drawing blood, and then a notification appeared. Demon technique acquired. A ring of purple flames suddenly formed around them. He had used minor earth-destroying touch. When it flared up, the two of them vanished to somewhere else, shocking Sunmi. They reappeared somewhere near the sea. When Choi Siwoo landed, he staggered unsteadily. Trembling, he said, "You're stronger than I thought, huh?" Goyu touched his neck as he praised Siwoo. Not many people can endure that move, especially taking it for the first time while completely off guard. That's rare. As Siwoo continued to tremble, he went on. "Looks like you're not as surprised as you should be," Choi Siwoo asked. "Are you planning to eat me too?" Goyu answered vaguely, "Well, yeah, that's probably the most likely outcome. But there are a few things I want to ask before we start." The question left Siwoo utterly stunned. Goyula asked, "Do you play games?" No hidden meaning, PC online games. It was confusing, but Choi Siwoo answered honestly. "I played a lot in middle school, but once we got older, we didn't play much anymore." Hearing that, he asked again, "Got it. What genre did you like most back then? AOS, FPS, or mobile games?" Still bewildered, Siwoo kept answering. "If I really had to pick, then probably action RPGs. I don't really like online games. Those pay money and you're automatically overpowered types." Goyu suddenly gave a sinister smile and said, "Then that's perfect." Then he blinked behind Choi Siwoo, making him whip around in surprise. He said, "Seems like we've got quite a lot in common." A massive explosion followed, but luckily Choi Siwoo was fast enough to dodge and wasn't hurt. He noticed an ice pillar had erupted from the lake. Sensing something, Siwoo immediately turned back. Ice pillars shot up from within the lake, pointing straight at him. They quickly streaked toward Choi Siwoo. When they slammed into him, Goyu exclaimed in shock, "So it's true." He looked up at Siwoo, who had floated high into the air to evade. "You're pretty fast." As for Choi Siwoo, he stared at Goyu and assessed him quietly instead of rushing in with an ambush. Before dodging, the kid had already predicted it and shifted position. If I were the one attacking, his judgment and decisions would be. Down below, he was gathering power. His hand glowed, wrapped in a violet aura. Gaoyu also noted to himself, "Not bad for a newbie, though I wouldn't call it amazing." Then Choi Siwoo retreated, and the narration continued. In terms of combat, Siwoo's senses and abilities were top-notch. But what mattered most right now was his ability to learn. For some reason, the man was already behind him and pressed 2 fingers into his back. The enemy began the attack by closing in, the same one he had faced earlier that day. Choi Siwoo dropped to one knee in pain, regardless of whether the other side followed up or not. He stayed on guard against every potential threat that could happen. Goryeo was shocked as violet power appeared above his head. It turned out to be Choi Siwoo. He channeled the purple power into one hand, then directed that energy toward Goyu. This was what he had just extracted from today's lesson. As for the arm guard on his hand, an arm guard, a treasure of monsters, helps release the user's power and strength when the smoke clears. Choi Siwoo remained alert. He sensed something, as if there was yet another lesson waiting. He continued throwing punches forward, even when his attacks seemed to hit the mark. He never lowered his guard and had to decisively end the fight. After each punch, several more explosions occurred ahead. Choi Siwoo began to pant. This power isn't complete yet, but I have a rough understanding now. He thought about his body after throwing attacks, an electric current running through him. It started from the Danshin and flowed downward. Choi Siu estimated his remaining energy. By intuition, he had just over half left, about 60%. According to his calculations, each powerful punch consumed about 10% of his energy when thrown in succession. For a series of weaker attacks, each strike consumed about 3%. Choi Siu feared the scenario of exhausting his energy and recalled that time. If his remaining power dropped to 0%, it would deplete completely like before. That meant he couldn't use it recklessly. When the smoke cleared, Go Yu's voice rang out, unbelievable. He stepped out of the shield and said, I didn't expect to have to use my skill this early. I underestimated you. I have to break through stage 1 right at the start. Choi Siu anxiously asked Go Yu what you just said means. Do you really want to eat me? He was surprised by the question. Choi Siu added, I don't even know how to describe it, but I don't feel your killing intent. Go Yu laughed and replied, well, baseless lies are irritating, aren't they? Yeah, I have no personal grudge against you and I don't want to eat you. Like I said from the start, you're quite interesting. Then it was his turn to ask. Go Yu asked Choi Siu, do you understand exactly what Monster King means? He answered with what he knew. Like the king of monsters, right? Making laws and ruling over other monsters. His expression turned cunning. Think carefully, isn't it a bit strange? Being chosen simply becomes a power stone. Besides that, it only happens every 666 years. The throne of a new king, which should rule for hundreds of years, is instead decided by a single ceremony. Choi Siu listened tensely to Go Yu, yet all the monsters obeyed this. A strange tradition passed down from ancient times because it was necessary to maintain it. Then Go Yu began. We monsters inherit loyalty to our desires and instincts. Simply because the strong make the rules, but that doesn't mean we are dominated by them. Killing and hunting don't disappear, right? He continued, explaining the formation of the crown. So to prevent that, the Monster King was created by ancient monsters, a safe move. Go Yu stated, otherwise, if monster instincts led the way, disaster would surely follow. Therefore, the Monster King was created to prevent that. All agreed on at least one thing. Protect it. An entity commands monsters worldwide to follow its orders in exchange for a peaceful life. That is the Monster King. Go Yu maintained that cunning look and explained to Choi Siu, fortunately, over the past 10,000 years, previous Monster Kings successfully ruled monsters in their generations without major obstacles. Some political aspects may change, but the core factors for survival and the interests of monsters remain. Then he mentioned an exception, all except one. The Monster King of this generation left him stunned. Go Yu gave an example. Imagine your human leader suddenly issues a law like this. No one in the world may eat meat under any circumstances. Then he asked Choi Siu, what do you think would happen? He replied, people would strongly oppose it. There's no guarantee such a law would be followed, and it might not. Stop at mere opposition. Go Yu laughed, really? Yet we still obey, don't we? For 666 years, no more, no less. After laughing, he shifted back to his cunning look. Thinking this way, you basically understand the issue. The importance of the Monster King to us and how we endure to maintain this tradition. Go Yu looked at Choi Siu with murderous intent. But now, patience is running thin. You understand. Having understood, he asked again. If the next Monster King enacts the same laws as before, won't everyone obey like previously? That's what would happen, right? Go Yu praised Choi Siu. You're really smart. Even if it's the Monster King's order, not everyone would follow blindly. He talked about the current situation in the demon world, even if the Demon King is the strongest. If the majority of monsters in the world resist, it cannot be stopped. And if that happens, Gao Yu explained the consequences. Not only would the new Demon King collapse, but the presence of the Demon King maintained for tens of thousands of years would vanish. Privileges and symbols, literally all, would disappear into nothing. He walked slowly toward Choi Siu and asked, so now, do you understand what you just said? Gao Yu mentally enlightened him. I will become the next Demon King and maintain the current laws. Not every monster out there agrees with such narrow thinking. Young monsters will just mock you and move on, but older monsters might tear you apart. Suddenly, an image of Sun Mi appeared. Gao Yu advised, I see you. Well, I can roughly imagine where this idea came from. You are very ambitious, but you are not suited to be a Demon King. The problem is you have no understanding of how this world works, yet you struggle to change it. Still defensive, he asked, so you want me to take back my words? Gao Yu said, yes. He spoke to Choi Siu with contempt. Honestly, at first, I thought you were just a brat, easy to handle with a wave of my hand. But now, it seems you have come closer to me. You catch up fast and possess extraordinary potential. Gao Yu suggested, listen to me. If you help me become the Demon King, I will let you govern the Korean peninsula, he informed Choi Siu. A tempting offer. Even if I rule, I cannot completely erase humanity, but at least I can spare some of your loved ones. You asked Gao Yu, and you, how strong are you? Fun question, do you really have the ability to become the Demon King as you claim? He was also surprised by that question. me. He said, I'm not sure I can claim to be the strongest in the Korean peninsula, but among the great demons out there, none are stronger than me. There's also an age limit. Hearing that, Choi Siu said, all right. Then he reached out and said, so that means I can protect the people I love. I accept that. Gao Yu held his hand and happily said, just as I thought, you won't disappoint me. You made the right choice. Before he could finish, ICU interrupted. I will no longer feel guilty. Then he activated that purple energy with his hand. What happened shocked him. Choi Siu said, if you make a deal with so little trust. He stared straight into his eyes with a deadly gaze. Gao Yu said, pretending to shake hands, deceiving others, and attacking first. These are all things you have done. After saying that, ICU grabbed his collar. It was different from how Siu had behaved before. It was slightly different from Goblin wrestling. The energy inside him was depleted, using 60% of the remaining body energy, leaving only a little behind and exhausting the rest. Then he began using full force, not reflexes, but focused awareness. For the first time, he performed a technique filled with determination and reason. Choi Siu used the earth transformation and threw Gao Yu over his shoulder. The action was decisive. His eyes reflected strength, only determination and the will to survive. When he threw him to the ground, an explosion occurred. The impact of throwing Gao Yu over his shoulder was so strong it tore away a large patch of clouds in the sky. After finishing the move, Choi Siu was almost out of energy and collapsed. At that moment, he wondered if his body wasn't shaking because of the demon energy. Then Choi Siu looked at his hands trembling weakly under him. Even raising them was difficult. The story was recounted exactly at that time. His stamina and wound recovery were halted, as he had poured all his energy into the attack, leaving only a little demon energy. Then he raised his head to look forward. The situation conveyed was that, with his energy nearly depleted, Gao Yu still stood strong and unharmed. At that moment, Siu could no longer continue the fight. He coldly commented, putting everything into a final strike, that's a true battle. At that time, it really was Gao Yu's skill. A unique technique, capable of freezing and controlling water within a certain range. He looked at Choi Siu, exhausted to the point he couldn't even stand, and asked, if our demon energy weren't so different, maybe I would have been defeated by you. Gao Yu focused ice power on one hand, a type of demon technique effective for both offense and defense. He made a terrifying face, stared wide-eyed, and said, any denials? Even exhausted, Choi Siu remained firm. None. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. From the moment I decided to come here to kill you, I was already prepared to be killed in return. The next words left him stunned. You said, moreover, I haven't given up yet. Then Ixu tried to stand up, assumed a defensive stance, and declared, oh, if you think I'm going to kneel and beg for my life, that's far from happening. Then you looked at her with a gaze that was described vividly. Those eyes still blazed with resilience. Were they searching for a weakness in the opponent, waiting for the right moment, or was the fighting spirit of the goblin awakening, which he still hadn't realized? Hearing this, he chuckled softly, stood up trembling, but kept a stiff expression. Goyu's words had frightened Choi Siu. Then he reached out to you and praised, well done. Goyu happily placed his hand on Choi Siu's shoulder, acknowledging that you had passed. He continued praising, leaving you confused about what was happening. Goyu praised Choi Siu. As expected, in the end you did not disappoint me. That spirit left you bewildered and you asked fearfully, wait, what do you mean by passed? He explained cheerfully, exactly, it was just a test to see if you were worthy of my support. No one wants to back someone who has no ability to become a demon king, right? Choi Siu awkwardly shrugged Goyu's hand off. Support? Didn't you just say why I couldn't become a demon? He also agreed with that reasoning, and it wasn't wrong. Everyone was waiting to choose a new demon king. He added so Choi Siu would understand, but we don't want to. He recounted from childhood, I've always detested the noise of the underworld demons, constantly biting and screaming over meaningless things. I never understood the purpose of it. Then Goyu shared his feelings about this world. When in a coffee shop, he felt a sense of peace. Compared to that world, this place is far more ideal and serene. Although some people prefer warmth, at least here I can choose my own way of life. Then Goyu remembered the wonderful things in this world like books, coffee, or game consoles, and he commented cheerfully. Moreover, I like your kind of humans. You really know how to enjoy life. Comics, games, novels, films. You can't find such enjoyable things in the underworld. After finishing, Goyu told Choi Siu a little about his species, but we prefer those useless things over eating humans. A world where humans can no longer create such things is truly a tragedy. He wondered, he keeps saying we, so there must be other yokai who think the same. Sunmi also told Siu, I understand what you mean, but that doesn't mean you need to support me. You can become a demon king. Before he could finish, Goyu interrupted, speaking in a goofy tone. Annoying, you're persistent. He returned to his normal demeanor and told him he was the most promising person on the Korean peninsula. But whether he becomes a demon king or not, there's still another troublesome issue. At this point, Choi Siu didn't understand anything. Then he explained that, including himself, the top candidates for the night walk all came from noble families with long histories. Essentially, we inherit talent, Creatures like dragons, foxes, turtles, and snakes, according to Goyu, are all passed down. Many unique skills and demon arts are inherited from our ancestors. Even if these arts have similar power, the heir of a 1,000-year essence will still become stronger. After explaining, he gave an example for Choi Siu to understand. Why, have you heard the saying, born with a silver spoon? It's similar. After listening, he asked him, so just like inheriting family wealth over generations, is there something called family pressure? Goyu seriously replied, pressure is quite an understatement. It's enough to make you feel suffocated. The moment a talented child is born, the entire family puts pressure on them to become a demon king. Under the beautiful moonlight, Goyu confided, you have no right to decide your own life. Sooner or later, you'll be forced to swear an oath, inheriting the family's benefits and desires. While confiding, he made a chopping motion at his neck and said, it will be like this. You're killed and another family representative will be chosen. Choi Siu thought, indeed, even for my own sake, I cannot turn against the entire family. Goyu spoke, then pointed at him. He excitedly declared that he was different. Goyu told Choi Siu about his uniqueness, astonishing him. He inherited talent from an outside bloodline. He wasn't bound to any power, so he wasn't forced to become a demon king. Then Goyu moved closer, making Choi Siu nervous. You can do it, yes, it must be you. He was so scared he wanted to tear apart the night. Wait a moment. Choi Siu stepped back nervously and asked permission. I understand what you're saying, but let me think a bit more. That's too much information. While Goyu was speaking, a pair of bird talons flew toward him. It turned out to be Sun Mi. She flew over and slammed his head to the ground in anger. Sun Mi looked at Goyu with extreme fury, and he was on the ground, unable to react in time. Choi Siu watched with his mouth agape. Then she pulled the yakai up and kicked him away. The kick sent Goyu flying a very long distance, then Sun Mi landed on the ground, but she still hadn't forgiven him. She stood there and used her ultimate skill, Wind Rain. Choi Siu tried to stop her. Sun Mi, wait. But rage had taken over, so Sun Mi didn't hear and shot feathers toward Goyle. Then there was a loud sound. It echoed. He moved toward Sun Mi while keeping his eyes on Goyle. She calmly reassured Choi Siu, it's okay. This afternoon wasn't harmed at all. Looking at the tree fallen on the road where he flew when kicked, he felt fear. She seemed a bit overboard, knowing how strong he was. Did she bring him here? What is he? Sun Mi explained to Choi Siu. Siu, the person you just met isn't the one you knew before. Simply put, he's just a split personality. She told the legend of the black tortoise. According to the legend, the snake and the turtle paired up and merged into one. Then, when a baby turtle was born, it became the source of everything Sun Mi was talking about. But if talking about origins, it said that it started as an ordinary turtle. Even older than that, she explained that long ago, there was a genius who understood yin and yang. He found a way to separate yin and yang from a soul. He tried to remove the purest yin, and at that moment, a divine beast was created. That broke the limits of humanity, and he awakened into a divine beast. That's how the first black tortoise appeared. Later, Sun Mi and Choi Siu returned to the room. She kept telling the story. Then, a descendant of the black tortoise was born, carrying innate abilities, but to fully become a black tortoise, they had to undergo extremely painful and harsh training, and the consequence of that process was Snake, the personality Choi Siu had seen. After listening, he was surprisingly bewildered and concluded. At first, he looked like a bad person, but now not exactly. That's my conclusion. Sun Mi partially agreed with that assessment. Yes, he has no ill intentions, but the problem is he doesn't know what he's thinking himself. Impulsive and whimsical, he has put others in awkward situations more than once. Sonko further explained Goyu's multiple personalities. That personality was formed when too much negative energy concentrated. Perhaps that's why it is so calm and cold-blooded. Sun Mi continued sharing what she knew. Normally, it should fully obey the main personality as far as I know. It's like an assistant providing data and analysis. She mentioned changing his personality, but for some reason, Goyu's snake personality had controlled from the start. Now he has the ability to take over his body whenever he wants. Lately, he seems to appear more often and cause more trouble. After explaining Goyu's multiple personalities, Sun Mi sighed. That's why many people oppose choosing him. They call him the half-black tortoise. His power is so great that he's gradually losing control. After speaking, she asked, I see you. By the way, did you gather all your things? I really need to go home right now. He checked and replied, done. Seeing Choi Siu worried, Sun Mi reassured him. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. Even if they say you're late, it won't matter. He explained, I'm not worried about that. Choi Siu shared his concern with Sun Mi. The house is damaged. I'll be away for a few months. I'm afraid my mom will worry when she sees this. Suddenly a voice said, don't worry about that, startling both of them as they turned around. It was meant, he told Choi Siu, tomorrow everything will be restored. Someone will take care of these matters. Then he asked Sun Mi, you go ahead, I have something private to discuss with Choi Siu. She anxiously said, Siu hasn't done anything wrong. Ment replied, it's all because of your misjudgment. Before she could respond, he interrupted, I know about it. Mint explained to Sun Mi. You just can't stay, there's something the three of us need to discuss. Hearing this, both Choi Siu and Sun Mi were puzzled. Then he apologized. Though visiting without notice is rude, there's someone you must meet. After saying this, Mint teleported behind Choi Siu. Another voice spoke. Humans live in places like this. Not bad, though a bit cramped, it's quite organized, said Seo Hoa. He looked back at him, wondering, did you have a pass to come here? She replied, no, I don't have one, nor do I have the 12-hour visit every 6 months. I also don't intend to go to the human realm where you have to mind others' eyes. I was simply pulled here, following only because he said so. I'll explain, just follow me first. Ment then stroked deeply and began explaining, going straight to the point. First, I need to recount what happened tonight, he narrated. As soon as night fell, 50 terrifying monsters appeared surrounding Seo Cho Gu Ziwan. They were all controlled by someone and attacked people on the streets. Ment explained that after dealing with them, their methods seemed crude and they didn't hide it. So he thought it was a plan to lure Sun Mi away and target Choi Si-woo. But Sun Mi hadn't left yet, and she asked him in surprise. Was that not their initial target? He replied. Not entirely. Ment seriously continued. Perhaps their objective isn't just one. Tonight, at least 200 people disappeared across Seoul and the Seoul metro area. Everyone in the room was shocked by this information. This number is only based on police missing person reports. The exact number is probably over 500, Sun Mi said fearfully. Unbelievable. To reach this level, it might not be just 122, but at least a group of 5 masterminds if we investigate carefully. And narrowing down suspects. Men agreed, you're right. If the culprit is a monster from Korea, we can trace it easily. But he warned, however, the traces left at tonight's scene show that the truth isn't good. Not from Korea but from other regions. The exact count is unknown, but there are many foreign monsters. If they cause trouble in their territory, they'd be easily caught. So they started hunting in Korea if we don't find and eliminate them soon. They will keep hunting until the night walk occurs. Seo Hoa was terrified. Don't tell me, Ment continued. A monster has the ability and desire to protect the human realm. Right now, we need every helping hand. I have a proposal for you too. The evaluation test will start in a month. Then he looked at Seo Hoa and Choi Siu. If you agree, I'll organize it differently. Meant seriously, the task is to find and eliminate intruders in Korea as soon as possible. That's the mission I assigned to you too. Cut to a modern city. 3 days of emptiness, no people in sight. EU hadn't slept all night. Now his eyes were dark as a bear's, walking while thinking, I shouldn't have let Seo go like that. Why did I agree? He's reckless. If that idiot doesn't come back, then it's entirely my fault. I need to come up with a plan. Hearing a familiar sound, his phone turned off. Seo scratched his head, embarrassed. I'm picking you up on the way to school. EU's eyes were full of question marks, surprised when his friend asked, Are you free? Many things have changed since yesterday. They went to a cafe and he shouted, What? Everyone in the cafe was startled, curious at the loud voice. Choi Siu, embarrassed, reminded him, Yo Zin, keep it down. Shouting in public is very rude, and I'm not crazy enough to keep turning around and laughing at everyone. Sorry, everyone. Siu held his glass and gently stirred the water as he explained, but the conditions offered are actually very good. Besides, I can stay here instead of going somewhere else, so you and Mom won't have to worry anymore. Yuxin asked again, You've never known what kind of demon you are, right? Siu looked confused. There are classifications among demons. I only found out I was a demon yesterday. He had just taken a sip of water when he heard an incredibly unfamiliar name. Divine, spirit, aberrant, demon, beast. Siu felt like he was discovering a new land and asked curiously, What is that? I've never heard of it, but it sounds really cool. He looked serious. It's not just a name. Each word represents a rank among demons. Yuxin began to explain, the lowest is beast. In Sino meaning, it refers to animals, monstrous beasts, something like that. Most demons fall into this category. Take wolves as an example, although they are quite dangerous. But they are merely creatures like wild animals, and their strength is limited to that level. For example, humans only need simple weapons. Even without martial arts training, an ordinary person can defeat them. There have been a few recorded precedents in the past. With modern firearms, attacking them is as easy as pie. Even so, more complicated cases can still frighten people. But with higher ranks, humans are no longer strong enough to compete. When facing a demon, humans become incredibly small. A demon has the strength of at least 100 people. Even with 100 people, they would only be evenly matched. In terms of physical strength alone, even 1,000 people charging in would only meet death. Siu grew tense. If those are the 2 lowest types, then how strong are the 3 above them? The answer he received was like a god of fortune. He lowered his head and gently swirled his glass. I've never encountered them, so I can't give an exact answer. But an aberrant beast is 10 times more terrifying than a demon. Take a school environment as an example. If not restrained, overnight they could turn a small town into hell. If we use Seoul as an example, the scope would be an entire district. EU took a sip of water. As for spirits and divines, it's best not to run into or make contact with them. But that possibility rarely happens because powerful beings like that don't care about the law. He placed the glass on the table and warned Siu, moreover. You'd better not think about joining that hunt. Try to find a way to withdraw, or if you can't, call me or come to my house and hide. EU pointed at himself. If they really come from outside, they must be prepared to face the demons here. Or a mage like me, we don't know their exact numbers, but it's best to classify them as aberrant beasts. He hesitated. So, Yuxin, in your opinion, what rank is that snake demon? He replied, it's only a juvenile beast. Recalling the serpent spirit they encountered, he speculated, although it wasn't a mere beast. It definitely hadn't reached the aberrant level, at most just a mid-level demon beast. But I sensed a source of power twice as strong from the artifact it controlled. At that time, if it had controlled even half of that power, he wouldn't have been able to continue fighting. The two of us probably wouldn't be alive sitting here now. That's why it used that thing as bait to distract us. EU recalled the pain he felt at that moment. If my analysis is correct, you were almost bitten to death by that creature. He pointed straight at Siu's face, making him freeze. Siu, your current rank is still lower than that demon. In other words, you are a mid-level demon or below. Yuxin continued to enlighten his friend. Whether you admit it or not, that is the truth. So don't take on things beyond your ability, be aware of yourself. You idiot, you still want to argue back. But well, Yuxin thought to himself. What I said may have been a bit harsh, but I have to make him stop those reckless thoughts. On the surface, he looked fierce. Fine, I didn't hear anything. Say it louder. Siu clenched his fist, firmly declaring. But if I meet him again, this time I can definitely defeat him. He gave a faint smile and tried to smooth things over. You're right. If you hadn't been there that time, I might have died, but now it's different. Siu believed in himself and relied on all the reasoning and theory. I've grasped part of that power and can use it to fight. EU was furious, cursing inwardly, does this guy have water for brains? Suddenly he stood up. Siu took out his phone. Are you going to school? Is it time already? No. EU looked down slightly, his voice a bit arrogant. I'm not planning to go to school today. It seems you're still not fully clear-headed. So I'm taking you to see reality. Follow me. The two of them went to the Olympic Stadium, a sports complex completed in 1986. It was built to host the 1988 Seoul Olympics. It is currently known as the large-scale concert venue KSB Odom, but it has another function unknown to the public. Siu looked around excitedly and exclaimed, I didn't know this place had a basement. In the vast underground level, Siu marveled. On the way here, I saw several places like this, all belonging to your family clan. This is the Olympic Stadium, a special underground area. A public training center. EU took off his leather jacket and refuted, no, this facility was established by the government, aside from my family. Many other mages and monks were equally astonished. So the government also knows about the yakai and the night-dwelling demons. Yuzin spoke slowly, his voice slightly trembling. No, since ancient times, ruling bodies have kept powerful mages close. Sometimes, the mages themselves are the ones who build these powerful regimes. The strongest mages were revered because of their power against yakai, far exceeding any past standards of strength. The royal palace appeared 666 years ago, at the beginning of the Joseon dynasty. At that time, there was no threat from monsters. The Joseon royal family established an observatory to train mages, and my family has continued that duty ever since. Yuzin immediately took off his vest and threw it to the ground. Whether yakai, night demons, or other supernatural forces, the nation is aware of them. He loosened his tie and removed it. Still, only a few high-ranking officials actually know about this. And even they do not take it seriously, just ignore it. If you're ready, then go ahead. Being called out, Choi stiffened. Yuzin rolled up his sleeves like he was about to enter a fight. Okay, I'll say it now, no time limits or rules. If you can use any technique to defeat me, I'll let you do whatever you want with the other yakai. Choi hesitated, still confused. Aren't you going to use a sword or dagger like yesterday? Yuzin calmly replied, of course not, that's why this fight exists, because I'm not using them. Weapons, no matter the type, are very important for mages, even though each person's innate talent differs. But most mages lose half their strength without a weapon, to the point that the weapon and themselves are inseparable. Yuzin switched to a hardened stance. But for me, even bare hands can defeat a high-level yakai. He still used his yakai energy, slowly moving forward while explaining. In other words, if you beat me, it proves your level is even higher. Choi trembled slightly, hearing the person ahead yelling without pause, what are you doing? I told you to go forward. His ears shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down, he truly didn't know what to do. Without another word, Choi charged straight ahead. Yuzin opened his eyes wide, watching the fierce beast closing in. A hand filled with power, accompanied by armored strength, lunged forward. Yuzin immediately raised his hand to counter, dodging Choi's strike. Then he unleashed a rapid series of punches at Choi. Choi took a full punch to the face, his mind going dark. Yuzin stomped to gain momentum, spun, and delivered a heavy kick that sent Choi flying. He crashed to the ground, lying stiff, leaving a long groove across the floor. Yuzin didn't ask, "Are you okay?" because that question was meaningless. Because right at the counter, he had seen Choi's recovery ability. There were a few streaks of blood on the floor from Choi's wounds. Choi sat up, continuously exclaiming, "You're amazing, Yuzin." Yuzin's purpose was to awaken his friend and save him. So Yuzin didn't strike too hard. He stood, taking a defensive stance, analyzing his friend. Like a manhwa protagonist, the actual damage was nearly zero. Yuzin glanced, thinking, maybe I'm the one at a disadvantage. His clenched fist still trembled as if he had just hit a wall. If I had hit harder earlier, my arm would have broken. Choi, on the other hand, was excited, continuing his stance, realizing that his friend wouldn't be injured even if he used full strength. Conversely, Yuzin felt a bit worried, realizing how dangerous Choi was as the atmosphere and thoughts shifted. Suddenly, Choi broke through his power and struck first. He dashed forward like the wind, determined to catch Yuzin. Yuzin calmly observed Choi's technique. He was faster than before, but his attack style remained the same. This time, Choi caught his friend's wrist, but Yuzin rotated, switching tactics with incredible skill. He bent his leg, driving his knee hard into Choi's head with a powerful strike. At the same time, he frowned, staying alert and keeping his eyes on Choi. Next, Choi grabbed Yuzin and threw him into the air. Choi suddenly realized his opponent was channeling energy, preparing to counterattack. "Oh, power gathered from the ages." His eyes changed, each word gritted out. The source merging with this mortal body, suddenly. Choi released his grip. A massive power merged into the battle. Yuzin quickly jumped back. He glared at Choi. "Choi, see you that name. What you're holding, is it that?" He looked at the faint object in Choi's hand like a lightning staff, bewildered. "Maybe. This is the first time I've summoned it myself." As time passed, the battle grew increasingly tense. Honestly, Choi Siu held the mace in his hand with a dazed expression. Clearly, at this point, Choi's overall state had reached a critical threshold. He inhaled, then exhaled. In terms of raw strength, it was still tolerable. But the issue was his yokai energy. Choi recalled last night's fight. He had depleted about 93% of his yokai power. Originally, this magical energy only needed a full day of rest to recover, especially in the sparse environment of the lower realm. Recovery could be slower, but interestingly, the current state of almost depleted energy was actually useful for recreating the moment he summoned the love energy. He frowned, trying to focus intensely, while no longer fully controlling his body. His consciousness and senses were incredibly sharp, allowing him to vividly recall that moment. Yuxin voiced his disappointment, a bit frustrated. "I once read about the love mace in ancient texts. Not sure if the weapon was exaggerated or if it's just him." I'm not sure if his words became increasingly extreme, but from what I've seen and felt, there was nothing particularly special. I don't think the records were wrong. The battle made EU leap high into the air, ready to attack the scene before him. He squinted. I saw it too. Definitely no different from last time. Then Choi Siu swung the mace into the ceiling, creating a shockwave. His arm used for defense rose in a plume of white smoke. At this point, Yuxin started taking the battle more seriously. He was harder to handle than I expected, but if I were in an enhanced state, it wasn't impossible to defend. A strike after a leap consumed a significant amount of stamina and energy. No worries, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. I didn't need to close the distance. Just maintain this defensive stance and wait for him to tire. The mace was anchored to the ground. He tested its grip and was surprised. It actually worked. Yuxin was puzzled by the scene. "What the hell, what are you doing?" Choi Siu didn't hide anything and explained everything. It seems winning from such a close distance is difficult. I realized I couldn't block a strike like that max punch forever." He firmly held the cord after changing the mace's shape. If there was one thing Choi Siu knew well, it was that he couldn't have the same strength as before. Choi Siu had previously transformed the mace very flexibly in battle. Its size and power were nothing compared to last time. Not even half as much. A round mass gradually formed below, but its ability to freely change shape, he still controlled it to some extent. He swung it in circles and he was skillful enough to take advantage. "I'm coming." At this moment he was still pausing, unable to react. The sphere was quickly thrown toward Yuxin. Luckily, he managed to catch it with his hand. Yuxin tensed, gritting his teeth. Still, he was pushed back toward the wall. Without a word, Choi Siu retracted the sphere, preparing for a second strike. He restrained himself upon seeing this. Yuxin quickly retreated, but before he could get far, he was hit by another powerful attack. Yuxin gritted his teeth, feeling panic. The aura wasn't much different from before, only the shape and swinging of the mace changed, multiplying its strength many times over. The ground was dented deeply. He looked up and challenged. "Are you really going to play dirty, Choi Siu?" He didn't care and replied calmly. "I'm not entirely clean either, but you asked to fight, right? This is a test to see if I can handle a monster." Choi Siu's reasoning was so logical it left him speechless. In such a fight, a little trickery is acceptable. Fighting with pure strength means nothing in a life-or-death battle. He continued, reflecting. In retrospect, even with the unusual circumstances and perspective, Choi Siu suggested a way to end the battle for Yuxin. "After all, we're just teenagers and friends. I was wrong, Siu. Sometimes admitting it is also a solution. And we're just kids, his words made him feel on equal footing. It wasn't wrong, just that my ability was lacking. What could I do? Yuxin trembled. Yeah, probably right, Choi Siu. He was frustrated, getting more fired up. Choi Siu didn't shy away from the fight. I've had enough of your nonsense. Damn, you're scared. Another strike came, but Yuxin dodged in time. He attacked relentlessly. Yuxin frowned, focusing on analysis. I accelerate, but it's harder to dodge his strikes. Yuxin gradually adapted and avoided them. I'm adapting to his martial arts and speed, and everything is happening quite fast. Suddenly, Choi Siu yanked the rope, making him widen his eyes in surprise. The direction had changed, but Yuzin reacted quickly, holding the rope. Even so, he was still thrown into the wall. After this blow, he panicked again. Yuzin, are you okay? I changed my strategy to reduce the power of his attack. Although you're probably much weaker than before, I must have been injured earlier. The rope suddenly stretched taut. Yuzin's voice rang out, making Choi Siu free. O righteous God and supreme being, the true master of the sun. He gripped the rope tightly, pulling it toward himself, urgently invoking the magic order. Yuzin pointed 2 fingers at him, and the willow annihilation arrow appeared. A magic strike of considerable power came down. Choi Siu stared blankly. Suddenly he sensed something and looked up. Sure enough, the rope had been cut by it. While Choi Siu fell freely, he lunged upward to attack. He gritted his teeth, trying to regain control. As the orb prepared to strike again, Yuzin sensed it and turned to look. He dodged easily. Yuzin continued chanting his attack spell, deciding to use his ultimate. The person noting the Scarlet Heaven technique now had no equipment that could aid Yuzin. He could not use most of his inherent skill. Choi Siu landed smoothly and continued retrieving the orb. He wasn't prepared to attack, and even the skills he could use weren't enough, but Yuzin had already appeared right in front of him. His fists were difficult to control. When fused with his energy, divine power formed a weapon. Invoke the magic order, National Virtue Sword. Heaven Sword, a sword appeared in his hand. National Virtue Sword, Heaven Sword. Choi Siu gritted his teeth, trying to strike back. The 2 blows collided. His mace quickly shattered. Even rushed, the power to defeat the demon was overwhelming. Just before the outcome was decided, Yuzin did not hesitate, pointing the sword at Choi Siu. The reason Yuzin hesitated was that the opponent before him was his friend. He pursed his lips, hesitant, but the reason to act was because it was his friend in front of him. He reacted quickly, clenching his fist. Yuzin also moved to attack. Suddenly he froze. Yuzin lost focus, looking at Choi Siu's shirt. As expected, he took a hit to the face. He was stunned at the scene. Choi Siu froze, confused. Why suddenly did he spare me? Even if he killed me, I'd recover quickly. No, I used everything. His power is real. Yuzin lay on the ground, not rushing up, and said, if the opponent is a demon, no matter how strong, my aura cannot defeat them. He recalled the earlier moment, just like his fairy spirit being shattered. He froze upon hearing it. That skill, apart from him, doesn't consider anyone else a demon. Yuzin, either out of worry or pain, shed tears. Damn it, that bastard Choi Siu. Outside, the sky was clear. He frowned, visibly irritated. At this point, Yuzin couldn't hold back. Say something. You just stand there looking worried and it annoys me. He was flustered, stumbling over his words. Ah no, your nose, I don't know if it hurts much, if it leaves a scar. Ah, probably not. He touched his nose to reassure. I'm not like the monsters, but I've trained this body hard. Bone breaks or cuts heal in a day. And you held back when you hit me, right? Yuzin recalled the punch, realizing it had no effect. He almost used full strength, otherwise. At least my nose would have been shattered. He sighed, a bit helpless. Yeah, you're pretty good. Choi Siu, if you plan to go around hunting monsters or do whatever. Hearing this from Yuzin, Choi Siu felt happy but didn't let him speak. Finally, he clarified, thanks for understanding me. I still don't fully get it, I just promised that's why. After saying this, Yuzin took out items and handed them over. Here, take them. In his hands were 3 gourd bottles of different colors. These look like gourds. They're not just like them, they are gourds. Yuzin handed them over and explained how to use them. Imagine them as single-use bombs. Hold them and chant, invoke the magic order or something. Or if you're in a real hurry, smash them to the ground with your power. I think just holding them gives some force already. Then the magic inside the gourd will unleash. He spoke fluently, but Choi Siu hesitated and asked again. Use only once when in danger, and be careful not to smash them all at once. Only smash a few at a time. Thanks, but can I take all 3? Choi Siu's next words left Yuzin frozen. The energy is inside them, right? With that much power, I didn't think you could create them so easily. He widened his eyes in surprise at you, but Choi Siu didn't notice the unusual reaction. What do you know? Have you ever seen something like this before? Ah, never mind. He lifted the red gourd. But even just holding them, I can feel it. Choi Siu senses a familiar energy. The energy I sensed when fighting you earlier was strong, yes, and it's stored in these gourds. Everything you said is completely correct. Siu's calculations are accurate. The 3-color stream, a magical artifact mainly used by the Yo family. Yuzin poured his energy into these gourds. Inside, the gourd is like a special layer of ice whenever there's time. Someone pours energy and keeps it inside, So, anytime in any situation, a person can use their power to cast magic. It's very hard to use, and even if it's not them, anyone who owns a gourd can use the artifact to cast magic. He stood with countless doubts, wondering if the ice layer on the gourd was meant to press down the user's energy but to penetrate the ice and know the energy inside. Give me your hand. Although this request puzzled ICU, he still extended his hand. Why? What is it? Even though people say one can read fate and personality from palm length and lines, most of it is completely baseless. EU looked at his hand for a long while, but if there was anything certain, by now he started trembling, sensing something unusual. How the heck, it's not just a small match, it's extraordinary. This is the skill of a psychic, like a master or a grand mage. Yusin trembled like a drying tree, staring at him in a way that sent chills, even though I was 100% sure about his palm. He could sense the energy of the three-color stream. Watching him fight, I was almost certain. What is going on? Cho Siu had a bunch of question marks above his head. If he isn't a monster, I already told my father. No, I decide for myself, no one's permission needed. His talent has reached a level where even if taken as an unorthodox disciple, no one would have a problem. His eyes gradually panicked, thinking about the dangers ahead. If the truth is revealed now, it might not be too late. Even if I don't hide that he is a monster, he is still partly human, and his will is. No, those stubborn fools won't allow it. Worse, they might misunderstand. A monster possessing a mage's talent. Honestly, if it weren't for Siu, I wouldn't even feel favorably toward him. But in the end, I decided to act as if I knew nothing and only hinted at predictions. Just a little. If I had noticed 3 days earlier, I would have just thought his life is probably protected. This made him widen his eyes in surprise. You can read my palm, kinda. By the way, are you planning to go back to school? Hearing this, Aceu sighed. Probably need to find a fitting uniform. Right now, besides this sports outfit, I basically have nothing to wear. He moved his legs in the rowboat. Even his feet felt half a size smaller, quite surprising. Yusin didn't provoke at this point, making Choi Siu pause. But seeing everyone's expression when he arrives at school is worth it. If you just stayed still and didn't say, I'm Choi Siu, I don't know how many would recognize you. Hearing this, he sighed. So happy, just thinking about it makes my head want to explode. He was checking the time on his phone, no wonder he's hungry. Cho Siu suggested eating somewhere else, which made Yusin curious. Then let's eat there, I don't mind, just go where you want. He wanted to eat like last time, but you wanted to flatter. How about the kimchi rice you made last time? You added pork belly, it was delicious. I'll buy pork from the supermarket, that might be difficult. Choi Siu tried to explain, there's a guest here. And now most likely they are also asleep. A guest, his words left Yusin stunned. I also need a place after lunch. He thought quickly and requested, let's go there. Yusin sighed, helping ICU out of awkwardness. You don't have to force awkward words on me. I told you, whatever you do with monsters, I don't mind. Then he went ahead, not forgetting to mention that some monsters haven't eaten with him yet. Then today it's fine, next time invite me. Before leaving, Yusin turned back and reminded, don't bow like that, I'm not offended. Whoever you meet on the way, walk with your chest out because you're fully capable of it. Scene shifts to the place he intended to go. Cho Siu looked left and right, trying to confirm this was an old residential area. The houses seemed empty. Is this the right place? In front of a seemingly old door, he read the characters with his middle school level knowledge of Chinese, yet still couldn't understand. What does Dark Moon Hall mean? Suddenly, a burly man opened the door and stepped out. Choi Siu froze, feeling a bit scared. This man looked like a monster and was incredibly strong. He ignored Choi Siu's gaze and strolled past with a bored expression. At that moment, another person stepped forward and spoke. Oh my. A guest we've never met before. Hongrian smiled warmly to welcome him. It's truly an honor. My name is Hongrian, the owner of this Dark Moon Hall. Choi Siu politely nodded in return. Hello, ma'am, I'm Choi Siu. Today I was introduced here to do some cleaning. They gave me the address and told me to come first. Hearing this, she let out a small exclamation of surprise and gestured for him to come in. Choi Siu, I've heard Elder Yo Mang talk about you. Come on in. Stepping inside, he stayed on guard, wary of everything around him. The place was not only dark, it was shrouded in a veil of black, bone-like haze. After walking a while, Choi Siu arrived somewhere else and froze at the scene before him. Inside was a cluster of burning houses, completely opposite to the outside, and Hongrian brought out tea to pour. She filled 2 cups, sat down across from him, and casually invited him to drink. Choi Siu hesitated a little but still took the tea and thanked her. He looked around curiously and asked, This is Seoul, is it? The view being unfamiliar was one thing, but even the wind and air here felt different. Hongrian didn't hide anything as she replied, That's right. Dark Moon Hall is a separate space split off from a part of their realm. It lies in the lower realm, but it has been beyond the reach of civilization and progress for hundreds of years. So it has retained the clean air and pure energy of the old days. Choi Siu fell silent, focusing completely on her words. If you want to know why this space exists, we are a shop that provides a wide range of conveniences, so the inhabitants of the demon realm can adapt to life in the lower realm. Choi Siu remembered what that man had said. If someone visits on a beautiful day, it will help that person. That was what he said, but even so, they still called themselves a shop for monsters. Choi Siu raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a scroll containing demon realm currency appeared. He opened it and asked, "I received this. I heard this is demon realm money. Can I use it here?" Hongryun replied, "That's right, of course. We support everything trade and currency exchange as well." Hongryun's words left Choi Siu a bit confused. Exchange? Yes, some people work in the lower realm, but most exchange demon realm currency into human money. She explained the conversion to him. At this country's exchange rate, 1 nyang is equivalent to 3 million won. After hearing that, Choi Siu went stiff as a board. Of course, that value already included commission. His mouth fell open and he turned to stone for a moment. The most money he'd ever had was 720,000 won. At this point, Hongryun changed the subject. "Would you like to see what you can buy?" After saying that, she had someone bring items in. "Show our honored guest the demon spirit pill." Inside were 9 bottles, 3 types in 3 different colors. Hongryun introduced them. "These are the demon spirit pills our guests usually buy. They enhance the recovery of demon power. You know, demon power almost doesn't exist in the natural environment of the lower realm, even in the demon realm. Recovering demon power itself takes time. Each pill is refined from medicinal materials from the demon realm, along with the Dark Moon Hall's inherited secret arts. So even in an environment where demon power is weak, after taking the medicine, we can still absorb a certain amount of demon power." Choi Siu quickly affirmed, "I'll buy it, I truly need it." He asked, "The shells are different colors, do the effects differ too?" Hongryun said, "That's right. The pill's color corresponds to the different grades of demon spirit pill. Based on 1 nyang, a silver demon spirit pill is 10 nyang, a gold demon spirit pill is 3 nyang, and a black demon spirit pill is 1 nyang." Hearing her, Choi Siu fell into thought. The higher the grade, the better the recovery rate, but if he wanted effective recovery today. Seeing him take the bait, Hongryun smoothly cut in, sly as can be. "Then let me give you a black pill first. Will you take it right away? Of course, if it's fast, you should see the effect tonight." Inside, she felt deeply satisfied. No matter which pill he took, demons discussing demon power always came down to 2 most important factors: capacity and the absorption rate of the inner core. The size of the inner core is the total amount of demon power. The older a demon is and the more it devours others, the larger its inner core becomes. After receiving it, he didn't hesitate to open the cap. However, the absorption rate comes from the surrounding environment or the food consumed to restore demon power. It's very hard to increase that rate on your own, so most demons rely on innate talent, or the influence of their bloodline. Hongryun quietly rejoiced, calculating in her heart. If he were high-ranked, it would take only 3 to 4 hours to fully consume the black demon spirit pill. But with a half-demon body, it might not digest even half in several days, and then the body would excrete the rest. Under her jealous gaze, Choi Siu slowly lifted the pill and put it into his mouth. Absorbing even half would be enough. By tonight, his ordinary inner core would likely recover. He swallowed the pill, exactly as Hongryun had assessed. The black demon spirit pill truly was a priceless remedy for Choi Siu right now. Just 1 pill could restore his core 3 to 4 times over. While Hongryun was savoring her satisfaction, a blinding beam of light appeared. A huge explosion followed immediately, sending violent shockwaves. The cups on the table and the tea splashed everywhere. But that meant the pill matched the capacity of his inner core. She stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. That's impossible. He'd only just swallowed a demon spirit pill barely a few seconds ago. In the swirling haze, Choi Siu's silhouette appeared faintly. In that tiny span of time, he absorbed that much demonic power. He let out a sigh, of course. 3 days after Siu began living as a demon, his whole body was already radiating a sizable surge of energy. With a low-grade pill, I really got something this effective. For the first time in his life, Choi Siu felt 100%. Even more than 100% of his own demonic power. Cut back a few minutes earlier, inside the dim side room of Dark Moon Hall, Donggu leaned against the window with a wine jar in hand and asked cautiously. Well, the man gave an awkward laugh and introduced the jar. "This is 6 Blossom wine I specially prepared because I heard it. Subscribe to the La La School channel so you don't miss any exciting video." Not bad, still letting an inexperienced kid drink, this makes me a bit uneasy. He began probing for information about her in a mocking tone. "It's been a long time since I've seen that girl, Hong Ryan. She said she'd come back after meeting someone. Should I assume she doesn't treat me like a guest at all?" Afraid of offending Hate Eu Siam, Donggu stammered out an answer. "How could that be, sir? She's just a little late because she had something to deal with. He narrowed his eyes as he listened to Donggu explain. An honored guest, specifically instructed by old man Men, had come to visit. That immediately piqued Hate Eusiam's interest. You're rambling on and on. Who's this guest? I don't know the details, but I heard it's a half-demon with fairy blood. At that, he showed open contempt for the boy's status. I wondered what it was. Turns out it's still that brat. That old man isn't simple either. He could vanish without leaving a single drop of blood behind. Hate Eusiam's words grew more and more outrageous. Unbelievable, an old man finds a half-demon and makes them fight at the festival. Calling it a demon is already a stretch, let alone a contestant. Seeing Donggu stay silent, he grew irritated on his own. So what now? Why are you suddenly quiet? What, bored because I'm talking too much? With Hate Eusiam pressing him like that, Donggu could only endure in silence. Or is it because you're a failed half-demon too, so you're offended by what I said? Still not satisfied, he began sneering at the people of Dark Moon Hall with obvious amusement. You know, I heard a few things from my older sister. Some thousand-year tradition you lot take so seriously. But I also heard Dark Moon Hall is just a refuge for half-demons with nowhere else to go. Is that true? Pathetic things that can't become fully human or fully demon, unable to call yourselves human, yet never accepted by demonkind either. He could only swallow his anger and clench his fists. This place was founded because of the hardships half-demons like you have to endure. To become something useful and acknowledged, no matter the outcome, you could call that your kind's cleverness, couldn't you? Hate Eusiam curled his lips in disdain. Oh, is that so? Trash like you will never ever be called demon. After saying his fill, he turned and asked, don't you think so? Donggu burned with resentment, but for the sake of staying alive, he kept it buried. How could mortals like us know the future? Your cup is empty. Shall I pour you another drink, young master? Seeing that reaction, Hate Eusiam sighed and changed the subject. Once a merchant, always a merchant, huh? Even in this world, you don't have any joy in you. Hey, I'm sorry. Then he returned to the main point. So when can I go out? It should be ready by today, sir. We've exchanged all the demon essence you provided, and all information about your residence and status in the human world has been handled as you requested, young master. Top quality, minimal conditions, and as little contact with humans as possible. Hearing that, Hate Eusiam praised him in satisfaction, and Donggu responded politely. You handled things faster than I expected. You risked your life for the human world, sir. Of course I had to do my utmost. He acted humble and took a sip of wine. It's not for your benefit, it's just that I can't stand it. Some bastard out there is stirring up trouble from who knows where, but from a lord's point of view, I can't just let it slide, can I? Deep down, Hate had his own calculations. And besides, if I contribute and bring honor to my bloodline, then even my father will have to acknowledge my right to take part in the festival. My talent is no worse than my siblings, but I was born 100 years later than them. That's the only difference between us. After thinking it through, he set his cup down and told himself, first, secure the qualification, sacrifice whatever it takes, and in the remaining 6 months, no matter what, catch up. Then surpass them by far. Look, Hong Ryan's here. Hearing that, Donggu started to stand and go call her. I'll call her, yet he was held back. I'll see whether she comes in on her own. Not yet, there's something else I want you to handle, more important than finding someone to drink with. Hate Eusiam impatiently brought up his request while I'm in the human world. I want that girl to serve me. Seeing the shock in Donggu's vacant eyes, he explained at once. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of toying with some tiny half-demon girl. Even though she has beauty, I didn't come down to the mortal world for idle chatter. Besides hunting those damned outsiders, there's something else I want to target. But without the proper conditions, we did nothing. You act arrogant, using pressure to force me. I know, but aren't you a merchant? You should quietly follow the request of a guest like me and not disappoint me, right? He added a line that made Donggu draw a sharp, fearful breath. Reconsider and deliver the message to that girl. Suddenly, the explosion just now occurred. Both of them were wide-eyed in surprise at the sound. From their perspective, smoke and dust were rising in that corner. It was like water, a flow present in all creatures. To living beings, that flow was no different from a puddle accumulated over time. Though the composition of the water or how each creature uses it varies, the basic principle is the same for all species, whether monsters or human. Even enlarging the bowl wouldn't hold more water than its capacity. Such a basic principle doesn't need fancy words. Amid Hongryun's panic, Choi Siu stood there and asked Han with concern. Are you okay? It seemed she had accidentally been hurt by him. She was stunned, silent, afraid to speak. This pill worked better than she thought, but why? His body was now radiating energy around him, something very beautiful. Whatever it was, could it be called? The feeling that you can do anything. That basic principle didn't apply to Choi Siu. At this moment he spoke, startling Hongryun. What is going on here? Eusiam clasped his hands behind his back and approached, speaking with superiority. You bastard are outrageous. How dare you recklessly release energy without fearing this place? She knew he was angry and became fearful, trying to mediate. If you don't understand, should I take the chance to teach you a lesson? Young Master EU Ziam, this is my fault, not the guest S. Before Hongryun could finish, EU Zelm interrupted angrily. Calm down and be silent. His words were so sharp she froze. I'm not asking you nor giving permission to speak. Do you take me for a fool? EU Ziam gritted his teeth, showing displeasure. I am certain the energy I felt along with that thunderous sound came from that loser. He released energy without even understanding the situation. Choi Siu remained silent for a while after hearing this. Even after witnessing it, you still ask me to let it slide with such a ridiculous excuse. Hongryun tried desperately, even kneeling to beg. Young master, please, I'm sorry. Only then he spoke. I'm still not used to controlling my energy. Choi Siu was gentle and calm by nature, even with humans. He took responsibility. I didn't think something like this would happen. If I've troubled you in any way, I apologize. But for the first time, his core was brimming with energy, both body and mind in harmony. He seemed overwhelmed by excess energy, feeling unable to control his actions. Still, I think what you just said to the newcomer was somewhat unfair, and in just a moment, his nature became more monster-like than human. Like pouring fuel on a fire, he grew angrier and demanded. What nonsense are you talking about? Choi Siu smiled brightly, reminding gently, I sincerely apologize for that, but that loser. Don't speak such weak words. EU Ziam could not hold back and struck. He sent him flying across the yard in her presence. Choi Siu hit the nearby steps. Hongryun was too scared to speak. In her panic, he raised his tone. Hey, monster hands, with a haughty attitude. Are you sure your head can take it? But don't even think about crossing the limit. This isn't a fight, it's discipline. Choi Siu was hit unexpectedly, sitting silently on the ground. It was simply teaching manners to a weakling. He raised his finger to strike again. EU Ziam's attack approached him. As expected, Choi Siu took another blow. By now she had regained composure and tried to negotiate. Please calm down. Whatever the reason, the Shadow Moon Hall strictly forbids violence. Before Hongryun could finish, he struck 3 vital points. No matter how powerful your family is, young master, if the main chamber finds out, they will never forgive it. She immediately cried in pain and spat blood. He gritted his teeth and ordered, I told you, don't cross the limit. Hongryun trembled, trying to stand. Meanwhile, EU Ziam kept observing. I watched you because I thought among the hounds you were the smartest. In the end, you revealed yourself to be no better than a selling demon. She was in so much pain she cried. What the hell just happened? Why couldn't I feel any energy at all? Something invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. After handling Hongryun, he turned back and commanded. This is the divine beast, the unique ability of the Height race. You half-demon scum, if you don't want to die, listen carefully. Come before me and kneel immediately. Choi Siu, after the previous strike, not only wasn't afraid but defiantly stood up and took off his coat. Challenging me, I will teach you the manners your master is supposed to instill. Is he rambling again? He threw the coat to the ground and stepped forward. If you want to speak, do it properly. Beating us and then saying, I must teach you manners is unbearable. Choi Siu channeled all his energy into the attack stance. This isn't the proper way, right? Keep going as before. He saw that you don't know fear. Hate Yusium didn't hesitate to get his hands dirty and continued striking. If someone is willing to die like that, as his attack approached. Siu widened his eyes and observed. He skillfully caught every strike. This surprised both of the others. Choi Siu calmly spoke as if it was nothing more than warming up. What you just threw is water, right? I don't understand the principle at all. But since it's all just demon techniques, it looked as if you threw a few drops of water at incredible speed. Choi Siu recalled being hit suddenly. Perhaps the first thing thrown was the spilled tea on the ground. Forget the drops of water. I felt like being hit by a car. You see, it was just a bit of tea. If you knew that, you'd be ready to be struck again. Tiny drops like fingernails appeared in the air. It seems you can use the moisture in the air or the dew on the grass. And what just struck us seems stronger the farther it's thrown, right? Maybe because of skin and hair. He sneered contemptuously. Not worth bragging about, but last night I went through something similar with someone else. Choi Siu's words left Hate Yusium frozen for a few seconds. Compared to last time, you're not even a fraction of their level. He didn't speak further and advanced to attack. Sorry if it hurts your feelings. Choi Siu quickly vanished, leaving only an energy afterimage. He only now fully processed Siu's words, grinding his teeth in frustration. That damn half-demon Derda Choi Siu was charging within He T's line of sight. He faced him directly. Hate Yusium observed and silently calculated his moves. He attacked with his right hand, his control over demonic energy pathetic. Being able to see the attack's trajectory meant he hadn't trained to conceal it. While arrogantly attacking, Choi Siu slipped down to Hate Yusium's waist. I will make sure you know the price of stupidity, just as predicted. I think it was quite obvious before his stunned gaze. He didn't hesitate and struck Hate Yusium with a powerful blow to the stomach. Hongryun gaped speechless. So this is how a demon can read your movement. Choi Siu stood before him, arrogantly flipping his hair while Hate Yusium trembled, clutching himself. Whatever, brat. The scene shifted to the Shadow Moon Hall. Unbelievable. Morang watched the surroundings and sighed. It's been 10 years since a vacation, and it's a short one at that. I didn't expect anything to happen during this time. Donggu behind him just bowed, accepting blame, but he didn't resent it. It's my fault if I had been a bit more vigilant. Self-blame doesn't help. Morang gently reassured him. Besides, it wasn't your responsibility. Hosting him from the start wasn't your or Hong Rian's job. I know the youngest of the Hai Kai clan is extraordinary, but I didn't expect this level. After speaking, he turned to ask about her condition and received a reply from Donggu. So, Hong Rian is seriously injured. It seems she has a few wounds, but not too severe. He frowned, saddened by Hong Rian's situation. More than physical injuries, she was distressed by self-blame. Morang silently listened to Donggu explain her mistakes, but even if it was absorption magic or possession, how could Hong Rian predict such rapid absorption? He waited for him to finish and explain. Precisely because of the fast absorption, she had a chance to reflect. So yes, where is our guest? In the room where Choi Siu stayed, the table was filled with delicious-looking dishes. He sat there dazed, unable to fully process what he had done in his overexcitement. He was in a mental recovery phase. Choi Siu had gone through this before, but not this time. Unlike the phenomenon 3 days ago, he wasn't completely lost. His bodily control from the earlier events kept replaying. He felt a bit insane from the vitality. But all the previous emotions and will belonged to Siu. The released vitality and heightened emotions became deceptively cold. By now his emotions were numb, frozen in place, as if the saint's time had suddenly begun to flow. What was that? The sound of movement rang out. Choi Siu lay sprawled on the floor, staring at it in deep thought. Honestly, I think the fight itself was justified, regardless of anyone's personality. Someone who uses violence can kill. He kept replaying that sensation over and over. Back then, cutting off his arm was necessary to disable his magic. And even now, I could do it again without hesitation. But what I felt then was pleasure, pure joy from the very act of severing my opponent's arm. While Choi Siu was still lost in thought, a voice sounded. Maybe it was only a temporary phenomenon. Still, may I come in? He saw the figure behind the door and sprang up to answer. Ah yes, she entered with a darkened expression. Seeing Hongrian, the first thing Choi Siu asked about was her condition. She'd been injured before. Are you feeling better now? She immediately replied yes, it was only a very minor injury. But to him, it was still worry. But you vomited blood, didn't you? I've been through that too, and it's not something you call minor. In front of Choi Siu, Hongrian knelt to apologize. Please forgive me. Master, I lost control and acted in a way I shouldn't have in front of you. It left him utterly flustered. No, the responsibility for a fight belongs only to those who took part in it. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Even if it's just a roof, I can still destroy it. She felt ashamed and full of regret. It's all my fault. To begin with, the black spirit pill should never have been offered to you. Hearing that, Choi Siu froze. The effect you wanted could have been achieved with silver spirit or an ordinary spirit pill. I suggested using the black spirit pill even though I knew that. He hesitated and asked suspiciously, so you're saying you tricked me? The black spirit pill is the most expensive kind. Hongrian didn't hesitate to talk about her origins, just as you'd heard before. I'm a half-blood, my father was human and my mother was a demon. In this world, there's an unspoken rule. Children born of a human and a demon aren't rare. It's not abnormal. For the two races, bonding and having children isn't strange. But a child born that way inherits qualities from both parents equally. In other words, we belong neither to humans nor to demons. She frowned and continued. In most half-blood cases, we're born with an instinctive drive just to survive. And we can sense energy, but we can't absorb it. Hongrian has suffered with this her whole life, and it's truly miserable, like being tormented by thirst while knowing you could quench it at a spring. In the world's warm waters, yet never being able to drink from it. Even medicines like the bright lotus elixir only moisten our cracked lips a little. At that, Choi Siu's eyes widened in shock. That's why I envy you. He sat there, stunned. For half-bloods like us, for you. You're a truly miraculous existence. Even with mixed human and demon blood, you possess powerful demon ability. She remembered what she'd done earlier. Getting the black spirit elixir wasn't for personal gain. There's someone who has what I crave but can never obtain. No, unacceptable. I tried to soothe things while also doing wrong, trying to fix what I'd broken. After saying that, Hongrian bowed again in apology. Deceit and cruelty as a merchant, an offense worthy of death. As she was repenting, another voice cut in. No matter the punishment, the way you're apologizing is wrong. Mo Jiang stepped in, stroking his beard, no matter what penalty is imposed. In the end, you're still placing the burden on the one receiving the apology. Seeing Mo Jiang, both of them were startled. Master, he walked in calmly and introduced himself. I apologize for everything. I am Mo Jiang, the head of a modest cultivation family. Then Mo Jiang told Hongrian not to trouble the manager. Go back out and continue receiving the guests. Still, it's fine, Master will proceed according to your suggestion. To put her at ease, he spoke up as well. I understand your apology and I accept it. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Choi Siu humbly insisted on taking responsibility, and Mo Jiang broke into a bright smile. If possible, I'd like that black spirit pill refunded. Of course, that's only reasonable. When it was done, Hongrian bowed to him. Even though the matter was settled, she was still filled with guilt somewhere deep down. It felt more like an excuse than an apology, but I'm simply grateful you accepted it. Choi Siu scratched his head and replied, well, I don't think it was such a huge mistake. The two sat facing each other and began to talk. If you agree, I'd like to arrange a reconciliation meeting in the future. Reconciliation. Mo Jiang explained the other party's identity. The one who clashed with you is named Useum, the youngest son of the Hate clan, also known as a divine beast. After hearing that, he fell into thought. Hate, he looked different from what I imagined. Of course, the Hate clan as I know them is worthy of a divine beast's dignity. If you understand the situation clearly, he'll tell you about the night Hate Uselmo stayed up and walked back at dawn. I don't think it's a serious issue, but there may be misunderstandings that won't benefit you, ones that could make people regret this. Mo Jiang made a suggestion. Before those misunderstandings deepen any further, we should meet to explain the situation and each other's stand. He also admitted fault on his side. It was our carelessness that caused trouble for both parties. So please don't be too harsh. I understand what you mean. Still, it's fine, don't worry about it. Choi Siu didn't pay much attention to it, and didn't feel the need to take responsibility for making peace or insist on anything. That surprised Mo Jiang, but the boy still looked teary-eyed, yet unafraid. But sir, if they come to see me, I'll tell them exactly what happened, in my own words. Thinking back, I see you didn't regret it. His mistake had escalated things from a simple apology into excessive violence, and even personal insults. So I did what had to be done. The boy seriously advised him. This was a clear-cut matter of right and wrong, and Hongrian and his master had apologized for not apologizing first. Apologized to avoid a situation that could lead to a fight. I'd rather fight over it, that would feel more straightforward. It was, honestly, a striking statement. Mo Jiang found Choi Siu's way of thinking interesting but still cautioned him. Don't underestimate the Hate family. Even Useum's younger siblings are on a completely different level from the inexperienced, reckless monsters that Guest fought. Liam merely raised a finger and replied calmly, of course, wouldn't it be? I think so. I haven't met many monsters, but I've fought at least two that were stronger than him. Even so, none of them seemed cruel. His words made the man pause for a moment, but there was no avoiding. In the end, if I'm to become the Demon King, I have to fight and defeat all of them. Mu Rang spoke up in reply. That's not something anyone wants to hear. It wasn't easy for him to say it either. He meant to warn Choi Siu, but the boy answered bluntly. If someone said things like that somewhere else, I could die, right? I know, I've prepared myself for that too. Hearing Choi Siu say it, Mu Rang immediately grew tense. This kid was being aggressive for no real reason. If I bring up becoming the Demon King, it'll be a disaster. This child really is. He ignored that stare and kept talking. Just think of the ones that'll roam the world 6 months from now. Even imagining it is terrifying. He burst out laughing at once. So how do you plan to stop what I'm hearing right now? It was a bold, shameless remark. Laugh if you want, but I've got nothing else to say. Mo Jiang looked at ICU seriously and assessed him. No, I have absolutely no intention of laughing. On the contrary, I'm quite intrigued. Our guest, I thought he was just a poor boy who'd run into bad luck. Looks like I judged too quickly. He slipped a hand inside his robe. Since the previous master's time, this was the first time I'd felt such a strong intuition after a change. After searching, Mo Jiang took something out and set it on the table to the boy's astonishment. A sure thing, a jackpot. No doubt about it, this was what he had brought out, a display of his intention. This is a gift for a guest staying at the retreat as an apology. But if I put it that way, you might refuse it. Should I phrase it differently? Mo Jiang stated his desire frankly. It may be too soon, but I want to invest in your future. After some time, Choi Siu returned home. He dragged himself inside, exhausted, an eventful day, and it was close to dinner time. A voice rang out, catching ICU's attention. Where have you been? Only coming back now? Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I'd been out that long. COHWA stood there, watching him with an annoyed look. A bird perched on her arm. That's enough, she relaxed her expression a little. Well, it's fine, it wasn't that long and I just got some information. Choi Siu was a bit surprised, then bowed his head in greeting. Information? Oh hello, so me. The moment the words left his mouth, the bird smacked him right in the face. COHWA saw this and scolded him. Are you stupid? Why would you think that's so me? The outfit colors are different. A spirit-binding charm had attached a soul to that vicious bird, dwelling in its feathers. After striking him, it flew outside while she kept glaring at him angrily. Be careful with Xiaomai, COHWA reminded him. Even if she's a fierce bird, she doesn't have a single white feather. I've been upset about that since I was little. Given her personality, Xiaomai might not explode even if you blurt it out by accident. But that doesn't mean she isn't hurt. Even after getting hit, Choi Siu obediently said, yes, I'll be careful. Anyway, just now Xiaomai sent word. She's been running all over since last night, gathering information and relaying everything that happened. Over the past month, there have been several disappearances across the city. Quite a number of them, and the last known locations of the missing are concentrated in a few areas. Hearing that, his tension surged. Maybe those people are tonight's hunting targets for the outsider. We plan to hunt them at one of those locations. COHWA went on to bring up something else they needed to do. But before that, there was something he had to prepare. Choi Siu hadn't even finished speaking when he got slapped. Yes, just tell me, he stared at her, wide-eyed and completely confused. I can understand if the hospitality isn't great. I'm an unexpected guest, and I won't complain about my sudden change in condition. COHWA planted a foot on him and complained coldly. But as for everything else, the one who made me wear these soaking wet clothes that reek of damp stink. That's you. I think you should have brought something more decent, considering you've been out for so long. This is my most precious training outfit. Enough. Without another word, she barked at Choi Siu with murderous intent. Go buy clothes right now. Not long after, the two of them hurried to a place to shop for clothes. COHWA said, here we are, the best department store in the whole country. What's it called again? Siu blurted out, staring in shock at the towering building ahead. I'm not sure it's the best in Korea. My family has stores way bigger than this. Standing beside him, COHWA also marveled. Humans built it, didn't they? They built something pretty impressive without any magic. Siu's face looked like he was thinking about something again. A boy at a department store. This was the first time he'd ever bought proper clothes. It wasn't that he didn't care. He was at the age where looks mattered, and he'd already decided to save his allowance. But as always, there was a problem. The chubby body Siu had in the past kept popping up in his thoughts. COHWA asked with concern. We're just buying one outfit, right? But Siu could only sigh helplessly. Let me lose weight first. Remembering that, Siu grew even more determined, thinking to himself, this is the moment I've wished for all this time. Today, right now, I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. He smiled brightly at COHWA. Try anything you want, and if there's anything you want to buy, just tell me, she answered coldly. Yeah, that was the plan, thanks for now. Let me say it again. This was the first time the boy had ever been in a department store. Siu looked around in a daze, so he didn't know. That just picking up a price tag was enough to see the normal prices in a department store. Just then, a sales clerk eagerly came over to help. Your girlfriend must be really lucky. Not many boyfriends buy this much. Now, every step Choi Siu took felt heavier than ever. He thought to himself, why is there another zero? Suddenly, the clerk exclaimed, oh my gosh. It turned out she'd seen COHWA trying on a sexy black outfit and couldn't help but gush. It suits you so well. Looking at herself in the mirror, COHWA wasn't particularly excited. Yeah, it's not bad. How is it, Choi Siu? Choi Siu felt his heart break, thinking, over 5 million, good thing I exchanged them. But he still answered, yes, I think it looks cool. At the same time, the bank sent an approval text. Mr. Choi Yu, one-time payment of 1,980,000 approved. Brandon Department Store. He stared blankly at the amount deducted from his account. COHWA glanced over and said, did I tell you to throw away what you brought? He sighed, thinking, stay calm. COHWA still has a lot to learn in the future, and most importantly, why I was able to get Yosu in the first place. COHWA's voice rang out again. Hey, go buy the next outfit over there. Siu asked in shock, you're buying more? She looked at him sadly. What are you even saying? You're not even staying here for a single day, and you're only getting one outfit to wear. Choi Siu stammered, unable to find the words. That. Suddenly, COHWA motioned to him. Oh right, come here for a second. Even though he didn't know what she wanted, Siu did his best to comply. Hold out your hands. COHWA placed something into both his palms. Here, look closely. They were gold coins. Choi Siu was utterly stunned by what he saw. Do you think 10 Yosu coins are enough? She continued. If you need more, just tell me if there's any left. COHWA looked at him like a poor man begging for charity. You can take it. It's not much, but consider it a thank you. Then she turned away, her voice a little impatient. Let's go. With luxury clothing stores on display, COHWA tried on outfit after outfit. She asked Siu beside her, well, from behind he flattered her. Amazing. She tried another one. What about this one? Siu clapped and praised, you're really beautiful. Hearing that, she scratched her neck shyly. Really? He gave a thumbs up. Absolutely top tier. But COHWA answered with a punch. Face down on the floor, he asked indignantly, but why? She replied, I'm not sure, it just irritates me a little. Siu, carrying a pile of shopping bags, said, but honestly, I'm kind of surprised. COHWA shot back immediately. How so? Siu didn't hesitate to explain. This is your first time in the human world, right? But when you pick clothes, it feels like you have your own distinct sense of style, and you even know more than I do. COHWA explained, it's because of Xiaomi. Hoa didn't hesitate to explain because she thought I would be interested. She kept bringing things and forcing me to accept them. It was really annoying. Siu looked at her, pondering for a moment, but in the end carefully checked everything. All of it? Siohoa asked, then spoke plainly. Actually, that's why I came to the human world. Suddenly a voice came from behind, cutting in. Oh, I'm sorry. He glanced at the girl who was talking to the boy beside her. Be careful, we need to hurry. Siohoa looked at Siu and muttered, I thought it was just you, but it seems humans in general have retreated. Only then did Siohoa pay attention. She turned back and asked, What do you mean? Then she seriously asked him, It was his fault that he bumped into you, right? Just a single question on that topic, just one glance like that, and everything was resolved. Siohoa gave an example, you too. If he shows that attitude, you should make him pay immediately. No need to kill him, but you must crush him so that he never dares to look you in the eye again. Siu was a bit stunned. Do you really need to go that far? She didn't hesitate to reply, yes. Siohoa's eyes became steel cold, emphasizing the point. That's a matter in the human world, I don't know all the details. But if a monster like you shows weakness like that, you'll be labeled as weak, no matter how strong you are. No matter how strong, every word draws attention to Siu. The moment you appear like that, you're no longer strong. Even if you're strong, if you can be easily defeated without consequences, you're just an easy target for any winner. Siohoa crossed her arms and looked straight into Siu's eyes. Perhaps you bowed before height, even though you could have won. Even if you could win, even if you were forced to win, you let him go too easily. Siu was extremely surprised by what she said. How did you know? She acted normal again, replying casually, How would I know? As soon as she stepped into the house, the smell of a wet dog almost hit him. There were other foul odors too, though that kind of smell was rare. The more she explained, the more surprised Siu became, as if the person was only capable of winning. The youngest among the three brothers. He was a bit short and lacked many good qualities. Yes, right, had she forgotten him? She let out a long sigh, as if disappointed to even mention it. Not exactly familiar, he was the older brother of a friend's sister. They had fought once before. Coming here, the memory surged back. About 20 years ago, there seemed to be rumors spreading about me. After hearing this, she began arguing over a grudge that didn't exist. She was almost 100 years older than me, which sounded ridiculous. Siu asked, seeking a reason for the question, So did you fight her? Siohoa nodded, Of course, why wouldn't I? If you want to ask if I won. Unsurprisingly, even the question of winning or losing seemed a bit silly. I crushed her fiercely. I decisively said we would never meet again. That unpleasant face should stay far away from me. The story made Siu awkward. She added a few words. Anyway, I haven't seen him since. But according to Zayaomi, he was wandering around, threatening in various ways. Siohoa pointed directly at him and said, Anyway, the important thing is if you're going to stomp hard. Siohoa's eyes were firm as she advised. As humans, we can't instantly adapt to a monster's way of thinking, but at least when using violence, do it decisively. Finally, the choice was to use less violence, letting the ICU respond with respect. I will remember that, Siohoa continued without pause. Of course, you should also be ready to kill anything you encounter here. Hearing that, he lifted his head and repeated, Here. Now in the department store, the crowd was thick. A voice called out and the boy helplessly asked his girlfriend, Can't you go a little slower? The girl immediately replied, If we arrive even a bit late, they'll say the waiting time will be reset. She kept pulling her boyfriend's hand. I waited here a week just to get here. She turned to ask, What's wrong? I told you we need to hurry. But when she turned around, the boy had vanished. She frantically searched for a familiar figure. What? She looked around in panic. Where are you? Don't joke. Nearby, a pair of crossed legs was already observing from early on. Sitting on a chair, she propped her chin on her hand and said, I'm certain, a half smile of satisfaction, two mouths unsavory except when fighting. It's better to aim at the people next to them. Now she calmly sipped her coffee, glancing around. A boy was walking by. He was with his mother, staring at her. The woman also glanced back at the boy, assessing him. Suddenly, the boy's mouth dropped, eyes wide in fear. That person was a freak. He vomited up a bloodied lens. The horrifying scene terrified the boy. He screamed loudly, alarming those around. What's wrong with you? At that moment, someone called her. Sorcerer. A young man with black glasses approached. Let's talk, he replied coldly. The upper realm is your domain and the underworld is mine. Didn't we say each person in their hunting zone should never cross boundaries? He seemed to strictly follow that rule. Day remained silent for a moment before speaking to Chin. Why are we like siblings, having to be separated, even though we were close before? He spoke, the underworld monsters of this land are coming. Perhaps they've been tracking our activities. He didn't hesitate to ask a few questions. I anticipated this. So should we give up? The buyer's condition is no fighting the peninsula monster. Right? Day's deep voice reminded. Exactly, we shouldn't cause trouble. In other words, everything's fine as long as we handle it quietly without making noise. On the page, her tone showed some dissatisfaction. I know that well. It's been a month since we went hunting, and those on the other side are just realizing it now. After the battles, she realized all the monsters in this land had become ordinary. They couldn't even protect the livestock in the fences. It was funny to think they were retreating out of fear. Day emphasized this, his expression more serious. That's why you decided with your brothers, if we're willing to risk breaking the rules by coming here. No need to limit ourselves to safe prey. Z proposed to the others. Support me, Chin. Today, 2 peninsula monsters have arrived. We will capture and devour them. They will boast meaningless, arrogant things just the same. Turning back to Siu, he was utterly astonished at what he had just heard. So the reason you came here in the first place was for clothes. Siu Hoa replied immediately. That's one reason, but also because of the information Xiaomi provided. She smiled lightly, presenting the statistics she had gathered. The largest department store in the country, people say it has the highest number of missing person cases. Siu stayed silent, listening to her with a serious expression. Throughout this whole journey, I deliberately planted those seeds. There's no escaping. In a crowded place, it's better to watch and capture than to run. Siu Hoa looked at him and shared a piece of information. Instead of fleeing, those things are nesting here. In this case, I have to be clear. Her face gradually turned sly. This area, no, this city is our hunting ground. They've badly misunderstood. Siu scanned the surroundings, looking for why so many people were moving through this area. It wasn't just because this was Seoul's busiest department store. A subway station where 3 lines intersect. A bus terminal linking Seoul to other districts. With these 3 factors overlapping, this place became the center of Seoul, with daily foot traffic reaching tens of thousands. So he was sure that even if people went missing here, it wouldn't draw attention. Siu closed the wardrobe and analyzed for a long time. As long as they avoided security cameras and people's eyes. No, even if they didn't have blind spots like that, it would still be fine. He told himself, forming a hypothesis. If someone vanished in the bustling crowd, most people would assume they simply misperceived it, or that the person moved elsewhere. Hearing that, Siu Hoa clicked her tongue. Well, I'm not sure, but based on the traces I can sense, there are 4 monsters nearby. She offered a guess. From what I can feel, they seem to have set up a hunting ground, but I'm not sure what kind of monsters they are. That made Siu panic and he stammered, 4. If there are that many, shouldn't we report it to the divine judge? If the number is significant and we don't know much about the opponent, then Siu Hoa stared into the distance and objected. If it were different, that might not be a bad choice, but in this case, if we do that, there won't be any fight at all. What they're doing feels like a provocation. She continued, guiding him, as if they're saying, we know you've come to capture us, but we won't run. That means they have a backup plan if anyone other than us charges in. Siu Hoa's absent gaze drifted to Siu. Even if you call it a backup plan, it's still just running away. Basically, that would be our failure. We're the ones who have to catch them. Running away isn't our option. At that, Siu Hoa hesitated a little. I don't know if we can chase them down. Unlike them, we're in the position of having to follow the law. It would be very hard to do it without harming people. Then she carefully observed the surroundings and let out a breath. And they'll probably exploit that advantage as much as possible. The fight may happen here. Master wouldn't assign this just to test us for nothing. If we don't take the risk and charge in first, there won't be any workable solution. They're insane. At that moment, Siu anxiously opened his phone. Looks like the area around the subway station or bus terminal won't have many people, but the department store will close soon, right? When he asked, Siu Hoa pressed her lips together. Even if staff stay after closing, it won't be a problem. She spoke and emphasized, even in that case, it's fine. At the same time, on the rooftop garden of Brandon department store, Bai folded his arms and asked curiously, where S met her? Day stepped forward and answered, she left. The girl said she doesn't plan to get involved in this, recalling the earlier conversation. Sheen had been blunt. I refuse. It's not that I don't care, but I like my current relaxed, plentiful meals more. I'm not giving up this satisfaction just to catch 2 weaklings and eat them. Hearing that, he shouted, I said there won't be any problem. The 4 of us are enough, but she cut him off. That's your opinion. Sheen gently set her cup down. From my point of view, it sounds like you're inviting me into a gamble. Then she folded her arms and looked up at Day. I get that it seems unpleasant, but what am I supposed to do? What I've seen over the past month isn't completely reliable. The more he listened, the more Day bristled at his younger sister's words. But you're not planning to force me to stop, are you? Day immediately growled, are you serious? You think you can stop us? But Sheen only rose gently and soothed him. I don't intend to, so don't worry. Anyway, I need to find a new hunting ground. Since we're about to part ways, I want to be honest for a moment. Seeing her leave, he stammered in confusion. You? Sheen smiled and replied, thanks for everything. Everything, Day, thanks to you, I learned a lot. But it looks like that won't happen anymore from now on. She turned back and smiled evenly at him, leaving only one line behind. Good luck. After hearing that, Bai frowned and kept muttering. That ungrateful silver-haired brat doesn't even feel thankful. Back then, you should have torn her head off. Picking up the thread, Oppa had a subtle, lingering affection for Metter. But Day didn't care about that. He said nothing would change just because she disappeared. In any case, Metter never had suitable strength to begin with. Before Dai spoke, just the 3 of us would be enough. He immediately nodded, feeling convinced, but she didn't expect Mo Adrn to refuse. Because she really enjoys consuming. Bae, who was beside him, cut in, asking sternly, then brother, what do you plan to do after we take down around the two newcomers. No matter what, if those involved are our kind, the reaction will be intense. He didn't hesitate to clearly state his plan. I've prepared a hideout. From there, we'll continue hunting in this area. She found it hard to believe and asked for confirmation. In the nearby area, Dai replied decisively, we will continue the hunt. While the deadly monsters of this land chased us, he laid out a hypothesis, explaining it clearly step by step. After all, we have a geographical advantage. As long as we blend in with the crowd, they can't use their full power. He heard this and was a little puzzled. But doesn't that have limits? Keeping us safe might even be more dangerous for them then. A few deaths. That was when the monsters of this land thought everything was over. Right? Dai looked at her and said, exactly, that's why we must consume as much as possible. Until then, until we return to the mainland and reach the realm of souls. At this, he called sternly, Wezin Bazin. Think of the humiliation our family has suffered so far. Dai's expression darkened, his killing intent soaring. Now we may not have returned to the mainland yet, but when we do, no one there will dare to underestimate us. Growing more persuasive, he continued, if united, the three of us can control the monsters of the entire region. Through the center. Then Dai paused, revising his words, painting a visionary picture. No, we will dominate the coming era, becoming demon kings. But at that moment, Siohoa suddenly appeared. Then the entire building shook violently, causing them to. What surprised the three siblings was that the demonic energy suddenly surged, enveloping the entire building, and a voice rang out. Isn't it a little late? She commanded the whole city, quickly return home. The spell from Sakta and Gu spread throughout the city immediately. This spell, known through the voice transmitted into the demonic energy, gently issued a strong command, clear and obvious. Its effect is stronger when the distance and demonic energy between parties are significantly different. And when closer, Siohoa was surprised. What? Aren't there four of you? Returning to this magic, if only cast from afar without direct contact, it's quite challenging. Siohoa appeared against the dark sky with a defiant smile. Exactly, you can't be that foolish. But covering the department store stalls, a genius appeared. At this moment, Dai hadn't regained his composure, glaring at Siohoa and thinking, I'm certain this is the presence I sensed just beneath moments ago. She leapt to this height in an instant. Then he listened as she said, let me see. With her fox-based kai, she quickly realized, I smell something inside the department store, but now approaching, I can sense it clearly. Human indifference is somewhat enviable. Fortunately, this place is relatively open. Siohoa continued to taunt them. If it were me, just breathing the same air as someone would already be painful. Hearing this, Bei flew into a rage. This brat. But Dai quickly stopped him. Don't get caught up in trivial provocations by Dai and Little One. He ordered them go down, Ki bewildered. Aren't we supposed to fight together? Dai explained, we need to capture both. This one will be handled by you and Beizai. The other seems rather weak, so you can handle it yourself. The more Ki heard, the more excited she became. Capture it alone, devour it entirely. Really? But before he could answer, she immediately disappeared. Seeing this, Siohoa laughed. That must be a regrettable decision. If it runs as far as possible, even alone, you might still save its life. But this time, Bai Lai replied, you're too generous. In this situation, you should worry about your own life before our little one. Dai frowned, thinking, she's very strong. No matter how much we try to bring her down, she's still top tier in skill if she arrives first. We might have been easily defeated. Then he reassured himself, but it's fine, after devouring over 1,000 people last month, we can do it. Unexpectedly, as he thought this, the space shook violently again. At this moment, Siohoa cast magic while saying, I like how you can't grasp the situation. Then, she said, leaping into the air, let's see your abilities at the same time. The area below the building was now empty. Suddenly, an elderly woman appeared, though affected by Siohoa's magic, she still couldn't return home. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and grabbed her shoulder. It was Chiu. He politely asked, are you all right? Then she finally snapped back, looking around in confusion. What's happening? Chiu smiled wryly, quickly explaining. There was an emergency broadcast announcing a gas leak. So the department store will close early, but the main entrance is still open. You can go outside through there. Hearing this, she panicked and looked around. Thank you. Have you seen a small child around here? Slightly taller than me. You mean, your grandson, right? Then Siu said that he just saw him downstairs. He came to find you because he was worried about you. After watching her leave, Siu finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Earlier, Siohoa had told him, there shouldn't be this many people. If lucky, there might be none. It's just that I'm whispering to humans within a 3-digit range at the same time. If you have a certain level of resistance to magical energy, my technique may be useless. She walked while continuously explaining that it's best to wander around the department store first and inform the others. Once that person left, Siu nodded, okay. Back in reality now, he still carefully watched the surroundings, about 7 people maybe. To be sure, I should check once more. Wade suddenly spoke. Her voice echoed. Throughout the floor, her presence was quite faint. I have been searching for you, but I'm still a bit uncertain. Hearing this, Siu panicked and turned around, but Ki kept moving. How should I say this? This feels strange. But Ki appeared, smiling brightly at him, suggesting, Let's pretend we don't see each other and not fight, okay? This left Siu astonished. What? But Ki remained calm. Honestly, I came here intending to devour someone, but from what I see, it seems you aren't very nutritious. Then she smiled softly and added that he was her type. Seeing Siu's horrified expression, she continued, actually, monsters don't need to devour each other, right? Unlike my siblings, I'm not interested in becoming a demon king. Anyway, this will be our world for the next 6 months. Just being able to eat as much as we want without ever being hungry is enough. Siu still said nothing, and Ki immediately asked, you'll also be free to devour as much as you want for 6 months, right? Then why not be amicable instead of so tense? It's not like we're secretly eating here. Then she repeated, emphasizing, I really like you. At this point, Siu suddenly asked, did you come up from below? She laughed, confirming, ah, the one who threw that person down, was that you? He had already freed the two of them, sighing just now. I happened to see them coming down from the top, so I intervened. Both the kid originally there and the one coming down. After speaking, she scratched her head innocently. Really foolish, now that we've met, what a pity. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Siu delivered a powerful punch to her face. He, unprepared, was struck directly by Choi Siu. His face displayed pure rage, as if he wanted to completely annihilate her with that punch. Wei was thrown far away. Siu stared straight at the fallen Wei. A purple light emitted from under the stairs. He stood still, stunned. Siu thought he understood, but in reality, he understood nothing. Below the escalator were bodies piled in blood, making the scene even more horrific. Monsters that eat humans. Images of terrifying monsters appeared in Choi Siu's mind. For the past 3 days in complete darkness, I have personally sensed the nature of monsters, and how dangerous they are. For Siu now, his face was drenched in sweat and his whole body out of control. That's why only now I truly realize it. His hands now trembled in extreme fear. Every danger I perceived is minor compared to what monsters feel among themselves. To an ordinary person, monsters represent a catastrophic threat. Wei, after being hit hard by Choi Siu, stood up with blood still flowing from his face. But why are you so angry? At least give a warning that you're mad. She, with an excited expression, licked the blood at the corner of her mouth, ignoring that. Quite an interesting twist. Honestly, I thought you were weak. Choi Siu's anger surged as the energy around his body thickened, but looking back at you in his grasp. Choi Siu softly said to her, what a relief. He immediately sensed something unusual, but her reflexes seemed too slow. In an instant, he had leapt in front of Ki, leaving her completely confused. But Ki's reflexes weren't weak either. Once calm, she judged his attack direction. Siu didn't speak much and attacked directly at Ki's left hip, catching her off guard. His face filled with anger as he glared at her. Instead of saying, I like this, saying you taste good is much less terrifying. In an instant, Siu relentlessly unleashed super attacks on Ki's face and stomach, leaving her no time to counter. While he was busy attacking, Wei seized the opportunity to kick his leg, throwing Siu off balance. At that moment, the station below was eerily quiet. Suddenly, something plummeted down, filling the surrounding air with smoke and dust. Siu looked toward the pit where he had kicked Ki. Instantly, he jumped down, wanting to continue the fight. Seeing Siu chase after her, she couldn't help but laugh. Her body was now completely deformed. Her limbs were twisted from Siu's blows, but Ki's face showed no pain. What is this? I look pathetic now. I have everything needed to become super strong, but her eyes were full of delight and excitement as she looked at Siu. Siu's face was resolute. He drew his sword and advanced straight toward Ki. Seeing what Choi Siu held, she couldn't hide her astonishment. There was also a hint of excitement. So cool, I've never seen anything like this. Is this your unique magic? Siu's face was cold. He raised his sword and answered Wei's question, yes. Immediately, he swung a sword strike straight forward. The blade flew at incredible speed toward Ki, while she hadn't yet recovered to block Siu's attack. A sound rang out as the sword neared Ki. Siu's face was horrified, trembling. It ended up like this after all. Wei had fully healed all her injuries. She even grabbed his slash. Not exactly a pretty sight, huh? He swung that arm behind her, intending to return the strike to Siu. This threw Siu into even more confusion. He was utterly panicked. He stepped back. What kind of power is this? At that very moment, his sword completely vanished from his hand. This made Siu even more terrified. This was not just power, but also her ability to heal and move instantaneously to block attacks he couldn't see. Why did she look so grotesque? Suddenly, Siu realized what he had to do, stop that attack. He raised his hands just in time to block Ki's attack for a brief moment, but the force was too strong, throwing Siu's arms back. Taking advantage, Ki lunged forward using her claws to strike Siu with immense force, creating a powerful shockwave around them. Suddenly, Wei realized something was wrong. The arm that had attacked Siu was caught in an instant. Seizing the moment, Siu drove his knee straight into Ki's arm. Not stopping there, Siu pressed down with his legs. His eyes were full of determination as he gripped Ki tightly. Then Siu used all his strength to hurl her straight toward the wall. His face was exhausted, but it seemed Ki was still completely unharmed. She didn't suffer a scratch. If you had seen this form, you could have run away from the start, no need to fight. She calmly stepped toward Siu, confident in her victory. This is my unique magic, or rather, my original form. My arms and legs have always been like this, as well as my face and body. Disgusting, Siu gave an awkward smile. Not exactly, it's not about appearance. She replied calmly, I know. That night, Ki continued sharing her thoughts. It smells like a decaying corpse, doesn't it? But eventually, I stopped noticing the smell myself. Graveball, people called us that for a long time. Ki recounted the days before she had her current body. Unlike other monsters, we were born with the inherent purpose of eating humans. If we didn't eat humans, we couldn't naturally absorb life force. Those years of hunting humans made her species struggle to survive, even though we are naturally strong. We survived by eating corpses from battlefield. Since then, we were despised. It said our species was near extinction after. Laws were enforced. He also expressed envy at not being able to eat what humans eat. Humans were delicious and nutritious for many types of monsters, but our main food source was completely sealed off. Wei continued recounting the horrific past her species endured. Hundreds of years ago, most of us starved. Some tried infiltrating the human world to fill their stomach. Choi Siu remained extremely cautious, unsure of Ki's intentions while telling these stories. But they paid the price, being killed by other monsters. Our parents were among them. Her expression turned solemn, as if reminiscing. My father has no memories of his parents, so I don't feel sad either. But seeing my sister and brother makes my heart ache. She now stood before Siu lamenting. Anyway, we were orphaned, living in the shadows of the human world. Past images appeared with 3 monsters together, that was. Wei's 2 siblings and she stood in between. We couldn't even maintain human form. We lived in human sewage and a grotesque body. Not even aware of our ugliness. Ki's face formed a strange smile, but look, she felt proud of her extremely beautiful form. Now I can be cute and beautiful like that too. Instead of lurking in the dark and foul places, I can walk under the clear sky, bask in the sunlight, and enjoy everything. At this moment, Ki showed dissatisfaction with this world. Most importantly, eating humans isn't wrong, is it? We have done this for tens of thousands of years, except for the past 666 years, and we will continue after another 6 months. These words shocked Choi Siu, unable to believe what she was seeing, not for a single second. I won't give up this wonderful life because of some strange rule. I've already lost too much. Her dissatisfaction became increasingly visible on her face. So one must pretend when encountering a demon I like. I truly don't want to kill you because of that rule. Let Ziyu know clearly. On Siu's face, disgust was evident. I'm not a demon. I hope the rule you mentioned will last forever. You looked at Ki, suggesting a life-or-death fight that made her unable to contain her anger. Instead of talking nonsense about meaningless things, why don't you fight properly? After a while, Wade's expression softened, showing regret, and then she vanished in an instant. I understand. He flew straight in front of Siu, swinging her demonic arm toward her. Siu blocked it, but it seemed too powerful, making his face wince. Siu was shocked to realize that something had changed in Wei's power. Suddenly, she was faster and stronger. If this was her full strength, charging in wouldn't work. Wei possessed all the qualities of a true demon. It was obvious he was exceptional, with innate bloodlines and natural talent. Real combat experience hit in such a short time. Spiritual strength, skills, and control over demonic energy all contributed to his new power. He showed no mercy, using her other hand to continue attacking Siu. However, in this situation, the opponent he faced far exceeded Siu's development speed. Learning from the previous hit, he could react to her attack, but there was still a significant gap between species. The strike missed but destroyed the wall behind Siu, causing a huge explosion. The power made Siu a little fearful. Sorry, I'm still not used to handling this new power and speed, because I haven't had it for long. There was one factor that overcame this injustice: human flesh. Ki's eyes became sharp. She looked at Siu and said, I'm getting used to it, confident I can end this without problem. For demons, it's not just a rich, nutritional element. Simply consuming it with no side effect, it's like a special elixir. Over the past month, continuously consuming Wei's flesh led to incredible growth even she couldn't comprehend. Wei stood by the window, worried about using magic. He stopped to comment on his recent attack. Of all the moves you used, that last one was the strongest. Considering attack range advantage, it had the highest chance of success. Siu, with a serious expression, clenched his fists and stared straight at her. I didn't know that. Then he threw all his force into this attack toward Ki. She also rushed forward at the speed of sound. Both speed and power weren't much different from unarmed combat. His previous magic could have been beyond his own control. Siu didn't have time to dodge, using both hands to block Wei's attack. Then she continued to attack him. Just massacre and devour him. Siu's body was covered in blood, unable to stand. He panted, continuously spitting blood. I want to know your name. He didn't miss a single opportunity, striking Siu repeatedly. Nice to meet you. Siu gradually lost combat ability, his body trembling, but the chance of success had increased considerably. Still, Ki was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. I understand now, not taking the demon's wisdom was a gamble you placed. You wagered your life, With a body full of injuries, Siu could now block the claws. Of Ki, this is how it's used. It's called the Mountain Earth Transmission. In that silver scene you won. A few hours before the battle at the shopping mall, did you fight the red-black turtle? Siu sat in the car, shyly raising his hand to his face. I'm not sure fight is the exact word. I poured all my strength into it, but it didn't seem to help much. Siu Hoa sat to the side and answered calmly, even though I tried, it feels like he's just totally at ease. That makes sense. After all, the approach was wrong from the start. Goyu's image surfaced, wearing a not-so-friendly smile. His blood ran thicker than water. He was extremely adept in both power and temperament, yet still kept an indifferent attitude toward everything. And when it came to fighting, he was unexpectedly flawless. That was a real expert. She grew even more certain that his hidden power was enormous, even if the range was pushed up to 3. In the past 500 years, very few monsters on the Korean peninsula were stronger than him. Suddenly Siu asked a strange question. You're 500 years old, right? Then does this story apply to you too? Siu Hoa suddenly looked a little annoyed and turned toward Siu. What are you talking about? He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. But her expression was full of confidence as she replied, of course I'll win. No matter my age, I'm always the strongest. Siu, surprised, asked again, then when you fought him, what did you do? It probably wasn't as satisfying as when you fight me. He also explained how he'd used the tools she gave him. In battle, I tried to use the functions So-mi gave me, giving it everything I had to. The driver up front grew a bit awkward, not understanding what young people these days were even talking about. Siu lowered his head, looking a little dejected. And yet I didn't see him shaken at all, like I was standing in front of a wall. Siu Hoa only replied coldly. He didn't move. Siu was a little startled by her words and turned to her. When you applied your technique, because he isn't a physical-type warrior, he stood still or you caught him off guard. Siu Hoa remained composed. She continued, that's right. When we were shaking hands, the reason you couldn't create any impact was the gap in skill level. Her expression softened a little, and she looked out the car window. It's simple, no matter how strong magic is, it can't make everyone equally strong. Basically, this is a contest of strength. The sky gradually darkened, and the only sound around them was the rustling wind. In the middle of the night, Siu Hoa walked lightly forward step by step and surveyed the situation. After a while, Siu Hoa smiled as if everything was in the palm of her hand. Looks like I more or less get it now. I'm not too disappointed. A demon, wounded all over, stepped up in front of Siu Hoa and spoke. She looked at the monster without the slightest fear, even showing contempt. So my diagnosis was accurate. I expected this scenario, so I had a backup plan, but I'm still a little worried. You're stronger than expected. I'm afraid I might end up killing you. The demon in front of her was badly injured, blood spilling everywhere. But at your level, you can still hold on until now. But honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Siu Hoa let out a bored sigh because this was nowhere near entertaining enough for her. I thought you'd make me use at least 4 tails. Only 3, if I wanted to, 2 would be enough. It wasn't necessary, but on the other side, another demon was also badly injured after being attacked by her. I wonder how many of you came to this peninsula. Even though you were defeated by her, it was obvious they crossed the border in secret. Siu Hoa continued, you should know a thing or two. How many outsiders came to this peninsula? And who's the mastermind? The one who brought a few low-level ones below your level to hide here for a while. The demon, furious, challenged her back. You think I'll tell you? Siu Hoa said with confidence. I don't know how you did it, but you're the ones living under a false identity, breaking the law. Trying to pretend you follow the order of things, it's laughable, really. The demon grew enraged after hearing her provocation. If you want to keep your miserable life, you'd better cooperate. The demon, furious, tried to rush her in a fight to the death, but I refused. In an instant, the demon's body released a terrifying aura that blanketed the surrounding space. Siu Hoa watched without much concern, calmly lifting a red thread. Judging purely by brute monstrous strength, he could even be considered exceptional, even while still at the Chi tier. The demon carried boundless fury. He charged at her at incredible speed. Siu Hoa kept her calm expression and recited an incantation. Cho Hoi crushed demons, suppressed the nether sovereign bind. Immediately, a massive tomb fell from the sky onto the demon, crushing him completely and sealing him down. At the same time, the surrounding space also endured enormous pressure. Just like the pressure when Siu Hoa used that move, no matter what you do, the result will be the same. The demon was smashed into the ground so badly that his shape could no longer be made out. Even with that power, what you did was no different from throwing yourself into death. Even if you were 10 times stronger, it wouldn't make any difference. COHWA was sick of watching these stupid demons walk straight into their own deaths. You have to understand, skill doesn't come from strength, but from how you use it. Xian Mi, still in the form of a floating orb, took the chance to sneer at them too. That's right, Then she suddenly glanced at what Cohwa was wearing and praised it. That outfit is gorgeous. Only then did she notice Sion Mi was here. Lian looked a little surprised and asked, since when were you watching? Sion Mi immediately shifted back into human form, standing in front of Cohwa. I just got here, you don't look too happy. Siu wouldn't be like that. Cohwa replied calmly, it comes and goes. If I reacted the same way every time, then I'd be the one with a problem. Suddenly Cohwa noticed something off about Sion Mi. What's wrong, you don't look so well. Sion Mi collapsed to the floor, her face drained with exhaustion. A lot has happened. Since last night I haven't slept a wink. I've been wandering all over the demon realm and the human world. Sion Mi's face was dark under the eyes like a panda S. Her eyes glistened as she looked at Cohwa. Cohwa, please help me. Sion Mi grabbed Cohwa's hand, teary-eyed as she begged for help. I gathered information, passed along messages, cleaned up the aftermath, and I even entertained the guests myself. And there's still a mountain of work waiting, Cohwa said, a bit confused. What? Sion Mi's voice stayed earnest. I pulled you out, seduced them. Into a human, you know. Cohwa was a little reluctant but still agreed to help Sion Mi. Fine, I got it, but what do you mean, entertain the guests? Sion Mi was about to explain when a small tremor rose from below, and her legs went weak. Worried, she turned to ask Cohwa, what's happening under the stairs? Are there still monsters left? Cohwa immediately realized what was going on down there. They were probably fighting. Sion Mi's expression turned slightly startled. Only then did Sion Mi realize why Cohwa was here. You brought Siu here. I told you they're dangerous demons. They could put Siu in danger. Cohwa didn't look bothered at all. Yeah, they must be pretty strong. If he's unlucky, he'll die. I think the chances are pretty low, but seeing Sun Mi's increasingly anxious expression, Xiu Hoa immediately tried to reassure her. What's the problem? Should I let him fight some pathetic weak monster so he can win easily? Then how am I supposed to hone his skills in 6 months? Xiu Hoa looked utterly confident. If his bloodline were ordinary, he probably wouldn't have reached his current level. But no, he's a goblin. Even setting aside that far-fetched talk about becoming the Goblin King, your real goal is to make sure the battle never stops. Sun Mi couldn't argue back, but she was still worried about Siu. If he doesn't fight all those battles in our place, then your worry is just a rock in his way. Only then did Xiu Hoa comfort Sun Mi enough to ease her anxiety. Honestly, maybe there was never any need to worry. Xiu Hoa's face was full of anticipation, like he was waiting for something. Blood is thicker than water, don't worry, just wait patiently. It'll be over soon. Over here, Wei kept pressing the attack on Xiu without letting up. But the more she fought, the more she realized something was wrong. Why? He was still blocking every strike from Wei without even flinching. After a heavy blow, he was sent flying back, yet it still couldn't injure Xiu. Wei was getting tired and she couldn't explain what was happening. My attacks hit their marks, and yet more than 10 times. Thinking back to the beginning, Xiu had blocked Wei's attacks while badly injured, and his expression hadn't changed at all. Something isn't right, but what is it? Why is this happening? After so many hits, Xiu could still get back up and Wei was starting to feel afraid. Is it that he just can't be brought down? Xiu stared at Wei seriously. A goblin's grappling strength isn't like a bastard's, it's a privilege only a few are born with. Goblins are born with instinct, fighting skill, and overwhelming strength. However, if it were only technique backed by brute force, goblin grappling would never be called magic. That's why they're known as monsters who aren't just good at grappling, but monsters who cannot be defeated in grappling. Xiu stepped forward one step at a time, an understanding the boy had gained. Sorry, he walked up to Wei provocatively, having realized something that thrilled him. I want to get as familiar with it as possible so I won't forget that feeling. He stood before Wei, eyes unwavering, voice full of challenge. Let's end this. Before he could say more, Wei shot straight at him. If it wasn't completely neutralizing the impact, then there had to be some movement that softened the shock. Wei grabbed Xiu by the throat, trying to crush it. Now there was only one way to settle this. Wei's face was resolute as she struck with all her strength. I'll bring it back. She slammed Xiu's head hard into her knee. That movement sealed itself and struck. After the blow, she immediately sensed something was off. Xiu's face was completely unharmed, as if he had minimized the damage by channeling his opponent's force away. It wasn't just the basic principle of martial arts and self-defense. His legs were planted in a rock-solid stance, and yet it was more than that. Not only restraining the impact received, but releasing it through the body's contact surface to nullify it. Goblins call it roots, like how it's not easy to break a tree with strong roots. A goblin who has grasped its roots is the same, as long as they stand firm on both feet. They can minimize incoming damage and amplify a goblin's power beyond normal limits. Only then do they truly display their real strength. Seizing the moment, Xiu lifted Wei's whole body up. He drove Wei's body down into the ground with brute force. The slam was so powerful the entire building shook. It even tore open a huge hole. Wei was hurled down through many floors of the building. Xiu jumped down after her through the openings. She lay on the ground, her face curling into a cold smile. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Wei's body was slowly dissolving. Before my body runs dry, kill me if my power fades. I'll return to my original form. Even if I die, I don't want to look ugly. Siu watched the scene in front of him without the slightest change in expression. I'm not going to kill you yet. The other monsters crossed the border in their own way. You have a lot of questions to answer. Hearing Xiu's interrogation, she burst into laughter. You're keeping me alive for another reason. Wouldn't that be better? No, I'm expecting too much. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he was blasted away by some force before he could react. So what does entertaining the guests mean? Where did those people come from? Sun Mi answered calmly. From what we learned, some monsters from the mainland were among those who crossed the border. Among the monsters who crossed the border, even in the central lands of the monster realm, they were aware of this truth and sent people to help, taking responsibility themselves. Seo Hoa folded his arms, a little displeased. You make it sound so easy. If they've got skills, I want to meet them too. I'm curious how strong they really are. Kat looked a little doubtful. I think they do have skills, but she continued with her own thoughts, maybe out of pride. They sent a helper from the mainland whose reputation is way too big. Dealing with them will be a bit tricky. Their attitude is kind of indifferent. COHWA couldn't stand it. There was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Reputation, if you put it that way, does that mean they sent an elder who's been asleep for thousands of years? Sun Mi immediately denied it, not them. They said it was a direct descendant who inherited the bloodline. Over on Choi Siu's side, things were tense. Someone had attacked him. A descendant of who? Why are they here? Tiu Hoi stepped forward, anger still mixed in her gaze. The great sage equal to heaven. They said she's Sun Wukong's granddaughter. Choi Siu looked at the opponent in front of him and thought, that attack just now wasn't aimed at me. She wasn't an enemy. Then he introduced himself. I'm Choi Siu, acting under the judge's orders. I'm hunting monsters from beyond this world. Tiu Hoi spoke calmly, dripping with contempt. If you don't get in my way, I don't care who you are, you tainted soul. Hearing that, Choi Siu froze in fear. That tone, this person, could she not be a monster from the Korean peninsula? Tiu Hoi cut off that terrified train of thought. The one behind you is a criminal who deserves death. Her eyes blazed violently. She continued her threat. I can let you off this time, but there will absolutely not be a second time. Tiu Hoi plucked a single strand of hair. The killing aura around Ki began to burn away. Tiu Hoi said softly, if you don't want to die, move aside. Then she gently blew on the strand. Choi Siu suddenly realized something terrifying. In an instant, the strand was like a timed bomb. It detonated and completely destroyed Ki's body. Tiu Hoi stared at the explosion, satisfied. That should be enough. But unexpectedly, as the white smoke dispersed, Choi Siu was standing in front of Ki's remains. Tiu Hoi exclaimed in surprise, you're stronger than I thought. Choi Siu trembled. The boy could feel that if it had been him 30 minutes earlier, he would have died on the spot. His legs couldn't even hold him up. The shock spread through his whole body. Choi Siu was like a fragile sapling being battered by a massive storm. For a tree still so young, for the sapling named Choi Siu, that blow was far too brutal. His resolve started to slip and his thoughts spiraled. Can I block it a second time? No, Tiu Hoi sneered, your legs can still move, can't they? She had truly hit her limit. The anger she unleashed was equal to her power and the price no longer mattered. Even if you dodge, this time I will kill you. Tiu Hoi used demon arts again, lifting another strand of hair. A deafening blast rang out and hazy smoke slowly spread. She suddenly froze when she saw something. A gigantic fist shot straight at Tiu Hoi, making her eyes widen. The punch came in with overwhelming force. Choi Siu had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. He couldn't help panting in panic. The huge hand swung back. The huge hand blocked in front of Choi Siu. COHWA suddenly appeared, several shimmering foxtails behind her. She mocked, I sensed something was wrong, so I came down to take a look. So it's the central supervisor after all. COHWA frowned and asked Tiu Hoi, who are you? Tiu Hoi stayed on guard. COHWA kept needling her. You came all the way from China just to wave your arms around. Instead of catching criminals, you picked a fight with a young monster. COHWA wouldn't stop ridiculing her. Don't act so prickly like someone kicked over your dinner bowl. At least tell me the reason. Her threat even made Tiu Hoi pause for a moment. If you don't want to die. COHWA turned back and asked Choi Siu gently, Choi Siu, are you all right? Siu was battered all over, covered in wounds. He answered with difficulty, yes, looks like I'm not seriously hurt. COHWA agreed, yeah, I can see that. So what was that thing? And that messy bunch earlier too? She still calmly watched Tiu Hoi. Well, forget it. No matter what I say, you won't believe me. Maybe the real cause of this chaos is something else. Choi Siu glared, worry mixing with fear, and asked again. The real cause? She answered as plainly as day. No matter where you are, you're someone with a big name. You just don't realize it yourself. COHWA gave a strange smile. You don't look like the type to supervise just because someone orders you to. Are you trying to arrest us to set an example? Tiu Hoi had been silent all this time. She spoke with contempt. I wasn't even interested in coming to this peninsula in the first place. But once I got here, I realized it's more troublesome than I thought. Tiu Hoi grew irritated and touched another strand of hair. No one understands what's going on at all, so how am I supposed to do my job? COHWA wouldn't back down and shot back sarcastically. The monsters are scheming to stir things up, but it looks like you can deal with the mess around here for now. Right, then tell me exactly where it is. Wouldn't that be faster? COHWA's voice made Choi Siu turn pale. Let me teach them a lesson. Two surges of killing intent and powerful energy burst out, neither side giving an inch. Their contemptuous gazes locked, neither intending to hold back. One ran a hand through their hair, the other snapped their nails. Choi Siu couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to mediate. Wait! Just then, another arrogant voice cut in. Stop. Sunmi shouted, COHWA, what are you doing? She raised her voice and stressed every word. Didn't I already tell you? She's a guest, a guest. If there's any conflict, settle it right now. Are you really going to keep yanking off nails and hitting people like that? If this blows up, can you take responsibility? Can you handle the consequences? Can you? COHWA froze. It's not. After scolding Ra COHWA, Sun Mi turned to Zio Hua. You too, Zio Hua, weren't you sent here to help us? Sun Mi's harsh reprimand left Zio Hua speechless. No matter what kind of friction you had with that boy, you're not allowed to use magic. Hands on her hips, Sun Mi warned sternly, even if he was being disrespectful. Two demons fighting without a judge's approval is against the law. No matter what the tribunal's rules are, this is still a rule, an absolute decree issued by the Demon King for all demons. Sun Mi frowned, speaking as the judge's designated mouthpiece. She threatened, I won't let this slide. If you don't stop, don't blame me. I'll summon everyone here to the tribunal immediately and report this. COHWA probed Siu, surprised. She glanced over. The corner of her lips curled up. Even as a court runner, not just anyone can become the judge's runner. He's the one who declared he'd pick up celestial bodies to eat. But those other runners, most of them bolted in less than a day. Among the ones he has to deliver the judge's words to, there are gigantic creatures as countless as the stars. When he preaches to those brutes, instead of being intimidated, he has to stand perfectly still. Even though I think that's far too lenient on the weaklings. On the other hand, even if he has to face someone powerful, if he sees injustice, he never backs down. Zio Hua lightly let her earrings fall, idly smoothing them the way she had earlier. HMPH, fine, I understand, I did lose control a little. It's not worth fixing a stubborn brat's attitude just to justify myself, Zio Hua said coldly. Let me be clear, I'm here to punish the guilty. I have no intention of joining hands with you. As long as this is your territory, I'll show the bare minimum of respect, but you'd better be careful. Don't stick your nose into my business, especially that fox woman, she'd better remember it. COHWA flared up. What? Hey, you just barely escaped death. Sun Mi shot her a glare. She had no choice but to fall silent. After Zio Hua left, Sun Mi let out a relieved breath. Mission accomplished, and we even caught a demon. She spread her arms and praised Siu lavishly. Siu, you've really worked hard. In Seoul, this place has been reported as a hotspot for missing persons. Thanks to you, starting tomorrow, no one will die here again. He asked anxiously. Are there a lot of places like this in Seoul? If so, we can't let anyone else wander into them. Sun Mi replied, don't worry, you two aren't the only ones hunting tonight. Like Goyo 3, demons in the human world and demons like you were allowed to enter human territory this time to carry out the mission. Each person was assigned a different hunting zone. Sun Mi looked a bit embarrassed. Even though it was a little tough, most of the intruders have been captured tonight. COHWA wondered, besides us, there are others from the demon realm. How many competent ones are there? Oh, not like that, it's not just us demons, humans are participating too. From what he said, it wasn't that the two sides never worked together, but they're responsible for a few areas as well. South of the Han River is managed by our demon. The north was assigned to the Vohik to carry out purification. Siu went pale. Then Seoul, Dungu Namsen. The demon slumped in a corner, gasping for breath. A voice rang out, Father, why do you insist on doing everything alone? Jai Sayan, a free-roaming nun. Short black hair and an icy face. For me, following you is only natural. Under Dorian Nim's authority, you could bring along about 10 more female attendants. I'll pass, I can handle it myself. We're short on people to wipe out demons, and if other mages come, I just find it bothersome. He added, I'd rather run around alone. I don't like having to hold their hands and walk them through everything. Sayan shot back, you could use this chance to get used to leading. I think it's both a role and a responsibility of a mage. Yeah, Siu panted. I've never asked you to do anything as a mage. He stood up, but that old man forced me into a position I don't want. If you want me to give it up and be an ordinary mage, I'll do it. As long as you don't order me around. Sayan was taken aback. Even if you're a mage who doesn't want to bully subordinates or be bothered by others, you still can't. By the way, that demon lying behind you is pretty big. Is it anomaly class? That creature is the leader of the Namsen group, isn't it? Yoshin asked for an answer. This one really does look like a variant class, but it doesn't seem to be the leader. In the pack, it's medium-sized as usual. It lives deep in the mountains and especially likes eating women. Its habitat is in Japan. Yoshin added that's why it hasn't caused any major damage yet. The leader alone is nearly as tall as Namsen Tower. Seiyan let out a low whistle. The number of individuals previously observed at Namsen was about 10. Back then, he took down the entire pack by himself. Variant class, she swallowed hard. A month ago, no, even compared to just a few days ago, back then he had already advanced. By a huge margin. Even if he lacked real combat experience at the time, no one in Siasu could have done that. Even in the face of countless objections, the Elder's decision to appoint you as a mage must have been because a genius, the first in centuries to be born with overwhelming talent, reaching the level of a true prodigy. In the end, Yoshin asked curiously, so what do we do next? Go report it to the Minister of National Defense. Ian checked his phone. No, to the police commissioner and the committee member. They're probably waiting for you, so we need to go now. Yoshin groaned, right now. Why can't I sleep and go tomorrow? It's just a report. Seiyan lifted his head. What nonsense are you talking about today of all days? Literally all of Seoul has been thrown into chaos. We finished the mission, minimized casualties and killed all the monsters, but what about the civilians? Even if we control the media, we can't control everything. Especially these past few days, the news is probably framing it as a terrorist attack from North Korea. Yoshin slumped. It's lucky people can even buy that. Even if it's fake, we have to make people believe it, and the more convincing it is, the better. Yoshin scratched his head. All right, I get it, Seiyan added. It'll be very late tonight. Either way, it's the weekend. And you have to be at Incheon Airport before 7 a.m. with me. Yoshin bristled like a startled cat. 7 in the morning, why are we suddenly going to Incheon Airport? Seiyan replied, because I just got word from the Elder. Apparently, a fairly famous Onmyoji clan in Japan made a request to send those two here. The Elder accepted. Have you ever heard of the Kira clan? I only know a few odds and ends about Japan. Yoshin clenched his teeth. But why me? You've got plenty of people to choose from. Seiyan replied, probably to match your rank. Heirs of renowned elders, those who would be next to inherit that highest authority. At the airport, a light morning rain fell. With light footsteps, just looking at the airport didn't make it feel real yet. It's true, the air here feels totally different from back home, doesn't it? She didn't answer. The man's voice continued. Come on, this is our first trip abroad after all. A blonde man and a black-haired woman, clearly not easy to deal with. But hopefully Korea will be interesting. At the airport, Yoshin stumbled through each word. Hello, welcome to my Korea. Jae-sun frowned. Isn't it a bit late to cram with that translation app now? Yoshin tense said, it's a pain, but I can't not say it directly. They're guests after all. He stared hard at his phone, lost in thought. Why did father accept the deployment request? A mage working with an Onmyoji, something like that has never happened. CEON answered, strictly speaking, it hasn't never happened. She explained, back then, 2 Onmyoji passed through Busan port under the supervision of the Resident General of Joseon. There are records of them cooperating with Korean mages to perform exorcism rites in Seoul and Busan. 1 person per location. Yoshin asked, curious, so what happened after that? Seiyan stayed calm, answering as they walked. Somehow they captured the troublesome supernatural entity, but then a few problems came up. The overall atmosphere wasn't harmonious. Among them were 2 people, 2 particular individuals who didn't seem to get along at all. Their conflict escalated to the point they almost fought each other to the death, and the damage from trying to stop them was worse than the exorcism itself. CEO commented maybe it was expected. With fundamental differences in our outlook, even if our methods differ, clashes are inevitable. Then she warned Yoshin. However, young master, be careful. Even if they don't mean it, discord can still arise out of nowhere. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. Yoshin pressed his lips together. I'm not sure. If you feel uncomfortable, you can say you're not up to it and leave. Maybe that would be more appropriate since it's not the worst outcome. Seiyan spoke up. Ah, I think that's them. A good-looking young man and woman, she added. We sent them our photos, so they probably know what we look like too. The young man narrowed his eyes. Yoshin looked exhausted. He looks nasty, Seiyan nodded. Agreed, that expression is honestly a bit concerning. They walked straight up to him and the two faced off. The young man looked ill-tempered and Yoshin sure. You're anxious, tense, calm down, calm down. Before the sentence finished, the other person suddenly bowed. Hello, Yuzin was surprised. The other person continued. Thank you very much for coming to pick us up. Yuzin was taken aback. The boy scratched his head, speaking awkwardly. My name is Kira Yashihiro. I'm 16 years old. In Korean age, I'm 17. Please help us while we're here. Hearing this, he was stunned. His Korean is good. Yashihiro was delighted. Really? I've been studying since middle school, thank goodness. He smiled, turning his head back and forth, then said, but my sister speaks Korean better than I do. What are you doing, sis? You should greet them too. The other girl glanced briefly, then replied coldly, hello. Yashihiro froze at his sister's attitude. He hurriedly explained, sorry, my sister isn't very sociable. Her name is Kira Yuzuru, 2 years older than me. Yuzun awkwardly said, it's okay. That's normal. Indeed, you can't judge a person by appearances. Looking at Yuzuru's cold demeanor, Yuzun drew a conclusion. The dangerous one could be her. In the car, Zayn discussed the Kira sisters' accommodation. We've booked rooms for both of you at a hotel in central Seoul. She focused on driving while carefully instructing, if there's any inconvenience regarding the accommodations or the environment, please let me know anytime. Yashihiro smiled brightly. No, this is an urgent request, just being prepared is already valuable. Zayn shifted her gaze to Yuzun. Young master. He nodded. Yes, I understand. He spoke. However, may I ask the purpose of your trip? Yuzun continued. I heard the purpose is for exchange, but I'm curious about the focus. Are you here to exterminate yakai? Or are you more interested in sightseeing and cultural exchange? We need to know exactly to arrange things and avoid an misunderstanding on our side. Zayn thought it's better to get straight to the point. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Then Yashihiro spoke up. We came to investigate a certain yakai. It may have come to Korea. If possible, our goal is to exterminate that yakai. Upon hearing this, Yuzuru reacted in shock. She widened her eyes, signaling caution. Hey, Yashihiro blushed. I know, it's okay, sis. Father said I should decide this myself. They may not know yet, but this is their country. Hiding information isn't reasonable. I think it's better to be honest and ask for cooperation. Yuzun frowned. What do you mean by a certain yakai? It's powerful, meaning a dangerous yakai, at least divine level. He explained, not exactly, at least not yet. Yashihiro added, I don't know what it's called in Korea, but in Asia. Yakai are divided into 4 types. Beast. Long-existing animals gain intelligence like ours, and magical power becoming yakai. Flower spirit. Human souls gain magical power from obsession, or intense resentment. Souls in old objects are called item spirits or ghost spirits. Unlike the previous 3, they don't originate from animals, humans, or objects, but are yakai born from natural energy and are called spirits. And there is one exception, not belonging to any of the 4 types. Zayn and Yuzun reacted strongly. Yashihiro explained. We call it tatarigami. Yuzun groaned. Black god, that's what they're called in Korea, right? Zayn went pale, sweating profusely. Yes. It's a yakai that doesn't belong to any of the 4 types. A yakai born from nothing. No one knows exactly how they come into existence. However, whether human or yakai, it's only speculated that it originates from desire and the fears of all creatures in the world. This world, despite differences in form, never has 2 black gods appearing at the same time, in one era. When one black god dies, a new one appears after hundreds, or even thousands of years. Their bodies tremble. Each species has different forms and abilities. However, it is said that all of them have immense potential and desire, far beyond imagination. According to records from the moment of birth, its intellect surpasses normal levels. It is said the more it eats, the stronger it becomes, and its appetite is endless. These creatures are unreasonable, even by yakai standard. In the past, whenever a black god appeared, enormous chaos followed immediately. Each time, onmyoji and mages would combine their power to subdue it. She added, can you tell me about that black god form? Yashihiro sighed. We don't know yet. As I said, we aren't even sure if it came to Korea. However, according to the prophecy predicting the black god's appearance, all we know is that it has been born and is heading here. To the west, across the sea. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the hotel. Yuzun bowed politely. We'll contact you tonight. Please make yourself comfortable. The silhouettes of the Kira sisters gradually shrank. Yuzun asked Seoyeon, what do you think? Boring. What should we do? Think or rest? I'll cooperate as much as I can. And report to father first. If what they said is true, it could be a huge problem. Seoyeon replied, before she could finish, Yuzun continued. I know what you're trying to say. She looked at him worriedly. I thought about this last night when fighting the monsters. If there's a mastermind behind this, what's their goal? They're all ordinary monsters, even if much stronger now from eating humans. But they don't even know how to use their power properly. If the others are similar, it's only a matter of time before they're all destroyed. Yuzun frowned. Beyond why do this, it becomes a meaningless question. But what if there was another purpose from the start? By unleashing a large number of low-level monsters, if the goal was to make us careless and think this is their level. I can say it almost completely succeeded. Seoyeon thought hard. Indeed, I also feel that what seemed like the biggest purge nearly ended last night. However, among the monsters we couldn't catch, if the black god is present, Yuzun continued. The black god has probably hidden among them. Seoyeon was shocked. Yuzun added, not only the recent Japanese monsters, but also those from China and Japan. And on a smaller scale, other locations in the area have been identified. If it can get here from Japan, there's no guarantee it can't come from elsewhere too. He tilted his head, unusually calm. But at the same time, the black god isn't ordinary. Worrying might be a bit overdone. But I don't think it's ridiculous if a black god comes from another country and has leveled up over the past month. It must be at a different rank compared to yesterday's monsters. It could have reached a godly level. Perhaps someone like those on Myoji, someone from elsewhere, came here to capture the black god. Oh, I wish it were only my worry. Manhwa near Seoul. Yuzin and Chhwa successfully moved to a quiet spot. He said, I think this place is fine. Seems like it's not a mountain people pass by often. Chhwa cheerfully. Well, a few people passing by won't be a problem. Just avoid those we don't need to meet directly, unlike yesterday in the commercial district. Even if we encounter some people here, we can manage. Yuzin silently thanked the heavens. Chhwa suddenly fell silent. She probed him, did you lose sleep last night? Was it because of the 2 deaths in the commercial district? Yuzin was surprised. Chhwa tried to reassure him, I don't think it's your fault. Honestly, maybe my magic isn't as pure as before. It sounded like an excuse, but this is the first time I've had to deal with such indirect and big problem. It seems my words didn't make him feel any better. Yuzin hesitantly, right, I just wonder if I could have done more. She rested her hand, yes, I brought you here to equip you with some skill. Similar events like yesterday will continue to happen to you countless times in the future. Chhwa bluntly declared, from today onward, whenever there's time, I will teach you the skills I've learned. After all, that's my original role. If you understand them, you can also play the role of a monster. Even if you're not as strong as me, a simple magic skill will be very useful. Barriers, confinement, detection, and sealing. There are many spells for different situations. Study them well. Yuzin nodded with determination. All right, Chhwa stepped back. Before, like a flash, she had closed in on Yuzin in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. Yuzin lost momentum. Wait. Luckily, Chhwa's hand stopped him. Be careful. Yuzin was sweating, eyes wide, mouth agape at her tone. Even if you're a goblin, don't lose balance and fall just because you're startled. Chhwa hugged Yuzin's waist, praising, wow, good posture. Her mischievous face pouted. Relax. Relax, just stay like that. She pressed her face against frightened Yuzin. It would end soon enough. Chhwa looked at Yuzin. A mysterious, unfamiliar fragrance, unlike any flower, approached subtly with its sweetness. Yuzin gaped, heart racing as if sprinting. For the first time in his life, he experienced this excitement. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, the scene before him was familiar. Seeing Yuzin surprised by the view, Chhwa said, don't worry, what you see isn't real. She smiled and explained. This is the deepest part of your mind. Everything you see, hear, and feel here is based on what is stored in your memory. Siu thought silently, thank heavens this isn't that place. He looked at Siohoa. You said it's like an illusion, not real, right? Then what about me now? She replied coldly. No, the person you are speaking to now is the real me, and the magic I am using on you is somewhat special. He recalled the nine-tailed fox. That was one of the unique magics of the Fox clan. They say dreamlike sounds are like sending false stimuli into the brain through sensory organs. The result can cause hallucinations, even auditory ones. As you know, it can also make you forget what you saw or manipulate simple behavior. Compared to that magic, this is a more advanced application. It not only applies stimuli, but also opens a pathway in the mind and temporarily connects our thoughts. Siohoa exhaled and continued. Simply put, it's like I am a guest visiting your mind for a short period. Usually there's no reason to stay this long. Siu looked at her unconsciously. The test we are about to see from now on. Honestly, it's a bit interesting for me. She smiled coldly, extending her hand. Let's see how well you perform when fighting this guy. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew past Siu. He anxiously looked toward Siohoa. Wait, don't tell me. Siohoa crossed her arms, smiling faintly at him. A familiar appearance, but not for you, huh? She said. This must be the first time you directly face the true nature of a human. Siu stared at her, eyes blazing red, and listened as she continued. Well, it may not be exactly like back then. After all, it's a replica based on information from your memory. She scratched her head and continued. However, the memory of the entity I faced combined with your experiences creates a cross-verification of our information, so the accuracy of the replica should be quite high. Aren't you curious? Between the two of you, who is stronger and what's the difference here? Siu took a combat stance and responded to Siohoa. I can't be sure. Siohoa snapped her fingers. Let me tell you, the monster energy of that entity will definitely be exactly like back then. A gust of wind appeared. His body was collapsing from depleted monster energy. Remember that tiny, pathetic monster energy had almost run out. Of course, a foot rushed across the ground at high speed, heading straight towards Siu. Siu and his replica faced each other. The replica threw a punch directly at him. Siohoa sat observing and said, even without monster energy, you are still extremely powerful. Siu widened his eyes, thinking in panic. What kind of strength is this? He must have dispersed the force by stepping on the ground. The replica concentrated all its power to attack. Siu tried to defend. He suddenly recalled, was I really this strong back then? Siu reflected further. Strength, speed, everything far exceeded the battle with monsters in the territory. On the trade ground and above all, Siu's replica suddenly lunged forward. Its elbow was right by his face. From Siohoa's side, she slowly held a teacup and said, "Not easy, huh?" Then she looked at Siu. "I told you you have potential. If it were a type of monster I had to use my own body against, the battle could be many times harder." Blood began to trickle from Siu's mouth. Siohoa sipped her tea, thinking, unbelievably high fighting willpower. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with just that willpower, he could gain the upper hand in any battle he had experienced. She said to Siu, however, only if the opponent's level is low. And when facing a skilled opponent, even surpassing you in some aspects, how do you plan to overcome that? Siu was exhausted. He braced himself with his hands for balance and wondered why. He looked at the replica with sharp eyes. Even after using all my strength, not only did I fail to cause damage, but he wasn't fazed at all. Suddenly it felt like electricity ran through Siu. He pondered, no matter how I think about it, it feels strange. If that really was me without monster energy at that moment, then why back then? Siohoa looked up and exclaimed, "Oh!" She saw Siu stand up, returning to a combat stance, eyes locked on the replica. The replica charged and now he focused on observing. Every technique I've used in battle so far was influenced by that entity. The ability to transform that weapon. The first time I could draw it was because the memory of that entity still lingered in my body. In other words, whatever that entity could do, I could also do. Lost in thought, the replica lunged and punched him. The replica's hollow eyes looked at him and said, "Manipulating the ground, right? The ability to absorb impact and consume energy by stepping on the ground. You're much better at this than I am." Chiu grabbed the clone's hand and shouted loudly to overcome the gap in strength. His hand clenched onto the clone, his feet rooted firmly to the ground. He pushed with all his strength, sending it flying backward. The clone gripped his hand and growled, "I'll try any method." Chiu held the staff provocatively and said to the clone, "Let's see if, without touching the ground, you can still manipulate the earth." Chiu charged straight at the clone, and a battle immediately erupted between them. Elsewhere, Siohoa sat calmly reading a book, glancing at Chiu and his clone fighting. He walked over to Siohoa, smiling brightly. "I did it. Clearly, he's extremely powerful, but since he's me, it's easy to find his weak points." She closed her book and replied, "That's right, you did very well. We both have to admit that." Chiu asked in surprise, "Both of you, what do you mean?" She laughed loudly and pointed at him. "Yes, look." Sensing something amiss, Chiu turned around and saw the clone advancing toward him. Its eyes burned with hatred, as if it wanted to devour Chiu alive. Siohoa suddenly changed her tone. "At least it acknowledged you as a worthy opponent to defeat. She meant it didn't think you were deserving until now." Chiu looked up speechless, seemingly unable to find words. Watching his own clone about to defeat him, Chiu looked at the staff he had just used to strike the clone, then back at the staff. He trembled as he stared at the clone. "This is cheating." The clone struck a powerful blow, burying Chiu. Among the rubble, his face twisted in pain before he lost consciousness. When he woke, he found himself under the shade of a tree. Opening his eyes, he saw Siohoa standing there, praising him. "Well done. I thought you'd be humiliated more, but you performed very well." She smiled and continued. "From the beginning, victory was impossible, even if it wasn't close combat, because he forced me to use all 5 tails." Chiu weakly spoke. "The more Siohoa uses her tails, the tougher the opponent becomes." "How many tails do you usually use?" She thought for a moment and said, "I don't seem to know either. 2 tails seem too weak in firepower. If I find myself in a tough situation, then 3. If I need to end the battle quickly and don't have time, I'll take up to 4. Also, each time I take a tail, the power increases by 1.5 times." Hearing Siohoa, Siu silently thought, "The difference between 3 tails and 5 tails is 1.5 squared, more than double already." Siohoa continued, "However, for most troublemakers, just 1 tail is enough to handle them." She spun around and shouted, "You there, lurking around like a little mouse." It turned out to be Hongrian spying. She hesitated and said, "Sorry. I was afraid I'd be a bother." Hongrian lowered her head and continued explaining, "I'm not observing with hostile intent, please believe me." Siu was surprised and said, "All right, Hongrian." Siohoa turned to him and asked, "Oh, what's this, you know her?" Siu quickly replied, "Yes, she's from the yen store." Hongrian kept her head down and said, "Last time Mr. Siu signed a contract with the head of Ian Goi's store. With that contract payment, I was assigned to transport the items prepared by the head of Ian Goi's store." At this point, Siu and Siohoa froze, listening to Hongrian. "The most valuable treasure is the outfit that Mr. Zai will wear." On the previous day, the sky was clear and gentle sunlight spread over the tiled roofs. Voices could be heard. "Calling it an investment is a bit vague, isn't it?" In a luxurious room with classical Morjiang architecture, he spoke slowly. "It's nothing difficult. I'm here just to help you achieve your own accomplishments, providing you with resources as a support." He revealed a confident smile and casually discussed the terms with Siu. "I can even let you take a quick look at some treasures. Not every client of ours gets to see them." He paused briefly, then continued, Additionally, you can freely use our various services. For example, you can access our vast information repository on all sorts of things. Siu forced a smile, feeling a bit strange at the overly enthusiastic offer. Just hearing it sounded amazing, but he hesitated, looking at him. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Or investment, isn't it an act of calculating to get back more than what you put in? He voiced his inner question. If I become the Demon King, what will you want from me? That's something important to consider, right? He stroked deeply, smiling lightly. You are indeed very sharp. His next words made Siu swallow hard. Of course, to be frank, what we crave. From you. His face immediately brightened in an almost unbelievable way. Until now, there's nothing. The talisman on the table gleamed, accompanied by Morjiang's deep voice. However, as you pointed out earlier, based on logical thinking, this isn't strictly an investment, at least for now, that's its meaning. He inhaled and continued, making Siu slightly surprised. Honestly, as I said before, there are not just one or two candidates coming to us for investment. And it's not just us investing, there are many other factions as well. Morjiang seriously explained the position of the Demon King. Clearly, the Demon King is the one who will dominate the underworld for the next 666 years. Anyone who sits on that throne based on our relationship with them can say their whole family will rely on. He paused briefly, cleared his throat, and continued. So, for those not capable enough to become Demon King, at least we want to be close enough to become a loyal aide. Morjiang explained his group's method. Though it seems a bit superior, we have the ability to pick the most promising candidates and plant seeds for the future. Siu scratched his neck, then nodded, seeming to understand. Hearing you say that makes me feel a bit relieved, but there must be some demons dissatisfied with this method, right? He hesitated, voicing his inner question. Why not sponsor only me? Or why invest in others? Morjiang nodded, smiling slightly, agreeing with his point. Yes, there are such cases. He quickly explained to Siu. However, even so, it won't cause any major incidents. Most complaints are resolved quickly. He slowly mentioned another person as an example. The young master of the Height faction you fought against was already planned to be invested in by us at the Dark Moon Society. We believed that his holy beast bloodline's compatibility and potential made it a worthy investment. Morjiang reached toward him, speaking proudly. However, you've proven yourself to us. This move of his made Siu's eyes widen in surprise, realizing that you weren't someone worth investing in. Instead, you are the most worthy demon. His eyes showed determination, as if wanting to agree to make Siu the Demon King. If you want sponsorship or to attract other investment funds, you just need to prove your capability. If you see a demon who doesn't meet the standard, or you don't want someone you dislike to receive sponsorship, you just need to be stronger and defeat them. He slowly explained the rules for becoming the Demon King to Siu. After all, the longer the gathering lasts, the more incapable individuals will be eliminated. Those who remain will be closer to claiming the title of Demon King. He lowered his eyes, showing a serious and mysterious expression as the moment arrived. I will present the investment terms and inform you. Of course, clients will have the right to choose whether to continue collaborating after reviewing our terms. He concluded with a sentence before officially leaving, making Siu swallow nervously. Until then, consider this your advantage. Siu stretched both arms under the sunlight, exhaling slowly. He looked down at the outfit on him, constantly marveling. Truly amazing, wearing it directly over normal clothes is completely comfortable. It fits his body perfectly. Siohoa crossed her arms, looking utterly indifferent, and explained, using a demon's treasure this way is correct. You're not wearing each item in order like a demon's storage. You can swap them anytime as needed. She glanced at Hong Rian, softly asking, there's a spell for that, right? She flinched slightly, quickly responding. Yes, by touching your fingertips together like this, you can command the outfit to appear when needed and vanish when not in use. Siu slowly touched his fingertips together as instructed, murmuring softly. I see. Removing it, the outfit quickly turned into fragments and disappeared before his eyes. This heightened his excitement. Siu continuously shouted amid Siohoa's sighs. Put it on, laugh, grow in, and so on. She lightly interjected, cutting off his playful antics. So much fun, Hong Rian silently observed from the side with timid eyes. She was a famous fox spirit, silently thinking as she looked toward Siohoa. Invitations from many sects, even from our Shadow Moon Society. A genius had rejected all, saying she didn't need to owe debts to kids like you. Meanwhile, the girl over there was scolding Siu. Are you a child? Suddenly, she turned her head, glancing at Hong Rian behind her. Siohoa's terrifying gaze made her quickly signal that she meant no harm. What's the matter? I've handed him the items, it's time to leave. Why are you standing there staring at me? What are you trying to probe? Siu reminded her of her tone. Hey, don't talk like that. He turned to Hong Rian, smiling brightly. Do you have something to tell me? What did the master say? With permission, she slowly spoke. Last night, we tracked one of the escapees from the hunt. She paused briefly to catch her breath, then continued. The master instructed me to inform Choi Siu about the location and assist your team in cleaning up the aftermath. Siohoa immediately interrupted her coldly. Wait, putting aside why you have to tell this kid, how do you know the location of that person? The little girl was about to reveal something, wanting to know the truth behind it. Answer properly. Hong Rian placed her hand on her chest and explained slowly. Choi Siu, you surely remember EU Xiam you met yesterday, right? His eyes lit up, quickly grasping the information she wanted. Demon Xiam, you mean the one from Haiti, right? Hong Rian nodded. That's correct, she gently relayed the information to him. Last night, Demon Xiam also joined the hunt and was sent somewhere in Seoul with 2 other demons. Upon hearing Seoul, he let out a soft sigh, recalling the bustling streets there. So his injuries aren't too severe, right? His face quickly showed concern as he asked, did EU Xiam report the location of the escapees? It felt unsettling. But Hong Rian immediately denied it, not reporting. Recalling the scene recounted by EU Xiam made her shiver. Last night, the 2 demons accompanying Yusium were killed by the demon they were hunting. Yusium ran frantically forward. His face was covered in tears, snot, even blood, yet Demon Xiam escaped. Hearing this, a flicker of fear passed through Siohoa's eye. Mixed with disbelief, what the hunt failed. Really, even Hong Rian at that time couldn't believe it. I've never heard of anything like this. We only discovered it this morning. At that time, Demon Xiam trembled kneeling at the door, while she covered her mouth in astonishment. By the time EU Xiam reached the Shadow Moon Society, it was late at night. Besides his injuries, he was in a state of extreme panic. In the quiet room, only the dim moonlight shone down. We brought him in and tried to help him calm down, but he still couldn't settle down. Sitting curled up in the corner, he kept muttering, Mom, sister, I'm sorry. Hong Rian slowly recounted that situation to Siu. The fear of that monster and the guilt, shame from failing the mission. It seemed that his trauma from those 2 feelings was severe. Siohoa let out a soft sigh, frustrated, and said, the future will be very bleak. He didn't die immediately, but instead fled miserably. The whole guild was humiliated as a result. If it were me, I would have ended myself. Siu, standing nearby, slowly asked, then why did you tell us about this? I thought the adjudicator should know, right? Suddenly Siohoa answered the question in his heart. They might have already reported it or will soon. But I guess there won't be any concrete action for a while. A small bird suddenly appeared on her hand, startling Siu. Siohoa calmly continued, the cost of what happened last night is higher than I expected. We failed a hunt in an area like that. I think the next move will be to gather teams from other areas and launch a full assault. While Siu and the small bird glared at each other, she gently said, anyway, I have to go. Somi is having trouble cleaning up. She's still inexperienced with magic absorption. She glanced at him and said in a low voice, if you're worried, you can go see for yourself. Siu couldn't help but exclaim. Really? Siohoa nodded while stroking the small bird on her hand, her voice still calm. Adjudicator Ment and Somi will stop you if they notice. But they only judge from their own perspective. Her words left Hong Rian, standing opposite, speechless. He already had the monster's position without needing their permission. If you catch that monster, they'll let it slide. Siu, hearing this, listened unusually seriously. I know you'd be anxious if you didn't go check it out, because the sooner you catch it, the sooner you won't have to eat humans anymore. Her eyes gleamed with a cold light, her voice serious. If I were you, I'd run there immediately. That's why I'm not stopping you. She extended her hand, letting the small bird flap away. My advice is, you need to know what kind of monster you're dealing with. A powerful purple light radiated from Siohoa, her voice slowly rising. You'll have a chance to win it. They also rely on physical strength like you, but if they are magic proficient monsters, remember they can escape anytime they want. Then she used a time compression technique and vanished before their eyes. Siu then slowly asked Hong Rian, can you tell me? His gaze was serious but gentle. I want to know everything Xiam told you. At a luxury hotel, the lively chatter rang out. Wait, where are you going? Yuzuru turned her head back, her expression cold. Going sightseeing, of course. We can't just stay cooped up in the hotel all day. Kira placed his hands on his hips, looking helpless, his voice tinged with a sigh. But I get what you mean. I'm asking if you're really going sightseeing. He reminded Yuzuru with concern. I already told you. We're guests here, not in Japan. There are customs and rules we must follow. He continued, trying to stop any reckless intentions from his sister. The spiritual forces we encounter seem willing to help if we maintain harmony with. Suddenly, Yuzuru interrupted. I don't trust that. She turned to Kira with a stern face. Do you really think I'd just go crazy and hunt monsters recklessly, even in a country I've never been to? Kira paused, slightly surprised. You would. Yuzuru pointed firmly at her brother, speaking decisively. You're the temporary head. Don't act like you're undeserving of it. Instead of holding on to irrelevant thoughts, focus on doing your duty well. She reminded him of another matter, leaving Kira speechless, who caused trouble with the Sumida side a few days ago. Yuzuru then stepped toward the door, not forgetting to say a few words before leaving. I'll be back before evening. If you worry, contact me. The door slammed shut, leaving Kira stunned. He finally exhaled, muttering softly, "Even if I contact her, she won't answer." The hotel elevator slowly descended to the 14th floor. Yuzuru entered, eyebrows furrowed, clearly troubled. She selected the first floor, thinking, "Who knows how long I'll stay here." Yuzuru summoned her Shikigami, the Seven Fortune spirit, and stared at it intently. "I don't need to intervene too much. If the monsters want, they'll find me." In the silent elevator, her clear voice slowly echoed, "I need a blessing. Can you draw one for me?" Kira Yuzuru is a spirit user and divine vessel, capable of manipulating spiritual creatures with various powers. The Seven Fortune child stores energy and daily luck for its master. It can increase the master's luck on the day the master desires. The child's voice rose joyfully, a bright smile on its lips. "Sure, you've already accumulated quite a bit." A scroll of paper appeared from the box. The box contains 7 types of blessing: wealth, health, romance, career, knowledge, family, and fame. A spirit user cannot be sure which blessing they will draw, but Iuzuru smiled and took the paper. "Thank you." The Seven Fortune child will automatically provide the blessing it deems most necessary for the spirit user. She opened the paper in her hands, narrowing her eyes and thinking quietly. "Using luck like this feels almost wasteful, but with this, I can capture the demon without spending. Too much energy, romance blessing." As she read this, her eyes widened, unable to believe what she saw. The small paper read, "An extraordinary day awaits you. You will meet the destined lover you have always wished for. The journey will have some challenges. Lucky color is black." Yuzuru was completely astonished. "What is this?" Her shout echoed through the bustling city. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Her hands clenched the paper, her face still in shock. "Is this really what I need the most right now? Even if there's a mistake, I need something certain." Suddenly, someone nearby spoke hesitantly. "Sir, I think we're at the wrong place. Is this the correct address?" The voice came from a newly arrived taxi. "It's fine, it should be right. I can walk, it seems close." Yuzuru suddenly turned to look, eyes wide. Siyu stepped out of the taxi and sighed wearily. Seriously, he looked down at his phone, muttering, "I should have just taken the bus." Scene shifts to another location. Sheen approached from behind. Bai Huang gently spoke, "I thought you hated humans." She held a cup of coffee and stared into the distance with a cold expression, while Bai Hai-ung spoke. "Up there, how long have you been here?" She glanced down at him coldly, lips slightly curved. "Just a few minutes. I was wondering if I should bother you, but thinking it over, never mind. Your sudden appearance is quite interesting." Bai Huang chuckled softly, bowing her head. "Sudden? I see disliking something and observing it as 2 entirely different things." He looked at the ants crawling on the ground and slowly said, "Most humans hate insects, but when observing them from afar, they often find it rather fascinating." A faint smile appeared on his lips, showing mild amusement. "It's the same. Sometimes watching them squirm is entertaining." Sheen rested her chin on her hand, sitting next to him, commenting wearily, "Although it's useless anyway." Bai Hai-ung's eyes curved, voice filled with joy. "Sheen, you're still young," he gently explained. "You haven't even had your 2nd birthday, right? With such a fast learning pace, you'll understand me soon enough." Siyu turned his head, sighed, and voiced a complaint about the topic just mentioned. "But some things are only realized after they end. All 3 of the Bok Lan family are dead." "Right?" Bai Hai-ung recalled the 2 people mentioned. He softly said, "Those 2 stubborn ones attacked Bok Lan. They must be dead, the opponent was that strong. The youngest, Nguyen Enhin, may still be alive, but even then it's as if dead." He thought of Nguyen Enhin being captured for questioning, chuckling quietly at being caught alive. "They might try every method to extract information about us, but in truth, there isn't much to get." Sheen suddenly interrupted Bai Hai-ung. "Last night I regretted it all night." She recalled the previous events, feeling a bit sad. "Until Day refused the offer, everything seemed fine. But when I left the mall alone as time passed, I felt it more vividly." She seemed a bit unhappy recalling her past actions. Under Bai Hai-ung's surprised gaze, "I looked at those 3, what I did. Really foolish. I spent a whole year with them and only now realized." Trin's face suddenly twisted, her sharp teeth protruding immediately. "Those 3, I should have eaten them." Frustration boiled inside her. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Her state sent chills to everyone nearby. "What's happening? Why is it so cold?" Trin continued complaining. "Last night I devoured everything within reach. My hunger persists." Bai Hai-ung turned to look at her, frowning. "How much have you eaten?" Trin replied fiercely, eyes wide. "I didn't bother counting, but the building where I spent time with those 3. She recalled the place where she had encountered the other 3. "I've swallowed everything inside already." But she remembered looking at Bai Hai-ung with a puzzled expression. "Does it matter?" He chuckled softly, his expression tinged with an inscrutable amusement. "Never mind, I've said it. I'm no longer playing it safe. After last night, you can do whatever you want." He paused for a moment, then continued in a slow tone. "Wherever you go and whatever consequences you cause, I will no longer stop you. Even though I've never had the right to do so." Bai Hai-ung looked up with a genuinely pleased expression. "So just continue doing what you want. That's all I ask of each of the 7 high-ranking members." He pulled out his phone from his pocket, tapping and speaking at the same time. "All residents in the apartment complex are missing. The news might break around midday unexpectedly. Sipping her coffee, she spoke softly. Also, a flicker of confusion passed over her beautiful face as she whispered to Bai Hyung, "How did you know that Day and Bok Lan encountered an enemy, and that they are still alive?" "Bai Hyung, you there?" He curved his lips slightly, a sinister smile forming. "Exactly." Bai Hyung recalled the dramatic fight scene and continued speaking softly. "I was there too." At that moment his eyes flashed with an inexplicable delight and pleasure. Bai Hyung quickly explained, "It's not that I had business there, it was just a coincidence." He lowered his voice as he remembered the bruised face from that time. "I've observed everything." She was slightly surprised and asked him. It sounded like something really serious. A purple, eerie light glinted in Bai Hyung's eyes as he chuckled softly. "Nothing remarkable at all." Not yet. On the quiet street, sunlight reflected off the cobblestone. Siu walked slowly along the street. Iyuzuru silently followed behind, trying not to be noticed. She tilted her head slightly, observing his back, feeling a touch of confusion. What the hell? She recalled the first time she encountered Siu on the street and wondered, why is his aura so obvious? Even if he's a law-abiding yakai, considering the atmosphere of this country, that's a reckless move. Yuzuru's eyes instantly darkened, forming a few hypotheses in her mind. She considered two possibilities. She began contemplating possible scenarios in Siu's presence. 1. He is being controlled by the magic of another supernatural entity. Yuzuru stared at his back, unaware that he is a yakai deliberately feigning weakness to lure others. Or he simply doesn't know how to control his aura. Then he suddenly stopped, bowing his head for a moment. What he held in his hands was a tri-fong blade, with delicate patterns on the hilt, and the blade emitted a mysterious purple glow. He recalled what Hongryun told him before handing over the sword. That dagger was used by Master EUXCLM, channeling spiritual energy into it before stabbing a target. The goal the pierced blade can detach. She explained the operational principle of the sword. For the wielder to track a distant target struck by the blade, he took the sword, quickly raising his own question. The remaining part of the blade is attached to the superhuman creature. Meanwhile, EU Xiam is pursuing. Is there any limitation, like how long the blade can maintain its effect? She answered quickly to clarify. Effective range is about 1000 km. The effect lasts as long as it stays within that range, or until the target pulls the blade out. She paused, then added a few details about the sword, but it requires stronger spiritual energy to extract it. Compared to the spiritual energy channeled in, that is the condition for pulling the blade out. The scene shifts to Siu, currently walking through the city's ruins, still recalling what Hongryun had told him when the blade was drawn. A new blade grows from the broken part of the hilt. The opponent can suppress EU Xiam, and it's not just him but also two other yakai. Siu gazed solemnly at the sword, silent, even though he had the power to subdue EU Xiam and the other. Some parts of the tri-fong blade were deliberately broken. He drew a somewhat grim conclusion. There's only one explanation. They deliberately didn't pull the blade out. Ahead of him stood a row of old buildings. From above, the purple glow corresponding to the spiritual energy was visible. The aura radiated from the sword. In a small, dilapidated room, a voice echoed. Another person laughed gleefully, glancing at Zen, who was covering his face nearby, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zen panicked, pointing at his teammate, trembling as he spoke. Blood S on my sleeve." He seemed a bit worried for his teammate. "Is it okay to just leave it?" Tao bared his white teeth and grinned eerily. He looked at the sword embedded in his arm, his face showing no hint of pain. "It's fine, the wound isn't serious. I have to leave it like this. Sooner or later I'll get hurt again anyway." Suddenly, someone else walked in from outside and cut in. I was just about to say that too. Hui Fong appeared, his face twisted and his eyes unnaturally large. He asked quietly, "What is this, Tao? Are you trying to lure the ones hunting us here? What's the benefit of doing that?" He couldn't understand why I had to do it. If they keep hunting, then later on they'll still have human flesh to eat. I glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Yeah, that's what I was about to say." He made a bold declaration that left both Hui Fong and Zen stunned. "From now on, I'm not eating human flesh anymore." Hui Fong immediately shouted, unable to believe what he'd just heard. "What did you say? If you don't eat human flesh then you plan to?" I cut him off. "Speak your intention. I know better than anyone how delicious it is. The more you eat, the better it tastes, and you gain more power too." His eyes drifted, as if thinking about something far off in the distant future. But for some reason, no matter how much I ate, I never felt my hunger satisfied. I'd thought about it countless times, but still couldn't find an answer. After last night, though, everything started to become clear. He recalled EU Xiam's fearless figure and let out a sigh. The three people we fought were truly formidable. If it were the old me, I might have been killed by them already. In my mind, I slowly replayed the scene of taking them down. The last one resisted a little. After defeating them, that was when I felt it deeply. My stomach was getting more and more. He glanced at Zen and continued, "The one who brought me here will probably understand what I mean. I was born to experience that feeling." A hazy purple aura seeped out around my body, along with his thoroughly satisfied smile. "I want to hunt strong creatures, not for their taste. Humans can't experience that feeling. so I don't need to eat their flesh anymore. Hui Fong ground his teeth and immediately objected to my idea. That's ridiculous. Tao, I'm sick of your nonsense already. I can't understand it and I don't want to. It took me ages to get this chance. I don't want to die because of your momentary craving. He let out a low chuckle and gave a soft "oh." Really? I jumped down to the ground and slowly walked toward Hui Fong. I get it, it's just my own greed, our views are different. He stopped in front of Hui Fong and quietly made a suggestion. Then you and I end it here. It's a shame, but it can't be helped. Cold sweat began to bead on Hui Fong's forehead. Wait, if this guy isn't planning to eat humans, then maybe. My hand slid toward his face, making his whole body tremble as a chill ran through him. But I simply broke into a bright smile and said, "Take care." Even Jen, standing beside us, looked a little surprised to hear me say that. Hui Fong and Jen, even if it was only a short time, I still learned a lot from them. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. His eyes were full of gratitude with not a hint of calculation. It'd be great if we could keep working together, but you're right. I think it's better if I walk my own path. In the end, he concluded with heartfelt words, "I'm sorry and thank you." A tear rolled down Hui Fong's cheek. This kid, he quickly pulled back that vulnerable expression and looked to Jen with an order. "Hey Zen, if you've heard enough, then go. We're leaving here before night falls." Seeing he still didn't react, Hui Fong started urging him. "Why are you still dragging your feet?" Jen hesitated, the words stuck on his lips. Then he answered Hui Fong decisively. I want to stay with you." He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. "What?" Dan and Gok paused for a long while before continuing in a cautious tone. "The reason we survived last night is because you fought for us, right?" What he said next made me turn my head to look. I want to become strong like you, so I want to fight, not against humans." Hui Fong shouted angrily, pointing straight at him. "What the hell are you talking about? Even if you don't fully understand, have you forgotten what you and I really are? Our bodily transformations are different from his. He's more like an imitator." I was surprised too and spoke up to stop Jen. "Following me is very dangerous. Especially you, Jen. Your chances of dying are far higher than mine." But he bared his sharp teeth and flashed a confident grin. "As long as you're by my side, I promise one thing. If you die, I absolutely won't die before you." He looked at me awkwardly while Hui Fong was still simmering with anger. He couldn't take it anymore, turned his back, sighed, and spoke to me. "I can't take this anymore. You two do whatever you want." Then Hui Fong paused, turned to look at me, and asked, "Neither of you eats human flesh, right? If that's the case, then the people downstairs, I'll finish them off before I leave. Don't you dare interfere." I quickly replied cheerfully. "Yeah, then you'd better eat as much as you can." His face darkened and his voice dropped low. Outside the abandoned building, Siu was standing at the gate, lost in thought for a long time. The monster's name was the same. It had existed since ancient times through countless eras. Noticing my unusual reaction, Zen quickly spoke up and asked me, "What's wrong with you?" "The name it bears changes depending on the era and region where it appears." I clenched my fist and quietly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." I was just a little surprised. No matter the age, its nature never changes, an endless craving for conflict. Sensing Shiu outside, he muttered softly, "I knew you would come. At least I thought you would appear during that era." That was the age when it was at its most rampant, the image of a grotesque monster. Both monsters and humans called it by that name, me also known as Chia. Violence swallowed the world. His eyes widened, veins bulging as his trembling hand recalled his comrades. "I should start preparing to welcome my guest then." Shiu slowly stepped into the old industrial complex. Dim sunlight filtered down through the holes in the ceiling. A chill ran down his spine. Ever since entering the building, his skin had been crawling. Two different sensations were coming from two directions. He looked up at the purple aura gathering on the ceiling. A pressure descended from above. A nauseating stench of blood rose from beneath the stairs. In this horrifying situation, Shiu swallowed hard and made a decision. Elsewhere, Yuzuru also stopped in front of the old industrial complex and stared at it thoughtfully for a long while. A sudden sense of unease rose in her heart, causing a layer of cold sweat to break out on Yuzuru's skin. What is this strange feeling? Unless this building has some special history, it must be a feeding ground for monsters. She watched Shiu's back as he slowly entered and began to wonder. There was no way he couldn't sense it. He's just walking in like that? Yuzuru looked up at the ruined building once more and pressed her lips together. This might be a trap, how foolish, however. Her hand tightened slightly around the slip of paper as she thought to herself, the prophecy of Shichifuku Doji cannot be wrong. Several thoughts began to arise in the depths of Yuzuru's heart. Even when it came to love, it was like ensuring good luck for the entire day. After all, safely meeting your ideal type was the most important thing. Yet Yuzuru found it puzzling and paused for a few seconds. By the way, what is my ideal type? I've never really thought about it before. In the end, she let out a long sigh and thought of Shiu's appearance. Nothing too specific, not too ugly, but not especially handsome either. Looking at the building once more, Yuzuru noticed a sinister aura spreading from it. Still, I can sense energy coming from above. Suddenly, a snow fox was summoned. Yuzuru curled her lips slightly and spoke. Move out! In an instant, Ryuju carried her through the opening and into the building. Through the window, the moment she landed, a loud crash echoed out. Yuzuru's gaze darkened and a cold expression spread across her face. Are you afraid? Jen stepped out of the darkness and approached her, prompting a disdainful remark from Yuzuru. You don't look very strong. Yet he showed no sign of backing down. Even though his whole body had been trembling all this time, he still stammered, I can do it. Yuzuru's attitude was anything but friendly. She merely curled her lips into a scornful smile. Whatever, I'll catch anything that comes out. Meanwhile, on Shiyu's side, he was carefully making his way down the pitch-black staircase. Suddenly, a strange noise startled him. When Shiyu turned toward the sound, he saw a figure hunched over, focused intently on something. The person turned around and happened to spot Shiyu. In his hand was a human leg that had already been partially eaten. Yuifeng spoke in a hoarse voice, hesitantly asking Shiyu, Human? No, monster. Shiyu's expression darkened slightly as though he were suppressing his anger. You people. A black aura slowly spread from his body. It seemed Shiyu could no longer hide his fury. Up to now, how many? What a pointless question. How many of you are here? A thought crossed his mind the moment he finished speaking. There can't be only one. The others must have already gone upstairs. Yuifeng slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, How amusing, asking is useless. He secretly rejoiced and began calculating his plan. This is my chance. Get rid of him quickly and leave this place. Yuifeng curled his lips into a sinister grin. Because of you, I couldn't even enjoy the piece of meat that I. He paused briefly before solemnly declaring, It seems you'll have to compensate me for that. In the darkness, the corners of Shiyu's lips lifted slightly as he slowly replied, Fine. Yuifeng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the other side to agree so easily. But in the next instant, Shiyu was already in front of him, delivering a punch packed with power. If you dare, then keep going. You decisively threw a powerful punch into his stomach. Sparks of energy shot out, making him dizzy. Yuifeng could not believe his eyes, blood spilling from his mouth. What is this speed? The hand shot out and grabbed a corner tightly. You exerted a bit more strength, lifting him off the ground. Then you hurled Yuifeng far away with great force, creating dust and an explosion. He slowly pushed himself up from the ground littered with stone fragments, then spoke. I'll ask again. Your eyes glowed brightly, your entire body wrapped in powerful energy. How many monsters are here and what are the strength and abilities of each? Make it quick. Yuifeng gritted his teeth in anger, sharp spikes appearing on his arms. You dare defy me, you little rat. But you did not flinch, instead staring straight at him. Suddenly, a slash came from the top of your head down to your right eye and continued to your neck, spraying blood. You widened your eyes in shock. Yuifeng transformed into a monster with 2 arms like grasshopper claws. He laughed with delight, shouting, Fool, I should have killed you when I had the chance. Who do you think you are to act so recklessly? He laughed, scornful of past events. One after another, they foolishly opened their doors without understanding my true nature. Yuifeng raised his sharp arms, silently smiling to himself. Will things go as expected? Whatever, as long as he can swing from a distance, the attacks will be precise. Then he decisively slashed several times in a row. The strikes flew toward you, leaving several large and small wounds on your body. Yuifeng continuously swung his sharp claws but could not kill you. Fragments, even blood, were scattered on the ground by his strikes. Each slash collided with Siu's body, yet he remained unharmed. Blood still spattered. Huifeng had cut off one of his ears. After a while he panted, trying to steady his breath. What? He was astonished to see Siu standing firm, even slowly advancing toward him. What are you? You should have fallen by now. Yet Siu calmly spat a single word at Huifeng, ignoring the sweat streaming down his face. Weak, I understand why humans who eat humans grow stronger. I understand the despair that fuels even a little more power. His gaze swept over the piles of bodies across the room. He continued softly, but why kill so many for such trivial gain? Then the desire only grows. Siu's eyes glowed a blood red and he clenched his fists. I just can't comprehend killing for such petty gain. Huifeng panicked at Siu's unnaturally extreme speed. He shouted and swung his blade, cutting off Siu's hand in an attempt to stop him. Siu's hand clenched into a fist and slowly fell. Still, it did not stop him from delivering a devastating blow to Huifeng. Huifeng quickly let out a mocking laugh. You're amusing. Why do we eat humans? Obviously because we can. He spoke to Siu with a bruised face. What's wrong with the strong devouring the weak? You do the same, don't you? Huifeng grew more frenzied. The strong naturally have rights. How amusing. Siu responded gently. Yes, without a second word, he delivered a killing punch to Huifeng. Siu pulled a glowing purple gem from Huifeng's inverted cage. Now his expression was obscured by the shadows of the room. He silently turned his head, eyes icy like ice. Gazing at the killers and mutilated bodies on the ground, Siu pondered deeply. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and placed the gem inside. Upstairs, a pale blue spark spread through the air. Zen, subdued by Yuzuru, trembled and cried. Zen, everything felt strange. She crossed her arms, puzzled. Is it just you here? No leader or group accompanying you. Siu stammered, trembling, I don't know. Stop threatening, focus. Yuzuru's gaze sharpened, calmly replying while the mark on Ryuju's forehead glowed. I am handling it. A powerful bolt struck directly at the inverted cage, sending him flying. Her face was cold, but her mind calculated differently. Defeating it this easily seems almost too simple. After all, it's at a common level. Lacking combat experience, not just in strength, but prone to being separated or expelled from the pack. Seeing Jen lying still, a new thought crossed her mind. Killing it seems troublesome. Maybe I should capture it instead. My voice rang with a confident smile. That won't do. Len, your attitude is wrong if you continue like this. They won't consider you a worthy opponent due to the unique nature of the Japanese archipelago. ESB ability in this area has more practical experience than elsewhere. Yuzuru's eyes widened instantly upon seeing me. Hira Yuzuru, an exorcist psychic, about 14 years old by Korean count, has accumulated exorcism experience on over 100 spirits in 5 years. However, that experience now required application. My voice echoed in the abandoned room during battle. Thus, the most important element. Despite countless experiences, none matched the supernatural being before her. He stepped out slowly, reminding his ally. Even against stronger opponents, the key is to give the impression that this one is difficult to defeat. Yuzuru gritted her teeth, unable to believe what had occurred. He had hidden his presence until now. No. Moreover, his energy was scanning, not the soul she sought, but he was truly dark and furious. Finally, she reached a terrifying conclusion. He had reached the level of a demon, his entire body radiating a menacing aura. Voice, sorry, I didn't intend to hide. He paused briefly, then continued, waiting to converse about old friends. I just wanted to give my friend a chance. Excited, sweat streamed down his forehead. His energy made her heart uneasy. She could not help worrying. Whether fleeing or fighting, success chances were equal. He spoke 2 words when a sound echoed from outside. A black aura appeared like a glowing cord, wrapping his wrist tightly and causing a choke. The cord was long and still, seemingly preparing for impending wrath. In an instant, Siu appeared, fully regenerated. Nguyen Rang spun, deciding to kick him in the head. I glared, clenched my fists, and smiled, showing my sharp teeth. Siu added more force to his leg, making his kick surrounded by stronger arcs of electricity. With a powerful kick, Siu knocked me to the ground. Not only that, he sent Zen flying into the wall, sending dirt and dust scattering, producing a loud crash. Zen tried to brace himself. Zen propped himself up with his hands, trembling as he called out his name. Siu's voice sounded so deep it surprised Yuzuru. What did you just say earlier? Something like master or whatever. He coldly glanced at her and lowered his voice to command. Go back, you can't help. Yuzuru couldn't accept his attitude and immediately objected. Wait, if you came here to kill them all, then I'd be disappointed for you. Suddenly I sat up from the ground, smirked, and said, you're in my way. If something blocks my path, I can't unleash my full strength. His eyes were wide, his face still showing life even after taking Siu's kick earlier. You're implying that, right? I can tell at a glance. I observed him calmly and assessed. Slightly different from me, but looks like a friend I often train with. But Yuzuru, standing aside, gritted her teeth in anger. Blocking the way, you useless monster. She grabbed the metal cluster in Ryuju's mouth. The tattoo on his forehead immediately turned bright blue, transforming into a lightning hawk strike. She continued while I whistled with excitement. Why are you scolding me so harshly? She held the metal rod tightly in her hands, while Ryuju beside her transformed into a thunderous apparition. Hey you, get out of the way if you're smart. Yuzuru reminded Siu before preparing to fight, surprising him slightly. I'm not planning to hold back my strength to keep you safe. The rod in her hands rose, emitting powerful blue electricity. This was a lightning hawk strike. As soon as Yuzuru shouted, Ryuju launched forward like an arrow, a fierce electric surge. It headed straight for me and Zen. After a loud crash, dust and debris flew in the direction of its attack. Yuzuru spun the rod, her face serious as she observed the battlefield. The enemy is right in front, so there's no reason not to unleash my full power. Ryuju was now creeping along the ceiling, waiting for the next attack order. I'll unleash all my strength, she commanded again in a deep voice, the blue light intensifying. Electric surge. The entire dilapidated building lit up, accompanied by a deafening explosion. As the smoke cleared, only her calm figure remained in the room. She began panting, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Something was wrong. Using this move just twice left her breathless. Less than half her normal strength. Quickly, she realized something unusual. The energy in this land didn't suit her. Suddenly, Siu emerged from the shadows, grabbing her wrist and freezing her for a few seconds. Unlike his earlier fierce demeanor, his tone was now gentle. Calm down. He frowned slightly at Yuzuru, then repeated, That hurts. Suddenly a streak of purple light flashed, but Xiu quickly pulled her aside. She narrowly avoided the attack, staring blankly ahead, completely unlike his composed look. The wall had a large hole, letting a cold wind blow in even stronger. Yuzuru suspiciously asked after the previous projectile. Did he run? Xiu calmly responded, confident. No, his brows slightly furrowed as if expecting more reaction. Not that easy. If I really wanted, I could take it away. The rope around his wrist trembled. Both turned their eyes toward it, silently watching its movements. Xiu spoke slowly, staring straight ahead with no fear. One of them isn't used to fighting. Thinking of Zen's trembling figure, Xiu sighed softly, so I let him go. He'll be back soon, or perhaps more accurately, follow me because we're connected. Finally, he declared seriously, I'll follow him, and as I said, I don't need you. Yuzuru angrily turned to Xiu, eyes full of rage. What nonsense are you talking about? But her words were swallowed back. Yuzuru's eyes widened. In Xiu's eyes, a strong purple light glowed, threatening her. Should I show you how ridiculous you are right now? A flash of fear appeared in her eyes, Yuzuru losing balance. All because he was holding her neck and threatening. I've never killed anyone, but it'd be like pinching a strand of hair. His pupils now enveloped in a mysterious purple light. If I used more force, your neck would break instantly. His hand tightened, making Yuzuru tremble uncontrollably. Yet Xiu only asked in a deep voice, why are you still standing there? If you don't want to die, do something. But something warm and heavy was charging straight at you. Xiu felt his body go slightly numb from electricity and was a little startled. He slowly lowered his gaze to see what it was. It turned out that tiny Ryuju was ramming into his side with all its strength, as if trying to make Xiu let Yuzuru go. Xiu narrowed his eyes at it, not sure what to say. In the end, he released his hand from her throat as Ryuju wanted. Seeing Yuzuru clutching her neck and coughing on the ground, he couldn't help feeling guilty. Sorry, I got a bit rough, but I didn't go too far. He paused for a moment, then continued with an indifferent expression, unsure if she even noticed. But that attack just now was aimed at me, not you. Xiu calmly explained what he'd done to keep Yuzuru from misunderstanding. What I mean is, you weren't strong enough to dodge that hit. And I knew I'd save you. I threw that strike to buy you a little more time. Hearing him, she fell into a long silence. I didn't know how to respond, whether it was pride or some other reason. But do you understand now? You're not strong enough to defeat that monster. Even while Ryuju bristled and glared at him with hostility, Xiu kept trying to persuade her. So go back now. He brushed past her but still reminded her several more times. At least for today, I don't want to see anyone else die. As if he suddenly remembered something, Xiu spoke again, making her turn back. Oh right, he slowly reminded her of something else. There are a lot of bodies in the basement. It's pretty grim, but take care of that for me, will you? There was something hard to say in Xiu's eyes. Consider it a favor, seeing them like that is just too much to bear. Outside, the brilliant sunlight lit up the old, run-down residential block. Xiu followed the line, weaving through every alleyway in the deserted area. Then another voice suddenly rang out, making him stop. I like the way you do things. I was standing in front of him, not far away. His hands were on his hips, and one arm was still tangled in the line in Xiu's hand. Honestly, whether it was last night or now, I'm fine fighting either way. That way I can keep my promise to my comrades. He reached toward Xiu, speaking with brash confidence. You've probably noticed already. But you don't need to worry about any humans getting dragged into this, unless it's by accident. He pointed out the demolition schedule spray-painted in red on the battered old metal door, and said, this area seems like it's being redeveloped, so there aren't many people living here. Because of us, rumors spread, and it looks like even the people who used to live here have left. As I spoke, I scratched my head, trying to recall what happened back then. What they're redeveloping it into, I don't really remember. But that just makes this place perfect for hunting. By now, Xiu had changed into a different set of clothes, keeping the line he'd used earlier to track the trail. He shaped it into a sword, and when he sensed the tension in the air, he gave a soft laugh. I'm rambling, aren't I? Sorry, bear with me. He curled his lips into a wicked grin, revealing sharp fangs. I'm just too excited. The moment he finished speaking, the two of them crashed into each other at terrifying speed. My fist met Xiu's blade, producing black-red sparks and a blinding purple flash. But something unexpected happened, and I couldn't dodge in time. Xiu drove a brutal kick straight into his chin. Then he tightened his grip on the hilt, resolve flaring in his eyes. He swung decisively, slashing a clean line straight at me. Under Xiu's overwhelming strength, he was blasted into the wall with a thunderous crash. Even so, his body didn't stop. He was driven straight through the wall. The instant I dropped my guard, his eyes went wide in shock. Xiu lunged like lightning, turning the sword into a mace and raising his arm high to smash him in the face. From the very first moment, he didn't give Xiu a chance to attack, throwing a punch first. Even with his nose bleeding from my blow, Xiu's will still didn't falter. Because their abilities and talents were the same. But if it came down to raw power, the gap was becoming clearer with every exchange. The corner of my mouth lifted, confidence I couldn't hide. He was Kai Yao, a monster capable of recognizing the cruelty and violence inside himself. His strength was exceptional compatibility. He drove a heavy punch into Xiu's stomach, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiu recalled what Xiuhua had once told him about those vials. It was just luck. I'd heard of the jade treasure casket before. Whether your constitution is unusual or this is the first time I've seen something like this jade. Whatever you ate, I don't know, but it looks like you absorbed it pretty well. I'll make sure you remember this. She warned him seriously, her tone absolute. From now on, you are forbidden to take a second pill. Xiu was stunned, lowering his head to look at the medicine box again. What, so I only beat him because I ate this? I spent a lot of money to buy it too. Cohwa put on a look of pure regret, disappointed that he would not learn, and began to complain. I told you it was just luck. Basically, taking in too much energy is just as dangerous as being completely drained. She reminded Xiu about what happened back then as an example, like when you fought that beast last time. You could not control the overload and you let instinct take over. She looked Xiu straight in the eye and gently warned him one last time. If you keep drinking that stuff to chase power, I cannot even imagine what will happen to you. Maybe nothing will happen, or maybe you will turn into a monster. Right now, Xiu clutched his injured ribs and struggled to stay on his feet. I spoke up from the side to warn him. Honestly, you are tough. He clenched his fist and spoke with a terrifying expression. Yesterday, when I punched those three, it did not feel this good. For the first time in my life, I have used this much strength to, but Xiu did not care what he was saying, only trying to keep himself from trembling. He swallowed the gem. A faint purple-black haze seeped out of his body. My face filled with non-stop shock, even though Xiu could not answer that question. What is that on his head? There is someone who understood demons from 1,000 years ago. Maybe they would have the answer. A demon hat. The third ability of the demon clan. His whole body glowed purple, and the wound on his forehead turned into a small hat. Under the blazing golden sunlight, panicked voices rang out from a small thatched hut. I had seen a demon with my own eyes. Several men sat together, talking. One of them started complaining that even if he saw a cat or a tiger, he would still brag about it. The young man in the faded gray robe, and with a frightened face, insisted again. No, this time it was real. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and he retold what happened in a trembling voice. The other day, when I was crossing the mountainside, something that looked like a snake appeared. It claimed to be a supernatural creature, but then a demon appeared and saved me. Another man at the table raised his bowl and asked, then, after saving you, did it say it was a demon, and what did it look like? The young man lifted his gaze to the sky, trying to recall the demon's appearance. It was huge, towering at least nearly twice as tall as a normal person. In his memory, the demon was incredibly tall and powerfully built. But aside from that, it was no different from a human. The skin was just a bit darker, with eyes, a nose, a mouth, nothing missing. The man in the hat chuckled softly. Obviously, he did not believe the young man's story. Instead of saying it was no different from a human, it is more accurate to say it was a human. I thought it would have horns on its forehead. But the young man still stubbornly insisted that what he saw was real. Horns? No, I have never heard anyone say demons have horns. The calmest man took a sip of wine, then said there was a blacksmith in the next village. Unlike you, that guy is not a coward, so he is more trustworthy. The last man in the group suddenly spoke up. I am not saying that blacksmith was lying. What he said next made the other two stare in shock, but the demon I saw did not have horns either. The other two quickly asked, curious, you saw a demon too? The slightly drunk man kept picking at his snacks as he said, I did. He slowly told an old story in a slurred voice. It happened when I was little. I saw two demons fighting. The memory grew clearer and clearer. Just like you said, aside from being huge and having darker skin, they looked exactly like humans. I did not know what was going on, but they just stared at each other without saying a word. After hearing that, the man in the hat seemed to recall something and asked in confusion, no horns, what happened after that? The other man chewed and answered calmly, I do not know. All of a sudden, the demon's form vanished without a trace. He raised a hand to his head, shaping it like a horn to describe what he saw. It was too dark, so I could not tell if it was a hat or something else. But something sharp stuck out like a horn. That must be the horn the blacksmith saw the moment it put it on. The demon became invisible. I was so terrified back then that I ran from the fight as fast as I could. After the demon vanished, the ground split open, trees were torn up by the roots, and the whole mountain shook. Maybe that was when they were fighting. The man poured more wine into his bowl and continued. I do not know how accurate my memory is, because creatures like them are beyond human understanding. Arguing about what is true or false with beings like that is pointless. Legends, myths, and folktales about monsters are usually partly true. The man lifted the bowl, took a big sip, and calmly exhaled. Have a few more drinks. However, these explanations are all based on human perspectives, so they cannot be completely accurate. A terrifying smile spread across my face as I stared straight ahead. At this moment, a layer of armor appeared over Siu's head, for example. Elf forests may or may not exist in folklore. They are not an essential part of it. The battle demon mask known in folklore is the Goblin mask. On Siu's face now is that Goblin mask. It is part of his protective gear, created from the elf's energy. Additionally, his feet lifted slightly, as if preparing to channel force into a sudden attack. The rumor that wearing a goblin mask makes one invisible is only half true. Siu suddenly disappeared right before my eyes. The goblin wearing a mask doesn't actually vanish, which startled him slightly. It's just that their movements in that state are too fast for the naked eye to follow. Not to mention most other natural creatures, he suddenly appeared before me with a punch already prepared. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by blinding light, shaking the very heavens and earth. Excitement was evident on his face at this dramatic change. The 5 punches he had thrown earlier to block Siu's strike now had fingers bent in unbelievable ways. He didn't give him time to recover. Siu quickly added another punch to his chin. I lost balance, falling backward, blood gushing from my nose. But very quickly, he steadied himself with his legs on the ground. Like a madman, I headbutted Siu's forehead with full force. As a result, the impact on his goblin mask created a streak of blood. Siu's nose reddened, his eyes filled with determination. He resolutely punched straight into his stomach. Before he could recover, Siu's hands gripped his shoulder. He lifted me high, channeling more strength through both hands, forming the Mountain Earth transmission stance. His gaze blazed, creating a powerful spark of lightning with the move. The surrounding buildings and scenery remained eerily calm, but immediately after, a loud crash rang out, accompanied by brilliant light. That strike sent shockwaves in all directions. I was thrown against a wall again, but as he tried to escape, Siu chased him down, until he finally stopped after losing balance. His hands were now completely destroyed by Siu's attack. All that remained were streaks of blood from the wounds. Siu's figure now advanced like a shadowy presence. Mountain Earth transmission with lightning. This move left him gasping for breath. Unlike a mace, it's not overtly tangible. It's more like an equipment effect, breaking boundaries like tales in folklore. A prime example is Siu's fox tail. The result is, the boy surpassed his limits. Sweat now trickled on Siu's forehead, and that limit was the present self. He looked down at his trembling hands, silently cursing. I think this is the first time since transforming that I've felt muscle pain. He thought about the demon energy he had now. Energy consumption was 3 times faster than normal. No, even more. He raised his head and looked toward me standing not far away, lips pressed together. This state can't be sustained for long. Suddenly, his trembling voice sounded with apparent amusement. You are remarkable, not just last night, but every moment since birth until now. It felt like I had learned more in a few minutes of fighting with him than ever before. His arm unexpectedly regrew in an instant. I continued speaking slowly, as if prepared beforehand. I can be stronger and faster than I can normally manage. He entered a combat-ready stance. His skin seemed reinforced with a layer of metal. This was his unique magic skill, iron body, steel head. Thanks again, lucky to have met you. Siu threw the empty box to the ground in a strange tone. Thank you. He decisively crushed another gem, his gaze razor-sharp. Then surrender, you damn monster. I laughed with delight, lightly declaring to Siu, I don't know about other things, but that I cannot do. Living this life is crazy and exciting enough, even if I must die early. Suddenly, he appeared before Siu with a smug smile on his lip. Especially now, with a boom, the open ground lit up once more. Siu quickly dodged his dangerous punch. Both of them launched into combat, their attacks colliding repeatedly, only to be deflected. The ground beneath Siu's feet began to crack from the shockwaves of the blows. At that moment, the strength and speed of both sides were nearly equal. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but in the end, the one who reached their limit first faltered. The one who would fall first, like 2 racing cars colliding head-on on a straight path. Meanwhile, one of Tao's hands gathered a swirling orb of energy, while the other continued striking relentlessly. He waited for a momentary lapse in Siu's defense, then thrust the orb into his chest, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. By the momentum of the punch, Siu's body flew back and crashed into the wall, creating an explosion of fury and smoke. He remained silent, utterly immobile. The privilege of learning through intense combat was not reserved solely for Goblin. Tao lowered his head to observe the unique magic, conjuring energy orbs in both hands with a mix of surprise and delight. I can do this too. Siu stared at him, then slowly pulled himself away from the wall. At that moment, Tao, seemingly mad, decisively hurled another energy orb toward him. A small orb had transformed into a rolling stream of destructive energy, but Siu quickly dodged it. He unleashed a black electric current from his hands, Without a second thought, Siu hurled it straight at Tao, shaking an entire corner of the room. But very quickly, a surprise made him pause. It was the speed of his opponent. Tao had dodged the strike and was now preparing to attack in this battle of stubborn monsters. His 5 strikes were now nearly within range, carrying strong shockwaves. Though Siu tried to dodge, one of his right arms was still hit by Tao. How could one defeat such an opponent, whose destructive power surpassed the current combat level? They continuously exchanged blows. Both monsters thought alike. Tao charged with a gleeful madness while Siu tried to evade. Suddenly, Tao's hand manifested a stream of metallic energy. He executed a divine ironhead strike and unleashed the energy flow. A metal weapon resembling a spear formed. This was weapon creation, the elemental wood technique. Masiu was no less skilled, quickly conjuring a large spear to counter him, thrusting decisively forward. Immediately, a swirling wind arose, sweeping skyward. When it dissipated, the tip of his spear still glowed brightly. However, Tao suddenly spat fresh blood, struggling to speak a few words. I couldn't dodge, what a pity. In that instant, over half of the house behind them had been slashed away. His body bore a deep cut as well. Tao's eyes widened in shock. The weapon of the superior fighter was far more advanced. Siu now stood on the ground, panting heavily, his sword gradually absorbing the black electric charges. But at that moment a voice cut through, startling him, truly astonishing. The mysterious figure praised Siu, forcing him to turn and look. You've grown much stronger. The speaker was Bai Hai-ung. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, an uncanny grin revealing his combat mask and devilish nature. Even for a formidable goblin, that was an impressive title. Pleasure to meet you, Siu. His purple, shadowed eyes gleamed with an ominous light as he spoke calmly. I am Bai Hai-ung of the same kind as you. They stood silently, locking eyes. Bai Hai-ung broke the silence. No need to glare like that. His words left Siu wide-eyed in surprise. I have no intention of interfering in your battle with Tao. He was of the same race. While Choi Siu was lost in thought, something was thrown. Within moments, Bai Hai-ung was behind him. He appeared cheerful, asking Tao, who was lying on the ground, "Are you happy now?" Seeing him motionless, Bai Hai-ung felt a twinge of regret. Quite a pity. If you had more time to master your skills, the outcome would have been different. He encouraged Tao. But it's all right, do better next time. While Bai Hai-ung focused on Tao, Choi Siu appeared behind him, ready to strike. Next time what? He unleashed a powerful blow with devastating force. But Bai Hai-ung felt no fear, only amusement, letting out a sigh that shocked Choi Siu. The ground beneath him sank slightly. Even though I managed to block it, could you still deal this much damage? Bai Hai-ung directly blocked Siu's weapon with one hand. Impressive. You have potential, but if you keep making mistakes like this, I'm afraid you won't maintain your path. Not long after, Siu was intimidated by the sight. In that moment, he felt most clearly the power of the one before him. He, once a hunter, suddenly felt like the prey. Even injured, his wound was minor compared to the force of the previous strike. Stopping a full-power blow like that definitely isn't something a mere, standard physique can do. It felt like he was facing a massive, towering tree. The technique Choi Siu had learned not long ago was to reduce the force of an attack by using the ground in the most perfect way possible. Bai Hung had also returned to the same calm state as before. There was probably no need to say more. Luckily, he'd realized it early. He drew the mace back, letting Siu catch it, then retreated quickly. I get it. I'm sure you find it a little hard to understand. Panting, he watched Bai Hung warily. They say I'm the only demon left in this world, so where did you come from? Siu exhaled and answered him, unflustered. I don't care whether you're a demon or anything else. Your left arm is slowly recovering. I only want to know the one I'm looking for, the one who brought foreign monsters here. Did you feed them human flesh? After hearing the question, Bai Hung wasn't afraid at all. He admitted it happily. That's right, from recruitment to cleaning up afterward, hideouts, providing intel, I did it all myself. Every sentence he said left you stunned, curious why I did it. Bai Hung excitedly explained his purpose. Well, let's see, you probably can't guess it, so I'll tell you everything. You and I are both demons. So at the very least, I want us to be a bit friendlier. He opened his eyes, watching what Choi Siu did. Furious, you grabbed the mace to kill Bai Hung, but he dodged easily. Bai Hung seemed thoughtful and slowly stepped forward. Here's my first piece of advice as a friend. Bai Hung drove a heavy punch into Choi Siu's stomach. The blow made you cough blood the moment you faced your enemy. Make sure at least one foot stays on the ground. Before Choi Siu could even react, he was already set. Seriously, this redirection is unbelievable. Unless it's poison or you've been taken down, just staying planted is enough to redirect the blow. Bai Hung's legs were positioned perfectly, one braced, one driving into the offense, even ready for a counter. He fired a punch into your face. Choi Siu was sent flying and slammed into the ground again and again. A little smoke drifted from Bai Hung's ear after the punch. You can't go all out without wasting strength. You struggled to hold your body up. but it's pretty impressive. Those are the basics for a demon, even without anyone teaching you. He suddenly remembered he'd gone off topic and returned to the main point. Choi Siu, do you like dogs? The question confused Choi Siu, and Bai Hung continued. Dogs are amazing. In many ways they're superior, even compared to humans. But a lot of the time they're a nuisance. He pictured puppies barking nonstop and bothering everyone. If they're raised by an incompetent owner, dogs will bare their teeth and bark wildly, sometimes even bite people at random. Bai Hung slowly advanced as you trembled and tried to stand. Most of it is the owner's fault, but sometimes those pitiful animals become truly disgusting. In his mind, dogs ground their teeth and snarled, existing only under the protection of a higher species. They don't understand their own purpose or actions, they just stand there wagging their tails. That's the problem. Bai Hung grinned savagely at Choi Siu. Once you think that way, no dog is cute anymore. They're all disgusting, inferior, useless creatures. Even brain dead. Bai Hung's words made you want to curse, but you couldn't do anything. Bastard letting monsters kill people for some stupid reason. Looks like you misunderstood. He curled his lips into a smile. Yes, I hate humans, but they're not the only ones who don't understand their purpose. Bai Hung sat down across from Choi Siu. Long ago, Choi Siu, before any demon king existed in this world, there was no such thing as rules among monsters. He spoke of an ecological pyramid, nothing but power and the food chain, balanced by strength, keeping the strong above the weak. In Bai Hung's mind, the future he longed for began to take shape. Even if you're a demon, if you're weak, you're just prey waiting to be eaten. The thought delighted him. Isn't that more exciting? Countless monsters eagerly await that day when they can start and freely feast on human flesh. But then again, it's almost ironic. You were still exhausted, silently listening to Bai Hung. Most of them were that different from humans at first. They were all prey, barking at prey that had been protected longer than humans. He began giving practical examples to persuade you. People who can't stand others' eyes are similar too. Choi Siu, you've probably seen it many times. Plenty of people shove themselves into a rightful position. In Bai Hung's mind appeared a scene under the protection of the law. Customs and institutions, where they commit crimes without taking responsibility, shameless and unrepentant. Those with authority are shielded by an invisible protection, but only when they're truly in the right. Someone, according to him, could no longer stomach it. They clung to the belief that the law would protect them. Bai Hyung kept tempting him. Imagine it. A world without that absurd protection, wouldn't that be wonderful? He couldn't stop picturing people viciously attacking one another, trying to claw back justice for themselves. Nothing would protect those little punks anymore. The only standard would be strength. The weak would flee in terror, the kind who can't take responsibility for their own actions. They'd run, heads bowed in silent submission to the entire world. Cho Kot was exhausted but still forced out the words, "Wonderful my ass," that sounds like some high school kid's fantasy. Is that so? His words didn't bother Bai Hyung at all. I didn't expect you to understand after hearing it once. That reaction is normal. Even if we're the same species, age, experience, and values are still different. He stood up and said something Cho Siu couldn't make sense of. Then why not try making them more alike? Bai Hyung excitedly talked about how much he liked him, starting from the moment Cho Siu defeated him. I became interested in you beyond the fact that we're the same kind. Join my side. He kept trying to persuade Cho Siu, I'll tell you everything. What you can do and what you must know as a goblin. What we are and why we exist. Cho Siu frowned and refused flatly. I don't need to know, quit the bullshit. Bai Hyung wasn't offended at all. Fine, that's your right to choose. He cheerfully respected the decision, while Cho Siu braced to fight again. Suit yourself. That, however, didn't please Bai Hyung. I'm a little disappointed, but you do realize resisting is pointless, right? Hira Iuzuru charged in from behind, catching him off guard. Bai Hyung turned to see what was happening. She had something in her hand to back him up, and she brought it down in a heavy blow toward him. Bai Hyung staggered for a moment after the hit. Not an attack, support, huh? Cho Siu lunged in immediately. He drove a knee up under the man's chin, his right hand gripping his weapon tight. Before Bai Hyung even hit the ground, Cho Siu had already gathered all his strength. He panted, eyes like he wanted to tear him apart and devour him. His slow recovery was because his entire nervous system and focus were being poured into something else. The mace in Cho Siu's hands moved with flexible precision, and a strange, powerful new form emerged along its length. Like during that fight, you slashed me once and I couldn't react in time. You don't know a damn thing about the mace's shape or the power behind it, but he knew one thing for sure, what he truly felt right now. Hira Iuzuru had just landed, watching everything. In the past, monsters often believed a goblin's mace could transform into anything. She watched Cho Siu fight, tense with nerves, or more precisely, it was a mirror of the wielder's wishes. Using that ability, Cho Siu had created countless shapes for countless purposes. In her eyes, Cho Siu was steadily growing stronger than before. What he created had never been just a situational weapon. With his emotions, it became more than that, a fierce intensity that went beyond mere necessity. And it was all for a single purpose. Even Cho Siu's fear when he saw the dead, monsters devouring humans and humans being devoured by monsters, Kira Iuzuru had long known he'd already realized this. Stopping it from happening was impossible. Even so, right now, fighting him if that's the case. Then at least this time he wouldn't miss the target. She warned Cho Siu and he answered, brimming with killing intent, "Don't miss. Of course, you're going to die." He was utterly determined, pouring every last emotion into the mace. Bai Hung looked at the scene, helplessly sighing. He handed Choi Siu the mace in his hands and then activated it. Understanding immediately, Choi Siu swung with all his strength toward him, the goblin mace. With the master's killing intent added, it returned to its original form. A powerful strike was unleashed, releasing an incredible amount of demonic energy, far beyond a spirit-level weapon. Kira Iuzuru gaped in astonishment. After that strike, Choi Siu wasn't much better. His face was pale from exhaustion. Choi Siu stood still to recover. She swallowed nervously, shocked by what had just happened. What is going on? Is there really a demon at this level? Kira Iuzuru recalled his terrifying expression from before. She had never seen anything like it. Suddenly, Choi Siu lunged at her. He shouted, urging Kira Iuzuru to dodge before striking. "Move, get out of the way." She felt a chill down her spine. Just as Kira Iuzuru dodged to the side, Choi Siu swung his attack. He panted, staring ahead. Bai Hung was unharmed. His horn appeared as he advanced, one hand brushing off dust, the other holding a weapon. Significant damage there. "What should I say? Just like last time, but you really surprised me." Choi Siu stared in disbelief at his nonsense. He thought there was no way he could avoid triggering him. At this level, it wasn't panic reflex. He was using all his talent to the fullest. "I don't remember how old I was then." Bai Hung didn't dwell on the previous incident. Instead, he asked with concern, "How was it? Not bad, right?" The feeling of wanting to kill someone. The sky gradually darkened as black clouds gathered, signaling something ominous. "Even with such a spectacular display, you didn't kill anyone. But it's okay, as they say, every beginning is difficult." The sword in his hand radiated energy. "At this level, you're as strong as a normal adult demon." Saying that, Bai Hung moved toward them. He swung an attack. Choi Siu blocked it with his mace. Bai Hung didn't rush, calmly saying, "But that's it." Choi Siu's mace shattered from the previous strike, splitting in half. One half flew backward. Bai Hung slowly advanced with his sword. The nature of the goblin mace is a form designed for certain needs, sacrificing flexibility. Bai Hung recalled the scene when Choi Siu tried to use full strength. "That mace was made to kill me. In other words, a weapon designed for slaughter." He looked at the broken half and advised Choi Siu, "Keep it like that, or your body will keep accumulating injuries." Choi Siu was exhausted from 2 battles simultaneously. "If you had used your own body to block from the start, it might have been better." Bai Hung then noticed her. "Ah, you're not Korean, right?" Kira Iuzuru was sweating from fear. "But a mage from VK3, I think I know why you're here." For her, he represented dissatisfaction. "At least you should know your place and not meddle with the locals, right? Honestly, I've been wanting to snap that neck for a while." Suddenly, Bai Hung had an idea. "What do you think, Choi Siu? I'll let her go." He was referring to the elixir in Choi Siu's hand, leaving him stunned. "If you throw that thief away." Without hesitation, Bai Hung grabbed Kira Iuzuru to threat. "That's Ian Goi's shop elixir, right? It's good stuff. But for some reason, it works especially well on you." He recalled how many times Choi Siu had used it yet. "Its effects have pros and cons, used about twice, right?" Bai Hung warned him of its danger. "The demonic energy is immediately replenished, surpassing Yuden's limits, if it keeps going like this. After about 3 times, I don't even know what will happen." His words left Choi Siu silent, and he understood. He couldn't know what would happen next. Bai Hung tightened his grip, making her tremble. "So just let it go. I don't want you using harmful stuff." Even as a hostage, Kira Iuzuru tried to reassure Choi Siu, "Don't listen to him." Despite the danger, she tried to speak. "I've long prepared for the risk of dying on a mission." Kira Iuzuru's stubbornness visibly annoyed him. "You're troublesome." Bai Hung squeezed harder. While he's still obedient, that arm. Bai Hung's arm was severed. "I warned you." He was utterly shocked. She was equally astonished. He reacted quickly, turning around. Zoe took the opportunity to punch back. He frowned, focusing his strength. But instead of using his left hand, Zhou Yang used his right to mislead. While restraining the enemy, a hand rested on Choi Siu's shoulder. Gohulik, battered, advised, "Stay here. You did very well. If you keep using demonic energy, it's hopeless." Choi Siu was surprised. "Gu Yuzai, how did you get here?" He didn't answer the question but retorted, "That was a redundant question." Gohyu looked at the wreckage before him and replied in a way that discouraged further questions. "This mess, of course." Kira Iuzuru had also managed to run out to this point. Seeing her return safely, both of them felt an immense weight lift. "Thank heavens," he calmly ordered, "leave the rest to us." On this side, he was fiercely fighting Bai Hung. Zoe Yang attacked, but he easily dodged. Bai Hung added a strike to his chin. "Too bad." By reflex, Zoe Yang also fell backward. Technique and speed are impressive, but the power doesn't match. He gripped his sword tightly and taunted him. "No matter how many more strikes you make, they won't have any effect." Suddenly, Bai Hung sensed something. Though bleeding, Zoe Yang remained unharmed, and he activated the pure blue water exorcism technique. So it is, but unlike humans, none of us were born with bodies cherished by the gods. Now the blood in his body began to fluctuate. Bai Hung spewed blood from eyes to mouth. Zoe Yang pushed up his glasses, smirking provocatively. If fists won't work, I can play this card too. He was astonished as he began to cough up blood. The hereditary exorcism technique of the Height clan transformed both the form and properties of water. Bai Hung recalled the Height clan's technique. The closer the water is to the caster, the purer it becomes. And the purer the water, the stronger the exorcism technique, as well as the skill of the one using it. Thus, this technique is usually applied to groundwater or vapor. But he shivered with a delighted laugh. Close combat isn't an effective move. Could it really be used directly on one's own blood? Bai Hung's blood was now boiling and steaming. His skin burned from the heat. Theoretically possible, but throughout Height history, those who could do it are counted on one hand. He watched him execute the power. Zoe Yang raised his hand. Bai Hung looked at him expectantly. Zoe Yang struck toward him. Luckily, Bai Hung dodged. You release steam particles, not very effective considering the quality of the components. Hearing his question, he replied, every race has its own strength. Then Zoe Yang spoke no more and attacked again, this time 8 strikes simultaneously. This attack caused a massive displacement. Gohyu asked, you're familiar with the Height clan's exorcism technique, right? He calmly recounted the story, leaving him stunned. Seems Choi Siu recently engaged in battle too. Height, do you mean him? He recalled the one who previously executed the technique. Indeed, the source of the energy was somewhat similar. Choi Siu swallowed nervously, but the effectiveness was on a completely different level. He silently recalled the prior battle. Though both used steam particles, he could still observe and respond against the other. To compare, Gohyu continued, even among the same species of demons, their strength varies greatly. Innate magic, effort to master it, and training methods all matter. He now held the initiative in every aspect. He leads the entire Height clan. Bai Hyung, after the previous clash, could still stand and face him directly. He observed him cautiously. Bloodletting still worked, but he maintained movement. His recovery and adaptability were incredible. Bai Hung seemed to read Zoe Yang's thoughts and replied, what's wrong? I need to get used to this too. He held up 2 fingers as a request. I won't hold back. Choi Siu sensed a tremendous power and was astonished. Meanwhile, he remained calm. Protect them both, the rest is up to you. Kira Iuzuru also sensed that power. Zoe clenched both hands. He gathered all the surrounding water to this spot. Not only was he unafraid, he marveled. Impressive, you absorbed all the water here. A water serpent appeared. Zhou Yang didn't hesitate and commanded, Izumi, kill him. He pointed as a signal. The serpent lunged to attack. Bai Hung watched with excitement. Excellent, very excellent. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the ground beneath him. The serpent advanced closer, striking and creating a massive displacement. Reflexively, she shielded her face and squeezed her eyes shut. Kira Iuzuru slowly opened her eyes to see him, using his body to protect her. Gohyu created a shield with his power. He exhaled a little cold air. The shield took the shape of a gemstone. Zoe Yang's attack left a large hole in the ground. The scene shifted to Gohyu's thoughts as he watched him use his ability. Height and Hien Vu are both water-based demons, but they can hardly coexist. This is because their ways of harmonizing with water are opposite. He frowned, pondering. He didn't have many options to combine the water. Thus, the effect wasn't optimal. Zoe Yang now stood before the hole, panting from exertion. An enemy could reveal full strength over 3 days, best to combine forces. Gohyu thought quietly and removed the shield, asking Han, but now only 2 remain around. Yu Zhang, are you okay? He placed his hand on his chest. Try to steady your breath. I'm fine, just need to catch it for a moment. I've been absent for a while. Gave it my all. Yang looked at the large hole he had created, hesitated slightly, unsure if it was effective, but it was still smoking heavily. This sight terrified Siu on the spot. I think there are only 2 possibilities. He turned toward them. Either I overestimated his abilities, or he has no intention of continuing the fight. Zoe Yang wiped away the dirt with a handkerchief, but most likely it's the latter. Actually, that group wasn't much of a threat. Goyu might have been able to do more than me, but he didn't think so. But I don't think anyone who survived that blow would struggle to fight me again. Earlier, he had hesitated. Seeing Zoe watching him, he also paused. He raised his hand, used a steam move, striking directly at Choi Siu's face. Kira Iuzuru couldn't react in time and turned to see him being thrown. While she questioned in confusion, she silently observed everything. Hey, what are you doing? Kira Iuzuru stood up to stop Zoe from hurting Siu further. He's on the same side, why suddenly? He didn't pay much attention, calmly pushing his glasses up to reassure. Don't worry, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Zoe looked at him unconscious and said, I've brought him back to normal. Yet she remained cautious around him. Now nothing will harm either of you, Zoe said seriously. So from now on, please don't interfere with the Yakai's matters. Scene shifts to another place, a high-rise building. Tao sat quietly in a corner, dazed, holding a cup of water while observing. This guy is also a creature like me, just slightly different due to species, a bit different from what I imagined. At this moment she opened her mouth greedily. From this angle it looked tempting. From behind he stepped forward to stop her. Don't Chin. Though the future is uncertain, for now just get along. Bai Hai-ung removed some dust from his body and suggested, it's not a bad idea if we work on each other. But if something happens, I hope you two develop fully. Well then, Chin replied coldly as if not caring. Still alive, what happened? So brutal, I don't die that easily. Bai Hai-ung recalled the recent events with some surprise and amusement. That guy perfectly understood my technique. My technique relies on the ground, in other words. If the ground I stand on is unstable, it won't work. So before draining the water from the ground, he manipulated the terrain as much as possible to prevent me from using the ground to dissipate force. After hearing this, she thought silently, I'll remember. When I eat you want to try. He trembled, looking forward to another rematch. Facing someone even the strongest human can't beat. Resisting a 1,000-year-old family, I want to experience it thoroughly from top to bottom. With a fairly indifferent attitude, I don't quite understand, but your hunger and mine are different. Yet in the end we still fought. Bai Hai-ung smiled, saying, so much like the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. His words confused her. At this moment Trin noticed the weather outside. The rain started pouring heavily. He raised his hand to feel the rain. There seems to be no forecast today, but this rain feels nice and also is the reason. Bai Hai-ung recalled the recent encounter and felt lucky. Hyenmu and Height, even fighting simultaneously with them. I wouldn't have survived fighting them on a rainy day. He turned to her and calmly said, even if I win, I'm not the only one. Bringing you into that fight was very dangerous. Right, I fought too. At this point, Bai Hai-ung noticed Tao sitting silently in the corner. Yes, me too, maybe they think like I do. Even they have enemies they must flee from. He admitted his mistake, confident he would correct it, not blaming ICU. This is my fault, but it's okay. Time will answer everything. As for Choi Siu, he gradually regained consciousness and opened his eye. Choi Siu opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, suddenly realizing something was strange. His hands trembled, struggling to move. His body ached too much to move, even though he expected it. The pain was worse than imagined. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow beside him. He stood to the side, one hand on his phone. Zoe Yang's phone vibrated from an incoming call. Seeing Choi Siu awake, he explained, I got a call. Zoe answered, holding it to her ear. Suddenly, he obediently bowed repeatedly, responding to the person on the phone. Yes, director, yes, I'm fine, nothing serious. Thank you for your concern. After the call, Zoe sighed heavily. I've been thinking all day about that pain. My boss was a bit too worried. He pulled out a chair with his hand. How are you feeling? It's not too serious, but it'll be a bit inconvenient. You shouldn't push yourself. Zoe then remembered the mask you used and asked. That mask, was it some kind of awakening sign? I don't remember clearly either, but it's not something you can maintain for long. He briefly explained what it did. It might be a kind of temporary enhancement charm. The more you force it to stay active, the more mana it consumes. Then Zoe brought up what she did back then, so I had no choice but to forcibly break the spell for you. He lowered his head filled with guilt toward Super. Super didn't reply, only tried with all his strength to sit up. You're still shocked, aren't you, that I pushed you into this state? I'm sorry, Zoe Yang continued, startling him a little. And also, my younger brother Yusium tried to come to me several times. She looked awkward bringing it up. He's not bad by nature, but as the clan's representative in the human world, I sincerely apologize to you. He quickly regained his composure, then returned to the main point. There's no need to apologize. What happened back then was settled peacefully. Besides, what happened to that monster? Choi Siu fell silent mid-sentence. Now he spoke up. He claimed he was a spirit and had every kind of demon art like me. But I'm the only spirit left, aren't I? We thought so too. Both of them turned their eyes toward the old man. Unfortunately, that judgment was wrong. I apologize to you for that mistake. Let me explain. Ment stroked his beard and slowly revealed. He is Bai Yong, a prince of the demon clan that existed on this peninsula 1,000 years ago, and he may be your ancestor. The scene shifted outside onto a rainy street. Super Hoa held out her hand to catch the raindrops. No matter what world you're in, rain is still the same, huh? She looked pretty disappointed, and Sun Mi could only give an awkward smile. Humans really are stubborn. I thought in weather like this, no one would go out. You really think so? She then spoke up to thank Super Hoa as well. I've made it this far thanks to you. The supermarket employee and a lot of other witnesses too. I couldn't have handled it alone. Sun Mi felt grateful that she'd been helped earlier. If it weren't for her, things could have been much worse. Seo Hoa, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much. Thanks, Super, I don't mind. Helping you is better than going with that guy. Hearing that, she let out a weary sigh. What a shame. I should have been supporting Super, but I only ended up getting in his way. The two of them stopped in front of a shop. Outside, two girls walked out. The long-haired girl gave an awkward smile to comfort her friend. You really want to talk to him, don't you? But being suddenly rejected like that surprised Sun Mi. while she frowned as she watched them. The manager here is famous for being strict and hard to approach, but lots of people still have their eyes on him. Siohoa watched their backs as they walked away, puzzled. What was that? She folded her umbrella and explained cheerfully, most customers come here to see him. What's funny is he doesn't seem to realize it. The two of them folded their umbrellas and went inside. The moment they entered, he spoke up, sorry, we're closing early today. Only then did Goyu take a closer look. Oh, it's you too, Sunmi asked curiously while she noticed something else in a corner. You told us to come, but it's nowhere near night. Why are you closing early? He turned his head side, then told them to order. It's really quiet today. Even counting you two, there have only been a few customers. Want something to drink? She asked eagerly, but Goyu was indifferent while Siohoa stayed silent and watched. Just give me the usual, don't you remember? Order properly from the menu. Sunmi busied herself in another corner, while Hai sat silently eating ice cream. Come on, I come here all the time too. He sensed someone staring at him. She turned and asked, Sionwa, do you want something to drink? I'll pay, want to try it. Just then Wangui shoved his face forward in challenge, making her freeze. What are you looking at? Wanna die? Sunmi screamed in panic. Calm down. She stepped between them, trying her best to break it up. He's just a kid, let it go this time. Siohoa gave a cold smile. This is the human world, not the demon world. And who is this brat hanging around here? She tried to mediate, but the boy spoke again. Huh, you two actually know each other. A fox trying to wear a tiger's skin. Wangui wasn't afraid, he stood up and challenged her. They say when the tiger is gone, the other animals run wild, more precisely that fox. It made her uncomfortable. Even among monsters, there's something called a natural predator. In most cases, monsters are influenced by their origin. Animals, the hostility between them continues to affect them even after they gain sentience. The original balance of power between natural predators may not match once they've gained sentience. But the two of them locked eyes, bristling with killing intent like they wanted to tear each other apart. The hostility was still there. It could even affect the descendants of those demons. Sunmi was startled by the atmosphere, but she quickly calmed herself down. If this aura came from pure instinct, then maybe this child is, don't worry, zombie. He didn't even sigh. He acted like it wasn't his business and ignored them. Even if she wanted to start a fight right here, I wouldn't interfere on my own. As she said that, Siohoa was still radiating a threatening aura. Should we call the judge right now? Why not go greet them properly? Ever since coming to the human world, I haven't had a single decent meal. He shoved his hands into his pockets and replied to the provocation calmly. Fine, if you want it, I'll oblige. The killing intent pouring off Onkui was no weaker than hers, but just as they were about to charge, a voice rang out. She turned toward it to see what was happening. Gun Jiang walked in and you really couldn't take your eyes off her, she kept complaining. The judge barely gave you a chance to come to the human world at all. Causing trouble on the very first day you arrive is not a good look. When he heard her say that, he frowned, unwilling to accept it. But Gunny, that fox looked at me first, and it even said it would call the judge, and that still doesn't count. Gun Jiang stepped closer, trying to comfort him and smooth things over. The young master is right. She pulled him into her arms and coaxed him. The girl you're talking to is the current head of the most influential clan in Korea. Young master, you don't belong to any clan at all, so don't start trouble. As she spoke, Gun Jiang glanced at Siohoa. Whatever happens in the end, the blame will still fall on you, of course. Her words made her freeze for a moment. That girl knew it perfectly well and answered the snake's words with complete calm. Out of every please let me live I've ever heard, this one sounds the most pitiful. But whatever, personally wiping out a rare creature is exactly something to be proud of either. Sunmi let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They were just provoking each other. If it were Siohoa, it looks like the other person was right. If you let her run wild, she'll cause trouble. Siohoa looked at the two of them and continued. Siohoa would have already attacked him brutally. Either way, the two of them were a pair of sharp tongues. Under her less than friendly gaze, the two of them looked extremely bizarre. The woman caring for it was an elderly fake mala. Siohoa openly mocked her, but the snake spoke softly to calm him down and avoid a clash. 1. Stop acting so high and mighty. 2. I'll pluck you bald. I don't know why she's looking after you, but that ghost isn't good for kids, don't listen to it. After that, she turned and demanded answers from the demon. So why did you and Zio-mi want me to meet these people? Say it already. The stench here is awful. She asked with the same suspicion. I'm curious too. We went hunting yesterday and we still wanted to rest a bit more. Is something wrong? Seeing things settle down again, he began relaying the information. As everyone knows, with the current chaos, the higher-ups issued temporary permits. Demons didn't need permission to come to the human world and eliminate the intruders until they stopped running rampant. But the situation has changed. Goyu pointed out each person by name in turn. Siohoa, Onkui, the snake, and Zio-mi, as he delivered the notice. The right to remain in the human world was revoked for the 3 temporary permit holders due to insufficient expertise. Both she and Siohoa fell into a panic. First of all, what did Choi Siu do now? Gun Jiang stayed silent, looking toward the two of them as she listened to him speak. Next, I don't know why, but this rule doesn't seem to apply to Choi Siu. Hearing that, Sun Mi went blank as she guessed the meaning. Siu would have to return to the demon realm alone. If so, he must have caused something truly terrible. She stood beside them, arms crossed, chiming in. Agreed, he's not so weak that he gets wrecked every single time like they claim. Strength isn't the reason. Even among demons, that guy would be considered exceptional. But then Seo Hoer objected to this as well. At his core, he's still human. No matter how strong he is, if he's left alone, he's still prey. That's signing him up for death. She grimaced, irritated, and turned to leave. This is ridiculous. I'm going to talk to those old men. I'll still train him for a month and evaluate him. Let's see what kind of trouble he's caused. He sighed helplessly. Do whatever you want, but listen to me first. Choi Siu is still here. Seo Hoa paused slightly when she heard that. Because whether he'll be sent back to the demon realm or allowed to stay in the human world hasn't been decided yet, and everyone will be given a new mission. He slipped both hands into his pockets and issued the new mission. Choi Siu must be protected from humans. The scene shifts to the hospital where Siu is. Choi Siu frowned, asking again, "That guy, my ancestor." He broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about him. The first time I saw him, I did. No, could it be that he knew everything from the start? Can a demon really live that long? Ment squinted and made a judgment. If my guess is correct, that demon has been gone for 500 years by now. Choi Siu found it hard to believe. At first, he introduced himself as Bai Hai Yang, but 500 years? Could someone really live that long? Zoe, standing nearby, spoke to clarify. No, it's a bit more complicated than that. Theoretically, a soul can exist longer than a human, but on average only up to 500 years. In fact, to live longer, one just needs demonic energy. When a demon absorbs it, its lifespan increases accordingly. That demon could maintain a youthful appearance and live up to 1,000 years. His words left Choi Siu stunned. 1,000 years, is that really true? Even though Yin affirmed it confidently, he could have lived up to 1,500 years. He recalled that attack and still couldn't fully defeat Bai Hung. Moreover, even with extensive experience, I couldn't inflict significant damage, let alone drive him away. Zoe frowned, showing regret. My technique is still too weak, not as strong as everyone has exaggerated. Hearing this, he comforted him. Finding a young person who can match you, in this peninsula, probably only Suwa and Will. No matter what kind of demon he is, an old and weak body can't face you. Ment returned to the main topic. Choi Siu, right now. You need to know this. All demons completely disappeared 666 years ago, during the time of the previous judge. He recounted the events of that year. 1,000 years ago, the demon race split into two factions after one side was defeated. The remaining side completely hid themselves from the world. But the victors also suffered. They died off gradually, and 666 years ago only one remained. That demon was named Bikan. He only lived until the latter half of 666 years ago. He eventually died from his lingering wounds. Since then, demons were considered extinct. Choi Siu sat quietly, listening closely. Master, I think you are a descendant of Bikan. Even as the last demon, he only died 100 years after being called that. Choi Siu found the story hard to believe. There was no clue about your exact ancestor, but based on Banjo's short lifespan, I am certain you are a descendant of Bikan. Ment recalled his face from 1,000 years ago, but a clan that was wiped out 1,000 years ago by Haiyang suddenly reappeared with his appearance and power almost unchanged. Choi Siu was stunned, trying to process all the information. So, Bai Hai Yang could actually be the ancestor. Exactly, whether that demon is truly Bai Hai Yang or somehow maintained his appearance all this time, he is truly powerful, able to quietly conceal his presence to this day. And he turned to Choi Siu, even if your bloodline is not pure. Why did your lineage choose to appear at this exact moment? I need the most accurate answer possible. Your parents know, is your mother really human? The scene shifted. Siu's mother entered, calling out, I'm home. At an elementary school, sorry. She bowed repeatedly, apologizing beside him with a wound on his face. I'm very sorry, ma'am. Besides this, everything is my fault. I don't know what else to say. The teacher, embarrassed, reassured. Were the children seriously injured? Oh, and the kids' parents. Oh no, it's not that serious. Choi Siu is only in 3rd grade now. Siu wasn't bullying them. Besides, the 5th graders started it. According to the teacher, it seems Siu wanted the ball back from the 5th graders. A classmate brought it from home and it was stolen. Siu saw this and told them to return it, which led to the conflict. The teacher gently reassured Siu's mother. Luckily, the kids only had minor scrapes from the pushing. This happened because the older students bullied the younger ones, so even their parents couldn't intervene. She seemed relieved of guilt, bowing deeply. If anything else happens, I will inform you, thank you. She and Siu stepped outside. Feeling guilty for misunderstanding Choi Siu, she spoke softly. Siu, you must be really mad at me. He frowned, slightly irritated, replying, I'm not, it's all my fault. Siu's mother smiled gently, instructing, I don't think you did anything wrong, but hurting others is wrong. But I also know there are situations where you have no other choice. Even so, Siu, she sat beside him, facing him. I hope you won't face situations where you have to hurt someone or fight with others. These words left Choi Siu stunned for a moment, looking back now. From that moment, I think I already had a sense that what my mother told me. Siu's mother hesitantly reached out and asked, "Can you promise me?" Not the kind of no-violence promise that other parents usually make to their children. He obediently reached out and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mom." They hooked hands, shaking as a kind of promise, more like a proposal. Then she hugged Siu. He didn't understand why his mother requested this. He silently looked at his mother and quietly memorized it. Even without understanding why, he felt that her request was very important. She remained silent, feeling her son in her arms. Thus, after that day, she never used violence again, at least until he became a monster. Back to the present, Choi Siu left the forest and continued. "My father was a wrestler. He met my mother at 24, married her, and then had me. I heard he passed away from a terminal illness not long after I was born." He stood up, putting his clothes back on. "With athletic achievements like his, I think I inherited his pure blood. As for my mother," Choi Siu recalled his mother and confirmed, "her job was appraising antique art, ceramics, paintings, etc. Sometimes she also acted as a broker for buying and selling. My mother was just an ordinary person, unrelated to this world." He tried to prove it, but he didn't think so. "If that weren't the case, why did I only find out a few days ago? That I am a monster, perhaps she deliberately kept it from everyone." Choi Siu froze upon hearing this. "I see. How does it feel to hear it all of a sudden? But if you compare your current self with a few days ago, your nature has completely changed, like night and day." Ment recalled meeting him a few days ago. "When I first met you, you were closer to a human than a monster. That time, I simply informed the only goblin about the duty to participate. In the festival, I didn't expect you to mature." After hearing this, Choi Siu could only smile helplessly. "But I'm not useless as you think. Is it too hard to hear?" Ment ignored his expression. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang stayed silent. "That's right, in the past few days, you have grown much more. Even considering the combat-oriented talent of goblins, you still surpass normal humans." He voiced his doubts. "That's why I cannot help but suspect your mother. I wonder if you really are a normal half-monster. Or if you're just a tool, planned and raised in case Bai Hai-ung interferes with the festival." This irritated Choi Siu, and he began shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? Of course that possibility is very low." Ment continued despite his anger. "Even if Bai Hai-ung had anything to do with you, I still know at least that you are innocent, Choi Siu." Choi Siu froze, then couldn't help but say, "Then why? The problem is we think that way." To be precise, Zhou Yang took out his phone. "Humans who know about the existence of monsters. Mages consider you a dangerous subject connected to Bai Huang." Every word made him pause. "Even today, there have been multiple disappearances across the country." Zhou Yang recalled the missing cases in residential buildings in suburban Seoul around noon today. The police confirmed most residents went missing. Last night, some residents didn't return home and the police received reports. He handed his phone to Choi Siu. Two similar cases occurred elsewhere in Seoul, along with incidents in Incheon and Busan. This news was published in newspapers, so the online public is currently panicking and anxious. Zhou raised his eyebrows, recounting everything from last night's suppression. "This is something we've been preparing for 2 weeks together with the mages, coordinating patrol areas between the two sides, as well as the personnel each must send. The mages also requested that the country's leaders cooperate with our operation. They can endure a single night of chaos and cooperate to conceal the incident if we try to wipe out most of the monsters in this country." He secretly checked the news just as he said, "But in just one day, no, not even a full day, and this happened." Choi Siu read the comments and was extremely shocked. Zhou Yang continued, "Not just last night. Concerns about disappearances over the past month are spreading widely." He stroked his beard and continued, "For us it's a headache, but from the mages' perspective, because they have to expend energy to compensate for the lack of ability," he sighed. "The fact that today, no humans were pulled in and killed in this incident is fortunate, but the outcome was still witnessed by many. To be honest, I am also responsible for this." He suddenly said something that made him pause, looking surprised. "The mages are requesting from a new member. Probably they plan a tradition of monsters causing chaos during the day." Choi Siu bowed his head to admit fault. "Well, yes, it's my fault. Acting alone without permission, that's right. But that is an internal matter for monsters." Ment frowned. "I don't think you're at fault. Indeed, you acted against the judge's orders. But your opponent is a monster that has killed countless people and brazenly trampled the rules. You haven't used your powers to kill humans, have you? Moreover, your monstrous form hasn't been directly revealed to ordinary people. Even if you must be punished, it should be my decision, as the one who judges monster. Wasn't Zhou Ci's request about punishment? Yet they want to hand you over to them, which clearly infringes on my authority." Hearing him defend me, Choi Siu let out a sigh of relief. "They're trying to force you to them, but there's no need to worry too much." Suddenly mentioning my mother stunned me. "I will definitely protect you and your mother." Choi Siu hesitated, asking, "My mother?" "Yes, it seems the sorcerers are aware of Bai Hyung's existence. They seem quite certain that your family is connected to Bai Hyung." At this point, I could no longer stay calm. especially when they mentioned the woman who raised me. Perhaps the sorcerers already consider her guilty. As soon as he said this, he braced to stop Cho Siu, and I had no time to react, just stunned. In front of me was a window. Cho Siu quickly passed the two of them and dashed toward the window. Before reaching there, he sensed something was wrong. Ment reached out, using his power to hold Choi Siu back, trying to calm him down. I know how you feel. You were immediately tied tightly to the floor, but I cannot let you go to her. That's exactly what the mages want. Choi Siu looked at Ment with a reluctant expression. I've already sent someone to protect your mother. So don't worry, it's best for you to stay here under Du Daong's protection. Zoe An also spoke up, trying to soothe his emotion. Siu, just follow what the official says. With your current health, if a conflict arises with the mages, no one knows what might happen. Before he finished speaking, Choi Siu trembled, trying to stand. So it's all my fault. I struggled to stay upright, forcing myself free. Sorry, I ran there without permission, didn't even warn anyone, and let things escalate. It's all my fault. I'm ready to face punishment for that. The others could only watch silently at this point, but I was too foolish, didn't think this through. I didn't even consider that someone else might be affected by my actions. Moreover, I never imagined it would be my mother. I'm truly sorry. Choi Siu shed tears, his face full of determination as he prepared to leave. I had no other choice. If anything happened to my mother because of me, I could never forgive myself. Then he began to push himself. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly. With effort, Choi Siu gradually tore free from the restraints. He surged with strength, breaking free. The scene made the man holding him freeze. Just physical force tore him free. He turned to leave, not forgetting to look back and promise. As soon as I see my mother safe, I will return and accept any punishment. I'm truly sorry. Saying this, Choi Siu leapt out the window, shattering it into pieces. He left, leaving the two others in silence. Ment finally spoke up, questioning, why are you just standing there watching? Zoe An looked away, avoiding eye contact. Don't tell me you're so pathetic you can't react. He made up a flimsy excuse. There's no water to use recently. The man bluntly dismissed the lie, leaving Zoe An a little embarrassed. In this weather, Ment could only give up, squinting at such naivety. That's why you lost to your sister. But I still don't understand why the nature of your tribe is. The stronger and softer you are, the more real strength lies within. At Siu's mother's place, she heard the sound outside. Of movement, Siu's mother looked suspiciously at the door. Who's there? Suddenly, Seo Hoa appeared from behind, hypnotizing her. Why don't move, just stand there. Siu's mother froze under her control. Seo Hoa snorted coldly, irritated by the incessant knocking outside. Yes, Xiaomi was right. I probably shouldn't underestimate humans. See, I know they can be so troublesome, it makes me want to kill them. Yuzin broke through the door and rushed in, immediately wary of Seo Hoa. She said, I don't know how many of you got in, but that doesn't matter. Just step on whoever you see. Both of them glared with deadly intent, threatening each other. If you don't want to die, kneel first. Seo Hoa used her unique magic, a subtle illusory spell to control Yuzin's mind. Kneel immediately. It sent power through her voice, causing confusion in the senses and consciousness of the listener. Yuzin was caught in her spell, froze in place, unable to move. Seo Hoa thought he hesitated, didn't draw his sword immediately. Was he worried that Choi Siu's mother would be caught in the attacks? She exhaled lightly, then said, You may enter now. This isn't a big problem. Sun Mi stepped forward, timidly asking, Is that Siu's mother? Thank goodness, I was very worried. Luckily, we weren't too late. Seo Hoa looked at Yuzin, who was kneeling with his head down at the door, and replied softly, cautiously gauging his level. I think even if we arrived late, it wouldn't be a big problem. Sun Mi said, dissatisfied. Also, I already told you we should avoid confrontation as much as possible. Seo Hoa lightly placed a hand on Siu's mother's shoulder and spoke calmly. That's why I ultimately didn't fight and kept her safe. You said constricting the space would put extreme pressure on a normal human. So how did you manage to get her out of here? Suddenly she sensed something was wrong, frowning with alertness. Sun Mi also noticed, her eyes widening in shock. A mysterious blue power was surrounding the high-rise building. For those born after the last great ceremony, the sense of emptiness in this situation was their first experience. Sun Mi turned pale, speaking in fear. This is, however, instinctively, the two yokai understood what was happening around them. Seo Hoa couldn't control her trembling hand. She frowned slightly, so that was it. It seemed the idea of avoiding a confrontation had only come from our side. She appeared to understand where this oppressive force was coming from, the barrier. That isn't a spell that can be maintained continuously. They prepared it from the very beginning. Seo thought suspiciously, wait, then why did they send someone ahead? At that moment, Yuxin slowly rose to his feet, his entire body engulfed in an immensely powerful aura. Seo sensed that presence and jolted as she turned around, wondering to herself, did he resolve the illusionary whispers on his own? She quickly pressed her fingertips together to force herself to stay conscious. But suddenly, a loud crash echoed throughout the room. Yuxin's sword now lay alone on the floor. He spoke sternly, I have no intention of fighting. The person you're holding right now is my friend's mother. I came here to stop her from being taken away. Seowa stated bluntly, if your goal is the same, we're willing to cooperate. At that moment, Sanmi was supporting Siu's mother. When she saw Yuxin, she exclaimed in shock, you. Seowa asked suspiciously, a familiar face, are you truly Choi Siu's friend? Sanmi quickly explained, well, last night when you were away. He was the one who took care of Choi Siu. Yuxin went straight to the point, there isn't much time left. You've probably sensed it. But there's a barrier surrounding this apartment complex. As long as it's active, you won't be able to leave, he continued. Fortunately, we can still break through the barrier from the inside. Seowa spoke skeptically. Besides whether you can get out or not. Why are you acting like this? That's obvious, yet you're rambling on about it. Yuxin asked in confusion. She replied. I understand you're Choi Siu's friend, but first and foremost, you are a maid. Am I right? Seowa said calmly. The Choi Siu from 2 days ago and the one today are already two different beings. This is especially true for mages like you. Are you willing to abandon the foundation you've built just for this friendship? I'm not foolish enough to believe that without any doubts. Hearing that, Sanmi grew anxious and thought to herself, even though it sounds a bit cold, what Seowa said isn't wrong. What if this is a strategy to lower our guard and trap us? Simply engaging in this conversation is already dangerous. Yuxin pondered for a moment before replying in a low voice, I understand. His hand began to move. Seowa frowned warily, thinking, I knew it would come to this. Yuxin endured the pain, using his hand to seal himself. At vital points across his body, Sanmi and Seowa were utterly shocked by the sight. Yuxin gasped for breath and said wearily, even the blood flowing through the points that lead to the dantian. The flow of energy is temporarily paralyzed. He wiped the sweat from his face and calmly continued, now, I'm no different from an ordinary person. If you create an illusion again, you'll be able to see everything that's in my mind. Seowa spoke in shock. Do you know what that means? It might not just end with you looking into my mind. You could even manipulate me like a puppet until I die. Yuxin replied with effort. I can't say that it doesn't matter, but at least it could help this lady escape. He added softly, if that's possible, then nothing else matters. Seowa asked in confusion, why would you go this far? What exactly is your relationship with Choi Siu? Yuxin forced a faint smile and replied, I already told you everything. We're just friends, that's all. Only then did Seowa lower her guard. She let out a soft sigh of relief and said in a low voice, I don't know whether you're foolish, or if Choi Siu simply has good character, perhaps it's both. Sanmi rushed forward to support Yuxin. He was extremely exhausted and replied, either way. Seowa said coldly, let's see just how impressive your unarmed combat skills are. At the same time, in another part of the neighborhood, only a few pedestrians passed by. Siu panted heavily, staring at the scene ahead, even forgetting the pain spreading throughout his body. He charged straight forward. What made his legs halt for a brief moment was an incredibly strong instinct. Siu told himself, nothing seems strange to the naked eye. However, if I take a few more steps from here, suddenly, a voice rang out from directly ahead of him. So you're Choi Siu, you're much smaller than I expected, and you don't look like a half-spirit at all. A well-built young man with parted hair stood before him. Siu calmly listened as the man continued. Still stopping right at that unstable spot, your senses are pretty sharp. Anyway, nice to meet you, I'm Jia Hong. He introduced himself, holding the third seat of Thien Enhai, having trained in strikes and duels for 15 years. Upon hearing this, Siu frowned and thought, Thien Enhai. Siu speculated to himself, I heard it's an organization directly affiliated with Yuxin's family. Then could this be that Jia Hong, a relative of Yuxin? Jia Kwang spoke with full confidence. I have introduced myself. Let's get straight to the point. Surrender now, don't act with unnecessary malice. He said calmly, you must roughly understand the situation, right? This area is already surrounded by protective barriers. My colleagues can protect your mother. Jia Hong stepped closer as Siu listened. I'm not sure you understand the concept of filial piety, but if you try to escape, your mother will suffer. In fact, all the mages in the country intend to capture you, so being caught is only a matter of time. Seeing this, Siu thought, fighting seems unavoidable. But suddenly from behind, a masked girl leapt into the air, preparing to kick him. Siu seemed to sense something and turned to look. Just then, he was hit directly in the face by a kick. The masked girl with a grotesque design stared at Siu, while he struggled to dodge her deadly move. In an instant, Lashu was thrown far away with immense force. He quickly anchored himself to prevent being swept farther. Siu's eyes widened in astonishment. The girl had vanished, replaced by an undefined blue space. Jia Kwang explained slowly, it's like a trap. You see, once the prey steps in, it is certain to be caught, but the challenge here is to make them step and return to the beginning. He asked proudly, of course, now you cannot leave anymore, right? Jia Kwang began moving his arms, speaking with excitement. No changes in the choices. Pick one of the two, as I mentioned before. Either surrender quietly or escape and face this dire situation until the very end. Siu did not answer, but his defensive stance was the reply. In the next moment, a dizzying sensation struck his tense nerve. Siu Hua's voice resounded as he knelt, a short word, inaudible from over 100 meters. But the tremendous power contained in that voice was all too familiar to him. The young man acted immediately. Siu vanished in an instant from Jia Hong's sight. He rushed forward, thinking, that is clearly Siu Hua's power, the other monster. At least for now, Siu Hua must be inside this barrier, though not certain. Based on the direction of the power I sense my house, Siu thought, so I should not go directly to my mother. Instead, move elsewhere. He guessed he was being surrounded or perhaps secured. Mother certainly hasn't been captured yet. I don't know the exact situation, but Siu Hua must be with my mother now, Siu analyzed carefully. Even if they suspect my mother and target her, the first one they want to capture is still me, he planned silently. If I create the furthest possible disruption from home, that alone might give Siu Hua a chance to escape. While running, Siu noticed something approaching very closely. Jia Kwang swung his leg to kick at Siu, but he nimbly dodged. He smiled fiercely, saying, good reaction. Then he dropped to the ground, beginning hand-to-hand combat with Siu. Siu struggled to block his attacks, thinking, fast and powerful, superior to Yusin in every aspect by 1 or 2 levels from last time. Yusin had assessed my case, but even so, there's still something beyond that. Jia Kwang threw a strong punch toward Siu. He raised his hand to block, wondering, really? Jia Kwang, slightly surprised, said softly, wow, unexpected. I've trained my secondary skills to a certain level. Siu thought this isn't a one-on-one fight from the start. He looked toward the masked girl, thinking, I don't know what kind of magic that is from the emanating energy. I feel their side is much stronger than me, and that energy is gradually being contained by the other person. Siu suddenly said, I know it sounds strange in this situation, but I don't want to fight here. Between the apartment complex and a late afternoon, who knows how many people might witness this? Jia Hong spoke gently. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think we set up this barrier just to capture you? Ordinary people without energy cannot see inside the barrier. If they step in, they will instantly lose consciousness. Everyone inside the barrier will fall into a deep sleep. After the barrier is broken, it will probably take a long time for them to wake up. He seemed to have realized Siu's intent. Well, obviously that's not a reasonable excuse, though quite funny. Jia Kwang clenched his fists and rushed forward. That's why I told you to surrender quietly. He punched Siu hard, but Siu didn't move an inch. Siu blocked Jia Kwang's attack with his hand. You spoke with a hint of meaning. I understand now, there's no need to worry anymore. Siu grabbed Jia Kwang's shirt tightly. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in worry. His eyes glowed with a terrifying purple light. Siu used the fallen demon beast technique, generating a massive surge of power aimed directly at Duck. The Guardian still stood in the same spot, observing them closely. Siu spoke coldly. Slowing down at the last moment isn't because I underestimated to help you, but because I don't want to kill anyone with my own hands. Jia Guang turned pale, trembling in fear. He reminded, I say this doesn't mean I'll stop the fight, but I will definitely warn you this time. Siu added, I'll give it my all, so I might not be able to control my power. Hearing this, Jia Guang gritted his teeth in anger. He sprinted toward him like a whirlwind. He leaped high and delivered a powerful kick straight at Siu's face. But his body didn't move an inch. His feet stayed planted in the original position. Jia Guang's foot was right next to Siu's face, but couldn't land a hit. He went berserk, attacking him repeatedly. Jia Guang, exhausted, thought angrily, is there no way? It's not just skill or agility anymore. It's like hitting an enormous wall. Before he could think further, Siu decisively punched Jia Guang in the face. He was instantly flung backward, creating a shockwave that stirred dust everywhere. Siu glanced cautiously behind him. He observed the guardian girl and thought to himself, I expected some coordinated move, but there's no action at all. Could it be she's not suited for direct combat? Siu sternly warned, the warning applies to you as well. I don't want to get involved in unnecessary battles. But if I must, I won't hesitate. The guardian immediately assumed a defensive stance. Jia Guang struggled to sit up, angrily asking, what the hell are you doing? I said I'll handle it myself. What are you trying to show? Is that the limit of your ability? The guardian remained silent. He instructed her, just stay back and cast your spells. Jia Guang's face was battered. He growled loudly. Can't you understand a single word I say? Or are you pretending to be dumb even though you understand? Trying to make me lose my mind? Damn it, show me whatever you can do, even just a little, you bastard. A fierce roar echoed among the enemies. Siu turned, astonished. He began using teleportation magic, unable to comprehend the reason. But his priority was clear. He rushed toward the guardian girl. She immediately drew 3 talismans, Siu thought to himself. Clearly, she's in good form and possesses stronger energy, even though I don't know what she intends to do. He clenched his fists and resolved, I'll defeat her as quickly as possible without causing casualty. The guardian began chanting, igniting the 3 talismans in the demon suppression spell. Chaja Guardian Beast. In an instant, the talismans turned to ashes. The royal family issued a decree and chains immediately bound Siu, preventing him from approaching her. He seemed to realize, This unfroze. Suddenly, a powerful force rained down from above directly onto Siu. A fist shot straight toward the guardian's face. She only snorted lightly. Siu rushed through the dust, delivering a powerful punch to the guardian. She appeared unharmed and calmly said, "Even though I used 3 talismans, the demon and purification spells probably have no effect. The only thing that seems effective is the guardian beast. It seems purification magic doesn't work on demons." His punch was blocked by a shield. Only inches from the guardian's face, she continued casually, "Purification seems ineffective on demons." Suddenly, a red horn sprouted on Siu's forehead, emitting a dark aura. He raised his hand, quickly summoning dark spiritual energy around him. A sharp weapon appeared in Siu's hand. He thought to himself, "My punch is hard to land, it doesn't feel right at all. It's as if I hit something without any feedback. I'm not being pushed back by my own attack." Rather, she stepped back herself. Siu observed every movement of the girl in front of him and speculated. If there's something surrounding her body to block impact, it must have limits. The guardian began casting a spell, murmuring, "Blue sword is the judgment, and morning mist is the blood of the guilty. I look up and pray to the gods." Siu watched her in confusion, wondering, does this require maintaining the ritual for a certain duration? Or is there a limit to the number of attacks it can block, or the degree of impact it can withstand? It could also be a ritual that only specific types of attacks can effectively block. A chilling voice rang out, "Lower your hand." Unconsciously, you followed the command, gradually lowering the weapon in your hand. The scene shifts to Sio's apartment, where Yuxin speaks clearly. 5 mages have been sent here, not including me among them. 3 are Du-Mu, and the remaining 2 are Dong-Mu. The 5 of them form a multi-directional formation around the central area. He analyzes carefully. Initially, a barrier would have pillars or protective charms placed beneath it, on the periphery as axes, but now the barrier surrounding this place is a bit unusual. The mages themselves act as the axes. Sio Hoa asks directly. "No need to complicate things. The answer is to defeat them to break the barrier, right? It doesn't have to be all of them. Usually removing about half a dozen would cause it to collapse immediately." Yuxin quietly responds, "It's not that simple indeed. I understand that you are recognized for your skill." Sun Mi is sitting on a chair in Siu's school, but she is attentively listening to their conversation. He continues, "But no matter how strong you are, if you're not a 666-year-old monster, you probably wouldn't stand a chance. Our strength is entirely different from yours." Yuxin explains, "Most of the martial arts and magic we practice are designed to defeat demons. If your internal conflicts are purely tests of power among equal entities." He speaks with concern. "Fighting against mages is like stepping into traps designed specifically for you. The issue here isn't raw power or superiority but compatibility." Yuxin speaks gently, "And I already told you. Currently 3 Du-Mu have been sent here. Du-Mu is a title that only a few mages can achieve. They can face off against spirit-class demons." He thinks for a moment, then quietly says, "However, since the battle is unavoidable, therefore I suggest each person should handle only one of them, as you mentioned. Defeating about 2 mages is necessary to break the barrier." Yuxin quickly lays out a specific plan. "I'll take care of one, and as soon as I do, you should pursue the other almost simultaneously. Break the barrier quickly before they realize, then escape with his mother. Fortunately, I know how to deploy and the abilities of each member." Sio Hoa hesitantly responds, That's fine, but," she asks skeptically, "aren't you unable to use your energy right now? Earlier you said you proved it by sealing your danchan with your hand." Hearing this, Yuxin stiffened, unsure how to reply. Sun Mi suddenly speaks, "There's no other choice, but it will be very difficult to defeat at least 2 people in a place like this." She says worriedly, "Even if everyone is unconscious, it's still hard to prevent humans from getting hurt." Sio Hoa exhales softly, frustrated. "I don't know. It seems we're not the only ones who need to worry about that." She looks at Yuzin, who is tired and leaning against the door, and calmly says, "After all, your mission is to protect ordinary people. You also can't fight if humans are affected." Yuxin holds his head, struggling to respond. "No, I mean they are more obsessed with Sio than you think. Even if casualties occur inside this apartment complex, they will definitely cover it up somehow." Sun Mi asks in alarm, Why does it take so long just to capture Sio?" He replies softly, "Not because of Sio, it's about pride and perhaps the power they will gain in 6 months." Yuxin turns his head, speaking with implication. "Over the past 666 years, it's not just you waiting for the demon knight but the mages as well." Sun Mi asks puzzled, "I can't understand. Isn't this humanity's greatest era in hundreds of years?" "No, because they had knights without monsters," he quickly answers. "Exactly," Yuxin explains, "since they were free from monsters. Civilization progressed much more than thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. Literally, it can be considered humanity's early period." He hesitates, then continues, "More precisely, the peak of most of humanity." Yuxin speaks in a deep tone. "The monster-free knights were when ordinary people developed everything with their diligence. The culture and technology they built, their prosperity and progress." He speaks sadly, Thus, the existence of mages has been completely buried in darkness. From being protectors of civilization, defenders of humanity, they have degenerated into superstitious, outdated, and useless figures of the era. Yuxin lowers his face, full of emotion. Insecurity, low self-esteem, issues with pride, and psychological compensation are attitudes that most of them possess. He snorts lightly, then quietly says, "Perhaps in 6 months, when the sun sets and people's screams begin, that will be the moment they finally smile." Yuxin continued in a deep voice. That was the moment they went from outdated superstition to rulers of the world. He said coldly, "What happened today doesn't matter, judging by the death toll. They even bragged to the government that everything would be fine. And then nothing went according to plan, damaging their pride." Yuxin said firmly, "So they're trying to catch the villain at any cost by doing it this way. They'll soon rule whatever needs ruling. No one will be able to doubt their ability or authority anymore." Sun Mi was utterly stunned and murmured, "Oh, but then they really don't care about." Seo Hoa cut her off icily. "Well, to sum it up, they don't care whether the people living here get hurt or not. That's all." Suddenly, from far away, an enormous, violent surge of power erupted. Sensing something was wrong, Seo Hoa shouted, "What is that?" Yuxin seemed to recognize the force and wondered under his breath. "It's Jia Kuang," he thought in shock. This energy did he summon the White Council. But why, at the same time where Siu was fighting, the Guardians quickly moved the civilians safely down to the ground. In general, there are two kinds of abilities used by mages on the Triwangdao Peninsula. The first is scripture recitation. This involves memorizing holy texts to draw out the sacred power contained within the characters. This allows them to amplify their energy and instantly use different techniques suited to each situation. Most mages use this ability. The second is divine descent. Among mages, those born with the Bach Hao point force are extremely sensitive, called talents, and are known as people granted divine power. Through the Bach Hao point force, using their own bodies as vessels, they can receive the presence of beings from beyond this world. Siu seemed to sense something strange about Jia Kuang and turned to look. At this moment, he was using every last bit of strength to unleash the divine sword dance, a technique said to manifest the gods of this world. Facing a god for the first time in his life, fear surged up. Siu stared at the scene before him, utterly dumbfounded. At that very moment, something inside the boy's body reacted to that power. Now, Siu was forced to clash with a creature from the other side. What's more, this was the first time he had ever faced an entity like that. Whether demon or human, panic in a life-or-death situation like this was only natural. His gaze grew dark and unreadable, however. Regardless, Siu tightened his grip on his weapon. Then he swung with all his strength, choosing to attack rather than retreat, but the other remained indifferent without the slightest worry. It made Siu freeze. No core. After Siu's attack, that man changed his approach. He braced himself, focused his power, and completed the fusion. His arms went rigid, muscles bulging. Then, in a flash, he flung his hands and sent 2 streaks of power shooting straight ahead. Seeing that, Siu sprang up to dodge. Even though he avoided it, the terrifying force still shoved him sliding backward. But he didn't care at all, calmly drawing his power back with one hand. Seeing that, Siu was stunned. Then countless crisscrossing rays of light suddenly appeared all around, interlacing like a net. They shot straight at him like razor-sharp swords, forcing Siu to dodge in a panic. But unfortunately, he was grazed across his face, and his shoulder fresh blood spurted out. Even so, Siu didn't stop, continuing to counterattack as he evaded. Panic was written all over his face. At the same time, a guardian standing off to the side silently watched everything unfold, thinking to herself, "With that speed and those movements, anyone could easily evade the sword dance of the divine sword dance. And yet he still chooses to hold an unfavorable position, only defending against attacks from behind." Then the guardian jolted. No way. Below, Siu was still forcing himself to attack while defending. He frowned, eyes wide, staring straight at that man. Throughout the battle, arcane traces kept appearing and scattering everywhere. Next, the two charged into a head-on clash. A huge explosion rang out and the ground began to crack. Siu risked his life to hold on while the other pressed forward relentlessly. His eyes brimmed with killing intent, and the force behind him was terrifyingly immense. And then the layer of energy Siu used for defense shattered in an instant, giving that man an opening to continue his assault. Siu couldn't dodge in time, and in the blink of an eye, both his arms were severed. But he didn't stop. He frowned and kept charging. He unleashed a storm of attacks one after another, leaving Siu no way to avoid them. In the end, he lay sprawled on the ground as the dust and smoke quickly dispersed. Just then that guardian stepped forward. The man asked, "Is that one a sentry?" She answered respectfully, "Yes, Chief Steward." Then he continued in a heavy voice, "I have a question. Why did you confront this one?" Hearing that, the guardian replied, "That one is a half-demon with half-goblin blood. He committed crimes, causing chaos in the human realm by making countless people bleed and die." As she spoke, she bent slightly in apology. "I'm sorry I hastily summoned you and failed to prepare properly." "Master," his voice was almost a warning, "you should speak carefully." Then the one called Master turned around, eyes fixed on the supporting sorcerer in question. Is this person truly guilty? Or are you just twisting the accusations against him? Recalling the previous scene, he continued, if you had eyes, you would have seen clearly. Even though it was a sword strike easily avoidable, he still chose to take it. He assumed maybe he was worried it would affect the people living here. Even with his life under threat, his focus was still directed behind. At this point, his tone gradually became serious. Even with demon blood running through him, I don't believe he truly broke the rules and harmed others. Perhaps it's a biased false accusation, stemming from your own understanding and needs. Then he spoke with a doubtful tone. If you were just an ordinary creature, I wouldn't have responded to your summons from the start. But she just quietly replied, I'm sorry, at this moment. Siu murmured some incantation, almost standing at the edge of death, his body full of wounds. Seeing himself in such a pitiful state on the ground could explain that. The reason for Siu's extreme overload wasn't only from the recent injury, but also because of the consecutive enemies he had fought. But more than that, the issue lay in these things. For a normal demon, Marian extract would act like a high-end supplement. Using too much would only waste it without causing problems. However, Siu's body was sensitive to Marian extract. In just a few minutes, he absorbed 2 doses consecutively. Siu had exhausted his last reserves of vitality. He wasn't strong enough to control that power, leading to the current situation. Normally, wounds of this size would have healed 2 to 3 times already, but he healed everything except his arm, and even that hadn't fully regenerated. After completing the path, Siu shakily lifted his right hand and flicked it. A scroll appeared on the central seam, making a sound. The master turned his head in surprise. Still have the strength to move? Then he said with pity, truly pathetic, don't know why. But if his body were in better condition, he could have escaped. Then he turned to ask the supporting sorcerer, did I tell you to cut off his breathing? She nodded yes. Hearing this, his entire body radiated killing intent again. Good, I also dislike cutting off his windpipe. Meanwhile, Siu struggled to take out a vial of herbs. He thought, to use it, hold it in hand and recite the incantation as instructed. If activated correctly, just throw it to the ground and it will break. Then the storage technique will be triggered. With that in mind, Siu decisively squeezed. The vial shattered. He knew well that the 3-colored gourd had more than one ability. Among the 81 stored techniques, it would choose and activate the most suitable one for the current situation of the user. Then Siu looked at that monster. But at this moment, after analyzing Siu's situation, the 3-colored gourd didn't select any technique. It simply supplied the stored energy. At this moment, the supporting sorcerer also saw everything, and she stepped back in horror. The 3-colored gourd was no longer an ordinary item. The energy quality sensed was something Jokmu would take a year to produce. Though a little hesitant, she still showed contempt for Siu and thought, if a demon uses it, what could it possibly do? At that moment, after breaking the gourd, a surge of magic suddenly surrounded him. Siu's body gradually restored, returning to its original state. He looked down at his hands in astonishment, watching them heal quickly. Then suddenly, that one lunged forward as fast as lightning. A rare sight, a demon able to resist righteous energy. And strangely so, very quickly he swung his fist forward again. But luckily, Siu reacted in time. He then shifted his focus to the side and dodged lightly. Even so, he didn't stop and continued to attack. Continuous punches rained down on Siu. After dodging several, Siu gradually realized that this power came from the gourd Yuxin had given him. Now I understand, but what is this feeling? From inside, something unusual could be felt, like a new energy node forming in the lower abdomen, long in shape. Siu already had 2 nodes in his lower abdomen, but both had remained dormant for 17 years. One of these energy nodes awakened a few days ago, following his own awakening. The other just awakened when he confronted Kang Sin. The empty spaces were filled by the 3-colored gourd. The battle continued. At a glance, it seemed the one called Master was gaining the upper hand. As for Siu, aside from defending, he had no way to counter. He knelt down, hands covering his face, silently pondering this energy. In terms of usage and effect, it's not much different from magical energy. The main difference is that with the same type of energy, blocking an attack is more effective. However, when Thunder focused his mind, his whole body was enveloped in a wave of power. I couldn't exert any demonic energy at all. The shock absorption ability seemed reduced, as if a gear was missing. That's because the energies are different. Thinking this, he saw the opponent continue to charge forward. He knew well that the flail could only be used with Joe Rayox's energy. It didn't sync with his current energy. Thunder grew even more uncertain. He wondered, what should he do if this keeps going? It would just repeat what had happened before. The opponent wasn't someone who could be easily defeated in a physical fight. Thinking this, Thunder clenched his fists tightly. If this energy couldn't be utilized, a huge surge of power suddenly erupted, aimed straight at the opponent. Even he was shocked, not expecting himself to reach this level. As a result, the Guardian winced, and the steward suddenly reverted to Ryuji's form. Facing a stunned Thunder, he shouted. Hippum cut to a sunset scene in a large hotel. Kira Yashihiro scowled, complaining. I only had a sandwich at the airport before boarding the plane this morning. Hearing this, Kira Iuzuru replied flatly, what can I do about that? She lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, saying emotionlessly, should I request room service or go out to eat alone? Kira Yashihiro sighed. I think room service should be enough for you now that you've come all this way. He continued with a reproachful tone, not realizing whether it was courage or something else. But is it because of me that you can't go eat alone? Kira Yashihiro said, recalling the image of the two guarding the door. We're under supervision because of what you did earlier. Even if it's not a complete prohibition when we go out. We have to go together. Kira Yuzuru said, you know that too. If it weren't for that, I would have gone to find him already. Hearing that, Kira Yashihiro immediately asked in confusion. Who are you talking about when you say him? What's wrong with everyone here? Kira Yuzuru replied, that goblin, he's a half-demon. As she spoke, she pictured Choi Siu fighting. And besides, thanks to him I'm still alive, the reason he's here is to tail supervisors like us. Hearing that, Kira Yashihiro was stunned. What? That's not what I heard from people around here. To answer her younger brother's doubts, Kira Yuzuru said, of course not. What happened is pretty obvious, isn't it? She continued explaining. They're trying to pin all of it on everything the supervisors did to us. That way they can save face by saying they caught the culprit. Hearing that, Kira Yashihiro replied thoughtfully. So that's what it is. In that case, there isn't much difference between them and us. I get how you feel now, using an innocent person as a scapegoat. He said, but we really can't do anything. You know that too, don't you? Kira Yuzuru frowned and stayed silent, continuing to listen. Setting aside the fact that we're guests in this land, there's also us and the people in the Fabrication Bureau, and even our opponents in the near future. He continued, they govern Korea while we and the Jin Yang clan are responsible for Japan. Until 666 years ago, it was still nothing more than traces of Goryeo University and the Kamakura period. As Kira Yashihiro spoke, he thought of images shifting through time. They were only legends to the Joseon royal family in the past, and to Korea's provisional government. With centuries of history, even if they consider trusting us for a moment, and trusting their future and their strength to us is still a huge question mark. He continued seriously, if they insist that they lack the skill, then this country's government won't hesitate to rely on mages from other nations. Still, the same applies to us. Mages around the world are pretty sensitive about this now. Just as Kira Yashihiro was about to continue, but our involvement in this situation. Kira Yuzuru sat up at once and cut in. It could also be seen as a gesture of interfering with the status quo. Right, you know it, she continued tensely. Even if I want to pull back, I don't have the strength to. Now I understand what my teacher meant. When he said it becomes really difficult once the ground has changed. As she spoke, she recalled what had just happened. Up until lunch, I thought something was off with me. But when I tried to push my strength to the limit, I understood. Ever since I set foot in this country, my power has definitely weakened. Hearing that, Kira Yashihiro looked at his hand and chuckled. Is that so? Yeah, well, for me. You're a seasoned mage, so your experience has to be terrifying, several times more than mine. Last time you only used Veiju. Kira Yuzuru said at once, it's probably not just you. That kid's problem might be even worse than yours. I think so too. Suddenly, another voice rang out as she raised her hand. Want to come with me? That left both of them completely stunned. Kira Yuzuru's face darkened. What? Where is he going? Cut back to earlier, Yuzuru's throat was being squeezed tight by a hand, making her miserable. A voice said, I mean, follow me obediently. It was Bai Hung. As he strangled her, he wore a sly grin. I want to avoid anything that could harm you as much as possible. Choi Siu, battered all over, panted hard, suddenly thinking about how he could save her. Not only Siu, anyone thinking about that right then knew there was nothing Yuzuru's spirit beast, Veiju, could do at that moment. A gluttonous spirit depends entirely on its handler. Without an energy supply from its mage, and without receiving any command, it's no different from an ordinary spirit. But perhaps Veiju still tried, out of loyalty to its master. When Ryuju attacked, Bai Hyun stared at it with razor-sharp eyes, terrifying it into trembling. Suddenly, a streak of energy flashed past, catching him off guard. His grip slipped, and Kira Yuzuru fell to the ground in searing pain. Jo Young suddenly shot in at high speed and drove a punch into Bai Young. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Now that their master's safety was secured, Reizu could return to Yuzuru immediately. But even so, sheer terror of the monster quickly sent it into panic. Ryuju spoke anxiously. Isami, a huge blue monster, appeared. Meanwhile, Jo Young, shrouded in a mysterious purple aura, coldly said, Attack! Isami also charged in alongside Ryuju at high speed. That left Kira Yuzuru unable to escape in time. It was already too late to run. At first, Reizu could have returned to its master as usual. But then something happened. Choi Siu suddenly stepped in front of her, blocking her path. A human body with extraordinary talent cut off the master's escape route. First, the natural absorption was as if it were trapped inside a transcendent body, one filled only with yakai energy. It couldn't find its own way out. Reizu realized he was stuck, and now Ryuju perched on his hand and stared at Choi Siu, leaving him completely baffled. A man in black advanced, wielding a powerful blue energy. Aiku's eyes widened in shock. The other man immediately unleashed his power toward them. He barely managed to yank Ryuryu out of the way. That blow knocked it unconscious in his hand. Neither their intellect nor their knowledge was enough to make sense of this situation. Still, their instincts agreed on one thing: the man in black kept coming. Choi Siu worried, if we don't work together, we'll die. Wounded all over, he could only defend against the man's attacks. He gripped an object tightly in his hand as a brutally fierce battle erupted between them. Suddenly, the object in his hand turned into a sword. Choi Siu clenched his teeth, thinking anxiously, it feels very different from the goblin staff. As long as we can hold out, that's enough. And now I think I can say this with certainty. Watching the other man fight so relentlessly, he felt he had the edge in strength and speed, but the way the man overwhelmed him was unique. Every time he tried to move, the man read the timing and struck in a way he couldn't fully evade. All of a sudden, both were cut on the arm by the other's blade. The man abruptly realized Choi Siu had countered his attack perfectly. A female guardian outside saw it and thought, that last strike wasn't meant to defend, it was a deliberate choice not to dodge. The man in black spoke, interesting. Then he continued, since you don't seem able to seize the initiative, I'll be blunt, give up. He didn't even bother defending unless an attack would be fatal. Seeing Choi Siu covered in wounds, the man said, even if you calmly wait, I still won't give you a chance. Yet Choi Siu wasn't afraid and answered firmly, whether it works or not I don't know, but I think this is the only answer. So I've decided. At that the other man sneered. Good. As he conjured an enormous surge of energy, he said, I'll wield my sword with as much force as I possibly can. Come and try if you think you can endure it. Seeing that, Choi Siu gasped in alarm. Blue light packed with immense power was pouring out from that side. It was the divine sword dance general, literally, a god dancing with a sword. This wasn't an opponent Siu dared to challenge. And even with a strategy, this wasn't a style that one person could stop alone. He charged in, threatening to render all of Siu's efforts meaningless. As the man swung a killing blow, he said, it's over. Of course, Siu felt it too. But he believed it was all in the past, raw power alone. Among the opponents he'd faced, even the worst monsters had the ability to numb their bodies temporarily. The man continued, of course. It turns out from the start you never intended to exploit my weakness, the weakness of gods who descend to earth. No matter how omnipotent the incarnated god is, what it can use is limited by the body's meridians. As he slashed with the sword, he said, you're hanging on while the power of thunder and lightning pours into your body through this blade. Choi Siu didn't flinch before his opponent's might. He said, I told you already. As he spoke, he lunged forward with fierce resolve. His gaze was unwavering. This is the only way. The fight dragged on until both sides were exhausted. The man in black was gravely wounded, yet he still said, you deliberately let your guard down. If you wanted, you could have ended this in a single exchange. If I were any weaker, there wouldn't be a second chance. Choi Siu wasn't doing any better. Panting, he said, if that happened, then we'd have a problem. But in the end, everything turned out fine, didn't it? More than that, when you do know who you are, this body isn't like your own body anymore. He continued. Trying to kill someone is a bit much if your life isn't being threatened. Hearing that, the man sneered, reckless to the very end. While Choi Siu was still stunned, he went on, yeah, I'm fine. The loser doesn't have the right to say another word. Because a colossal spirit appeared within the man in black. It said, if there's another chance next time, let's fight again. With that, the giant vanished. A voice rang out, making Choi Siu turn his head without thinking. It's over, the guardian said. I don't have the combat skills to fight you. And I don't have the strength to perform another ritual. This is our defeat. Hearing that, he thought coldly, all lies. Remembering how she fought earlier, Choi Siu thought. It was only a brief clash, but even that was enough to make one thing clear. He might not know exactly how talented she was, but she was definitely superior to that man. As he brooded, so what the hell was that? A voice suddenly shouted, hey! It startled Choi Siu. Seeing who was coming, he called out, Yuxin. Yuxin approached, trembling, and complained. You're calling me Yuxin? I knew it, so that bastard's gone, huh? The guardian was utterly shocked by the scene. Choi Siu asked, why are you here? Did that yakai trick you into coming? Yuk immediately flew into a rage and started scolding him, making Choi Siu panic. No, what did you do before that? I only told you to be confident and not be afraid. I never told you to set off a bomb in broad daylight with people around. Hearing that, Choi Siu said, sorry, I was really foolish and reckless. Seeing that, Yuxin grew angry. You really are an expert at pretending to apologize. Then he suddenly turned serious. It would be so convenient if an apology could solve everything. Seeing the man in black lying there without strength, he turned and glanced toward the guardian. He spoke up, you don't need to try to understand everything. The situation is exactly as it looks. Yuxin pointed at ICU and introduced him. This guy has been my best friend since middle school. I'm the only one who knows he fell in love yesterday. And that was just a coincidence. He's definitely not someone who would harm others. Hearing that, the guardian spoke up. You're not the one who decides that, especially if you had a prior relationship with the culprit. You should know that well, Yuxin replied. As a member of the Sangsu clan, I am not a shameless person, he continued coldly. Whether he is innocent or not, I know my actions are not appropriate for a member of the Sangsu clan. Even if it's an unreasonable reason, the heir of the Sangsu clan cannot stand on the side of a mere demon. Fine, with a determined gaze, he continued, so from this moment on, I will give up my position as the heir of the Sangsu clan. Hearing that, the guardian exclaimed in shock, what? The heir has always been something impossible to abandon. Yuxin didn't care and said, maybe that's still true now. Everyone is striving to attain it, so why should I give it up? He continued, there won't be any problem. Everyone will pretend to be outraged and ask how I could do such a thing. In reality, they're very happy that this coveted position is now vacant. Gripping his sword firmly, he said, that's enough to express my stance. Don't make this complicated, it's better if you act sensibly. Yuxin continued, I'll say this in advance. I have no intention of killing you or seriously injuring you. So if you quietly release your barrier, I'll be grateful and accept it. But if you insist on completing your mission, then there will be no other choice. With that, he pointed his sword at the guardian and threatened her. I will use everything I have to bring down Goku without the slightest mercy. The guardian fell silent, removed her mask, and said, I have no other choice in this matter. How could I possibly oppose you, young master? Seeing that scene, Choi Siu was utterly shocked. Those eyes, then she recited a spell and raised one finger. Among the 4 candles, one suddenly went out. After finishing, she said, I've done as you asked, young master. If you release the portion belonging to one more person among the 5 present here, the barrier will disappear, correct? Seeing that, Yuxin said, yes, thank you. I don't know what's going on, but you're acting unwisely. Now take your brother and retreat somewhere else, he continued. Since you didn't fight and only released the barrier, this won't be good for you either. The guardian replied, yes. After that, she helped her brother, the man in black from earlier, and left. Choi Siu glanced at Yuxin. He said irritably, I didn't come here because of you. I was sleeping when I was suddenly dragged here for this mission. Yuxin continued seriously, the remaining 5 were assigned to set up a barrier. We were waiting for you. We didn't know whether you would come. I thought I'd have to enter the barrier first, defeat any demon that appeared, and bring your mother out. He continued, during that process I met a demon who came to rescue your mother. We agreed to cooperate. Hearing that, Choi Siu grew worried. But you, Yuxin, cut in, you don't need to worry about me. Listen carefully, the current situation is quite serious, he continued. By now, if you've been listening, you can probably guess. From here on, aside from me, there are 3 others. And all 3 of them are far stronger than the 2 from earlier combined. Hearing that, Choi Siu gasped in shock. When you said the 2 combined, you mean that woman joined the fight, right? Yuxin replied, that's right. As he explained, he recalled the image of the 2 guardians earlier. Aside from that pair of siblings, everyone sent here, including me, is a guardian. In their case, combining their strength gives them power equivalent to a single guardian, so they were urgently summoned. The man in black angrily blamed the female guardian, causing her to remain silent. Because of you, because of your incompetence. Meanwhile, Yuxin continued explaining. Even when they combine their strength, the younger one essentially relies on the older sister's skills and ability. He said, I think you must have noticed something was off. So I felt relieved that you noticed it too. Suddenly, Choi Siu asked, are you hurt anywhere? Yuxin immediately responded with irritation, annoying, don't ask that. Still, he continued, anyway, there are 3 monsters. To get out of here, you have to get past them. You have to defeat one of them. Hey, how many gourds do you have left to use? Hearing this, Choi Siu replied while checking, 2 left, should I use them all? Yuxin said no, just 1. Then Choi Siu handed Yuxin a purple gourd. Suddenly he gripped it tightly and read aloud, hold and pour. A bright blue energy light made Choi Siu instinctively cover his eyes. Then Yuxin spoke, listen carefully, Choi Siu. One of the 3 guardians is very likely to fight one of the monsters to protect your mother. The recent chaos showed that the battle between both sides had become serious. As he thought of Choi Siu's mother, he continued speaking. As for your mother, that monster has probably already taken her away. Your job is to find and join forces with them. Yuxin continued, I will fight one of the guardians. So the 3 of you need to figure out a way to escape from the remaining guardian. He continued, I and Gao Yao will fight. When one of us wins and breaks the barrier, you must leave immediately. For a moment, Choi Siu wanted to say, don't be reckless, how can the 2 of you? His throat tightened, and the words did not escape his mouth, because he knew how reckless and arrogant they were. With determined eyes, Yuxin said firmly, I already said this during the training on the practice field. Our abilities aren't even half of what they have. So now, seeing it firsthand, how do you feel? Do you think I'm lying about a friend willing to sacrifice and give up everything for themselves? Choi Siu exhaled and replied, Nothing, I can't force you. Truly concerned for a friend like that. Suddenly, something startled Yuzin and he drew his sword. As he drew it, he lunged forward so fast that Choi Siu was also startled. It collided with that thing, creating tremendous force. Choi Siu was alarmed at the sight. A pair of feet landed on the ground, immediately putting both on alert. The voice of that person echoed, "Oh heavens, if the old man finds out, he'll be furious." It was Kim Yi-gul. Calmly he continued, "Especially today when they are close to death, and their only son is playing with the monsters. Imagine how peaceful it would be to see an old man collapse." He said, "Think about it. Not changing your mind." Hearing this, Yuzin angrily replied, "Forget it." Kim Yi-gul continued, "Of course your life is your choice. You're quite like your uncle. You have the talent and above all, a personality completely different from the other family members." He spoke while looking at Choi Siu. "Instead, why don't you just kill the person beside you? Anyway, apart from those two matters, no one knows what happened in the family. Except for my nephews, Ya Kai-young and Ya Hong." He smirked again. "I've tried to keep those two things secret," Yuzin interrupted with annoyance. "Fighting like that is embarrassing." Kim Yi-gul continued, "Even when thinking about your mother." Yuzin replied, "I didn't know you think of me that way." He smiled slyly and spoke, "But unfortunately, I discovered it just before arriving at the home of that cunning fox. Anyway, let's set that aside." Yuzin immediately took an attacking stance and said to him, "I've long thought of leaving home. I can't stand being locked up. At home, nowhere." Hearing this, Kim Yi-gul said, "Is that so? It's not that I don't understand." Suddenly, Yuzin said to Choi Siu, "Your mother is on the rooftop of the apartment. As soon as the barrier is broken, you can fly away to escape." He urged Choi Siu, "Hurry, and no matter what happens, make sure you're always by her side." Choi Siu pressed his lips together. "All right." He quickly disappeared, leaving the scene ready for the impending battle between Kim Yi-gul and Yuzin. He spoke, "I see, if I'm not mistaken, he and you are friends, right? Such things exist in this world." Yuzin half smiled and replied, "I can't comment on that even if you call me crazy." Kim Yi-gul, surprised, said, "Why call you crazy? If someone risks everything to save a friend like that, how many in this world wouldn't be considered crazy? There are 7 heirs in the Sang-Soo family in total." Then he clenched his sword and said, "Truly regrettable, truly regrettable. All of them are rated as skilled enough to rival spirit-level monsters, and possess physical strength comparable to a Forza Legion level. With the martial arts they've learned and their own inclinations, each of them has been granted the title of a Kim Yi-gul's resolve. Such overwhelming power. That means you're the one who had to deal with Eru, one of the few truly capable talents among that pack of lunatics." Yuzin didn't back down either and spoke up, "I'll do my best to win as fast as possible in that brutally fierce scene." He said, "This way you'll get hurt less, kid." The truth was, there wouldn't be any more chances now to be crushed by disappointment. Scene cuts to a palace. Yuzin is resting when a noise sounds outside. "Your Majesty, your subject." The Dragon King carries an injured person in and speaks. "That's enough, put him down, it's not that difficult. His condition isn't too serious. Go check on the others first." Suddenly he lifts his head, sees him and says, "Oh, I've interrupted your rest." Yuzin quickly speaks up, "Ah no, not at all." Then he thinks, "Did I just hear someone call him Your Majesty?" The Dragon King waves a hand and heads out. "Forgive the disturbance, please rest well." Yuzin thinks to himself, was that really the Dragon King? He doesn't look like it at all. Still thinking, Yuzin looks down at the injured person from earlier. But is he from the Dragon Palace too, or a tournament participant? He looks awful, even if he's a monster. How could anyone regenerate from a state like this? A scolding voice suddenly rings out, "Can you lie down already? You don't have work until tomorrow. You're always so stubborn." It catches Yuzin completely off guard. Sun Mi, seeing that, says, "Aren't you Siu's friend?" Scene cuts to a high-rise building. A few minutes earlier, Seo Hoa frowns and asks, "What's going on?" Yuzin tensely thinks, this pattern, someone has clearly summoned a deity. Then he says, "Hey, I'm just asking in case, but you guys." Sun Mi trembles as she holds her phone. "No way." Seo Hoa sees that and asks, What is it?" Sun Mi says in fear, "Siu is coming here. This message came a moment ago, so it's probably now." Yuzin hears that and snaps angrily, "That guy has completely lost it. You mean he left without resisting at all? After traveling with him for days, you two know what he's like, idiot." Suddenly, he jolts. A voice echoes, leaving them stunned. "My goodness, what is this supposed to be?" A masked woman says, "Those two nuisances are one thing." She stomps down and continues, "But why is our young master talking to these creatures?" Seeing that, Sun Mi becomes extremely wary and steps in front of Siu. The woman says, "Are you afraid the woman you took away will be hurt?" She continues, "Or did he overestimate himself, thinking he could intimidate these pets with nothing but words and his own strength?" Hon Jim props his chin up and says calmly, "I truly don't understand." Yuzin grits his teeth, fuming as he thinks. The guardian spirits of the barriers set in the east, west, south, and north to protect the 4 directions. But even if Han Sin appears, The problem is I can't use spiritual power right now. He keeps thinking if only I had time to prepare. Then he suddenly remembers the three-colored gourd. The three-colored gourd, if Siu hasn't used it all up, then one bottle could fully restore damaged spiritual power, with some left over. Yusin falls silent, thinking of a way to respond. I just need to meet him. Meanwhile, Hoa speaks up. Even if the strength is nothing special, it sure seems famous. Suddenly, Han Sim takes advantage of Yusin's lapse in vigilance and hurls a dagger. With interest, she says, "Look at that, something strange is definitely happening here. I'm aiming for young Master Yusin, you know." Seeing Hoa catch the knife, Han Sim says, "Why would a monster be protecting the young master like that?" Her hands tremble from the injury. Han Sim removes her mask and continues to sneer. Could it be our young master has forgotten his duty and formed an alliance with monsters? All of a sudden, Sun Mi grabs Yusin's hand, and with her other hand she takes hold of Siu's mother, then says seriously, "We have to leave right now." Yusin speaks up, but they could use him as a hostage or something. Hoa says, but with things like this, they can't even use him as a human shield. Stop dragging your feet, go find Siu and take care of him. Yusi doesn't say anything. She continues, if we run into Choi Siu, forget it, I'll handle it myself. Hoa quickly says, this side won't take long. In that empty room, Han Sim laughs slyly. Why so sensitive? Don't worry, I'm thinking the same as you. Whether it's humans or other monsters, the target has to be kept safe. I can wait. She continues, besides, none of you can leave this place anyway. So the only difference is when you get captured and by whom. Han Sim adds, and doesn't that arm hurt? Even if you're a monster, you still feel pain to some extent. Hearing that, Hoa says, if a seductress hurt like you do, if she were a bit more genuine, then maybe it would actually hurt. Hearing that, Yuan Sim exclaimed excitedly, you know it, I made it myself. The bewitching blade, it's what forms when a human soul falls into intense emotion and deep resentment, then collapses. It's not all that different from what people call a malevolent spirit. But unlike other malevolent spirits, a bewitching one is a meticulously manufactured existence. Those chosen as the raw material to create a bewitching one are tortured in both body and soul, their minds driven mad until they're on the brink of death. When their life reaches its limit, it's severed with an object used to imprison the bewitching one. And just like that, a weapon of immense power, carrying every ounce of hatred and strength, is forged. She continued cheerfully. That's the item I crafted with extreme care. Any flaws, most run-of-the-mill demons can deal with it easily. She went on, there was no other choice. As she spoke, she recalled the razor-sharp daggers. I can only ask my other friends for help. Yuselmo hurried off to carry out the task. Then she continued, have you waited long enough? Huxley's voice carried the image of Sanmi leading Siu's mother as they fled. Each threat echoed faintly somewhere in the air. By now, they've probably gotten far enough. Yuan Sim shifted form, curling her lips into a sly smile. It's come to this, anything else you still want to say? She snapped her fingers and a storm of throwing daggers shot forward. They surged ahead at an unpredictable speed, rushing straight at Super Hoa. Inside that high-rise, a sudden power flared to life. Super Hoa burst out through a window. She looked up and saw Yuan Sim had already caught up. Fast, she said. Easier said than done, yet blue lights packed with terrifying energy swept toward her. Super Hoa cast a spell and summoned the demon-subduing Great Emperor. As he appeared, Super Hoa added, grant me your aid. Seeing that, Yuan Sim jolted in surprise. The demon-subduing Great Emperor slashed, forcing all that blue light back. Among the deities worshipped by sorcerers, there are many kinds. One kind consists of humans who once lived. Most were heroes whose names survived in history, but the reason they could become gods after death wasn't their strength. It was the prayers of the people that elevated them into beings beyond ordinary humans. Those who pray don't need spiritual power, and the religion or ritual form isn't all that important. What matters is sincerity in the prayer and the offerings they present. Countless people repeat their prayers, accumulating year after year, until a soul is born from the void, and then a god takes shape. A sorcerer who commands such gods has the authority and the responsibility to control that power. The demon-subduing Great Emperor unleashed heavy, forceful slashes, driving back Yuan Sim's energy. She muttered, too many strange things are happening today. No matter how you looked at him, the demon-subduing Great Emperor perfectly matched the image of Guan Yu. I don't know how a demon could control that kind of power. Her expression darkened as she sneered, but it doesn't look like it's going too well. A dagger suddenly pierced Super Hoa. Yuan Sim continued, I'll overlook this filthy thing. A surge of power shot straight down to the ground. She landed and said, disgusting. The stench of those beasts has practically numbed my sense of smell. As she strode forward, she mocked, I hear you're great at these petty little tricks. From what I know, you have two so-called ultimate techniques. Seeing Super Hoa badly wounded, she went on. One is the fox pearl bead, and the other is mind disarray, right? With that, she flung her daggers and said, new knowledge acquired. I'll remember it so if I ever need to, I'll kill another fox later. Suddenly, more tails appeared behind Super Hoa, catching Hyun Sim completely off guard. Super Hoa said, "No need to remember." The incoming throwing daggers seemed to slow as they flew toward her. Hyun Sim panicked, thinking, something invisible, no. Not blocking them but stopping them completely. But why? The Fox clan has two ultimate techniques, yet this wasn't either of them. With a dangerous look in her eyes, Super Hoa said, "And by the way, besides me, no one can do this. This isn't a Fox clan technique." Hyun Sim gasped, startled. Controlling the bewitching blade, what the hell, it's nothing special. I already told you, your bewitching blade is just something ordinary. Even across different species, her status and judgment didn't change much. Super Hoa raised a hand to intercept the daggers and said, "While you were taking a break earlier, I figured out how you control the bewitching blade. So I created a spell that can command it more proficiently than you. Not only with witchcraft, but also human arts. And Taoist arts." Hyun Sim's face turned grim as she snapped in rage, "Unbelievable. This can't be happening. What's more, she's a genius who can restrain it and fine-tune it." Super Hoa's body surged with powerful energy as she said, "I don't really understand it either. But I can do it. This world is divided into two types, demonic power and spiritual power, both referring to the strength used by humans and demons. In fact, both originate from a type of natural energy called qi, which can transform into various forms. However, through humans and monsters, it turns into different types of fuels with distinct properties, like a car needing gasoline. Since each fuel has its own usage, compatibility is impossible. If the wrong fuel is put in the car, it will of course break down. Humans cannot perform dark arts using spiritual power, and vice versa." Hyun Sim tilted her face, clasped her hands, biting her lip and retreating slightly, as she improved her magic. "If it were a human, I wouldn't know, but for a monster, it makes no sense. Because she uses mana instead of spiritual power, a new spell is formed. The formula may be wrong, but the result is correct." Facing Seo Hoa's sharp gaze, Hyun Sim felt threatened, even though she had created a spell similar to spirit manipulation. So how could she fully replicate it in such a short time? There must be some limitations in her commands, including pause and redirect. After thinking for a while, Hyun Sim furrowed her brow, plotting. "If that's the case," Seo Hoa's cold voice spoke, "there's something that piques my curiosity. Is this magic so common that it is mass-produced like this? For us, it's not a problem. But according to the user's view, something that can harm their kind is taboo." Hearing this, Hyun Sim's lips curled into a smile. She took a deep breath. "It seems you've misunderstood. The reason a spellcaster is banned is not for harming humans, but because it's a simple method that easily enhances power." Seo Hoa tilted her head, puzzled. "Continue listening. Have you ever heard of grasping the issue?" Hyun Sim's dull brown eyes spoke while forming a sinister smile. "No species can grasp the issue like humans. Moreover, aside from understanding, we are creatures who clearly express our ideal. In physique, intellect, or appearance, even within the same species, distinctions exist depending on innate quality. Those of lower status must naturally show respect to those of higher status." In a steady voice, she continued, "Defying natural laws is also what defines human. Even if they die in return, they still envy and slander those superior to them, never acknowledging their excellence. Personal beliefs, social morals, laws, or rights, all are merely illusions to tame and appease those individuals." Seo Hoa calmly stood, listening to all of Hyun Sim's words. Fortunately, they truly deceived them. Slowly, Hyun Sim mysteriously drew a wooden tube from her sleeve, signaling that they had power or authority. Seo Hoa's expression, full of disdain, sternly rebutted, "Really? I don't know if what you say is true. Some people think differently." As she thought, Siu's image appeared in her mind. It felt like they truly mourned the death of their kind without hiding motives or calculations, especially when there's no blood relation or connection at all. Hyun Sim let out a mocking sound. "Oh my," she swiftly leapt far backward. Immediately, Seo Hoa became alert, calmly observing her movements. Hyun Sim retreated while taunting, "Of course they're fooled." This action was like a distraction in front of an opponent. Then, she dashed and vanished into the vast sky. Hyun Sim smugly looked at her hand, gripping the newly drawn wooden tube. "That's enough. At this distance, that thing won't catch up." Below, Zihun Hoa still calmly looked at Hyun Sim, nailing and flipping the cap of the wooden tube in her hand. "Hey, try to stop this. See if you survive while you still have a chance." A stream of black smoke, a foul stench, escaped from the tube. "This one is really furious. This is the fiercest spirit among the ones I possess." Seo Hoa's eyes showed coldness, mouth slightly ajar. "Unbelievable." Seo Hoa's face serious, voice measured. "Didn't I say that we agreed on this? I thought we had silently agreed to fight. Does it matter if humans here get involved?" "Nothing at all." Ignoring all that, Hyun Sim prepared to launch the malicious spirit towards Seo Hoa. Suddenly, she halted, her expression instantly changing. Seo Hoa's mouth curled arrogantly. "No direction benefits me. I have entered a completely still space." A massive silhouette blocked the sky, making Hyun Sim panic and look back. From behind, a giant shadow covered the sky. The five-tailed maximum power is summoned. A gigantic hand capable of crushing a whole city, peeked from behind the clouds. Zihun Hoa stared at the hand, controlling with her fingers. 5 tails for one hand, I should be satisfied with the present. On this side, Hun Zin was trembling in waves, standing frozen in place. That enormous hand was slowly reaching toward where she stood. The flower-like eyes lit up with delight, lips parting into a grin. Father is almost here too. In an instant, Ziho Hoa snapped her fingers, and the colossal arm did the same. She remembered the times when she used to snap her fingers in carefree joy. A thunderous collision erupted as that huge arm flicked Hun Zin, sending her flying straight into the building. It was still the same scene at dying afternoon where the skyscrapers stood in bleak silence. Han Sim's weapon, smeared with blood, lay sprawled on the ground. Ziu Hoa's hand was shaking uncontrollably. She looked at her own hand and let out a faint, soundless breath. Ziu Hoa's voice hesitated, recalling Mint's sulky words from before. A seal. I've never heard that I need it to be able to come to the human realm. Is it because I don't meet the requirements? It's not necessary. Even if you do meet the requirements, there are still people who need a seal to restrain their power. Demons whose strength is comparable to, or even surpasses, the spirit tier. Ziu Hoa quietly reflected on herself back then. No one knew she had reached that level, a truth no one knew. Ziu Hoa frowned solemnly, a faint smile on her lips. Thanks for the high otse ye n a tion. But it feels like I'm always being placed on the lighter side of that scale, doesn't it? Being both too inexperienced to enter the human realm and too strong to go without a seal, existing in parallel like that felt truly ironic. Facing her, Ment explained gently. This measure isn't meant to oppose you, so there's no need to be dissatisfied. This is the Demon King's order. Even I must be sealed when I come to the human realm, Ment added, calm and confident. And if your strength is needed, I believe that even without removing the seal, you can still prevail with your sharp wits. That's also why I came to find you. Ziu Hoa, wearing a skeptical look, stared straight at Ment, then spoke softly. I'll get through it with my sharp wits. I plan to do that too, but fresh red blood slowly trickled from Ziu Hoa's nose and the corners of her eye. Whether it was just a hand or an entire arm, summoning it with 5 tails was too much. Energy overload, so you couldn't really call Choi Siu pathetic. But pushing past the limit a little was the right choice. The soul she had summoned was no ordinary thing. Ziu Hoa Lang Yen sank into thought. To erase that newly unsealed thing, she would have to act. At once, a sudden premonition inside Ziu Hoa warned her, putting her on guard. With one hand, she lightly wiped the blood from her nose, her face showing no expression. Was that the second one I just defeated? Maybe it won't be destroyed immediately. It might take a few minutes. Han Sim's wooden tube suddenly made a sound. Ziu Hoa ignored it, calmly wiping away the remaining blood. Now it's time to find Choi Siu. Detecting something wrong, Ziu Hoa froze, her eyes wide open. The spirit suddenly appeared behind Ziu Hoa, sending a chill through her. Thank you, sister. Because of you, I can fully escape now. Ziu Hoa's face went pale as she glanced behind her. The formless spirit grinned eerily. From now on, play with me forever. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building, Sun Mi's face lit up with joy, words failing her. The barrier was weakening, which meant we succeeded. Hopefully everyone is safe and no one is seriously injured. I'm not too worried about Ziu Hoa, but Ziu Hoa and your friend. Sun Mi frowned, looking back with concern. Even though the barrier wasn't fully gone, if necessary, I could still find a way out. Behind her, Siu's mother had completely lost consciousness, standing motionless. I'm fine, but a human body is different. Sun Mi sighed unintentionally and quickly moved towards Siu's mother. It's best to wait until the barrier fully disappears. But please let nothing happen until then. Suddenly Sun Mi's eyes flashed with surprise. Siu was drenched in sweat, gasping. Siu. Sun Mi looked at Siu in confusion. After glancing at her mother, he quickly explained, Don't worry, Ziu Hoa just helped you a bit so you wouldn't be caught off guard. Hearing this, he exhaled in relief and replied seriously, Thank you for risking yourself to save my mother. Sun Mi smiled gently, politely saying, Risk? I didn't do anything, I just apologized. Then Siu looked at Sun Mi, speaking calmly. Before coming here, I felt something strange, like a lighter breath. If my intuition is correct, the barrier seems to have been removed. Sun Mi, are you planning to leave with my mother? Sun Mi replied frankly, Yes. Since the barrier has been removed, I will take you along with your mother. Siu's eyes hardened as he suddenly cut in, Not just my mother. Sun Mi's face went pale, immediately stopping him. What are you saying? Siu, I understand your intention, but right now, Siu's voice darkened, not letting Sun Mi finish. This is not an impulsive action. Siu's expression was resolute, voice firm. On the way here, I thought about it, but there's something strange about the Guardians here. From the moment I realized you were inside this place, if we combined our efforts, this would end immediately. A bead of sweat slid down Sun Mi's cheek as she listened anxiously. But instead, after Ryuju and I neutralized one side, another Guardian appeared. As if waiting, I considered 2 possibilities. Siu seriously shared his opinion. 1. There's a condition preventing the Guardians from keeping the barrier near the opponent. 2. For some reason, these people don't get along well. The chance is low, but Siu's cold, decisive eyes affirmed. Regardless, they definitely predicted the barrier would be broken. Siu subtly hinted at a mysterious guardian. Most importantly, there's still one more person. If I were that person, I'd focus completely, waiting for a chance to escape. From here, instantly Sunmi became extremely fearful. Siu remained unmoved, calmly continuing. Anyway, the barrier's disappearance means Siohoa has won. I don't know Siohoa's current state, but if she and I cooperate, we can deal with the remaining person. Now she will take my mother out first. Quickly, Siu summoned his power, voice resolute. Don't worry, I'm certain this is the best course of action. No matter what happens, I will safely escape from here with Siohoa. Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded. Truly an astonishing person. Suddenly, Baihung appeared, voice soft. Your judgment and resolute attitude are excellent. You are my descendant, yet it feels like I am the one admiring you. Sunmi, Siu, and Ryuju were all horrified, speechless. Baihung squinted happily, waving excitedly. Hey Siu, we meet again. Baihung's bright smile met Siu. Hello, Choi Siu. Before Baihung could finish, Choi Siu, eyes blazing with anger, shouted, We meet again. He kicked Baihung across the neck. Baihung remained unharmed, calmly saying, And the reason I came here is… Suddenly, his gaze flicked, startled. A feather shot swiftly toward where Baihung stood. This was no ordinary feather, but the unique wind feather technique, gathering wind around Sunmi's feather. Once thrown, it could easily pierce an anti-tank rifle. But the damage was limited to the beasts and the brush. With one hand, Bai Haiyang gently caught the feather. It posed no real threat to powerful monsters. Seeing the feather resting neatly in Bai Haiyang's palm, Xian Mai immediately activated her magic. The key was how it was applied. Like a windmill gathering energy, a skilled wind and drain mage could store gale force inside the feather. Xian Mai quickly snapped out a command, dispersing and releasing it. In that instant, the feather in Bai Haiyang's hand detonated. Siu held his fighting stance, carefully reading the situation. Even if we went all out, he'd only need one hand. Without hesitation, Siu pulled out a treasured artifact. Bai Haiyang was stunned, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. With a hard expression, Siu summoned a thunderbolt arrow brimming with power. We weren't trying to hit harder now, just as sharply as possible. At the same time, Xian Mai sprinted at full speed. While Bai Haiyang focused on Siu, she quietly slipped over to Siu's mother. On this side, Siu's eyes blazed. He clenched his teeth and charged with everything he had. A streak of blue light tore through with violent force. Siu's pupils trembled slightly, and Bai Haiyang's lips curled into a faint smile. That was exactly the right answer, strike the root. Poison, curses, scorching blows, or razor-sharp attacks. Bai Haiyang stayed calm, stopping Siu's strike with one hand. Of course, that would only matter if you could land it from the start. He stared at Siu coldly and snapped the boy's arm. Watching from the side, Xian Mai trembled in horror. Siu's breathing turned heavy and ragged, and he collapsed to the ground in pain. Even if you know how to use righteous energy, no matter how it's supplied, controlling it and using it effectively is a separate problem. Bai Haiyang's hand, smeared with Siu's blood, shot a sidelong look at Xian Mai, utter contempt. That's right, blood has a huge impact. Xian Mai immediately went on guard. The demon who attacked Choi Siu today was Bai Haiyang. Xian Mai's brows knitted tight, her eyes looked gentle yet unwavering. You'd better not come any closer. Her hand tightened around the threatening feathers. This time, it would take more than one hand to deal with. Bai Haiyang scratched his head lightly, forcing an awkward smile, clearly wary. Fine, that wind and drain spell you threw earlier was impressive enough. I don't think I can stop it with brute strength alone. But your friend is in a state that keeps you from going all out, isn't he? At his words, Xian Mai fell silent, tongue-tied. Bai Haiyang's face turned pensive, his expression hard to read. The moment you use your full power, not just me, everything around us will be torn apart, even if Choi Siu somehow survives. Bai Haiyang shifted his attention to Siu's mother. But with that burden on you, wind and drain magic isn't the right choice. Suddenly, Bai Haiyang's expression brightened and he smiled broadly. Anyway, I'm glad I came to help him. He frowned, then offered a gentle smile. Because of Choi Siu's attack, everything turned into a misunderstanding. Well, even if I look suspicious, you should at least ask why I'm here. Bai Haiyang glanced back at Siu, struggling to get up. Taking a punch probably helped you calm down a bit, huh? Bai Haiyang put on a mild, harmless look and continued casually. Honestly, I didn't expect to see you again this soon, but they crossed the line. I knew today would get messy. I thought they'd focus on me. Bai Haiyang calmly explained his plan. In fact, I even left a few traces that could lead them straight to me. But whether out of laziness or carelessness, they tailed you instead of me. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have approached more quietly. My fault, sorry. Sweat beaded on Siu's face as he panted and spoke with difficulty. You didn't come here just to talk. Bai Haiyang answered bluntly and decisively. Yeah, I said it earlier, I came to help you too. So Siu, you were right. Bai Haiyang grew serious and composed as he spoke. I don't know how the barrier was broken, but it'll be hard to leave here safely, even if only one warden is left. They're probably on their way already. At that, both Siu and Xian Mai tried to cut in at the same time, but Bai Haiyang kept talking, completely unfazed. I told you, they even brought a swordsman capable of capturing me, just to hunt you down. The rest of the wardens shouldn't be able to get here. And it doesn't stop there. Bai Haiyang revealed more. There are even 2 magic lineages that can be combined to capture a warden. I'm not exaggerating, they're the force that can protect Seoul. Looking at the city still peaceful below, Bai Haiyang said in other words, even if this city gets turned upside down tonight, capturing you is their top priority. As he spoke, he glanced at Xian Mai. No wonder your friend's strength isn't enough. The judges must have sent elite experts they personally selected, but they probably didn't expect the wardens to show up in full force like this. Siu's face hardened. He stayed on high alert but listened closely. Then what do we do? If the wardens have come this far, they'll have to go all out to minimize losses. They may not arrive early, but they must already be on their way here. Bai Haiyang moved closer, his gaze locking with Suho's as he calculated the moment the barrier would completely disappear. There probably wasn't much time left. But don't worry, I guarantee you can all leave here safely, if you let Suho do me a favor. Suho's dark eyes flickered with suspicion as he asked, you said all of us. Bai Haiyang put on a cheerful act, his voice bright with enthusiasm. Of course that includes the one who isn't here. I'm not that heartless. As soon as he heard that, the corners of Bai Haiyang's lips curled into a smile. All right, then what do you need my help with? Bai Haiyang stepped gently in front of Suho. He leaned close to the young man's ear and whispered softly, it's not too difficult, just. Suho's face turned utterly stunned, leaving him speechless. After finishing, Bai Haiyang stepped back, his eyes probing. Well, that's not too heavy a request, right? Suho's expression darkened, his voice hoarse. Fine, I accept that request. While Suho was still hesitating, not having finished his words, then, Bai Haiyang had already swiftly arranged everything. Yeah, good idea, just go downstairs and leave immediately. Suho couldn't hide his confusion and blurted out, what? Bai Haiyang kept his eyes on the phone in his hand and spoke evenly. Seriously, you don't need to fly, just walk out from any direction and no one will stop you. I know what I'm saying, I just killed the third guardian. He put on a foolish expression again and grinned slyly. Sorry for only saying it now, but I figured explaining too much would just drag things out. Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated, as if it was exactly what he had been waiting for. Over here, Sanmi was carefully observing his movements. Hello, Bai Haiyang calmly responded to the voice on the other end. Who else would it be? It's the one who killed the owner of this phone. And get straight to the point, no need to give me orders. Hearing this, Suho could hardly conceal his shock. Bai Haiyang cleared his throat and quickly signaled to Suho, you really can go down. I promise I'll handle the rest. Sanmi couldn't help but be surprised as well. Bai Haiyang glanced at her, gave a gentle smile and waved. Suho nodded in farewell, then quietly left with the other 2. The 3 of them quickly followed the stairs and exited the building. All of a sudden, both Suho and Sanmi froze in confusion, seeing Yushin sitting down with a pale face. She looked ashen but still tried to reassure them. Don't worry, I just got hit by something that made me feel a little unwell. Kim Yeagle stood in the middle of the road, stunned, listening to the phone. So it's come to this. All right, I'll clean things up quickly and leave. After hanging up, he frowned and sighed, complaining, honestly, why ask me to leave after I've already come all this way? Well, I don't think this is such a bad deal. As he finished speaking, he turned to Yushin, who was breathing heavily. I don't fully understand, but your friend is probably safe now, she asked in confusion. What? Kim Yeagle grew serious and explained calmly. Didn't that person show up? Came here in person and told me I'd caught the enemy. I'm here. Yushin stood motionless, almost numb. It seems he killed. Don't just stand there staring blankly. There's a reason for everything. With one hand, Kim Yeagle slowly raised his large, heavy blade. Well then, right before Yushin's astonished eyes, we must end this. Without hesitation, Kim Yeagle chopped off his own arm. Yushin broke out in a cold sweat, utterly panicked, stammering, Uncle, what are you doing? Why would you? Kim Yeagle remained unwavering and calmly reminded her, don't make a scene and stutter like that. I have to go this far so I won't be blamed for failing to capture you. Kid, even if I go back, I'll probably still hear a few complaints. Hearing those words, Yushin trembled slightly with emotion. But it'll be easier to breathe if you come back afterward. When people say Kim, Yushin defeated. Kim Yeagle, right? Kim Yeagle continued calmly. You know, in the end, the strong always win in this world. Even if the old man flies into a rage right away, deep down he'll secretly be pleased if I say you won. After all, when you return to your former self, one thing's certain, I'll quietly be proud. Yushin lowered her eyes, her lips trembling. Uncle, not giving her a chance to speak, Kim Yeagle cut her off. Of course, whether you come back or not is your own choice. But personally, I have one request. You've already left the clan, so just do whatever you want. At the very least, live well enough to make this arm worth it. Got it? As his final words of advice were spoken, Kim Yeagle turned and left. That's the only thing I wish for. It was truly a beautiful day with white clouds and golden sunlight. A week has passed since then, and everyone is shopping together at the supermarket. At a glance, the world doesn't seem to have changed much. Sanmi stared at her phone thoughtfully. However, she suddenly noticed a little girl standing beside her, staring at her intently. Sanmi raised her hand and gave a bright smile. but the girl's mother suddenly rushed over and pulled her into an embrace. Sanmi clearly felt the wary gaze of the mother. It wasn't the world that had changed, but the people. She lowered her head slightly, not knowing what else to say. It was understandable. Unlike us, they weren't told anything about the recent upheaval. She recalled the savage goblins from before. The appearance of the goblin named Baihyung, a disaster called the darkness, or perhaps the catastrophes he had brought upon it. In history, such a bloody scene seemed unprecedented, with no event matching this scale of disaster. Compared to last week's incident, it only differed in scale. The essence remained the same, happening continuously. She lowered the phone in her hand. People now vaguely realized something threatening their lives, something the media, police, and government never mentioned. Watching the woman lead her child away, there was a vague, suffocating feeling that kept them anxious and fearful even while resting. Ment stood still, leaning on his cane, gently saying that lately, there was nothing concerning John that they needed to worry about. So it's better for you to stay close to him. Xiaomi and Rui were a bit surprised to hear, nothing major will happen. You've worked hard during this period, now rest. She lowered her head, clearly worried, but thought, yes, normally I would feel very happy when thinking of the peaceful cityscape, but this time I feel utterly powerless. Without knowing what's happening, if I were still delivering messages to the magistrate, at least I would know what's going on. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Xiaomi looked at the woman waving as she approached. But perhaps what kept me from losing heart was Siu's mother waving and asking, out shopping alone this early. Looking at her, she couldn't help thinking that the place I live has so many important and meaningful things. Xiaomi bowed politely. Hello, ma'am, slightly surprised, she asked. It's not even near a supermarket here. Or should I take you shopping tonight as well? Xiaomi smiled brightly, replying politely. With such nice weather, I also wanted to go for a walk. Do you have plans with anyone? Siu's mother chatted happily. Ah, a friend visiting from home. Seeing that happy expression, she couldn't help but reflect. Siu had moved here about a week ago. She recalled the gloomy day when Hyun Sim appeared with a strange smile. Because of that incident, his apartment was heavily damaged due to the fight between Sun Hoa and the Protector. Fortunately, no casualties occurred in the area. Everything returned to normal. They covered up the incident, blaming a gas leak, and the construction company temporarily compensated residents. Therefore, Siu moved into this villa for a while. Xiaomi remembered Yu Yang's haggard face. There was actually some help from a relative of the Black Turtle clan, the landowner. Siu's mother waved goodbye to Xiaomi. See you later, she was still lost in thought. Siu and I had become high school classmates and were living here. Xiaomi's obedient face responded. Siu and I had become high school classmates and were living here. Xiaomi said, take care, ma'am. Suddenly, footsteps behind startled her. Xiaomi looked up, saw him, and forced a smile. I came to visit for a while. It's the weekend. You've been through a lot, right? You worked all week, right? He pushed his glasses lightly. It's okay. It's work that needs doing, and Goyu helped me all week anyway. Watching him walk away, she could only force a smile. Take care of yourself. Though unlikely, everyone still tried to protect Siu's mother from potential dangers. Looking at the elevator to the third floor, Xiaomi quietly typed on her phone. Siu was already awake. The other side replied to her message. She sighed in relief. I'm awake, just washed my face. Want to come over? I'll make something tasty for lunch. Thank goodness food preparation had begun. Xiaomi's gaze fixed on Siu, tapping on his phone. Last week he had been exhausted. She cooked while anxiously glancing back at him. He had stayed home for days. Today was the first time she saw him since moving. Her hand trembled slightly holding the knife. At least she wanted to change his mood. While she was tense, he had been standing behind since 3 o'clock. You don't need to cut the fish cakes piece by piece. Xiaomi was surprised, stammering. Siu, with a detached expression, he said. It's easier to stack them and cut all at once. If the knife is dull, use scissors. Then Siu glanced at the nearby container. Only marinated with chili sauce, no sugar or soy sauce. Adding chili pieces would taste better. Xiaomi felt embarrassed and replied, ah, yes. He thought for a moment, then turned and said, I have some at my place, you can add a bit. Put some rice cakes in water first before boiling. Siu arranged 2 plates, then said, it doesn't matter how you cut fish or vegetables as long as it's edible. He bent down and started working. But he didn't forget to ask, Xiaomi, do you like spicy food, more or less chili juice? The question surprised and flustered her. Ah, but then Xiaomi awkwardly replied, yes, I like it, but not too much. Her first time cooking. Seeing this, he continued, then is there a type you particularly like? Outside, it was almost evening, yet their voices could still be heard. Then you like more chili juice. A pot of delicious-looking food was set before them. Sun Mi picked up the plate full of food, swallowing lightly. Looking at Siu in front of her, she spoke gently, I hope it suits your taste. If it's too spicy or bland, just let me know. All right, Sun Mi opened her eyes wide, put the piece of rice cake into her mouth and began to chew. She couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing, it really tastes great. The rice cake is even chewier than at the store. Siu smiled gently because I made it. He recalled cooking with his mother when he was young. Previously, I used to think Siu was an excellent cook. Not really that skilled, I just enjoy cooking. My mother taught me step by step when I was little. Then unconsciously, a smile appeared on his lips and he softly said, "Thank you." Sunmi froze when she heard him speak, unable not to think. She especially went shopping for ingredients for me, right? Actually, my condition wasn't severe enough for you to worry like that. I just momentarily forgot about it and then thought about recent events. You kept saying, was my decision to save people that day truly the right thing? His hand kept poking at the rice cake on the plate. In the end, I couldn't save anyone. Things got worse, people were injured, even killed. The more he spoke, the more his negativity showed. Even my mother and my best friend were caught up in the troubles I caused. Sunmi worriedly spoke to console him, but it's not your fault, Siu. You may be criticized for carelessness, but you are not guilty. Hearing Sunmi's words, he only responded indifferently. The events at the apartment that night were entirely caused by the mage's unjust actions. Perhaps that is so. Finishing his words, Siu spoke frankly. I know what you're worried about, Sunmi. I'm fine. Even if I blame myself, I won't be disheartened by it. Siu's hands clenched tightly to restrain himself. But due to this incident, I realized a few things. His eyes darkened and he softly said that a person's actions can bring about consequences, and responsibility can be heavy beyond measure. Siu put a piece of rice cake into his mouth and continued calmly. Even if my life is in danger, it doesn't matter. It's a far more arrogant and selfish thought than I imagined. I didn't even have the ability to end it with my life. My own life. Now that Siohoa has returned, I'm trying to focus on what I can learn from this. Hearing this, Sunmi let out a surprised huh. She immediately asked, Siohoa has returned, but it seems she's still. Siu quickly explained, Siohoa's room is just above our house. Siu recalled the events of last night while narrating. Last night I heard footsteps above and woke up. Hearing this, Sunmi slightly frowned, thinking, the soundproofing in this villa isn't very good, huh? Ah, it's okay. Siohoa returned early, something must be wrong. Sunmi pondered, recalling the events of that day, right after the battle with the mages. Siohoa returned to the demon realm to rest. Extremely curious, Sunmi proceeded forward. But aside from not notifying her, Sunmi entered the password digits one by one at Siohoa's house. There was no news that she had returned last night. The door opened slightly and Sunmi's voice echoed, Siohoa. Sunmi leaned in, hesitating as she stepped inside. Are you in there? If you returned, at least you would have come by. She only saw Siohoa unconscious, curled up on the floor. Sunmi screamed in fear, calling her name, Siohoa. A voice echoed from the cafe, no wounds or bleeding. When was the last time you saw her healthy? Goyu spoke calmly over the phone. Then perhaps she has been like that for a whole week. You know, Siohoa is completely proud. Unnecessary, so maybe she tried to hide it. Sunmi massaged her forehead, tiredly listening. Her returning means she thought she could take care of herself, but in reality, you see, oh God, what should we do? Goyu's voice continued softly through the phone. To treat Siohoa, the only way is to bring her back to the demon realm. For demons in the human world, no one can heal their injuries. But understanding Sunmi's intent, Goyu continued calmly, even if doing so may endanger her life, she might be disqualified from becoming the next candidate. Hoyu in Siohoa's clan has a unique concept. Secret battles between members of the clan, even sharing blood. Yet there are still competitions for personal gain. Deceptive plots against each other are normal. Some will die during these struggles, but they believe only the weak should die. Every clan member desires the successor position, but Siohoa never exposes any flaws in her skills or qualities. But now, the rumor that Siohoa is unwell will spread quickly, and afterward no one will know. What will other Hoyu do to undermine Siohoa? Siu looked anxiously, painfully at Siohoa struggling on the bed. Goyu's voice rang out in the cafe. There was one way, but no guarantee it would work. Hearing that, Sunmi's delighted voice came through the phone. Really? Any way is fine, tell me what I can do to help her. Gohayu took a careful breath and gave a long list of instructions, assuming the cause was the battle with the mages and that she had no other injury. It's probably not an injury or an illness. You know what it is, don't you? Spirit damage. Sunmi's eyes went wide as she shot back at once. That's absurd. Cohwa was hurt that badly by just one evil spirit. Gohayu replied she probably thought so at first too. That must be what happened. His face was cold, but his tone stayed calm. Anyway, if an evil spirit really did this, there's no need to go back to the demon realm. There are some specialists nearby, Gohayu said, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Yeah, they're staying in the same villa as you. Holding the phone firmly, Gohayu said, I've already contacted them. They'll be here soon. A figure was already waiting outside Cohwa's door. With a faint curl of the lips, a voice sounded. How curious. Gan rang and Wangui had arrived at Cohwa's door. Why would the young lady of the Fox clan need an ordinary ghost like me? The words came out heavy, breath thick. Cohwa lay motionless on the bed, devoid of vitality. Gan Rang's gaze stuck to her. Gently she reached out and checked Cohwa's pulse. With a small smile, Gan Rang said, "All right, I'm certain of one thing." Cohwa and Sun Mi listened, tense with anxiety. Gan Rang's face showed clear concern as she looked toward them both. If she isn't treated properly, she'll last at most 3 days, then she'll stop breathing. Hearing that, Sun Mi grew frightened and even more agitated. "So there's no other way, like a ritual or an exorcism?" Sun Mi asked. Gan Rang explained evenly, "It's like getting soaked in a thunderstorm. The cure isn't complicated." Cohwa's expression darkened as Gan Rang described her condition. "But depending on the situation and the opponent, we can choose a few tactics. The best option is to remove the rain clouds so the sky clears and the sun comes back. The body will dry on its own and stay warm. If the rain is too heavy and you can't get rid of it, then find shelter and wait for it to ease. Not perfect, but at least you won't be drenched." All of a sudden, Gan Rang hesitated and asked softly, "But how did this person get poisoned this badly?" The image of Han Sim's wooden tube surfaced. "I don't know who created this vow, but that stupidity alone is enough to earn a death sentence." She couldn't bear to imagine Han Sim secretly keeping something that dangerous. Someone who deals with spirits, if they're crushed by vengeful souls and don't handle it in time or lack the courage, can end up creating something like this. Gan Rang lowered her head, eyes half closed, helpless. "Either way, I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to do anything." Sun Mi rushed forward, voice firm. "Then at least try to do something." Sun Mi immediately froze at Gan Rang's warning. "It looks like you're deceiving yourself. Of course, I'm not refusing to intervene because of personal feeling. I have no obligation to save her." Gan Rang's eyes were unwavering as she continued. "Like I said, what's inside her can't be dealt with." Based on Cohwa's condition, Gan Rang was certain. Even if they wanted to remove it, they couldn't. If someone tried to take it out, it wouldn't just affect one person, it would drag everyone nearby into it. Gan Rang held her ground. "In my assessment, if that happens, more than 1,000 people will be implicated by this terrifying thing." The only reason she could still endure was because of her high ability. Sun Mi's body trembled, lips pressed tight as she listened. No matter the outcome, sending them to the underworld is still the right choice. Doing it for personal reasons is far too risky. A clear male voice suddenly cut Gan Rang off. Sun Mi and Gan Rang both turned toward the speaker. "I may not know much about spirits, but if it's you, you'll find a way, won't you?" Leaning against the doorframe, Wang Gui called in, "Even if the method is stupid or risky, as long as we don't interfere directly. Even if they cause trouble, they're not shameless enough to drag us down with them too, right?" Wang Gui's sharp gaze swept toward Sun Mi and Siu. Siu stood there silent, not knowing what to say, but Sun Mi spoke up in time. "That's right," Gan Rang frowned, "but sir, why?" Wang Gui's face stayed cold, his voice indifferent. "Either way, this fox isn't worthy of being an opponent. I have no reason to show mercy." All three listened intently. Unfortunately, her friends could do nothing as she slowly died. Gan grit his teeth, his eyes shimmering with courage. "Really?" She ran over and threw her arms around Quan Kui to Sun's astonishment. Sun Mi and Siu were truly moved. "Since when have you become so cold and sensitive like this?" All of a sudden, Siu's gaze sharpened as he saw Wang Gui staring straight at him. Siu spoke up at once. "Thank you for helping Siu Hoa." Quan Kui's lips parted slightly as if he wanted to say something, but then they closed again and he sighed. Siu was instinctively baffled by what Wang Gui had just done. It was a beautiful morning, sunlight threading through every corner of the city. Siu strolled calmly down the street. He recalled Gan Jiang's instructions from that day. 2 things must be prepared: an exorcist to perform the rite and a vessel to hold the soul once it's extracted. Both must be of the highest quality. Zombie's eyes went wide, lips moving in disbelief. "About the vessel, can't we burn it completely without sealing it?" Gan Jiang answered bluntly with 2 words. "No, we can't." Slowly, Gan patiently explained. "A soul's strength depends on the hatred it carries. When someone dies, a soul's power is determined by hatred and lingering attachments from a previous life. However, because energy is limited once it's used up, most souls are reborn or pass on. Only a few exceptions like me remain as lingering souls and choose another body to possess, becoming a demon host." Sun Mi and Siu stood silently, focused on taking it all in. But exorcism was another matter. It was interference, altering an entity's existence through magic. It could create tremendous hatred, but it still couldn't become a lingering soul. Off to the side, Onhai nearby looked completely at ease. "That's why I'm worried the resentment will spread. Unable to be reborn or become a demon host, it will possess new bodies at will." With Gan Jiang's words, everything became clearer. That was why a soul vessel was commonly used as a weapon to bind it. Though it wasn't flesh and blood, it allowed the soul to move freely without being suppressed. At this point, Gan's voice suddenly wavered. "The problem is the vessel's quality must match the soul's power. for ordinary souls. You just need a container that can satisfy them. But for high-level souls, even the word absolute isn't enough. Sunmi fell into thought, lifting her chin as she pondered. Then Siu, looking uneasy, spoke up with a question. Then what about the efficient? Ganjiang answered directly. Even though exorcism itself is a one-person rite, she calmly untangled every doubt. Beyond that, exorcism demands an extremely high level of skill from the human side. An exorcist usually refers to someone truly experienced in this field. If you're asking how to find someone like that, didn't I already say it? There are very few. Before them appeared a finely carved gate. Siu lifted his eyes to the tightly shut gate. Even though Siu Hoa's life was in danger and he couldn't ignore it still, coming here wasn't a good idea either. Seeing Siu, the bag in Yiseyan's hand dropped straight to the ground. She clenched both fists, trembling with rage. Siu Yu noticed at once and turned to greet her. Oh, hello. They'd met a few times already. Wasn't she Yuzin's relative? The two of them living together meant it was basically. Yiseyan hurled a straight kick right into Siu's face. She furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth, her hatred plain to see. Siu couldn't react in time and toppled backward. Jaiseyan's eyes were icy as she growled, "Don't joke around. I'm not some ordinary demon host, even with half-human blood. I still have my dignity. How dare you show your face here?" Siu stayed silent, said nothing, and lightly wiped the blood from his mouth. Suru's eyes flickered with guilt. "Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've caused for your master?" Hearing that familiar voice, Jishin's eyes went wide in shock. "He did what?" Yo-Zin, still drowsy, stepped out at an unhurried pace. "Master, if anyone heard that, I'd be dead." Seeing Siu sprawled on the ground, Yo-Zin asked softly, "You were the one trying to contact me while I was sleeping." As he finished, he lifted a hand in a sharp gesture, his tone harsh. "Why are you staring? Don't just sit there, get inside. You're really getting on my nerves with that hateful look." A bottle was slammed onto the table with a loud bang, and then 2 paper cups were tossed aside, rolling across the floor. Yo-Zin looked a little uneasy, lips parting. "Isn't that a bit much? There are plenty of drinks at home. At least let me make some tea and hot water." Jaiseyan stood with hands on hips, irritated as she reminded him, "Last time you came here, you seemed to like Siu. You even thought he was a good person, but then I judged by appearances. Maybe it's because he's like you, willing to sacrifice everything just to protect a demon, even if it means giving up a bright future." Siu could only shrink back, silent and not daring to speak, choosing the harder road. Yo-Zin sounded a bit indignant as he replied gently, "A harder road, can't you put it more positively? Living freer, more independent, more confident." Zizian apologized reluctantly for being negative. While pouring the cups full of water, Yo-Zin confessed, "Well, you've heard it already." Yuxin spoke seriously about their story. "Leaving home wasn't an act of teenage rebellion. I even left my entire family behind." Keo couldn't hide their empathy, blurting out, "Yuxin." Yuxin's voice softened as they explained gently, "Listen to me, it's not your fault. You may not believe it, but I had planned for this long ago. In any case, I don't owe anyone an apology. I'm not that person anymore. Everything I've done until now wasn't because you're my friend, but because I believed it was the right thing to do." In the small house, only Yuxin's calm voice echoed. "I live on a government salary and dedicate myself to the people in this land. Protecting you and your mother is the duty of an official. Protecting you and your mother is the duty of an official." Yuxin reached for a glass of water on the table, but now, no longer being that person. "I'm just a homeless, directionless teenager." Yuxin parted their lips and continued, "You said you need someone to perform the ritual, right? You found the right person." Hearing this, Keo couldn't help but feel a spark of joy. "I may not be the best in Peninsula, but I'm definitely in the top 3. Yuxin looked directly into Keo's eyes, full of meaning. "But anyone who wants me must pay a corresponding price, even a close friend." Without hesitation, Keo immediately agreed. "Fine, I can pay any price, and if I can't, I'll find a way." Yuzin quickly turned toward Jaiseong, indicating, "Do you understand?" Full of confidence, Yuzin looked at Jaiseong with a triumphant smile, present in this moment. "Not only is he your friend, but also the first and extremely generous client, so handle him with care." Zize-Ian frowned in confusion but remained silent. Then she exhaled softly, showing her helplessness. Yuzin continued with the main topic of the story. "You know, this world is divided into 2 parts, the human world and the demon world. Most residents move between the 2 worlds very actively." Most, while enjoying a fragrant cake, Yusin continued, "Yes, it means the human and demon worlds are like 2 continents floating on the ocean, and in between them, there are many smaller worlds like islands." Taking a bite of the sweet cake, Yuzin added, "Some humans and Yaokai live there. Those islands are uncharted territories, without modern society's laws or the rule of the Demon King." Yuzin gradually revealed this to Siu. "You've probably heard of them in fairy tale, where majestic and poetic mountains appear like the land of Hoadao, where immortals live atop mountain ranges. Then the vast ocean scenes appear, or the Dragon Palace with its magnificent cities and kingdoms beneath the sea." Siu's eyes widened, momentarily exclaiming, "There are so many places." Yuzin's voice was gentle, replying slowly, "Not exactly. Most are very small, just the size of a town. Some are even as small as a shopping center. Yu Xin continued explaining to Siu. So those living there are educated, the elite of this world. As for the Yaokai, many were once ancient Yaokai kings, but now they no longer care about ordinary human rituals. Some have awakened, even ascended, leaving the mortal world. Siu broke into a cold sweat, unsure how to react. It's an interesting story, but how does this relate to service fee? Yu Xin leisurely sipped tea and replied, "You can't pay right now, but you said you would find a way to pay." Yu Xin set the tea down and got straight to the point. 2 days from now, the Dragon Palace, one of the places I just mentioned, will hold a birthday banquet for the youngest princess of the Dragon King. They are organizing a small martial contest for both humans and Yaokai, where new waves crash against each other somewhere along the eastern coast. Gu Perion lightly tiptoed onto a rock outcrop. Hands clasped behind her back, Gu Perion showed no emotion, smiling faintly. Then she looked up into the distant horizon. On the cliff is a small pavilion to pause. Yuxin and Siu quietly observed the scenery. Hearing a greeting from behind, Yuzin turned her head. "Greetings, esteemed guest." Gu Perion respectfully bowed and politely said, "I am Gu Perion, steward of the Dragon Palace East Sea. You may call me Madam Gu. Thank you very much for attending the princess's birthday banquet as a representative of the Spirit Bureau." Yuzin also responded with utmost respect. "As I mentioned before, I am no longer affiliated with the Spirit Bureau. I am here in a personal capacity. No need to be overly formal with me." Gu Perion smiled gently, insisting, "Even though your position has changed, your courage in becoming one of the youngest leaders remains unchanged, like the companion who has been with you." Glancing briefly at Siu, Yu Xin suddenly understood, letting out an ah. He placed a hand on Siu's shoulder and began introducing, "This friend has served me since childhood." Yu Xin looked straight at Gu Perion, clearly stating, "His name is Choi Macdon. Though not from the Spirit Bureau, his skills are excellent. I brought him here to participate in the martial contest." Recalling the conversation between Siu and Yuxin a few days ago, the Dragon Palace is a special place. Although the Dragon King and his kin are of extraordinary origin, for thousands of years they have never fought Yaokai or harmed humans. They always remain neutral. Yu Xin seriously explained to Siu. Thus humans and Yaokai can participate in the banquet openly. Siu hesitated slightly but still had other questions. Yu Xin confidently stated, "As I said before, this is neutral territory and the Dragon Palace has its own strict rules. For thousands of years, the Dragon Palace has always welcomed humans. Isn't this safer than the mortal world? The only potential issue might be that you are a Yaokai." As he spoke, Yu Xin pointed toward Siu, firmly stating, "Wouldn't a Yaokai like you accompanying a human like me raise suspicion? Even if the Dragon Palace staff say nothing, other guests could still suspect and scrutinize." Siu tilted his head, puzzled. "However, this is for a martial contest, so if I don't use demonic techniques or weapons," Yu Xin immediately interrupted. "There may be another way." Yu Xin seemed to have thought everything through, carefully analyzing, even without witnessing the battle with Jackie Ng's family. "I know you can use righteous energy," Siu Yu objected, "but it's not as strong as demonic techniques." "Not at all," excited Yusin calmly said. "That doesn't matter, I will handle the difficult fights. You must pretend to be human, that is my condition." Back in the present, Gu Perion was guiding the two of them step by step. "Before inviting you into the palace, I'll give a brief introduction to the upcoming martial contest." She spoke clearly and gave precise instruction. "As you know, tomorrow's duel is held in celebration of the princess's birthday. The curtain will rise during the banquet, but the list of martial artists and the finals will be determined before the banquet ends, so it's difficult for us to hold all the matches." Yu immediately understood and asked in return, "You mean we have to pass the preliminary round first?" Gu Perion bowed toward the hotel. "Yes, forgive us if this causes any inconvenience, but the number of participants has exceeded our expectations." 2 black jade tokens appeared before Su and Yuzin. "The tokens we give you will serve as your individual entry card. During your 2 days here, the jade tokens will also allow us to know your location and status." All attention focused on the mysterious black jade token hovering in the air. Once you take it, the token becomes yours. That also proves you have become a contestant in the martial contest. Hearing the function of the jade token, Siu suddenly felt anxious, glancing at Yuzin. The jade token can roughly measure the energy of its owner and determine their level, so don't worry too much. Yu understood, whispering reassurance, "Don't worry. The mask you're wearing can perfectly conceal your energy. The jade token will identify you as human." Gu Perion concluded with a final reminder. "Once again, I thank you both for participating in the martial contest. Now, without further delay, I will escort you to the location of the preliminary round." On the ocean's surface, a whirlpool appeared, forming a path. At the deep seabed, there was a martial arena marked with the Dragon Clan's symbol. The silhouettes of three vigilant figures had already appeared on the stage. Guparian led Siu and Iu to the site. Iu coldly looked toward the opposite side. Three figures also appeared over there. Iu lowered his voice, signaling Siu. It seems those are our opponents. The Yakai Red Nest brothers were also present. Iu spoke calmly. I will explain the preliminary rules first. The matches will be held consecutively. Contestants will fight until someone loses twice. Iu frowned, asking, there's no clear rule for advancing, right? Gu confirmed that's correct. Gu, her face gentle, smiled brightly. If you lose twice, you are eliminated from the preliminaries and must wait for further instruction. At the end of the preliminary round, scores are tallied by total wins. When preliminaries end, the 8 highest-scoring teams advance to the finals. Iu's brows knitted, displeased. This rule is not transparent, even though losing twice sounds safe. Most contestants have no intention of giving up easily. Iu pondered if the finals are tomorrow. Then the preliminaries are like a long race with no known finish line. Once control is lost, everything collapses. Recalling Guparian's words, Yuzin thought silently. Passing the individual preliminaries must be for this reason. To prevent contestants from predicting the number of participants, but is it really necessary to this extent? This is no longer just a preliminary round. Yusin paused, astonished, lips moving. Siu decisively stepped forward. Only then did Yuxin call out to pull Siu back. Hey, you acted without telling me. Siu responded firmly, don't worry. Without looking back, Siu calmly moved forward, staying cautious and conserving energy. As long as one weak contestant steps up, you don't need to worry too much. Behind the mask, Siu smiled confidently. I will definitely win. Gu, behind them, composed, gently spoke. Before the match begins, I will introduce some information about the opponents. From the Korean peninsula, there are the Red Nest Yakai brothers. Both will represent Onggong in the peninsula, Korea. Information about the Red Nest Yakai brothers gradually emerged. Despite their young age, both have reached a supernatural level. Yusin tensed, sweating, calculating. They achieved this level without consuming humans, which proves they surpass human limit. He cleared his throat, warning Siu, got it. If you can't handle it, retreat quickly. On the other side, Gu quickly provided information about the Red Nest brothers. The remaining team included 2 martial artists, one of whom was formerly with the Spirit Water Bureau. The younger sister asked, I heard the Spirit Water Bureau has the strongest human, but being former proves he's no longer there, right? Gu explained attentively. I'm not sure of the details, but it seems so. The older brother beside them spoke in an indifferent tone, not bothering with details. A single glance was enough to judge their level. I had been quite curious about the martial arts of these two. They didn't seem as impressive as I expected. He cautiously evaluated them one by one. The one approaching was, at most, a low-level monster. The one behind was likely stronger. Continuing, he asked Madame Kang a few more questions. I have a question. If my opponent dies before being defeated, will I be held responsible? Without hesitation, Madame Kang replied bluntly. No, everyone must be prepared for accidents that may occur in battle. The older brother's lips curled into a smug smile. At the banquet held at Dragon Palace 2. He stepped forward, not forgetting to instruct Danuk leave those two. The younger sister behind him exclaimed in confusion, why? As he walked, he glanced back at her. The preliminary round has consecutive matches because it doesn't require much strength. So you must kill and consume your opponent before losing, then become as strong as possible. The younger sister narrowed her eyes, puzzled. What? Then you're going to? The older brother reassured her. Don't worry. With absolute confidence, he smiled arrogantly. This will be the first human my sister gets to taste. Of course, we should enjoy it together. Quickly, he and Siu stood face to face. He raised his hand in a taunting gesture toward Siu. Come. For a moment, Siu didn't know what expression to show. The older brother began focusing his energy, circulating his internal power. You're quite brave to bring that youthful and fragile face here. As your senior, I'll go first. Yuxin, watching from behind, could only sigh with a wry smile. Acting arrogant and aggressive won't solve anything. Strike quickly before losing. But Choi Siu wasn't the type to simply follow that plan. Last time, at least in battle, his instincts were quite impressive. Without warning, Siu suddenly leapt forward. He dashed at high speed toward the older brother. Seeing this, the older brother sneered, while Yuxin grew increasingly anxious. Now right before him, Siu threw a punch. His clenched fist shot straight at the red centipede cave monster's face. The monster blocked Siu's punch with one hand. Yuxin's pupils widened in shock. That hand, could it be? The other hand gathered force at the tips of 2 fingers. Unique technique, Earth Dragon Venom Moss. He aimed the strike directly at Siu, a technique created from 2 different variations. Memories of the vicious snake demon suddenly flooded back. The boy must have faced someone who used poison before, because of that bitter experience. From the information about monsters, he could predict his opponent's movements. And before becoming a hybrid monster, he had goblin blood and the skills of a guardian. Siu moved swiftly and fluidly, dodging his opponent's strike. He was a top-class martial artist, proficient in many styles. A A flicker of panic flashed in the red centipede cave monster's eye. Perhaps this was the first time everyone had seen it. Suddenly, Siu delivered a direct aerial kick straight at him, a martial art from a distant continent. Capoeira the Doeria form. The red centipede monster's face bruised as he quickly retreated. What kind of technique was this? He couldn't overpower such strength. Not stopping there, Siu charged again. The red centipede monster gathered his strength to counter, struggling to resist. It was extremely effective. The secrets of Siu's power were gradually revealed. Like other human martial artists, they use movement to enhance physical strength through explosive force. The red centipede monster gritted his teeth in pain and helplessness. Another powerful punch shot straight at him, Galopante. Siu unleashed consecutive strikes, giving the red centipede monster no chance to counterattack. The younger sister outside couldn't help exclaiming, "What? He hit my brother 3 times with that technique." Yuxin's eyes never left the fight, secretly pleased. Not bad, he's gained the upper hand. The issue is the difference in power. Yuxin's thoughts raced. The true energy Siu possessed was only at a basic level. Because of this gap, even after 3 hits, he still couldn't match the opponent's destructive power. Siu pressed the attack relentlessly. The red centipede cave monster's eyes were bloodshot. Endure it. How much longer can these movements last? Just once more. If he counterattacks even once. Suddenly his face turned pale. A sharp sword appeared in Siu's hand. Then Siu spoke in a trembling voice, "Then I won't get hit a 4th time." As soon as he finished, a swift horizontal slash cut across the red centipede cave monster's body. Light shone into the large circle, with 2 people at its center. In pain, he raised both hands above his head to block. Siu lifted his blade high, preparing to strike downward. Suddenly, the source of energy was extinguished. He lowered his weapon and stood firmly before him. I was trembling in agony, completely caught off guard. "What?" You looked at me and started calculating something. Demons truly have incredibly tenacious vitality, though it can vary by species. And even after being defeated, a demon's physical body can often recover a large portion, sometimes almost all of itself. Siu reached toward my lower body that had been severed. Even so, even for demon species that can regenerate at an extreme level, there's one part they can't restore. Drop by drop, blood dripped onto the floor by his feet. That was the demon core. The shimmering purple gem lay in Siu's blood-soaked hand. To that demon it was like a second heart. No, something even more than that. Covered in blood, face deathly pale, I forced out, "Give it back." No matter how he trembled and begged, you only stayed silent, thinking. Even if it were remade, it would return to the state it had at birth, and the demon would have to start over naturally. From the beginning, retraining everything it had gained. He dragged himself to your feet, reaching out to cling to you, "Give it back." But you paid him no attention and simply walked on. My younger sister spun around in panic and hurriedly asked Yuba and Ryan, "Can he really do that? That guy just stole my brother's demon core. What does that have to do with the tournament?" To her shock, Siu's answer made her freeze. She asked the wrong person. She could sense a powerful aura pouring off him. Instead of rigidly following the rules, there's a far surer way to settle it. If you want your brother's demon core back, then kill me or beat me, that's all there is to it. She broke into a cold sweat, frowning as she listened to every word you said. "Let me be clear, if you want to seize my body and eat it or do anything else, I don't care." Yuba and Ryan stood there listening, their faces turning white. What is this? Judging by his abilities, there's nothing special. Is this the level of human martial artist? She only watched from a distance, assessing. If a subordinate is already at this level, just how strong must his master be? After thinking for a while, she spoke, making Yuxin tense up. "Right, there's a reason the minister trusted him enough to bring him here. He possesses extraordinary martial talent." Just recalling that brutal match from earlier was enough to send a chill down the spine. Supreme technique and instinct to overcome the huge gap in energy, and not only that, she kept bringing up that finishing blow. He even preserved his strength until the very last moment, and the way he dispersed his energy, instead of concentrating it, was remarkably skillful. If he'd shown overwhelming power from the start, he wouldn't have exposed such a big opening. Yuxin listened to her evaluation. From his aura, I'd guess he hasn't trained for long, but in the future, once he's built up his power, he'll be very strong. Yuxin lifted a hand behind his head and replied without hesitation, "It's nothing." He forced a strained smile, but deep down he was extremely uneasy. Sure, Siu had talent, but fighting an opponent of that caliber would still be very hard. "Honestly, I didn't think so." You remembered that bizarre mask and didn't know what to say. Yuxin's plan was pretty simple. The mask you gave Siu didn't just help conceal Siu's demonic power, it also helped limit energy release when he needed to draw on major power. Besides, for humans, even with natural martial talent, training is still essential. Rapidly increasing power by hunting prey the way demons do is almost impossible. He quietly worked through the steps in his head. That way, with the mask on, Siu would become a new guardian with the talent of a high-level demon. So even if he had talent, he'd still be missing the necessary training. Every scenario was mapped out so the plan would produce the best possible result. So according to the original plan, this was unavoidable. He'd always prepared for the worst-case scenarios so he could take the appropriate measures, and that was why things would play out like this. He couldn't help feeling a little self-satisfied, imagining that in that situation, he would step forward and comfort Siu. Sorry, I couldn't help much. It's fine, it's normal. Looking at Siu, there was disappointment and gloom all around him. But this is only the beginning, right? You still have limitless potential to become a powerful martial artist. Yuxin proudly pointed at himself and encouraged him. Believe me, I'll teach you every skill and secret technique. All the martial arts I know. Together, we'll work as a team to claim victory. Siu looked at him shyly, tears welling up at Yuxin. Then the two of them would regain their fighting spirit, clasp hands, and show their resolve. But unfortunately, it was only a fantasy, and Yuxin grew dejected, covering his face as he thought. That was Yuxin's plan. Looking at Siu's embarrassed face and the confidence in his eyes, Yuxin could understand. In truth, the reason Yuxin persuaded Siu to join the Dragon Martial Arts Tournament wasn't simply to fight, it was also to change Siu's path. The image of two glittering gems appeared, symbolizing a yakai and a former guardian with supreme talent in both fields. And above all, both were still only in the earliest stage of growth. Yuxin showed no expression but unconsciously thought, if I nurture Siu's martial talent, then what? Sensing his growth. Growing strong like sprouting seedling. Right now, the difference between the two talents is still unclear. Without considering his remarkable progress, there's almost none. There's really no difference. The contrast becomes clearer when looking at the two trees. If given a chance to nurture this progress, his martial skills might dominate. Suppressing his demonic instincts, naturally considering his talent, this wouldn't be a major loss. Yo Zin stared blankly into the void, deep in thought. After all, if he wants to become a demon king to protect as many people as possible in that context, honestly, becoming a renowned martial artist would be far more practical. Yet he still hesitates before Siu. Holding a cup of water, he suffers unnecessarily. That's why he must endure meaningless hardships, even with power. To protect everyone, the only way is to become a demon king. The image of a ruined city, dark and somber. 6 months from now, the world will be a living hell. Individual power alone will be powerless. No matter how strong you are, you must follow the new rules. Consider the worst-case scenario for Yo Zin. His body covered in blood, limbs severed. Rather than trying to change the rules and then fall while fighting the demons who have become enemies. Or imagine standing tall before everyone, living as a respected martial artist, revered by those he protects. Leading will bring more joy and happiness once he takes that position. He will have no choice but to understand and accept it. Yo Zin frowned, sweating, thinking hard. Even if he resists midway, this is the only answer. Yo Zin clenched his fists, determination growing. In this tournament, I will make him a martial artist. My sister worriedly turned, admitting defeat. I give up, we've lost. I told you, do you want me to decide again? He didn't know what to do, so he spoke up. No, the match ends here. With victory awarded to Kim, Yo Zin ceases all attacks from now on. My sister now ignored Siu and focused on her brother. Immediately she rushed over. Yo Zin stood aside, sighing as she panicked. Brother, are you okay? Can you recover? Yo Zin lowered his head in frustration. Life is tough, things don't always go your way. My whole body aches, trembling, frowning slightly. My sister took a long breath, patiently threatening Siu. Remember this day. She frowned, treating his actions as a declaration of war. Whoever challenges the entire red centipede hive will pay double for today's action. Siu calmly turned and approached. Not bad, she panicked, realizing something terrifying when hearing him speak. Anytime, bring as many people as you want. I hope you come find me. That demonic power feels immense, almost pressing down on both of them, growling a few times. I'll be even more prepared then. She trembled, too scared to speak. Even Ms. Kang was surprised. What's going on? That human seems to have transformed into something else. Completely different, a presence comparable to the generals in their hearts. Watching Siu leaving my sister trembling in fear and witnessing his power in the previous fight. Can such a being really exist? No, humans can actually. Ba Ryan smiled strangely, asking Ms. Kang, you just announced the end of the match, why are you standing still? She was startled, pale, hurriedly bowing and beginning to perform. Sorry, I will step back with the 2 people I manage. Immediately, the red centipede Yukai also moved elsewhere. Yo Zin turned to Parian and asked, so we face the next opponent now? She calmly replied, not exactly, that would be unfair for the preliminaries. Parian smiled strangely, speaking softly. The preliminary matches will start simultaneously, right now. Other contestants' battles are probably reaching a climax. After the final match concludes, the next round will begin shortly. Yo Zin frowned, thinking, then continued asking. So finishing early gives us more rest time. then conserving strength isn't the only strategy. No items or medicine during breaks here. Uparian still smiled, bowing slightly calmly. Sorry, that's correct. You should value this opportunity, even if you pass 2 preliminary rounds. You cannot use anything other than what you brought with you. Suddenly, Siu spoke, drawing their attention. So if we bring something, we can use it, right? Yo Zin was astonished, unable to believe his eyes seeing Siu's hand. That is, remembering what was said, he looked serious while reminding them. This badge is only given to our most special clients as a symbol of our guild. It's not just proof of membership. If used, you can immediately summon our guild services, anywhere, anytime, even places beyond the mortal realm. Yo Zin looked on in amazement, repeatedly asking about it. This badge, yes, it's the VIP Scholar Guild Pass. Where did you get this? It's not easy to obtain. The next thing he said. Siu made Yuzin seem to realize something. What do you mean, master? Didn't you personally give it to me when you left home? You said I could take it with me. Yuzin turned away stiffly. His lips barely moved as he replied, right. Hey, it's not that I forgot. But if people find out you took it out of the house like that, what do you think will happen? Parian bent slightly and explained gently. If this were inside the main hall of the Dragon Palace, there would be trouble. But this is just an outer area where soldiers train. As long as the summoned don't take part directly in the matches, buying items like this isn't a problem. Looking at the badge in Siu's hand, she didn't forget to warn them. Still, summoning restores energy and consumes items based on the summoning distance. And this place is separated from that one, so you'll probably only get one chance to endure training today, so it would be wiser to calculate your summoning timing carefully. Yuzin glanced at Siu with worry and started doing the math. These contestants are more interesting than I thought. Not sure if they're the people His Majesty is looking for. Siu innocently turned to look at Yuzin and agreed, that's true, master. No one knows better than you. You always think things through before doing anything. But they'll probably get pretty good results. Seeing Gyupa Ryung about to leave, he had already mapped out the next steps. Let's see how the other matches went. This one ended unusually fast. So there must be some intense ones too. Normally, there isn't such a huge gap in strength between contestants. A purple flame flickered in Parian's hand. From that, you could tell, what is this? Have the other 5 matches already ended? She was on the other side, eyes brimming with tears, while blood pooled beneath someone's feet. Her whole body trembled as she cried out, standing before the savage arena, blood everywhere. Zio Huey let out a sigh and started complaining, I can't understand them. They already had 2 chances to live. She pushed off hard and strode out of the arena with her head held high. Do these trash here not know what fear is? The guardian beside her was stunned, yet deep in thought. That strength is unbelievable. She erased 2 high-ranking monsters in an instant. When she said she'd enter the tournament alone, I thought she was just arrogant. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, is this some lowly creation that's reached a divine level? Then Zio Huey spoke without turning around. My first question and my last is. Hearing her question, he bowed and answered, the winner's prize is exactly what I heard, right? Yes, that's correct. His Majesty is very interested in this tournament and has high expectations for it. The room was so quiet you could only hear his voice. Besides the money and generous gifts for the winner. If you win, you may choose any treasure from the Dragon Palace vault. He sweated as he explained, still hunched and deferential. His Majesty will personally accompany the winner to the treasury and advise which treasure to choose. Unexpectedly, Zio Huey said bluntly. No need, tell them that. A mountain of treasure is no different from a mountain of dry firewood. Her gaze turned icy as she emphasized, I only care about one thing, the relic of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Not far away in the Dragon Palace, the ferocious face of a monster came into view. A young man stood before the hulking, frozen body of that beast. Go Yu lifted his eyes and calmly praised, not bad. Even if no one intervenes, it'll survive. Are you planning to interfere? The man froze, words caught in his throat when Go Yu asked. At once, the stern-faced woman turned toward the man preparing to attack. Sorry, but there's not much time to think. If I don't get an answer in 3.05 seconds, I'll take it as your intent to attack. The man went pale, squeezed his eyes shut, and waited to be struck. Shaking uncontrollably, he said bitterly, I surrender. Immediately, everyone on the opposing side of Go Yu vanished from the ring. Only then did Go Yu glance back and murmur, they're more skilled than I expected. This is the chance right before the main event. They must all be gathering here. Sun Mi stepped forward and objected, but I still need to target a higher-ranking one. Only then will I have enough power to capture the demon possessing Seo Hoa. Faced with Sun Mi's firm attitude, Go Yu had to yield. Now that I'm here, I'll do my best. If it takes more than a day, I'll say so in advance. We can't close the shop again. At that moment in Go Yu's cafe, the customers were extremely puzzled. The front door is clearly still open. Where did they all go? Sun Mi quickly snapped back, what's going on? More accurately, the shop would be closed for over half a week, depending on his mood. Go Yu explained gently. It's necessary to maintain quality and introduce new products. Sun Mi looked defiant and shot back at once. Honestly, that cafe is just average. Customers come because they recognize you. Yu practically collapsed, asking in disbelief, "That's all." Sun Mi didn't care at all and turned to the guide. "May I ask something? I don't know if you can answer, but is my friend taking part in this tournament?" The guide on Sun Mi's side looked awkward and hesitated. "Sorry, but the participant list." Suddenly, Sun Mi quickly put on a pleading expression and begged, "Please check whether my friend is participating, could you? They look a little different from their usual appearance." Even the instructor blushed. If it were just one person, their weakness would be that cute one sees opportunities. Sun Mi spoke quickly. "That is Choi Siu." The guiding yakai immediately used its power to help Sun Mi check. Choi Siu was not on the list. But the truth was Siu had used a different identity. Upon hearing this, Sun Mi breathed a sigh of relief. "Really? Thank goodness." Gao Yu understood what Sun Mi was thinking and calmly suggested, "Meeting him here is difficult, but if you're worried, you should ask directly." Sun Mi shook her head slightly, showing disagreement. "Don't guess, talking about Siu like that won't work. He only follows what he thinks is appropriate." Gao Yu was still puzzled, letting out a sigh. But as she said, there's no way he would participate. He's only here to find a solution. Today he must have come with that friend. I don't think he's the type to bring Siu to a place like this. As Gao Yu mentioned the side, Yuzhen snorted unconsciously. Siu asked Han evenly, feeling sick, the fourth match afterward. Choi Siu had won 5 consecutive matches, easily defeating all recent opponents. Even Yuzhen, watching from outside, could not hide his astonishment. Madame Gu also exclaimed, "Wonderful, truly wonderful." When the opponents left, it was the moment Siu returned from the arena to rest. Suddenly Yuzhen's warm voice sounded. "Hey Siu." Yuzhen gently held Siu's wrist. Yuzhen's eyes widened in surprise. His energy was not yet depleted. Lost in thought, Yuzhen carefully checked Siu's internal power. Though nearly gone compared to the amount of aura he had, it should have been exhausted several times by now. Minimize energy consumption and use it only at critical moments. This is a basic skill, but he must have learned it without guidance. Siu looked very puzzled at Yuzhen's sudden words. He turned and sat down, taking off his shoes. Though unsure, Siu followed seriously. He straightened his back, sat cross-legged neatly, and asked in a trembling voice, like this. Yuzhen's face was stern, his tone gentle. "You will get used to it soon. The posture you are sitting in is the lotus seat, commonly called half-lotus." Yuzhen's gaze was serious as he carefully instructed. "This is the basic posture to control energy. Remember the direction of your feet." Then he gently placed his hands on Siu's back, beginning to transfer internal energy. "It will feel slightly uncomfortable." The meridians were activated and Siu clearly felt the difference. "Can you feel it?" Yuzhen concentrated fully, focusing on transferring energy to Siu. "I just transferred a little energy into your body. From now on, each time I press your back, you inhale. When I release, you exhale." Patiently, Yuzhen explained slowly. The human body has energy channels, and the intersections of these energies are called acupoints. Among more than 100 acupoints, I have blocked 64. When you inhale, 32 points are closed. When you exhale, another 32 points. Blocking different acupoints through breathing is a way to focus the mind. Siu's body trembled, but he endured it completely. "I am transferring energy and blocking points for you now, but later you must do it yourself." As he reminded, Yuzhen looked up at the opposite side. This breathing exercise will activate the body's self-healing and energy absorption ability. 2 figures appeared on the arena ahead. Sensing something unusual, Yuzhen became cautious, lips pressed tightly. Muttering, "Could it be the 3-star?" Xiao Wei and her instructor were standing silently, observing. Madame Gu quickly provided information. "This opponent is quite strong. Instead of a 2-on-1 fight, this person decided to participate individually. She is the granddaughter of Sun Gu, the legendary martial artist from Mount Huahua in the central continent." Hearing this, Yuzhen was slightly shaken, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei also began questioning her instructor. "Is this a human?" He answered promptly, "Yes. He is a descendant of the Spirit Water sect, who has protected this land for over 1,000 years. The following generations are certainly not ordinary martial artists." Xiao Wei let out a short, disdainful sigh. "Everyone has descendants. What matters is their actual ability." Siu, sitting behind, was still trembling, quietly training, silently praising. No wonder it is Xiao Wei who fought Xiao Hua at the shop. He could only withstand 2 attacks, but that was enough for Siu to be subdued before Xiao Hua. Familiar faces appeared one by one. Siu had expended much energy to reach this limit, but it was only equivalent to a few ordinary attacks from yakai. They were all top-tier yakai. As Yuzhen mentioned earlier, Siu still sat motionless, looking helpless. "Why can't my body move? I can't leave Yuzhen to handle this alone." Suddenly, Yuzhen's deep voice reminded him. "Sit still, I've blocked your acupoints. And don't forget to breathe according to the points." Have you ever read martial arts comics? If you breathe at the wrong time, it will cause internal energy chaos. Yuzhen's eyes were gentle, lips slightly parted, giving a faint smile. "If you want to survive 5 waves of attacks, you have to know when to retreat." Yuxin and Xiao Hua officially entered the match. Zio Hui's lips parted slightly as she lowered her voice. At this point, it's useless. You'd better surrender. Someone caught completely off guard seemed to have only one last chance left. Yuxin raised his chin. Even without replying directly, his gaze pushed back against her momentum. Zio Hui planted a hand on her hip, arrogant and smug. Making me wait a little longer. If you don't die, you'll regret not surrendering sooner. Only then did Yuxin respond. So that's how it is. Yuxin's eyes turned icy, brimming with determination. Even after fighting 5 times, he was still in great condition. Some granddaughter of Sun Wukong or whatever, she'd only survived this long because of that petty title, leaning on her ancestors, never having to worry about life or death. Compared to actual combat skill, people who believe in that kind of thing are honestly disappointed. Struck right at the sore spot, Zio Hui flinched involuntarily. Yuxin stared straight at her, full of mockery. Do all you Kai inherit that stupid way of thinking? What about you? Maybe living for 100 years just makes people grow up slower. Yuxin immediately drew his sword from its sheath, and at the same time Zio Hui reached up and yanked out a strand of hair. Her eyes blazed with authority as she poured her strength into the attack. Divine wind, sanctified sorcery, Yuxin didn't back down either. Ready to fight, he muttered, thunder flying slash. The moment his scabbard hit the ground, a violent explosion shook the entire arena. Zio Hui hurriedly leapt back to dodge, surprise flashing in her eyes. Yuxin lunged in at blistering speed and cleaved her in two. Yuxin's left eye had turned blue, signaling his power. His pupils trembled slightly in confusion. In front of Zio Hui, only a strand of hair split in two could be seen, flickering behind the smoke. Yuxin didn't look away, blurting out, hair. Yuxin shot a wary sideways glance at once. Zio Hui suddenly appeared and threw a direct frontal strike at him. He narrowly dodged, but his face still looked shaken. She didn't stop. Zio Hui kept pressing the attack. Her speed was overwhelming, countering Yuxin again and again. He gathered his energy while quietly reading the flow of the fight. Too fast. Not just speed, but precision in every single movement. Even so, why was Yuxin only dodging? It's not like he couldn't counter. By now it was about 4-0, maybe even 5 opening. Yuxin clenched his teeth, carefully bracing against Zio Hui's attack. One person wielding full spiritual energy, another chained tightly to a sword, clashing back and forth. Super's judgment was correct. The Yakai's physique was resilient. Almost invincible, yet Yuxin's sword strikes were enough to subdue them. Yuxin stepped back, keeping distance in a defensive stance. Still, he hesitated to attack, perhaps instinctively. Zio Hui leapt high, ready to deliver a powerful kick. Yuxin frowned, sensing something ominous. Guparian anticipated the imminent event and cast his power with his hand. Zio Hui's kick was so fierce it shattered the arena floor. Super and Zio Hui's instructor felt an overwhelming unease. The arena shook violently. A horrifying explosion erupted, affecting the entire fighting area. Yuxin was immediately impacted and lost balance. What was happening? It wasn't the pillars but the floor supported by water. Regardless, it was natural that it didn't move easily. Recalling past battles, Yuxin thought, 5 fights attacked by many strong opponents, yet not a single shock affected me. The arena's structure must be designed to reduce energy impact by transmitting it into the water. Regardless of the principle, the water exceeded the energy absorption capacity of the system. The arena floor was now violently shaking with the seawater beneath. Its weight alone tens of tons, maybe more. A thought about the weight flashed through Yuxin's mind. His mouth curved into an involuntary smile. The legendary power of the celestial Grand Saint was limitless. But before reaching that supreme state, he was just an ordinary guardian demon, unknown to anyone. Yuxin spoke firmly, confronting Zio Hui directly. You act arrogant thinking you're invincible, but you can't prove that. A soul born with abundant energy on Earth. Zio Hui frowned, brushing back his hair. Normally, I give others a chance. But you are exception. Her special technique is controlling her own math. Weightless, Zio Hui's face darkened. Fury warning, you speak sharply, do you realize that? Know your limits and consider this power carefully. Yuxin was slightly exhausted but kept a determined tone. The difference lies in how we overcome and reverse the situation. Subtle energies slipped through a window of a traditional martial hall. Yuxin lay on the ground, gasping. His hand hung limp, unable to grip the sword handle. Exhausted, he muttered while breathing heavily. I'm too tired, hungry, I can't move anymore. Kim Yi-gul approached Yuxin gently from afar, reminding, stop lying there being lazy. Stand up and train. We still have an hour before dinner. Kim Yi-gul tapped the wooden sword against his palm. Let's use this time to stay productively busy, and dinner will taste even better. Right? Grab your sword and start training. Yuxin laughed unfairly, puzzled. Why is it always me? Others just train in the morning and do trivial things like meditation. Kim Yi-gul replied gravely. If they claim to cleanse their hearts, perhaps their hearts were dirty to begin with. Yuxin, drenched in sweat, frowned in protest. Why am I not given these heart-cleansing tasks? Because of me, if I were like the others, it would be done long ago. Kim Yi-gul's expression remained neutral, his tone cold. Precisely. People and swords share much in common. They need long-term training to become good swords. and strong, but ultimately the steel's quality is what matters most. Kim Yi-gul explained patiently to Yuxin. If the blade is made from low-quality material, it simply can't withstand strong strikes. A masterless sword is like a solid piece of wood. It won't break no matter how hard it's hit. Hence, you should train as much as possible. Yuxin sat up, expression indifferent, sighing. If you say that just to make me happy, you've failed. I never wanted this, be it martial arts or leading a gang. Many desire this. If you made them train, they'd be more diligent than me. You'd feel the same as I do, sir. Kim Yi-gul tilted his head, weary, asking gently, why do you keep acting so reluctantly? Yuxin lowered his head, resolutely stating, I just don't want to, no other reason. No style, that's the reason. Reflecting on the competitive rules of this world, 110,000 are born with the minimum qualities to become mages. Breaking that quota, training the necessary skills to fight humanity's enemies, sounds impressive. The storybook tumbled across the floor. The heir of the family is wasting time on trivial matters like this. Yuxin's father was furious, sternly thinking about the half-blood coursing through him. It's easy to understand why I sometimes show a rude temperament. Think about the other half of your bloodline and what you've achieved, then enjoy it. You understand. Yuzin's legs trembled with fear as he answered, yes, I'll remember. With a stern expression, his father coldly ordered, hurry up and throw this trash away immediately. If I catch you again, it won't stop at a few lashes. But then he shouted, I told you clearly, keep beating him until I tell you to stop. The female servant trembled in terror and stammered, I'm sorry. Yuzin's legs kept taking the lash until they bled. His father watched his reaction coldly and continued. When the world changes in a few years, this country will kneel before you. By then, you'll hold the whip yourself, just like you're being punished now. Remember, ruling those beneath you is also your duty and responsibility. It's the burden you must carry. Yuzin clenched his jaw, his eyes stubborn with resignation. Hearing this nonsense repeated over and over, he couldn't help but see the truth. We're not heroes standing up to evil. We're just villains obeying absurd rules. In a book titled Judgment, it was mentioned somewhere in the corner of their story. Living by trampling the weak isn't much different from that truth. 4 years later, at the high school's welcome ceremony in the state, Yuzin sat silently by the window, pondering the book in his hand. Suddenly, a rude voice shattered the quiet. Hey, move somewhere else. With an indifferent gaze, Yuzin replied coldly, as far as I know, there are no assigned seats here. If you're late, sit somewhere else. The brown-haired boy curled his lips into an arrogant grin and stepped closer to provoke him. Hey, do you know who my dad is? Who the hell do you think you are, talking so high and mighty? Yuzin's face darkened, his icy stare cut in. Let's go outside and settle this, yeah. The brown-haired boy froze, blurting out in confusion, what, arrogant? Yuzin's expression changed completely. With overwhelming pressure, he said, whether it's the restroom or somewhere out back, it doesn't have to be right now. After class works too. Call everyone from the next class or the one above if you want, or we can settle it right here, right now. When he finished, the brown-haired boy and his friend both trembled in fright. What was surprising was that in situations like this, the true education described in fiction never happened. Unlike villains in stories, opportunists in real life are quite sharp. Even if they look simple and violent at first glance, people like that are actually cautious and sly by nature. Yuzin stared at the backs of the two boys as they quietly walked away. Do you know who that guy is? They're sensitive to anyone who seems even slightly threatening. So they shifted their target to a nerdy boy absorbed in his phone. And they chose prey they could easily manipulate and control. The bespectacled bookworm looked over, baffled, toward the voice. Hey, you like parroting other people's words or what? The brown-haired boy looked amused, curling his mouth into a crooked grin. Is that the hero who beat you? Yeah, hand over your phone. The classroom clock had struck 8:15. Distracted by a voice, Yuzin glanced over. Who told you to transfer items, idiot? The brown-haired boy snatched the bespectacled boy's phone. I'm sending it to the auction house. Let me use it for a bit. The boy spoke in a tiny, timid voice. But what if you mess up while transferring it and lose it? The brown-haired boy frowned, threatening, I won't lose it. I've transferred items plenty of times. What, you think I'm a rookie? Look, I'm transferring it right now. The bespectacled boy went pale and cried, oh no. He reached out, trying to grab the phone back. The brown-haired boy scowled and immediately grew annoyed. Even as the boy hurriedly apologized, he slapped him hard across the face and spat, idiot. Everyone in the class froze, silently watching. I tried so we could all play together. But over something so trivial, you get all upset and arrogant. One side of the bespectacled boy's face was bruised purple. I don't need it anymore, take your phone back. Just know that if our eyes meet again, I'll kill you on the spot. The bespectacled boy could only tremble and say, I'm sorry. The brown-haired boy barked, take it, now. The brown-haired boy strutted smugly, treating bullying as a hobby, avoiding those stronger than him while squeezing those weaker than him. Yuzin, deep in thought, sat quietly in a corner, learning to see it as the basic nature of people and the structure of the world. It made his mind much clearer. Me, my father, and the other warriors, even with power, we still have to see ourselves as ordinary, rather than as vicious cowards who run away. The brown-haired boy kept jeering, sneering as he mocked the bespectacled boy. Suddenly, a fat figure appeared and walked into the classroom. Because in reality, there are no stories about heroes. Siu spoke calmly, staring straight at the brown-haired guy, then glancing back at his bespectacled friend, clutching his aching cheek. Siu lightly scratched his chubby cheek, smiled gently, and apologized for interrupting. "You're Oh Hyun-jae, right? We went to the same elementary school. Even though we weren't in the same class, I wasn't sure who that tall friend was. I'm Choi Siu. I don't know what happened before this. But I don't think there's any need for violence or yelling like this. We're classmates now. Things would be better if we could get along." The brown-haired guy looked irritated, frowning in annoyance. He stepped right up to Siu, looming over him. "Kidding me? Even some worthless bastard thinks he can talk now. What, got a problem with me?" Siu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Impatient, the brown-haired guy spread his stance, kicked Siu hard in the stomach, and shouted, "I'm asking what the fuck is wrong with you, you dog." Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through him, making his eyes go wide. Yushin also instinctively looked over, stunned. The brown-haired guy collapsed to the floor, trembling. "What the fuck?" Siu, still worried, asked Han about him. "Are you okay?" The brown-haired guy's sidekick also slammed a fist into Siu's chest, but all he felt was pain in his own hand. Siu looked up at the guy in the cap and gave a quiet huh. The guy put all his strength into yanking Siu by the collar, but couldn't budge him. "What the hell is this guy? He didn't even move." Siu said gently, "Could you let go?" As he spoke, Siu grabbed the other boy's wrist, making him freeze. "What kind of strength is this?" Still wearing the same composed expression, Siu tried to smooth things over. "Let's settle this with words, I think we can." Siu slowly let go, hearing only the brown-haired guy's resentful swear. The brown-haired guy and his friend couldn't hide their fear and backed off. "We'll settle this later." Siu bit his lip, looking uneasy, not daring to reply. Then Yushin's warm voice rang out. "You're in big trouble." Yushin tilted his head and stared right at Siu as he warned him. "Those bastards cause trouble for no reason. They'll come for you before lunch or after school. They'll drag you somewhere secluded and make you miserable until they're satisfied." Yushin glanced aside, asking resentfully if it was really worth it. Yushin looked toward the bespectacled boy slumped over his desk and saw that even the one who'd been helped wasn't thanking him. "That guy's probably thinking about how to avoid it. Maybe they'll just make your school life more exhausting by covering for those scumbags." Siu lowered his head helplessly and gave a bitter smile. "That seemed to be it. Dad knew exactly what I was getting into. I don't regret it." Yushin looked confused and let out a soft sigh. Siu looked down, his voice low. "Honestly, it's scary, but if I ignore it, I'll feel even worse. I can't stand that. This is something I want to do for myself. I'll do my best to deal with the consequences." Yushin stared at Siu with wide eyes and forced a smile. "I'm pretty good at running away or dodging things that don't feel right. I guess that'll work." Siu stepped forward and looked around for a seat. "Where should we sit?" With an excited look, Yushin called out, "There's an empty spot here. Looks like you don't have a best friend in class, huh? If you've got nowhere else, you can sit here." Siu looked surprised and replied, I'll try the desk in front." Yushin hurried him. "Don't be petty, sit down. You won't get smarter by being smug." Yushin stared at Siu. "I can't order you around as long as you stick with me. You won't get into trouble. Your name is Choi Siu, right?" Yushin smiled warmly, his eyes bright with interest. "Well, I don't think our school life is going to be smooth sailing. Come on, let's begin." Back to the present. The balance of the fight tilted toward Tiu Hoi. This was extraordinary, not just a coincidence. Madame Gu managed to create a barrier bubble to protect Siu. This place had been used by the palace generals for generations as a training ground. An arena that had stood firm for 1,000 years was reduced to that state with just one step. Gu Parian cried out in anxious disbelief. With just a light blow, a single strand of hair appeared, floating above Tiu Hoi's hand. Her gaze was razor-sharp, surrounded by an enormous power. That power was far too great for a 20-year-old to bear. This battle was over. With a somber face, Yushin pondered the reason he left home. It was because of that night. Out of everyone, he was the one who felt most like the protagonist of the story. The moment Siu beamed and declared, "I will become the Monster King," he had once been considered ordinary. The person who must be protected in the future uttered such words. Of course, my thoughts about those words have not changed at all. It was an impossible, meaningless statement with no chance of happening. EU Zin chose to stand silent before the coming upheaval. However, that declaration was quite impressive, like a powerful sword strike cutting through all of Tiu Hoi's attacks. It left both her and Mrs. Gu standing there with their mouths agape in shock. Surprised, it was completely different from what people usually think about human mages. EU Zin restrained his energy and smiled confidently, revealing that his supernatural power was not yet perfect. He needed to awaken and face reality more clearly. "But unfortunately, I'm rather special. Being friends with someone like him, perhaps I should act a little more childish too." While waiting on the pavilion roof near the seaside, Siu asked Yuzin, "Come to think of it, Yuzin, we went to the same middle school, didn't we? The time when we grew up and went through our rebellious phase, those memories came flooding back." Back then, the graduating middle school students would come to us and say they would defeat us. And most of them were from clubs, right? You used your abilities to subdue them, didn't you? Zin chuckled softly with a smug look. No way. As members of the Mage Association, we have our pride. We wouldn't fight people like that. The ones I took down back then, I only used basic techniques. Siu believed him completely and kept praising him. I see. You're amazing, Zin. Meanwhile, Zin was secretly laughing to himself. In truth, I only used them a few times during middle school, always saying, never say never. Even if you hit them just once, count it as your victory. Siu, standing beside him, listened obediently. So you mean I don't need to hit them? Yuzin's eyes turned icy as he focused intensely, channeling his strength into the sacred sword. Mrs. Gu, watching from outside, was equally stunned and could hardly believe it. Gu Parian recalled the scene from earlier and felt a chill of fear. That move had been even stronger than she expected. Even the palace generals, except for the Grand General, would think that dodging was the best strategy. Carefully reassessing the match, Mrs. Gu lost herself in thought. However, even if he kept dodging, he would eventually be cornered and struck sooner or later. Tiu Hoi's feet suddenly moved. Zin only had time to lift his gaze straight ahead. With tremendous force, Tiu Hoi stomped hard onto the arena floor. The arena trembled violently, affecting Zin. He clearly felt his whole body shaking. Just a single step had caused such an impact. He couldn't imagine what something heavier would do. Tiu Hoi took a running start and leaped upward. On the arena, against the backdrop of the sea's current, only two figures could be seen. From above, Zin tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward. Below, Tiu Hoi was ready to receive the attack. 3 raging gusts of wind instantly appeared, aimed straight at Zin. At that moment, Zin interlaced his fingers around the wooden sword, his expression stern as he prepared to face them. Mrs. Gu outside was extremely anxious, pressing her lips tightly together. Would it be like the previous dance technique? But each of these gusts was far stronger than the initial attack against those expendable magic tools. Even throwing 10 of them wouldn't be enough to block a single gust. The 3 fierce winds were closing in on Zin. His hand loosened slightly, letting 4 wooden swords fall. Then he immediately slashed apart one gust with his blade. Without taking her eyes off the fight, Mrs. Gu was astonished. Again, it didn't seem like a particularly powerful technique. Tiu Hoi was also watching intently, puzzled. He cut through such a violent attack with just one strike. Zin, his face expressionless, observed carefully. The remaining 2 gusts continued charging straight at Zin. His hand tightened around the sacred sword, using the wooden sword from earlier as a foothold as Zin moved lightly. Taking advantage of the 2 gusts colliding chaotically, Zin swiftly evaded safely. Heading straight toward Tiu Hoi, who stood proudly, Zin poured on the speed and dashed forward, flying like the wind across the arena. Not to be outdone, Tiu Hoi gathered his strength and launched another attack. A vicious gust immediately chased from behind. Zin quickly noticed and calmly calculated. Is the attack I just launched directly coming back? Judging by how he maintained his stance, it seemed to be direct control rather than automatic. As the gust approached, Zin had to leap up to avoid it. Suddenly, the earlier gust appeared right behind Zin. Caught off guard, Zin collided directly with that gust, causing a massive explosion. Damn it! A streak of light slammed heavily onto the arena floor. Tiu Hoi, his gaze icy, stared and taunted. It could be considered a predictable outcome, but when you confidently cut through the first gust. I thought 3 gusts wouldn't be enough. Turns out 2 were already your limit. This ending is rather mediocre compared to my expectations. Zin was breathing heavily, half his body nearly numb. Mrs. Gu stood watching, utterly speechless. That was the worst part. He had used almost all his energy just to survive that last attack, putting his life in even greater danger. A bead of sweat slowly rolled down Madame Gu's cheek. Even if he survived after this battle, neither of them would have much left to fight with. 5 consecutive wins was already an impressive record. Without the slightest mercy, Zio Huai continued issuing orders. Finally, the 3rd gust, I'll crush you from above. While Zin was still struggling to draw breath, the 3rd wind slammed straight toward his head again. Zio Hui's face was stern as she thought to herself. He still had plenty of time to surrender. Did he really want to seek a pointless death? Seeing the wind almost upon him, Zin heard Zio Huai shout in scorn. You're so stupid, it's pathetic. His left arm, covered in wounds, was completely numb and motionless. Zin's right hand lightly gripped the sword hilt. With one swing, he split the gust in 2 again. Zio Huai couldn't hide her shock, her mouth parted, speechless. Zin personally shattered the violent wind once more. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to withstand the remaining force. Zin's legs were starting to give out. Even the aftershocks of the wind he'd cut apart were enough to make the sea's surface tremble. Zio Huai frowned, her expression heavy with thought. At this point, it wasn't simply the sword's sharpness that was cutting it. Zin's whole body was shaking as he struggled back to his feet. The injury had left half his body paralyzed, and he was running on what little strength remained. Even after splitting the wind god in two, he wouldn't be able to endure the backlash. He would fall. Zio Huai carefully replayed every exchange. If that was part of a human's magic, why hadn't he used it in the second round? The more she thought, the more irritated Zio Huai became. It wasn't just power or energy, there was probably some other specific condition. Yuzin cut into Zio Huai's thoughts. You're pretty relaxed, aren't you? He was in agonizing pain, yet he still smiled. His opponent was practically about to collapse, even exposing her back, yet she still stubbornly kept to her rule of not touching him. I want to give up, but it looks like I can't. With Yuzin cornered, that was just a feint under the circumstances. Yuzin was almost defeated. His reserves were nearly drained after unleashing the wind god technique. Panting, Yuzin lifted his gaze. One arm on his body was already numb and paralyzed. The wooden sword Yuzin had released hovered in midair between the two remaining fragments of the barrier. After the previous shockwave, weapons with power comparable to small explosives, or tools sturdy enough to serve as foothold, had also been battered by that terrifying force. This hand was completely tilted in Zio Huai's favor. None of it was enough to face the monster before him. He was utterly outmatched. Yuzin didn't hesitate, he charged again. Even knowing full well what it meant, he still threw himself in. Zio Huai raised her hand again, pinching a single strand of hair. But in the next instant, her demeanor changed. Why? Zio Huai watched him set up in an attacking stance, choosing a head-on clash instead of using long-range magic. At the very least, she owed her opponent a basic measure of respect, someone who had exceeded expectations. Zio Huai calmly waited for Yuzin to rush in. He shot forward like an arrow, eyes razor-sharp, his whole body radiating oppressive force. Zio Huai struck straight at Yuzin. He kept a grim face and slipped aside just in time to avoid the blow. A slash flashed across Zio Huai's body in an instant, and Yuzin clicked his tongue in frustration. Zio Huai wasn't scratched. She stood perfectly still. Her unique demon art, pressure like a mountain, was already in effect. That demon art increased the user's mass until it could be compared to a mountain. That was why even a single step from Zio Huai was enough to shake the very space around her. Even simple martial techniques could unleash power capable of reshaping the terrain. As the mass rose with weight, the force increased in the same proportion. Yuzin was resolute, meeting Zio Huai's eyes head-on. Zio Huai remained silent as well, watching Yuzin's every movement. To defeat someone using pressure like a mountain, an opponent needed crushing power, or to rebound that very force back at her. Earlier, Yuzin had precisely avoided Zio Huai's attack because he'd seen through the weakness. Trying to resist with sheer strength alone would only end in being shattered, leaving behind nothing but one arm and a sword. Zio Huai pondered deeply. That strike looked more like a scratch than a true sword cut, recalling the blow just now. Zio Huai grew suspicious. Maybe he had tried to slice through, like splitting the wind god in two, but couldn't cut through it. Even if he pierced it, it would be meaningless. Pressure like a mountain was her clan's greatest pride, and a natural blessing bestowed on their bloodline. Next, Zio Huai continued unleashing strength that shattered the arena floor. Up to now, no opponent had ever been able to approach the true mountain. Startled, Yuzin clearly shows concern. In Yuzin mind, Kim Yi-gul's kind words echo, "What else did you say? The training was not meaningless at all." In memory, Yuzin once answered frankly, "Whenever I speak, Father cannot deny it." To be precise, the question is whether humans can defeat monsters. Perhaps a few lost ones can be defeated, but what I mean goes beyond that. The issue is the innate monsters. Kim Yi-gul listens quietly, pensive for a long while. Yuzin speaks continuously, sharing every thought, leaving no doubts. We don't need to discuss strength and endurance. Even just breathing fills humans with energy and extends lifespan tenfold. The only weakness might be neglecting training, but those targeting the Demon King won't overlook that. More importantly are the unique demonic arts of the mid-moon. Continuing, Yuzin gently shares with Kim Yi-gul, "Recently, I read some books. I will bring them to you. Methods of extermination based on monster traits, noting weaknesses, integrating elements and abilities to stun." As Yuzin speaks, he observes Kim Yi-gul closely. It's clear that not all monsters can be completely eliminated, or the strongest among them cannot be defeated. To survive in a world where they move freely, you should only deal with monsters around rank 8 or equivalent. Agreeing, Kim Yi-gul immediately responds, "Training an ordinary person to pierce steel." You are correct, no matter the training, they cannot pierce steel. Kim Yi-gul recalls his experiences, revealing his thoughts. Even I can only handle some average monsters. As you said, when those born with extraordinary abilities appear, there is no way to counter them. I can handle weaker souls, but facing a true monster directly surely leads to failure. Astonished, Yuzin exclaims, "Wait, with your status you say that." Frankly and sincerely, Kim Yi-gul smirks slightly. However, one thing you must understand, young master, things as hard as steel and actual steel are completely different concepts, and the difference is far greater than you think. Yuzin clenches his teeth, determined to attack. Xiao Hua also prepares seriously on his side. Yu Zin's wooden sword suddenly flies over, causing Xiao Hua to instinctively stay alert. Another weapon left, perhaps he was waiting for it to defend. But that was unnecessary. The answer was wrong. Neither of the two weapons is for defense. Taking advantage, Yu Zin silently approaches Xiao Hua gradually. When Yu Zin is very close, Xiao Hua suddenly notices, and that slight interruption creates another opportunity. Kim Ji-sing's advice still echoes in Yu Zin's mind, remembered clearly. No matter how skillful a monster's technique is, it is only a temporary phenomenon created from energy, like an illusionary armor. Ultimately, if you can read the energy flow forming it. Yu Zin at that time did not believe and immediately retorted, "What are you saying? Uncle, you like martial arts novels too? You read even more than I do. If something like this existed from the start, why didn't you tell me? Isn't your approach always to start with theory because you can't execute it right?" Faced with Yuxin's confident words, Kim Zexin admits, "That's right, even if I spend the rest of my life training, I may or may not achieve it, and the same applies to you." Suddenly, Kim Yigun hesitates, voice faltering, "But if you are serious, young master, your words would be completely different." The technique that Yu Zin grasps for the first time through this fight is a miraculous ability among the supernatural abilities of mages, an ability at the unreal threshold. Quick, strong, decisive slash strikes directly at Xiao Hua. Such a miraculous ability was called a sacred art by ancient mages, a finishing sacred art. And today, one of these sacred arts has been reborn through a genius. The story goes that long ago in ancient China, there was a butcher with extremely extraordinary skills. His movements while cutting were as smooth as flowing water, and not a drop of blood touched the blade. The king was impressed by his skill and summoned him. The king raised his hand, words gentle yet commanding. "Incredible, how did you reach such mastery?" the butcher answered. The reply was steady, without hesitation or fear. Ordinary butchers replace their knives monthly because they cut into the bones hastily. An excellent butcher replaces the knife only once a year, as they cut only through the meat of the livestock. Then the butcher explained further, "I do not look at the livestock with my eyes, I feel the animal's body." Through mental activity, following the principles of the world, the explanation was smooth and precise. Thus, the divine knife encountered no resistance as it moved through flesh, between bones and meat, and the butcher fell to his knees. Both hands raised the knife. By adhering to these principles, he had wielded the knife for 19 years, slaughtering thousands of livestock. Yet the blade remained as sharp as if freshly honed. He truly mastered the path of his craft. The king spoke with respect for the profession, and the butcher's skill was known as the butcher's knowledge of cattle. Among the mages of the Korean peninsula, it was also known as the ultimate strike of destiny, a technique lethal if executed precisely. Its power could devastate to the point where even the most formidable enemies would struggle to breathe. It could slay the fiercest warriors in recent decades on the Korean peninsula. This was an achievement unmatched by any mage. Yet at this moment, the young man did not sense any particular skill. The sword vibrated continuously. No, to be precise, he wasn't entirely unaware. A familiar figure watched the duel on the ice, speaking with regret. Annoying indeed, Yu sighed. His battered body had fainted before such a remarkable technique. Only once, yet without much loss. The old man in red gently lifted him, exhaling after a preliminary check. Fortunately, he still breathed. Whether arrogant or confident, I hope next time he assesses his opponent more carefully. Just as he finished, another voice interjected. He's not that foolish. It's not that he misjudged his opponent. Rather, he assessed her accurately enough to react instantly according to Go Paris' words. "What are you saying?" Gu replied. Through this battle, the mysterious swordsmanship he employed was extremely unpredictable. Despite efforts to block the strikes, no one seemed able to stop him. When facing equivalent attacks, he had enough space to evade or counter, yet he did not. The old man in red realized perhaps he had exhausted too much energy, or lacked the ability to strike consecutively in a short time. Gu nodded, "I think so too. But after observing how they defended during the final confrontation, I realized that even when attacking with effort, with a wounded body, those strikes could not harm the opponent, even knowing it was futile and dangerous under limited conditions. In other words, he intended to use it but failed, or through this battle sought to perfect an incomplete technique." The old man in red was confused. "What do you mean?" He continued, "Make more sense. Assuming he's arrogant or foolish would have been easier to accept. You mean he deliberately risked his life just to execute a technique, knowing he couldn't defeat his opponent? Uparian, helpless. Of course, this is just speculation. Perhaps the enemy thought the same, hence the current reaction. On the other side of the arena, a figure rose after the intense duel. It was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stood due to her astonishing regenerative ability, although not from a lineage with enhanced recovery. Her vitality and healing matched that of a demon. With a powerful demon, even losing half the body, they survive and recover. Thus, Yuxin's sword certainly cut Xiao Hua in half. From another perspective, it was a single effective strike. As the holy sword pierced, Zio Hui's body began to regenerate. However, the reason Zio Hui's mind froze was this was her first time experiencing such astounding regeneration. This power allowed her to stand firm like a mountain, fearing no external force. Zio Hui had possessed this ability since birth, unlike others who underwent trials and correction. She had never been injured. Experiencing her body split by the sword was overwhelmingly intense. Zio Hui gritted her teeth, twisting her hair. Clearly I've lost, the old man in red announced. I suppose the battle could still continue. Does the opponent intend to proceed? That remained uncertain. The old man in red puzzled, uncertain. What do you mean, just ask directly? Who hesitated. Indeed, but asking now is a bit difficult. She looked toward Siu, though not recognizing immediately. But he seemed no longer focused on the fight since the first move. No matter what, he remained silent. Just focus on your breathing. The old man in red clicked his tongue. I've heard plenty of stories about people focusing completely on breath training. So much that they forget time itself because their awareness is locked in place. It's extraordinary to be able to sink in like that amid all this chaos. And hey, if he keeps going like this, we'll have to conclude that neither of them can keep fighting. That might be better for both of them. Just then Zio Hui walked over in a new ceremonial outfit. No need for that. It's obvious I lost, I admit it. The old man in red was stunned. If both sides in the fight acknowledge it, there's nothing left to argue. Zio Hui said sternly, if there's nothing else then that's enough. Admitting defeat once is enough. Zio Hui glanced at Yao Xin lying on the floor, unconscious, badly injured with no awareness at present. Zio Hui continued, I'm truly grateful for what he taught me. She went on, if he'd been fully proficient in swordsmanship from the start, then the moment the battle began, I would have died countless times. Thanks to him, I finally experienced what it feels like to lose. And I realized just how reckless I've been and what I need to improve. Zio Hui stared, violet eyes sharp. Promise me. Next time we meet, I'll leave you all completely stunned. I won't be careless like today. She stepped forward, about to leave. It's over. There's nothing left to watch here. Move to the next location quickly. The old man in red stammered. Why yeah, the other matches still aren't finished. The blue flame flickered. Zio Hui added, the Dragon Palace's position is hard to predict. Then suddenly she shifted from relaxed to alert. Turns out Zio Budong had been moving this whole time. He rubbed his head. It feels like I slept really deeply, but I don't think I slept for that long. Anyway, when I woke up, I saw everyone talking. Then his words startled the rest of the arena. No need to yield, just keep fighting me. Zio Hui frowned. Are you trying to throw away the precious chance your teammates worked so hard to win? Zio answered bluntly, no. If yielding were allowed, I'd kindly accept. But the teammates I know would never accept that. They'd say if you lose, you lose. A victory without a fight is meaningless. Zio Hui looked puzzled, so what? You're saying you'll defeat me? Zio tilted his head. Yeah, I just think it's what I should do, regardless of my chances. Of course, if I can, I'll still do my best to win. Cho Siu remained calm. Despite what I thought, she was confident she had a chance to win. Something felt off. It was an intuition everyone could now sense. But the one who sensed it most clearly was the creature who knew the boy just now. Exactly what had happened here earlier. Ms. Gu had a headache. It had only been a few minutes, yes, just a few minutes. The boy, newly awakened again, was completely different from before. Zio Hui responded sternly, let me say first, your teammate is a special case. You won't get that chance. Siu nodded, if you intend to act now, it should come from you, because if I go, everyone connected to me will be affected. Her voice was soft yet commanding. Her leg had already shifted several ranks without anyone noticing. Makes sense, her change came from experiencing failure and the first pain of being hurt in her life. All that growth, even if unrecognized by herself, made Zio Hui eager to fight one more round. Meanwhile, the boy remained restricted, yet his energy and spiritual magic were still sealed. And even with a little energy restored, Zio Hui lunged toward Siu. However, Siu stepped back. He was a boy who could confidently face creatures familiar with his power. Zio Hui raised his hand, his purple eyes burning with the desire to win. Behind her, a stream of green energy surged forward. The awaited clash approached. Zio Hui was almost upon Siu. The man in red hurriedly cast a spell. Even Guparian rushed to raise a barrier. The two energies neared, about to violently collide. Zio Hui struck downward. Siu vanished and she turned to watch. At the same time, the man in red announced, since the other contestants' battles have ended, to continue. I acknowledge that Zio Hui surrendered and has been relocated. Zio Hui paused. Don't be too upset. Accepting comfort, she replied, there's no reason to be sad. Yes, I admitted my loss, and perhaps the result still favors me, but the man in red was puzzled. She continued, considering what happened, you're lucky it ended early. Zio Hui frowned. Even so, I'm still curious about some things. Tyson app my counterpart. Silence fell over the arena. Exactly what happened when it clashed with that thing? Siu, who had vanished, was now visible again. Guparian bowed. I understand the desire to continue, but once the fist has awakened, the battle cannot change. Ms. Gu rubbed her forehead and sighed. If it continued, it would be considered a personal duel among guests rather than a martial contest. Of course, if you were prepared for that, we would have to intervene heavily. Siu replied, no, if the result cannot change, I only want to avoid it. Waking up to find things like this. I realized I may have been reckless. Uparian exhaled in relief. I'm glad to hear that, but is he okay? At first glance, no serious injury, but Siu softly said, if still uncertain, he'll be fine. Looking at his dear friend, he remained calm. His pulse and breathing seemed normal, thanks to the chi training Yuzhen taught. As before, he recovered subconsciously by regulating his breath. Uparian asked, so you'll continue with the next opponents. But if you're not ready, should we let you surrender this round? Siu hesitated. Let's see who the opponent is first. His eyes itched and a green tuft popped out. Outside, Ryuju whimpered. It went straight to the opposite side. The familiar face and figure confused the girl. Reizu. Upon closer look, it was Yuzuru and Yashihiro. She hugged Ryuju tightly. What's this? Why are you here? Ryuju collapsed in Yuzuru's arms, trembling. She gently comforted it. There. It's okay, I'm right here. Yet she was quietly relieved. Luckily, I got Vizu back. Yuzuru looked up, thoughts swirling. If Vizu is here, that person must be here too. The announcement came, the next opponent is human. They were mages, along with an enemy in the same group. One was a former martial artist of the Spirit Beast Association. The other was a servant carrying out orders. Yashihiro glanced around. If that's the Star Hall, wait, is that person over there? Yuzuru was astonished. Both of them are human, she asked, and he answered. Yes, Kim Il-jin, who led us to rest when we first arrived in South Korea. Yashihiro had countless questions. If he was once a Star Hall martial artist, does that mean he isn't now? Well, considering what happened, members leaving makes sense. I thought he would become the next pillar of the clan. He spoke rapidly. Judging by their serious injuries, the previous battle must have been brutal. Anyway, this situation was awkward. Yuzuru's eyes were panicked, stunned. Both are human, that can't be. No matter how you look at it, they're still the same people as before. She examined the opponent from head to toe, from height to outfit, though at first she was unsure what they would demand. Strange, but Hong Kong's assessment couldn't be so careless. Besides, they also knew about Kim Yushi. Her thoughts were interrupted by Yashihiro. I'll step up first now. He continued, anyway, we have to complete the mission. The match began, the words set. Yashihiro stepped onto the arena first against Su. He introduced himself to his opponent. First, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kira Yashihiro, I'm Japanese. Yashihiro stammered, shy. I'm not sure if you've heard of Kim Yu, but right now I'm with my sister for some work. We met you when we first arrived in this country. Su, in disguise, also greeted warmly. I understand, nice to meet you. I'm Choi McDonald and I assist the master, so they're Japanese. He speaks Korean quite well, Yashihiro said, patting blank-face Bang's head. I don't know how you'll take it, but could you consider letting this match go? Annoying, I'm not planning to and I don't see why we should. Yashihiro quickly waved, apologizing. Right, of course. If I've offended you, I misspoke. I apologize. He bowed repeatedly. I didn't think carefully earlier. Please pretend you didn't hear anything. Su was stunned, a different impression than first. Yashihiro continued. It's pathetic to say this, but confronting humans is a bit difficult for me. It's not a skill I'm proficient in to achieve that purpose. The observer, noting the structure and flow of the match, casually praised. Your little brother seems surprisingly kind. With the skills I observed, he could easily defeat the opponent, yet he's bowing now. Yuzuru shivered, impressed. She withdrew and let the energy dissipate. Yuzuru judged, that kid just isn't serious. Back in the arena, Su raised a hand in a conciliatory gesture. You don't need to apologize so much, though it's sudden. But it's nothing to be upset about. I understand why you hesitated facing someone else. Yashihiro continued, then may I propose a different way to fight? Confusing, different, he explained. With the premise of a match both sides can agree on, I want to eliminate the possibility of serious injuries or life-threatening situations. Yashihiro, with the green flicker of fire, would not use magic or mystical tool. Just a fight using physical strength and basic martial arts. That bravado didn't cease. Honestly, I'm confident in my body. I'm not sure for a warrior how much skill you've honed, McDonough. Yashihiro looked at Yuzuru. But if I lose to you, I'll acknowledge it and consider you have defeated all of us. Even my sister, that would be fair, right? Hearing her brother, she got angry. Hey, who gave you the right to decide that? Yashihiro replied, it's fine, we can't fight to the death here anyway. Also, until now, you've been invincible. Even if you lose once, it doesn't mean immediate elimination. Su, silent until now, spoke. I'm okay with that, I agree with what you said. I won't reject the condition, just defeat one person. But if you don't agree, I'm still fine with failing both. Yashihiro cheered, glad to meet someone communicative. The conditions we agreed on remain. So don't worry, the green curling head sighed. The mood is getting gloomy. I expected a blood-filled battle, a fierce fight between undefeated warriors, but one of them isn't even moving. Even if they confront at this pace, the match might end in just a few moves. Su and Yashihiro are fast. We should finish quickly. Su punches left cheek, Yashihiro punches right cheek. The green curling head was stunned. Truong Luke Huang Duong, a low-ranking position in Long Kung. Also known as a devout, from a prestigious family with extraordinary skills, regarded as a promising talent. Yet he once dreamed of becoming a general of Long Kung, training in martial arts over decades of youth. As a demon, he poured blood and sweat into it. However, reality was cruel. If the issue were only his method or training effort, it might have been more acceptable. The Truongluk Huang Duong clan descended from sea demons. His special demon power was unnecessary, and no ancestor could master skills to such a great level. Reality was truly harsh. For a young demon carrying many dreams and ambitions, the Sunflower Force had abandoned his dream. Even so, even after giving up his own dream, his passion and admiration still lingered in his heart. That is why in this martial arts tournament, he volunteered to take the advisor position that other officials found troublesome and dangerous. Somehow, among all the advisors of this tournament, he could be considered the most knowledgeable about martial arts. So he was shaken by the scene before him, or rather, he threw a hook punch that knocked him down. Before long, Yasuhiro gritted his teeth, gathered all his strength, and kicked Siu in the jaw. Unfortunately, the kick was blocked by one of his hands. But that did not trouble Yasuhiro. He leapt up and attempted a spinning kick with his other leg. His foot struck the neck, but the attack backfired, catching Yasuhiro off guard. The next second, Siu effortlessly threw him far away. Yuzuru and the blue-clad, curly-haired boy were stunned, silently wondering, what the hell was that? In fact, even without much knowledge of martial arts, it was not difficult to understand the fight before them. What was she lacking? Siu clenched his fists, standing ready, probing, and cautious. Yasuhiro sprang back to his feet. In close combat between skilled fighters, there were two key elements completely absent here. This time, Siu took the initiative, rushing toward Yasuhiro with nothing but attacks. It seemed that not using magic allowed them to do certain things. Yasuhiro smiled and quickly wiped the blood from his lips. The two charged at each other without hesitation. One-on-one, the battle was growing more intense. Siu reached out and grabbed Yasuhiro's shirt but was immediately kneed in response. The headband fell and Siu clutched his stomach, tightening his grip in anger. Lin counterattacked, kicking his right side before punching Yasuhiro in the face and stomach. Siu's mask was cracking piece by piece. Yasuhiro nearly collapsed, then suddenly lunged forward and slammed his head into Siu. The headbutt sent a shock through them, their feet scraping against the arena floor. The blue-clad, curly-haired boy grew tense. Both of their legs had almost no strength left. Perhaps no, certainly, this blow would be the end of the match. With his mask cracked, Siu stepped back as Yasuhiro followed through with a punch. Siu seized the chance to kick Yasuhiro's right knee joint, and then drove a straight punch into his face, knocking him down directly. Next, he raised his fist to finish it, while Yasuhiro lay defenseless, staring blankly as he awaited the blow. Yuzuru was anxious, and the blue-clad, curly-haired boy was stunned. But then why did he stop? The punch halted just short of his face. Yasuhiro did not understand he could have finished the attack. Siu replied, "We made a promise to end the match without causing any serious injuries and without anyone dying." Half of the cracked mask fell away, revealing half of Siu's face. "We agreed to use only strength and physical ability." Yuzuru's eyes widened in shock, as expected. "I was right about him. That mask that broke during the fight had been restraining his power." Siu stood up while Yasuhiro, still dazed, remained sitting on the ground. Perhaps those from the Dragon Palace would understand, but how would Yasuhiro react? The match was based on the assumption that the opponent was human. If he believed, he had been deceived from the start. Yuzuru clenched his fists. At that moment, he would become extremely ferocious. At that time, Yasuhiro murmured, "I see now, a half-demon carrying mixed blood. You restrained your own power with that mask until the very end." Now Yuzuru was worried as Yasuhiro continued speaking, and I knew nothing. He laughed, "Ah, seriously?" He gave a thumbs up in praise. "You're amazing, you know that?" This left Yuzuru stunned. "Until now, I have never lost in close combat against a demon, but thinking that you were holding back your strength just now." Yuzuru stood there open-mouthed. This could be called communication through combat, a fierce contest where both sides acknowledged each other not only in sport, but even in life-and-death battles, forming a deep bond between the two sides. It was not common. The two leaned on each other, one wiping his nose, the other raising a finger, taking turns praising one another. At the same time, Yusin came to his senses. "What the hell, what kind of nonsense is this?" Yusin glared widely. "In the end, you're the one who broke it." He continued, "I don't really care much about this thing, but it's a family heirloom preserved for hundreds of years." Siu trembled, eyes wet with tears, sniffling as he apologized, while Yusin sighed. "It's fine, it's mostly symbolic and not very useful. And since I've left the heavenly realm, it's no longer important anyway." Yusin stared closely, still quite surprised that it had been broken during close combat with a human. Even though he ultimately lost, he still managed to fight back against Choi Siu for several minutes, which meant his body had surpassed human limits. Yupa Ryan spoke up. I'm glad the wound doesn't seem serious. Yushin turned his head as Madame Gu added an update about both of them. Especially regarding Choi Siu, I've reported everything to my superiors and they've already replied. In short, Yushin was stunned by the announcement and Siu froze. From this point on, you two can't continue in the preliminaries. You both know this tournament is being held to celebrate the princess's birthday. Uperial's expression hardened. High-ranking guests, including the Dragon King, will be watching the final. So having an unknown contestant with such a background and bloodline is extremely sensitive. Fortunately, we contacted Judge EU on the Korean peninsula early on, and he confirmed and guaranteed Choi Siu's identity. Thanks to him, everything is still under control. Yushin answered painfully, I have no excuses. I started all of this. If anyone has to bear responsibility, I'll take it all. Madame Gu beamed, don't worry. Like I said earlier, the only consequence is that you can't continue in the preliminaries. For now, you'll be on standby. If after the remaining rounds 7 wins is enough, you'll be admitted to the finals. Siu asked again, so we're not eliminated. Uperion replied, I didn't hear it directly, but the Dragon King himself spoke on this. The Dragon King lounged on his throne. So that's how it is. I've heard rumors of demon blood appearing among humans. But 7 straight wins without a loss, even while wearing a mask that suppresses a monster's power. The corner of my mouth curled. Interesting. If Judge EU has vouched for you, why would I get rid of such an interesting contestant? Madame Gu continued, that's what His Majesty said, and he granted you both a chance to enter the final. Siu lit up, that's great. With 7 wins, our chances of making the finals aren't low, right? Yushin was astonished. He thought it over, no responsibility at all. They were even giving them another chance. No, not just another chance. With fewer participants than expected, 7 wins really was enough to reach the final. In the latest match, when he got hurt, they had almost been certain they'd finish qualifiers with only 6 wins. Yushin lowered his head, thoughts still racing. Even if finalists were granted benefits based on the number of wins, from their perspective, there was no downside at all. This was nothing more than a token punishment. Still, it felt strange. This wasn't mere leniency, but more like they were being singled out, as if they were telling them they had to make the finals no matter what. Yuzin's face was tight with pressure. Honestly, he wanted to forfeit right now. The problem was, if they refused this favor, who knew how the Dragon Palace would react? Siu stared at Guparion from the moment Choi Siu's mask shattered. Bringing him here no longer had any meaning, and more importantly, Yushin glanced at Siu. Something about him had changed. Was it the mask, or was the inner energy training he'd taught him taking effect? If it was the training, it might well be a positive change. A shout yanked Yushin out of his thoughts. Siu, beaming, said, I'm going to talk to those guys for a bit. They said we have time until the other matches finish. Siu excitedly called Yashihiro, then turned toward Ola Siu. After greeting him, Siu asked awkwardly, Are you okay? You bled a lot earlier. Yashihiro looked worried too. I'm fine, everything's fine. My only real strength is being tough. Both of them were fine, but Yuzuru still didn't know what was going on. What is it? You were chatting like nothing happened a moment ago. Not even 2 seconds later, oh right, my sister wants to meet you. Caught off guard, she couldn't react in time. Huh, Yashihiro, Kani kept going. She's been bringing you up all week. Yuzuru blushed and hurried to explain. Wait, when did she say she wanted to meet? She just wants to know who he is. Even as an explanation, it sounded odd. Yuzuru faltered. What are you talking about? Are you really not going to take Ryuju back? Yashihiro wouldn't stop. He spoke frankly, then added, anyway, put that aside. Siu saved her life. She said she would have died for sure if he hadn't intervened. Then Yashihiro placed a hand on Siu's shoulder and murmured to him, I'm going over there to talk to Yuzin for a bit. If you've got something to say, make sure you say it all. Yuzuru watched her younger brother's figure grow distant. With no choice, she had to speak first. So, it's been a week since the last time we met, right? Siu scratched his head. Is your neck still okay? I know it was urgent then, but I was a bit too rough. Yuzuru sighed. I'm fine. It wasn't a serious injury. Even if you had hurt me, it wouldn't have been a big deal. I was just surprised my brother suddenly said that, but it's true. Last time you saved my life. Thank you. I should have said it a week ago. Sivan looked flustered. He replied, I only did what I had to do. Yuzuru was surprised. She exclaimed, we safely got Ryuju back and I've also solved all the doubts I had about him. Siu continued to check in. I was worried about your safety. I'll find a way to repay you for saving my life. But what is this feeling? It's like something is missing. Humans often don't realize what they truly want. They only gradually understand their needs. Hobbies and desires are shaped through experiences and trial and error. Kira Yuzuru, 18 years old by Korean age. If asked now, she would say her ideal type is a bit wild, frankly, a little like a fool. Over the past week, Kira Yuzuru still hadn't fully understood the restless frustration in her chest. She wasn't sure why it felt that way. It's not that she couldn't think about it, but the answer was too confusing, even unrelated. Siu worried, are you okay? Understanding what she wanted from the boy in front of her was something Yuzuru still needed to explore. Uperion flinched, waving her hands. Gu gently announced, we just received news that all matches have ended. We'll escort you to the waiting area immediately. Siu waved goodbye. Then see you later, or rather, let's meet at the finals. Yuzuru froze, then blushed shyly. What do you mean by meet again? Actually, she meant nothing at all. At the same time, Yoshihiro stepped forward, lightly patting his sister on the shoulder. He was feeling quite unsettled. This is a bit complicated. I didn't expect Yuzin to react that way. Yuzuru looked puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Yoshihiro paused, then sighed. A week has passed since he's the heir. I thought he already knew. So that's it. Hearing her brother's account, she was still confused. He only found out after you told him. I hope he won't be too shocked. Meanwhile, in a space styled after old Korea, Siu was transported here along with Yuzin. Where's Gu? Are we just waiting here? He didn't reply. Siu instinctively called, Yuzin. His face was cold and vacant. I don't know what to say. A few minutes earlier, Yoshihiro spoke with a deeply sad tone. I extend my condolences for your loss. Yuzin snapped up, condolences for what? Seeing his reaction, he continued. Well, the disaster from a week ago. Disaster? Yuzin froze. I wasn't there a week ago. What happened at the Spirit Water Bureau? Yoshihiro was stunned. Could it be? Yuzin, tell me exactly. What do you mean by disaster? Yoshihiro lowered his head, his gaze heavy with sorrow. To be honest, we learned about this in a rather unusual way. You probably know after the village was destroyed a week ago, my sister and I were under house arrest and were being monitored by people from the Spirit Water Bureau at a hotel. He continued the story. You can see this was risky, but we were also nominated to go to Korea to participate in a search mission and subdue the Otoxini, the evil spirits. Yoshihiro felt uneasy. So we needed to gather information from outside by any means possible. At night, one of the two guards had to leave urgently. We seized that opportunity. We hypnotized the remaining guards to get as much information as possible from the Spirit Water Bureau. We knew they were hunting a goblin, the main culprit of the daytime incident. Yuzin panicked. A goblin? Yoshihiro nodded. Yes, but not your friend. It was Bai-hung, the goblin leading the Otoxini. I don't know the details, but it seems Bai-hung contacted the Spirit Water Bureau first. He said he would wait on the outskirts of Seoul and reveal his location. So almost all Spirit Water Bureau personnel were mobilized to capture Bai-hung. He panicked. And then, enough, what happened? He hesitated. Yuzin was shocked. I heard that most of the Spirit Water Bureau staff were mobilized and never returned, about 300 people from Seoul and other provinces. I also learned that about 90% of the Spirit Water Bureau force was killed in the battle with Bai-hung. Among them were 4 top leaders, including your father and the clan chief Kim Seo-hyun. Yuzin was stunned. What? Yoshihiro panicked. If I can help in any way, as he spoke, he was transported, leaving only regret behind. It was over. At present, Siu was taking care of Yuzin. Yuzin, is it because of your injury? Wait, there must be a doctor nearby. Yuzin spoke with much emotion. It's fine, just let me be for a moment. Siu was tense. Why? What were you talking about with Yoshihiro just now? The door cracked open and someone appeared. A familiar figure emerged. Wait a moment, Siu shouted. Gu Parian immediately raised her hand, signaling silence. I was wondering why I was suddenly summoned for the competition, but it turns out it was a trick to lure me out. There's no time for long explanations, so remember my words carefully. Siu was confused. Whoever is outside that door shouldn't be here. No matter what she says or does, don't get involved. I'm very sorry, but please understand I can only warn you briefly. Uparian was drenched in sweat. That person is the youngest princess of our dragon palace. In the East Sea Palace, at the South Sea Wing, heavy footsteps and a tall silhouette strode in. Blue hair and an arrogant tone from the throne. Look who it is. Baekho, don't clasp your hands and beg forgiveness at the Dragon King's words. Our reliable general, did you come to pay a late visit without the Dragon King's permission? He hated political infighting. He not only avoided the high court where officials gathered, but even the imperial palace as well. Big Hill replied, I know it seems that way, but the Dragon King leisurely sipped his wine. If you know, then shut your mouth. Say it next time you come back. Right now is my private time. Baekho listened in silence, unlike your kind of general. You can so easily ignore unpleasant things. It's pitiful I have to face them every day. He set the cup down, pitiful to the point that every week I have to drink alone like this just to cope. As he drank, the Dragon King scrolled through the news and sighed. My only pleasure in life is occasionally watching what's trending on the surface. He downed a full cup, and you suddenly barged into this precious moment. Not only is it a betrayal of the bond between ruler and subject, it's rude even between old acquaintances. So step down for today after the princess's birthday banquet. I'll hear you out then. Baekho stiffened awkwardly. The Dragon King continued, that's the proper procedure. Baekho gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. He was furious at himself, but he couldn't do that as a subject. Your Majesty knows why I'm here. After the princess's birthday banquet, what meaning would it have left? The Dragon King said, are you defying an order, you? The Grand Minister of the Right, Big Hill, was flustered. Brother-in-law, do you really intend to do this? Everyone in the palace knows what this martial tournament is for. Any decision about the princess's marriage, no, Miri's, shouldn't be rushed like this. Besides, all the candidates are surface dwellers. The princess, no, Miri, is the Dragon King cut him off. That's right. She's your niece. He raised the wine jug. I figured you wouldn't be able to hold back your anger. You should have told me straight from the start. Instead of spouting nonsense about overstepping authority, even if a bird flew by, it would have delivered a message to an idiot like you. Or is it because you haven't visited in so long that you feel awkward? Big Hill shot back. Either way, I won't accept this if it's just for a festival. Isn't letting the girl participate enough? Even if she's inexperienced, she has a lot of potential. Winning will be hard, but as long as she gains enough experience. The Dragon King cut him off again. That's enough. Baekhyo still wouldn't back down. But I can't, so I have to object. The Dragon King sighed. The chance of her winning is practically non-existent. Becoming Dragon King isn't the issue. The issue is that Miri likes the surface and wants to stay there. Beak Hyro protested fiercely. What are you talking about? She only cares about martial arts and fighting. The Dragon King continued. She hasn't seen the world yet. When she steps onto land and breathes the dust and smoke there, she'll finally realize what the air she's been breathing until now is like, stifling and unbearably salty. When I was young, I felt the same. At first I went because I was forced, but by the end of that grueling journey, you'll understand for sure. Strangely enough, I ended up feeling regret. The Dragon King stared at his reflection in the wine cup. If I hadn't been the previous Dragon King's only child, I might have married some woman and lived on land. Maybe it's a family tradition. The Dragon King sat cross-legged and added, come to think of it, my mother was human. Many previous Dragon Kings and other Dragon Kings as well often married humans or demons. Dragon blood is stronger than I thought. Even Miri, your niece, doesn't have ugly shark teeth or anything like that. That's also one reason to choose a consort from the surface when you think about it. Maybe one day Miri will have to take the throne. If she has a strong husband from the surface by her side, she'll probably be less eager to go up there. The Dragon King rambled on. If Miri becomes the next Dragon King, your clan benefits too. Isn't that right? You'll become the maternal family of the next Dragon King. When your father married your older sister off to me, I doubt he expected this outcome. Baekgyo forced a smile, but I'm not sure that if the child really takes the throne, our clan is strong enough to support Miri. Our clan is still just an ordinary military family. He looked at his brother-in-law. Shouldn't you be considering the crown prince instead? If the crown prince inherits, Baekgyo suddenly fell silent. A terrifying pressure poured off the Dragon King. He was like a small shark facing a great dragon. I'll tolerate you this once. The Dragon King said sternly, you're treating me as your brother-in-law instead of the Dragon King. So I'll treat you as my brother-in-law instead of a subject and let this slide, just this once. But if you bring this up again, then even if you are my brother-in-law, I won't spare you. Baekgyo trembled in fear and dropped to his knees. Yes, the Dragon King glared, I understand. If even you say that in front of me, it seems everyone wants the crown prince to succeed. I had already decided that will never happen. He is not worthy. Even if he is not imprisoned for his crimes, he will never inherit. Honestly, his actions make things much easier for me. He is unfit to be a leader, let alone a king. He has never been suited to lead others. At the same time, light footsteps approached. Come to think of it, my father was rather lucky with his children. Baekgyu and the Dragon King turned to look back. He continued speaking mid-sentence. Only me, Lady Gu stepped timidly, one step at a time. Lady Gu, is everyone here to disturb me today? Wait, you were supposed to guide the martial arts tournament. Uparian stammered. Ah, well. The Dragon King turned pale. The princess had just delivered the sovereign's orders. She said the Dragon King was summoned. He hurriedly said, hey, Baekgyu. He also turned around. Yes, sir. The Dragon King panicked. Yes, sir, what do you mean? Quickly, stop her before she overturns the entire Dragon Palace. Back in the old Korean room, her green hair and full figure were tied up by the binding demon technique. This technique differs in two ways from ordinary binding. First, the ropes are made from demon silk, capable of transmitting 100% of the user's strength. What it transmits is the terrifying power of the demon itself. Siyu still has much to improve, but his physical strength is excellent, especially his power, which could rank highest among the demons on the Korean peninsula. His demon blood gives him potential that is more intuitive and clear than any other, to the point that even higher-ranked races cannot match it. Siyu pondered, if that's all, it would be perfect. But ultimately, it still depends on the opponent. Against this type of enemy, even if they are stronger, I can suppress them this way. Whether there are people around or not, this is a palace, so there must be a warning system. If I maintain this, someone will come eventually. But if she is like the other two, keeping her bound this way for a long time would be impossible. Luckily, Siyu's wish came true. Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts, guardian of the East, and the clan that the Dragon King rules over in the East Sea. They can not only control water and seas, but even phenomena like storms, lightning, supposedly under their command. But that is not entirely correct. Dragon King, Only the heads of the Dragon Clan can wield this power. The Dragon Clan's inheritance ability is surprisingly simple and combatorian. Myra, bound tightly, complained, "So raw strength alone isn't enough." To Siu's surprise, Myra smiled brightly. "All right, then let me show you something really interesting." Siu tried to tighten the binding demon technique. Myra smirked and unleashed her demonic power. Siu could feel it too. Demon energy, commonly used to refer to the energy demons possess. In moments, Myra shattered the binding demon technique. But it's not just about quantity. The output and purity of the demon energy matter too. Siu's energy was drained. Myra charged from afar. Siu gritted his teeth, trying to counterattack. If a demon has both, they possess terrifying power. Simply by erupting magic power without using any special spell, a tremendous energy force sent Siu flying thousands of meters. Myra swore. "Damn it, and the clan with both at the highest level since birth is the Dragon Clan." Seeing the distance he was thrown, Myra sighed, "That's a bit too much. Rather than magic, it feels like a natural mechanism, like breathing." Myra cheerfully, "But I have no other choice. You've excited me too much." Long Ap, this absurd power represents the race ruling the sea. Siu collapsed to the ground, blood dripping. He knelt, body covered in wounds. A familiar voice rang out, "I knew it would turn out like this. White hair and fangs, well-deserved, fool." She crossed her arms, scolding Siu. "You thought this time would be different, but no, it's just like before, right? Acting like you're great, thinking you can overcome anything. And the result, unfortunately, you're still not strong enough." Siu's face darkened. Siu Hoa replied, "Of course not, idiot." Siu Hoa added, "How could I even get here? My body and mind are shattered. I'm probably dying somewhere in the human world. All because I have to clean up the mess you caused, charging into battle without knowing your place." Then she bent down, whispering each word to him. "How did you know? You acted with pure and innocent intentions. If you had known the outcome, would you still have been so reckless? After all, you couldn't save anyone. You are innocent but suffer the consequences, almost facing a tragic end. And your friend Yuzin, I don't know what he sacrificed for you." At that time, Iyashihiro and Yushin, what did they say to each other? What could they have said to take down a child this strong? Be honest, you do know. Every word from Ko Hua dragged Ko further into a sea of despair. Something must have happened over there. The deal you made with Bai Hung back then, or did you retreat like a coward because you couldn't handle it? Siu Hoa continued. "So what will be the outcome this time? How will our courage and kindness fare in this trial? Who will take responsibility for handling the consequences this time?" Choi Siu's hands trembled as he stammered, "No, that's not it." His lips parted. Oh, meanwhile, Myra had been waiting impatiently for several minutes. Siu Hoa grew irritated and grabbed Choi Siu by the head, pulling him up. "Then stop sitting there whining about your fate. Stand up, you loud-mouthed pig. At least act in accordance with your boundless resolve. Stand up and fight the monster until either you or it falls. This is your minimum responsibility." Myra observed Choi Siu with carefree attention. Hung remained in the same state. Unlike Choi Siu, Myra saw no sign of Siu Hoa. She didn't expect him to collapse so completely. Had she expected too much? From her perspective, he slowly rose. Myra immediately felt exhilarated, which made her startle. "You can still continue, can't you?" Choi Siu, tears streaming down his face and his body covered in wounds, forced out, "Of course." His eyes glistened with regret. He replied with determination, "I'm ready. You can fight as long as you want." The battle reached its peak. Myra, brimming with confidence, embraced the combat energy, while Choi Siu began to take the fight more seriously. The bloodstains and wounds on his hands gradually vanished, a transformation completely different from anything Choi Siu had experienced before. As the horn began to emerge on his forehead, Choi Siu instantly wanted to kill his opponent. It was not a new power or skill, just the barrier inside her changing. She clasped one hand with the other and leaned back to cast magic. Myra's hands pressed together, generating a stream of pale purple light. The magic targeted Choi Siu's position. From her hands, she unleashed powerful arcane energy toward him. It took the shape of two dragons rushing at high speed. Choi Siu did not show fear. Instead, he stared straight at them as if to embrace them. Choi Siu's right hand gripped his mace tightly, his legs planted firmly. As the attack came, he blocked it directly with the mace. From another angle, the second dragon appeared and attacked Choi Siu. It lunged at him. A loud explosion erupted, sending smoke and dust that obscured vision. Myra hesitated, sensing something amiss. From within the smoke, Choi Siu darted like a beast toward her. His eyes darkened, filled with fury. She was taken aback by his gaze. Blood splattered continuously. Choi Siu's right arm was severed. He had to endure an attack he couldn't perfectly defend. His determination allowed him to avoid becoming immobile or dying instantly. The right arm had not yet healed, still bleeding profusely. Gradually, another arm appeared to replace the lost one, and his regenerative power kept him from self-destruction. She felt nervous as the distance between them closed. He began clenching his fists, delivering a powerful punch to Myra. Choi Siu froze in shock, unable to believe what he saw. She effortlessly blocked his punch, leaving no chance for him to react. Myra had intended to strike first. At the same moment, his other hand assumed a ready stance. Without hesitation, Choi Siu punched directly into her abdomen. His other hand swiftly gripped Myra's, preventing her escape. He continued his assault, and with just one hand, Choi Siu slammed Myra to the ground. He exhaled, staring at her with lethal intent, his right hand still gripping Myra's. Suddenly, Choi Siu's knees buckled violently, cracking the ground beneath him. Myra screamed in pain on the ground as blood flowed. Hearing her, he swung his arm without hesitation. Choi Siu hurled Myra repeatedly, left to right to left. He suddenly paused, eyes wide with surprise. Her arm had been severed. Choi Siu stared in astonishment at the blood spurting from it. Myra calmly remarked from the side, "Experiencing a goblin's intelligence is fun, but I cannot lose." He immediately turned toward the sound. By now, she was right next to Choi Siu, preparing to strike. Choi Siu looked at the energy orb in Myra's hand. She thrust her hand forward, moving swiftly, concentrating her monster energy until it compressed into the smallest possible orb. The small orb cracked, then released the compressed artificial energy in a single, permanent burst. Confident of victory, Myra exclaimed cheerfully, "Bang!" A massive explosion occurred, creating a powerful shockwave. He struggled to brace himself with his legs to avoid being thrown. His mace transformed into a shield to absorb the impact. From behind, another orb appeared and she extended her hand to catch it. This startled Choi Siu. This time, Myra released not just one but 5 orbs simultaneously toward him. They flew toward Choi Siu and cracked one by one. Before they could explode, she even winked at Choi Siu. In the next instant, 5 explosions erupted from the orbs. The scene shifted to explain the previous orb. The violent dragon stone differed slightly from ordinary monster ability. Normally, instead of being crafted intricately, it is a bomb that utilizes pressure characteristics. The explosion's consequences are indirect results of air pressure. Mila was thrown against the back wall because of this explosion. Therefore, it does not have the harmless to the user feature like other abilities. Seeing the ground where he had stood reduced to rubble, she laughed in a manic way. You can compress the surrounding air to protect yourself, but that is not perfect either. Myra rose, her body covered in wounds, especially her arms that were no longer intact. Unless it is an enemy you are determined to eliminate, even at the cost of your own life, using this ability is strictly forbidden. However, for this girl that no longer mattered. Mirai recalled her previous battle. Assuming this is a confrontation with a strong opponent, it would repeat in the future the next. Most beloved of the Dragon King, her curiosity and impulsiveness turned the strongest of the Dragon Palace into both teacher and rival. However, there were still unavoidable limitations. As an unspoken rule, no one regarded the princess as a real rival. Desire, pain, and irritation gradually formed inside her that she did not like. She did not realize that from the dust a faint figure appeared. "Can you continue?" A thirst neglected for a decade. Now tasting her first sip of water in her life, she looked at Aishu with excitement. "Oh, please." She was too desperate to care about the prohibition. Because of the previous incident, his whole body felt burned and numb. The motive and purpose might differ, but he was equally desperate. Choi Siu spread his legs, trying to stand. His body was nothing but skin and bones, relying on his incredible endurance and regenerative ability. Gradually, the burnt parts of his body emitted thick smoke. Though beyond his limits, Choi Siu seemed to lose control, baring his teeth in anger, yet a certain obsession appeared, not a mere act of will. Myra's arms had also regenerated. The Goblin Mace is a weapon that can change shape and material based on the user's imagination and needs. The mace continued to shift and coil around him. He could use it to reinforce his bones and replace torn muscle. She widened her eyes in excitement at this scene. Amazing! The mace gradually wrapped down to Choi Siu's feet. It had now become both a weapon and armor, allowing him to continue fighting. Not for the body or mind, it was pure hostility. Myra laughed joyfully, witnessing this for the first time. The Dragon Palace princess felt both fear and delight, grinning with excitement. With murderous intent toward the enemy, Mila did not withhold her praise for Choi Siu. "I didn't expect things to get this serious, but no matter how it ends, I don't think I will feel regret. Yes, fighting you was the right decision." She then used her power, summoning a dragon made of her own energy. "I wish we could keep going, but that would be too much." As Myra finished speaking, he quickly charged. She began casting magic. Both of them collided at maximum speed. Choi Siu swung the mace to attack. He sliced it in half and flew through it. The space became eerily silent. Choi Siu's mace dripped blood. He was currently stabbing it straight into Myra's chest. She trembled, muttering something while blood continued to flow. From behind, the Dragon King approached calmly. "Enough, I'm a bit rushed, but witnessing this is easier than I expected." Choi Siu was startled, turning to face him. "I just asked one question." He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "You are a man, right? It's not that important, but I want to meet my grandchild as soon as possible." The white sword stained with blood pierced Seo Hoa's chest, making her whole body tremble violently. The Dragon King spoke. "I heard you are the offspring of a human and a demon, but I don't know your gender." Seo Hoa, covered in black and red streaks, stood silently. He scratched his head and continued, judging from physique and posture. I guess you're a man, but if not, I've made a big mistake this time. Actually, saying that already seems a bit off, right? Langthin pulled the sword from Seo Hoa's chest and turned to face him. The Dragon King observed him, then saw Seo Hoa collapse exhausted. She sat there showing no emotion. He pondered and said, "It seems my Myra behaved improperly before. Thank you for cooperating." Before finishing, Siu's sword shot toward him. Seeing danger, the dragon quickly dodged, calmly exclaiming, "Oh my." In this state, Siu was no longer clear enough to analyze the situation. He raised the sword to eye level, his face filled with murderous intent. The Dragon King saw that terrifying expression and hastily composed himself. "Enough, calm down. I think there is some misunderstanding here." He raised both hands and said, "I have no intention of harming you. I am here to stop this fight." Right now, his instincts and intuition clearly notice his eyes are wide and alert. Dragon King tried to persuade Siu. "I know this situation isn't your fault. A new, stronger opponent has appeared." In other words, to Siu, it's Dragon King, right? He watched him ramble, then suddenly a massive dark figure appeared nearby, commanding calm. "Put that sword down." One of the troublesome monsters kept blocking his way. Siu charged at the figure with his sword. At that moment, the massive figure vanished, revealing Dragon King. He stood inside, watching Siu charge, while Dragon King still held both hands up. Siu used his strength, swinging the sword repeatedly at Dragon King. Forcing him to dodge, he asked, "Wait, do you find me untrustworthy?" After dodging, he judged or maybe didn't react in time. From afar, a voice echoed, "Sir Dragon King." It forced him to turn his head. Not far away stood a person in red. Now he threw his hat and used his force to hit the red-clad figure. Dragon King watched in surprise, wondering, "What's this?" Baekho didn't hesitate and charged, shouting, "A mere human dares to disrespect anyone." While Dragon King was observing, Siu leapt to strike from above. A burst of light shook the ground. Someone's blood splattered on the floor. His sword was stopped by a hand. Baekho trembled with fear. Dragon King spoke calmly, "Bitch yo, stop causing chaos. If you want to act, do it quickly." He sat watching the scene, his body shaking. He said with discontent, "When did you decide I'm useless? Can't handle this yourself." He held Siu's sword with his bare hands without pain. He looked at Siu and continued analyzing. It seemed both Siu's mind and reasoning were paralyzed. The sword and body shook from overexertion, unable to bring him down. Dragon King continued to comment, yet, transforming into his true form showed he possessed astonishing mental strength. "I have existed over 1,000 years, with power strong enough to pierce armor." Siu gripped the sword tightly and instinctively charged forward. While Dragon King blocked the sword, he switched to his other hand, preparing to grab him. He grabbed the front of his robe with his right hand, letting go of the sword with his left to grasp his waist. Dragon King looked down, thinking, a stubborn object. Siu still held onto his robe, not yet thrown off. Dragon King seized the opportunity and punched him powerfully in the face. His sword fell to the ground, slowly dissipating. Dragon King observed silently. "Your strength isn't bad, you use it well." Baekho watched in shock. Dragon King continued, "I also practiced wrestling. Yet I can never match someone with innate talent." Dragon King's eyes held a hint of sadness. He wrapped black cords around his body and murmured, "So that's it." One hand held him firmly, the other tore the black cords. He kept tearing silently, thinking, "I thought you only wrapped yourself for support. You've treated yourself more harshly than I imagined. You've enhanced yourself to the bone." The enhanced body appeared, and beyond negative effects, every movement must be extremely painful. Dragon King monologued, "You did this not just to match my daughter. I don't know what you endured to push yourself this far." His face was bitter, continuing, "But in the end, you are still a fool." Bloodstains of all sizes covered the ground. Dragon King said, "Bitch Geo, check on Marati. Don't worry too much, take her to a room and call the doctor. She's just temporarily exhausted." The soul cart sat quietly, expressionless. Dragon King looked at Siu lying there, saying, "Thanks to restraint, her vital points are still safe." He lay unconscious with no more red cords on his body. Baekho, who had been silent, spoke, "Impossible, you plan to choose him as Myra's fiancé." He replied, "Not sure yet. I initially thought so, but just now I hesitated." He placed his hand on his hip, looking at Siu. "For now, I am quite satisfied with him. If guided correctly, he could become a strong assistant for Mila. Previously, he was quite handsome too. However, I'm not certain if becoming my son-in-law would please him." His eyes suddenly showed something puzzling elsewhere. In a large room lit by candles, the Donghai Dragon Palace Hospital, Yo meticulously took medicine. The empty bowl was placed on the table. He sighed and lay back on the bed. Yusi stared at the ceiling, thinking, "It would be a lie to say I am heartbroken over my father's death. To be honest, it doesn't feel real. No, maybe this is the moment I've always been waiting for." His eyes were emotionless. Even the worst person has two sides, good and evil, but that doesn't apply to him. He failed as a father, as a husband, and even as the head of the Spirit Water Bureau. The more I think about it, the more the image of the man holding the tobacco pipe appears in my mind. He simply inherited his position and had just enough ability to maintain it. From afar, looking at the estate at night, Yusi lay on the ground with an expressionless face. Suddenly, a shadow approached and spoke, Did you get punished again for taking my book? I told you it was okay to take it, but don't get caught. Hearing that, Yusi retorted, I wasn't caught for taking your book. I'm not in the mood right now. If you want to scold me, go to sleep. Jason crossed his arms and said, Tusk, you took someone's book and burned it, yet speak so brazenly. He pulled a pack of paper from his pocket, raised it, and said, Fine, I'll eat it alone. Yusi widened his eyes in surprise. What? Yusi stood and walked over to Jason, asking, Where did you get this? Is that all? No other flavors? Jason replied. I went a Seoul for a trip. To keep the ice cream from melting, I had to rush back here. Jason asked with concern, How's it going? Are your calves okay? He said, I heard you cried a lot when you got hit. Yusi, eating ice cream, turned and replied, that incident, you heard about it all the way out here. Don't worry, I did it on purpose. I've been punished too much already. Being hit on the calf was mercy. Jason stared at him and Yusi continued while chewing. But you should still react a little. If I stay silent, Sister Daniel will get punished too. He recalled her face when she saw him being beaten. You know how he is. Jason said, Tusk, after all, he's still your father. Yusi replied. So what? Can't victims of domestic violence talk about their perpetrators like that? He got up from the ground and said, Honestly, compared to what he's done, I've been lucky. I heard from the ladies that it used to be much worse. My father wasn't very capable. When my grandfather passed away, he quickly took over as head of the family and monopolized all the ancient elixirs in the house for himself. Different vials were scattered. Only that way could he have enough power to act as a clan leader. The ladies often regret mentioning you. Those were millennial treasures containing world-saving power. They said if you could get even half of them, you wouldn't just be a magician. You could become a god instantly. The insects around stood still, as if listening. So-young and Yunbai held hands and cried, saying, if only Jason had been born a little earlier. Hearing that, the other person held his forehead and complained, Hayes, these women speak so oddly. He turned and asked, so you're seriously listening too? That won't happen, they're just lamenting. Yusi, expressionless, ate his ice cream while looking at him. Seeing this, he continued, I'm no different from your father, don't regret it because of me. Yusi frowned and asked, what? Why did you stop talking? Do you know the two ways to make someone extremely angry? One is when someone suddenly stops talking in the middle of a sentence. Jason interrupted. Talking about it is pointless. He raised his mask to eat ice cream and thought, if there's any regret, it belongs to the young master, not me. Jason said, young master. Yusi, still eating ice cream, brushed off his clothes and looked. What's on you? He replied. What? And continued, don't hate your father too much. After all, looking closely, he's also a pitiful person. He wanted to be strong not for personal gain or his own safety, but because there was something he deeply desired to accomplish. Then he bent down to pick up what had fallen. To do that, he needed a certain level of power. But once he grew stronger, your father realized he wasn't as capable as he thought. So he must have tortured and tormented himself the most. In the tank, the big fish didn't even move. Yusi replied wearily, Uncle, that's called classic whitewashing. You're trying to clean everything up. Then does that mean there's no evil in the world? He continued. I think there is, you have a point. But when you become a great person in the future, if your father realizes his mistakes and begs for forgiveness, I hope you remember what I said today. When that happens, the only one who can forgive him will be you. I believe that day will come. Yusi tilted his head and stuck out his tongue, replying, No, thank you. I'm not hoping for his apology. Even if he does, would it be sincere? Suppose I take over the Spirit Water Bureau someday, I'll kick him out. Returning to reality, Yusi thought, whether now or in the future. I've never changed my mind about what he did to my mother. I will never forgive him. He pressed his hands to his forehead, thinking. A week earlier, I could imagine what happened without witnessing it myself. He was certainly stubborn, dragging innocent people into his trap. The image of him standing among the corpses appeared, powerless to defend himself alone, along with overwhelming arrogance. But why is it like this? Even though my chance of forgiving him is almost zero. The fact that there will be no more opportunities now makes me feel disappointed. Where did the Dragon King call Yuxin from? Your Majesty, struck by divine power. In his hand is Thunder's blackened body. Enough, placing him down isn't difficult. His condition isn't too serious. Go check on the others first. Now he finally lifts his eyes to Yuxin. Oh, sorry for disturbing your rest, I'll replace him quickly. Ah, no, not at all. Yuxin, puzzled, recalls the previous words of the Dragon King. Did I just hear someone call him Your Majesty? After dealing with Thunder's body, he speaks calmly as he leaves, apologizing for the disturbance. Please rest well. Yuxin sweats and wonders to himself. Is that really the Dragon King? He doesn't look like him at all. He glances at the body beside him. Is he also from the Dragon Palace? Or is he a tournament participant? He's too weak. Even if he's a monster, how could he possibly regenerate from this state? Suddenly a voice comes from somewhere. Hey, can you lie down? You'll have work to do tomorrow. Always stubborn. Oh, Sunmi continues speaking calmly. Aren't you Siu's friend? Sunmi bows slightly and says, Thank you so much for your help. I know it's dangerous. Yuxin looks over and replies, No, not at all. I don't usually do things like this. She, hearing this, asks curiously, Really? Yuxin hesitates and explains. Actually Choi Siu asked me to help because I owe him a favor. After speaking, he sweats nervously, thinking that she asked him to keep her visit secret, but like this, it will be discovered. Oh, a favor indeed. That makes sense, Sun Mi asks. Is that person over there your friend? He glances at the blackened body on the bed and replies, no, not at all. This person just arrived. She looks at Siu lying there and says, I see, that's a relief. I want to ask. She stops, looks at Yuxin and asks suddenly, did you come here for the Dragon Palace treasure too? Did you pass the preliminaries? He sits up and answers, I've won a few matches already. I'll know the results after the others finish their matches. Thinking this, he mulls it over. I don't want to talk anymore, my body is already regenerating. He stares thoughtfully at Sun Mi, thinking, things are getting more complicated. I should quickly talk to Choi Siu and retreat if possible. Sun Mi suddenly turns and asks, are you okay? What did the healer say? Yuxin looks over as well. Goyu enters with a coat and says, I'm fine, I know my body. At the latest, I'll recover tonight. She looks at Goyu worriedly and speaks. Strange, for a powerful monster like you, why does it take so long to recover a hand? He replies, well, my family isn't strong in this area either. His hand is gone, and the bloodied arm has been carefully bandaged. Goyu now notices Yuxin and speaks from behind him. Sun Mi answers, that's Goyuzi over there. Siu's friend named Kim Yuxin is helping with Siu Hoa's matters. Hearing his name, Yuxin quickly pays attention. She quickly introduces him. Yuxin, this is Goyuxi representing the Hyunmu family. He knows Siu. He mutters to himself, I didn't ask about that. The person lying there looks like Siu, yet she remains motionless. If she were Siu's friend, she couldn't be this calm. She probably doesn't know about this yet. Goyu, looking at him, suddenly speaks, I'm thirsty, can you bring me a glass of water? Sunmi replies, sure, you want it cold, right? He answers, yes. He looks at Yuxin and says, now then. Yuxin looks up and listens carefully to Goyu. She's gone, so I'll ask him. He sits nearby asking, did you encounter the black spirits and get injured? Yuxin, surprised, asks, wait, what are black spirits? He asks, I want to know too, who did you fight to end up like this? Goyu replies, I haven't told my teammates, but the monster grabbed my hand, maybe a black spirit. Sunmi is understandably worried. As he speaks, he recalls the image of a black entity radiating ominous energy. He continues, what I sensed wasn't just something rare or a monster out of place. He remembers seeing someone in blue sitting next to a dark shadow, face obscured, and continues, this is far stranger than that, and more worrying, a half-demon like Choi Siu. Hearing this, Yuxin suddenly asks, so you fought both of them? He replies, I hope so too. I intended to defeat both even if my judgment was wrong. It's still justified by my participation in the martial arts tournament. Images of him fighting appear as he continues speaking. But I had underestimated them. Goyu clenched his fist toward the shadow. Suddenly, a massive head with sharp teeth lunged at him. They were far more dangerous than I anticipated. Blood splattered across the ground. At that moment, he extended his hand and continued, I should give it my all from the start, or not fight at all. At that moment, Sun Mi stood beside someone else, horrified, covering her mouth with her hand. Anyone looking could see the answer clearly. I only realized it after losing an arm. Then, Goyu stood amid the dust with a serious expression. After devouring my arm, they became even more aggressive. The shadow now clung to the ice, staring at Goyu with murderous intent. He continued recounting, though my spirit remained unaffected. But the flesh from my hand that was consumed took away some of my power, an abnormal ability beyond the laws of nature. EU shouted, standing up, if they really are dark spirits, shouldn't we inform others? Dark spirits are targets to eliminate. Goyu quickly replied, that's correct, but this situation is very sensitive. If this were the human world, we could report to the authorities through communication channels. The image of a paper document instantly appeared in his mind. But here in Dragon Palace, we can't do that. You know, Dragon Palace is a tightly controlled world. All communication is strictly limited. The regulation forbids sending messages. He continued, the real problem lies elsewhere. Before the tournament began, when Hawk Jin verified our identities, the Hawk Jin were those dressed in light blue with yellow eyes. At that time, Goyu's surprised eyes recounted. 2 of the names I heard were of people I knew, but they were already dead. A week earlier, during a monster hunt on the Korean peninsula, many people were reported missing. Hearing this, EU was slightly incredulous. He continued, using the names and clans of those people to impersonate them. EU hesitated, stroking his chin, saying, wait, that's before he could finish. Goyu interrupted. Exactly impossible. He continued analyzing if they intended to use a false identity in Dragon Palace. Using names from people on the Korean peninsula is utterly foolish, even though Dragon Palace doesn't contact the outside. But they would still know members of prestigious clans. After hearing this, stroking his chin, he continued thinking, precisely, that's why Choi Siu, despite the risk of suspicion. Initially, I didn't allow him to impersonate someone from the Holy Water Institute. Dragon Palace would immediately detect Choi Siu's false identity with a simple verification letter. You can compare the image of Siu and the person from the Institute. They are completely different. But if I confirm he is my servant, Dragon Palace would have to believe me immediately. Then imagine Siu wearing a mask while standing next to me, talking to Dragon Palace. Honestly, if I weren't the guardian of the Holy Water Institute, this plan wouldn't have succeeded. But why would they do this? EU speculated. Either Dragon Palace is extremely incompetent, or there's an accomplice inside turning a blind eye to outsiders entering. Goyu shook his head. Yes, that's the most reasonable assumption now. I don't know why, but someone inside Dragon Palace is cooperating with the dark spirits. And certainly not for a good purpose. That's why I kept it secret from my team and temporarily withdrew from the tournament. No need to panic. You thought no matter how strong they are, they still need someone inside Dragon Palace to operate here. If there really is a conspiracy, even if we withdraw, they won't let us leave easily. The image of fish swimming under the sea crossed his troubled mind. If I had known this would become so complicated, Goyu suddenly turned around. Sun Mi's voice rang out. Sorry, I've been gone too long. She approached carrying a tray of water, speaking hastily. Since this is a clinic, they don't have cold water. I had to go outside to get it, which is strange. There's a well in Dragon Palace. Wait, let me pour water. It's very cool. He looked at her and said, thank you, but I don't need it. Take care of this one. She held the pitcher, annoyed, replying, yes, I will take care of both. But you said, who is this? I already told you not to speak rudely to newcomers. With you it's different, but you, hearing this, immediately interrupted, I really don't care. Sun Mi, helpless, called, Yuzin. Suddenly Yuzin and Sun Mi's eyes widened in surprise. Yu, who had been unconscious, woke up. His whole body trembled, but he still asked, where am I? Are you feeling better? Yu shouted, better. What happened to you? Sun Mi stood behind, watching fearfully. Suddenly, the bowl of water in her hands was snatched by Goyu and he drank. Then he commented, yes, the water is very cool. The tournament announcement appeared at 7:58 p.m. Korean Peninsula time. The preliminary round of the martial arts tournament ended based on each group's performance. A total of 8 groups were selected for the main round. In Su's sick room, Yuzin and Sun Mi sat beside him. The announcement continued. Go Yusi and Sun Mi, Kim Yusin and Choi Siu have all advanced to the next round. Elsewhere, Kira Iuzuru stood watching Kira Ayashihiro breathe casually. I'm exhausted. Everyone who made it into the main bracket is treated as a VIP guest of the Dragon Palace, given time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's banquet. Zio Huai stared intently in one direction. Many of them could sense that the aura and the level of this tournament far exceeded their expectations. But no one could predict the unprecedented catastrophe about to descend upon them and the Dragon Palace. In an undersea city in a pool, a figure was soaking. The person spoke up. The water is warm, the temperature is rising. She looked at her own hand and continued, I thought soaking in hot water would make me feel more comfortable, but it seems I'm only making the water colder. The one sitting by the edge spoke. Makes sense, Kyan ate the black tortoise. They flicked away burnt ash and went on, even just one arm is already hard to digest. It'll be freezing tonight. Turning to answer, they added, I kind of feel sorry for you, Aileen. Because of me, you can't soak in hot water. Aileen replied, it's fine, I actually like cold baths, don't worry about me. Just keep it up until your body warms up. She turned, braced both arms on the pool's edge and spoke. We've only known each other a few days, but you feel different from everyone else, Aileen. Aileen looked puzzled. The other continued, everyone raised by Bai Haiyang is kind of strange, right? Me included. They all have different quirks, so they're hard to deal with. Some even trail after you non-stop. As they spoke, they pictured Tao with hands on hips saying, hey, we're still in the tournament, wanna fight? She suddenly leaned forward, if only I could eat them. But Bai Haiyang's one rule was no fighting. Drool ran from the corner of her mouth as she grumbled, what a pain. But dark spirits are born from the desires of every living creature in the world. The other person said while Aileen remained calm and relaxed, I'm really jealous. Hearing that, Aileen only answered, that's why each one has its own ability and way of thinking tied to its core desire. Kyan's core is hunger. In the past, it could swallow almost everything on Earth, even the sun. Humans and monsters called it by many different names. The image of a beast with an enormous mouth appeared behind her. Seeing that, Aileen spoke. You look worn out, Kyan. Hungry again? You've eaten 20 times today already. The other cut in, that's because of me. I thought that would be enough. But apparently it was. Her gaze grew deep and hollow. Thinking of Goyu, she went on, I can't stop thinking about him. His arm tasted better than everyone else put together. I should have gone all out and bitten his whole arm off. Her eyes were shot through with blood as she kept muttering, I can't wait until tomorrow anymore. If I do that, I might have to eat Aileen too. In her subconscious, a voice appeared saying, sorry. Then she bit into her own hand and devoured it greedily. Aileen only watched and said calmly, it's fine. The pool water was now mottled with Kyan's blood. The person lying beside the pool also woke up. He called out to Aileen. Aileen propped herself up beside him and answered, sorry, too warm. I wanted you to sleep a bit longer. My friend is doing something a little embarrassing. You might find it uncomfortable. Aileen licked her lips, reached up to undo a button and continued, let's keep going. About 16 hours until the catastrophe at the Dragon Palace. Eastern Sea. Siu, his whole body wrapped in bandages now, sat on the bed and said, "It's not too uncomfortable. My energy's coming back. The breathing technique and posture you taught me are really useful. They're helping me recover my demon power." Yuxin heard that and replied, "That's good." The unease Yuxin felt came from what he knew was, normally for demons, their body's regeneration reflects their health. Like oxygen absorbed through breathing being carried through the body via blood vessels, a demon's body prioritizes distributing demon power to restore physical condition. Therefore, an injury that cannot be healed is proof the demon has suffered a fatal wound. The image of a massive demon missing an arm appeared. You looked at him, thinking deeply, is it because Siu has human blood in him? Or because he's a demon hybrid? Recovering from such a disastrous state was already impressive. It was strange that he looked completely normal. Then he recalled the image of Siu waking up and continued thinking. His skin still hadn't regenerated. Siu suddenly spoke. Yuxin flinched and answered, "Huh." He continued, "From now on, I have to do something you might not like." He snapped his fingers, a scroll appeared, and he went on, "If it makes you uncomfortable, I'll do it somewhere you can't see." Yuxin, surprised, replied, "Something I won't like." Siu said this. He reached into the scroll and took out a purple bead. He took out 7 purple beads of varying sizes. Yuxin was still stunned, his words hesitant. "These are," Lion answered, "these are the demon cores of the demons I defeated in the preliminary. At first, I planned to keep them until the tournament was over." He recalled the image of a demon drained of all strength, swaying on its feet. He reached into the creature's body and took a demon core, continuing, "You gave me a mask, and I think you wouldn't like to see me eat this." But the mask was broken, and I also overheard the conversation between you and Goyu. You reach up and pull the band off your mouth, continuing, "Tomorrow, no, in a little while, no matter what happens in my current condition, I won't be able to use my full strength, especially if I have to fight a dark spirit. I've fought a dark spirit before, even if it was just one. But it's not just strong in combat against me. Its power can improve on the spot." You recall the image of a dark spirit lunging, with eyes full of killing intent. You continue, "I didn't win because I was stronger, but because I used a trick to overwhelm it before it realized. That was only a week ago. Honestly, if I were forced to fight now, there's a 99% chance I'd lose." Yu gazes at you with an engrossed look. You added that you don't know the abilities or strength of the two who came to the Dragon Palace, but it can be said that images of them flashed through your mind. At the very least, they are as strong as the dark spirits I have fought. Yuxin continued, "You're not facing such dangerous guys, right? Just treat this as an opportunity." Siu continued, "To leave the Dragon Palace safely. Retreat for now and prepare for next time. That approach won't work with dark spirits. We don't know how many more there are, or when the next opportunity will come. But one thing is certain, if we delay, we won't know what will happen." You reached for a random spirit orb and continued speaking. "On the other hand, this is actually a good opportunity. You remembered Bai Hai-ung catching your sword with his bare hands. Following your own thought, if the Dragon Palace is a sealed place, this time no one will come to protect them. This is the chance to eliminate those two." As you finished speaking, you held the spirit orb to your mouth. Hearing that, Yuxin fell into thought again. He was right. "But why now? Why do I? The more you thought, the tighter your grip became." That curiosity turned into hope and anticipation. The image of Siu wearing a mask, standing in a defensive stance, appeared, even though he wasn't using any spirit energy. He had fought alone and defeated 7 monsters. Perhaps Yuxin's wish was to awaken as a protector. At this moment, Siu swallowed the spirit orb. The circulation of energy was forcibly enhanced by Yuxin. The image of Xiao Huai watching him radiated vividly. Soon after, Siu was in a state where something had sprouted inside him. Even he didn't know what it was. The flaws were only a fleeting moment. Xiao Huai's energy rushed forward. A horn suddenly sprouted on Siu's forehead. If he took another step, the sprouted leaf would immediately bloom. Someone else standing outside, even with Xiao Huai's technique, couldn't hit Siu. The result of the next fierce battle appeared. Yashihiro raised his knee and struck his face. The moment the mask shattered, the demon was suppressed. The boy inside awakened. Then from the horn on his forehead, a shadow flew out with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Spirit energy and righteous energy, though these two energies coexist in the body of a half-demon. The image of a lion and a tiger facing each other, representing spirit energy and righteous energy, they can never harmonize. The initial contact with righteous energy was due to the 3-colored gourd Yuxin gave you. Because of taking these orbs, the spirit pills were severely damaged. Today's event was also because the mask suppressed spirit energy. Combined with the cultivation technique Yuxin taught, memories appeared of Yuxin holding the mask and speaking. "If you use this," Siu placed the spirit orb in his mouth and thought, "I don't know exactly what happened inside my body, but I can vaguely understand. I told Sun Mi and the others that I'm fine, but the consequences of the injuries from overusing the orb haven't fully healed." The scene of Siu practicing with his sword flashed through his memory. "I can use spirit energy, but it feels forced, especially whenever I use it. There is a sharp pain in the lower abdomen. Thinking of this, your gaze became slightly anxious. You continued, until this morning I hadn't improved at all. But when the mask broke during the fight with Yashihiro, the pain and discomfort completely disappeared. The image of Yashihiro's gaze on you. Then your gaze, full of aura, returned to him. Siu continued thinking, my body must have healed itself. It's different from normal regeneration. It's a kind of counteraction, the activation of spirit energy to suppress righteous energy. You sighed and continued, no, it's the activation of righteous energy to suppress spirit energy. Like a competition between living beings. That's why I could go all out when fighting the Dragon Palace princess. Recalling the moment your body was surrounded by black and red strands. Despite my thoughts, maybe because the spirit energy was activated stronger than usual. But in return, controlling righteous energy became more difficult. You looked at your hands, trying to manipulate spirit and righteous energy. I can definitely feel it inside my body, but it's still very uncomfortable. Like something almost within reach but not easy to obtain. The fingers emitted only a tiny amount of righteous energy. This is the result of spirit energy growth suppressing righteous energy. The image of spirit energy on one side, righteous energy chained on the other. Finally, it's an advantage, Siu thought, scratching his face. Compared to monster abilities, righteous energy has rather limited uses. The image of Ryujiu flashed by. Even if righteous energy is sealed as a cost for enhancing spirit energy, it's not something to regret. A vague anxiety about choosing a path with no return. The image of Siu standing between two roads appeared. It was never a major concern. Siu spoke Yuxin. He handed Yuxin a box and said, take this. Did you forget you already asked Gu about this? Yuxin's gaze was slightly surprised. Siu continued, this is a whip card for Ian Goi. With this, you can summon a merchant from Ian Goi to buy items. On the box, there was a finely engraved coin. Siu's voice continued, naturally mentioning its use in the qualifying arena. But if it works there, it can work here too. He recalled the images from the Dragon Palace. Yuxin replied, that's possible. He picked up the coin, examined it carefully, and asked, but what's inside this box? Siu answered, it contains demon coins. They are the currency used between demons, and I happen to have a few. He continued, if we can summon someone naturally, then informing them of the presence of the black spirits here, and using the demon coins to acquire what we need would be very helpful. Like medicine for healing or energy recovery, they also sell many other useful tools. Hearing this, Yuxin asked, wait, but where are you going? Siu turned and stepped toward the door, replying, just around here. I plan to check out our room without being noticed, even though we were advised to stay inside until tomorrow. Many participants share the same goal, not just Goyu and Sanmi. The images of other participants flashed through his mind. I'm not sure about Tiuhoi, but I believe Ayashiro and Iuzuru will actively help. Yuxin jumped up, saying, what if you encounter a black spirit? Siu interrupted, it's fine. If I remember correctly, he also felt a slight shadow of the black spirit that Goyu had mentioned. Speaking of which, he imagined himself walking through an abandoned workshop. He added, I won't cause any trouble, don't worry. Yuxin said nothing, just watching him. Siu opened the door, stepped outside, and slammed it shut. Looking at the coin on the table, Yuxin lay down on the bed. He exhaled sharply. He thought to himself, headache, I can't keep up with what's happening here. What should I do? It felt like being trapped in a tricky situation. Images of a chessboard appeared with a single glowing piece. Yuxin continued thinking. All I can do for him is, then he brought the coin close to his face and exhaled. He sat up, held the coin out, and said, I summon. Around him, streams of blue light appeared. In the middle of the room, the blue light converged, revealing something that made Yuxin squint. A blue wind blew the curtain aside. A man appeared, saying, I was told that the one who took the charm is a half-demon. But no matter how I look at it, you are human. Who are you, and why are you using that charm? You stole it. Yuxin was temporarily speechless, overwhelmed. The masked man continued, answer me. The man appeared formidable. Yuxin was an experienced warrior. Images of Tiu Hoi wide-eyed, radiating presence. Even facing a demon with overwhelming power, he could stand firm without panic. But this man was different. He continued, I am a merchant of Ian Goi, so I will strictly punish those who dare to steal. The power Yuxin sensed from the man was certainly human, but far beyond any mortal. He knelt and said, this charm belongs to my friend Choi Siu. He temporarily lent it to me. I cannot prove it immediately, but when he returns, he will explain clearly. Even if you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. He introduced himself. My name is Kim Yuxin, a warrior of the Holy Destruction Institute, and the son of Kim Si-Hyun, who was a deity of this generation. He bowed, placing his hands on the ground. Greetings to the elder who has reached the realm of immortals, beyond the constraints of karma in the human world. If you don't mind, may I ask your name? The man crossed his arms and replied, you said you are the son of Kim Se-Hyun. I came to play a game of chess with the Grandmaster, and I am assigned to check the half-demon. He continued, hey, stand up, I don't like this formal attitude. Yuxin was slightly surprised. The man went on, I tried to suppress my power with the mask, but you saw through it. You have keen senses, just as I expected from the son of Kim Si-in. Yuxin looked up, thinking, is this suppressed power? The man continued, so who do you think I am? Yuxin lifted his head and responded. What? The man continued, there aren't many immortals on the Korean peninsula. Among them, who would be a great figure that a child like you could instantly recognize in this absurd situation, possibly threatening your life? Yuxin remained silent, thinking. His brain seemed to be pushed to its limit. Finally, he thought of the greatest genius in the history of Korean warriors. He spoke, ah yes, the miracle born in Joseon, no, the greatest genius born on the Korean peninsula in 1,000 years since the era of Deongan. That is Taezan Uchai. The story continued, that energy is called spirit force. Ioriok, on rare occasions, an individual is born who surpasses the natural limits of their species. Over their lifetime, this individual gradually absorbs the energy of nature, transforming it into their own power. Once the accumulated energy crosses a certain threshold, awakening occurs. As a demonized being, they gain not only heightened agility, intelligence, and immense strength, but also a lifespan far exceeding normal expectation. For humans, however, it is different. The accumulation of primary energy, Janji, is an extremely slow and inefficient process. Even when one reaches the limit, awakening remains rare. No matter how much someone torments their body and mind to unleash extraordinary energy or trains in countless forms of magic, it ultimately amounts to little. Most human lifespans are capped at around 150 years, after which they gradually decline. How can this be called fair? Even with the power of Doryak, Tao energy, or Belpriok, even immense legal or magical strength cannot reach half the lifespan of a low-level half-demon. Is it because they cannot fly without wings? Or even if they possess wings, they cannot bear the weight they must carry? Pick up the white chess piece and continue the game. Despite reality, there exists a minuscule chance for demonization to occur. When talent, experience, willpower, and effort align perfectly like gears in a machine, the impossible becomes possible. At that moment, humanity may finally be reborn as immortals. At that point, every cell in their body stops aging, restoring the vitality of their prime years. Yet, physical rejuvenation is only a small part of what can occur. The energy core of one who attains immortality loses its inner and outer boundaries, allowing them to wield the power of both the heavenly and human realms as if it were their own. Literally, this is the union of humanity and nature. They transcend the limits of ordinary living beings, becoming an existence that can be considered part of the living world. Possessing self-awareness, that is why, upon awakening as an immortal, they instead become subjects of Seo-jin. The immortal realm and their actions in the human world are subject to oversight. From a normal human perspective, they are surreal beings far surpassing demons and monsters. Siu looked at Ian Goy's merchant and thought, an immortal appearing from nothing. He had never heard of anyone actually witnessing this, yet it seemed he knew his father. Siu then concluded, well, though surprising, at least the other immortals are not a threat. As Siu wondered, but why this person of all people, he said. Why? His words startled him. Why are you reacting strangely? Your expression looks like you want to say, I thought this was another immortal, but how did he appear here? Siu immediately stammered, no, it's not like that, not at all. The truth is this is an unexpected situation and it still hasn't fully settled. He looked straight at him. How could I, with my laughable knowledge, imagine that I would encounter someone as extraordinary as you? Seeing his trembling, he turned. I said I am here on behalf of the head of Jianghe Dan, so I will conduct proper business. Siu breathed easier as he continued. During this time, it would be best if your half-demon returned. He looked at him and replied. Siu's voice went on. Well, I am preparing to use Jianghe Dan's transmission system to request the head for news about the outside situation. Of course, I know that He Dan maintains a neutral stance in all conflicts between humans and demons. But, he continued without pause, nevertheless, the appearance of dark spirits is always considered a common disaster. So I believe requesting news transfer is not unreasonable. He paused, slightly taken aback. What did you just say, dark spirits? In his mind he thought, that's not a simple claim at least, but he didn't even blink upon hearing it, as he momentarily lost focus. So for immortals, the troubles of lower realms are merely trivial. He then called out, hey, the gloom around him made Siu shiver. Are you serious? So you were all deceived? Upon hearing Siu stammer, yes, he said. No matter how you look at it, you were led around pitifully. Right? You said there were 2 dark spirits here. Turning around, he continued. During the Bei Ongo years when I was alive, I had to hunt a spirit that escaped from Chiu Min. It was truly chaotic having to capture it with Hoa Dam. Siu paled at his questioning. What could he do? The world is always chaotic, but this time seemed to reach a new height. Suddenly, he felt fortunate to be an immortal. He thought silently, what kind of fiend is this person? He tried to argue. Honestly, right now I don't know what I should do, but I will execute everything I can think of, he marveled. Well, that's about all I can say. I don't like saying this, but to be blunt, you're not skilled enough to handle this matter. And he continued, you're not completely useless, but you're not much different from that. You went pale, thinking you could somewhat understand the immortal's point of view. You were shaken when you heard him say, but if I step in, things would be different, you asked in surprise. You would help me? If that's the case, then he flatly refused. Of course not. Seeing you freeze up, he explained. If you're a guardian, then you should know the taboo against probing the world's secrets. He explained the reason. Beings like me, immortals, cannot interfere. For ordinary humans or even elves like you, direct assistance is forbidden. Even sharing information that could have a major impact is strictly prohibited. He went on, if I were to release even a fraction of my power, those dark spirits would be finished. But the force used to defeat them could lead to countless unforeseen consequences. The image that came to mind through his warning. One mistake could cause something far worse than what those evil spirits are doing, something that could drown the world. The more he spoke, the deeper he went into the matter. That is why when immortals descend into the human world, each of them has something called gamia. A false life, a false identity. They choose a role to minimize their influence on the world, and only within that role are they allowed to act freely. He summarized the issue. My Gamian, as I said, is the head of Jianghe Dan. This entire conversation between us, and what I am about to do, is limited to the scope of a door-to-door salesman. What's more, I can even send messages outside. Hearing him continue to ramble, if you understand now, then don't dream of easily obtaining my power. Tell me what you desire, dear customer. You could only grit your teeth. What exactly does this old man want me to do? Looking at him, you grumbled inwardly. Rules of the immortals and all that. If you were just going to spout things everyone already knows, you shouldn't have given me hope in the first place. May I ask? His attitude was like, wow, I'm so impressive. It really irritated you. He talks as if it's profound, but in the end there's nothing. What's the point? As you were thinking, you realized. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Fine, then I'll really buy something. After thinking it through, you spoke up. Hey, boss. He turned around. Have you decided what you want to buy? If you haven't decided yet, let me show you the goods. There's plenty of merchandise here. You hesitated and explained. No, I've already decided what I want, but I want to check whether you have it, boss. You held out the box, and if possible, I'd like to know whether this amount of money can buy it. With a serious expression. I heard that the heads of Jianghe Dan don't just sell tangible items, but also deal in the knowledge they possess. So, as a customer and a martial arts seeker, I want to purchase your guidance. Sir boss, he suddenly brightened up. Oh, then he paused again. Well, approaching it this way, you're quite sharp. But the guidance of an immortal, normally you can't buy that at Jianghe Dan. He rambled again, but well, if you think about it differently, the information each head receives is different. It wouldn't be good for me to refuse a customer just because I'm an immortal, ha. Then he replied cheerfully, fine, it's the first time, but if the customer wants it, I'll comply. As long as it matches the price, I'll do my best. You responded, stammering your thanks but feeling delighted inside. Perfect. You thought, I don't know how much I put in here, but I hope it's enough. Suddenly he spoke up. Hey, wait, he continued. Why are you so eager to spend money? Of course I can teach you something worthy of what you have, but you're not short on money, are you, heir of the Holy Water Institute? He tapped the small box. I believe you have plenty of money, so there's no need to rush. You can receive the goods first and pay later. But there was still a hint of threat in his tone. I'm not being pessimistic, but if you can't afford to pay, you could write me an IOU. Right? You trembled as you replied. Of course, he answered. Good, he fell into thought. Now let's see what I should teach you. You hesitated and asked, boss, besides me, can someone else receive this purchase? He asked suspiciously. What, if not you, then who? You replied, the half-elf friend I mentioned earlier. He'll be out here soon. You explained. You'll understand right away, boss. Even though he has elven blood, he's a guardian with a special talent, and he has a good temperament and character. Your face brightened. It seemed like you were interested in him earlier, and he's someone Jianghe Dan truly values. He directly cursed, you little bastard. His face stiffened, full of question marks. I thought you were sharp, but this won't work, will it? What's wrong? Your friend is more talented, so I should mentor him instead of you, shouldn't I? He was panting, gripping his staff. Is that something a martial master should say? The moment I heard it, I knew what you were thinking. You think you're doing this for your friend's sake, right? He went on, saying that good-natured half-yakai would definitely choose a yakai's path of growth rather than becoming a guardian. That's the wise choice these days. Who has the time to start from scratch and build strength the hard way? He kept going, still pushing the opportunity onto him and forcing him to choose the path of human morality. Be honest with yourself. This isn't for your friend's benefit, and it isn't a smart choice either. The staff pointed straight at him. It was nothing but an effort to satisfy yourself. You were being propped up by him. In the end, you're still not ready. This isn't as simple as teaching you a few spells. Your entire way of thinking needs to be rebuilt. He continued, a true guardian must have a selfless heart and also place unwavering faith in themselves in any reality. In modern terms, there's no one else on the team, so I'll carry it. will win. He chanted as he spoke, as if this were the bitter fruit you had to swallow for karma from a past life. You're the first human in hundreds of years to learn my sacred art. The scene shifted outside. Zen jumped through a window, panting hard. His feet moved deeper into the room. As he walked, he observed everything. Surprisingly, there were no guards or watchers anywhere. So that's how it is. Thinking back to the building, there was a barrier of yokai power around it, preventing anyone from leaving. I'm sure I could force my way out, but it would trigger an alarm, so I can only move quietly inside the building. That was his conclusion. From my earlier check, there are maidservants assisting on the first floor, but I haven't checked the third floor yet. Scanning the surroundings, he still hadn't detected any unusual energy. Was no one up there, or was it just noise carrying from the maidservants? All right, I'm going. He secretly watched the maidservants. After seeing them walk far away, he carefully checked all around, then approached the mysterious room. He kept thinking someone had to be here, yet he couldn't sense their presence at all. He hesitated and peered inside. It didn't seem feasible at all. What should I do? Try politely knocking, then just push the main door open. Before Jen stood a woman in a pink coat and a bandeau top, exposing an absurdly large bust. Jen looked startled, her lips moving as if to say that friend in an instant. A familiar feeling swept through his mind. Memory surged back. Ahead was his old school. From behind, someone called out twice, "Siu." He turned on instinct. Eugene called out awkwardly with a few sighs. "You don't remember me? I'm Eugene, a second year. We're in the same club. We've met once before, remember?" Hearing her say that, he thought, what club? During the first semester, he barely even went to the yokai studies classes. Seeing him hesitate, Eugene hurriedly added, "Yuzin hasn't been coming to school lately. You two are really close, aren't you? Did something happen?" He looked at her and answered, "Probably family stuff." Around this time, his family usually goes back to their hometown for about 10 days to hold ancestor memorial rites. Eugene looked surprised and repeated each word. "Ancestor memorial rites, I see. Then next Friday." Before she could finish, Siu cut in, "Yeah, he'll probably be back on Wednesday." After saying that, Eugene turned and left, still looking back over her shoulder. She waved at Siu, "Thanks." Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, next Friday because that's Yuzin's birthday. He didn't know how she found out, but Yuzin actually follows the lunar calendar for his birthday. He'd never seen anyone celebrate it like that. He imagined having to apologize to Yuzin over and over, making him angry, an invasion of privacy. He decided it was better not to tell her. Yuzin didn't like others talking about his private life. Watching Eugene disappear into the distance, he thought to himself, since high school. This made the 6th person already, and the first semester wasn't even halfway over. As his friend for about 4 years, Siu had been through this countless times. He thought it was ridiculous, but his sharp instincts told him he'd spotted a gap in the other side. Siu thought this was an opportunity. A voice rang out in warning, "He's injured right now and resting. I'm here to greet you on Yuzin's behalf." Zyro Huoi set down the cup and said, "You came to greet me in his place. What business does he have with me?" Siu's voice sounded, "Isn't it obvious?" He scratched his head and explained, "Even though the two of you fought, it's not like you're sworn enemies. It was a fair match, though maybe he went a little too far. But she was generous enough to let Yuxin win." He recalled Yuxin saying, "Stop talking, she's incredibly strong. She's the strongest and most formidable opponent I've ever faced, Siu. And thanks to her, I was able to reach a new level and grow." Then he commented to Tiu Hoi that, of course, he was a bit arrogant and timid, so he didn't directly express the desire to meet her. But later, after the tournament ended, he wanted to meet her privately. From Tiu Hoi's small mouth, it seemed she wanted to say something. Siu hurriedly apologized to Yuxin in his mind. "If I don't approach her like this, I'll have no other chance to get closer." Thinking this, he spoke up to explain, "Well, you know how he is. He won't take the initiative to meet her if you don't mind. Tiu Hoi, I can bring him to you." She plucked a strand of hair and said firmly, "I know that's not the main reason you came to see me." Her voice rang out again. If you want me to hear your story, this approach doesn't seem effective." Her words hit Siu right in the heart, making him think, this is over. Something disappeared, leaving the atmosphere blank. A beautiful scene unfolded as she blended with the warm water at her feet, looking truly noble. He stood there, beads of sweat forming on his cheeks. Then she said again, "Dinner tonight isn't bad," she added disappointedly, "but it seems the people underwater don't know how to make good wine." This was fruit wine from Hoa Kwa-sun. "Not precious because it's only been aged 50 years, but because tonight isn't for getting drunk. This is enough." In the bedroom, a traditional ink painting fan appeared, floating midair. On the fan, a scene of snow-covered mountains emerged. The scene gradually became vivid, like stepping into the real world. Now, before them was a colorful landscape with a solemn house at the foot of the mountain. Yuxin looked at this scene and said, "This view isn't bad, right?" The sunlight made the river shimmer even more. Yuxin added, "If you stare too long it might get boring, but it's perfect for occasionally coming here to fish and relax." He spoke slowly, word by word. "Is this where immortals live?" From behind, Ian Goy's merchant spoke, No, I don't know what you imagine that place to be, but it doesn't compare to this. Then he told him this was a space he created himself. It may be a bit rough compared to reality, but very convenient to manipulate everything as desired. Yuxin seemed to ponder, did they create this place back then? That thought continued, the wind blowing, the air filled with the scent of water, and abundant natural energy. This was a completely different level from illusions or half-real spaces. All created by magic, this is the real world. Then he looked back, still thinking. I've only heard of immortals, but I didn't expect them to do something so extraordinary. Suddenly Ian Goy's merchant spoke. Now you must choose, he said. The principle I am about to grant you has already been decided. The question now is how you understand and accept it. Yuxin muttered a few words. Of course, he replied, I won't teach you wrongly. If the result isn't as expected, it's entirely your responsibility. The merchant snapped his fingers and said, but even so, only one night might be a bit difficult. In the blue sky, white clouds drifted gently. Suddenly, morning shifted to evening. He looked up, surprised at the moon shining above. Ian Goy's merchant said, don't be surprised, I told you I can manipulate many things at will. Another snap of the fingers and he said, the timeline here. I can control it and make it move faster or slower than the real world. I just shifted from day to night. If time truly speeds up or slows down, you won't even notice, at least until you leave. Yuxin gasped. But his words didn't stop. Of course, even if time moves faster than reality. For you, it will feel like a joke if 1 minute here equals 1 hour outside. You only have about 12 minutes left. Then he appeared thoughtful again. He said, I am considering making time pass slower. Then 1 hour outside would become about a month. Here, you would have about a year until morning. Ian Goy's merchant gave him another warning. But of course, you will lose that much lifespan in return. He said, that's natural. If you do this for me, I'm willing to accept. He gave a thumbs up indicating, listen fully before agreeing. The lifespan you will lose isn't just the 1 year you spend here. He warned that just experiencing slower time here would overload a normal human body. For every month you spend here, your lifespan will shorten by about a year. So if you stay here a year, you'll lose about 12 years of life. He could only stand there listening while the merchant continued talking. Although 1 month equals 1 year is just my estimate, you might lose even more. It's unlikely you would lose less than that. At least you won't die, just have fewer days to live. Ian Goy's merchant continued speaking, making Yuxin a bit hesitant. Losing 1 year to gain 12 months, even I think that's a bit steep. How much can someone really grow in just a single year? He still haggled, negotiating. I could slow down time a little less than the price to pay would. Before he could finish, Yuxin interrupted. No, that's enough. Ian Goy's merchant exclaimed, this kid is bold. You're willing to burn more than 10 years of your life without hesitation. Or are you just that confident? He replied, not at all. Honestly, I'm scared to sacrifice that much of my life. And I'm not even sure if it's worth it. Yuxin looked down and said, but didn't you say, Senior, don't do things half-heartedly, take full control? He explained. I told you to take responsibility. The merchant continued. Following that logic, he heard it and his face darkened with worry. The burden I must lead is indeed unreasonable. But with the power radiating from Yuxin, he was determined. If I aim to seize the collar of a fool trying to become a demon king in 6 months, I guess I should at least do the same. Then he thought, so why not just close my eyes and give it everything for 1 year? Time moved once more. This time Yuxin's hand held a huge sword, pointing at someone as he spoke. What are you saying? Don't you see I'm already trying my hardest? You're the one who made me go through all of this. Then they rushed at each other, creating a massive surge of power. Their swords clashed with a loud clang. He used all his strength to block the blade. His voice trembled as he spoke while attacking me. What the hell is this? That person said, this is combat training. You think I'm the only one talking and attacking at the same time? It turned out to be Kim Yeagle. He said sternly, anyway, I'm talking, so why not focus more on your training? He firmly suggested, why not just skip school? Useless, what's the point of another year of study? This made Yuxin clench his teeth in frustration. He angrily drew his knife. Then he argued with Chigun, damn it, now it's your turn to jump in on me. Weren't you the one who said to enjoy student life? While you still could, you were the one supporting me to go to Seoul. He frowned and questioned him. Why? Did that old man tell you to make things harder for me? To push me even further, I'm already giving my all. Last time I proved it. He interrupted him, that's not what your father meant. Yigun frowned and said, I say this because I've seen enough and can't stay still. You, who could try harder and run farther, still just wander aimlessly. You know how it is, right? How desperate kids your age are out there risking their lives. Yigun continued, making Yuxin reflect. Can't you at least try half as much just in the next year? Yuxin hesitated and said to him, fine. Suddenly, he dashed toward him with the sword, startling Chigul. He swung the sword hard at him, but Yigul still blocked it. He maintained his calm expression as he responded. Even if you try harder here, it won't change much. You can't defeat every demon in the world. He thought that everything he had achieved only made him the child that old man was proud of, and he really hated that. And the power in his sword was gradually drained by Yigul. Yuxin quickly lowered his blade. In Yigun's mind, there was no sense of being overwhelmed. From the start, it seemed this move was just to adjust distance and power for that purpose. He thought of his toned abdomen, then the thought flashed, He kicked Yuxin hard in the face and shouted, "Got you." The atmosphere dropped, the room felt hotter. Damn it. The sword in Yuxin's hand cracked, he blamed. You said just use energy to defend, and we'd fight unarmed. Then Yuxin reasoned, but now you'll probably excuse it as letting me experience real combat. Who keeps promises in battle, right? He just replied, "Oh, how did you guess? You're right." After the surprise hit, he sat stunned, nose bleeding. Anyone who fights with restrictions or conditions falls into one of two types. Either they use it to stab you in the back, or they're fool. He continued seriously, pointing out mistakes. Forget that. What was that you just did? Did anyone teach you martial arts? What he said made him ask back, what? He recalled their fight and told him, that move you did before kicking my face when you shifted the sword's direction. Yuxin said, I thought you meant something else. Still a bit dizzy, he bent down and said, recently I read a manga with a similar technique. Even though the author's explanation was absurd, I thought if I adjust my stance slightly against demons, it might work. I could achieve a similar effect, so I tried some things I came up with. Hearing that, Yigul exclaimed, you came up with that yourself. He shouted, oh, here we go again, don't pay attention to the little details. Yuxin admitted, actually it only works because this is a training match. In real combat, it only works if the opponent is weak. If you fought me seriously, do you think the result would be like just now? The man mumbled a vague reply. The boy answered, that's enough. I already know what you're going to say. Yujin quietly looked away, but the boy glanced over and told him, you'll say the most important things are effort and talent. Just try a little harder. Who wouldn't want to hear that? I understand you're worried about me, but it's fine. I don't want to climb any higher. Yujin lowered his gaze in silence, thinking. Back then, I mocked what you said, not only because I was in my rebellious phase, but also because I never truly believed I had any outstanding talent. I remembered how hard I trained when I was little. I kept thinking I was treated specially only because I was that old man's son, and that anyone in my position would stand out more than everyone else. Thoughts of the fight still ran through his head, but clearly that quick reaction earlier had worked pretty well, even against that grotesque creature. If you were right and I really did have something special that I wasted, then this might be my last chance. Even if it was already too late, I finally found what I wanted to do after gaining a bit of strength. He gave a faint, bitter smile and reassessed his current situation. If I get the chance to learn everything, I don't mind trading more than 10 years of my lifespan. Then he spoke. I will remember and engrave every moment of the teachings you pass on to me this year, senior. Holding the wine flask, Ian Goy's merchant said, look at those eyes. They've gotten serious, still a bit forced, but definitely better than before. I asked because I knew you'd say that. Yujin listened to the merchant's cryptic words. To be honest, if you'd given me a half-baked answer, I would have changed my mind. What a hassle. As he screwed the cap onto the flask, he said, but you kept dodging it to the very end. All of a sudden, something startled him so badly his whole body shuddered. In front of him appeared a skull with a red eye. It looked truly horrifying. Ian Goy's merchant explained, you've seen the demon shock suppression technique, haven't you? Even at times like this, you brats still need some real combat experience. What's inside here are the fiends I defeated when I was young. All 108 of them are high-ranking demons, so they'll be enough to keep you busy for a year. Looking up, he heard the man's voice again. There's plenty of time. I prefer teaching through hands-on experience rather than theory. And Ian Goy's merchant finished with a decisive line, and then Siu froze. This reaction was completely different from what I'd expected, as if she'd seen it coming. So he tilted his head and asked Tiu Hoi, did you already know about this? She immediately replied, no. Tiu Hoi blushed and said shyly, let me ask you something. What do you think about the Dragon Palace? After saying that, she began casting a spell. I know you're half human and closer to that side. I want to know your impression from a human perspective. Hearing that, Choi Siu gave a vague and quietly watched the stream of wine slowly rise. He said, this place isn't bad, there's just one slightly strange incident. But other than that, it seems peaceful. That's just how I feel. As soon as Choi Siu finished, Zio Huai handed him the cup of wine. She smiled softly. You're right. By tradition, the Dragon Palace clan rules the seas and has always been generous to humans. Zio Huai's voice blended with the sound of pouring wine, perhaps because they never felt the need to interfere with the affairs of the world above. She continued, to the ancients, the sea was a force harsher than anything, more than any demon or monster. Setting sail on such seas, even out of foolishness, was still seen as an act of courage worthy of respect. Zio Huai went on, reinforcing her point. So, except for a few rare cases, the sea clans never lay a hand on humans. They simply left everything to the sea's whims, treated it as their home, and only watched. The story continued. Zio Huai said, actually, when it comes to the east, they even went against nature itself to stand with humans. There were dragon kings who controlled the weather or granted bountiful harvests, and they didn't demand anything in return. Choi Siu nodded along. That's right, in the fairy tales I heard as a child. The Dragon Palace was always described as a wonderful place. She continued, for people of this era you could say it's even more than that. Zio Huai closed her eyes, lost in thought. The fact that the current Dragon King can make laws for humans is largely thanks to the support of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Seeing his shock, Zio Huai explained, this isn't a story many people know. Like I said, the sea clans are, in general, very friendly toward humans. But the inner workings of the dragons aren't something outsiders can know. No matter how friendly they are to humans, never laying a hand on humans is a completely different matter. The reason the sea clans obey is because the strongest dragon palace issued that order. Zio Huai hesitated a little. I don't know why it's like that. But what's certain is that the Eastern Sea Dragon King staked his position and stood with the Dragon King. Because of that, the sea naturally became something that belonged to humans. It's a place free from the Dragon King's influence, a space where laws don't necessarily have to be followed. After that, Zio Huai said coldly, and yet you betrayed that choice. Choi Siu stared in shock. What betrayed? What do you mean? She frowned. If you already know and still ask, then you deserve to die 100 times over for that foolish look on your face. It seems you haven't even thought about it. Fine, let me ask you something easier to understand. Choi Siu listened as Zio Huai questioned him. How clean do you think the sea was 666 years ago compared to now? Do you even know how serious it is? And yet you still shut your eyes and pretend not to see. Choi Siu didn't answer, and Zio Huai looked a little disappointed. See, any human with a brain knows how bad pollution is now. That you're ungrateful children of the sea. Then she lifted her head and stared straight at Choi Siu, her voice dripping with mockery. Of course, the sea isn't the only thing you treat like this. Is there anything in nature you treat well, but the sea is different? Do you know why? Choi Siu stayed silent, so Zio Huai continued. It's because the ones who live in the sea are kind to humans, but the other members of the Dragon Palace seem to. Most of the high officials of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace were dissatisfied with the Dragon King, except for those who follow his will as if it were their very lives. After all, they had endured and obeyed the rules for 666 years. Rules they could have thrown away at any time. Even so, the reason there hadn't been a rebellion was because the power structure was crystal clear. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace today is one of the strongest dragon palaces in history. Even if the disgruntled ones joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for him. After thinking it through, Zio Huai concluded, so, they've been discussing rebellion and even summoning a catastrophe called the Black Spirit. But after a brief pause, Zio Huai noticed something else. She shouted, scolding Choi Siu, you, what are you doing? Choi Siu asked in confusion, what is it? Zio Huai pointed at the cup of wine she'd offered earlier. I'm talking about the cup in front of you. Why haven't you drunk it? She flared up, her aura closing in and making the situation tense. You've got some nerve, refusing the wine I poured with my own hands right in front of me. Choi Siu panicked. No, that's not it, he stammered, trying to explain to the sea lion right in front of him. I'm only 17, so I'm not allowed to drink alcohol, and I don't even know how to drink. Hearing that, Zio Huai ground her teeth, using your age as an excuse. Ignoring his explanation, Zio Huai warned him, listen carefully. She stepped closer, stressing every word as she stared straight at Choi Siu. When an adult offers you a drink, you drink in silence. That's an order in the East. Hearing that, he became even more awkward. Choi Siu thought there was no room left to argue, however. His experience with alcohol could be counted on one hand, and every one of those few experiences could be counted on one hand. None of this is very pleasant. He can only handle a very limited range of alcohol and strength before he turns green. So now he hesitates, not daring to drink. It looks really strong. Even from this far away, he can still smell it. The aroma seems decent enough. Then Siu quietly glances over at Zio Huai to gauge the situation. She threatens him and forces him to drink. His whole body trembles and he can only obey. Not bad. Siu carefully sips in tiny mouthfuls, letting the harsh liquor flow into his mouth. The moment it hits, his body tenses up. What's happening inside Siu isn't just because of the drink Zio Huai gave him. She already knew that earlier he had swallowed 7 demon cores. And with all the nourishing meals and digestion, a demon core's power releases extremely slowly. And even now, those 7 demon cores still haven't fully dissolved. But what she added was celestial peach wine, one of countless spirit elixirs that grow on Flower Fruit Mountain. It's a wine brewed from peaches, known as one of the finest. At that, the cup in Siu's hand slips and drops onto the table. Even if it's still considered low-grade wine, the lake water splashes up in a spray. Zio Huai calmly sits there drinking, because she knows that's enough to act as the perfect catalyst, the best digestive aid the boy needs. Siu sinks toward the bottom of the lake, his silhouette blurring before it fades away. His whole body goes limp. He doesn't struggle anymore. The water pooled along the shore slowly dries up as well. Under the water, Siu relaxes completely, his mind unfocused. A strange light begins to glow from his body and the bandages loosen with it. Then Siu slowly rises to the surface. He reaches out and grabs the chair in front of him. Seeing that, Zio Huey says, "Just as I expected. Looks like you've swallowed a lot of things you can't even properly digest." The moment Zio Huey sees Siu, she explains right away. "I guessed it earlier when I saw you. The energy I can feel from you is pretty strong. But you look so battered it's ugly to see." She frowns to herself. "Still, I didn't think he'd react this fast. I'm guessing it's from the enemy cores of the ones you defeated," Zio Hua asks with concern. "Did you eat anything else?" Hearing that, Siu looks up with his delicate features a little bewildered. No, I didn't," but that only makes her even more doubtful. He doesn't even know people call him an honored guest, but would those in the Dragon Palace really use such precious medicine on him? Or did someone else give it to him? She purses her lips. Whatever, he's ridiculously lucky. Right then, Siu speaks up awkwardly. Sorry. Siu trusts her a little more now. "What I just drank, does it have some special effect? I've taken medicine before, but this feels completely different. I feel healthier, I think." He honestly recalls, before it felt like drinking an energy drink or coffee, but now it's like I ate a full meal and then slept. "It's really good." Feeling the power flowing through him, Siu says gratefully, "Thank you so much. With this, I think I can go all out in the competition without any problems." But Zio Huey replies indifferently, "You're getting way too confident. It's just a decent drink, that's all. If you drank the real celestial peach wine of Flower Fruit Mountain, a simple thank you would be nowhere near enough to repay me." Then her tone shifts again. "But of course, even this drink is a rare treasure. Most people never get a taste of it in their entire lives. You should brace yourself as much as you can for tomorrow's bloodbath, even if you try your hardest. The outcome probably won't change one bit." The more Zio Huey drinks, the redder her face gets, and she sinks into old memories, sounding apologetic. "Consider this my way of making up for the mistake I made when we first met a week ago." Hearing that, Siu finally remembers and lets out an "ah." He clicks his tongue with an awkward smile. "Back then, thinking about it now, I jumped into that fight for no good reason, so let's call it even." Zio Huey follows up very seriously. "I'm also glad to see you recovering faster than expected. We have more time now." So Siu rubs a few strands of hair and says, "I'm not really sleepy, but it looks like there's nothing else I can do. So I'll try to rest a little," but she cuts him off immediately. "Stop talking nonsense." Zio Huey stares hard at Siu sitting in front of her. "You'll stay with me until morning." In no time, it's already late at night. The moon has long been hanging overhead, and so a long night passes. In the distance, the sky slowly begins to brighten. Siu walks along, covering his face with a sigh. He keeps complaining, "This is miserable. Sure, it's 100, no, 1,000 times better than just sitting around doing nothing. But I'm completely drained." After that, Siu cracks the door open and calls softly. Yuzin steps in and smiles. "You're awake. Look at me, I guess I won't need a haircut anymore." After seeing each other, the two of them freeze, then speak in unison. Yuzin's eyes go wide as he asks Siu, "Why are you looking at me like that? What's with that buzz cut?" At this moment, Siu didn't know what was happening. He tried to make sense of the situation. He calculated every possible scenario. Then, he immediately got into a ready-to-fight stance. "Understood, all set." Siu shouted, "What did you do to my friend? Reveal yourself." Yuxin angrily replied, "Are you serious?" He pointed to himself and said, "It's me really." "What, you need proof? Your name is Choi Siu, birthday November 21, living with your mother, and your favorite food is Jiao Kai, right?" Yuxin continued clearly. "The names of the girls you liked in high school are Oh Irin, Jin Sun Mi, and Song Ari." His reputation was about challenging others, and he always boasted about it. "In reality, you're a coward who only plays cheap characters. Come on." He paused briefly, then smugly asked, "What? Did I get it wrong? Do you want me to reveal more personal secrets about you?" Siu hesitated, observing the opponent ahead, feeling some of the criticisms were a bit unfair when praising someone for winning often and being skilled at games. "I say it every day, unless you prove otherwise." He only reached the gold rank once and said he couldn't climb higher because he could only play one champion. Pathetic, Yuxin proudly pounded his chest at Siu's words, but was also glad because it was indeed him, clueless about what had happened. Looking back, his hair looked good too. He looked completely different. Hearing that, Yuxin laughed, "Just wait and see. I'll show you my improved performance." Suddenly, Siu changed the topic. "Not that I'm criticizing, but you should tie your hair up." Yuxin had similar hairstyles, but he looked far better. Seeing him like this, Yuxin couldn't help but feel annoyed. Right. Now I remember this guy always had a talent for irritating others. I had forgotten because it's been a year. At that moment, someone stepped in and called, "Both of you awake already?" It was Gyupa Ryan. She smiled lightly. "I hope you had a comfortable night's rest. The party will start soon. I'm here to escort you to the banquet hall. The main event is happening there in case you feel unwell or want to withdraw." But Siu decisively interrupted. No sunlight shone on the luxurious mansion. Countless courtyards stretched before the entrance, arranged neatly, with servants waiting nearby for instruction. The middle-aged woman with a cold face was Hong Lian, manager of Jianghe Dan. She held a notebook, supervising the staff seriously. Regarding the new shipment, as everyone knows, it's not only rare but also abundant. According to Hong Lian, among the items at the mansion's entrance were even some containing drugs. For use in the upcoming party, each type should be stored properly. This is extremely important. Hong Lian sternly instructed the staff, absolutely no mistakes. Everyone must focus entirely on managing the assigned tasks. They bowed and clasped their hands. "Yes, manager." But just then, a polite, playful voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. A figure approached. Hey, don't make it so tense." Hearing this, Hong Lian startled and turned around. The man continued, "If some dishes go bad, so what? If eating bad food kills you, can you still call yourself a sage?" Hong Lian recognized him. She quickly greeted, "Oh, elder," he waved warmly. It had been a long time. Hong Lian bowed respectfully. "I heard upstairs that you arrived last night. I planned to greet you, but," the elder replied in a gentle tone, "you couldn't find me, right? Last night I went to sell goods at a noble's residence." Hong Lian was stunned, eyes wide at the elder's next remark. "Actually, I came to see that famous demon merchant." But he stayed hidden all night. Concealed behind his mask, the elder calmly added, "Even so, I managed, consuming every drop, devouring it all." Then he joked, "Just like playing a game. Upgrading from a low level is fun. Watching the stats rise rapidly is truly addictive." Then he asked the manager, "Where's Muriel?" "We arranged to have lunch together but didn't see him in the room." The question made Hong Lian lower her tone, replying, "That day he was entertaining guests in the guest house." Hearing this, the elder turned away angrily. "Very rude, unacceptable." Marco, the manager standing behind, quickly called out, "Oh, elder, even that day he couldn't do otherwise because of the guests." The elder paused, calmly replying, "I know." Clearly, a man barging in uninvited, demanding normal treatment, definitely had no good intentions. He probably came just to freeload. He didn't let Hong Lian say a word. "Anyway, I'm the manager here if such a troublesome person shows up. Our responsibility is to handle this, right?" Under the afternoon light, the mansion stood solemnly. The wooden door was tightly closed, full of silence, when suddenly a hand quickly appeared. The elder pushed the door open and shouted, "Where is this stench coming from?" The elder's sudden action left him stunned. "Later, Murian, you're here." Then he stepped into the room, hands clasped behind his back, speaking as he walked. "Hey, if you bring something smelly into the room, at least give a warning. I just walked in and it feels like my nose is under attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder moved forward and flung the window open. Before his eyes was an endless, beautiful landscape with stretching mountains. The vast scenery left the elder in awe. Such a beautiful view. Ventilation is important, his masked face expressionless. He continued coldly, "Isn't it, especially with such a terrible smell?" Wait, he looked at the man sitting seriously across the room. "Isn't that Man Choi? If you were coming, you should have given notice. At least I could have burned some incense before your arrival." Murin heard the biting words, but the elder kept speaking, together with unease, unable to say anything. "Why have you come here? You never take these kids seriously. You always laugh when they try to act human." The elder frowned, criticizing Man Choi's behavior. "Yet you still obediently accept their gifts and quietly enjoy their respect." He only said, "Sit down." He did not hesitate and sat. On the windowsill, he continued, "Since you are a member of Ian Wedding, you need to hear this. I don't want to, it's not that I don't want to hear you, I just don't want to sit at the same table." He ignored the trivial words and replied seriously, "I am not deaf just because I am not facing you. Right, as you know, due to recent events, the Holy Water Institute suffered heavy damage." Man Choi calmly narrated, "Although the laws of heaven forbid us from interfering in the mortal world, we cannot stand idly by when there are only 6 months left until the festival. This is a disaster, we cannot ignore it." The elder was silent in thought, no longer playful as before. "So, you intend to directly confront demons despite the laws of heaven?" Man Choi, with a sharp, cold gaze, retorted, "Not at all. Although we cannot intervene directly, as immortals, we have a responsibility to act." Instantly, an image of the Korean peninsula, submerged in a purple aura, appeared. Man Choi said, "At this rate, in 6 months, the Korean peninsula will become hell. To fill the gap left by the Holy Water Institute, we must act quickly." The elder leaned on the window, questioning, "So, as I asked, you are determined, but how do you plan to fill that gap?" In response, Man Choi spoke firmly, "We will revive Hoa Langdao." The elder listened, stunned, unable to believe his ears. "What, including us, immortals from the Korean peninsula will select promising children and take them as disciples?" Following Man Choi's words, Images of outstanding young talents gradually appear. Then, the children inheriting our will and skills will bear responsibility and protect the future of the Korean peninsula, not as a chaotic group. They will be true warriors as once existed on this land, not deteriorated over centuries like the Holy Water Institute. Man Choi's idea excited everyone present. That's why I am here today, to ensure the resources for establishing the new Hoa Lang Dao. We need to provide elixirs and weapons to nurture the children who will carry our will. Of course, there will be deserved rewards for that. Images of the mansion's servants flashed in Man Choi's mind. The half-demons here will no longer be despised under the new Hoa Lang Dao. And if any of them are talented enough, they might even become official members of Hoa Lang Dao. Our disciples, the elder's angry voice interrupted Man Choi. Are you joking with me? He jumped down from the window sill, anxious for the fate of the immortals and the gap left by the Holy Water Institute. The half-demons will no longer be despised. He walked closer to Man Choi. Don't you feel angry when spouting such hypocritical words? If you were that kind of person, you'd have died from allergies multiple times. Weren't you thrilled when you heard the Holy Water Institute was wiped out? Murian silently watched their exchange. The elder continued. That was your lifelong dream since you were human, year after year. To become the ruler of the world, the smartest and greatest. Murian didn't respond to his words. All right, I will respect you if you truly only want to educate the children. But will you really leave them alone after nurturing them? No. Man Choi fiddled with a piece on the table, not answering the elder. Of course not. They are not disciples, they are pieces. Pieces for you to control the mortal world without touching it. He spoke his thoughts without hesitation. Isn't it true that the Korean peninsula would fall into your hands? With such an expression, under the control of the so-called immortals, those deemed to act for noble purposes. Hearing the elder's mocking words, Man Choi showed no reaction, only ordered sharply. So what is the problem? The elder froze upon seeing Man Choi respond. You human, what are you asking? Even the Supreme Being has permitted this. Surely you have agreed that mortals in the lower realm need better governance. He put down his teacup and said, no, this should have happened hundreds of years ago. It is amusing that due to the audacity of a demon exceeding its limits, humans have enjoyed 666 years of freedom and indulgence. Man Choi's sharp gaze swept the elder. In the Joseon era, you were a product of an age of freedom and indulgence, so I understand your resentment. But at least be aware that you are an immortal, a being superior to others. The elder clenched his fists as he heard Man Choi's words. If you cannot agree, then silently observe with your foolish eye. In 6 months, the Korean peninsula will become the greatest paradise on earth. The elder angrily threw his mask to the ground. Fine, I understand. Once you have finished speaking, come outside with me. He squinted, fists clenched, as Han Hyuk addressed Man Choi. It seems my shallow patience has reached its limit, so let's settle this outside, you filthy old man. Sunlight reflected on the clear blue sea, schools of fish swimming freely. This underwater palace of Yuan-Ga is the Hall of Pure Fire, the magnificent banquet hall of the East Dragon Sea Palace. In this grand, pristine yet silent palace, a figure in white steps forward. She raised her hand to her mouth, clearing her throat as if to speak. That lady is named Sodden. Presiding over today's banquet, are you satisfied with the breakfast? My name is Sodden. To heighten excitement for the upcoming martial arts competition, I am tasked with hosting. Above the dais sits the master of the palace, beside him Princess Myra, though I am merely a humble servant of the princess. Everyone seemed captivated by her words. With some eloquence and knowledge of martial arts, I was honored with this responsibility. Sodden spread her fan and smiled. However, esteemed guests may not care for this part. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. The first match of the finals is about to begin. As she finished, following the direction of Sodden's fan, 2 dark figures descended from the sky. Sodden bared her teeth in introduction. First, I present a special match. Even among the finest contestants of this martial tournament, a noble fighter from the Korean peninsula and a descendant of elves re-emerging after centuries. The 2 young men landed, glaring fiercely at their surroundings. Sodden introduced them. Choi Siu and Kim Yuksun observed the magnificent scene. Siu could not help but exclaim. Yuksun added, I thought they would leave us in peace after breakfast. Unexpectedly, they brought us here without any notice. Siu was stunned, mouth agape. Above the dais, Princess Myra blushed and waved at him. Siu also smiled awkwardly at her, thinking, I didn't expect to see her smile so brightly. Then he glanced at the Dragon King seated beside her. The one beside her was indeed the Dragon King. At that moment his mind went blank, and he attacked him without thinking. Looking back, didn't I make a mistake? When the Dragon King turned to look at the little princess. Smiling at another young man, Siu noticed his hair was slightly shorter. Myra's face flushed, eyes sparkling as she looked at the young man below the dais. Seeing his daughter like this, the Dragon King could not help but sigh. Returning to the match, Sodden continued. Now, their opponents are a clan as renowned as the elves. Siu and Yuksun's faces went blank, for they were the only group to pass the qualifiers without losing a match or forfeiting. Hearing this, Yuksun said, things aren't going as I hoped. Siu replied, indeed, He assessed the situation before them. Seriously, since this is the final, I think they will gather all contestants in one place so we can at least observe. We might even catch a glimpse of those black spirits, allowing us to quickly devise strategies with allies. Siu pondered Yuxin's words and added, I only hope to face a favorable opponent. Then, Sodden's replacement voice resounded. Two strong candidates from the north, the invincible pair, brothers Muruk and Gadget. At this moment, Siu and Yuxin both realized almost simultaneously without exchanging words, they are not the black spirits. One of the brothers had long red hair, a muscular build, raising his sword, exuding immense strength. The sharp blade flashed with a cold gleam under the palace lights. He let out a roar bearing razor fangs. Muruk bit the blade clean in half with his own teeth, leaving Siu and Yusi stunned. Sweat trickled down their cheeks. Gajin sighed. Seriously, you had to bring food all the way in here. Muruk chewed with relish and replied, I thought I already ate a lot. Can't be helped. Meals have been so scarce I need to make up for it. He held the hilt in his hand and said, even if they try to shove us around with pretty decent ingredients, weapons and steel only taste good once they've been used a lot. He stuffed the entire hilt into his mouth and ate it clean, not leaving a trace. No matter how tasty something new is, if the owner has never used it, it still tastes bland. Muruk noticed Yuzin standing opposite and stared at him with clear interest. He wiped his mouth and asked his sister, Hey sis, that tall guy. Can I fight him? His sister replied indifferently, Do what you want. Even if I say no, you won't listen anyway. The two sides faced each other in a tense atmosphere. Sodden stood in the middle as referee, holding a purple orb. The basic rules for the finals were the same as the prelim. Victory is decided when the opponent can no longer fight or declare surrender. However, unlike the prelims, all 4 members of each team will fight at the same time in the finals. Sodden raised the orb high and continued explaining the rules. Of course, the match only ends when an entire team can no longer fight. If anyone surrenders, even just one of the two declaring it counts as a loss and they must leave the arena. Stepping outside the boundary also counts as a loss. After hearing the rules, Siu felt a little awkward but thought to himself. Just then, the purple orb in Sodden's hand began to glow and rose into the air. So, Sodden tossed the orb upward. It hit the ground, purple light spreading everywhere, signaling the first match of the finals. Begin now. Beneath the underwater palace, a dual arena emerged. All 4 leapt from their positions at once. Siu and Yuzin stood side by side. Siu looked around. I was wondering what out of bounds meant, so this is it. The arena really was huge, several times bigger than the prelims. Yuzin's face tightened. He narrowed his eyes and asked Siu, so what's the plan? You can tell too. These two are completely different from the monsters you beat easily in the prelims. Both of them are at least spirit level. A pair of red shoes landed. Yuzin continued, especially that woman. She removed her cloak and waves of spiritual power poured off her. Yuzin looked at Siu. If this were yesterday, we'd probably lose, even if we both fought her together. At that moment, black and crimson light flared up beside Yuzin. He said coldly, but I'm on a different level than yesterday now. I can handle it easily. Siu launched into action, lowering his center of gravity as countless black and crimson streaks shot from his hand like lightning. Yuzin froze, mouth hanging open at the sight. Yuzin said to Siu, Hey, this isn't a one-on-one match. This is a team game. Siu was like an arrow about to shoot forward, the red light in his hand still flashing nonstop. His gaze was steady. I'll go first. With that, waves of black aura surged out. At the same time, someone's eyes blazed. Someone clenched their teeth, forcefully seized the bursting black energy, split it into several thinner strands, then looked toward the 2 dark figures far ahead, and hammered them with a storm of attacks. The black light shot forward and swallowed the opponent's body. Everything was within one person's sight. Sodden hovered high above, fanning himself as he bared his teeth in a mocking grin of praise. What a brutal barrage. Cold sweat beaded on his face. Could that be the legendary fairy wisdom tree? Its destructive power really lives up to the name. Elsewhere, Myra laced her fingers together and gasped in delighted amazement. Sodden's words still echoed around them. Firing that much power without scouting first, that shows just how confident he is in his strength. The Dragon King stared, quietly disagreeing. No, he touched his short beard at the chin as he continued. It looks like he's quite cautious, so he used the fairy wisdom tree's basic form instead of its true form. Honestly, he should not have commented, but as he watched someone's hand tightly gripping the black wisdom rod, he kept thinking. Its ability to freely change shape and structure can be the most infuriating thing for an opponent, but the real terror lies elsewhere. It can be weighed against a 10-ton weight. In terms of volume and mass, even monster tier strength or lower can generate physical force that is extremely hard for an equal-ranked opponent to deal with. Then he swept his gaze over the entire bare body of the sly-faced man holding the wisdom and concluded. That was why even veteran goblins, despite their flaws, could still hold their ground. As long as they mastered the basic use of the mace, they could make anyone beneath the wielder's level completely unable to deal with it. Still, the Dragon King remained silent, lightly glancing at his own index finger. Not to mention, the goblin had already mastered the crown and its true form. As long as his stamina didn't run dry, he could unleash attacks without any worry. Then he thought of the young man with blazing eyes, swinging his strike with overwhelming force. Even so, that alone was meaningless. Beneath the clear blue water stood two massive, jagged rock peaks. On the arena floor, 4 to 5 explosions erupted in rapid succession, violent and thunderous, lighting up an entire corner of the sky. Siu furrowed his brows, his expression grave, while across from him a deep violet aura shot straight in, so he could easily shift aside to dodge. At the same time, someone's spearhead still carried a few faint, lingering strands of energy. With a mocking tone, "Your reaction isn't bad." After a moment, Tran Mak parted his lips and continued, "That level of attack is enough to defeat any weakling I met in the preliminaries." Of course, he added, lifting his spear as he flew in to attack, "that was only in the preliminaries." Siu, meanwhile, kept his focus unwavering. Cold sweat ran down his body, and Muruk darted in like lightning, staff in hand. But Siu could still weave through, his body swift and nimble as he avoided each strike. A moment later, Muruk slammed down coldly onto the ground. His face expressionless, he braced himself and in an instant, used a weapon-breaking and evasive technique. Recalling how the opponent had lightly shifted to evade again, the first attack had been carefully adjusted to make him think he could defend and counter. Then he thought of Siu's serious, concentrated face, and the way he used his staff to block the surge of violet energy. If he tried to defend or attack, he would be struck head-on by the second blow. At that moment, Muruk stepped 1 foot back, leveled his spear forward and spoke. "Not bad, but it's a bit disappointing. If you used a blade, it'd be a lot more interesting." At the same time, worry and fear flashed in Siu's eyes. Cold sweat kept pouring as he continued facing the fierce onslaught, while the rolling violet aura surged toward him. Yet Siu could still dodge with ease. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He frowned and immediately glanced aside. In an instant, a massive mace appeared before him. Muruk didn't hesitate, his weapon whipped down with brutal force. Siu seemed utterly shocked, his mouth falling open reflexively. Watching someone's feet struggle to stay planted, blood sprayed from one side of Siu's face, yet his eyes still blazed. At the same time, he swung his arm with full force. Clenching his fist, he struck Muruk's older sister, then threw another punch, so sudden it left her utterly stunned, mouth agape. But Siu was pierced through by a stream of violet energy. Blood burst forth. Seizing the opening, Muruk's older sister pressed the advantage, thrusting her mace in hard. Immediately, as her weapon swept past, a huge explosion erupted as well. Muruk's face now showed exhaustion, sweat pouring down. Muruk's older sister was drawn by something, shocked out of her wits. Before she could react, Siu closed in from the lingering smoke of the blast. And without stopping, he hammered her with blow after blow across her body. By then, Muruk's older sister clenched her teeth, thinking, "Who is this guy?" His attacks weren't anything special, even if they were purely physical strikes without magic. No matter how many times he hit, there was no risk of her being seriously injured. What made no sense was his absurd endurance. Thinking back on what had happened as the exchanges continued, the first strike was fine, but her second strike had been meant to finish him with full power. And at the moment the massive explosion happened, she had clearly felt the impact at her fingertips. Studying his savage, darkened expression and those brilliantly glowing violet eyes, she wondered, why could he still move as if nothing had happened? At this time, while the two on the arena floor still struggled within the barrier, an announcement rang out from outside. Kang Ha Sung and Choi Siu. The fierce one-on-one battle between the two opponents continued. Soda stood to the side, opening his mouth to reveal sharp teeth. His breath came hot with sweat. Truly, this was a brutal fight, worthy of the prestige and level of the main event. But why had Kim Ju Shin disappeared like this? Then, seeing someone's extremely grave expression, he continued. Muruk seemed to be waiting from afar instead of intervening in their fight. Meanwhile, Bigyo also stared intently, baring his teeth slightly as he thought. The outcome is already decided. His brows knitted, his face serious. Goblin, human, and starfish, both sides likely shared the same approach to this match. Win while expending as little strength as possible. Baekgyo immediately thought of the bracket to claim the championship in a tournament with 8 groups. The finals were held on the same day, with only the strongest opponents selected. A single win meant nothing. Continuing to consider the two representative teams, the blue and red on the board, even if you beat countless strong opponents, if you have no strength left, it still ends in defeat. Moreover, after going through yesterday's preliminaries, perhaps every participant has come to understand this deeply. Baekgyo lowered his gaze slightly, falling into a silent, contemplative pause. However, in a battle, even with an advantage in strength and technique, it's hard to avoid it turning into a drawn-out fight. In the end, what mattered was the image that surfaced in his mind, a hornet facing off against a beetle. The decisive blow to finish an opponent had to be delivered during the probing phase. Then, weighing the beetle's weaknesses against the hornet's power. You identify the opponent's weak point before they realize it, and strike through that opening to win. He recalled Su's attack with that stream of black energy, even though Choi Su's earlier assault had made his brows knit. His face weary and his mouth slightly open, he still poured all his strength into the blow, triggering a massive explosion. It looked flashy but lacked substance. Biko kept his stern expression, sweat running down in long trails. It was just a stalling act to let Kim Jushin hide. How humiliating, he himself had lost focus for an instant and missed the moment Kim Jushin vanished. He glanced again toward Muruk, grinding her teeth in fury inside the barrier. There was no need to explain it to those directly involved. That was why this awkward situation had happened. Biko's analysis was spot on. Muruk chose not to interfere directly in her sister's match. Or rather, Muruk couldn't interfere because she was aware that Jushin was hiding. Even if Jushin was concealed somewhere in the arena, she would still strike the moment any opening appeared. They inferred the two opponents had divided roles according to their strengths, and Choi Siu's role was clearly to draw attention. Therefore, while staying alert for the hidden Jushin, they aimed to keep the fight under control with the sister. A sister who wouldn't expose even the slightest opening. The plan was to finish Choi Siu quickly, then force a second situation with Jushin lying in wait. Meanwhile, Siu was still nimbly evading the opponent's purple-tinged strikes. And when his eyes turned one way, his train of thought rose again, only to be cut short. But Muruk's sister's anger was written across her face at once. She raised her mace high above her head and brought it crashing down with brutal force. Seeing it, Siu planted his feet shoulder-width apart, clasped both hands up to guard, and braced for the overhead blow. The impact made the ground-shaking scene all the more violent, the arena trembling without pause. After the strike, the mace slammed into the floor again. Muruk's sister was now panting, exhausted, while Siu stood opposite her, trembling, regrettably so. It seemed he still hadn't gone all out, even with his face covered in blood. His arms were injured, yet his arrogance remained intact. If he'd taken just a bit more risk, this would have been over already. The narration rang out at the same time. Simply relying on brute strength isn't enough to defeat an opponent like Choi Siu. As those words fell, Siu drove an unbelievably powerful punch into his opponent's body. He felt relieved when his fist met the mace. His tone never changed. His sturdy body and rapid recovery were a huge advantage. Siu narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, but it seemed this was an outright disadvantage for his opponent. The two of them kept pummeling him again and again. Hearing that, Muruk cursed under his breath, "Damn turtle." He glanced at someone, his right hand still gripping his weapon, unwilling to let go. Sweat poured down his face. What is this? Even with my support, she still couldn't gain the upper hand in a one-on-one fight. After a moment, he held his mace and stayed on guard. Gritting his teeth, I'd only heard about their brutal style and those strange, aggressive attacks. No one mentioned they'd be as tenacious as a turtle curled into its shell. He clenched his jaw even harder, drenched in sweat. And that human is definitely nearby. The silhouette of someone appeared, long hair neatly tied back. A presence that was almost impossible to notice, along with a faint killing intent. Clearly, he was exposing it on purpose. Muruk held his stance, spearpoint aimed forward. Should I really do this? They're only a human-level threat. If they're just frauds with nothing to back them up, is it necessary for me to be this wary? As he watched his sister and Siu trade blows, he thought, most of their combined strength was focused on that turtle demon. If the answer is to join forces and finish him as quickly as possible, then we're done for. The most important mindset in battle is faith, especially when you're backed into a corner by a powerful opponent. Trusting your skills and your plan greatly increases your chances of winning. However, when you have allies, the amount of trust required double. Just like a boost in strength, Muruk bit down on his upper lip, sweat still streaming. Before it's too late, I have to support my sister now. He gripped the spear so tightly the veins stood out. I don't care what that human is doing. Then he swiftly swept his sharp spearpoint forward again and again. His gaze didn't waver. I'm an invincible starfish. I can withstand any ordinary attack. And suddenly, a young man appeared behind him without warning. He turned his head and asked, "You really fell for a trap this simple?" Then came the final judgment. Yuzin landed behind Muruk and raised his hand, slashing down in a razor-sharp arc. It was called instant kill. He wore a calm expression like it was just another day. Even if it was only a momentary lapse, I hope you're not relying solely on your species' toughness. Jusin's hand stayed tightly clenched, 4 fingers pressed together. Cold voice rang out, I'm not an idiot and there's no way a starfish goes down that easily. Then he let out another sigh and continued. With his eyes closed, not even bothering to look at his opponent, he slowly collapsed. Even though I kept giving you hints with my killing intent so you'd stay on guard. Somehow you ignored it all. After a brief pause, Yuzin swept his gaze elsewhere and called out, Hey Siu, you're going to brag about making me follow your orders again, aren't you? His gleaming blade fell to the ground. Muruk clenched his teeth, blood streaming from his nose. Yuzin looked at him and warned, "Stay down." Muruk's whole body trembled with pain. Yuzin went on, "Don't push yourself, just lie still and you'll feel better. Besides, you probably can't hear what I'm saying anymore." Not out of pity, Yuzin's final slash that happened a year ago. One of the techniques he learned while fighting Zio Hua. Using a blade of energy formed at his fingertips, he executed a technique that slipped through the gaps between skin, muscle, bone, and organs without severing them. But honestly, it was a pretty useless skill. Scene change, peaceful rolling hills spread out before them. Yuzin paused and asked, "Huh?" Uchi answered without looking at him, "I'm talking about that final slash. You said you know how to use it, right?" He stated his thoughts plainly to avoid misunderstanding. "I'm not criticizing you. No matter your age, it's impressive that you came up with it on your own when no one around you could." Being praised by Uchi, Yuzin grew embarrassed. "Yeah, I guess I do have a bit of talent, but it'd be much better if it were a different technique." Uchi glanced at him. "But you realized it after using it, didn't you?" The water was crystal clear. That voice continued when fighting monsters. "Cutting them cleanly is pretty difficult. In fact, you couldn't even bring down the opponent you successfully used the final slash on, right?" Yuzin froze. "Huh, how did you know?" Uchi cast his fishing line and answered indifferently, "I guess. You probably executed the final slash properly. But it didn't hit as hard as you thought. If your opponent was strong enough to awaken mid-battle, then it must have been a powerful monster. That's the hard part of the final slash. Monsters above a certain level will regenerate even after being cut. On the other hand, weaker monsters can be defeated without needing the final slash at all." Uchi was a little impressed by that. Of course, knowing it is better than not, because it can still land a heavy blow even if it doesn't deal much damage. But given the difficulty and the title's sacred art, it's a bit disappointing. Like pulling an SSS rank character only to find out they're the weakest one. And come to think of it, a clean cut doesn't actually help that much against living creatures. If they can regenerate, a cleaner wound is actually more convenient for them. In reality, when facing monsters, the dirtier and rougher the wound is, the better. And if you could add a bit of poison or a curse, all the better. Yuxin widened his eyes at what Uchi said. He knew it sounded a bit pragmatic for the words of an immortal, but isn't it always like that? Uchi held the freshly caught fish and continued slowly. Whether it's called hunting monsters or something else, in essence, it's just hunting another species to survive. Looking beautiful and shiny is quite unusual. Yuxin bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I understand." Then he suddenly jumped. "Wait, how did you do that?" Uchi, holding the fish, looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean? You said you fished before, right? That's why I brought you here." Yuxin denied it. "No, that's not what I meant." He immediately stood up. The old man looked at Uchi in disbelief. He pointed at the fishing rod in front of him. "Master, isn't your fishing rod the same as mine? It doesn't have a float or anything. Not to mention, it doesn't even have a hook or bait. How do you catch fish like that?" Uchi sighed at Yuxin's admiration. "Look at this kid." He released the fish and said to Yuxin, "So what do you think I brought you here for? You think I want you to pretend to fish all day with a rod that can't catch anything?" Yuxin immediately thought of Tai Gong Wang. He explained, I thought it was a kind of mental training for immortals. In the past, even Tai Gong Wang was said to fish to pass the time with a hookless rod." Immediately, Uchi tapped him on the face with the rod. He shouted, "Nonsense." Uchi withdrew the rod. "Mental training, fishing to waste time. I thought you were the type who didn't believe in meaningless things. Ordinary people might not know, which is fine. It's disciples like you who cling to illusion. There's no way such things have any meaning. This training method might have been invented by Tai Gong Wang." Yuxin's eyes watered. At this point, Uchi's words were like water off a duck's back. "But that old man is very practical." Saying this, he lifted the rod and prepared to leave. "Think carefully. How do you think I catch fish with a rod that has no hook? Just 2 floats, how could you do that?" Yuxin, nose red, still tried to follow his master's words. "That's your task for the next month. I won't give you any advice or hints anymore. You must catch at least 5 types of fish in this river using that useless rod." He turned back and smiled at him. "Honestly, even I think 1 month is a bit harsh. But you're not the type to have a lot of free time, right? If you succeed, your final strike will truly become a sword." The day passed in a flash. Night fell, then the next day. The sun rose high and Yuxin had been sitting there for several nights. He stared at the useless rod in despair. 3 days after Uchi assigned the task, Yuxin concluded, "I feel a bit foolish, but I can't fish with a line that has nothing on it. The line doesn't even sink. Yet I can't sense any magic or energy from my master. If it's because he's immortal and I can't perceive it, then fine. But if I think like that, there's no way to complete the task, and he has no intention of teaching me fishing magic." I started to think seriously. There's only one solution. Create the components through controlling pure energy. No magic needed. Yuxin's index finger formed blue streaks of light. That's the theoretical answer I've come up with. He froze. But Yuxin's hands began to combine their efforts. He caught the flame in his hands. Knowing the theory and putting it into practice are two completely different things. He sighed in frustration. Of course, there's no guarantee this will work, creating objects with energy alone without magic honestly. That's why it took me 3 days to figure this out. Qi is a force that by itself has very little physical effect. It's necessary for the existence and maintenance of living things, and can even promote their evolution to higher states. But most creatures don't even recognize its existence. That's why magic or sorcery uses it as fuel. It's essential to unleash its power. The metal and immortal energy I used before were the same. Those were forms of summoning magic. A place where I borrow power and use my qi as fuel. He immediately felt confused, not knowing anymore. This is really nonsense. Even if you can create something with energy alone, wouldn't using magic be easier and more effective? Unless, like Ucha, you can summon anything with your mind. That kind of power is different. Xiu Qiu looked at him. Ah, Yuxin, are you making excuses again? Are you going to call someone else's power too strong? Then he sighed. Yeah, whatever, why should I care? If you intend to doubt the words of an old immortal who is far wiser than you, then why should you care about someone else's opinion? Your judgment is always right, isn't it? Yuxin got annoyed at being mocked. Thinking of his dear friend, he regained motivation. Transmit the broth, the voice escaped from inside the house. Oh, what a fool, did you do that on purpose? I looked at the pathetic plate of eggs on the table and scolded. You can't fry eggs like this. Every day you mess something up. I see you're pretty good, but listen, I'm really annoyed. I'm not asking for a feast, just try to keep the yolk a bit runnier. Alright, you're 17 now, an age when you could already be married twice. And yet, you can't make a simple fried egg for your master. Ucha continued lecturing. What kind of world are we living in? Kid, even in my time, a 17-year-old who didn't know how to fry an egg, his wife wouldn't even see him as a husband. It's already the 13th day, but Yuzin is still struggling with his training. His dark-circled eyes narrowed slightly. He started performing magic by controlling the flow of energy. I've mastered the technique of compressing high-density spiritual energy into a specific shape. The miracle Yuzin referred to as Qi enhancement. This is known as an ancient martial art. He beamed as he completed his training. Done, done, well done, now back to the warm, cozy home. Ucha spoke while eating. Tomorrow marks exactly 2 weeks and you've progressed about halfway, even a day ahead. Yuzin was shocked. You mean halfway? Ucha's gaze shifted to him. Hey, you're not planning to fish with just your fingers, are you? He mocked. Whether it's a hook or anything else, clearly you have to hang it on a hook, not your fingertip, idiot. Yuzin opened his mouth but didn't reply yet, and his master didn't forget to remind him, please practice frying eggs again. On the 22nd day, Yuzin's Qi enhancement had increased significantly, and that branch would serve as a test object. The amount of Qi I can produce has grown positively, about the size of a glove. Also, I've successfully thrown Qi, but maintaining its size and shape after leaving my body is difficult. My Qi vanished when it hit the tree trunk. Yuzin was frustrated that his Qi wasn't enough yet. He clenched and said, damn it. He began performing it again, ready to try once more. If it's the size of a pinky, I can maintain it, but the problem is the shape. I have to keep the shape of something small and sharp like a fishing hook. Until the fish bites, Yuzin threw the Qi once again. Halfway through, dream on, I knew something was off when he praised me so easily. Almost got fooled, still in that forest a few days later. Still using that fishing rod, Yuzin was sitting and fishing when someone approached. Old Ucha came and asked, how long have you been out here? Yuzin yawned just before sunrise. Today marks the 30th day. He said to him, look at you with the fishing rod now. Looks like you've grasped all the basics. Caught any fish yet? Yuzin, expressionless, answered, not easy plus. This isn't exactly an ideal spot. Ucha chuckled. The reason, he thought silently, if you only just started fishing at dawn today, you wouldn't finish all the tasks by the end of the day. But he didn't forget to praise him. Honestly, just producing a fishing hook from Qi alone in 30 days is already unbelievable. Then his attention turned to the basket covered with a white cloth. What the heck is this? He reached to open it and was stunned by what was inside. Yuzin said, as I said, it's really not easy. Catching 5 different types, I found it strange too. The master didn't say to catch a certain quantity. Why did he specifically mention different types? He continued, but when I went out at dawn and began making hooks and bait, I finally realized what the ultimate challenge was. I started forming Qi into hooks. Not too difficult once I grasped the method, even if not perfect. The structure was somewhat similar, but that alone isn't enough, right? Compared to a real worm, it lacks the scent, the aroma. And the movement, it's just a copy that looks alike. Fish won't be fooled by this bait. I was astonished. So, could you make the bait effective even if immortal? How could you replicate a living creature's scent and taste? He immediately retracted the rod. So the only thing I can realistically recreate is, oh, caught one. Yuzin held a big fish. Triumphantly, he asked Ucha, let me ask directly, master, how long did you really think it would take me to reach this level? Don't say a month. He pulled the bait from the fish's mouth. Actually, I'm more curious, how many months did it take you? The bait in his hand wriggled. Moving chi, I grasped it in about a day. No, half a day, I quickly interrupted. Kid, suspicious indeed. You did that and still messed up soft-boiled eggs for over a month. He asked Yuzin. So finally, do you understand now? It's related to the final strike. He replied quickly, yes, now I understand very clearly. Back in reality, Muruk was still trembling in pain on the ground. Yuzin, with a cold expression, glanced at the defeated opponent writhing in pain. The target of the final strike cutting Muruk wasn't to leave a wound, but to leave something else, chi capable of mimicking a swimming fish. Even after detaching from his body, Yuzin left it inside Muruk. It turned into a kind of living poison, burrowing in and destroying Muruk's nerves without leaving any external wounds. But even with the regenerative power of a spirit-tier demon, it still couldn't withstand that kind of internal ruin. This technique is so powerful it feels like being hit with a deadly curse, what people call sudden death. Long ago, both immortals and demons called it a sudden death strike. Yuxin, keep walking straight, don't look back. You cold, unfeeling mirror, you hear me. Choi Siu, at least I've done my part. Over here, Siu and Gajin are locked in a tense battle. Yuxin kept talking. If fighting alone is too hard, then fall back and conserve your strength. Let me show you how. Siu let out a sharp breath. What my friend said, he's not a bad person, he's just a bit sharp-tongued. Honestly, I think our strategy is simply more effective. It's not that you're weak. Gajin clenched her teeth, but the situation had already tilted in our favor. If you surrender here, we can end this without harming either side. Siu was battered all over, of course, if you refuse. Then there's no other choice. I'm not as refined as my friend. I don't know how to negotiate my way into subduing monsters as strong as you. Gajin lunged at once, trying to finish Siu, but blood suddenly sprayed everywhere from out of nowhere. Gajin froze as if something had just struck her. She collapsed, her whole body drenched in blood. Siu landed the deciding blow at the last second and Gajin fell where she stood. Siu added, I told you I'm not that refined. The first match of the main tournament ended. Winners, Choi Siu and Kim Yuxin. They expended remarkably little stamina and energy. Gajin's body was headless, lying on the ground and trembling non-stop. Blood spurted in thick layers. It was utterly horrifying. Yuxin was still stunned. What was that just now? What happened? The opponent attacked, but Siu didn't move at all until the instant before the strike connected. Yuxin recalled the scene from earlier when she'd attacked Siu with a weapon, so I naturally assumed he'd block it like usual. By the time I heard the sound, his fist was already thrust forward, like the middle of the footage had been cut out, glancing over at him. Even if it was a bit blurry, I wasn't careless. His speed far surpassed even the eyesight I'd trained for the past year, fast enough to drop a spirit-tier monster in a single blow. Then looking at his arm, Siu had concentrated all his power into one strike, gripping the staff and then squeezing it into a fist. He couldn't make sense of it. When did he learn a technique like that? Sodden turned back and forth, covering her grin with her fan, thrilled, leaving Yuxin completely confused. You two are genuinely incredible, honestly. I thought your opponents were at least a tier stronger. They were championship contenders, but your martial arts are on another level. It makes my narrow view feel embarrassing. He heard her praise, especially about the perfect concealment technique, hiding their presence until the final moment. When you finally revealed yourselves, the audience was shocked. Yuxin suddenly felt awkward. He hesitated, then asked, but is there a problem? We don't need to make a speech after winning, do we? Sodden beamed, thinking it was a great idea. A victory speech, nice. From round 2 onward, we should consider doing that. Yuxin stiffened as she continued, but I came up on stage for another reason. You still haven't fulfilled the conditions for victory. Sodden narrowed her eyes at him. Of course, to anyone watching, your victory is obvious. But that's only their subjective opinion, depending on interpretation. You could say the outcome still isn't decided. Both Muruk and Gajin had been beaten to the ground, trembling. It looked like they were no longer capable of fighting, but there was no direct damage to their energy orbs, and with the power of Spirit Soul class monsters, injuries at that level would recover without any issue. She smiled cryptically. More importantly, even with plenty of chances, they still haven't conceded. They could declare it right now, but you're still standing there waiting. Since they haven't done so, the match isn't over, and the right to end it belongs to you. Yuxin hadn't expected that. Honestly, from my perspective, the match is over because we already won. Monsters have different standards. Like a wolf's ferocity, when it wins, it treats the loser as food. The right to devour the defeated. That's why, other than surrender, defeat means death or being eaten by the winner. Yuxin guessed that even Siu had collected the orbs in the preliminaries and swallowed them. And if his strength really was like that, then from a monster's point of view, devouring someone would feel perfectly natural. After he finally understood, he turned to Siu and said, "Hey, listen, looks like there's no other way." Siu replied automatically, "We'll have to finish it." Siu extended a hand toward Gajin's body. Suddenly, he yanked her arm up by force. Sodden covered her mouth with her fan, eyes wide. Yuxin was also startled by the move. Hey, Siu, the arm of a headless body can't go over the shoulder. Okay. His face darkened. What are you doing? She also gaped in shock. He didn't get it and asked back, yeah, think of something. Siu explained. We can't just wait for these two to wake up, right? If we do, we'll have to keep fighting, so we'll need to use another method. Then he suddenly asked Sodden, hey, exactly how far does the out-of-bounds area extend? She hesitated. Sodden recalculated the position of this place. The outer yard starts from the flat ground where the floor structure ends. Thanks, super lean back, call Yuxin. You heard me right? Yuxin, you too. Move that person outside the boundary. He heard you ask. Nothing guarantees your technique will last forever, right? EU replied instinctively. Yeah, that's right. The two cast spells and jumped into the tea room. As soon as they appeared, Siu wanted to sit. I was exhausted, ignoring skill and stamina, feeling extremely tired. Probably due to stress. As soon as I sat down, I heard him ask, why did you do that? You looked puzzled and turned your head. Yeah. Yuxin questioned the monsters we had defeated. You know the rules, right? Long Palace basically allowed us to consume them. Why didn't you eat them? Siu answered briefly, well, I just don't like it. He said seriously, don't joke, be serious. Yuxin also sat down across from us. Those two were the strongest opponents you've ever faced so far. Did you suddenly feel uneasy about killing and consuming them? You didn't say much, just simply, maybe they'll be more useful. He was surprised. Useful, Siu explained thoroughly. They fought to win till the end, suddenly recalling Gaijin's determination to fight today. If we sided with today's ongoing rebellion, they wouldn't have fought so desperately in a contest about to be overturned. They wouldn't know what would happen. You replied while shaking the bottle on the table. Water so later when things happen. Even if they don't side with us, they can still be useful. Since they belong to the monsters of the Korean peninsula, they won't side with darkness. Siu checked if it was really water. Besides, after eating a few energy spheres yesterday, I realized consuming them didn't immediately bring any benefits. You slowly poured the water together. The energy contained in it was so strong that I also needed time to digest. The energy level of both of them wasn't something I could digest instantly. Siu leisurely sipped water instead of overexerting. I think it's better to leave some options I can exploit later. Yuxin suddenly realized, now that he explains it, it makes sense. If it were me, I would probably make the same decision, watching my friend for a moment, but the fact he spoke openly that I spared them to exploit them. It naturally came out of his mouth. It felt a bit strange. I had some doubts, but he brushed them off. Maybe it was just my feeling. But suddenly there was a knock on the door. No one answered, and the person outside knocked again. The two looked toward the door when a girl spoke. I know it may be rude to suddenly approach you. Seeing you like this, you were surprised by a girl in a red dress, hair in a bun with a pin, carrying a tray of wine and food, smiling warmly. My name is Bizian, and I am one of the generals commanding the Golden Guard of Long Palace. After witnessing your incredible performance in the recent battle, as a warrior, I couldn't contain my excitement. That's why I boldly came here. No spouse, she brought the tray to the table and sat down. I have no other intention. I simply brought some fine wine and hope to chat with you. Heroes from the mainland. If you feel uncomfortable, I will leave immediately. He hesitated, not uncomfortable, just that we are. Suddenly, Siu interrupted. Of course. He showed hospitality. We were a bit bored, so it's perfect. If we can get to know someone from Long Palace, that would be great. Yuxin looked at him confused. Bizian turned and smiled at the two. Then no need to be formal, Siu calmed her. Please feel free to sit. You came with goodwill to make friends, so no need to be tense. He listened to her enthusiastic conversation. Is this wine? The aroma is wonderful. Just being near the bottle, you can smell it. Now Yuxin exhaled. This is normal wine. Bizian raised the wine bottle. You noticed, this is Haidaju wine. Made from sea grapes, a family recipe passed down for generations. I couldn't come to you empty-handed. Siu smiled oddly when she asked, can I pour you a glass? He waved it off. Oh no, I'm not good at drinking. And I've been drinking quite a bit lately. Siu decided to betray his friend. But my friend here really likes wine. He can drink a lot and never gets drunk. He froze. Ashika. She turned to invite Yuxin. Very pleased to meet you. I'm really happy to meet you. EU politely accepted the glass. Ah, yes, sure. He looked at the deep blue wine, thinking, in a situation where anything could explode at any moment, what are we even doing right now? She had barely brought it to her lips for a sip when Yuzin looked startled. Youngyu praised, what is this? It's amazing. He stared at her in surprise, and she smiled as she accepted the compliment. Really, I'm so glad. I was worried it wouldn't suit someone from the mainland. The day was already fading, and the sunset poured into the room. After a few rounds of drinks, busy inside, I know people grow up fast, but it's hard to believe you're only 17. Siu replied modestly. I'm really not that impressive, even if you might think so, Yuzin. I've just been a little lucky. Thinking back now, this video. How old are you anyway? You introduced yourself as a commander, but you look pretty young. Sounds like you got promoted really fast, huh? She hesitated. Oh, I'll be turning 100 this year. He glanced at Youngyu in his arms and cursed inwardly. He says that, yet he keeps bringing it up. He's only had one drink. Anyway, it's been a while now. Yuzin kept drinking, his thoughts drifting. Even if my match with Siu ended quickly and it's already this late. The third match must have started, so it was time. He wiped the wine from his lips, listening as he flattered Bizian. Wait, wouldn't the position right under the generals be a great one? Her face darkened. She forced a smile, her hand clenching as if holding herself back. Well, if we're talking titles alone, then yes, but it isn't a position I earned purely through my own strength. I'm just benefiting from what the previous generation left behind. Siyu tilted his head, puzzled. She added, oh, the one who held my post before me was appointed when the current Dragon King ascended the throne. Vizian explained what happened. It was hundreds of years ago when His Majesty took the throne and declared reforms. Seafaring became safe, no longer burdened by demands for tribute, starting with ending the practice of extracting offerings from humans on the mainland. He changed many of the Dragon Palace's policies and placed key government positions into the hands of people from his own generation, those who shared his vision. Yuzin listened with utmost seriousness. But His Majesty is a special case among dragons. He still retained the power and abilities from his prime. However, the officials of his generation can no longer keep up with him. Siyu gave an awkward smile. In recent years, they began retiring, and younger officials like us started taking their places. Ah, I see, you must be under a lot of pressure. Her expression grew even darker at the mention of fixing what the previous generation had done. Vizian admitted, that's right. We've been tasked with restoring the Dragon Palace from the chaos those fools left behind. The two of them, Yuzin couldn't believe what she'd just heard. She realized she'd misspoken. Ah, forgive my rudeness. Vizian placed a hand to her chest and insisted. But what I said is absolutely what the clear-minded people in the palace truly feel. With the world undergoing major upheaval right now, there are layers of mistakes we must cast aside. She thought of the plot already in motion. All that pent-up resentment would end today. But something's wrong, he cut in. Wait, teacher has achieved his goal, sorry to say this, Siyu. But today's martial arts tournament will be erased. Everything the current Dragon King has done, everything will vanish without a trace. All of a sudden, Yungyu collapsed, spilling onto the table. Siyu whipped his head around in panic. He'd been poisoned. His whole body trembled as he shouted, what are you talking about? Why all of a sudden? She looked at the two of them and sighed. He shook violently, grinding out, what are you talking about? She looked at them again and sighed. The jug of cloudy liquor was nearly empty, spilled across the table. What a shame. Siyu hurried to support Yuzin even as the poison took hold. Cloudy liquor is still my family's pride. Humans don't deserve to drink it. Vizian stood up, casting a sidelong glance. Ah, if you think that's the price for your suffering right now, it may not be entirely fair, but it does make sense. But he looked up at her, unexpectedly calm. I thought you'd lunge at me right away. Siyu stated firmly, you have the antidote and you plan to use it to set conditions. Because if not, I'm still not poisoned, so there's no reason you'd be this calm. Hearing his reasoning, Vizian admitted cheerfully. Just as I expected, you're pretty sharp. Well, the only reason I'm calm is because I'm certain I can subdue you on my own. She sighed and turned away. This must be abrupt, but the current Dragon King will abdicate today. We'll apologize to the other contestants for canceling the tournament and compensate them appropriately. Yuzin was breathing hard now, on the verge of passing out. But for humans, there's one exception. Even if the current Dragon King spares you, you still must pay for setting foot in the Dragon Palace without knowing your place. Vizian paused, then added, but you're in luck, see. Someone thinks highly of you, a mysterious person, no one knows who it is yet. That person values you greatly. The new Dragon King is expecting you, see. You'll stand at his side and use your demon power for the benefit of the Dragon Palace. She set her terms, if you go to meet the new Dragon King and the Trung Than. I'll prepare the antidote for the other one. Siyu was frantic with worry for him, but right now he needed the antidote immediately. She smiled casually. Ah, I thought you'd drink too, so the poison wasn't very strong, but it seems the human body is weaker than I expected. Even a low-level demon could withstand it for at least a day. Vizian said, her voice trembling. I haven't prepared the antidote. If you're this worried, follow me as quickly as you can. You're speechless, unable to reply. Siyu had no choice but to lay Yuxin down, while he clenched his teeth in pain. Understood, you have no other choice. Kneel. I will do whatever you say, just save my friend, she promised happily. Of course, Siyu, since you cooperate so well, I will make it quick. Such a relief, I didn't think things would get this messy. Vizian glanced at you, honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. I had hoped, depending on the situation, to face you, Siyu. But I didn't expect you to throw away your pride and dignity for a mediocre person. She ordered, follow me. Siyu stood up and complied. Ah, at least may I ask who I will swear loyalty to? Vizian didn't bother turning, just said, I don't think you're in a position to ask that. But fine, the prince, currently imprisoned, will soon overthrow his father to ascend the throne. You raise your eyebrows, now you will meet General Xian. He's the head of the great generals, so be careful with your words and actions. The two figures walked side by side toward the door, gradually disappearing. At this moment, intermittent moans arose, EU lay there trembling continuously. Yes, it hurts, it really hurts. He clenched his teeth, convulsed, looking in great pain. Yes, but moments later, he returned to normal as if nothing happened. She smiled lightly, he's trapped. It's a divine secret technique, a trick. The space is empty, silent, with no one in sight. His Is she naive or foolish? Perhaps both. She came to us openly and offered food. Did she really think we'd fall for it like a bunch of clueless fools? You sat up. By the way, Siu, I've thought this since high school, but your harmless loser act is almost terrifying. Honestly, I thought it was just because of your chubby appearance. But even here, your fake kindness still works. Thinking of Siu's pretense, even knowing you're hiding something, I lowered my guard before I realized it, almost like a superpower. Even while being watched, you still find a way to infiltrate and probe important information right under their eyes. Yu turned left and right, drew his sword, and stood up. Anyway, now that I know the master of Mu, they'll probably ignore me for a while, thinking I'm not a threat. How should I cause chaos now? The host flew toward the magic orb radiating power. Sodden, excited with a voice full of enthusiasm, commented, "The first round of the finals has reached the last match. Should I say every match exceeded expectations? She's the daughter of a warrior family. I've watched many tournaments, but this is the first time I've seen such a high-level competition." Just after the match ended, China won match 2. Goyu and Xiaomi. Goyu turned to her side. "Isn't this a bit over the top? Luckily nothing serious happened, but you could have been badly injured. You can let me handle the front and support from the back." Sun Mi breathed heavily, her voice trembling from exhaustion. "I know, but considering the current situation, conserving strength for you is better than for me. Right?" And her eyes looked down, her words slightly sad. "If I try my best, who knows, maybe I can awaken a little." Here, blood from the arm kept dripping onto the arena floor. Kira Iuzuru murmured at the scene, speaking with criticism. "I predicted this when you recklessly charged in." In front of her was Kira Ayashihiro with his right arm severed. Blood kept flowing. Father would be proud if he saw this. Kira Iuzuru kept speaking, leaping, the next heir of the family. Humiliated in front of the top officials of the Dragon Palace, he remained silent, standing still before his bleeding arm. "Please fix that for real. It's because you always charge in without probing or controlling anything that you ended up in this situation." Kira Yashihiro bowed slightly, silent until now, said, "Yes." His face covered in blood, eyes bruised, teeth broken, yet he smiled. "But it's fun, isn't it?" Listening to every word he said, she only felt amazed, thinking it was right to come here right. "Watch Siu's matches, truly amazing." Kira Iuzuru admitted defeat to him. She sighed but kept thinking, "I knew this would happen. Calmness and rationality in everyday life, what good are they? That's not acting." She recalled Kira Ayashihiro's appearance during the match. When the crucial fight came, he seemed 10 years younger. He charged in recklessly, seemingly using at least half of his brain. Instead, he relied on instinct and intuition. Her thoughts kept circling, perhaps due to his bloodline, and perhaps that's why he was chosen as the next successor. He spoke but seemed fine. Kira Yashihiro spoke while stepping toward her. "Before coming here, you didn't look well. Maybe your mood improved and it affected your ability, Trang. Perhaps because you recovered Zaijun and reunited with Siu." "What nonsense are you talking about?" She crossed her arms, half-heartedly replying. "You think just because your mood was bad it affected your magic this much? How weak do you think you are? I've already told you, the land on the Korean peninsula simply doesn't suit me." Kira Iuzuru analyzed carefully. "For people like us, Shikigami summoners, our location matters the most. If the natural energy there isn't compatible, it's like a saltwater fish trying to swim in freshwater." Kira Ayashihiro, despite being heavily injured, replied calmly, "That bad? I don't think it's that bad. There's plenty of energy here." She responded, "It's not a matter of good or bad, but of compatibility. You hate shrimp even though everyone likes it, right?" Kira Iuzuru stopped that conversation and shifted focus to his injury. "Anyway, let's deal with this. Seeing you like this," he obeyed. "Yes, despite the injuries, the winners are Ayashihiro and Iuzuru." At that moment, the voice of the match host rang out. "And now we come to the final match of the first round. Based on performance alone, they surpassed the previous 12 contestants. First, we have Xiao Huai, the direct descendant of the great sage, equal to heaven. He demonstrated overwhelming dominance in the qualifiers." The host continued the introduction. "Except for one loss by forfeiture, she finished every match in a single move. A true heir of a prestigious lineage." Others began to enter the arena, surpassing their weaker lineages. They defeated strong opponents to stand here. Next, we have the Soul Fragrance sisters from the Korean peninsula, EU In and EU OK. Facing the two of them is Xiao Hua. They exchanged words, what a pity. Elaine licked her lips, voice full of excitement. "It would be better if we didn't have to meet here." And at this moment, from what she's seen so far, damn. A look of longing appeared on her face. Saliva dripped at the corner of her mouth as she said, "Why is it always like this? Why do I always have to face such tempting opponents? I can't consume them." She then proposed a bold idea. "Should I just throw everything away and act like last time? What is this?" Elaine chuckled at what she'd just heard. I understand what you're thinking, and I even agree to some extent." She then turned her gaze to her opponents and emphasized each word. "But anyway, we all owe Bai Hai-ung from birth. All of us, so I think it's only right to help him when he asks." In immediately sneered, her tone slightly changing. "Meaning this is something we can endure." On the other side of the arena, within Xiao Hui's sight, She looked seriously at her opponents, thoughts arising. It can't be wrong unless my sense of energy is off. Those two are definitely black spirits. Zio Huai looked and speculated. The one on the right, if I'm not mistaken, is the cursed beast I mentioned. Could it be greed? Her reasoning was solid. It almost exactly matched the poisonous energy she sensed from the traces of the previous generation's greed she had investigated before coming here. Her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Ilian and the other. Of course, she had never felt energy like this before. Zio Huai compared this power to greed. Compared to greed, it's even more disturbing. I don't know what kind of magic it contains, but if I get hit, it would be the end. She began to assume a combat stance. Power radiated as she thought, this is getting interesting. Two black spirits, this is a perfect test to see if I'm worthy of becoming king. That power also emanated from the two sisters. Zio Huai moved first, jumping to attack Ilai cunningly, raising her hand. She resolved to dash forward. At that moment, Elaine spoke. Suddenly, Zio Huai had to halt her attack. She raised both hands and said, "Is this correct? We withdraw." Sodden, surprised by this, exclaimed, "What's going on here?" She exclaimed, "Oh." Sodden hurried down to the arena. She kept asking, "But you've reached the final. You intend to withdraw before the match even starts?" "Why?" Ilai just chuckled. "Haha, sorry to disappoint everyone." She then sharply replied, "But as we said in the introduction, we're not from any special lineage, so we don't overestimate our abilities. We came here more for the experience than to win." Sodden gritted his teeth at her words. "We intended to at least finish spectacularly." But every word she said increased Zio Huai's anger. "What can you do? We faced this from the start." Ilian kept talking non-stop, ignoring the situation. "So we withdraw, a little regrettable, but reaching here has already fulfilled our goal." Zio Huai seemed speechless in this moment. Zio Huai considered nearly every possible scenario, and the most logical target for the black spirits remained to assassinate the Dragon King. Thrones have always been coveted throughout history, everywhere. They say every throne is built on the sword of a rebel, but that's not true for the Dragon Palace. She recalled the previous day. As Zio Huai had shown to Siu, the Dragon King's power is on a completely different level. No matter how many forces or armies gather, none can challenge a supreme being like him. Zio Huai felt uneasy about this. Their only chance was the reward for the martial arts tournament winner. She recalled the winner's reward. The Dragon King personally congratulated them and led them to his treasure. Inside the palace, they were allowed to choose one item. Zio Huai continued making her judgments. It was the only moment they could get close to the Dragon King without raising suspicion. Yet, a simple ambush would never be enough to harm him. But with the Black Spirit's magic, they could bridge the gap in strength. Her eyes remained fixed on the other side of the arena, yet they abandoned the opportunity themselves. In the end, what was their goal? Zio Huai clenched her hands. This might be the last chance. Even if it meant turning Long Palace into an enemy, she realized she had to eliminate the black spirits immediately. At that moment, Wylon spoke. "Well, even though I gave up, I still feel guilty for the spectators." Her words only further irritated Sodan. Everyone had high expectations, and instead of an exciting show, they got a dull result. She continued, surprising Sodan. "So, to apologize, I thought about sharing an interesting story." Wylon glanced around the arena as she spoke. "Let's see, I'm not sure how loudly I should speak." Her image appeared on the sphere. "Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that our current emperor, hailed as the greatest king in Eastern Sea history, has had 2 empresses so far?" Wylon's next words shocked everyone. The first was the birth mother of the crown prince, who is currently imprisoned. Sodan suddenly lunged. "Wait, stop, why so sudden?" Instantly she felt threatened, baring her drooling snout. She signaled with her hand and whispered, "Spray," then rushed to grab Sodan by the neck. Wylon emphasized each word. "It's rude to interrupt someone in the middle of speaking." She continued her story. "The first empress came from the most prestigious family in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. She greatly assisted His Majesty's ascension." She spoke calmly among the crowd, and it was said that their marriage was harmonious. It seemed inevitable that they would be together for life, but that did not happen. Her words continued. "His Majesty abandoned his consort." Many were angered by this. The reason was that the Empress had simply tried to exercise her rights, which was natural. Bak Hyu's anger was visible. He spoke up. "What are you saying? Nonsense," he shouted loudly. Guards seized that person immediately. But what he saw next surprised him. The Dragon King had stood upon hearing her words. Although she is an empress, direct interference in politics is still not permitted, but as one of His Majesty's advisors, the Empress only offered useful counsel." Zio Huai was stunned. She saw 2 black spirits appear from nothing, their bodies instantly frozen. She could not react, not even think. She just stared ahead, but this was not due to any failure on her part. Looking up, she saw a terrifying black face. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. Wylon smiled at her own words. His Majesty must have thought that even such counsel exceeded her limit. As she spoke, her gaze shifted backward. Thus, Zio Huai did not need to act, and she had no right to. A slow voice echoed through the arena. "I may not be lenient, but after doing this work." The footsteps were light. Kings and those in high positions often face such matters. The noise below resembled insects swarming leftovers. The person approached, making Zio Hui pale with fear, uncomfortable but unavoidable. That is a natural law you must accept. Powerful magic, abundant energy, meticulously honed techniques. Zio Hui trembled with each step. There was an opponent that rendered everything meaningless. In fact, calling them an opponent was perhaps too much. No matter how strong an individual is, fighting against natural law is no longer a duel. Just as an ant cannot gaze at a human, the lowly cannot comprehend such beings. To demons they could only be called one thing: God. The Dragon King's power overwhelmed everyone as he stepped forward. His arrogance was evident in every word. But when an insect enters the forest and bites your flesh, that is another matter. God, no words can compare, he calmly said. No matter what you think in your mind, your hand still rises to kill. The Dragon King raised a single finger, and in an instant, the one up there was struck by his technique. Soda stared at the scene in front of her, terrified. Tring's hand was still resting on her throat, but Tring's entire upper body had completely vanished. Elaine went pale at the sight and could only force an awkward laugh. She didn't dare meet the Dragon King's eyes. In a gentle voice he asked, "So who are you?" As he interrogated her, she had already lost part of her body. "On my daughter's birthday, who dares open my gate and let you in?" Now his voice carried extreme fury. "I won't give you much time, but if you answer, I won't take your life. It's not the insect's fault if it bites without knowing its place." Elaine recoiled in fear, her voice shaking with panic. Just as I'd heard, no, even worse. She recalled every word. Of course, a rebellion would never succeed. The Dragon King was an existence far beyond any ordinary demon. Those were Bai Hyung's words. He continued his analysis. Even beyond these waters, no one could compare to him. In the Eastern Sea, he was the absolute ruler. Literally speaking, no matter how strong or how many they were, they would still be fighting the master of that world. Hearing that, Eli said, "I heard he's far stronger than you. Bai Hyung, is there anything I can do?" He fell silent for a moment. "We have to provoke his anger." He smiled brightly. "Hit the Dragon King where it hurts most," something he never wants to hear. "We'll say it and draw him to us." She couldn't help but be impressed. "But wouldn't that get us killed in a single blow?" Bai Hyung laughed cheerfully. "You've got the Dragon King figured out." "Haha, don't worry, absolutely. If the Dragon King wanted to, he could kill you instantly, but he won't." He understood the Dragon King through every word he spoke. After all, he was a good man, fully aware of his overwhelming power. Like how a human doesn't immediately crush an ant. You wouldn't call that reckless or stupid, right? The Dragon King's nature. Bai Hyung knew it down to the smallest detail. Even if the ant tried something, he would respond with indifference, as if to say, "Do whatever you want." And that's when he laid out the plan. That Elaine would use this, she asked, confused. Bai Hyung picked up a cup of wine and in high spirits explained with flourish that it was a weapon that could bring down a god, or more modestly, a poison stinger I could attach to Eli, the ant. "I don't have the skill to use it myself, but with Elaine's ability, it's absolutely possible." He was delighted with the scheme he'd devised. "I wonder what expression he'll make. What a shame I didn't get to see it with my own eyes." The Dragon King suddenly froze at the sight, the look on his face as a weapon turned against the dragon. A weapon he himself had given to humans, now taking his own life. Elaine lifted a flute and began to play. That flute was a treasured relic. Mampa Sikshak Tiyu and Wanling, the tale continuing without pause. Only the Dragon King knew what the demon's chosen death had brought, and what the melody being played in this world truly meant. Even those who claimed to understand the Dragon King best, or those who hired the Black Spirit to overthrow him, or the onlookers watching it unfold before their eyes, even the most gifted among them. None of them understood. A figure held the flute, its red patterns like streaks of lightning, eerily unnatural. The sound carried a terrifying force, crashing into the Dragon King, making him collapse at once and tremble. The Dragon King slowly lifted his gaze. He stared at the flute. In a tavern with a drink on the table, a voice rang out. It was a story more than 1,000 years old, one almost forgotten, not only by humans but by demons as well. Bai Hyung smiled and said, "Back then, in life the Dragon King had no officially appointed successor. In his mind's eye, an image formed. To the left, the Dragon King in his youth. To the right, a mysterious figure. He questioned it. There were two heirs to the throne. Was it truly hard to tell who was better, or was there another reason? The Dragon King couldn't decide on a crown prince. Tragically, in that state, he fell ill. He could no longer move, only lie in bed. He couldn't even keep his mind clear." Elaine asked, puzzled. "That sounds pretty familiar. So did the two heirs kill each other for the throne, and the weapon used for that?" Bai Hyung denied it. "No, it seems that didn't happen. The younger brother, the current Dragon King, had no desire for the throne. Back then, by the shoreline with gentle waves lapping at the sand," he added, the younger brother decided to leave the sea for a while. The young Dragon King stepped onto land, his belongings slung over his shoulder. Bai Haiyang said even if he didn't want the throne, the atmosphere between two heirs would be suffocating. By leaving, he meant to reduce his presence so his older brother could rule as crown prince. He walked behind a monk, beside the familiar figure carrying a wish-granting staff. He went on to explain, besides that, there was also a good excuse at the time to leave the Dragon Palace without raising suspicion. The Dragon King looked out over the sea. Bai Haiyang continued the story. So the younger brother stayed away from the sea for quite a while, believing everything would be better in his absence. The sun shone down on the shore. He paused for a moment and said, but that hope was completely shattered. Elaine raised her glass and drank, then looked over and asked skeptically, the incompetent elder brother, did he destroy the Dragon Palace through poor leadership? When the younger brother was absent, Bai Haiyang smiled and replied, if that were true, the story would be much simpler. Back then, when the Dragon King returned, his face darkened at the scene before him, and he continued. Ironically, the elder brother turned out to be quite an outstanding king. A barren, desolate landscape unfolded. He sneered, at least in the Dragon Palace. Ilian asked in confusion, what does a drought have to do with the Dragon Palace? Bai Haiyang just chuckled lightly and replied, it may not be an easy story to understand, but the sea greatly affects the climate on land. Then he suddenly spun around. Thus, by tradition, Dragon Kings often controlled the weather in exchange for tributes from coastal regions. Of course, this was a reciprocal arrangement. It was on the level of, if you offer tributes, I'll make life easier for you. Deep within the forest, the dry land left the trees bare. He continued, but what the elder brother did was completely the opposite. It was on the level of, if you don't offer tributes, I'll make it impossible for you to survive. Suddenly, a gaunt man appeared sitting near the base of a tree. Bai Haiyang began to enumerate. First, the trees and animals on land began to wither. Then the humans and demons on the land were affected as well. Facing that young man was a massive figure, leafy, with sharp teeth and glowing, murderous eyes. He continued, even if they see humans as either protectors or prey, the land beneath them is collapsing. This is no longer just an issue between humans and the Dragon Palace. It's a conflict between the land and the sea. Deep beneath the ocean is the vast Dragon Palace. He added, from the Demon King to the great demons in many regions with comparable power. And even the saints of humankind, many are watching and waiting for an opportunity. But who dares act recklessly when the elder brother at that time was temporarily in power? Looking down below, Bai Haiyang said, even though succession wasn't complete, the opponent still held the Dragon King's power. If they clashed recklessly, the consequences would make the drought far worse. The current Dragon King knelt before his elder brother, his face panicked and anxious. Bai Haiyang recounted. When the younger brother returned, he tried to convince his elder that if things continued like this, a catastrophic war between the land and the sea, unprecedented in history, could occur. Yet the elder brother ignored his plea. He looked up at his elder brother in surprise. Bai Haiyang continued. That was the elder brother's goal from the beginning, to wage war against the demons and humans on land to assert control. Elaine held her wine glass and asked further, in that case, was there any chance of victory? Bai Haiyang immediately replied, honestly, the Dragon Palace was not superior to the land. War was avoided not because the land feared defeat, but because of the potential consequences. The elder brother was surrounded by officials, smiling in approval. He added, however, a significant number of Dragon Palace officials were thrilled by the elder brother's ambition. Perhaps they didn't fully understand the world beyond the sea. Bai Haiyang lifted the flute in his hand, smiling with a frightening delight, staring at the eerie flute before speaking. If everything had gone according to plan back then, it would have been very interesting. But that didn't happen. The younger brother gave the people on land the Dragon King's power bound by invisible red chains, he explained. A weapon that tames the 10,000 waves, in other words. A weapon to seal and restrain the Dragon King's power at sea. He could not act openly, because doing so could divide the entire Dragon Palace. He concealed his identity and secretly handed over the weapon. Ilian leaned on her hand, hearing this, and laughed loudly. What, was he stupid? Creating something like that is like shooting himself in the foot. Bai Haiyang agreed, exactly, but there were also conditions. The flute returned to normal. He explained further, it could only be used if the Dragon Palace harmed the land first, otherwise it would be completely sealed. Of course, that's not just empty words. The first version of the 10,000 wave seal was purely defensive and counteractive. He looked down again. But even so, I think it was still self-sabotage. The flute rested neatly in his hands as he continued. It's not that I ever intended to seal it. I was never the one to modify it into this state. Back to the scene of Ilian using the flute's power to dominate the Dragon King. He trembled under the suppressive sounds being unleashed. It had been called by many names throughout Western history. A goat-headed creature, embodying both male and female traits, leading humans into the abyss of carnal desire. Perhaps that was the most famous name this dark creature had ever borne. The one who grasped the situation fastest and acted immediately was the monkey of the great sage equal to heaven. Ziohui immediately rushed forward to rescue the Dragon King from danger, or so she thought. Even though she did not know what that flute was, it was clear that its effect was limited to the Dragon King, and playing it required complete concentration. She focused, gripping a strand of her side hair, and reasoned that if the attacker was unaware of his surroundings, then in a single instant. Suddenly, an arm whipped past right beside her, startling her. Ziohui shot a glance to the side, her feet halting as she steadied herself on the floor. She unleashed a strike of pink winds at the would-be attacker. She paused to look at him, a body with only its lower half remaining. He had been hit by her blow, and a considerable amount of blood flowed from his body. Still gripping her side hair, she prepared to attack while assessing her opponent. Its resilience had withstood a direct hit from the mad wind god. Even after being blown away, it was still able to move. That meant its human form was merely a shell. A droplet of water fell onto his hand, and he let out a cry. Then a huge mouth sprouted forth, with sharp fangs and a long tongue dripping sticky slime. It grew in place of the upper body that had been blasted away earlier, grotesque and moaning. If both sides were demons who had entered the spirit level, the outcome of the battle would not be decided by strength alone, not even spiritual power. Ziohui recalled a scene in a room. A voice spoke. That's right. From a human perspective, it can be illustrated like this. Holding a cup of wine in her hand, her face flushed with a light drunken hue, Ziohui said, a trained soldier with a dagger, and a child holding a fully loaded automatic rifle. If they faced each other on the battlefield, which side do you think would have the higher chance of winning? Zio sat opposite her. Hearing that, he replied thoughtfully, I don't know much about guns, but assuming there are no obstacles between them. Ziohui lifted her cup and answered, time, place, distance, physical condition, psychology. The outcome can change depending on those factors. Neither side can be certain. Using the dagger and rifle as examples, she began to explain. The same applies to spells and spiritual power. As long as there is a guaranteed ability to kill the opponent with a direct hit, other factors become more important than raw strength. The boy fumbled awkwardly with the rifle in his hands. Ziohui added, no matter how powerful your magic is, if you don't know how to use it or aren't proficient, its power will be greatly reduced. The boy keeps firing wildly at the opponent with the dagger. She continued, on the other hand, if you understand your opponent's abilities. As long as the situation allows, you can respond appropriately. The opponent realized the boy had run out of ammunition and seized the opportunity to charge. She further analyzed, moreover, you can find openings using your own magic. Zio replied, yes, with your explanation I understand now. Although using guns as an example was unexpected, the reason you're telling me this is. She cut him off because in your current state you're no different from that child. I still don't fully understand you, nor have I seen you fight properly. If we count the number of times we've met, it's only been twice in the past few days. The two of them recalled the scene of Zio defeating someone. She said, however, in just those few days, you've grown to the point that you can be regarded as an entirely different being. Ziohui crossed her arms and continued seriously. Of course, that growth itself is worthy of praise. Your bloodline potential, a bit of luck in your experiences, but above all, none of it would have happened without your own will. You've already felt the backlash from it, haven't you? At this point, Zio seemed to realize something as he listened to Ziohui. Although you acted according to your own judgment and will, when you look back, it feels as if those actions were done by someone else. At least once in the battles you've experienced, hasn't that happened? He gradually fell into deep thought after her words. Merely heightened emotions or aggression were not the main issue. An image surfaced of a masked figure, his body wrapped in long red bands holding a great blade. She warned, if you use magic you have never learned or practiced as if something has possessed you, that is proof that you are beginning to be devoured by your own power. She continued to explain, especially someone like you. A demon with a powerful bloodline but no senior to guide you. This is a symptom you must guard against above all else. She gave an illustrative example, a beast out of control, savagely tearing into its prey. It is not only about using too much spiritual power, but also about recklessly wielding strength that you cannot even comprehend or control. That is how demons become possessed by their own dark nature, lose their reason and turn into fiends. Her face flushed from the alcohol, she looked directly at Siu and reminded him, so stop trying to boost your power for a while. Siu tensed up, staring at her and said that even the spiritual orbs you swallowed today are already too much. Since I can't make you spit them out, I'll help you digest them. Tiu Hoi suddenly thought of Ho Hoa, a nine-tailed fox, and said, if you had a wise protector, they would have done everything to stop you. Tiu Hoi pointed at him and warned him, something to remember. Try to avoid overwhelming your opponent with sheer strength, or you'll reach your limit in each battle, pushing yourself until you are consumed. She compared Siu's strength to holding a dagger in hand rather than other weapons. She analyzed for him that at your current level, what you have is enough to face opponents a few ranks above you. Instead of seeking stronger weapons, it's better to learn how to use the weapon skillfully and efficiently. She said she was rambling a bit, but what she wanted to tell him was what she knew about Hak Lin. He was startled when she said, I don't know if the one in Long Kung is Hak Lin, but if it is, I know how to deal with it. She continued, the best way is to capture it directly. Siu asked curiously, but if it wasn't you, Tiu Hoi, what if I encountered it? You're telling me to use the strategy you just described to catch it, right? She replied, yes, even if I face it first. Depending on the situation, I might lose. Back in the present, Tiu Hoi is facing the monster with a huge mouth, but no facial features. She pulled a strand of her hair, preparing to attack. She seemed to realize something and muttered to herself, I understand now. Behind her were mysterious figures, and she said, so this is not just a rebellion. One of them spoke, oh, just as expected from the granddaughter of the great sage, equal to heaven. Even in this situation, you don't seem threatened at all. Interesting, he continued, but unfortunately, you are not the target. She glanced at him and replied, nothing surprising. A man with a scar on his face and one blind eye laughed and responded. You see that too, right? Your grandfather's crimes in Long Kung 1,000 years ago deserved to die hundreds of times over. But don't worry, I don't intend to make you bear all the responsibility. A large object suddenly appeared in front of Tiu Hoi, startling her. The previous figure with the horizontally placed mouth lunged at her. At the same time, the scarred man threatened her, I'll let you live, but I will utterly destroy you and send you back to Hoa Kwa-sun. She didn't expect the scarred man to fly right behind her, threatening, this is the punishment for you foolish monkeys. A loud sound shook all of Long Kung. Siu on the other side of the forest seemed to hear it too. He turned his head curiously, what was that just now? Just the sound alone suggested it was quite far, but the tremor reached all the way here. He guessed something must have happened. Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned toward the source. A blond man said, damn snake, how dare you take your eyes off me? He realized he was also in a fierce battle. Ah, sorry, your opponent was severely injured by you but still standing. He replied, I lost focus for a moment. I didn't expect you could endure that hit. He returned to seriousness, fists ready to continue the fight. All right, let's continue. The scene at the ocean floor appeared. A few minutes later, Bizian led Siu further into Long Kung. Looking around with no one in sight, he wondered, we've reached here. But strangely, no one seems to be working in the palace. Siu recalled that the palace usually had made servants walking and talking. Last night, only the guest area was quiet. Even the first floor was noisy all night. He looked at the person in front of him suspiciously. Are they plotting something? She raised a hand toward her head, unclear why. Bizian frowned in discomfort. Not time yet? Siu tried to smile. Sorry, is something wrong? She looked up. Nothing. Let's continue. The two continued walking forward. He was curious, by the way, who is General Xian? Must be important, after all, a general. Bizian gave him a warning glance. I already said, you have no right to ask anything. He looked frightened. Sorry, you told me to watch my words, so I thought it would be better to know more. Before he could finish, she interrupted. Long Kung once had 4 generals. In the universe, there are also 4 corresponding directions, but now it's different. Bizian continued. Representing the 4 directions, north, south, east, west. But with the southern general missing, there are now only 3, no, only 2 generals left, plus a traitorous servant. That is the man always by Long King's side. His name is Baekyo, East General, not qualified to be a general, not even worthy of a low rank. But he was promoted for currying favor with Long King. The other 2, luckily, were the North and West generals. Truly loyal to the court, not just Long King. They planned to depose the current king and replace him with someone more deserving. Siu hesitated. Are you calling her a princess? Is it her birthday today? She looked as if she had just heard the funniest thing imaginable. Suddenly someone approached. Bizian scolded, ordering the generals to act swiftly and silently. Why are you bringing her here only now? 2 soldiers were dragging Perion forward. One soldier scratched his head, laughing it off. Come on, that's not true. Before the tournament we trained her, explained the reasons and invited her to participate. But the old woman tried to escape. She was hit with a bloodied cloth, breathing heavily. We had no choice but to capture and strike her. Though polite, she still wouldn't reveal the location of the gem. She gazed coldly. The generals insisted on bringing her along, but she refused to speak, unbearable to watch. Bizian gave the order. Step aside, the soldier had just explained but didn't understand. What's there to boast about if you can't make an old woman open her mouth? Are you planning to bring her to meet the generals like this? She glared fiercely. I'll see for myself if she will speak. Step back and let me handle this, useless fool. The 2 soldiers released her in fear. Madame Gu collapsed to the ground, the demons recoiling. By the way, you are a traitor as well, aren't you? Haven't you been flattering the Dragon King for over 1,000 years? With such a long life, you only achieve minor positions in the palace. Ridiculous, she stepped forward, grabbing the cloth that had hit her head. Perhaps you are too outdated to grasp the situation. She clings only to useless pride. As she pulled the cloth away, blood gushed onto the ground. He was speechless at the sight. DJ On's eyes blazed in warning. Ryan's face was covered in wounds, trembling. I do not understand why the generals show mercy to a useless pretender like you, but when given a rare chance, you should be grateful and accept it. She stared blankly, refusing. No, the one granting me this rare opportunity is His Majesty, not you traitors. I am a servant and a member of the Dragon Palace. I cannot support your ungrateful rebellion. She was stunned at these words. If you intend to persuade me, be ready to risk your life. How can you respond exactly as expected? Vizian commanded. You too, the soldier stammered. Yes, yes. Siu was ordered to be taken away. Bring him to General Xian on my behalf. I've already carried him here. So he could not resist. The two soldiers approached him. Meanwhile, she knelt before Madame Gu. Now, you know our family descends from the Dragon King, right? The common folk consider it a rumor, but it is a historical truth recorded in the archives. Vizian began recounting the old tale. Long ago, two snakes lived in the Eastern Sea. One passed through the Dragon Gate and became the first Dragon King. The other, unfortunately, remained a snake and became the ancestor of our clan. She lifted Perion's chin with her fingertip. The serpent's blood could not flow freely. We may lack the ability to rule the seas, but in its place, we developed a lesser power. Vizian's state suddenly changed, her fingertip radiating energy, a special skill, the ever-changing deadly poison. It is the power of venom. I can manipulate its toxicity, form, and effects at will. I can create a poison that ends life. Instant and painless. She extended two poison-laden fingertips toward Madame Gu's face as she spoke. Or one that causes pain, deforms limbs, and drives the victim insane without killing. Madame Gu could only endure with closed eyes. The venom ran along the blood trail. Once injected, regret could not reverse it. Vizian laughed triumphantly. Your life is nearly over. Siu tried to remain calm. Stop pretending to be tough. Why not finish it now instead of wasting time talking? Yet inwardly she thought otherwise. I don't truly want you to kill her. Hearing this, she turned to look at him, unguarded, and he delivered a powerful kick. Vizian was thrown back uncontrollably. The three demons there trembled even more. He anxiously asked, can she stand up? His hands were still ready, but his eyes scanned her. Then he heard a loud shout, Choi Siu, if moving is hard, stay put. I will protect her. She gritted her teeth in anger. You useless insect, Vizian warned. Do you wish to see your friend die? What are you thinking, acting as if it's nothing? Let him die. In truth, we weren't that close anyway. She held her head high. Her fists clenched. I planned to endure until I could no longer, but my patience isn't as strong as I thought. She bit her lips, smiling dangerously. Fine, whatever your plan is, proceed. As I said, I've grown weary of this predictable turn of events. She raised her hands, summoning a different power. You may be the first to witness it on land. She had perfected her poison skill, finishing her declaration. Siu struck her directly. She had no time to defend, only able to scream. He was flustered by all the commotion. Only now could she stand, still trembling. Madame Gu was thrown into the wall. Both Madame Gu and Vizian were equally shocked, for they had anticipated Siu's moves. They recalled observing his combat skills during the preliminaries. Madame Gu had watched him the entire round, and Vizian had reviewed his performance records. They had also observed the first half of the main round. At that point, they had seen his abilities, but Siu's speed far exceeded anything they could predict. She was furious. Of course, he had hidden part of his strength. However, it wasn't just his physical abilities. I could tell from the blow I just took. There must be some spell enhancing his body. Looking back, I saw the two soldiers lying crumpled on the ground. Thanks to that, he took down the two soldiers right in front of me and reached his hand behind my back. She was confused by his actions, but saw no magic being cast. There wasn't even a trace of energy. What kind of sorcery is this? Pulling herself together, she started activating her ability. It's okay. That means I know such a thing exists. This isn't a speed I can't react to. She twisted her hand to control the myriad deadly poisons, then concentrated them in her palm. Suddenly, she swung her hand and launched them toward Siu. Streams of poison surged forward to attack him. He tilted his head and stared. Very quickly, he jumped up with one leg. He ran swiftly toward his father. Ryan grabbed her and leapt away. Only now did the other soldier sit up, still in pain. Looking up, he saw the poison rushing toward him. Ignoring the soldier's terrified shouts, he held Mrs. Gu and used his leg to propel them into the air. They escaped the danger zone and flew outside, but she didn't relent, continuing to launch more. The poison surged toward him, sensing imminent danger. Siu made a decision. Sorry, Dad, Ryan is still confused. I'll try to minimize the pain. She panicked. What? Before she could compose herself, he threw her with all his strength. He started bracing the staff against his hand. Siu swung the staff into the stream of poison in front of him. The result shocked him. The staff disintegrated on contact with the poison. The poison surged close to his body, forcing him to grit his teeth and step back. Siu stared in disbelief at the enemy, still in combat stance. He held the corroded staff, remaining alert as he watched her. Chuat was stunned, staring at the smoking staff. Even though it no longer touched the poison, smoke still rose. I swung with full force, yet the staff melted instantly, making defense meaningless. Seeing the soldier's lower half corroded away frightened him. The limbs were intact. If it were his whole body, it wouldn't just be a recovery issue. He thought of Sa Tin and Yo Kai. This was a completely different level compared to any poison user he had ever faced. They didn't attack Yuzin and me without reason. Vizian kept pressing the attack, but Ko shot up into the air and avoided it. She bared her teeth and charged in with a vicious look. The moment he touched down, he sprinted again. But at this level, neither her range nor her speed was truly threatening. He could dodge, then steadily close the distance. Once he got close enough, he studied her attack pattern. Suddenly, he realized what it was: 10,000 shifting venom. Vizian's poison magic could produce many different toxins according to certain rules. For example, Ko tried to analyze how she generated poison. Every added advantage doubled the mana cost. Vizian couldn't create a poison that was invisible, colorless, odorless, and lethal in tiny amounts. He gave a faint smile. If it was invisible, colorless, and odorless, at most it would only cause mild paralysis. That was why she was so smug, raising a hand and ready to strike. She had to combine different toxins. He's already fallen into my trap, seeing that he always found a way to evade her moves against an opponent of a certain caliber. It wasn't easy to land a hit with a poison whip. At best, it would only hinder movement and slow them down. Vizian calculated silently, so I'll use the poison whip. Use it as bait from the start and create poison spores, she thought. The toxicity wasn't much, but the concealment and spread were excellent, remembering the times he'd gotten close without realizing it. While he was focused on dodging and closing in, he must have absorbed the poison spores through his skin. All of a sudden, Ko faltered mid-run. She guessed right. The numbness only lasted a few seconds, but once the poison truly took hold, even the Dragon King couldn't control his body. Now he could only stand there, completely unable to move. Vizian saw her chance. This was the end. But when she looked again, his figure was gone, nowhere to be seen. Still satisfied with victory, she prepared to strike. Ko's talent truly couldn't be denied. Madame Gu burst into tears, overcome with emotion. However, in the history of the demon clan, there had been many geniuses like him. Only now did Vizian panic. Even so, when it came to this technique, no demon, past or present, could compare to that boy. The reason was simple. Ko himself had created this technique. Zio Hui said, Ko, the Apfa Dan I inherited is a type of spell that can increase body weight, or more precisely, its mass. Ko listened intently. When I was little, training alone, an idea suddenly came to me, and when I tested it, as she spoke, she demonstrated it on the spot. Hands on her hips, cheeks flushed, she stood on the surface of the water and said she'd realized it was possible. Ko answered in amazement, you reversed the effect and reduced your body's mass, didn't you? Zio Hui replied, that's right. She lowered her head as she explained, our unique magic is etched deep into our bloodline. When it awakens depends on the individual, their talent, and how much they've trained. Some people never awaken at all, but once it does, it becomes as natural as walking or breathing. You can probably feel that more clearly than I can. Ko nodded rapidly. Yes, even with my ability, the first time I used it wasn't something I controlled by will. Only the second time could I use it deliberately. The only problem is the output. Ko recalled what had happened last time and continued. As for control, it's almost exactly as I expected. Zio Hui looked at him and agreed. Exactly. The only things we can truly understand are the nature of the magic and the basic methods of control. As for output and applied techniques, that depends on whoever inherits the power. Of course, when it comes to applied technique, education matters more than figuring it out on your own. The older a family or lineage is, the more varied applied techniques they have to pass down. However, not every applied technique is preserved. As she spoke, she lifted a hand and cast a spell, pouring tea into a cup. Even when they are passed down, some techniques are so difficult that even the most gifted people of that era could grasp them, and when the same bloodline is split by factions and power struggles, some techniques are kept completely secret. And there's one last case. What do you think it is? Zio Hui asked Ko. Faced with the question, he fell silent in thought for a while. Then he answered, is it discovering it yourself, like how only learning the answer slows your progress? Zio Hui took a sip of tea from the table and said, after I first mastered the technique I just showed you, I ran straight to see my grandfather. To the other adults in the family, it seemed like a useless discovery, trivial, insignificant, a silly little joke, but I thought at least he'd find it cute. But he only said, well done, truly admirable. At your age, you've already grasped the basics of transformation magic. He patted Zio Hui and encouraged her. What foolish children couldn't understand for 1,000 years, a single granddaughter has surpassed it all. The applied technique itself is that hard. It just needs the right idea added onto a separate spell. But according to my grandfather, no one in the family before me had ever tried that simple idea. Perhaps more accurately, they didn't feel it was necessary. Sun Apfadarn was already a powerful spell. However, in simple terms, shapeshifting turned out to be an applied technique with far more potential than I had imagined. Grandfather said Sun Wukong used it as one of his trump cards when facing strong enemies. All of these techniques are called absolute skills. A lone monster, through its own experience and ideas, creates a unique skill that belongs only to them. Of course, like the feathers I discovered, it turns out this was the path my grandfather had taken. Even if an awakened being has an absolute skill, it might just be a common applied technique among their ancestors. Nevertheless, the effort to seek your own absolute skill now will certainly be helpful, not just to increase strength, but also to practice resisting instinctive control and learning how to manage it. Whether it's a challenge you face now or later, time is always pressing for you, but that doesn't necessarily mean bad determination shines brightest in despair. The inspiration came from yesterday's event, in the battle against Miri, Princess of the Dragon Palace. Her overwhelming power surpassed both magic and Siu's regeneration speed. To conserve magic and the time needed for recovery, Siu's chosen method was truly a last resort. Leaving the room, Siu thought as he walked. At that moment I could have replaced my muscles and bones with goblin rods, not just replacing, but also moving faster and stronger than usual. However, the limits of what the goblin rods could achieve depend on what I could imagine and sketch in my mind, no matter how strong I am. If I lose control, how could I replicate all the structures of muscles and joints, even recalling the sensation? Back then, it felt like goblin rods were attached to my body, forcing it to move. The damage from that is probably why I fainted after the fight. Even now, in my current state, if I tried again, I certainly wouldn't last long. But if applied only for a very short time, in a limited movement area, I recalled the scene on the arena floor when I used my fully muscled arm. I only used my arm to punch the opponent's head away. Once done, I quietly thought, success. The power exceeded my expectations. At this level, the effect was truly excellent. Suddenly, I sensed a surge of power. I glanced toward the source in astonishment. In terms of agility, it was many times stronger than when I fought Miri. That's because, instead of just using goblin rods to move my body, I inserted a structure for shape and texture control inside the moving parts of my body. As a result, with only a small amount of magic needed to materialize the goblin rods, I could achieve movement more than 10 times faster than what my body could normally do. The drawback was anaphylaxis, completely crushing my internal body. Even ignoring that, forcing the rods into my body by tearing flesh, muscles, and bones was no different from self-harm. If my body wasn't that of a monster, or more precisely, a goblin, it would have collapsed before I could even complete the move. I no longer felt my limbs, not to the point of immobility, but I couldn't exert any strength at all. Externally it looked fine, but inside it must have been in a pitiful state. I imagined a melon shattering. After using that move, it took me 6-7 seconds to recover. Happily, I thought, if I could finish an opponent with a single blow like this, that would be a price worth paying. But ultimately, I only succeeded because Samdi lost composure and charged straight at me. If the opponent had successfully defended or dodged, there would have been a few seconds when I was completely vulnerable. That's a risk I couldn't easily accept. Although magic consumption is low, reckless overuse would lead to disaster. I thought I needed to reduce output power to avoid too much recovery time, or only use it when I was sure I could defeat the opponent. Vizian, after losing half her body, turned pale and stammered, questioning, How did you? At the scene, smoke and dust filled the air. The wall was destroyed, leaving a large hole. Vizian clenched her teeth, crying out in pain. Her raised hand, trying to counterattack, gradually weakened. Vizian trembled, panicking. Why? I stood behind and replied, Of course it won't work. Because the power to pull it out is right here, I said as I raised the purple goblin orb in my hand. Looking at the orb in my hand, I breathed heavily, thinking, almost got it. But this time I had grasped everything better. You remembered that when delivering the decisive blow, if you control the output of your power at a reasonable level, you can execute the next move while still maintaining a gentle response. There won't be many situations like this, but you learned that you can still move indirectly even with something like a numeric boundary effect such as poison. Next time, you'll use it much more flexibly. Siu Cam Yu said, You seem very confident in yourself, but without this, I'm not sure whether that confidence would continue. After all, you were in my position just a moment ago. I trust you know how to behave appropriately. Vizian couldn't help but feel afraid after hearing that. She involuntarily stepped back as Siu continued, There are many things I want to ask. But for now, I'll only ask 2 simple questions. First, specifically, what do you plan to do to draw out the Dragon King? Or right now, how can I leave this place and return to the surface? Siu Cam Yu threatened, If I receive a satisfactory answer, I will return this to you and only lock you up somewhere quiet. Of course, I will make sure you're injured badly enough that you won't be able to do anything for a while. Though resentful, Vizian was at a disadvantage and had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and agreed, All right, I understand. She began answering each issue one by one about inheriting the position of Dragon King. But as soon as she reached that point, her face darkened and she could no longer continue. Siu sensed something unusual and looked at her in confusion. But at that moment, Vizian's entire body swelled up like a balloon, veins bulging blue and red all over, looking terrifying. And after swelling to the limit, a earth-shattering explosion occurred. It happened extremely fast, and Siu retreated to avoid it. At that moment, he heard someone calling him. He instinctively turned around. The one calling was Perion, and she warned Siu. "You must get inside quickly, the poison smoke is about to spread." Just as she said, the toxic smoke engulfed the entire area where the two had just fought. Siu was deeply grateful and said, "It's a good thing you warned me in time. I thought it was just a simple explosion. I didn't expect the poisonous gas to be real. I assumed she had given up and surrendered peacefully, but perhaps I misjudged the situation." Lady Perion replied no. Her death and the explosion were not her own choice. She recalled and explained to Siu, "If the one who consumed it becomes a traitor, the poison will immediately activate within their body, harming those around them. The subordinates who took part in this rebellion, including her, may not have even known they were poisoned." After hearing this, Siu somewhat understood, so that's what happened. The energy I sensed from the explosion was exactly the same. So I didn't think it was outside interference. Lady Perion said, "It's no wonder you felt that way." A shocking piece of news, she told him, was that the one who created that poison was likely her father. As for the question you asked her earlier, I think I can give you an incomplete answer. Siu listened intently. "It is clear that something has happened to the Dragon King, as I am completely unable to use the internal communication system right now. Siu, during the preliminary round, you saw me transport both of you and occasionally place my hand on my temple to receive news from elsewhere, right?" Only now did Siu realize it. Lady Perion continued, "All those communication and teleportation techniques were not mine. They were abilities borrowed from the Dragon King's power. Not just me, but all officials of the Dragon Palace can freely communicate and move around the palace that way. The fact that the rebels were able to disable it proves that they have succeeded in suppressing the power of the Dragon King." Hearing this, Siu seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in shock. Recalling that familiar gesture, he thought to himself, "I understand now." So when she placed her hand on her temple back then, she was checking whether the communication network inside the palace was functioning normally. At that time it was still working, so the Dragon King was still fine. But to paralyze someone that powerful, what did they do? Seeing him standing there deep in thought, Lady Perion continued, "However, the rebels likely still have not laid their hands on the Dragon King. The throne of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King's power are passed down through the royal jade, an inheritance from the first Dragon King. The rightful heir to the royal jade is none other than Princess Miri, the daughter of the current Dragon King. If they assassinate the Dragon King, the jade will recognize the princess as the next Dragon King and transfer the power to her. If something happens to both of them, the jade will seal itself from that moment on." Siu rested his hand on his chin and murmured, like a will, "Until that changes, they cannot harm the Dragon King." Suddenly, he stared at Lady Perion in astonishment. She unexpectedly knelt down in front of him. Allowing an honored guest at the banquet to witness such disgraceful scenes in the palace is already a grave offense. Even so, as this shameful old woman, I still beg you. Of course, Choi Siu and Kim Yuksin should leave this dangerous palace and return to the surface as soon as possible. But before that, could I ask you to find General Baekyo, who is somewhere in the palace? This is probably a carefully planned rebellion. If it's him, I'm sure he's lying low so he can act on the Dragon King's behalf. Even if the general is safe, the chance that he can stop this rebellion is almost none." But before she could finish, Siu cut her off to refuse. "Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. I don't know how long I'll be stuck here, so I can't waste time." Lady Barian understood and had no choice but to accept it. Siu continued, "If you'll at least let Yuksin leave with the necessary items, I'll do my best to help on this side." Lady Barian got the message and replied, "I understand. In the end, you came here to obtain a precious item to seal a vengeful spirit." Siu said, "To be precise, it's more complicated than that. But either way, Alusen has to return with the sealing item before today ends. We need a powerful weapon, one that can seal a vengeful spirit that's causing trouble for an entity far stronger than me. Is there anything like that within reach that we can take right now?" Lady Barian was silent for a long while, then said, "A very long time ago we received a treasured sword as a tribute from the surface, offered up by some insignificant palace official. I wouldn't dare judge its value, but the Dragon King loved it and often admired it. If you go to His Majesty's bedchamber, you should be able to find it." Hearing that, he sprang to his feet. "All right, let's go now, and if we can find General Baekyo along the way, even better." Siu thought to himself, "I'm worried about Zomi, Goyu, Yashihiro, and Yuzuru, but right now I have to prioritize Seohoa's condition." He glanced around, thinking there was no way he could confirm everyone's safety in this enormous palace. All he could do was hope. Leaving Eocene seemed like the right choice, but with his personality, there was no way he'd just sit still. No chance. Siu couldn't help but sigh. "Please stay safe and don't cause any more trouble. And I hope you haven't gone too far." Cut to where Yuksin is now. Holding a sword in one hand and resting the other on the broth ladle, he said, "By the way, this might be off topic, but I've been wondering about your role. I mean, your outfit. I can tell the ones in yellow are just grunts. I ran into a bunch of them on the way here and they weren't worth my attention. But you three in red, what rank are you exactly? You know, like the 10 new lords of the Dragon Palace or some red dragon unit or something. There has to be some kind of ranking system or reason for the red uniforms, right? Right after asking for a while and getting no answer, Yuxin pressed on. Are you about to die or something? Yuxin spoke as he drew his sword. Sorry for talking so weird. Just from the way you talk, I can tell you're nothing more than a grunt. Maybe a little stronger, that's all. Yuxin sighed, his arrogance obvious as he said, well, I wasn't expecting much. Then he added, going by his memory. The first time I saw that demon, it looked ridiculous. She did anyway. On top of that, Yuxin slowly stepped closer, getting ready to draw. Sword out and issue a challenge. If you're really that capable, why are you bunching up like this? Yuxin drew his blade from its sheath, his lips moving. Then Yuxin pointed his sword at them, his aura flaring as sharply as his words. So what, are you three going to attack me one at a time? Yuxin sized all three up and said, I'm pretty sure the one in the back is just standing there to look cool. No idea how strong it is. The one in back chuckled and replied, you're right. Confident in himself, Yuxin declared. I don't think you can beat me unless you all come at me at once. The mysterious blue-haired youth commented, how audacious. We've already lost 2 humans. Who did we lose? The other stranger answered, well, either way, he clearly has to be eliminated. There's no way someone who should have died or been captured could make it here. The blue-haired mysterious one sighed and complained, from the start, we've been too arrogant. Even if the finalists are weaker, there are still too many variables for one person to take on 2, right? He began to use his power and said, either way, I'll support you. Yuxin started to notice something off about them. The masked figure suddenly released a huge surge of power, black shell turtle curse, flying fish wondrous water. Yuxin felt uneasy at the opponent's power. He wondered, what kind of white clan uses a ladle? The stranger wearing a white clan mask lunged straight at him. The man's huge hand closed in toward Yuxin's face. Luckily, Yuxin slipped aside. With sharp, practiced eyes, the masked figure read his movement. In an instant, the masked stranger caught hold of Yuxin's arm. A jet of bright red blood immediately sprayed out. The masked stranger snapped Yuxin's arm and praised him. Not bad, you definitely have the skills to make it this far. However, Yuxin was in agony from his severed arm. He grimaced at every word the man said. You're not as good as you think you are. The masked stranger charged straight at Yuxin as he spoke. There may not be a next time. In your next life, remember humility and caution. Suddenly, he noticed something behind him, his eyes flicking back. The mysterious blue-haired man let out a sudden "oh," then broke down what he had just observed. In an instant, he froze, too stunned to react. Only then did the masked stranger realize his own arm had been severed. The blue-haired man kept talking. That shell was engraved for a reason. Yuxin sprang up and shielded the other person. He shot back angrily, humility, my ass. Only then did the man turn his head around. He said coldly, listen, who the hell are you to lecture me, you bastard? 2 streams of purple power shot straight at him. Yuxin hesitated at the technique as 2 darts whistled in, sinking deeper and deeper into flesh. Yuxin winced at the situation when a voice spoke up. Watch. The mysterious blue-haired man warned in a threatening tone. You never know what variables will show up. The 2 darts pierced through his flesh. Yuxin spat up a bit of fresh blood in pain. Seeing an opening, the masked man lunged in too, replying to the other exactly. The masked man's power made his hands swell larger. He assessed, he's not someone you can take lightly, then threw a punch with those huge hands. The blue-haired man watched for a moment, then said, even so. By now, Yuxin's body wouldn't stop bleeding and his sword fell from his grasp. He suffered under the wounds all over his body. The 2 of them said together, it's over, that's it. Yuxin's face was covered in bruises. His voice trembled, this can't be, I trained so hard and I was even taught by a god. He stared at the 2 who had just defeated him, still speaking arrogantly. But why? They're just a bunch of idiots. With tears all over his face, Yuxin charged at them, shouting, what the hell is this? At that moment, another Yuxin outside spoke coldly. I'm so pissed off. That's the clone technique, the art of deceiving the enemy by creating a dummy that mimics your movements and techniques, producing a replica to draw attention away from the real body. He had used a trick. The dummy Yuxin created belonged to the heavenly Qi realm, far above him by many levels. He recalled the words of the one who had taught him. So-called deception is a unique technique, capable of fooling even heaven and earth. The red-haired man cheerfully explained how to create it. Yuxin didn't want to listen and asked bluntly, so how do I use it? You've told me that many times already. An idea flashed through his mind. His plan was to send a fake copy to the 3 gate-guarding demons. It was a clever plan. While the demons were busy dealing with it, he could easily climb over the wall. At the gate, screams rang out without stopping. One of Yuxin's eyes was being used to observe. The power from that eye suddenly disappeared. He jolted, oh, over there, my clone passed out. He told himself, it's over, the visual link has been cut. Yuxin glanced behind him and thought that the red demons were definitely on a completely different tier from the gold ones. Judging both their basic movements and technique, Analyses of the demons' traits surfaced one after another in his mind. That octopus's hallmark was shape-shifting and regeneration, so its human form was probably just a disguise. Its internal structure and weak points would be totally different, but overall it wouldn't be too hard to handle. Yusin recalled the moves the clone had just faced. The short one was the real nuisance. Had Cursicraft helped him sprout extra winged appendages, they increased agility or speed. A way to deal with it formed in his mind. The shots weren't that powerful, but combined with the octopus's physique, they were extremely dangerous. Yusin quietly praised their teamwork. Pretty good teamwork for a piece of seafood, he told himself. I'm a bit disappointed I can't figure out who's behind them. But then a voice suddenly rang out. He doesn't need to worry about me. Yusin frowned and spun around. The other person's hat fell to the ground. A white-haired girl raised both hands in surrender and spoke cheerfully. I'm not sure you'll believe me, but first, I'm not a demon meant for fighting. Second, I don't intend to fight either. Yusin doubted her. He said sternly, I know, unless you're confident you can reattach a head after it's been cut off. He warned, you'd better be careful what you say. Deep down, he still thought it wasn't that he hadn't considered being discovered. But the thought kept circling in his mind. I can't sense the aura of those two, I can only see this person. She kept speaking, even with the blade pressed to her throat. It may sound hard to believe, but I realized what you were planning early on. But I didn't tell the other two. Yuxin, hearing this, asked suspiciously, why? She gave a sly smile and spoke softly. I suppose it's the same reason someone would deceive us, if the outcome can't be changed. Then causing less bloodshed might be wiser. She analyzed, you anticipated the final outcome. If we were to stop him, you'd have some trouble, but we'd all be killed. You just see it as a waste of time. She feared he wouldn't believe her, so she explained. So am I if we can't complete the mission against you. Saving our own lives is natural. Yusin still didn't believe, so he continued. Suppose you're right, you came here alone to teach me a lesson. You hastily added. Not at all, she then produced evidence to prove it. Look at my other hand. Yuxin glanced along her gaze and it surprised him. There was a command token. She explained its use. The moment you use it, you can return to the ground outside the Dragon Palace. You can only use it once, but it can carry 5 people within range. She mentioned what he cared about. After all, he was looking for a safe return to the mainland. Right? She offered enticing terms. This token would allow you and your team to get home safely. Before she could finish, Yuxin interjected. You'll avoid being blamed for breaking your word. That's all. He pondered what to do next. Yuxin gave his approval. All right, this surprised her. He quickly cut the hand holding her token and said, I'll take this first. She was shocked, stammering, trembling, you've gone too far. Her voice trembled continuously, but I meant well. I gave you the only token I had, and in return, oh no. Even so. Yuxin remained cold, unconvinced. Enough, your nonsense won't work. You expect me to just hold out my hand to receive something from a little demon? If you think I'm that foolish, you're wrong. Her eyes welled up at his words. After all, it would be regenerated. And you weren't actually cut. Feng Fiu, her voice tinged with mock resentment. Really? You're human but not cute at all. Every word sounded like a reproach. Do you have to be so cruel? To a brave girl who risked her life to meet you. Yuxin sheathed his sword and replied, brave girl, you're just a cunning trickster. The sound of the sword sheathing, he said coldly. Moreover, from the start you weren't serious. It's obvious. Yuxin intelligently analyzed her words. If you truly wanted to show weakness and lack of hostility, you wouldn't have approached me in the first place. That was just bait, right? He saw through her nature. I'm sure you evaluated whether I was really as strong as you thought. That assessment was based on many aspects he listed. My reaction speed, how I responded, everything. She smiled upon hearing that. She said, I'm a natural demon raised on land. She told him about her past. My father was a great demon of the Dragon Palace controlling the oceans. But since I was born, we've lived on land with my mother among humans. She explained why she didn't hate humans. That's why I don't see humans as evil. In fact, I love them. Her face flushed as she spoke. Especially, I like humans who seem worth hunting. A human strong enough that I dare not touch, deserving any amount of time and effort to pursue. Yuxin paid no attention and didn't listen. I don't care what you like, it's none of my business. She got annoyed. He asked further. Why are 3 guards needed over there? She showed her anger. This is the arena where you played the final match. The Dragon King must already be imprisoned. Yuxin feared the current situation. Thinking to himself, the rebellion started because they had a way to subdue the Dragon King. But did it end this quickly? She doubted and asked again, and maybe this is also where the succession takes place. She told Yuxin what she knew. I heard the final match location is chosen near where the Crown Prince is imprisoned. Everything she knew was important information after the Crown Prince took the throne from the Emperor. All that's left is the princess somewhere in the palace. They said they didn't know her exact location, but she's in the palace. So it wouldn't take long to find her. Yuxin, face pale, thoughts racing. If the Dragon King is imprisoned, half the power transfer is already done. Should I leave as soon as possible? Rebel forces and a successful rebellion are completely different things. He knew the Crown Prince's strength and analyzed. Whether he's a prince or not, he's half a dragon king because he ruined his own succession. He's not someone Siu or I could handle. Yuxin was lost in thought when she spoke. Wait, if you use the token I gave you to return, stay as far from the shore as possible. I think you'll be fine. But no one can know for sure. Confused by her words, he asked, are you planning to cause a storm to celebrate the coronation? She refused. No, I'm not like that. Their plan includes 2 locations, first Musen on the Korean peninsula, second Fukuoka in Japan. She outlined the main plan. We will sink those 2 regions into the sea and use all their resources, and lives to compensate for the tributes that the Dragon Palace hasn't received in hundreds of years. She mentioned the timing of the plan, perhaps tomorrow. No, I'm sure we can do it today. Upon hearing about finding the princess, he was startled and said, oh. Then he concluded with, we're doomed. Cut to the prince's prison, where light shone directly onto the deep waters. The soldiers were all knocked unconscious, lying in pools of blood across the yard. Other guards had surrounded the area. The door slowly opened, revealing a long, winding staircase. Handu slowly approached a white coffin. The door and lock were still intact, so he lightly flicked his hand. The lock split in 2 as if cut by water, and the prison door opened on its own. Shadows moved forward, stepping slowly into the vast cell. In front of him, the chains had been loosened. He focused on the gate that had been destroyed. Tandu muttered, this lowly servant, General Tandu, respectfully greets your highness, no, the new ruler of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Then Tandu knelt, his voice self-reproachful. Please forgive the incompetence of us servants for only freeing you now. The person in the cell spoke quietly. I see. So it wasn't father who freed me from the chains. But your decision, he then asked, how many were involved in this? Tandu respectfully replied. Most of us, myself included, General Xian, and the majority of the palace ministers all supported your ascension. Tandu continued. Furthermore, all 8 palace commanders sided with us, with over 90% of the guards loyal to you. He explained the current situation. There are still a few, like General Yu, loyal to the current Dragon King. But they have been suppressed and will eventually bow to you. The prince rubbed his wrists marked red and said, come to think of it, isn't today my sister's birthday? Yes, this is the day you could catch father off guard. He looked away, contemplating. So until this day, father never changed his mind. It's a shame I don't want to commit filial disobedience. Tandu respectfully said, even if the timing came a bit early, this throne was always meant for you, your highness. Suddenly a choking laugh echoed. The voice continued, forgive me for interrupting such a serious conversation. But could you quickly take him away? He instinctively turned. I intended to leave him at the door and go immediately. But everyone froze as if afraid. The voice was Elaine S., and beside her was the Dragon King being dragged along. Well, no matter how rebellious, they wouldn't dare disrespect the king. I brought him here myself. The Dragon King's face was flushed red. He exhaled heavily at her words. I don't know what you intend, but let's finish this quickly. Elaine said disdainfully. Watching a beauty in pain isn't exactly entertaining, but it's slightly pleasing. Handu turned to her, scolding. I told you no one should enter unless I personally call. Did the guards let you in? Elaine replied briefly. I vaguely remember you giving that order, but when I asked sincerely, they let me in. Tandu snapped, irritable. The prince then called Tandu. He stood and ordered, enough, it's settled. Avoid unnecessary arguments before father. If you have a sword, give it to me. Tandu quickly obeyed. Yes, your highness. The prince examined the sharp blade, murmuring, I haven't seen father in a long time. I should fulfill my duties a bit. The sharp blade was brought to shave his scraggly beard. Instantly, he yanked the hilt sharply back. The prince returned it to Tandu. He couldn't help praising, excellent sword, sorry for damaging the hilt. The prince used the hilt as a tie to bind his long hair. Noticing a gaze, the prince looked up, under Elaine's scornful stare. He asked, do you have something to say? She replied disdainfully, not really, just that this scene isn't what I imagined holding a sword. I expected something more provocative, more thrilling. Though this scene isn't bad, I must say, I'm slightly disappointed. The prince opened the wide prison door and said quietly, I don't understand what you're talking about. If I disappointed you, I apologize. Elaine was surprised. What? He continued, you seem in a hurry, so if you want to leave, why not finish quickly? He looked at her and calmly said, what you're holding. I've never seen it, but I didn't bother asking what it was. It was a long weapon with red marks on it. The prince analyzed. If anyone from the mainland had a way to harm father, it could only be that. He calmly said, it does not belong to you, but its owner certainly knows one thing. Prince Elaine used his power to threaten her. There is no way you can leave the palace alive. Holding that item, even if you return empty-handed, it is not your fault. Elaine froze at the prince's words. She spoke with concern. What a pity. Then she handed the flute to the prince. He stiffened as he took it, instantly his body covered with red marks. Tanju rushed over anxiously. Your highness, she quickly reassured him. It's fine, the prince scoffed at it. A flute capable of suppressing a dragon's power, even made from that very power, could create such a divine weapon. Indeed, father. He had to accept and admit that the only reason he could wield this was because of his own strength and potential. Compared to father, he was far inferior. The prince spoke while watching the Dragon King in agony, gritting his teeth. As a dragon and a ruler, he could never reach father's level. He muttered, trying to speak each word carefully. "Ah, you are rambling again." No one listened, and he leapt about in that room, surely bored. The prince looked up at him and replied, "Lonely, yes, but never bored." He responded in a solemn tone, "I have had ample time to reflect on myself." His power surged violently, and the flute in his hand shattered, and what he needed to do. Hanju worried, while Elaine was delighted at his words. Just as expected, the prince broke the flute. Inside was a blue scale. Father's rebellious scale, he cautiously speculated, a part of him, the treasure that decides the Dragon King's successor given to mankind. Hanju looked at the situation, full of thoughts. The rebellious scale, the only one born with a dragon, was regarded as an unparalleled divine elixir. He lingered in those thoughts. Losing the rebellious scale was an irreversible, permanent loss for a dragon. Rebirth occurs only once in a lifetime, if at all. Thus, the scale is removed only when choosing a successor. Tandu gritted his teeth thinking of the Dragon King extracting the rebellious scale. Yet to protect the water dragons, the current Dragon King truly deserved to be deposed. The prince placed the Dragon King's rebellious scale into his mouth and slowly swallowed it. He swallowed the scale. Now possessing the so-called unparalleled divine elixir, the prince spoke to the two others in a gentle tone. "Thanks to this, I need not commit further filial sins." The dark dungeon lit up, his voice deep. "Without this, I would have had to force father to tear out his own rebellious scale." The crown prince knelt, facing the Dragon King with only one thing left to ask. "Father, tell me, where is the dragon pearl?" Another horn formed on his ear. He endured the pain, clenched his teeth, and spat out, "You want the throne? Did you think it would be easy from start to finish?" "Let me see," he spoke calmly. "When I was little, you told me," the crown prince recalled from memory, "that the most important thing for a king is the will to protect his people, and an unshakable resolve." He laid out what he believed was right. "Now that I've accepted your teachings, I will take the throne, inherit it, and uphold it. Whether it's loyal ministers of the Dragon Palace or my own young descendants, if necessary, I'll stain my hands with blood." The crown prince's voice carried a clear threat. "However, if you step aside, their blood won't need to be spilled. If the outcome is the same, a king's duty is to minimize the harm to those you cherish." Elaine looked intrigued by the crown prince's words. The Dragon King sneered, "Think carefully, see. I told you you're all talk," he shot back in a taunting tone. "You pretend to sound wise, but in the end you don't even understand what you're fumbling through. I will become king, stop spewing nonsense, the matter is settled." Even cornered, he asserted, "I am the Dragon King. I have no intention of compromising with a traitor, not from beginning to end. You don't even know your place." As soon as he finished, the Dragon King collapsed unconscious. Seeing that, Elaine couldn't help but think, what on earth happened? The crown prince stood and studied his father. Meanwhile, she remained lost in thought, and the earlier discomfort gradually eased. Could something else have worsened his condition? Afraid, Teju spoke to reassure him. "You don't need to worry too much, Your Highness. Now that you have the late king's reverse scale, the dragon pearl no longer matters. The right of succession belongs to you alone." Two horns appeared on the crown prince's head. He said, "That may be true. But if I really am the only heir, then father's influence?" Teju asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" For a moment, he fell silent with a dark expression. He lowered his head and voiced his thoughts. "Today, or maybe yesterday afternoon." The crown prince watched his father and spoke his suspicion aloud. Father tore off a second reverse scale, and it seems he handed it to someone else. Teju ground his teeth and said bitterly, "Princess Miri. The reason for holding the martial tournament and the banquet was it to formally pass the succession to the princess." The crown prince answered evenly, his face sinking. "Who knows? I can confirm it through the one resonating with the reverse scale I have. I can sense that person's presence and location. They're very close." He told the other two, "Not far this way." Siu, carrying Lady Gu with a face full of wounds, headed toward the underwater palace. Mid-stride, he stopped at the palace gate. Lady Gu was stunned by the scene, while Siu looked openly bewildered. Every soldier was injured, sprawled all over the ground. The desolation was terrifying. Siu asked, "Are those the guards here?" Lady Gu replied calmly, "No. The royal guards who protect the inner chambers are always stationed there." She continued explaining, "Because His Majesty ordered us to reduce unnecessary manpower, we've always maintained only the minimum force." The Dragon King's image surfaced in her memory. "So what? I'm still the strongest." She examined the bodies left behind. The one in yellow is a rebel. The one in blue is a palace guard if they fought here then. Before she could finish, she and Siu heard a huge crash. Someone had punched through a wall inside the underwater palace. He set her down and said, "You shouldn't go any deeper. Wait by the wall on the right. I'll take you out when it's over." Horns immediately sprouted from his head. Red streaks of power flared into view as well. Siu shot forward like a bolt, kicking up a quake where he had just stood. The scene shifted to the source of the noise, where a massive surge of water roared. A voice dripping with mockery and contempt rang out. "I really have to reflect on this. I always thought you were just a talentless fool favored by the Dragon King. Just a fake blade." Baekyo trembled at the speaker's words. "But now I see you've been honed quite well, haven't you, General?" She stood cheerfully with hands on her hips, curling her lips into a grin. If that blade hasn't rusted yet, then it's a serious obstacle to my grand ambition. And you can fulfill your role as a loyal servant. She was Goblin, the former general of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, her voice brimming with disdain. What a shame for a warrior. Baekhyo, covered in wounds, struggled to steady his breathing. She added, besides, if you weren't crushed under that burden, you could light the final path with no regrets. He replied, how ridiculous. Goblin laughed with delight. A servant to a king cannot die, and still be free of regret when facing a rebel. Yes, you're absolutely right. In an instant, she lunged at him, closing the distance until they were face to face. Aner smiled and said, but only if the one you serve truly deserves to be called a king. Galen's hands lunged wildly toward him. Bigio looked at the figure lying behind him. It was a green-haired girl, her face marked with red streaks. The attack barreled straight at him, blood instantly spraying. Galen's contempt became even clearer, a loyal subordinate yet utterly incompetent. Truly pathetic and pitiful, the blow struck right at his chest. He gritted his teeth against the pain while she looked self-satisfied, brimming with confidence. If I hadn't blocked it with my body, the princess's life would have been cut short. Galen babbled on, but this lingering display. I don't know what purpose it serves other than proving a pitiful loyalty. Ultimately, it only delays death by a few seconds. Bigio spat out a mouthful of blood. That wound was critical. A sudden voice cut through the scene. Exactly, Ko appeared from behind, now filled with fury. Without another word, his kick struck her directly. Power radiated outward. Ko unleashed a powerful kick infused with black mist magic. Galen reacted swiftly, grabbing his leg with both hands. Ko reacted immediately. His eyes glowed and he stomped his foot down again. He aimed straight for her head, channeling all his energy into a direct strike. Ko frowned at the opponent's challenge. I wonder who this is. Our honored guest has finally arrived. Galen's lips curled in scorn. Blood flowed from a severe wound. It's a pleasure to meet you. Galen channeled his energy, his eyes wild like a beast, slowly saying, I've been looking forward to meeting you. Suddenly someone grabbed her from behind, causing panic. Baekhyo's face was furious, his body covered in wounds. With the previous attack, Galen was struck hard. The pain spread like cracks throughout his body. Ko continuously unleashed a series of kicks, aiming straight at her. His gaze was unwavering. Bigio beside him shouted, stop resisting, it's useless. He looked at Ko with urgency. Throw her, the farther the better. Ko grabbed Galen by the collar with brutal force. With a fierce glare, he put all his strength into hurling her. A gap in the wall shattered under the force. Galen was flung dozens of miles away. Dust rose in a thick cloud. Ko slowly regained composure. He assumed a Tai Kai stance, inhaling deeply, his body already gravely wounded from the fight. Baekhyo continued to bleed. Ko looked anxiously at him, asking repeatedly, are you all right? Baekhyo's voice trembled as he tried to reassure Ko. I'm fine. I was stabbed, but it's not life-threatening. But you seem different. I think we've met before. Ko looked at him in surprise. When? I don't remember. Now another scene unfolded. A skirmish between two men. He recounted that. Yesterday you were in an abnormal state. Perhaps that's why you dared oppose the king. Hearing this, Ko recalled, I understand, so it was then. Reflecting, perhaps they had met. He asked, so you are General Bigio, right? Pale skin, fangs, red cloak. Baekhyo did not hesitate to add, an old lady described you that way. She said if I found you, General, you would be with me until the end. Ko looked around in confusion. The old lady was supposed to be outside. I thought she was over there, but the person over there is Gong Jun, right? He looked at her. The girl's condition was critical. She appeared poisoned. Baekhyo lowered his gaze, paused briefly as if uneasy, then gritted his teeth. After regaining composure, he said, I'm not entirely sure. The last two monsters in the finals used cunning tactics. His tone showed some admiration. Unlike His Majesty, overwhelmed, unable to act. Our skills seem to have no effect on them or anyone else. Baekhyo involuntarily looked up toward the princess. Except at that moment a voice echoed. Gong Jun's body seemed controlled, springing upright. Princess, Bigio's expression was worried. I rushed to get the princess to safety, but it was too late. I couldn't go outside, so I had to come here. Now listen carefully, the old lady and the princess. Both were shocked again by an unexpected sight. Another demon emerged from Bigio's chest, making his already weakened body suffer even more. It crawled out through a bloody hole in his body. Ko, witnessing it up close, was immediately terrified. It lunged forward, biting off Ko's hand. He reacted just in time, having been on guard. Baekhyo collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. The tension escalated. Evading was the only option. If he couldn't dodge, it would all be over. He looked at Baekhyo and asked urgently, are you okay? If you can still move. Before finishing, he glanced forward with a tense expression. The opponent spoke, I doubt he's okay. The dark faction female leader stepped in, patting the creature's head. It would take many demons to destroy a soul of his caliber. Bigio's condition was grim. He was essentially a walking corpse. Even if he survives, he'll never be himself again. She revealed herself, her pet beside her, saying, Now let's continue the introduction we didn't finish. I am Galen, one of the 3 generals of this palace, and the one who has caused you a lot of trouble. She spoke with great arrogance. I'm sure I assigned a child named Bizian to serve you diligently. That I already killed him. Your face turns proud when you mention it. Perhaps you're not good at choosing subordinates or you're not very well liked. His attitude and skills were terrible. Galen replied with self-satisfaction. It's truly a pity his lineage and his father's position required him to make a proper choice. It seems those factors do not guarantee talent. Thank you for helping me handle this. Galen looked at Siu, her words carrying a hint of praise. Compared to him, you are truly excellent. You are young, yet your spirit is like one honed for 100 years. He smiled and replied, I don't know what that spirit is, but if it takes 100 years to achieve, that's your problem. She laughed loudly and spoke. She noted that you're not very good at provoking others. Regardless, there seems to be eagerness in you. An opponent with judgment won't be easily provoked like that. She expanded on that, giving advice. If you want to drive someone out of your way, provoke briefly. Concise and clear. For example, he strained to hear her words, his mood suddenly shaken. The father of the half-blood Choi Siu is still alive. Siu, half in disbelief, stammered, what? Before he could recover, ahead of him, a source of power attacked. He reacted in time, dodging to the side, but could not completely evade due to the extreme speed. It sliced his arm. The beast charged straight at the dying Gongjun. Siu grabbed its tail, stopping the attack. Siu once again had to use the demon descent technique to muster enough strength to catch it from behind. Siu turned at the sound, eyes wide in surprise. Galen seized the opportunity, attacked him, a kick sending Siu flying into the air. A massive explosion occurred, Siu's body smashing through the sturdy roof. Then he was injured in the nose, thoughts racing. Attack from below, this woman knows how to handle me, a demon. Without hesitation, the next strike came again. Galen's beast wrapped tightly around his other arm. It looked at Siu. Siu drew a sword with magic, cutting off his own arm. He kicked it into the air with his leg. The sword swung toward Galen's head. He glanced at her. The two forces collided, creating an explosive burst of energy. Dust and smoke rose, lighting up the sky. He escaped the explosion, eyes resolute. What the hell? Images connected in his mind, Siu piecing together the events. The strike from behind was from the general. That was certainly the turtle fist technique, not just raw strength. When my punch landed, I could feel the opponent's body being ravaged horribly inside. He looked forward with some worry. I swung the demon mace with all my might, thinking if I don't win this fight, I'll die. At this moment, he reflected on his thoughts. I could feel the impact through my fingertips, possibly attack and defense, but not attack and damage. How is that possible? She seemed to read Siu's thoughts, answering, do you want to know if I can still move? The fortress had a hole in the ground as if inviting him, as she mentioned. If I want to face you, I have to mock your foolishness and strike your head. I do not consider you an enemy, as the child you met already told you. Galen smiled smugly and said, so if you ask. One of the 2 questions you are surely thinking of now, I will give you an answer. First, why could you harm me? Siu's whole body trembled, maintaining his demon state to fight. The second question you may try to avoid thinking, are you really still alive? She understood his psychology, continuing to lead him. It's unfortunate that you don't know half your lineage. A demon like you yet doesn't know who your father is. Siu struggled internally, reminding himself. Surely slandered, what could a demon from the Dragon Palace know about his father? She continued to invade Siu's mind with words. You grew up with wrestling among humans, right? Galen spoke, shattering his recent thoughts. Even if you didn't know in the past, when you lived as a human, you had reason to doubt. Siu now remembered his past self. Regarding the demon blood flowing in his body, I'm sure you thought of it whenever feeling the demon blood blend with human blood granting power. Back then, Siu was young with questions about his father. Could your father, with stronger demon blood than you, really be just a normal human? Even if you didn't question his death, you still doubted something else. Is that the only strange thing? Since ancient times, there have been rare but persistent cases of humans and demons combining. Second-generation descendants were called half-demon. But by the 3rd and 4th generations, as they continued mixing with humans, they gradually weakened until they were just human. It was a scene of a disciple seeking the way, and Siu Vo Tin was the chosen one. The first time your master found you, he brought you to Ayajiri. Back then, you didn't even know spiritual power existed, let alone cursed magic. The image of your master's grandfather appeared, his eyes blazing violet. From any demon's perspective, you were just a human, and the chance your bloodline power would awaken was extremely small. The fact that you were cowardly facing an eyeless monster pushed you to the brink of death before a whole pack of demons. If no awakening happened, then he would simply be killing a weak human. After those words came the image of you with nothing on. Your injuries were severe. The laws among land-dwelling demons should have shaken his position. Hearing this, Siu's eyes turned vicious. If he wasn't certain you would awaken, and you truly were chosen because of your real bloodline. Could all of this have happened from the very beginning? At that, Jia Lin gave a sinister smile. His reasoning matched mine. The last and greatest demon, the House of Bagan, was no mere mortal line. Siu Yu sank into his own arguments, questioning himself again and again. Why was your family's blood only discovered through a demon named Bagan from 666 years ago? Face to face, she didn't hesitate to recount the old story. Why hadn't they told you these truths? If you came from a fine lineage, knowing it wouldn't harm you. Jia Lin stepped closer lightly. It shouldn't have been that hard to uncover. She exposed the truth to persuade Siu to think along with her. Or perhaps there was some disagreement between your father and the land demons, represented by your master. Maybe your father was still alive and well, and he feared that if they met, a lie would be exposed. She hinted at the shadow of another person like the lie you already knew. Choi Siu was the only love that still remained. Siu's face darkened. Jia Lin kept prodding. I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm advising you to seek sincerity from those who have. A moment later, she reached a hand toward him as if offering salvation. If you want the answer to your second question, I swear before Bin Ka's mother that I'll tell you everything. Bin Ka does not lie. I will support you as a member of Bin Ka in the Dragon Palace so you can become part of the Dragon Palace's rebirth. She firmly believed her scheme had succeeded. Galen thought victory was in the bag. And then, a surge of power like crackling lightning appeared. What General Galen lacked was the understanding that she herself was a demon, and could never truly grasp the mind of a human boy named Choi Siu. The focus of persuasion shouldn't have been suspicion toward the land demon, but a tired, curious human boy. If she'd probed about his father, she might have achieved her goal. But as a demon, that was an impossible task. From the very start, his hesitation became resolve, and that bought him more time to concentrate. She straightened up and ended it with a verdict. All of it is pointless. Hearing that, he was furious. In a demon's cursed magic, nothing could harm this body, unless someone had been trained in a special kind of cursed magic. He channeled his energy art. The black sword in his hand burst with razor-bright sparks. They scraped together, making a few wet, sizzling sounds. Siu took a stance, ready to strike at her. Galen's beast sensed the killing intent on him and lunged to attack. Siu looked provoked, his eyes shining like a wild beast's. He swung the dark sword and cleaved her beast cleanly in two. Galen was stunned. One slash was all it took for him to kill her beast. In a single strike, if I had to choose, I'd pick the first, but there's no need to answer. Killing intent blazing, Siu declared so she would understand. I'd rather not be swayed by anything and do it myself, even if it turns out to be the wrong answer. The scene shifts elsewhere. A seaside hotel one day earlier. Siu and Yuzin about 3 hours before entering the Dragon Palace. Siu was surprised by the hotel breakfast. Oh, the hotel breakfast is a buffet. I thought it'd be room service like in the movies. Yo-Zin teased him. Such a country bumpkin, and honestly I am too. Yo-Zin adjusted the jacket he was wearing and then put it away. If we pass a convenience store, I'll buy rice balls and drinks. Even if the Dragon Palace treats guests, we don't know what they'll serve. Siu agreed, yeah, that's fine. Then he said to Yuzin, don't you have any other clothes? I'm going as your attendant. Matching outfits would be a bit weird, but it's kind of. With the same calm face, Yozin replied, just put up with it. It's not like you're going there to impress anyone. It was a bit plain, but the quality of his impulse buy wasn't bad at all. When he saw Siu in that outfit, Yuxin couldn't help blurting out in surprise. Why do you look like a homeless person? Siu also admits, see, you think so too. If I have to wear it, I will, but a voice acknowledged, yeah, that's the outfit I prepared for you. She also said that preparing this outfit was unavoidable. My outfit was made for women and you and your friend are much taller. Jaisan was on the phone with Yuzin and she spoke up. So in a hurry, I made one from leftover fabric. If you don't like the style, I apologize. Yuzin rubbed her temple in discomfort. Hearing Ji Sien's voice over the phone, she said, I told him he should do this. Because he's very skillful. Yuzin lowered her hand and replied, no, I was just asking, thanks for trying. Hearing the reason, he decided, this is how it will be. In his mind, he recalled Ji Sien's words. I opposed it, but of course you didn't listen, no matter what I said. In the end, he did as he pleased, but at least I warned him. Siu now focused on Yuzin's outfit and asked, hey, first of all, the important thing is that the clothes must differ from yours, right? But at the same time, they should resemble a hanbok a little. Yuzin replied. Right, isn't it? Hearing that, he pressed his hands together and spoke intently. Instead of brown clothes, he changed to green. Siu turned and asked, is it ready? Yuzin looked at the scene in front of her, surprised into silence. Siu explained, someone gave this to me. I was told it's a monster treasure, but I'm not sure what's special about it. When I put it on, I didn't feel any difference. He recalled his intense battles and said, the first time I wore it, I thought it was broken, unusable. But the outfit left no trace. Siu was also surprised as he looked around, but after wearing it again next time, it was still like new. He cheerfully spoke as Yuzin remained speechless. Just the fact that it self-restores was impressive. After a pause, Yuzin said, you know, before she finished, Siu interrupted. It's okay. He smiled lightly as if accepting the truth, probably unintentionally. But it's not surprising that she doesn't like me. Even though you say it's the cost of being here, you still have to do dangerous work because of me. Siu's words showed sincerity. Even someone strong like Seo Hoa would be cautious. You say you can do it, but honestly, I'm sorry for putting you in danger like this. Yusin scratched her head, sighed, and said, it's good to feel grateful and guilty, but to be honest, though complicated, it's not truly dangerous. He then explained, even if it holds deep resentment. Just a soul without a real body, right? Siu was a bit surprised and replied, but I heard that. Yusin looked him straight in the eye and continued, it's precisely because it has no body that it's more dangerous, or something like that. True enough, for monsters, that's correct. Siu listened to her explanation. After all, ghosts and monsters are a bit different. When a strongly bound creature dies, its soul persists. That's what we usually call a ghost, mostly humans who have died. Yusin analyzed carefully. If not exorcised or purified in time and accumulating enough power, they will take physical form and become monsters or vengeful spirits. In other words, they weaken. Siu listened to every word, amazed. Being a monster companion, he must know, she can use the origin technique, a type of superpower. But she's still a monster, a lethal creature. She can be killed by the origin technique, martial arts, or even modern technology if strong enough. Yusin placed her hand on her hip and said, but ghosts are different, even if they're just wandering spirits. You also can't kill them with sheer physical strength, unless using exorcism, a technique that can harm their spiritual form. In theory, not even a nuclear missile would work. Siu understood each word and replied, that's why a specialized attack is needed, a skill of exorcists rather than monsters. Yusin glanced to the left and said, still, most ghosts aren't a major threat to monsters or exorcists. Simple exorcism doesn't need to be complicated. You could even do it right now. The streams of energy followed her words, just a slight emission of chi. That's enough to chase away or completely erase wandering spirits. Exorcism is for higher-level ghosts. The stronger they are, the easier it is. Yusin continued analyzing the ghost. As she said, having physical form isn't something they choose themselves. It's a natural phenomenon like a balancing patch. If a soul becomes too strong, it becomes a vengeful spirit with the weaknesses of a spiritual body. Then she reminded Siu, asking me to perform exorcism by destroying souls violates that law. From her explanation, one can imagine a true exorcist. For a ghost with strong resentment or soul-level energy, artificially suppressing it to prevent a spiritual body requires a genuine exorcist. And even if they know how, exorcism or purification is still very difficult. Yusin opened the command cabinet and said, the most effective way is to seal them. She isolates a soul by locking it inside an object or a place, like radioactive waste. Better to control it or bury it than to destroy it, right? Then you brought out proof. That monster named COHWA. She knew what she was getting involved with. Maybe she was well versed in shamanic sorcery. Having tried to deal with it himself, Ask the Fridge went on to explain. Still, for some reason, I've heard many monsters use exorcism as a way to wipe out evil spirits. It's like shamanic magic is a secret weapon built to exploit that. Yujin tossed a can of coffee to Siu lit and spoke up. Not many shamans or monsters survive shamanic sorcery. Luckily, there was a monster who knew what she was doing. A second disaster could have happened if they'd done it half-heartedly. You meant the snake, because she knew you needed a shaman and tools to seal it. That's proof she understands this stuff. Siu caught the coffee can Yujin had thrown and asked, I don't remember it clearly, just what I was told. She's the ghost you're talking about, that's probably why you know it so well. Yujin cracked open another drink and answered, seems like we're on pretty good terms. I'll avoid that monster as much as I can even if we end up fighting later. You'll never get along with it. Siu opened his coffee too. He didn't get it, so he asked again, why is she the vengeful spirit you said gained a body? Wouldn't that make her not much different from an ordinary monster? Yujin slowly raised the can to his lips. He admitted, you're right, that monster, he insisted, unless she'd reached the spirit tier. The ghost whale, the ghost whale. It appears in the form of a skeleton discovered around the East Sea, including Japan's Simeng archipelago. No harpoon can kill it, and afterward, not only the people who saw the whale, but the entire neighborhood and whole families died from an epidemic. The ghost whale isn't a species, it's a monster, the spirit of a whale killed by humans. There's only one called Galen, a name for a single, unique entity. She was about 1,000 years old before becoming a monster. Her age as an original spirit can be traced back to ancient times. Siu grew uneasy, glancing around, his mind racing. Just like that, the tone changed. Maybe she hadn't expected to break it. There, the skeleton trembled non-stop, just as I suspected. He lowered his gaze, staring as he sized her up. That thing was a vengeful spirit, a special case like Yujin said. Siu poured his power into the sword. He believed that if this blade could do its job, he could win. Galen, with a wound on her face, said, that goblin mace, I know it's easier to bend than any primal art. Blood ran from both sides of her eyes. Galen looked up at him. I didn't expect even a severed soul's traits could be carried out. Siu didn't listen, he lunged straight at her. He was so fast it was dizzying. Galen didn't move ahead of his motion. Drawing on his strength, he burst forward. Siu's fist swung at her face. Galen barely managed to dodge. Her blood splattered across his face. He couldn't help thinking, I dodged it. Siu recalled what Yujin had once said. When a vengeful spirit reaches the spirit tier, it partially breaks past the limits of a spirit body. He clenched the drink can in his hand and explained, they're still bound to their spirit bodies, but they're almost immune to damage from it. So Yujin showed him how to fight it, besides damaging the spirit body. If you don't strike the soul during an exorcism, then no matter how hard you hit, it's useless. He told Siu what he knew from a shaman's perspective. That's when things get a bit more complicated, because besides exorcism, you still have to win a fight against a spirit tier monster. You can't just brawl, you need tools and exorcism. Only sealing can defeat a spirit tier vengeful spirit. Exorcism doesn't have to be high level. Still, against monsters, having a way to exorcise turns it into a simple contest of strength. Vengeful spirits are much easier to deal with. Siu was startled by what he just heard. Whatever it is, if I don't know exorcism, I won't know the answer. Yujin made an offer. You might run into them more often in the Dragon Palace. If that happens, you can hang back and let me handle it. He agreed as well. Yeah, it's irritating when you can't win no matter what you do. Then Yujin asked him, if you think about it, could you teach me some Taoist techniques? I won't master them right away, but they're worth learning for later. He was taken aback when Siu replied, yeah, I'll have to ask COHWA to teach me after she's feeling better. If it's primal arts for dealing with vengeful spirits, COHWA would probably know. Then he looked at the coffee can and thought to himself, not sure, but it's fair to assume Siu has little knowledge or skill in exorcism right now. Still, there's only one possibility. He can do something that resembles exorcism. The goblin mace's original form was wrapped in white, marked with red streaks. After awakening his monster bloodline, he'd only used it twice so far. Unlike other techniques that came naturally since your first training, this was something Siu could not control at will. Just like in battle, Siu followed Xiao Hua's advice and remained cautious when using the primordial technique. However, each use was instinctive, and in combat, it manifested as an overwhelming explosive power. In the mace's original form, it was the emotion and drive to harm the enemy. As Siu lunged forward, Galen recoiled. Then he cut through his opponent, exhaustion showing clearly on his face, a blade forged for a single purpose. The boy believed in his strength, making even the two stubborn men, normally untouchable, bleed. And that led to an unexpected result. Siu unleashed his sword. Galen was slashed until blood flowed. He lowered himself. Shallow plans ran through his mind, the next strike would surely. Galen spoke his words like a curse. Each advancing step was the blood of those left behind. Siu was taken aback by her words, the weight pressing down. Vizian appeared behind him, face terrifying. Her words still echoed like a karmic mark deep in the soul. Her face bruised, she stuck out her long tongue and said to him, gotcha. Siu used his elbow to push her away. Vizian was slammed back by his move, shaking with pain. He panicked at the situation, gritting his teeth to observe. Vizian spewed out a mass of green impurity. Siu quickly dodged the filthy matter. He lunged forward and cleaved her in two. Vizian gradually vanished. Siu turned to watch her disappear. In his mind lingered the thought, unlike an illusion, I can sense something, even if it barely exists compared to reality. Moreover, he remembered the technique of that dirty matter. The attack that just brushed past had substance and energy. Galen, observing all along, finally spoke. That's the lingering hatred of the child clinging to her. She's not as strong as I thought. Perhaps the person wasn't the one who took her life. She stood high and declared, if it were a killing grudge, she wouldn't fall from a single sword strike, no matter how sharp. Ah, perhaps this is a good thing. A ring of blood appeared, Galen's tears mixed with blood forming the circle 8. Countless grudges proved it wasn't hers alone. A sorcerer to soothe wandering souls at sea, for that is the role of this body. Galen recited a curse, the spirits called upon the sea's wrath. Siu stood there, astonished by her words. Summon the white whale. A scarred white whale appeared. It gaped and charged at him. Siu anxiously glanced back. Behind him, Bizian was in pain and the princess lay unconscious. Without thinking, he gritted his teeth and confronted it. The white whale slammed into his position, but the next move shocked Galen. Siu plunged into the whale's body. His power penetrated through, spreading from head to tail. Galen raised the ring and began chanting. Siu created a circle of power around the white whale. Galen summoned many other creatures but was suddenly struck by Siu. His technique caused a massive explosion. Many things were blasted apart. Suddenly, Galen was thrown back by his force. Siu slowly said, you cannot harm that. Holding ropes, he charged toward her and challenged. But in binding, yes. Siu created a tangled matrix of ropes, lifting Galen. Choi Siu's strike swiftly severed her body. In that brief moment, their movement seemed slow, then both quickly landed on the ground. His whole body shook uncontrollably. Choi Siu glanced tensely at Galen. From where she stood, blood flowed endlessly. Galen's body radiated energy. The scene forced him to turn vigilantly. I still have enough mental and physical strength. Even if the thread has just reached perfection, I can still channel all my power once more. Choi Siu frowned. But he looked at the mace, wondering, why can't I restore it? At this moment she, half-bodied as if reading his thoughts, replied, because you are lacking. Obsession is the frenzied pursuit of something. Thus a notion without emotion, no matter how intense, is merely a fleeting flame in the void. Hearing Galen, Choi Siu startled. If you poured your emotions into that sword, it wouldn't even leave a scratch after 100 strikes. I don't fear pointing out your flaws, but you've completely discarded your emotion. The result is you've created a dead end. You're afraid, aren't you? Galen continued, you're not ready for what's below. You can push everything to the absolute limit, but once you do, you won't be able to stop anymore. Choi Siu stayed silent, his face tense and cautious, giving no answer to Goblin. Knowing that and still holding back can't be easy. It's admirable, but I don't think she's truly as composed as she looks. What I probably need to watch is blood. He kept reasoning it out, like Siu Hoa using her nails or Tiu Hoi pulling out hair to trigger their power. The opponent's blood might also be the medium that activates their special kind of magic. Choi Siu took a defensive stance and focused with everything he had. I might only have one, or at most 2 more slashes left. His gaze locked onto the spot where her blood kept flowing. Even after a deep cut into her lower abdomen, it didn't seem to affect her at all. She didn't even try to protect that area. The more Choi Siu thought about it, the deeper his frown became. That could mean her core energy isn't in the lower abdomen, or it doesn't even exist. If that's the case, then the most important target to aim for would be. Suddenly, he jerked his attention down to the floor. Down there, blood was spreading without stopping. Choi Siu froze as he realized Galin's blood was growing more and more, creeping toward him. In an instant, it reached him and touched his feet. Goblin didn't say a word, and that made him panic and spring backward. Her blood kept chasing after Choi Siu's feet. Then Goblin suddenly increased the amount of blood around her and puffed out her cheeks. He had just landed on the corrugated metal roof of a nearby house, baffled by the move. A cocoon appeared and wrapped around Goblin. The sight filled Choi Siu's mind with doubts. A cocoon, the changes. On the ground weren't an attack. It could be a trap, but I can't delay any longer. He was facing an uncertain situation with no right answer. He stared hard at the cocoon. He couldn't hesitate for even a second longer, so Choi Siu sprang up and rushed straight at it. As always, this young man's instinct was to face it head-on. The distance between him and the cocoon closed fast. Choi Siu grit his teeth and charged in, hacking the cocoon into pieces. Only then did he rein himself in, realizing 2 things from his slash. Choi Siu stood stunned, staring at the pools of blood appearing. His own red blood coating the ground wasn't meant to attack him. The cocoon was tearing open, and the opponent's transformation began and finished almost at the same time. She appeared on his left, ready to strike. Choi Siu realized it at once and dodged. But when he tried to counterattack, he was unlucky. Goblin caught him and held him tight. Cut off the arm, she opened her mouth and started muttering. The overwhelming strength of those monsters comes from the ground they stand on. So I sealed it by staining it with my blood. Choi Siu gritted his teeth, struggling to pull free but failing. Yet that could not be the full extent of your strength. Saying this, Goblin lifted her leg and struck straight at his head. Her blow was so strong that it forced him to tilt backward. Choi Siu's nose began to bleed as well. Even if you are a demon, I am still a grand general guarding this palace. Galen displayed arrogance in her own power. If I cannot subdue someone like you with strength, isn't that truly laughable? He ignored everything she had said so far and clenched his other hand to attack. But before he could act, Galen struck him again in the chest. In the brief silence, she spoke again. Indeed, Galen's hand gripped Choi Siu's, excluding the Grand General. Any other official of this palace would have long been defeated. Even as I prevented you from touching the ground, you endured this far. The title of Battle Demon is truly deserved. She looked at his pitiful state, unable to stand with pity. Yet this is your present self, a soul relying solely on cunning, unable to defeat a grudging spirit that exists for just one day. Choi Siu Jun's body bled constantly, yet he still aspired to become a demon king, aspiring to the desire of all demons. A foolish and arrogant dream, at least for you. Galen curled her lips in disdain. Strength and governance, imposing one's will over others, are worlds apart. You know better than anyone that you lack the qualities necessary for that. She relentlessly tried to break Choi Siu's spirit. Surely you are exhausted, chasing an ideal that deep down you know does not exist. Deceiving yourself along the way, the limits of the vessel you possess are far smaller than you imagine. Through every word, Galen seemed indifferent to your purpose, even slightly contemptuous. I do not know why you joined this palace martial tournament, but I can guess it was not for any noble goal. Galen began to allude to Siu Hoa, perhaps because the human accompanied you, or someone you wish to help or save brought you here. You are a good and ordinary person, even if others are your kind. You are better suited to caring for those close to you than for strangers you have never met. She offered temptation, but what is there to blame? You can truly pursue such ideals, separated from personal emotion. That is why one who serves another can achieve such things, offering loyalty in exchange for what you desire. So what do you need? Galen extended her other hand, wanting Seo to submit to the prince. Power, influence, or treasure. Whatever you seek upon entering the Dragon Palace, as an arm of the new Dragon King, I can grant you. She did not spare praise to sweetly entice him. In return, serve him along with me. He is someone born with the ability to oversee and dominate both land and sea, unbound by trivial emotions or sentiment. Offer him your loyalty and enjoy what you truly desire. A finger from Galen slowly lifted Seo's chin. You could even become a high governor, ruling a vast territory, not just a peninsula. Thinking he had reached his goal, Galen seemed quite pleased. It would be far faster to achieve your wishes than becoming a demon king. Contrary to her expectations, he grew angrier, staring at Galen with murderous intent. Yet, in that brief moment, what froze Gary Ian was not the murderous intent. Choi Siu now resembled a locust seizing a butterfly. Not even a trace of emotion or hostility. Only one thing existed. Purpose. He was like a locust intent on devouring the prey before him. Cold, calculating, entirely focused on achieving. As a creature originally a mammal, with intellect and emotions developed before reincarnating as a demon, Gary Ian felt an instinctive revulsion. Galen gradually sensed it and recoiled in fear, and the predator did not relent. Choi Siu placed a foot on the ground, stood up, and kicked her in the abdomen. He pressed his body close to Galen. The tiny gap was enough. A strong kick propelled Choi Siu backward, freeing him from her grip. Galen quickly regained her stance. She was puzzled by his action. This was completely incomprehensible. In Galen's hand was his severed arm. I expected resistance, defiance, yet you abandoned the only chance to win. She looked at him, one hand bleeding, and advised, if you consider fleeing, I must say that chance is almost zero. Choi Siu looked down and then back up at Galen. The body strike is a skill you'll use, a technique named by Siu, involving embedding the spirit elf into the body to enhance movement. The hallmark of this technique is internal organ damage from the recoil, unlike magic, which connects to a monster's instincts and intuition. Siu has calibrated the limits of this technique through past experience. The maximum he can use without shattering his body is around 10 times. If the strike lands precisely, it will definitely leave a significant mark on a high-level monster. However, it will cause the body to stiffen for a few short seconds, unavoidable. Previously, Choi Siu had defeated her using this move. With an output of 5 to 7 times, this technique can guarantee an initial offensive advantage in a battle against monsters. Spirit-level monsters lack the power to inflict damage unless it's a continuous action. Moreover, even though the body stiffening lasts only a few seconds, it's enough to make a difference in a high-pressure battle. Doubling or tripling the output is the level Siu can maintain continuously. But without a foundation, the current output is the maximum he can sustain to keep moving continuously. Without saying much, he quickly disappears from Galen's sight. Suddenly, Choi Siu appears right in front and strikes her. He uses body strike X4, attacking relentlessly. Galen is forced on the defensive, only able to use his hands to block. For him, he cannot move freely in this state. Impressive, still this isn't a level of strength or speed that's truly threatening. And with no ability to harm me, he surely knows this is meaningless to me. I can't help but be puzzled by this action. He won't last long with such effort. So what is the purpose of all this? The scene shifts into Choi Siu's mind, into a room. He stands in the middle of a lake, sighs, and reaches out. Alright, then I'll act. Zio Huai sits in front of Choi Siu, holding a candle in his right hand. He grips his wrist tightly and casts magic using a single hair. The magic achieved is Heavenly Wind Strike. A gust of wind appears and extinguishes the candle in her hand. Zio Huai praises him. Not bad, you can control output at this level after only half a day of practice. You have potential. But while she's speaking, Choi Siu's hand suddenly deforms, leaving him speechless. You still need at least 10 more years to truly use it effectively. Choi Siu turns pale. Zio Hua has to reassure him. Yes, did I do something wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong. She explains, you just performed Heavenly Wind Strike correctly as taught. Your arm is simply the result of that. Learned magic, unlike innate magic, depends on study, not bloodline. However, to cast it, part of the body must be sacrificed. Masters in magic can cast it with minimal, negligible sacrifice. For monsters lacking those skills and talent, they must be prepared to bear significant loss each time they cast. Returning to the earlier battle, he grits his teeth and positions his hands for continuous attacks. Output 4x is a strike that lets the opponent realize maximum power. A body strike X10 is unleashed. Galen can't react in time and is hit by the heavenly wind. The sacrifice is the whole body used to attack, driving ICU into frenzy. He leaps and delivers a kick. Even as his limbs weaken, Choi Siu pays no mind. He attacks Galen wholeheartedly. If a limb can no longer be used, there's no reason not to use it to decide the battle. The level of Heavenly Wind Strike cast is just enough to count as an offensive blow. This leaves Ada unable to defend. and causes him to drop the mace in his hand. All Siu wanted was a bit of anti-me power to create a short but special opportunity. Choi Siu reaches out and grabs the mace. He slashes hard into Galen's head. This place is now soaked in Ada's blood. Choi Siu's actions make everything tremble. The mace drips blood. Galen stiffens, mumbling. Her gaze remains the same as before, then fades. Choi Siu, missing all limbs except the nose and right arm, lies on the ground, shaking constantly. He is exhausted, trying to lift his head to observe the situation. Galen lies flat, bleeding heavily. Only now does Choi Siu relax and drop face first to the ground. I've won. I pushed myself too far. But this time I surpassed my limits. He lies still, feeling indescribable. Honestly, I no longer have the strength to move. Every sense feels numb. I forced 10 consecutive releases of power, so it's not surprising. Suddenly, a large shadow covered half of his face, making Choi Siu flinch. Ada, who had been defeated earlier, could now stand again with a completely different body size. His whole body trembled violently, glancing at Galen, muttering in a strange language. Ada stared at Choi Siu and spoke to himself. He shook with fear, completely paralyzed. Then Galen struck at Siu's position. Ada looked at the smoke and dust, but inside there was no one, only the shattered floor. Kira Yashihiro now stood before him. Galen let out a sigh. That was close. Seeing him appear, Choi Siu was too shocked to speak. Someone who always claimed to be cautious, yet like this. I had to stay still, witnessing a scene that would haunt me forever. Kira Yashihiro held him in her arms, looked at Ada and sighed. But truly, this was a vengeful spirit with deep grudges. After losing its body, it should have passed peacefully, yet it clung on like this. Galen radiated a terrifying energy. Even if it meant complete disappearance, it still resisted. It had lived long, probably once held a high position, but its actions were utterly disgraceful. Ada's massive body made Galen's shadow capable of covering them. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "Oh." Ada no longer used that strange language. How annoying, in the astonishment of both of them, Galen continued murmuring. Cursed creatures, terrifying, filthy, unaware of their limits. Mud ocean and my blood-red sky are the cries of Mother Sea, echoes endlessly cursing you. Ah, so that's it. I didn't expect a Bake Kujira to hold power in the Dragon Palace. Ada continued, I will not stop lamenting until every one of you is destroyed. Choi Siu froze, worried about the blisters on Kira Yashihiro's body, but she paid little attention. Your face, it's fine, though it looks cursed, it's not a powerful curse. Suddenly a lightning bolt struck, seemingly targeting Galen. A strike pierced straight through Ada's head. Kira Yashihiro confidently reassured him, when it comes to exorcising a lingering evil spirit, that's our specialty. On the nearby castle wall, Kira Iuzuru, holding her weapon, sighed. Judging from the wound, the attack came from her position. Kira Iuzuru frowned and Galen turned toward her. Without hesitation, Kira Iuzuru gripped her weapon and cast purifying lightning. Knowing staying was dangerous, he leapt up, taking him away. A magical lightning circle appeared above Ada's head, emitting bolts. She began casting her magic, sevenfold thunder strike. A massive amount of lightning struck Galen. Choi Siu watched in awe. Amazing, Iuzuru-san, does it feel different from last time? My sister, as a mage, is greatly influenced by her surroundings. She had said that before. The blisters on Kira Yashihiro's face gradually faded, though mainly because of this opponent. It was the lingering spirit she had defeated, a soul that should have passed on but clung on forcefully. Ada screamed in pain endlessly. If trapped somewhere for about 10 years, things might have been different with an experienced exorcist. It was just a wandering spirit causing trouble. He watched Kira Iuzuru focus on her attack and actually, Kira Yashihiro giggled at that. It made him stare. No need for such grand techniques. Seems she wants to look cooler. The magic circle gradually dissipated. Only a smoking crater remained on the ground. Choi Siu felt relieved looking at Kira. Anyway, I'm glad you saved me. But you and Iuzuru-san, thankfully both are safe. Did the rebels try to persuade you? Mentioning this, he stopped smiling. Persuade? Well, if you call it persuasion, then yes. Kira Yashihiro recalled the conversation. With them, at first I thought the round ended quickly, but clearly not. They suddenly appeared, startling both sisters. They came in swarms and began speaking endlessly. The leader spoke arrogantly. If you surrender obediently, we will spare your lives. We will cut off this young man's limbs and use him as a message, declaring the Dragon King's rise to the archipelago land. He, with his body recovering, listened in shock. At that time, I didn't fully understand what was happening, so I decided to observe while pretending to agree. But he recalled they kept making demands. Kira Yashihiro paused. The woman would become the first offering to the new Dragon King. She would serve him. He sweated, glanced at her, face pale. Pathetic, this is far too great an honor. Kira Iuzuru was so furious she exhaled a chill. Kira Yashihiro, recounting it, scratched his head in embarrassment. Whether demon or human, communication between sentient beings is rarely solved with words. She'd only said a couple of lines and that guy got put in his place, shocked black and blue. Either way, there wasn't time to ask anything else. And that's how it ended. From behind, Ayazuru also stepped up and joined the conversation. You talk like there was a chance for that, but she suddenly snapped and took them down in a burst of rage. That's exactly what happened. No, wait, not that. You wanted her to toy with a spiritrank demon and a savage monster. Did I cause a disaster? She'd been holding Galen's mask this whole time, her face sour. Anyway, I'm glad you're safe. I can't fully repay the debt from last time, but I hope this makes up for it, at least a little. He was left speechless and didn't answer, while Choi Siu kept craning his neck. Look at her, look at the way she walks. Like a runway model. Not at all. Thanks to you, I survived, by the way. Did you two see my friend on the way here? At that, Kira Yashihiro frowned in confusion. If you mean Yuzin, he isn't here, and you don't know where he went. No, I don't think anything bad happened to Yuzin. But before he could finish, Kira Ayazuru cut in. Worrying about a friend is natural, but I think we need to prioritize the mission. Her words left both of them temporarily silent, like I said. Wearing clothes in this dragon palace, all of us are practically prisoners. The smartest move is to join forces and coordinate. With that, Kira Ayazuru steered back to the main point. First, I need information, the scale of the rebels. Have they succeeded yet, and what is their current objective? I still don't clearly know anything. She tucked her hair behind her ear and proposed, we should grasp the overall situation first, then figure out how to get out of here. Finding information about your friend can be prioritized after that. Hearing this, Choi Siu had no choice but to agree. I understand, so do you have any special information? Probably nothing too special compared to what you already know. The moment he finished, he rattled off a stream of intel. 2 royal palace guards outside have allied with an outside force and managed to overwhelm the Dragon King. One of the commanders we just defeated is part of the rebellion, and the Dragon Palace Prince is trying to seize the throne by taking the princess hostage. One of the commanders took the princess to the Tujai mountain range, and one of our spies seems to know a way to get outside. Oh, and the outside force involved in the rebellion seems to be the Shadow Wraith. That left Kira Ayazuru wide-eyed and gaping, while he sighed in amazement and raised a hand in praise. I see. Come to think of it, Grand General, will he be all right? Cut to somewhere else. There were bloodstains all over the floor. Tron squatted before a corpse and devoured it ravenously. Footsteps approached, making her turn back warily. How strange. Elaine walked up, striking up conversation as if we'd known each other forever. Always so cheerful when it comes to eating. So even Tron has food he doesn't like. Seeing her come closer, she replied, no, the opposite. I can barely keep my calm because it's already mealtime. But, you know, Elaine, did you know Bai Hung placed some kind of curse on both of us? No, Elaine answered calmly as well. I had a hunch, but it's not the kind of curse that suppresses power or anything once the mission is complete. She recalled that moment. In other words, until we hand Tiu and Van Lang over to the Dragon Palace Prince. Neither of us can harm the rebels. That's the restriction Bai Hung imposed. Elaine glanced away, typical of Bai Hung, an entirely reasonable decision. She remembered how exhilarated she felt back then, when Elaine watched the Crown Prince reach out and take Tiu and Van Lang. Without that limitation, I would have blown Tiu and Van Lang up on impulse. His presence, his physical strength, even the mental state buried deep inside, everything was terrifyingly perfect. Right up until he accepted it and drew his hand back. I can't count how many times I hesitated before handing it over, of course. With that restriction, it would have been suicide, but a drop of saliva slid down as she drooled, openly craving. He was so alluring I even forgot the restriction. It felt like I was holding a paintbrush in front of a flawless, pure white wall. Back then, Elaine even let her aura spill out, yet the Crown Prince didn't care at all. Half of me just wanted him to turn around and notice me. I released a murderous intent full of longing, but he didn't so much as flinch. No matter what I did, I couldn't shake him. She watched his back as it grew more distant. Without guards at his side, the odds were almost zero. Maybe I would have risked my life and done it for real. No, I'm sure I would, even if it were 1 chance in a billion. I'd still rush at Elaine, clinging to him in a rush of exhilaration. Honestly, I was going to do it right then, and I finally understood. With blood still smeared on my lips, I couldn't make sense of it at all. She recalled the scent from earlier when she'd been within my reach, but it slipped away again. No matter how much I thought about it, it still didn't add up. Her eyes, brimming with hatred, fixed on the corpse on the ground. It was because of him. To keep him from being implicated, the limiter inside me activated. Seeing that, she reached out to take something. So the one who escaped was that girl Zio Hua. No wonder you're not happy at all. The best part got away. Eli's gaze dropped to their own hand. Fine then, our business here is done. We've already been paid for the job. If I remember right, Bai Huang never said we couldn't do anything on the way back. In her hand were 2 game pieces, so before we head back, I think we can make a little extra. What do you say, Chin? Fight. No sooner had Elaine asked than they answered themselves. Actually, I probably didn't need to ask. I'm glad we're of one mind, Chin. The scene shifts elsewhere to a smooth, level road. Zio Hua panted, looking around in confusion. How strange. In her arms, she was carrying So Dan. It's all rocky mountains around here, yet there's a road this well maintained. Could this be some nearby holy ground of the Dragon Palace? Zio Huey set her down on the ground. I'm not sure, but so Dan looked worried, scanning the area on high alert. I said there are prisons scattered across Haryong where dangerous criminals are held. This might be the entrance to one of them. Suddenly, she clutched her chest and gasped for breath. That startled her. A prison, I see. Are you okay? Zio Hua was dead tired, but she still tried to reassure her truly. I'm sorry, if you hadn't protected me, you could have avoided this wound. This isn't even worth calling an injury. I'm just a little exhausted. She hesitated, then suggested apologetically, from here on you have to go on your own. Can you still move? Of course, Zio Hua frowned and warned, watch your surroundings. The moment she finished, the Crown Prince's troops arrived. We can't let both of them get away. Han Ju anxiously owned up to his mistake. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I ordered the guards to deal with the participants, but it seems they've escaped from the arena nearby until now. One of them isn't a creature that lives on land. As you said, the woman on the right is General Beek Jio's daughter. So Dan turned and ran, while she stayed behind to hold them off. And on the left seems to be Sun Hyohi, a descendant of the traitor Monkey Marquis. Tan Du glanced at those following behind and proposed, if you permit it. I can summon 2 of the 8 marshals to force her to her knees. What happens after that is up to you. The Crown Prince remained indifferent, clearly looking down on the 2 of them. But I doubt 2 marshals alone will be enough to subdue both of them. Then a figure suddenly appeared beside Zio Hua. You know. We can withdraw. You're acting like you're showing off after you've already done more than enough. She lifted her eyes to Yo Zin, who stood there with a sigh. Anyway, I'm no different from sticking my own neck into it. Clearly, I've been influenced by Choi Siu too. Before anyone could even ask, he cut Kim Du off. I'm just a wandering scholar. Stop here. Don't worry about repaying me. Yo Zin shot Zio Hua a look. Just try to survive. So my interference doesn't become meaningless, you arrogant. No, I mean you noble one, you lofty demon. The scene shifts to another moment at the original location. He was accelerating forward at full sprint. Glancing around, all he could do was sigh to himself. The road was so long it was miserable, but in the current situation, it was an advantage. Yo Zin thought again about what was happening. What the Dragon Palace's Crown Prince was aiming for was to seize the throne. However, the process wouldn't be as simple as using brute force. Just look at the situation in my own household. When there's internal strife or an upheaval, there are always legal measures that protect the rightful line of succession. Let alone the Dragon Palace, there must be many such things. I don't know their exact structure, but in essence it's probably no different from the system in my own family. To strip away these protective mechanisms, you'd need something of value. Something like a royal treasure or a hidden place. Something that symbolizes the right of succession. Thinking of that, he grew uneasy. That means until the Crown Prince finishes this treasure hunt, the Golden Throne won't change hands. So if at that moment, Yuzin suddenly clenched his teeth and swore. Damn it, he slammed on the brakes and stopped. Yozin frowned and turned back irritably. Seeing her behind him still gasping for breath, he couldn't understand. How far are you planning to follow me? How far? That's what I want to ask. Yozin continued, making her furious. You only gave me a single escape token. Is that so? Then of course, you should go find your teammates and leave together. She kept talking until he froze. You can also just escape on your own. Or if you want, you can rummage through this entire Dragon Palace, though it'd be a bit embarrassing. But come on, I'm the one getting you out of here. What are you even saying? Besides, I've got nothing to worry about here. What could I possibly do anyway? Yao Xin coolly brushed aside her earlier words, both the escape and the information. I've accepted it, sure, but that doesn't mean I promised anything. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. I have absolutely no reason to care about your situation if you're that dissatisfied. His words made her fall silent for a moment. Then feel free to test me anytime. She didn't hesitate to curse him out, making Yao Xin boil with anger. And he found himself recalling the line, "Are you insane?" from the start to the end. I know perfectly well I can't beat you, so that's why I'm doing this. Or do you know I can't win, so you're deliberately putting on this act? That really disappoints me. What is this feeling? It's so familiar and so unpleasant, Yuzin. She raised her index finger and spoke bluntly. From the beginning, you haven't been able to do anything at all. I can guess what you're thinking. But her words made him go rigid. You're planning to go find the Dragon King. What are you trying to settle that involves him? Am I right? Even if I can't sense things like you do. Still, Yuzin knows exactly who the Dragon King is within the Dragon Palace's domain. He's practically an untouchable god, if in less than an hour he was neutralized, then it definitely wasn't a normal contest of strength. It could be a monster, a spirit, or some kind of curse. Or it might be some special talisman binding his power. She laid out all her own guesses. If we can break that talisman, I'll help the Dragon King regain his power. Then the situation will end. That's your plan, isn't it? Faced with that, Yao Xin could only stay silent. It sounds like a reasonable plan, but one small mistake and your life will be in danger. Not to mention whether the seal can even be broken. He turned away stubbornly, intending to leave. Not necessarily. In any case, you've already gotten something. I won't interfere as long as you don't get in my way. And if you just want a medal, then I think you should head back early. Yuzin tried to argue back. If we're discovered here safe and sound, then that's the worst-case scenario. The escape fails and we abandon the one who's trying to flee. Besides, socializing and escaping are two completely different things. Powerless, she offered a piece of advice anyway. You're really someone whose first impression is nothing like the reality. Looks like you'll suffer a lot because of that. Like this, there's a long story behind you. I get the feeling you'd tell it all if someone asked, what are you even talking about? Suddenly, both of them sensed someone approaching. They quickly left the area. A voice spoke up, how strange. This was the spot from earlier when Tiu Hoi carried Sudan past here. All around were rocky mountains. Wherever you looked, it was nothing but stone. Yet this path had been carefully cleared. Has the Dragon Palace become some kind of holy ground recently or something? She watched the two of them from the side, her and him together. She really was sitting there, propping her chin on one hand, bored to death. So it's come to this at last. I thought, after so long, I'd finally meet someone worth aiming for. So why is it that people like that automatically nail their own coffins shut? She looked at Yao Xin standing there. If I can pull off a spectacular turnaround and survive this, it'll be a true miracle. As she said that, she frowned in dissatisfaction. But no matter how you look at it, it's probably still too much. The crown prince aside for now, just the general alone isn't some easy monster to deal with. At that, she let out a weary sigh. When will I finally be able to find him? At that moment, Tiu Hoi froze at his appearance. Why are you here? He replied coldly. This has nothing to do with you. It's a long story and I can't explain it all right now. So you really mean it has nothing to do with me? And you also can't go into details all at once. But coming from her, it turned into something else entirely, based on how the listener took it. Those words kept echoing in Tiu Hoi's head. I may have a bit of pride and I'm fairly strong, but I'm not saying outright that I want to see you. But later, when this martial tournament ends, maybe I'll want to see you once. Thinking that, she pressed her lips together. Tiu Hoi turned away and cursed under his breath. So stupid it's beyond description. Yao Xin heard it but didn't pay much attention. Hearing that from you is a bit much, but if it's the truth, I can't really argue with it. If you want to laugh at me, go ahead. Her face suddenly flushed. No, I have no intention of that at all. He stepped forward and made a request. All right, I'll go in first. You stay hidden behind me. No need. Yuxin looked at the group and analyzed them. From the looks of it, those idiots might be putting on a show, but they probably won't rush us all at once, especially with those two. I think I can handle it within my limits. He watched from behind her. The central position was held by the monster standing right in the middle. Forget that, after it comes Tanju, but the one standing in the back actually holds the key position. I have a feeling those two will coordinate terribly with each other. Hearing that analysis, Zio Huey froze. Even before we talk about stamina, you still haven't been able to bring out your full strength, have you? Even before the fight, Yuxin didn't forget to smile cheerfully at her. Even if it was only for a moment, I did get the chance to cross blades with you. And I think I understand a little of the frustration you're dealing with. Next to face him were a pair of twins wearing matching martial uniforms. One of them drew a weapon from his hand, and he halted when he saw it. But quickly, Yuxin also drew his sword to defend himself. The Seahawk Spirit Sword, the Azure Stripe Halberd, he slashed once to block their attack. But the two of them quickly evaded the strike. He and the one standing in the back only watched in silence. One man's hat fell off. With complete confidence, Yuxin voiced his guess. I knew something was off, so that's what it is. If I hadn't seen a similar case nearby, I probably wouldn't have thought of it. The two in front of him stiffened at his deduction. You're half demon, though you look more like demons than humans. But you're still unusual. Yuxin recalled her. In just 2 days, you've already grasped the atmosphere here. Just because you have a little human blood in you, you're treated as equals among demons, with no distinction. He stared at them in open challenge. And what's more, what you've done. In an instant, he lunged in to attack Yuxin, his brows knotted with anger. Your mouths are truly despicable. The scene left him momentarily stunned. Yuxin's sword was clamped so tightly it couldn't budge. From behind, the other one struck as well, putting all his strength into the blow. A loud crash rang out. He sneered at Yuxin's act of retreat. How disgraceful. A so-called sorcerer, yet you look down on your own ritual tool. The treasured objects you treat like your very life, how can you abandon them so easily? Have the spirit mediums of this era forgotten what shame is? He didn't care, simply answering, I still value it as much as my life. It's just that it matters less than my life itself. Yuxin stepped back and offered his own deduction. The origins of you two are nothing to laugh about, yet you spew nonsense about chi techniques. And the insults toward spirit mediums. You're quite strange, aren't you? His words made both of them stiffen, the twin descendants of the Xian Yue lord. Mount Jilong, those branded as heinous traitors for killing their own father and grandfather. According to Yuxin, Jilong is a mountain located in the city of Gongju, Chungcheong Namdo, Korea. It is known as one of the sacred lands across the entire Korean peninsula. Its spiritual currents are exceptionally abundant. For that reason, since before the Three Kingdoms period, many martial sects chose this area as a base to live, grow, and thrive. Among those sects was a clan bearing the title Xian Yue. That clan wasn't just ordinary martial artists, They were swordmasters who pursued the pinnacle of the martial path. So much so that people whispered the Xian Yue sword arts, refined over generations, could even tear the clouds apart and split mountains in two. He curled his lip as he recounted it, a famous old legend, about 300 years ago. In the 28th year of King Yongzhou's reign, the son of the Xian Yue lord consorted with demons and had children. However, the two children carried half-demon blood. The Xian Yue lord tried to restrain their nature. He taught them human etiquette so they could live like ordinary people. But in the end, the clan faced a tragic annihilation. No one knows what truly happened, but even if they did, it wouldn't change the nature of the story. That pair of twins. No matter their lineage, they massacred their entire family, including their father and grandfather, then vanished without a trace. A faithless, utterly revolting tale. Han ground his teeth in fury, about to attack when he was stopped. Scholar official Xu Zhai, how dare you speak such nonsense? Forget it, he didn't care, only curling his lip as he looked down on Yuxin. You noticed it when you fought him too. He's not worth getting angry over, not someone that low. He was so confident that it made you wary, yet in the end, he was just a weakling flailing for an opening. No need to waste effort. He didn't hesitate and threw Yushin's sword away. Once he realized his opponent was just a basic-level fighter, he continued exactly as I had said. Hunting him down would do, saying that he quietly observed him. In the next round, we could definitely cut off that human's breath. The question is, what then? Then he looked at Tiu Hoi standing awkwardly like a statue. Why would he leave his ally in such a weak position? For when we reveal a flaw to counterattack. Thinking this, he instructed, don't worry about guarding the right side, just take it slow and finish him for sure. She also tensed up, entering a combat-ready stance. Suddenly, Tiu Hoi froze. Yushin glanced at her and then carefully observed. These two spoke little and charged forward. The hunters gradually tightened the circle around their prey. He advanced two, facing two against one. Seeing this, his mouth fell open in shock. He showed clear concern. He had read our movements and acted preemptively. Both quickly separated, encircling Yuzin. Before the trap fully closed, he intended to create a one-on-one situation. He paused and assumed a ready stance. But even so, it was merely a suicidal gambit. His speed and movements had been fully analyzed. Though superior to ordinary humans, it was only to that extent. He clenched his fists and lunged forward. The bystanders couldn't help but hold their breath. By this point, for those with the ability and vision to grasp the situation, every next move of his was already determined. He was now being weighed against him, even if he was equally skilled or even 1 or 2 levels above them. The body of a pure human could never withstand a monster in the martial arts realm. Having lost his primary weapon, the sword, he had no choice but to rely on secondary weapons or long-range magic to deal with this situation. Seeing his chance, he swung his sword at Yuzin, but charging in like that was no different from suicide. In an instant, Yuzin dodged by springing upward. The man still hadn't recovered from the shock of what he'd just seen. What was he thinking, daring to? Yuzin didn't hesitate. He drove a punch straight into the man's face. Yuzin launched up and threw a punch into his face, nearly knocking number 1 backward. His head snapped to the side, blood spraying out. He ground his teeth as his gaze shifted. Zio Huai watched Yuxin cut loose, clearly thrilled. Number 2 hadn't expected him to be this strong. One punch and he'd already seized the advantage. Tan Du stood silently behind the crown prince. What on earth was going on? When number 1 swung the weapon in his hand, Yuzin shot forward, but then he sprang high into the air and avoided it. It was clearly the moment he should have been cut down, even if he was hiding his true strength. Accelerating and changing posture at that exact instant was absolutely impossible. Yuzin lifted his hand and retrieved his secondary weapons. 2 small daggers pinched between his fingers. He immediately stabbed them into the side of the man's arm. Then Yuxin spun and snapped his leg forward, kicking straight into the man's stomach. Number 1 lost his footing, stumbling back as he fought to keep his balance. His face was scraped and smeared with blood as he clenched his teeth in fury. The power and speed behind those fists and kicks were no different from us. Normal humans, a blow like that I could take it hundreds, thousands of times. Number 1 raised both hands at once, 2 swords held ready in a guarded stance. He barked an order, heavenly response of the 9 skies, thunderstar blazing fire, heavenly venerable. Streams of spiritual energy spread around number 1 as he unleashed a divine technique. That spell struck at him. At that moment, Yuxin used a lightning-fast blow to launch a surprise attack, leaving number 1 no time to evade. He took the hit, shuddering as he let out a piercing scream like a pig being slaughtered. Yuzin flicked a glance over, staying alert and ready to block. Number 1 thrust a blade straight at him. Luckily, Yuzin still managed to dodge in time. Yuzin leapt back, opening up a wide distance between himself and them. The man panicked, anxious. "Ah, big brother." He dropped to his knees with a thud, trembling even harder. With both hands covering his privates, he howled without a shred of dignity, glaring at Yuzin with hatred. Number 1 frowned in suspicion, using such a bizarre spell like that. I thought you were the type who relied on martial skill, tossing your sword aside so easily. Was it because of this?" The woman who'd been watching the whole time scoffed at that. "Listen to yourself. If anyone heard you, they'd think I used some dirty trick to fool you. You deluded yourselves into thinking you'd seen through all my moves, then got careless and took the hit. Isn't that all your own fault?" Yuzin rose and walked over, looking magnanimous. "So now it's one-on-one. Do you think you can hold out by yourself? Sure, it won't be easy, but there's still time for you to kneel down and beg your master for help. Tell him you can't handle it and plead for backup." He sneered, gripping his weapon. "How ridiculous." Number 2 closed his eyes and replayed it, only remembering this. I'd already vaguely figured out what his trick was. When it looked like he dodged both my big brother's strike and my attack just now through sheer agility, he didn't dodge them at all. At first glance it seemed like evasive movement, but my sword had missed him from the start. The truth is, Yuzin can change positions extremely fast. His technique must be spatial displacement. He times the shift perfectly to attack, moving a very short distance but with terrifying precision. He made us believe he'd accelerated to an absurd degree. That's why Big Brother couldn't keep up. Thinking back to Yuxin's kick after using his hands, every attack he made up until the last one caused no damage at all. That's the proof. He tightened his grip on the sword, channeling his spiritual power. Yuzin stared intently at his opponent's movements. Number 2 stood his ground, slashing again and again. With spirit-infused sword strikes toward Yuzin, Yuzin sprinted away before they reached him, but he wouldn't let him off so easily, tracking Yuzin's path. Wherever Yuzin ran, the strikes followed. Suddenly, Number 2's face darkened, dangerous and grim. Yuzin scanned warily when he saw that change in expression. Number 2 poured everything into his finishing move, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy at him. It erupted into a thunderous explosion. His face went black when he saw Yuxin slip away. Fortunately, Yuzin had jumped up in time, avoiding the blast. Number 2 looked toward his enemy again, commanding even greater spiritual power. He flung both hands out, detonating 2 massive parallel lines of blasts. The shock was so violent the rocky mountain cracked apart, debris raining down non-stop. Number 2 panted, sensing something was wrong. His face trembled, sweat pouring, a hint of disappointment. So from the very beginning, we'd only been toyed with. Yuzin stood behind him, his hand already resting on Number 2's shoulder. If he could shift short distances like that, there was no need to throw away his sword in the first place. Yuzin was about to explain, "You seem to be misunderstanding something. But whatever, it doesn't matter. This isn't some comic where you politely explain everything from start to finish. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Now that would be toying with you," he despaired. "Kill me." Yuzin felt like it was a joke. "Huh, you lost that badly and you still dare make demands of the winner. Win a battle, huh? Put on a serious face and tell me to do this and that. You think I'll obediently follow? Number 2 really has no way out now. If that's the case, then I'm begging you, kill me." He already guessed the reason, and I more or less understand it too. You two still seem like exceptional people even now. And now, just because you lost once to someone who can make you fail, thinking of Tanju instead of facing an enemy like me, you glare at me with twice the hatred just because of my lowly birth. So one single defeat means there's no second chance. How terrifying. Struck right where it hurt, he could only stay silent. And then it came back to him. Filthy blood really can't be changed. A man's voice rang out, disciplining them with a whip. From this moment on, there will be no second time. Carve this into your bones. The 2 brothers knelt on the ground, their bodies covered in whip marks. Their younger sister trembled, covering her face as she cried, listening to the lecture about how I deliberately took in monsters like you. I raised you only because the blood in your veins belongs to my clan. And yet, during the clan's sword training, you had the nerve to give off a monster's aura. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the whip, he pointed at them and warned, "If something like this happens again, I'll strike your names from the clan registry. You're just things that can't even become real monsters. I don't want blood on my right hand, so you're still alive." Beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, he listened to his grandfather's scolding. "If you want to live as a human, be careful, don't let that lowly nature show," he answered obediently. "Yes, grandfather." Before leaving, the old man even looked back with a sidelong glance. Even though this is extremely hard, think about it, it's practically impossible. The world has always looked down on their kind. Half-breeds, neither human nor monster, just worthless trash. Even so, like us. There was once a chance to choose between 2 paths, like 2 spheres in different colors, blue and pink for instance. Demonic energy and righteous energy tangled together, chaotic and intertwined. Unlike most half-breeds who can't bring out their power, we're among the rare few who can use both sources. But not everyone can control it. Still, using both and completely suppressing one side are 2 different things. There was a time his little sister begged him, "I can't do it." "Brother," she trembled, tears streaming down, even when I try not to let it rise up. It keeps showing up again and again. I don't want to stay here anymore. She kept crying, Mom, I miss Mom. He fell silent, helpless. The cramped room had only a few belongings, but that still couldn't happen. Mom isn't here anymore. He hugged his sister and soothed her. Just endure a little longer. Grandfather only wants what's best for us. That's why he's so strict. If we try our hardest, Grandfather will definitely acknowledge us as heirs. And now he asked, so we should stop, huh? Whether we become heirs doesn't matter. We just need a family, people who accept us as one of their own. So he used discipline as chains to temper himself. That's why we struggled until despair, forcing ourselves in training without end. They hoped that one day the future would be bright, so no one, no matter who, could deny that we are human too. Even through pain, no matter how much time passed, he learned to fight to protect himself. We were always grateful. In this entire clan, no one could compare to us. He also became happier, even though there were still dissatisfied eyes within the clan. But no one could do anything to us. This was the world he wanted. This is where we belong, there's no doubt anymore. In the night, voices talked inside a room. By candlelight, Sang and Jun are pretty capable now too. Even though they're kids, they can't beat us anymore. The man tried to explain, it's not like that, those two are definitely talented. But if you don't let your guard down, his grandfather cut him off, there's no need to make excuses. The man lowered his head as the old man exposed the truth. Even with a body that's half monster, physical strength alone still can't defeat them. The man hesitated, then if it's father, does that mean I really will be the one to inherit this clan? The old man spoke bluntly. What, you're afraid your son won't become the clan head? You know that child can't measure up to Run or Sang. The man grew anxious. But father, I understand that too. Outside the door, his little sister listened as their grandfather reassured him. Don't worry. Talent-wise, there's no way these mixed-blood brats will ever stand out. At first, I wanted to kill them, but I decided to raise them and see. She fell silent. Then we'll just take advantage of that value. Who knows how long they'll live. But if the clan needs something done, we can assign it to them. The man couldn't stand hearing it. Father, why would you think like that? But will they accept that role? Both of them are extremely stubborn. The old man sounded like he knew it well. Of course not. What beast would willingly wear a bridle? It won't be long before I inform them that the clan will be handed to them. During the succession ceremony, I'll put the bridle on them. His scheme was a curse. She covered her mouth in fear, stopping herself from making a sound because he kept talking. No more kids are allowed. Have a contingency plan ready for this. He was reading in his room when there was a knock at the door. She was in tears. Jun, do you know? The room sank into silence. No one said another word. He was crushed. Everything we thought we'd want turned out to be nothing but an unreachable mirage. That night, flames erupted and burned the house to the ground. No one knew why. Only the two brothers stumbled out, filthy and battered, holding hands as they left, though we once believed that was where we belonged. But now we've erased every last trace of our humanity. As things stand, Yuzin doesn't care about anyone anymore. Whatever you think of us doesn't matter. The two brothers helped each other through it all. After failing just once, we lived with the mindset that if we failed again, there would be no place for us in this world. If you failed, then all you can do is accept it. Yasin stopped dragging it out. All right, then do as number two's final wish. Fine, let's do it. Yozin cleanly slashed across his neck. The head dropped right into the hands Yozin had already prepared. Oh my! He turned to look back, and then Yozin raised the head. Thanks to those idiots not rushing in just to save face, I finished those two easily. I wonder who the next one will be. The severed head was held by the hair, staring at itself from the other side. Surely no one's going to charge in and ruin our whole plan again, right? Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Number two, Jun trembled, not daring to speak. He recalled the moment he was beheaded. A human strike couldn't touch my body, nerve paralysis by infiltrating energy. That was the essence of the sorcery that brought down H-Wang. Number two was doubtful. But if that's true, then what is the head I'm looking at right now? What? Now I get it. So that man's sorcery wasn't spatial teleportation at all. He gaped in terror, unable to form a word. Stay quiet for a moment, he advised him. Your nerves will reconnect soon. If you want to end your own life, I won't stop you. But if you still have even a little attachment to living, then listen. There's a temple on a mountain where Yasin once lived. In Seoul, no, on Mount Gwanek in Hanseong, there's a temple called Imasa. If you say Kim Yo-jin sent you, the abbot there won't ask questions and will give you a place to stay. Number two forced one eye open to look. If you want to start over there, whether as a monster or as a human, I don't care. If you need work, ask the abbot about my logic. He turned his back. I've only just started my career and I need people to work for me. The crown prince and Tan Yu, walking back from afar, suddenly stopped. Yo-jin set a condition. If you get tangled up in trouble from here on out and still survive as a spirit-grade monster, then it's probably fine. He suddenly turned his head to look over. He curled his lip into a grin. You think I'd agree to any of that? Idiot, the reason Yo-jin threw away his sword was because I put my weapon down. The reason I dragged this fight out was to buy time while playing cat and mouse, dodging around in that earlier exchange. Like when Jordan tries to sprint with everything he's got, but something gets in the way. Then he can't bring out his full strength, like an egg crushed under the weight of Mount Tai. And like when she did that full split high kick. Jordan's presence shifted too, drawing out maximum power. Even now, nothing had appeared among the endless overlapping stone ridges. Suddenly an explosion shattered the silence. The roaring blasts kept coming without end, and Yo Zin looked very pleased with the sight. Han Yu felt the tremors too and panicked. The guards beside the crown prince freaked out, unable to stand steady, having to brace each other. Each detonation cracked open another stone peak. The ground split. He stood at the epicenter like someone dodging while his body lay on the ground, motionless. Yo Zin clenched his fist and activated spirit energy. So then, lying there like that, he can't really be called a spirit-grade monster. Even if he's buried alive carelessly, he'd probably survive, right? If not, then it can't be helped. He glanced back in farewell. If fate allows, let's meet again next time. Retreat. Yo Zin bolted from the area, running fast and feeling relieved as he went. With a scene like this, don't even mention an earthquake. This looks more like a meteor strike. Even among monsters of the same rank, can the gap in strength be this huge? Thinking back, it's incredible I survived after facing a monster like that. He darted past the stone ridges anyway. In a situation like this, with sight and energy sense in total chaos, I can hide myself completely. Yusin has a secret technique that fools the heavens. Heavenly energy secret art, void concealment, and invisibility technique. What he knew was different. Yuxin learned it from Jason. But unlike ordinary concealment arts, like a green frog hiding under leaves, what's hidden isn't outward appearance, whether human or any other creature. It's applied to a body with spirit energy, hiding that instead. No matter the species, all of them emit a flow of energy. You imprison it inside the body and don't let it leak out. Against those who can't sense energy, it's unnecessary anyway. This technique doesn't create any real difference, but for us, we never needed to use something like this in the first place. Uche once taught those who treat aura as part of their daily lives. No matter how foolish they were, every single one of them fell into the trap. This isn't just about concealing one's presence. Even when deliberately making footstep sounds, they still fail to notice anything. Yuzin is blindfolded, so understanding the basic principle isn't hard. But making footsteps become invisible like that, isn't that going too far? The footsteps are clearly there, so how can their nerves not react at all? Even so, he grows even more excited. In a situation where this technique is used, the opponent would surely be under extreme tension. Yuzin has no idea when he moved behind him. Because of that, neither footsteps nor any sudden sound can draw his attention. Uche laughs, isn't that right? He yanks off the blindfold in shock. What? How did this happen? He explains. What do you mean how? I didn't move from far away. I just circled behind you, and you didn't even hear my footsteps. Uche observes, that's right. When you close your eyes, you should rely on your sharp hearing. Did you hear the footsteps? Yuzin is stunned. And yet, my hearing didn't detect anything at all. He answers, no, I truly didn't hear a single sound. He doesn't believe him. Impossible. Your ears definitely heard my footsteps. It's just that your conscious and subconscious minds didn't connect that sound to my presence. Yuzin sighs. Sensing aura really is a remarkable sense. When you master how to use it, you'll love it. Training at the beginning is extremely difficult, but once you become proficient, it's unimaginably convenient. You must have experienced that moment before, right? That feeling as if the world suddenly expands without limit. Uche explains, but that very convenience makes people dependent on aura sensing. People often say that sight is the sense humans rely on the most. An ordinary person is easily alerted by a strange sound. Imagine someone walking down the road, their eyes perfectly healthy, suddenly hearing footsteps or breathing from the empty space ahead. Ordinary people judge everything with their eyes. If their eyes still see clearly, then even if they hear a sound in empty space while their eyes remain completely normal, they won't think something is standing right in front of them. He analyzes, but those who can sense aura, those who rely on it even more than sight, can't overcome this through awareness alone. Can you open your eyes and see nothing in front of you? Yuzin grips the blindfold tightly, listening. That's why, even though your ears heard my footsteps, you still couldn't react. The aura perception you've relied on for years judged that there was nothing here at all. Uche says with a smile, those who have lived long and trained themselves to become powerful are even more susceptible to this. This is the first secret of the Azure Sky concealment art. He braces a hand against the cliff wall and bends his knees, preparing to leap. Next, Yuzin jumps high into the air, darting far away from that place. He lands somewhere else where water trickles between rounded stone. He lands, breathing heavily, then turns around. Ah, Yuzin gazes at the flowing water. This sight gives me goosebumps, it's truly magnificent. He turns and asks, don't you think so? The Crown Prince stands upright and replies, from the perspective of someone trying to survive. He wonders things look a little different. May I ask why? Even though you could completely conceal your aura and leave. Yuzin sees no need. Why expose my aura midway? I don't think there's any special reason. He thinks of the Dragon King. It's just that thoughts change with circumstances. My original goal was to quietly take your father away from here. But think about it. Once Alusen starts talking, she wants to fight. Since being discovered, secretly taking him away would be nothing more than an endless game of chase. The two princes fall silent. Then I suddenly thought, instead of that, wouldn't it be easier to just defeat you all? There's one thing he doesn't say. No matter what, the one who troubles him the most is that blue-haired man. If Tanju fights Zio Huai in terms of raw strength, it's uncertain. Both she and he possess powerful auras, but considering compatibility alone, I feel that facing you wouldn't be too difficult, though that's just bravado. Given the current situation, he has probably already clashed with them. In this state where the battles are split apart, fighting is unavoidable. This was a move deliberately arranged by Yuzin, just as he said. Escaping with the Dragon King without fighting is impossible. The planned battle, Yuzin and Zio Huai against him and Tanju, to break free from pursuit and dispel the curse placed upon the Dragon King. Fighting cannot be avoided. Among the possibilities, according to Eugene's judgment, the current situation is one of the outcomes that could occur. First, he fights the Crown Prince. As long as that monster still exists, our victory is impossible. That result cannot be changed no matter how hard we try. Next, she fights him. However, if it's those two, the chance of victory would certainly lean toward Zio Huai. On the other side, Kira, Ayazuru, and Yashihiro are helping inside the palace. It's just the three of us carrying the responsibility. If Zio Huai can bring the Dragon King to meet them, that alone would be enough for us to consider ourselves in the lead. The concern is whether they will understand my intention. But honestly, they're probably smart enough to figure it out and assist. I suddenly realized my previous question might have been inaccurate. He spoke, I understand your intent to achieve that goal. Even being ready to die here by my hand, you've prepared yourself mentally. The Crown Prince has many doubts. What I want to know is why you accepted that price. How valuable is this to you that it's worth risking your life? The demon braced to fight. What the hell did he just say? Of course, my life is the most precious thing, you lunatic. But what you intend goes beyond imagination. Planning to drown both cities on the coronation day. He continued, even if I'm selfish and want to protect myself, who would hear that and just sit still? Is it because I'm a demon? The demon was stunned, confused. He speculated, I'm asking why you can't just stand by. Is it because I'm a demon or belong to the deep-sea tribe? He leapt up. What? How can you say that? Millions of lives hang in the balance, and yet you bring up demons with such absurdity. The Crown Prince assumed he misunderstood. It seems my eyes were mistaken. You're not the type to stain your hands with the blood of your kind. Yuzin froze. As you just said, if millions of lives are the only motivation driving you, then you must have killed many of your own kind already, right? He thought, wait, what the hell is this guy trying to say? He recounted. When I matured, my father gave me a command. The Dragon King, when in power, said I must leave the Dragon Palace, go ashore, wander the world, and experience everything firsthand. He said that this would become a priceless treasure when I later ascend the throne as king. The Crown Prince accepted the command. At the time, I didn't understand my father's meaning, just followed orders and began the journey. He sighed. As promised, I encountered many unforeseen experiences. Yuzin sneered, what, you mean humans are filthy and despicable creatures? I could only smile silently. The Crown Prince lowered his gaze. He denied, no, completely the opposite. Humans and demons, land tribes and deep-sea tribes are no different. He went ashore, disguised as a normal person. Throughout the journey on land, everything I saw and heard in human life was no different from life under the sea. The Crown Prince saw how normal families were happy, the relationships they formed, the way people shared emotion. Sometimes they even offered noble sacrifices for others. Moreover, they expressed warmth by sacrificing themselves. He also witnessed unhappiness. But behind it were cold blades, ready to stab anyone beyond the lines they drew, even those once close to them. After observing over time and throughout the journey, I realized the difference between demons and humans is not fundamental. The Crown Prince saw the divide between rich and poor. The rest was only living environment, culture, lifespan, and innate strength of each side. Many factors created differences among races, tribes, and even individuals, he concluded. But few truly understand this essence, not just between humans and demons, but even among demons themselves. They draw lines between land and sea, thinking they're different. Speaking of Tanju and Galen, even my loyal aides, their loyalty stemmed from pride and disdain for mistakes of land-dwelling species. I believe it's my responsibility as a monarch to explain and eliminate such misunderstanding. The Crown Prince had not finished speaking. Furthermore, if the species of this world could realize that there is no real difference between them, it would be wonderful. The demon interrupted. Hey, wait. He didn't stop. But achieving that is not through consensus or understanding, but by the rule of an absolute and unshakable power. There will certainly be losses. The sacrifice of millions is just the price to pay. The Crown Prince thought, by making them experience unparalleled horror and loss. I will subdue 1.7 billion humans and demons of 2 Eastern nations. Based on human and demon nature, this is the best way to prevent a large-scale massacre in the future. Through many changes, starting from the basics of living, just the peninsula where you were born. Throughout generations, countless people have built nations for their ideal, and in that process there have certainly been innumerable losses and sacrifices. Those with wealth have always held more power, even outside times of upheaval. The decisions of the few who hold power and assets always affect the people below them. Economic fluctuations have impacted many, though they may not have directly caused mass slaughter with their own hands. Anyway, people tend to act negatively when trapped in dead ends. A single wrong decision or two can doom millions, even tens of millions, to irreversible destruction. And question: haven't you and others like you condemned such people, seeing it as just the natural order of the world? He is tall and lean, hearing Crown Prince Nguyen Bayan. I am merely enforcing that so-called natural order to govern you, I can assure you. He is very confident he can do this, more so than any leader in human history. I promise to ensure effective and feasible rule. Never has it been better. As long as I rule, no life will be wasted meaninglessly. Yuxin ran toward the Crown Prince. As a war god, he radiated overflowing spiritual energy. Yes, he tried to run fast, but what he heard made Kim Yuxin uncertain what kind of logic those words stemmed from. Previously, the Crown Prince had been bound and imprisoned by his father, yet the reason Long King detained his son, I realized, had nothing to do with any external factors. He was beaten brutally, even crossing species boundary. This monster in front of us must never be allowed to hold the Long King's power. The Crown Prince had no intention of retreating, for it stood before me. It must be stopped at all costs. He reached forward toward Yuxin. The Crown Prince's hand unleashed a tremendous force. It slammed into a distant rock. He sighed regretfully. Too bad, a hook was pulled out and bait dropped into the sea. The Crown Prince glanced at him, approaching. I thought you could become the first human worthy to serve me. Like a fish about to bite the hook, Yuxin leapt, striking a blast of energy at him. The fish had bitten the hook. His body suddenly turned black. The Crown Prince's energy could only pierce the shadow. He looked on, bewildered. Now only a spiral of energy remained. The subordinate heard it and laughed. Suddenly, he leapt to the ground. I decided when leaving that house, I would never kneel before anyone again. Yuxin made a motion that produced a sound. The Crown Prince hadn't turned yet, former captain of the Azure Beast Squad. He gripped his sword and shouted, Kim Yuxin, leader of the new Azure Spirit Corps. Yuxin raised his sword and charged, this name will send you to hell. He stepped back, seeing the energy approach. Miraculous. Decision accepted. Yuxin unleashed a devastating slash. Tremendous force exploded, the sword drenched in red blood. A few drops splattered onto his cold face. The Crown Prince darkened in anger. The slash cut straight into his chest. Yuxin looked at the scene, still unable to believe it. Countless questions filled his mind. The body was cut, the result succeeded, yet how could it not be overcome? There would be no second chance. The Crown Prince remained expressionless, staring at him. His arm rose gently, with strong demonic energy that made Yuxin anxious, fearful. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred beside the Crown Prince. He was startled. Tanju and Zio Huai exchanged cold glances, the rank of demon among them. 2 demons had reached the highest level. A great boom echoed, their collision producing a shockwave. The Crown Prince glanced indifferently at the brief gap in that moment. Yuxin quickly used his remaining power to strike. This was the only opportunity Yuxin could exploit. But the Crown Prince acted faster, creating a massive force toward him. Yuxin nimbly dodged to the side. That previous force had pierced an entire mountain. Fortunately, he avoided the Grim Reaper's blade. Yuxin panted in fear. He thought, even if it could be said, he exploited a gap to perform the finishing move. Memories of Uchai's pursuit resurfaced in his mind. But there was no guarantee this move would succeed against anyone. Of course, if it were you, you might sense a little. He spoke calmly, but Yuxin froze, mouth agape. But probably not. If unspoken, he would likely keep using the finishing move without effect. Uchai stared at Yuxin, slightly doubtful. Actually, most people in their lifetime cannot mimic miraculous skill, considering this one's age. His belief that the death move he learned was unrivaled isn't too surprising. At this point, Yuxin was still astonished. Uchai continued his thoughts, but thinking of the bleak future caused real unease. If only he had been born 100 years earlier, then I would have told him already. Now try to think about what kind of opponent the Gallum triggering technique wouldn't work on. He sat waiting for a bite, speaking slowly but with a slight hesitation. For demons, a quick kill move might be ineffective, but the sensation it causes still works to some extent. In fact, it's often unnecessary. Uchai continued, catching Yuxin off guard. Don't overcomplicate it, just think simply. This is the problem you still haven't realized. Yuzin gripped his fishing rod tightly and asked, could it be a big one? Uchai replied gently, exactly. Big ones exist among demons too. Monsters have differences between their hidden and true forms, sometimes so enormous it's hard to believe. The image of a giant monster appeared, dwarfed humans reduced to the size of its toenail. It's like needing more poison to take down a larger creature. The difficulty of a quick kill technique scales with the size. First, getting energy to penetrate through flesh isn't easy. The scene of massive tentacles fighting through heaps of slimy poison appeared. Luckily, if it's just a large body, it's slightly easier to handle. For example, a giant can be defeated by targeting its weak point, but creatures with unusual neural structures leave you hoping the technique will even work. Uchai gently held the freshly caught fish, removed the hook from its mouth, and continued calmly. Still, they have their own weaknesses. That's why learning various techniques is necessary to handle them. Flexibility in choosing and applying techniques at the right time is crucial in difficult tasks. His words pierced straight into Yuzin's dark heart. Why do demons feel most comfortable relying on just one signature technique? You fall into the same trap. No matter how powerful a divine technique is, it's not useless. Its power spans the whole hand. Of course, how you hone that skill can improve its effectiveness, overcoming weaknesses and disadvantages. This requires not just talent but also time and effort. He hesitated slightly, describing what could be called an inherent disadvantage. It's vague, but sometimes among demons there are exceptional individuals, not necessarily due to species or ability, but their innate nature. The image of a muscular body struggling to lift weights appeared with each word. Rigorous training is usually more human than demon. Unlike us demons, bodies and demonic power increase rapidly just by breathing. Yuzin worried, imagining Siu's cute image. Add their signature magic, and the idea of struggling to surpass innate ability. Looks like a weakling's flailing in their eyes. Uchai gently tossed the fish into a basket and calmly continued, for humans that's luck. If all naturally talented demons created their own martial arts, or only needed slight development, that so-called less effective acquired magic would render the concept of worldly effort meaningless. He lowered his voice seriously. As I said earlier, sometimes truly exceptional individuals appear. Uchai's memory appeared, a simple meal was prepared. He cheerfully raised a cup to toast, even without human blood. But fully devoted to study and training, the white-haired man drank with Uchai. He continued, perhaps they have intense purpose or a certain belief. There are many reasons. If such beings are naturally talented and have demon blood, whatever the case, the results are extraordinary. Yuzin politely asked, have you ever eliminated many demons like that, sir? Uchai hesitated slightly at the question, but he answered calmly, eliminate? Some yes, and some involved other matters. In any case, you should be careful with them. Uchai stared into the distance. Whether finishing moves or quick strikes work, even if they miss once, it's already dangerous. Pushing beyond training limits isn't a human privilege. Just as a skilled hunter can break a demon's signature magic, they can also counter a quick strike. Returning to the previous battle, the stench of blood filled the prince. Without emotion, he said casually, no need to slash the body. Just channel energy into the opponent's body to temporarily damage the nervous system. A minor had already learned this technique. Truly impressive. The prince recalled Yuxin's finishing move earlier. Without prior observation, he couldn't have deduced its principle. His body was again enveloped in demonic energy, eyes blazing as if to devour everything. The prince continued with a hint of sarcasm. If I didn't inherit royal blood, I'd probably be kneeling before you now. Don't be proud foolishly. In the previous battle, you truly surpassed me. Yuxin smiled wryly, a bit helpless, and sank to his knees. I don't need a pity victory. If you're planning to reward me, then kill yourself maybe then. He talked big, but inside he couldn't stop worrying. The demonic aura was insanely dense, like an innate technique of the monitor lizard's kind. It was as if a solid brick wall had been built, compressing it, wrapping his entire body, sealing even the tiniest gaps on himself. Yuxin recalled the slash he had left on the crown prince, remembering that his sword energy couldn't penetrate. It could only glide across the surface like an ordinary cut. His hand still gripped the sword tightly, but trembled uncontrollably with fear. He laughed lightly to console himself. Really, from one person to another, no one played fair. Yuxin muttered to himself. Even if I could figure out the reason in my current state, there's no way to counter it. The crown prince now stands like an unyielding wall without a single flaw. And I'm just a small, weak human with a tiny cannon. He told himself, the missing piece isn't information, but something that could bridge this overwhelming power gap. Yet that cannon barely damages the wall at all. The secret you relied on has already been discovered and nullified. Now, your only choice is to flee, or the crown prince's arrogant voice rings out again. I'll say it again. I want to appoint you as Grand General of the new Qinghai Unified Heaven Kingdom. If in the rest of your life you still yearn for something, accept this offer. Yuxin took a short breath and then smiled lightly. The sword in his hand was now gripped more firmly. No trace of fear remained. In a flash, Yuxin disappeared. The Crown Prince glanced over calmly, slightly annoyed. What a pity. He had just passed right beside him. The Crown Prince neither hurried nor slowed, raising his hand toward Yuzin. He ran cautiously, silent tears falling. He shot demonic energy directly at Yuzin, not just once, but 6 streams of powerful demonic energy shot out simultaneously. The Crown Prince was startled. Yuxin moved swiftly, dodging from side to side. He split into 5 copies, all rushing toward him at once. The Crown Prince easily dodged the first attack. Looking up, he struck the second clone in the face. Leaning back, he quickly avoided the third. His expression remained emotionless, as if he had grasped everything. It turned out to be just a clone created from energy. I've seen many who use tricks like this. Another clone suddenly attacked from behind. He remained deep in thought. But a clone is merely a block of energy copied from an idea. They always have an unnatural aura. By focusing on breath, movement, and gaze, I can easily spot inconsistencies in this deception. The Crown Prince recalled the 2 recent scenes. Thus, even before striking, I suspected I might have been drawn into a mind-affecting illusion. He easily blocked the earlier clone with demonic energy. 3 clones charged simultaneously. The Crown Prince fixed his gaze on them. Continuing to reason, creating clones is only part of the result of this transformation technique. Could its true nature be creating an extremely intricate illusion? He imagined Yuxin not only recreating clones by tracing his own form, but also hiding shapes by filling empty spaces. However, in terms of precision, number, and range, the drawings are certainly limited. That clone rapidly dodged the Crown Prince's attack. He lightly parried the sword energy, using demonic energy to pierce another clone. Another clone dashed forward like lightning. His face darkened, eyes filled with hatred. The Crown Prince suddenly went silent, realizing, I see. Yuxin has just appeared, attacking from behind. The Crown Prince remained calm, remarking, truly a life-or-death strike. Yuxin hit, but it was all a trick. His face darkened. Drops of blood fell gently. The Crown Prince kept his cold expression. The rear clone gradually vanished. The slash only tore the outer robe. A large hole was punctured. Yuxin laughed helplessly. What the? He still couldn't believe he had been seen through. Had it been detected from the start? Ridiculous, the Crown Prince retorted, yet also praised Yuxin. No, you did very well. Even I couldn't be sure until the very last moment. He recalled the earlier images. It was just a sudden thought. You, who always act so skillfully, sent all 5 clones straight forward. But if these are clones, that shouldn't be possible. Yuxin looked strained, perhaps among the 5. The one most careless, completely unguarded, wasn't even worth eliminating. Yuxin could only laugh helplessly. The Crown Prince continued. I thought you'd choose it as a final move. He replied, I guessed correctly. The Crown Prince was about to say more, but Yuxin interrupted. Stop it, how many times has it been already? Blood kept streaming from his mouth. Yuxin spoke with disdain. Even if you are a crazed lunatic, claiming yourself king with every title, at least think about this properly. End everything cleanly. Everything around was bathed in bright red. He raised his hand emotionlessly. I see. Please forgive my rudeness. The Crown Prince was no longer arrogant. His voice softened. From now on, many humans will submit to me, just like at this very moment. Right here, I can confirm without a doubt, Kim Yuxin. Poor Yuxin has stopped breathing, yet his blood continues to flow. The prince spoke, you are a true hero unmatched by anyone in this world, and there will never be a second one like you. Yuxin collapsed. His mind was in turmoil, thinking about the protagonists in the novels I often read. Since childhood, they were always similar. The image of a person in everyday clothes, gripping a sword tightly, wearing a gentle smile appeared. They always maintained calmness and a smile, even while facing countless challenges from the people. Or when confronting numerous enemies, they could mock and provoke them confidently, with a hint of laughter in their words. Yuxin remembered opening a book to read. Of course, this could only happen because they were the protagonists of the story. They raised their hand, and so their courage and decisiveness were always rewarded. Indeed, the real world is never like that. A swarm of people rush to attack them. In reality, the protagonist is just a foolish and ordinary person. That's all there is to it. Yuxin recalled the memory of sitting under a tree, happily reading a book. Even though I knew this, the reason I still delved deeply was probably the same as everyone else. He remembered the suffering images of that character. He was punished by being whipped on the legs, but it was different the other way. He was truly bullied, facing villains and his own foolishness. Those things still exist, even without a protagonist to defeat them. Yuxin still smiled happily, and that's why I admired the protagonists in stories. As he grew up, he gradually understood. And that admiration slowly turned into sorrow. He imagined a sword filled with energy, incredibly powerful. Even though I had reasons and strength like the protagonist, I despised myself for being able to stand in the villain's position. He turned around and slipped unexpectedly. And then, I met you. Yuxin reacted like that upon seeing Choi Siu in a chubby appearance. Continuing the thought I vaguely thought at that moment. You weren't an ordinary person either, so I thought that way. Even though you and I are different, perhaps we belong to similar kinds of people. The bully collapsed, looking terrified, trembling. Within the scope of what I could do, I would use power and kindness reasonably. Choi Siu now only needed one hand to block the remaining bully's attack. Even playing the hero like that, he could feel a bit of satisfaction with himself. Choi Siu befriended him and they went to school together. But soon after I realized one thing, Yuxin happily talked. While Siu ran until exhausted, whether he had strength or not at that moment, his actions and attitude toward the world would not change, so I would. Suddenly Siu unexpectedly asked Yuxin to say another curse word like just now. He was suddenly speechless. At that moment I was not surprised either. Siu simply smiled, calmly stating, "I will become the Demon King." Yuxin continued, "For you, saying that is inevitable." Yuxin held the mask, a bit hesitant. "So he kept thinking that you were a subordinate. I worried about you, but the reason I couldn't stop you at that time was..." Yuxin's eyes were filled with thoughts, and he held the mask contemplatively. "I apologize for intruding on your work, you monsters. At that time, you made me both jealous and admirative to the point of madness." Returning to the deep sea, but at the final moment, Yuxin opened his eyes wide to the sky and wondered, "Could I be like you?" The prince remained in that posture. He approached and stared at Yusuf's lifeless body. With a strange expression, the prince hesitated, asking himself, "But why? Why does he have such an angry expression?" Tanji knelt, lowering his voice respectfully. "That is, I don't know how to explain it properly. Your Majesty, the blood of that lowly beast, it's shocking that it could betray in the midst of battle." The prince turned his face, emotionless. Tandu continued reporting, observing the direction in which he fled. "Surely that is the prison holding the deposed king." He was slightly fearful, cautiously asking, "If your Majesty allows, may I immediately?" But the prince interrupted, "It's already done." Tandu wanted to muster courage once and speak his heart. "Just one word, your Majesty. If the deposed emperor falls into another's hands, he might be bound by the wind law accumulation as well. Only those with outstanding talent, especially humans in arduous tasks, can accomplish this." The prince calmly asked again, "Didn't I just cut off that person's life?" A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes, accepting death. Surely also to prepare for this situation. He thought of the plan, having personally eliminated Yuxin and Zio Hua aiding the Dragon King, at least after death. Both the spiritual-level monsters and his father's divine weapons bound by the wind law accumulation would no longer be threats to pursue me, probably from the start. That person had prepared to handle this. Zio Hua was now seriously injured, blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. She used all her strength to accelerate and escape. Zio Hua glanced back cautiously to see if anyone was still chasing her. There was nothing left but a stretch of silence. A voice echoed in her memory. "I'm only saying this out of concern. Yushin, if you follow the path they took, there will surely be someone important there." Zio Hua widened her eyes in shock at those words. "If something were to happen to me, perhaps someone would need to take care of that person in my place." Yushin let out a soft chuckle. He was stubbornly confident, unwavering, but with that person it would be fine. Besides, there's no chance anything will happen to me, thinking back on it now. Zio Hua felt her will to live grow even stronger. "No matter what, I will survive. I believe your words were sincere." Even so, Tanju could not help but feel anxious. But even though His Majesty has lost his power and his throne, it is impossible for the divine weapon of a deposed emperor to fall into the hands of demons outside. Moreover, the one who caused this bears the blood of Mount Hwarwa. He continued rambling on, the descendant of the one who left an indelible humiliation upon this royal court. Letting them survive and leave unharmed is utterly unacceptable. Suddenly the crown prince grew angry. Whose humiliation was that, Tanju? Every word he spoke filled Tanju with fear. What you speak of happened more than 1,000 years ago. The palace from that era no longer exists here, nor are there any lackeys of Mount Hwarwa. Using that as a reason to chase after someone who escaped simply due to lack of skill, it feels like nothing more than personal stubbornness. Tanju realized he had overstepped and quickly knelt lower. "Forgive me, your Majesty." The crown prince walked on calmly. "Even so, the history you speak of is indeed a debt that must be repaid. However, that can only happen when we begin seriously invading the mainland. After the peninsula and the archipelago, next will be the central plains and Mount Hwarwa, the stronghold of that clan. I will kneel before the heavenly emperor. Beneath my feet, in other words, only that is the true way to erase the past." The crown prince's face darkened, his voice filled with anger, however. "You focus all your attention on a single descendant. It seems you believe this is the only chance to wash away that shame." Tandu grew flustered and quickly denied it. "No, that's not it. How could I ever doubt that your Majesty will conquer the mainland?" The crown prince declared, "I consider that only natural." His expression remained emotionless as he turned and said, "The reason you placed me on the throne was for that. Simply to vent long-held grievances about the mainland, not to launch some grand campaign of conquest." Those gentle words made Tanju shudder, yet the flame that burned came from those immature motives. My task is to guide it toward a greater purpose. The crown prince strode away arrogantly, leaving those words behind, even if it is something you may never have expected. A part of the empire that the entire world will acknowledge will become the responsibility you must bear in the future. Hanju clenched his fist and slammed it to the ground. A tear fell. Grievance toward the mainland, perhaps that alone summarizes the cause of all the rebels, including Danju. The image of a beach covered in trash appeared, though that resentment had long existed. Its transformation into the driving force of rebellion, casting a shadow over half the sea palace, was only something of the past few decades. It was merely punishment. On one hand, perhaps he only wished to engrave it deeply in memory, a beach of clear blue water. The mother sea belongs to no one. The creatures of the water must revere the sea, and they the people and true children of the sea. The scene shifts to mainlanders worshipping their god. He wanted to make this clear and return to an era when they received fear, reverence, and tribute as before. That was their goal. Hanju's eyes narrowed in pain, but at this moment Danju, the High General, sensed something. He gazed at the distant back of the Crown Prince. Perhaps they had chosen a method too far removed from their true objective. The image of the beach appeared again, eerily quiet all around. As if lulling Yushin into an eternal sleep, blood continued to flow from his mouth. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Yushin. She spoke in reproach. "I warned you clearly, didn't I, if you encountered the Crown Prince? This outcome was inevitable. In the end, you alone bore everything and fell into this state." Looking at the scene, she continued to scold softly. "I say that, but now you can't regret it anymore. You brought this upon yourself." It was as if two personalities existed within her. She asked herself, "Really?" And the other replied cheerfully, "Yes." What kind of person is so stubborn, like the sinew of a whale? What on earth is this? She hesitated slightly after all. She recalled Yushin taking the Crown Prince's full assault, his mouth filled with blood, his body collapsing backward. She touched Yushin, feeling a fleeting sense of pleasure at the moment he fell. It truly felt wonderful. Yet soon regret and resentment welled up within her. "So I regret it deeply. The one who should have brought you down was supposed to be me." She looked gloomy, let out a weary sigh, but it can't be helped. Once a flower has fallen, it can't be revived. She hugged herself in grief. Then something suddenly struck her. "I've thought of a good way. Naji, although I can't say there's no danger." She looked at Yushin in front of her, "But it's worth it." A little shyly, she lifted him up. After a few words of reassurance, "Just wait a moment, I'll help you come back to life again." Cut to the ruined house on the seabed, a huge hole in the wall. Ayashihiro spoke calmly. Then, Ayashihiro began channeling his strength. He comforted Baekyo, who was covered in wounds. "Maybe it'll hurt a bit more now, right? But anyway, I'll transfer my true energy into your body." A demon. Baekyo gritted his teeth and endured. "It's fine, fight poison with poison, right? That logic applies not only to exorcism but to medicine too." Ayashihiro didn't seem too bothered. "True, that's a sound argument. Either way, I think leaving things as they are would do more harm. Let's begin." He gathered all his power forward. Even that strength surprised Iksu a little. Yuzuru sat calmly on the bed with Mami. Lying there, Yashihiro's eyes blazed. He drove all his energy into Baekyo's scarred back. Baekyo suddenly squeezed his eyes shut and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Fresh blood covered the floor, yet it still gleamed with a vivid red sheen. Ayashihiro stepped up and patted his shoulder. "Not as much blood as I expected. Either way, you've worked hard. If you rest a bit, your basic recovery should return probably." Ayashihiro turned to look at the bed and asked absent-mindedly, "Then what about her? I just checked, and it seems I can't sense my energy in her." Yuzuru agreed as well. "Just like you said, this isn't a curse. It's more like a seal. I can't determine the exact structure of the spellwork, but judging from the situation, it's likely a restrictive seal that targets only dragons." Baekyo had calmed down now. He covered the wound and spoke. "This is quite complicated. Please, if it's treasures or property, I'll offer everything I have. Please remove this seal from the princess." Yuzuru turned back and replied, "Even the person herself." A ritual artifact holding a stream of gleaming blood appeared. "If my guess is right, then the power source of this seal is a dragon. Specifically, the target dragon's own energy is being reused as the fuel for the spell itself." Yuzuru continued more carefully. "That means when the target dragon's power is exhausted and completely nullified, the spell will disappear as well." She looked at Myra's fading image. "But right now, the princess's power is already fully depleted, and yet the spell is still being maintained." Ayashihiro asked, baffled. "What does that mean? So you were completely wrong and useless?" She shot back a threat. "You'll die." Yuzuru hesitated a little. "Either way, there's something inside the princess's body." Ayashihiro jolted inwardly. "I almost forgot Siu is here." She continued explaining. "It uses dragon power as its foundation, but it doesn't belong to the princess. Something is still struggling against the spell. If we can't identify exactly what it is, I can't tamper with this spell rashly." Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the gloomy atmosphere. "It must be the precious jewel. Long ago the king himself implanted it into the princess's body." Baryon walked in slowly, carrying a large box. "I never imagined it could harm the princess like this." Baekyo blurted out, "Wait, hold on, what is that?" "Hey, no, how could the king do something like that?" His eyes widened in shock. Even if the princess said she'd try it, how could he implant a jewel into her body like this? Baryon cut in. Not only the princess. The Dragon King took in a creature from the surface world as his son-in-law and gave him a portion of his own power. And that created a ruling pair for the kingdom beneath the sea. The princess's jewel and the son-in-law's power would resonate together. Those words shocked Siu so much she could hardly believe it. All of this was to prepare for a joint reign. Today's tournament was part of that plan as well. The king permitted his power to be passed to someone worthy, meaning choosing the son-in-law to inherit the throne. A voice echoed through the swaying underwater palace. "Your Majesty, what does this mean?" The Dragon King answered bluntly, "Seeing how surprised you are, it seems your hearing still hasn't fully recovered. But is this really that shocking? Then who, in your view, should inherit?" He went on. "If the successor lacks the experience to take the throne, appoint a queen or a capable minister to the position. To support them, that's entirely reasonable." Lady Gu at his side advised, "Your Majesty, handing that heavy responsibility to someone from the surface like this, surely there will be opposition everywhere." She continued. "First, those two who are always shouting about loyalty and the like will come charging in, frothing at the mouth, acting like they're some great power. Knowing them all too well," Lady Gu added, "and those who claim they're holding up the Dragon Palace will be the same. They'd never happily accept a new pillar coming from the surface. At first, they were certain Myra's husband would be one of their descendants." The Dragon King didn't budge. "And so what? I am the supreme master of the Dragon Palace. Who dares oppose my decision?" She replied. "Even so, your Majesty must also consider the people's will." He let out a sigh. "Yes, because of the will of the people, I'm saying this." Then he spoke again. "I had planned that Myra's husband would be someone from the mainland, but we would only discuss it after the girl came of age, thinking of her. If Myra matured for another 100 years, then even if there were dissenters, they couldn't do anything." He continued, "But by then it would be too late. Accept tribute from humans and the mainland demons, laws don't have to affect the sea." Those words have been echoing again and again lately, even from the mouths of naive fools who don't understand what they mean. Thinking of the Eastern Sea, just a few years, no, just a few months more, and those words will spread among all the people of the Eastern Sea. And that is the true will of the people I cannot afford to dismiss. Not the idle gossip of nobles and officials, but the roar of the entire populace. He had already calculated the worst outcome if things spread that far. Then no matter how many Myras there were, even I wouldn't be able to solve it. It wouldn't be as simple as suppressing a handful of malcontents by force. At that point, I would be forced to become a tyrant who crushes the entire populace." He went on. "And then no one wins. Setting aside whether their ideas are right or wrong, what king would dare expect anything from it? People ground down beneath Abuthil." He reached toward the sphere, "So I must act early," and he turned to ask her. "Myra's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? Perhaps from that occasion, I'll begin searching for her official consort." He pictured that day. Of course, it would be ideal if the victor also had the right character, but things never go that smoothly. "Beyond achievements in the tournament, I must also choose the one who suits Myra best." He issued the order directly. "Therefore, starting today, spread the word that I'm holding a grand tournament to find a consort." She blurted out in surprise. "What?" He explained plainly. "This isn't merely an attempt to find a consort. As I said, it's a way to uproot the weeds before they spread to the common people. If anyone hears the rumor and asks me, I won't deny anything." He continued, "However, the most important point must only be spread as, I am choosing a consort." He grew pensive. "The consort will share half of Myra's ruling authority. This must be kept absolutely secret, even from the white sect." He tried to emphasize the objective. "That alone will do, the discontent toward me will gradually accumulate." He imagined it himself. "When those grievances turn into ambition and begin to boil over, at the critical moment, I will announce it personal. From this day forward, the Dragon Palace will be ruled jointly by Myra and her consort." She trembled as she asked, "Why, your Majesty, could it be that you?" He answered bluntly, "It's only a matter of sooner or later. Anyone who intends to rebel will do so sooner or later." He continued, "I'm simply speeding up that ending. If they are truly innocent, they will certainly find another way to persuade me, not betrayal." His entire being was steeped in gloom. "But if they choose rebellion as I predict, I am ready to stain my hands with their blood to pass on the throne, cleansing away the filth for Myra and her consort, somewhere within the underwater Dragon Palace." A trembling voice spoke. "This, Becky O is saying this, unbelievable. Everyone knows His Majesty is always gentle toward humans. But splitting the Dragon King's power is another matter entirely. Why must he go that far?" Another person was also deeply doubtful. "Exactly, why do we need to do that? After all, as mortals, it's 100 times commendable that the Dragon King rules this land with such goodwill toward humans." That person wondered. To split the throne and hand half to someone else is not only excessive, it also hides countless dangers. Even if I'm human, not all humans are trustworthy. In fact, I personally believe most are the opposite. And Yashihiro asked as well, "Doesn't that make the risk far too great?" Madame Gu recalled that when the Dragon King brought it up, Everyone must have thought this. The Dragon King is so enamored of humans that he has finally lost his judgment and will bring about a great disaster. He keeps rambling on like, the former master and all that, right? You must think this old man has finally gone senile, don't you? Madame Gu hurried to explain. Why, your majesty, how could I ever think that? Then she added, but if I may speak frankly, granting half the throne to someone from the mainland. With my limited understanding, it truly is hard to comprehend. If your majesty wishes to protect humans, there's no need to go so far as to do this. He sighed, protect them, but even someone with considerable ties to humans would do this. She grew a little anxious. Your majesty, does that mean your purpose isn't to protect humans? He admitted, it's partly that, yes, I do have affection for humans. Then he explained, but in the end I am still the king of this dragon palace. Caring for humans doesn't mean I place them above the people. I am responsible for governing. She fell into deep thought. Seeing that, he asked, well, why does that look of disbelief appear on your face? She quickly said, it's just that I. Without waiting for her to finish, he cut in, fair enough. I've never revealed my heart to anyone before, so misunderstandings are understandable. But sometimes, hearing the rumors spread outside makes people laugh. He slowly listed them all. That I was bewitched to madness by humans during my time wandering the land away from the sea. That I had an illegitimate child born on land. Even that lineage continues to this day. He went on to tell stories that were not only absurd but varied in every conceivable way. Some even argued just to determine which story was true. I heard that even those who claimed to follow Fida had an official version they trusted absolutely. Again, he sighed. But sadly, to those beliefs I can only give one answer. I have never formed a deep bond with anyone on land. Of course, I experienced many strange and precious things while there. Remembering the scenes he described, a sky as deep and blue as the sea and vast stretches of land below, how nostalgic even now. Sometimes I still dream of them. At the end, he emphasized, of course, there are humans with whom I feel a resonance. Even if only for a moment, but it stopped there. Because humans are a dangerous species, she still could not comprehend. He continued. 666 years ago, my cooperation with the Demon King was not simply because of humans. If one wanted to prevent humans and monsters from destroying each other, that was the appropriate time. United, she hurriedly spoke. Your Majesty, I do not fully understand your meaning. Foolish, he said again. Thanks to the law enacted by the Demon King 666 years ago, humans were able to build the splendid civilization they have today. What an absurd rumor, yet it spread so widely. Even humans believed it. He continued, but if you think carefully, isn't there something very strange? Since ancient times, humans have continuously developed and prospered, even while coexisting with monsters that always viewed them as prey. He posed a question to himself. If it is said that without the current Demon King, humans could not have developed over the past 600 years, then what about the tens of thousands of years of history that laid the foundation for this? Could it be that for hundreds of thousands of years, monsters hunted humans with restraint? Like, leaving this much is better, perhaps. He answered himself, certainly not. Though the food chain relationship is absolute, the balance was not broken. It could even be said that the scale increasingly favored humans. He asked again, you yourself have witnessed this over the past year. You have seen the progress and the strength humans possess, haven't you? Recalling the human world not due to peace or safety, I think the opposite. He rambled, if the current Demon King had not established the laws as they are, if monsters still held their position as humanity's natural enemy, then human civilization over the past few hundred years would likely have developed in a more bizarre and extreme direction. Humans are weak, yet they are a species that knows to rise against oppression. That is their nature. He concluded, even just half a year later, do you think humans would let themselves be the weak prey hunted? At first, they may be confused, but sooner or later they will recognize the opponent as an enemy and pour all their strength into defeating them. Finally, he concluded, what happens afterward I cannot be certain. Regardless of which side wins, the outcome the monsters expect will never come true. Humans today are vastly different from 600 years ago in both strength and will. Like a pyramid with no victor, only mutual destruction remains. And of course, that influence is not limited to land alone. Listening to the Dragon King speak, Gu remained silent. No matter how vast the ocean, it cannot fully escape those shocks. He added, this is what I realized from my experiences in you. Even sitting on this throne looking over the human world, humans are truly an astonishing species. Their nature lines more toward good than evil. He reminded, but they are not a meek species for us to protect or turn into prey at will. If touched carelessly, they become spines that can harm critically. This, whether on land or under the sea, all monsters tend to underestimate. He recounted, I once sent my eldest son to the human world for this reason. You are the one who will lead the era in the future. He must understand what humans are, experience it with his own body. Continuing, as a father, though it's hard to know what the boy is thinking, I never doubted his intellect. I thought he would understand my thoughts. Yet, with a slightly disappointed tone, entirely the opposite, he returned to wild illusion. He continued. He said he wanted to rule without distinguishing between monsters and humans, land and sea. A foolish dreamer to the point that one doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. The crown prince of the Dragon Palace has delusions worse than a cheap novel. He analyzed it himself. Demons and humans, land and sea, were fundamentally two different entities. Even if you forced them to blend together, it would still be impossible. If you wanted to accomplish that, perhaps you wouldn't need to be a king, you'd need to be a god. He added a further reminder. What was essential was mutual respect and coexisting at an appropriate distance. Yet misunderstandings and conflict could never be fully avoided. There would always be grievances and incidents. In the end, he made his decision. To balance everything, I want to marry Myra off to a human, not only for Myra's sake. A companion who can help the sea understand the land, and the land understand the sea in return. Lady Gu recounted what happened to everyone here. That was what His Majesty said. In fact, His Majesty had already anticipated that traitors would be active today. Her bruised face was simply because they brought demons from the land with them. And they even used magic that surpassed His Majesty's power. Who could have expected that to happen? Yashihiro thought to himself, the East Sea Dragon King. Though famous as a wise ruler, he was also known for being exceptionally friendly toward humans. But it turned out he was this much of a realist. His face was full of thought. You could even say he saw through the future more clearly than many humans. Even without this turmoil, what the clan wanted would never have become reality. Only then did Iuzuru speak up. Wait, so if the princess is holding the dragon pearl, that means without her, taking the throne would be impossible. The 100 demons answered precisely and fortunately. It seemed the other side still hadn't fully grasped this truth. He continued, if they truly knew the princess was holding the dragon pearl, then even if he were the supreme commander, he wouldn't have chased after me alone like this. He pressed a hand to his chest in gratitude. I owe everyone here a debt beyond what words can express. Our honored guests were dragged into this and even helped me. Truly, as the Grand General of the Dragon Palace, this is a humiliation I can scarcely put into words. Glancing at the two sisters, he went on, but now there's no other way. I'll have to shamelessly ask you for a favor. So please take the princess and Lord Q out of this palace. He explained, right now, every exit from the Dragon Palace has been sealed off by the rebel. After a brief pause, he continued, however, officers of lieutenant rank and above are issued a special token, used in emergencies to pursue enemies or escapees. Not far from here, there should be one in my study as well. Yashihiro stood up and said, leading us out safely is more than enough for us to be grateful. Besides, stopping the succession to the Golden Throne is related to us as well. Still, he thought to himself, for you to ask us like this, you're planning to stay behind alone and draw the pursuer's attention, aren't you? He continued, to be honest, I think this is impossible. But how could anyone stop a warrior who's already prepared to sacrifice his life? It still doesn't sit right with me. A shadow spoke. You mean you want to buy time so we can escape? I understand the general's feelings, but that was Siu's voice. With your body in its current condition, don't even mention opponents like the one just now. Even weaker ones will be hard to deal with. Even if you manage to stall for time, it won't bring any real benefit. Provoked by the boy, he snapped angrily. You're underestimating me. No matter how pathetic I might have to look, I'm still the Grand General of this Dragon Palace. He was still shouting, even if this body turns to ash, I will never retreat. The boy set the items down on the table, then vanished right in front of them, closing in on the position of the East Sea Dragon Palace's right general, and struck without restraint. Yuzuru couldn't help but marvel. So fast, twice as fast as the last time I saw him. The general's body wavered unsteady. The boy explained, I meant to knock you completely out, but even badly injured, you really are tough. Maybe I should hit a little harder next time. Yashihiro looked at him and asked, Siu, you seem wilder than I thought, but normally wouldn't a light scare be enough just to confirm someone's condition? He explained softly. That would work too, but he understands his own danger better than anyone. This is a matter of pride and honor. Instead of wasting time on pointless tug-of-war, doing it this way is probably far more effective. Then he turned and reminded him. In any case, you take Iuzuru, me, and everyone else outside. As long as we're safe, that's enough. He was about to speak. Wait, Siu, don't tell me. Without waiting for him to finish, the boy answered, that's right, it's simply too much for the general to get the injured out. The safest way is for someone to stay behind and stall for time. Besides, I have my own reason for staying. He didn't hide it. I need to find the remaining friends in this Dragon Palace and then share the way out with them. If we search thoroughly, there should be more escape cards. Once everyone gathers and works together, it won't be too dangerous. I also mentioned, by the way, I have a small favor to ask of both of you. Consider it a request for a kindness. Can you chase away the dangerous spirits? I explained further. Actually, the reason Yusin and I came here is because of something like this. Luckily, the tools needed for exorcism seem to have been obtained already. But the remaining time is only today. I continued. If Yo Zin and I don't return before the end of today, no one will be capable of handling everything in time. Yashihiro stroked his chin thoughtfully. At first glance, this task doesn't seem beyond our abilities. I personally also want to help. He turned to Iuzuru, but the problem lies with my sister. Even if she has a personal interest in Siu, this time it's a completely different matter. Then he looked toward the princess. Still, if things go smoothly, my family will not only settle our debt with the Dragon Palace but also bring the princess home. This is truly a golden opportunity for my family to assert its status. So, while he was still thinking, my sister, who is trying her best to gain our father's favor, would likely agree. With this proposal, Iuzuru spoke up. If that's the case, it shouldn't be too difficult. Exorcism and eliminating evil spirits are my specialties. Even if we return a little earlier than planned, it's fine. I cheerfully responded, really? Thank you both. If that's the case, I'll worry much less. As I breathed a sigh of relief, a shadow rushed in from outside. I had been very anxious about what would happen if the plan failed. Both Kira sisters were stunned and panicked. Outside, the space was engulfed in a blood-red glow. Inside, I had blocked the sneak attack. Both sides were evenly matched. While he was gritting his teeth, he still had the mind to chat thanks to you. He felt very satisfied. Now I can fight without any worries. A powerful punch strikes that guy, so I'll increase my strength tenfold. My eyes blaze with determination, teeth clenched. His face pale, he tries to evade the attack with countless creative projectiles forming a circle right in front of him. After a moment, Siu trembles slightly, standing on one leg, hands in a defensive stance. His eyebrows furrow, eyes glancing subtly. A few drops of cold sweat fall. He thinks silently, it's shortened. The pain that felt life-threatening is still there, but the recovery feels faster. Is my body getting used to the regeneration strike? He continues to look at the scene outside the hole in the wall. Suddenly, he stammers a sentence that makes both Kira members look worried. So Siu doesn't turn his back, adding, please. Harian, face covered in wounds, stands silently on the other side. At the same time, a few water vortices suddenly appear. It turns out they were caused by Siu's jump. His body lands lightly, facing the opponent. Skin pale, Siu positions his front and back legs, fists clenched, observing. Even without significant injuries, after enduring a tenfold regeneration strike, it's enough. The attack landed perfectly. Recalling Garlink wearing the white wolf mask, he continues. He's just too tough, unlike the previous opponent, whose attacks were completely ineffective. Finally, his hands unconsciously clench and lightning emerges from them. I can fight until he shatters. Meanwhile, Handu calmly raises his hand near the snarling mouth. Coincidentally, both sides share similar conditions and circumstances. The previous victory ended brilliantly, yet complicatedly. That was the battle between Tiu Hoi and Garland. Suddenly, someone's black legs slam onto the ground, causing a significant shock. Both are monsters drawing on strength as their core. Neither can afford to lose. The white wolf mask lies on the ground. A deep voice says, so it is, even you failed at their hands. The Tandu is extremely furious, veins bulging, teeth slightly bared. Truly despicable. From the generals to the great general, none show any backbone. Though small, he lacks skill in defense. Siu's eyes remain stern. His eyes glance slightly to the side. Bare feet tap the floor lightly. He observes the black figure escorted by large purple flames behind. This presence is more than just that. Scene shifts to Yuzuru in a kimono holding unconscious Myra. Ayashihiro is a bit shocked. Sweaty face, stammering, hey this. The two martial followers who trusted Siu completely now feel a chilling pressure radiating. Their teeth clenched, faces terrified. Moments ago in the spirit class ranks, he was already fearsome. But this is an entirely different level. Meanwhile, Myra lies unconscious, black veins spreading over most of her face. Suddenly moving slightly, left hand relaxed. The prince wears a half-open robe, revealing a fit body as he steps out, observing the city and scattered objects ahead. Unable to resist, he slightly furrows his brow. Looking at Siu still trembling in place, he asks, so, you are Kim Yuzin's comrade. He slowly, solemnly whispers, not considering physical strength, your inner nature doesn't seem to reach that level. Standing before an opponent far beyond his level. Hearing the last words, Siu shows surprise, turning his head but still able to disperse focus. Immediately facing a giant fist charging fiercely. Two blinding lights collide, appearing simultaneously afterward. After a moment, white smoke clears, revealing a fit figure covering Siu's face with both hands. Stern expression, mouth slightly upturned, face sweaty. Meanwhile, pale green arms rush forward with murderous intent. They speed toward Siu, covering his face with both hands, hurling him backward. Siu lifts his head. Bridge of nose bleeding, eyes wide in panic. Opposite, Tanji opens his mouth, revealing large teeth. Then he leaps, preparing a punch toward Siu. Tanji attacks with fast, light kicks. Teeth clenched, gritting, I will crush you. Xiu's eyes widen in fear, gaze unchanging. He stares at the blazing red-pink light ahead. Suddenly, the intense glow changes direction unexpectedly. Strong legs land on the floor. This sight slightly loosens Tanji's jaw. Facial veins relax a bit from the lingering smoke. Xiu, face as black as coal, launches fiercely forward. Left hand stretches as if to grasp something. But Tanji remains unusually calm, standing still. Quietly uses the ultimate technique, Morph Bite, a unique skill of the great general. Activation condition: open and close the mouth. With that motion, he can adjust the volume ratio between himself and the swallowed target. This distortion lasts a moment, affecting only the target within his ability range. It doesn't affect the environment, but its power is absolute, surpassing ordinary attacks. Simultaneously, he can shrink them in the opposite direction. Despite size changes, Tanji bites down hard with his massive jaw. Super's eyes blazed intensely. At this moment, both seemed like a clash of eggs against stones, a battle completely uneven. Of course, even with differences in mass, the amount of shock received is the same. However, focusing all force on one point is limiting. For a demon with regenerative abilities, this is a huge advantage. Against certain opponents, it could completely neutralize their ability to retaliate. Some hand continuously grips countless black energy pulses here, while the energy elsewhere is never relaxed. Yet, Super's eyes flared, his face darkened. Tanji clenched his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead and cheeks. Super thrust the black energy halo forward. The enemy before him was also a demon of strength and scale. It struck downward with destructive force. Immediately, the explosion above Tanji forced him to brace himself. Then something drew Tanji's attention. Another attack came with countless black energy streams. He quickly ducked to avoid them as they flew overhead. Moving at such speed, he was astonished by a strange transformation. Looking up, he saw the black energy streams forming a large arc had vanished. He gritted his teeth, finding it hard to believe. The attack disappeared. He glanced at Super with fiercely determined eyes, wondering, was that attack from the start just a feint? Meanwhile, he continued moving like an arrow. The 3 previous bites from the enemy and the strange phenomenon that followed gave enough information to understand his abilities and the situation. Betting everything on one decisive strike, Super raised his named spear and lunged. Summon Demon, Divine Body, the target below, where most demons keep a second heart. At the same time, this was also the source of power. At this moment, blood gushed from the center of Tanji's solid body like a river. Super held his stance, his body trembling in waves. The hand gripping the spear trembled too. The only variable arising was a slight misalignment from Chu's spin, red lines spreading across Wukon's head. Tanji groaned in pain, which turned out to be his lifeline. It pulled him away from Super's deadly strike. Suddenly, Tanji grabbed the spear shaft with both hands while blood still flowed from his mouth. Super, masked, slightly furrowed his brow, sweat dotting his face. At this moment, the prince slowly approached. Simultaneously, Tanji was engulfed by intense crimson flames. That damned land bug dared to approach Chu. This startled Super, making him release the spear. Tanji grinned wildly, baring his teeth. In the midst, many small ice crystal fragments appeared. Tanji's body shivered slightly as someone emerged behind the cold haze. Unconsciously opening his mouth, hands still wrapped in thick ice. Standing behind Tanji, gently extending a hand, his back was frozen solid. Goyu wore a cold expression, eyes narrowed. No need to speak, let me handle it. The ice on his legs gradually melted into water. Before the demon's chill could grasp Chu, the moment the demon appeared, Super completely diverted attention from him. He widened his eyes, astonished as a force acted on him and vanished before Tanji, while Goyu remained calm. Now even surprise held no feeling. Hearing this, Tanji slowly withdrew a bloody nose, sarcastically saying, "Fine, I admit it," he gaped, sneering, continuing. Simultaneously, flames appeared, breaking the ice into pieces that fell down. "Land bugs, you are stronger than I thought. But from now on, it's not for justice, it's for my pride. I will definitely kill you," he continued defiantly, even though clearly the one worthy of contempt was him. Though understanding the land bug had no rational basis, Goyu tilted his head slightly, sternly saying, "Regarding origin, you are the ones without roots. Since ancient times, our lineage originated from the sea." After a moment, Super suddenly appeared, darting to one side, eyes fiercely determined. The prince also stared to the left, seeing a small dark figure like a bird shooting like an arrow. In less than a second, Super was close, raising his fist, ready to strike fiercely. The prince simply floated out, face extremely calm. Observing the opponent's strong punch, he remarked, "The force is 5 times greater and measurable." Then he extended his right hand to block Super's attack. The first clash was not yet the full power of either side, but what one side felt was overwhelming disparity and despair. A strong arm remained suspended in midair. The prince calmly, eyes narrow, spoke, making a rational assessment. Meanwhile, Super continued attacking, teeth clenched, a grimace on his face. Yet the other side sensed. At this moment, the prince revealed a purple gem, disdainful, truly disappointing. As for Super, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Fixing his gaze on the ramshackle house and the objects swirling above it, the crown prince kept turning the purple gem in his hand. It kept Sue from standing still, as if a continuous force were pushing against him. That was called the Tan Catch. Once again, the Crown Prince unleashed all the power of what he held, boosting its lethality 15-fold and forming a colossal, deep violet surge of energy. It shot straight toward a corner of the roof ridge of the house ahead, roaring over it like a violent gale. By now, Sue seemed exhausted, panting out hot breath, his face slick with sweat as he stared at the house being further destroyed and the countless bubbles still drifting before his eyes. He still didn't change his stance, one foot planted, one extended, both arms loose at his side. At the same time, the figure facing him finally spoke slowly, twice as strong. No, maybe even more than that, truly impressive. Even compared to A3 Mama, you're strong enough to make my top 5 toughest opponents. He glanced at the back of his hand and the round wound on his body, then continued, but as far as presence goes, you're a complete disappointment. You sensed the gap in strength and chose tactics to deal with it. Good idea. But I don't feel even a shred of will to overcome that gap. At the next line, Sue's whole face instantly broke out in cold sweat. Maybe because Kim Yo-shin is too sharp, I acted on instinct. Did I end up placing a little hope in you too? The Crown Prince's brows knit tightly, his eyes narrowed unconsciously as he fell silent. And fair enough, human or demon alike. Not many can keep their dignity even with death right in front of them. Hearing that, Sue's expression darkened as he asked in disbelief. What? Cut to somewhere else beneath the sea, where an enormous doorway stood slightly ajar. It was dim inside. A slender silhouette was cast sharply on the stone wall by a nearby flame. That person's face was deathly pale with cold sweat, breathing out nothing but heat. A hand gripped the iron bars in front of them and wouldn't let go. The unlocked shackle lay discarded on the stone floor. Suddenly, one of the barred panels dropped without warning. Tiu Hoi looked toward the noise in surprise. Someone's mouth was veined red with strain, yet he still spoke in an arrogant tone. What are you doing here? Tiu Hoi immediately looked deeply worried and replied, Wu Yi already has plenty of people who can't stand you. With that kind of ability, you should have left long ago. But all she got back was the Dragon King's utterly hopeless voice as he sat cross-legged opposite her, brows drawn tight. Don't tell me you came to save me, because right now I'm nothing but a useless, decrepit old man not worth saving. He looked at the girl before him and continued about what had happened. I'm sorry. I should have foreseen it and taken it into account, but I couldn't. I thought that after 1,000 years as king, I'd grown wiser. But maybe the only thing that's changed is that this body has aged this far. Looking worn out, eyes slightly narrowed, he added, You came here for that item, didn't you? If it's only for that. Mid-sentence, Tiu Hoi cut in about the upheaval in the palace. Please accept my condolences. She closed her eyes, lowered her head slightly, and continued in a grave tone. But if I may be so bold, even if I am not your majesty's subject, your majesty is not only a lord whose domain was violated, but also a father responsible for caring for and protecting your people. After offering that comfort, she went on, so instead of blaming yourself and lamenting, your majesty should try to regain your strength. The urgent priority now is to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible. But the Dragon King immediately showed gratitude. This feeling is so nostalgic. As he looked at the girl, he rambled on. It's like seeing Sun from back then speaking so respectfully. The last time I saw you, I believe you were complaining that your children never did what you wanted. I'm no better off. But it seems our children have raised their own kids pretty well, haven't they? Still seated on the mat, the Dragon King said, But what can we do? Even if Sun came here in person to scold me, I don't have the strength to change anything anymore. All I can do now is trust and wait. His eyes grew vacant without his noticing. But at least at that moment, someone's clenched hand couldn't hold back, trembling nonstop. Tiu Hoi spoke slowly in warning. As a king, please stop saying such shameful things. Even her entire left arm was shaking violently now. Stammering, she said, To get your majesty and me here, a completely uninvolved human had to sacrifice their life. After hearing Tiu Hoi's words, the Dragon King could only agree sadly. Even if it's true you can't do anything. At the very least, don't let yourself become that pitiful. Then, placing her palm down, she continued slowly, Those reproaches of yours, from your standpoint, are entirely justified. He spoke again, the words only making her shake with even greater anger. But it seems the one you're truly furious at isn't me, it's yourself. Given the state you're in now, I can more or less guess who you met and what happened. At that, the Dragon King swayed slightly and asked in a low voice, Then, the one who sacrificed himself for me, the one you mentioned, was it him? Tiu Hoi was instantly stunned, eyes wide and mouth agape as she lifted her head. She turned to the right, staring intently at the two figures in the opposite cell. The dark-skinned woman, sweat trickling down, spoke first. Knowing that I had visitors earlier wasn't surprising, but I was interrupted by the Dragon King while speaking. Didn't you expect I could still stand here unharmed? It made her, holding an unconscious person in her arms, feel slightly embarrassed. Not at all, Your Majesty. It's been a long time since we last met, since I assumed office. Perhaps this is the first time we've reunited. Hearing this, the Dragon King slowly turned his head, eyes filled with weariness. His Zio Hui could only silently follow his gaze, looking at Yuzin lying with closed eyes in the other's arms. The girl with white hair and dark skin stammered for a while before speaking. My intention is, the Dragon King, growing impatient, sighed and said, let me speak plainly. Hearing his full, convincing explanation, Zio Hui's whole body trembled unexpectedly, eyes wide open. That person had died but could still be saved. The blood on his body hadn't completely cooled. As if the Dragon King was unaware, he asked the strange girl anyway. Isn't that what you intended to say? The other merely forced a smile in response. Indeed, your majesty is as perceptive as ever. Had I known, I wouldn't have rebelled from the start. Glancing at Yuzin, still bleeding from the mouth, he added, I just intervened because it seemed interesting. Who knew it would all end in misfortune? If only I had sided with the loyalists. She bowed slightly, lowering her voice. Even someone like me, when your majesty let down his guard, might have been able to accomplish something. Then she turned her gaze to Zio Hui, startling her. Hey, don't you understand the situation yet? Let me make it clear to avoid confusion. Among dragons, there is something called the reverse horn. It's located near the ears, beneath the hair on the head, and not only contains immense power but is also an extremely valuable elixir for others. Of course, there's a difference between the common and the royal line. An ordinary dragon has only one in a lifetime, but the Dragon King can have up to two. Thinking of the Crown Prince always being bare-chested, she continued. Perhaps the Crown Prince took one earlier, then mentioned the man. The elder sat cross-armed, but if the Dragon King is still alive, it means there is at least one reverse horn remaining. Hearing this, the Dragon King was slightly sarcastic, lost in thought. Now even your majesty doesn't call it, huh? The white-haired, dark-skinned girl asked in return. By now you understand what I mean, right? If we acquire that reverse horn, we can be like Myra, just as you wish. She recalled the river that guides souls across the Styx. Myra's soul hasn't crossed Tamdu Zion yet, as long as the body absorbs the reverse horn. I can revive the life force, the soul will return, and the breath will be restored. Releasing Yuzin from her arms, she laid him on the ground and stood up herself. Her voice continued, and listen, I've seen it all. Initially, Myra could have survived to reach here, but he sacrificed his life to save her. Stepping in front of Zio Hui, awkward expression, she said, Miss, bloodlines are indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, the Dragon King on the side suddenly spoke mockingly. Clever, shrewd, calculating in every way. Yet you failed to anticipate the hearts of those you exploited. Extremely, even that resembles your father. Looking at the girl with dangling earrings, he continued, if you still plan to exploit the upright in the future. Remember one thing, ignoring Yuzin, lying there dying with a chest wound. You can deceive, you can manipulate, but never let them have the power of choice. Because even if they know the choice leads to death, they will never betray the values they believe in. Done, the Dragon King glanced to the side and ordered, watch. His words pierced the heart, leaving Zio Hui silent and listening. Because of the choices you imposed, she has completely collapsed. Someone's feet slowly advanced. The white-haired, dark-skinned girl suddenly gasped a few times, shoulders trembling. Sweat poured over her face, utterly panicked. She looked toward the empty corner, no one in sight. Hearing a voice behind her, she hurriedly turned around in alarm. Indeed, everything had ended neatly. The Dragon King sat beside Yuzin, placing a hand over his eyes, adding, the fatal wound was from a blow to the chest. In truth, the one who ended his life delivered a strike to the forehead. Perhaps that was the cost of showing respect to the opponent. Then he glanced and asked further. His expression was unusually calm. What's your name? I'm Shizu, not you. The following words made Zio Hui tremble repeatedly. That's right, Zio Hui, there's no need to keep panicking like this. Is there a possibility for an unexpected factor? Saying I have 3 spirit stones works, but holding the purple gem with 2 fingers I felt a bit anxious. I heard this is unprecedented, taking out 2 spirit stones in just 2 days. Elsewhere a question rang out, so now we'll connect with the scene. Reporter Oh Sang-min. The reporter replied, yes, currently. We are at the area near the mountain in Gangwon province, where a fire occurred, according to local residents, around 4 a.m. yesterday. The forest fire spread rapidly, engulfing an entire mountain in an instant. Oh Sang-min continued, however, before the fire brigade could even begin their efforts. The fire extinguished itself. Locals report that the cause of the fire remains unclear. The explosion was intense and combined with the dry weather. Many suspect this was not simply a natural forest fire. He added that the fire brigade is now checking for any remaining embers. At the same time, they are conducting further investigations into the cause. Experts on TV, all channels are broadcasting information about the explosion. At the scene of the forest fire in Central Europe, the corners of a thin-lipped person's mouth slightly lifted as they pressed the remote to turn it off, muttering, "How considerate." Bai Hai-ung sneered. Well then. If left alone, that fire would likely have burned down the entire area. But you didn't necessarily have to put it out. I figure if you didn't extinguish it, the whole forest would have gone up in flames. Insects, birds, and countless other small animals. Such a pity. He glanced over, increasingly surprised. Really, Odaxini rarely care about anything beyond their own obsession. But in this regard, I'm no different from an ordinary monster. At times, it even makes me feel like he's one of our kind. Bai Hai-ung continued. Could it be that the battle ended early because of that? Did you overexert yourself fearing the shockwave spread too far? I deny that. No, he looked toward the TV showing the explosion. It was simply that the opponent was far too ordinary compared to expectation. Honestly, if the battle had been more exciting, even if the day brightened or the fire swept something away, I wouldn't have minded. Bai Hyung turned to the side. Hey, are you really that indifferent? This opponent is a pillar of the current generation, even if newly inherited. But once called a divine beast, they must be incredibly strong. I said softly, strong indeed. He tossed the towel onto the nearby table. But that's all there is. I placed my hands on the table, sat up, looked upward and said, thinking back, it feels strange. That fire nearly burned me to ashes. Yet somehow, even when thinking I'm done for, even if only briefly, there was no fear. His eyes opened wide. Looking back, the only one who ever made me feel I could die was him alone. I recalled the previous battle, reflecting. From the very first strike, his power and speed were decent. But beyond the force, the coldness stabbing straight into my back was truly terrifying. He continued. The subsequent attacks were the same. Even while holding the advantage, I felt as if constantly pursued. I whispered. Then he placed his hand on his muscular chest. The final moment was truly impressive. The image of me being slashed across the chest appeared, his blade. As if cutting away something entirely, a part always stuck in my chest. His voice grew cold. Yes, this strange yet familiar feeling was exactly there, the wound I received then. Since early morning it still throbbed. My eyes widened, staring like a bloodthirsty demon. Bai Huang, will I ever have a chance to fight him again? Hearing this, Bai Hung smiled slightly. The chance probably exists, but it's unlikely to be a battle like before, exactly as I wish. Firstly, the power gap between them has surely widened considerably. Their aura surged. I heard him mutter an evaluation. Since that day, I've changed so much even I'm surprised to feel that thrill again. Perhaps the gap is now too great for that to happen. Bai Huang assessed, though the physical development remains unpredictable. Surely Siu can't keep up, but in some way Siu still has the potential to break limits, even in a blink. I spoke, break limits in a blink, huh? So Doc Gabai monsters also have a mechanism similar to ours. Bai Hai-ung slid past me, replying faintly, not exactly. He grabbed the fridge door, indicating that while he calls it a limit, it's not the species limit, but rather Siu's personal limit. Bai Huang's expression was strangely indifferent. Precisely, it's the killing intent when facing an enemy, he added. The last time fighting me, and even now, Siu's killing intent was still lacking greatly. Hearing this, I couldn't help flinching, huh? Bai Hyung smiled wryly, but I didn't feel he lacked killing intent at all. If not for me, anyone else would think the same. That day, Siu truly tried very hard. He spoke softly. The killing intent wasn't fake, but it wasn't truly from the depths of his heart. It could be called a form of acting or roleplay. This concept is probably quite unfamiliar to me. You haven't watched movies, right? Humans are cunning to the point they can deceive themselves. Bai Hai-ung teased, even if the emotion is fabricated by themselves. If they focus and immerse themselves, they too get swept up and believe it's real. I listened, somewhat doubtful, so I denied it. No, but it still feels strange. Did he really need to deliberately construct the thought of wanting to kill me? Clearly a life-or-death situation. In such circumstances, one would. Bai Huang interrupted. I already said this only applies to Siu. His voice lowered, face down. Violence is evil. There's no justifiable reason to harm others. It's the greatest deceit and hypocrisy humans have created. And tragically, Siu was among the victims of that. Bai Huang slowly poured orange juice into a cup and said, even if he bears the title of protecting his kin, if he does not fight, he himself will die. Yet even so, unless compelled by forced killing intent, he still cannot truly target anyone. He assessed that, nevertheless, Siu could still strike him down and even draw out his essence to struggle. This demonstrates just how exceptional his talent is. But ultimately, that sharpness has its limits. The corners of Bai Huang's lips curled slightly. If he could draw out his essence with a genuine desire for death, whether from joy or rage, then even I would find it difficult to withstand. At that moment, a girl entered with a radiant expression. Mother, why didn't you answer the phone at home? But upon seeing Bai Huang in the kitchen, she was startled and exclaimed, who is that? Mio trembled, her face fell. Who are you to be here? Then she lowered her gaze, yet he reached out, smiling softly. That is not an inviolable limit either. No matter how thick, it is ultimately just a shell. Bai Huang said calmly, killing intent is the most primal instinct. Once awakened, it flares uncontrollably. he added. Especially for Siu, who has chosen the path of struggle, he will surely face countless situations that will awaken the killing intent. At that time, the body of his mother lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath her head, eyes wide as if harboring a grudge, staring at Bai Huang. Bai Huang straightened. I don't know when that will happen. Next time we meet, I want you to remain in that state. My gaze burning with killing intent, my smile becoming sinister. I hope for that in another place. Startled and amazed, she exclaimed. What? Siu wondered. How do you know Yuzin's name? No, wait, even in death still retaining dignity. What do you mean? A low voice replied, literally. Oryang spoke softly. Before coming here, I encountered Kim Yuksen, a truly astonishing will which made me even more confident in the wonders of humanity. He assessed, yes, if it were his comrade or confidant. Surely the death of such a person would shock you and overwhelm you with emotion. Oryang continued, my facing you personally on the eve of a grand endeavor is for that reason. It is my way of showing respect to him as a friend. If you wish to avenge his death, I am ready to respond. He listened silently, hoping it was not a feeble move, and meaningless as just now. At this moment, Siu's hand was laced with deep red veins like lightning arcing around it. He bent forward, raising his sword high, asserting, there's no need to worry about that. Siu promised, I will not disappoint you. Oryang's eyes tensed as a sword slashed across him. Swiftly, Oryang leapt back, dodging Siu's powerful strike. His whole body sprang backward several steps. Blood dripped onto the floor. Siu's hand now felt as if slashed hundreds of times, blood flowing in streams. Fortunately, the aura around Siu this time seemed to meet the requirement. As the crown prince, and for Oryang it was an extremely strange moment, no special aura radiated. Nor was there any sense of foreboding or pressure, just a simple white sword. Fragile and ordinary, swung at a speed he could react to. But why, the moment it lunged, his body instinctively moved to dodge with it. Motion far beyond necessity, a sensation he had never experienced before. No, it was the only fear that had ever existed in his life. When the journey on land ended and he returned to the royal palace, what he had seen, felt, and the governance insights drawn from it, he confidently presented to his father. But what he received instead of the expected praise was unprecedented wrath and punishment, even if he fulfilled the duties of a subject or a son, not because he admitted fault himself, but simply overwhelmed by a momentary fear, forced to bow his head, a memory forgotten, yet never fully erasable. In the moment Oryang paused due to that memory, Siu, with sharp, blazing red eyes and fierce killing intent, lunged forward. Oryang was stunned. Watching the powerful force rushing toward him, Siu, at incredible speed, attacked straight at him. However, at the critical moment, Oryang dodged to the side, avoiding Siu's sharp sword. Suddenly, Siu's legs buckled. Around him, the space erupted with tremor. Veins of blood surged around Siu, his killing aura radiating. The impact once again surged powerfully toward Oryang. He was somewhat surprised. Each strike changed speed irregularly. It could be inferred that this was a move intended to prevent predicting the attack's direction. Oryang stared hard at Siu, thinking. It didn't rely on how much power he poured into the blade. As long as it landed, it would definitely cause injury. Was that his tactic? He spoke. Fine, I'll take it. A sharp snap rang out. Crisp like a dry branch being broken, his eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. The sword tip was already stained with blood. Red drops dripped down, pattering because that blade had pierced straight through Oryang's arm. However, his other hand was already driving a punch, surging power gathering for the attack. It wasn't that Siu had let his guard down. He had simply underestimated his opponent's resolve. He hadn't accounted for the fact that the man was willing to throw his whole body into the fight. Light flared, illuminating Oryang's icy face. Then his expression suddenly changed, turning stunned as ACU transformed into another form. In a savage voice, I told you already. Siu gripped the blood-smeared sword and yanked it straight out of Oryang's arm. He swung the blade up and sneered. No need to worry. Then a gleaming arc of steel slashed straight across him. Over here, another battle was unfolding. Tanju's hand clamped tight around the staff. He crushed it outright, splinters blasting in every direction. Goyu's gaze locked onto him. Tanju's jaws opened, strings of slime stretching. Giving up, then he snapped his mouth shut, teeth grinding together, and lunged at Goyu. His brows knotted, his face taut with tension. Tanju swung up a fist packed with inner force, ready to bring down a brutal straight punch. A thunderous boom shook the air. Tanju's face was veined and bulging with blue cords. Goyu's eyes behind sheets of ice were so cold they seemed indifferent. His hand cracked like stone struck by a hammer. Tanju clenched his teeth and let out pained groans as his arm was encased in ice. Suddenly, Goyu's eyes flew wide. Because he refused to yield, he raised his other arm to attack. A tremor rippled through the whole space. Then an explosion erupted violently, blasting earth and rock everywhere. From the smoke, Goyu's figure was flung outward. He jerked to a halt when a dark shadow blotted out his view. At that moment, a gigantic foot was coming down at terrifying speed. Down toward Goyu, his whole body sank, his eyes never leaving that massive shape. Above, Tanju stomped down in furious rage, jaws clenched tight, tendons and bones standing out. Goyu also quickly gathered force in his fist, polar head strike, driving it straight into Tanju's calf, Dark Moon Ice Blade. He withdrew his fist and stood still, watching the man's movement. Tanju's leg had been cleaved cleanly in two, twisting his face in agony. Goyu seized the opening and charged in. Tanju lost his center of gravity and staggered. Goyu kicked hard off the ice to launch himself. Tanju's severed foot dangled before dropping to the ground. Goyu sprang upward in a high leap. With one leg gone, Tanju couldn't keep his balance and crashed down. In Tanju's mind, certainty sharpened about the enemy's power, about the gap in strength between them. Whether as a demon in status or in signature sorcery, the ability to command freezing energy. Really an art belonging to supreme authority, an absurd defense so extreme that even the attacker could be injured by it, but in his judgment, whatever the reason, the use of that magic had limits. Goyu recalled the blast from a moment ago and chose to evade instead of stacking layers of defense in place. Even if he could attack from afar like that, the opponent still deliberately charged straight forward. Was he just showing off demonic power, or was there another reason? There had to be something restraining his use of demonic sorcery. Goyu watched closely, perhaps that strike had been his last card. If so, Tanju's arm was trembling in violent spasms now. The ice coating his arm also shattered. Tanju's signature technique, Universal Talisman Shapeshift, had a threshold as well, the larger the scale. The more demonic power it consumed, and the longer the recovery time between uses. But once it crossed a certain threshold, the cost would rise exponentially. Compared to the effect the technique delivered, this was definitely not an optimal choice. Yet Tanju still chose to counterattack for one simple reason: pride. Everything was gradually slipping away from his original calculation. He had thought he'd grasped the situation well enough, but from the new master's strange demeanor to the hidden power of those from the 6 points, those who came from the sea had no reason to cower in fear. Only the Dragon King's foolishness, submitting to the rules of the Demon King of the mainland. Tanju once believed that even if he couldn't take the entire mainland, annexing the Korean peninsula and the Japanese archipelago, it seemed like an easy matter, but it was a fatal mistake. Of the 8 elite generals he had carefully selected, 2 were defeated by a single human right before his eye. Those beings were strong but ultimately just monsters. Yet they could fight on par with him, the great general of the Dragon Palace. Could it be that the vast ocean he once boasted of was actually just a tiny well? That fear was something he could not accept. It was this ultimate denial that drove him to want to crush the one in front of him with absolute power. Transformation techniques filled the sky, a twitch of satisfaction at the corner of his lips. Indeed, my guess was correct. The mocking laughter drew Tanju's attention to Xiao Heng and Kung Dao, who were really 2 sides of the same coin. He reached out with a face full of smugness. A target that practically invites attack like this couldn't be more perfect. Xiao Fei, the image of an enemy holding back, waiting for the right moment, matched the monster she was facing now. He swung his fist and lunged forward. To attack, Goyu sneered. No problem, he was full of confidence. No matter how he fired, he was sure to hit a perfect 10. The arrow shot forward, rushing straight toward Tanju. His hand opened, lips curling into a smirk. A blinding light appeared before Tanju. Then a massive explosion erupted violently, the light spreading everywhere. Cut to another side, fragments of mana hovered in the air like shimmering crystals, strangely ethereal. Siyu's gaze still burned bright behind the mask. The sharp sword slashed through the air, directly striking Oryang's arm. A single strike, cutting deep into the body today. It executed the divine technique Kim Yuksun had infused into the blade. It should have sliced cleanly through Oryang's body. Yet the blade was stopped by the dragon aura enveloping him. It could only leave a cut on the flesh. But this time was different. It wasn't magic, Taoist arts, or demon arts. Nor was there any subtlety or incredible finesse. There was only pure killing intent, unstained by any other emotion. A primal consciousness and absolute power to carry it out. He continuously launched strikes, exhausting his strength. Blood sprayed from his mouth as well. Oryang then channeled his power, the strength in his other hand surging fiercely. The dragon spear technique wasn't magic but martial arts, a combat style inherited through generations in the East Sea Dragon Palace clan, using dragon aura to fight. This power made Siyu flinch slightly. It coiled into spirals, knocking him violently backward. The wave smash, in principle, resembled the finishing strike, but in reality it was a weaker, simpler, and less effective version. The Chung simulated the physical effect of striking a bell using energy. The impact sent shockwaves that resonated and amplified, then concentrated all the vibrations inside the enemy's body, crushing their organs from within. Siyu also spat a mouthful of blood from the force. From Oryang's severed arm, another surge of aura erupted. Then a straight strike sent his entire body flying backward. His eyes glowed, brimming with killing intent. Oryang observed. he still maintained form after 2 wave smashes. Was it thanks to that outer shell? He concluded, but the inside must have been completely destroyed. Suddenly, Oryang's eyes widened in shock. His hand now grasped the mask on Siu's face. Strange, eerie sounds spread all around. The mask fell aimlessly through the air. Oryang's hand still gripped that grotesque face tightly. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, "What's wrong? Keep going. I know this isn't over." The words made him freeze. Oryang's eyes widened, so this is Siu sneered. Now he grabbed Oryang's wrist firmly. Finally, that hateful expression changed slightly. "Wow, looks much better, though I still want to kill you as before." "Then it's my turn." Oryang was certain he had won. Not from negligence or misjudgment, because through his hands, he could clearly feel the opponent no longer had strength to continue fighting. As long as the demon orb remains intact and the internal energy isn't depleted, the demons can regenerate. Yet the loss of vital organs still leaves consequences until fully restored. The only exception is those whose exterior is just an empty shell. They have a different ecological system from ordinary animal. But the being standing before Oryang, half human, clearly still a living creature. How could it? How could it speak or move with a collapsed skull, brain crushed? Once more, Oryang released surging aura through his hand. A large radiant sphere appeared on his arm. It directly blocked and pressured Siu. However, what Oryang didn't expect was that Siu could channel power, piercing through the intense aura with his hand. Oryang was now completely stunned, eyes wide, but he quickly noticed something unusual. Because by then, Siu's hand had already grasped the sword, holding it firmly before retracting it. His voice was mocking, teasing, "Got it." Then he stabbed straight into Oryang's shoulder. Siu slightly smirked. "Thanks to your sister, I learned a valuable lesson. Your magic, before attacking, always compresses first. Right? All your power felt drained, face full of astonishment." He continued, "Compress your demonic energy densely into a small point. Then release it, producing a recoil like a spring uncoiling. Every technique must undergo this compression and release." Siu concluded, "So if I grasp the key point, doesn't it mean I can lock you all down?" At this moment, Oryang's arm trembled to exhaustion, in contrast to Siu's confident demeanor. "Looks like I guessed right, didn't I?" While I was rambling, nothing happened. He trembled, lifting his arm to grasp the sword lodged in his chest. "After all, you're only relying on basic strength. You're strong enough, which is why you could defeat the goblin, right? But I'm pretty impressive myself." The aura around Siu wrapped tightly around Oryang's hand, crushing the strong. Then he released his grip on the sword. Oryang shook violently, eyes wide in shock. Siu's feet spun, changing direction. Without saying a word, he grabbed Oryang's arm and threw him high, slamming the goblin down. Siu's eyes blazed with killing intent. Finally, Oryang crashed to the ground with such force that the earth trembled. Bricks and stones scattered, flying in all directions like an apocalypse. Deep under the ocean, the scene remained serene, fish swimming calmly. Lo Than Dan, Goyu sighed softly. He bent over, hands on his thighs, groaning. "This is truly miserable. Ever since hearing about that dragon palace, I knew it would be troublesome." Goyu's gaze narrowed slightly. "In the end, both of us struggled, and so did you." Looking toward the frozen Tandu, he shivered and asked confusedly, "You grabbed the wrong line. What exactly are you doing?" He muttered, "Clearly capable of this much power, yet you deliberately hide it." "Just to humiliate me?" Goyu smiled faintly. "Who knows? I had no such intent. You keep twisting others' intention. It just shows you lack confidence or overestimate your ego." He continued, "I wasn't planning to hold back at all, just slightly limited. In terms of output only." Goyu raised his hand and looked. "At first, I thought it was due to a nagging injury, but then realized the real reason lay elsewhere in this so-called Dragon Palace. This is a space unfavorable to me," he asked. "Do you understand the principle of yin, yang, and the 5 elements? Mutual generation, mutual restriction. Fire melts metal, water extinguishes fire, roughly like that. But few notice discord among similar attributes." Goyu added, "Whether water, fire, or wind, or earth, all are just separated elements. Nature itself is completely neutral." He explained, "Even when someone like me manipulates nature with magic, it's only a temporary command, not absolute control. It's inherently impossible." Goyu's voice lowered. "However, consider the signal I mentioned." His eyes suddenly widened even when the Dragon King was not present. "I thought nothing would happen." Siu's eyes remained fierce, brimming with killing intent. A massive explosion erupted deep in the ocean. Tanju froze at the sound. The corner of Goyu's mouth lifted slightly. The blast echoed through the space, shaking the entire area. He praised, "Truly astonishing. Any careless movement now could shatter bones." Goyu walked forward, speaking, "Let's get back to what we were discussing." He teased, "Yesterday, during the preliminary rounds, I encountered many bizarre situations, felt as if someone with the same attribute was constantly blocking my spell." Goyu recalled previous events. "I missed a highly regrettable opportunity, perhaps one I'll regret forever. Yesterday it even kept me awake in anger." His eyes lifted. Pondering why it happened, finally the answer shook me. Goyu stepped closer to Tanju. "You had outside support preparing for this, didn't you? You got hit from behind spectacularly." He stammered, "Why say that all of a sudden? Spell. Moreover, this was a carefully and intricately prepared oath." Goyu raised his hand, looked faintly, and answered, The range probably covers this entire dragon palace. Not targeting an individual but a magic sealing the whole area. And I'm just the unlucky one caught in it, he observed. Seems it functions like a barrier. They must have planted pillars all over the dragon palace. Doesn't that imply there's a traitor inside the dragon palace? A spark flashed on Goyu's finger. Its mechanism is, as I said, based on signal planting to limit output of water-based magic. Tandu trembled in fear, shouting, "What exactly are you trying to say? What about that oath?" He said calmly, "You understand, stop avoiding reality." Goyu's voice deepened, "No need for me to say it. You already know the target isn't you. Living on land doesn't mean they'll use earth-based magic. Even you didn't know about this oath." He denied, "Not the Dragon King. From the start, the Dragon King is far above this low-level spell. That's why this oath could exist without being detected." Goyu concluded, "Then could it be the Dragon Palace mistress?" "Impossible, the blue dragon is wood-based. Only after inheriting the throne did she shift to water. Then, someone with a water attribute. Or about to obtain it but still not at the Dragon King's level." At that moment, a massive explosion erupted behind Tanju. Goyu remained calm, speaking mechanically. "The moment the crown prince, the one you're backing, takes the throne and is officially crowned, this vow will immediately take full effect. But it will definitely be something truly horrific." He kept talking, even though I still couldn't tell what the one behind this was really after. "But clearly they don't intend to let the crown prince inherit the throne smoothly. Come to think of it, that isn't strange at all." Goyu concluded they were land dwellers. How could they sincerely support a dragon palace regime that holds such a hardline stance toward the mainland? They must have given you plenty of reasonable explanations to lure you into the trap. He stared straight at Tanju's utterly bewildered face. "But now you should face the truth. The coup you're carrying out is, in essence, an act meant to drag the entire dragon palace down." Goyu's gaze turned icy as he demanded, "Didn't I tell you to stop and sit there regretting it? Who is the one who helped you rebel? For the future of this dragon palace, speak." All of a sudden he froze, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. From behind him, someone exhaled a stream of smoke. Goyu quickly turned to look behind him. At that moment, someone was standing there amid a shroud of presence, and then turned away. A soft laugh rang out. "Long time no see, Elaine. Though calling it long is a bit much, it was only yesterday." But time is always relative. A reunion with someone captivating always feels longer than it is. "Ah, isn't that right?" Goyu replied. "So it's you. The one who stood by with your arms crossed behind all that noise yesterday. And where is he? I was looking forward to seeing him more than seeing you." She raised her smoking pipe to her lips, the corner of her mouth curling. Well, something feels completely different. Yesterday you were still so calm and refined." Elaine exhaled a ribbon of rosy smoke and said, "Sure, but either way this has its own charm." She stepped forward slowly. "To be honest, I'm already starting to drool. Even if it's not as good as fried, I'm starving. This should taste wonderful." Goyu looked fed up. "What a shame, dying on an empty stomach makes it hard to move on," he thought to himself. "What a nasty predicament." Goyu pondered. "I still have enough demonic power, but the problem is how much of it I can bring out." He recalled what happened earlier when he used the Frostheaven Palace bow. "I forced my energy channels into an overload state. From here on out, the level of power I can unleash will definitely be much lower. Even so, it's not that serious. Even if the one in front of me is a monster I've never encountered before. Even if I can't go all out, Yuxin still believed he would get through it somehow. It was just that something kept sticking in his heart like a thorn, a monster even more dangerous, one that still hadn't shown itself. Yuxin could only hope it was truly nothing more than his own overthinking. After the blast, the entire castle was reduced to shattered ruins. Siu's hand was still clamped tightly around Oryang's wrist. He strode forward decisively, but what Siu was dragging along was a severed arm. He turned his head to look back. Oryang was still kneeling there with his arm torn off, blood spraying without end. Oryang's face was as dark as if it had been smeared with soot. His eyes were half-wide, motionless, staring at the ground. Siu tossed the arm down without a shred of pity and walked on. If it had been another time, another place, another circumstance, Oryang would have gladly accepted this challenge. I had never encountered it before. A monster with power that utterly overwhelmed him was a trial, but at the same time, it was a chance for him to take one more step forward. But perhaps it had been a very long time. So why was the moment he had long awaited finally arriving today? On the eve of the most important undertaking of his life, a stammering voice rang out. Perhaps Oryang pressed, "W.I. Kim Yuxin, you too. Maybe this wasn't just a simple coincidence, but a trial set before me on this very day. Only by defeating the two of you will I truly be worthy of sitting on the throne." His eyes narrowed to slits as the severed arm was reborn once again. "Fine, if that's how it is, then I'll fight. This is the final moment. I'll pour everything I have into bringing you down." Oryang resolved himself. "I will prove my will to the heavens." Siu suddenly halted. He was still unwavering, no matter the cost. However, while Oryang was brimming with determination, behind him, a gaping mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth was opening wide. Only then did he realize it and turn to look behind him. Over there, Goyu and Elaine were still trading barbs. When it's a battle fought with spells, it's usually like this, especially battles between those who don't strike directly. It's like a game of strategy, like chess, except the rules are unbelievably tense. Ability, positioning, and Goyu's gaze never left. And even the enemy's number of pieces. None of it can be known until the clash truly begins. Elaine's force surged up, sweeping spellwork along with it. On this side, Goyu's eyes were so indifferent and cold it was hard to believe, his hand gathering focus. His authority and power quickly formed a separating sphere, blocking the entire torrent of energy flying toward. However, Lane had once been hit hard right on the barrier itself, like knife slashes hacking into it. His eyes tracked every move intently. That shadowy thing fought me before. Its destructive power is huge, but it's the type that only shows its true strength at close range. If we're talking about the move that subdued the Dragon King, then it has to be that. Gao Yu studied the haze and judged it. Maybe it's an ability tied to poison or the mind, since the smoke acts as a medium. It spreads slowly and is easy to notice. Once you breathe it in or make contact, the effect is guaranteed to be severe. All of a sudden, from behind, pink droplets began pattering down onto the floor. That sound also drew Goyu's attention. Behind them, Tanju's whole body shook in violent tremors. That haze made him look like he was melting, his face twisting into something pitiful. Ilin's voice rang out. But compared to what I expected, it's not that impressive. She gave a cold, mocking laugh, even if the quantity looks higher than average. With the title of Grand General of the Dragon Palace, this level is something even an ordinary human could pull off. Hearing that, Goyu shot back without hesitation. And yet you still need sorcery to capture those ordinary humans, don't you? Ilin flushed red with embarrassment and stammered. I'm only clarifying so there won't be any misunderstanding. It's not like I want to see others suffer. Or anything, this is just how I feed. She lightly tapped her cigar. It may look like this, but my sorcery doesn't harm anyone at all, okay? I only bring joy and happiness. Goyu stared straight at Ilin, and in exchange, I simply take away other people's joy and happiness. She exhaled a stream of smoke and said softly, it's pretty interesting whether it's humans or demons. Everyone carries their own unique source of joy, and each one has a different flavor. Love, friendship, faith, or fanatic devotion, even obsession and resentment. Even when it's the same kind of joy, the taste still differs in subtle ways. Eli's lips curled faintly, and once I've eaten all of that joy, they'll only be able to feel joy from one single thing. Behind them, Tanju kept letting out pained groans. Trembling, he begged, please, just now, just a little more. Ilin laughed smugly as Tanju clung to life like a defeated wreck. Please, I'm begging you. She lowered her eyelids. That isn't hard, but is it really okay? Ilin sneered, a lofty grand general of the Dragon Palace, begging a lowly demon like me. All of a sudden, Tanju screamed. The scream startled Goyu. Who cares about pride anymore? I'll do anything you want. He roared hoarsely, if you want something, I'll give it to you. If you tell me to betray the Dragon Palace and the Crown Prince, I'll do it too, just give me that. Tanju's voice grew smaller as he kept begging, please. Elaine said with satisfaction, see, this is what they become. She looked at the puddle of liquid spreading across the floor when there's less joy. The urge to fill that emptiness becomes even more ferocious. Elaine assessed, in this case, maybe it's not that I ate all his joy clean. Maybe his heart was already hollow from the start. It didn't look like that earlier. Did I misjudge him? Her gaze turned vicious. Either way, the other side has already agreed. Even if it's only a little, I'll enjoy this meal as deliciously as possible. As soon as she finished speaking, pink smoke billowed again toward Tanju. The smoke blanketed the entire space around Goyu. Then that pink liquid began pouring down in streams, flooding the ground. Those vapors burrowed into his limbs, making Tanju shudder in non-stop convulsion. Goyu spun around and bolted, but the haze slipped after him in pursuit. He shattered the defensive layer and surged forward at full speed. Close quarters combat isn't the monster's specialty, but with the limits on her sorcery, mere contact is enough to become a lethal strike. So to defend while attacking effectively, she had to accept sacrificing long-range offense. Elaine's lips curved into a sinister smile. As he ran, Goyu drove his fists, using the power of the 8 extremes overthrowing sovereign. She then exhaled a stream of white smoke from the corner of her mouth. That smoke struck straight at Goyu and the ice layer shattered like glass. Crescent moon ice seal. Yet Goyu seemed completely unharmed, his brows knit tight. Oh come on, are you really pulling this again? Cut to the city, the sky was pitch black, heavy with gloomy gray clouds. Rain quickly poured down and someone blurted out, it's raining. Everyone hurried to scatter and take shelter. Chatter rose up. I didn't hear anything about rain. Weather's like that, those forecasts are never accurate. But good thing we know now. Hurry, bring the stuff out. A black umbrella snapped open. Bai Hung glanced sideways and asked, so what did you get? Elaine replied, we're only helping because we owe a favor. Still, it looks kind of interesting, doesn't it? And you must have your own reason for getting involved too, right? She sneered, seeming as though he had prepared thoroughly as well. But for you, this is quite a risky move, isn't it? He raised his wine glass and spoke calmly. Saying I got nothing would sound strange. I did receive a little something, but only to avoid suspicion. Hearing that, Elaine was startled. What, you originally came from the Star Sea? Bixiang chuckled foolishly. Not exactly. He made up an excuse on the spot, it's just that, although I dislike the Dragon King's rule right now, rebellion isn't any better either. Bixiang thought of those two and concluded that they only wanted to build an order centered around the throne. They merely wanted their own people or themselves sitting on it. In the end, only the colors differed, the essence remained the same. The corners of his mouth curled upward. How boring, something like that, since we've already had the chance to meddle in the Dragon Palace. Bixiang continued, if we're only making minor adjustments, there's nothing interesting about it. Destroying everything is what truly leaves an impression. Elaine felt confused. I understand less and less why you joined this affair. Bixiang suddenly froze when he heard her words. But if you're saying destruction is more interesting, then I completely agree. Elaine leaned against the bar and turned around. Lately, I've realized something. It's not only devouring joy that is entertaining. Watching the changes that come afterward is just as fascinating. She spoke softly. Strange, isn't it? Even humans without any power, if the source of their joy is strong enough, can resist part of my demonic arts. Back when I was weaker than I am now, I encountered humans I couldn't devour. Eli remembered the bloodstained bouquet and stammered, but on the contrary, once people like that are completely consumed by me, they reveal incredibly interesting sides of themselves. Bloody images appeared once again. With only a moment of pleasure granted by me, they worshipped me like a god and willingly obeyed every command. They even abandoned and spat upon the values they once cherished. The woman's eyes were filled with hatred, blood vessels bulging. Even though only an empty shell remained with nothing left to consume, the fact that they had once possessed it made all the difference. Don't humans also have people who enjoy collecting things like packaging and such? Now I completely understand that feeling. Bixiang sneered. So Elaine is collecting things too? Elaine answered indifferently. Yes. Her eyes shone brightly as she smiled mischievously. Not exactly collecting. It's more like letting them roam freely. Watching the number increase little by little, though somewhat troublesome, is incredibly satisfying. Elaine raised her eyes upward. Actually, that's part of the reason I joined this time. Because of your previous schemes, I probably won't satisfy my hunger very much this time. But I do feel excited. She resumed chewing. After all, it's an underwater kingdom full of pride. I wonder just how delicious and wonderful the things there are, and how different they are from those on land. Bixiang remarked, and because of Elaine, I prepared a small gift as well. Seeing that she looked rather surprised, he quickly explained. It's not exactly a gift, but in any case, Elaine is the most suitable person to receive it. Elaine looked bewildered. What is it? Another trick to capture the Dragon King? Bixiang chuckled softly. No, I already told you. I also received a reward from this affair, an item that once belonged to the Dragon Palace treasury. They secretly handed it over to me. He brought out a cigar pipe, the great sage smoke pipe. Elaine probably doesn't know about it, just like in the old days. This was once a treasure used by a demon known as a god when casting demonic arts. Bixiang explained that depending on the owner's power and will, it could release clouds with all sorts of different functions. Its owner could even ride them and travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Elaine sighed in relief and asked, a god-level demon? He denied it. No, it was a very famous demon from the mainland. For certain reasons, it simply left behind its treasure. Seeing smoke drifting out, Bixiang opened his eyes and looked. I think this item suits Elaine's demonic arts quite well. But when he saw the thick smoke billowing out, he was startled. Elaine. Meanwhile, Elaine was immersed in a dazed sensation. So this is what it feels like, not bad at all, she praised it. It's like it automatically draws out my power and uses it on its own. This left him stunned, eyes wide and mouth hanging open in shock. Elaine raised the pipe to her lips. Don't look at me like that. She exhaled a puff of smoke. Anyway, I was already planning to devour this entire hotel tonight. The pink smoke spread throughout the air, seeping into every corner of the bar. At that moment, a wine glass fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. The bartender was trembling violently all over. Strange pink fluids were leaking from his body. All the guests in the hotel collapsed, their consciousness completely gone. Elaine admired the result she had created. Very nice, quite alluring too. In any case, I should see whether it works against powerful opponents first. Bixiang stammered, but no matter what. He glanced around and reminded her, Elaine, smoking indoors isn't allowed, you know. Little habits like that, if they accumulate, will become unconscious behavior. Elaine looked toward the side. Over there, the rain outside still poured down without stopping. Below, Bai Hung held out his hand to catch the raindrops, doubtful about Dragon Grudge turning into rain. So that's what it means when a bloodline's prayer dyes the clouds into rain, right? He dismissed it himself, probably just superstition, and this rain was likely only a coincidence. Still, the omen doesn't seem bad. I wonder if Chin and Elaine over there are giving it their all. The simplest way to spur someone on is. The thought surfaced in Bai Hung's mind. Even if the mission is already done, try to avoid clashing with the Dragon Palace as much as possible. For me, once the job's finished, nothing else matters. But for Trin and Elaine, I'm afraid they won't be able to shoulder the consequences. Just one more line, don't do that, will do. At this moment beneath the ocean, a stream of blood gushed out, dark red as it spread through the blue water. That huge mouth had clamped down on something. Only mottled blood sprayed out from between its teeth. Siu stood still, staring at the scene. Now, nearly half of Oryang's body had been bitten off by that mouth. His hand formed a fist again, gathering strength. That startled the enormous mouth. Oryang didn't hesitate, launching a direct strike straight at it. And when the dust and smoke cleared, a headless body appeared. The sight left him shocked. Suddenly, a sword slashed out with fierce force from nowhere. He had attacked Oryang. Catching him off guard, the power sphere was split in two as well. Siu's voice rang out, "Congratulations." He didn't even turn his head. "At least you'll have an excuse when you get to the underworld." After that, the sphere was chopped to pieces over and over like a thin membrane. And then Oryang's whole body exploded, gore spraying everywhere. Siu's eyes blazed. Oryang's corpse lay face down amid the rubble. A badly wounded hand trembled violently. The sword stuck in his back was suddenly yanked out, making clotted blood. Spurred out as well, he pulled out the blade slick with vivid red blood. As Siu was about to turn away, he suddenly heard a faint cry. Oryang trembled, stammering, "It's that." Before he could finish, Siu stepped on Oryang's body. Then he drove the sword hard into his back and snapped, "Shut up and die." Blood splattered everywhere along with Siu's vicious words. "Die," the relentless wet thuds kept sounding. "Die." Die in that utterly eerie space, the sight of him and the flying blood and his bitterness turned into curses. Die, die. On the other side, the headless body was still there. All of a sudden, as if melting, it began to ooze into a stream of black, sticky sludge, spreading in blotches across the floor. Siu's entire body suddenly started to tighten as if squeezed by force. The sword was quickly crushed by that pressure, shattering like a brittle rice cracker, unable to stay intact. Even if he could absorb the shock through both feet planted on the ground, it would only lessen part of the damage, the Azure Dragon spell of Oryang. From the moment he was hit head-on by the first two waves, Siu's body had already suffered severe damage. There was no recovery, and when Oryang's third strike slammed straight into his head. Just as Oryang had predicted, the brain immediately stopped functioning and shut down. Death and that still hadn't changed, only the monster's staff. The medium holding its master's will and wish, with the sole purpose of killing, controlled the body. And now, having achieved the goal of killing its enemy, the puppet with its strings cut had also lost its function. Siu panted after exhausting himself to vent the rage inside him. Suddenly he felt something was off. By then, the black liquid had already spread everywhere in blotches. From that liquid, eyes abruptly surfaced, staring toward Oryang's motionless body on the ground, grotesque beyond words. It lunged straight toward the two of them. Then a huge mouth with gigantic razor-sharp teeth appeared. It charged in a blur. Diving down at Siu, a thunderous boom rang out as the mouth and the liquid snapped shut. However, some hand lifted him up. A breath of relief was let out. It turned out that at the critical moment, Sun Mi quickly snatched Siu up. Even she was frightened, stumbling over her words. "Siu, are you okay?" Sun Mi had pulled him away from that pitch-black, sticky sludge. Her face was lit with unease. Same here, she couldn't sense even a trace of strength from his body. Sun Mi looked down at the panting Siu with pity. At least there were no signs of a violent eruption of monster power. Beads of sweat dripped down her face. With a monster's regenerative ability, it should probably be nothing too serious. But what is this uneasy feeling? Suddenly, Sun Mi's eyes flew wide open in shock. Down below, the eyes in that liquid were competing to make horrifying chewing and gulping sounds. They piled on top of each other to tear and bite. Her face turned ashen. That thing memories surged back when Go Yun fought it, the one that bit off her older brother's arm. As the sludge still twitched little by little, it piled up on itself, staring toward the lipstick that was flying away. On this side, white smoke threaded through drifting chunks of ice in the water. It churned into a fierce vortex like a divine tornado. Goyu asked, "Where did you steal that from?" "It's something I've never seen before, but it definitely isn't a treasure that belongs to you." A faint smile curled at Illine's lips. "Stole it, I was clearly given it as a gift." She glanced at the cigar. "I just didn't expect it to be such an incredible present." Hearing that, Goyu's brows knitted tightly. That purple smoke earlier was probably a fusion of the treasure's ability and her demon arts. He recalled what he'd just seen and mulled it over. Even if it reflected the user's technique back onto itself, even if its output had been restrained, it still perfectly blocked my Mystic Moon Eye seal. Then Goyu's gaze shifted to the white smoke quietly slipping through. It probably had other uses too. He kept thinking about that cigar. With that kind of flexibility and power, where could a treasure like this even come from? He pictured the cigar's strength, yet what made even less sense was its name. Even after repeatedly using such a powerful treasure, the demonic aura it emitted didn't weaken at all. Goyu asked, "Hey, how old are you?" Illine flinched for a moment. "Why ask so suddenly?" He stayed serious. Without waiting for an answer, he simply found himself curious. Elaine grew shy, her face red as a tomato. The question felt important, so she tensed up a little, but decided it was best to answer honestly. Then she replied in a way that startled Goyu. I was born last year, around the time the first snow of the season began to fall. Elaine smiled slyly. Maybe among us, I'm actually one of the earliest to be born. She lifted her eyes when he realized it for the first time. It seemed only one or two others cared at all. Hearing that, Goyu thought to himself, not even a year old, and with demonic power alone, you've already reached the upper mid-tier of a spirit body. Elaine asked with interest, or do you not like younger ones? Goyu sighed. Yeah, I guess that's true. His arms were pinned down again. I absolutely hate the feeling of being pressured, even if it's something I have to do. Being able to do it if you want to and being in huge trouble if you don't are two completely different things. Right, Goyu said. I hate the second kind. Responsibility is the heaviest and most troublesome thing in the world. Elaine said softly. I don't really get it. If it's that annoying, why not just throw it away? Goyu remarked flatly. You really are only 1 year old. Still so naive, he recalled that tension. It's precisely because you can't throw it away that it's called responsibility. At that, Elaine froze, eyes widening. Then she stammered excitedly, no, I think I've been moved a lot, honestly, at first. No matter how handsome, I didn't find you that appealing, but just now, I was genuinely drawn in. Elaine smiled faintly, that meaning hidden beneath the surface. And I really want to see what you look like when you collapse after that thing is pulled out. Goyu pointed teasingly. He'd heard similar lines before. In the end, everyone's just daydreaming nonsense. In those few dozen seconds of struggle, even if the conversation seemed pointless, something changed distinctly. An icy sheath appeared under Goyu's feet, wrapping around him like armor, then slowly melted away. One side had abandoned defense as self-protection. All that remained was the resolve to attack. A surging aura whirled around Goyu. Now Elaine exhaled white smoke again. Suddenly behind Goyu, a grotesque and terrifying demon appeared. He noticed at once and snapped his head around. But Tanju was a step faster, locking Goyu in a tight hold. His whole body trembled, jaws clenched, barely any demonic power could be felt. He must have been using pure physical strength to break the ice. Elaine stepped forward, chuckling softly. All set right, he looked exactly like a madman now, eyes red, body shaking violently. Without adding strength or manipulating his mind, Elaine reminded, just say you want to continue, that it feels good and behave. So everyone pushed themselves to the brink of death. The problem was, in the end, they really would die. She said gently, anyway, sorry. If it were me, I'd have welcomed it with a fluttering heart. Elaine lowered her head, bringing the cigar close to her lips. Too bad I'm not interested in silly games where you ignore winning or losing. Goyu stared straight at her as she hopped around. Now Elaine breathed out pink smoke, spreading until it completely enveloped Goyu. I'm going to eat well. In a battle of wits, winning or losing isn't about what you gain, but what you give up. More importantly, you have to know how to give things up properly. Even if it's the only plan to draw the opponent out, if you lose the bare minimum condition for victory, then everything is meaningless. In this case, what the monster lost was none other than itself. Elaine jolted, hesitating for a beat. At that moment, Goyu appeared as a colossal demon, standing in front of her, and what was gained was the awakening necessary for victory. Back in the city, the rain still poured relentlessly. A sign reading "Glow" was presented along with the image of a guardian beast. Soft, lilting music filled the room, soothing and pleasant. Gentle sounds seeped into every corner of the space. On the table, pastries sat next to a glass of water, looking very appealing. The phone screen displayed a gleaming treasure chest. Goyu was sitting cross-legged in front of the gaming table. Suddenly, the door creaked open and he reflexively turned his head, saying, sorry, the shop is closing early today. Then Goyu froze for a moment, staring toward the door. Elaine walked in, hands tucked into pockets. This people might take as a template. Well, many find joy in things like this. She walked to the window, turned back suspiciously, but even so. Do you think this is the greatest happiness? At most, it's 4th or 5th place. With no other choices left, one can only settle for this. Elaine muttered, is that really all there is? No wishes to fulfill, no beliefs to uphold, no opponents to defeat, and no one you're determined to claim at any cost. The two of them tensed up, nothing special, just sitting in a small cafe. Sipping a cup of coffee, Goyu turned his head, forgetting something important. He reminded her, it's raining, this is more important than anything else. Hearing that, Elaine felt a flood of questions in her mind. She sighed, well, fate is something you can't be sure of until you reach the end. Goyu closed his eyes, but I already told you. Everyone just imagines far-off things and ends it themselves. Eli looked outside. I thought it meant I was someone special. Forget it, it's nothing, being deceived is my own fault. A corner of her mouth lifted. Honestly, if it were another human or monster, I would have been bored enough not to swallow. But even without full charm, at least he had real strength. Suddenly, the whole cafe shook violently. The glass doors cracked under the force. Computer screens flickered. Elaine revealed his true form, and I took everything cleanly. Leaving nothing behind, I would carefully tame the rest. Goyu said nothing, just lifted his cup to drink. The meal ended. The magical smoke dissipated, merging into the monster's body. I followed the flow, pushing deep into its mind, and stripped away the root of its joy because I am Wyline, a scent hunter, so I know this well. But if so, why does the ugliness typical of those drained of joy not appear on this monster? Tanju now felt as if someone was strangling his neck, groaning in pain. Weight, on the contrary, only a nameless pressure weighed on me. Wyline laughed, destroying it. His body was covered in bloody threads. Tanju held Goyu tightly, squeezing, then a loud boom echoed through the silent space. Ice shards swirled like fish in rushing water. Seeing this, Iling couldn't hide his joy, but in reality it was Tanju's arm that had shattered. Goyu's expression darkened. Divine beasts, true to their name, are creatures bearing the power of gods. This title is for magical beasts of the highest lineage. In the East, the name usually refers to 4 races, known as the 4 divine beasts. What do these 4 races have in common? Their divine power, not simply inherited through blood. When inheriting the throne and the wish-granting gem, like the Dragon King can truly become the Azure Dragon, the other 3 races also have special conditions to meet to deserve the title of divine beast. For the Black Tortoise, the condition is the serpent purification ritual, since they are essentially ordinary monsters. During Yin Force cultivation, another personality is born only when the tortoise persona fully dominates the serpent persona. Only then can the Black Tortoise truly reincarnate as a divine beast. Back when Goyu was a child, he sat cross-legged on a rock reading, when a deep voice suddenly sounded from behind, truly a rare sight. Men approached, a young monster leisurely reading, a place feared by all, yet he comfortably enjoyed his book deep within the Soul Valley. He stood, closing the book. Monster of the Black Tortoise race, I greet the Peninsula Arbiter, Mr. Ment, Goyu's stammered voice. But what is it, sir? He interrupted. I just came to visit your grandfather. Ment said he appointed you as the tribe's representative for this grand ceremony. He stroked his beard. It seemed you were completely surprised, or perhaps not very happy to be chosen as a candidate. He bowed his head. I was just surprised to receive expectations far beyond my ability. Ment assessed the expectations as far beyond my capability. He looked up, reaching the Tai Yin realm before 20, a genius awakening the serpent. And yet talk of excessive expectations. Just choosing Soul Valley to read leisurely already proved his power clearly. The book crumpled slightly in Goyu's grip. Ment's voice hesitated. I've also heard rumors that despite extraordinary talent, your temperament is too gentle. No, rather weak. He said that's why for the past 100 years, you not only failed to dominate the serpent, but were also drawn by it. He bowed, listening to Ment. With your talent, you should have reached your parents' generation level long ago. Compared to expectations, your achievements are truly regrettable. Those were the sighing words your grandfather said before I arrived. Goyu spoke now. Indeed, I also feel ashamed. He said gently, I just happen to have a better starting point than others, considering the present or future. The others in the clan will definitely surpass me. He said softly, that's true, except for my grandfather. It seemed to be the clan's general opinion as well. Mentor's hand reached out, and the aura around him erupted at once. In an instant, it startled Goyu. The entire space had been displaced, an ancient form of demon art utterly unfathomable. He sensed something was wrong and snapped his head around. Goyu clenched his hand into a fist. Then he lowered his stance, spreading his fingers as he gathered power into his strike. He swung down, and a fierce wave of energy sliced straight across at Ment. No, maybe you could even catch up to your grandfather sooner than that. Then, after studying Goyu, he concluded, so that's it. You're the serpent from the rumors. Suddenly, he ground his teeth. You senile old man. A judge is supposed to distinguish right from wrong among demonkind and maintain order, isn't he? Goyu questioned him, his tone edged with reproach. How do you have the right to kill a younger demon without so much as a reason? Ment stroked his beard, one eye narrowing as he drew back his killing move. For some people, this could be considered a very real threat. But for you, it means nothing, does it? Even so, it was strange. He judged that control of the body still lay with the turtle. You're also much stronger when the turtle takes over. Ment's words made Goyu flinch. Then why, when you reacted to my killing move, did you let the serpent appear? He hesitated. Could it be that the one facing me right now is the real core? Maybe the turtle is your true nature. Hearing that, Black Tortoise Goyu bit down hard on his lip. Ment closed both eyes. Why? He explained. Just now, after seeing your technique, I realized you aren't just a brief flash of brilliance from childhood. You're a genuine prodigy, Ment declared. If the serpent is the mild, restrained persona you show every day, then with your strength, there's no way you couldn't suppress it. Yet you bound yourself for decades, only to accept an ordinary growth and an ordinary appraisal. He suddenly cut him off. I can't do it. Ment didn't understand, opening his eyes to look at him. Goyu analyzed calmly. It's not that I can't, it's that I don't want to. We call it turtle and serpent, but in truth we're just 2 split personalities. He continued, and the serpent taming right, you know, is nothing more than forcing the weaker side to submit through violence, Goyu concluded. Whoever becomes the serpent will lose control of the body forever, even if they can still perceive the world clearly. They can only exist as a deep echo in the mind for their whole life, an existence imprisoned forever. His eyes blazed with killing intent. So how could I force that onto a part of myself? My oldest friend, my only brother, Mint snorted. That's why you pretended to be the serpent, to hide the truth about yourself. Because if it got out, everyone would know you're not a serpent. Goyu admitted, yes, I tried to hide it until now, but it looks like everything is about to be wrecked by a mad old man. He chuckled softly, but don't forget he struck first. Judge or not, once he used a killing move, it's no different from declaring war. Mint's brows knitted tightly. Now you want to kill me to silence me? Goyu didn't deny it, only asked, do I have any other choice? He teased in a gentler tone, I can promise to keep your secret. I even have a proposal that could help you. Leave the human world for a while. Become one of mine and help me deal with certain matters. Mint stated firmly, at the very least until the grand rite ends, your safety will be guaranteed. Hearing that, Goyu couldn't help but freeze. He was utterly baffled. Of course, night fell, blanketing the city. The plaque-bearing Cam Min's sun had already been turned open. Moonlight poured in, lighting up the room. Goyu opened the door and stepped inside. He moved quietly to the nearby table, then slowly sat down, perfectly composed. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. If you can't sleep, read a bit. Hearing that, Goyu stopped and whipped his head around. In the glass, a faint smile curled upward. Why are you pacing around outside this early in the morning? It was another Goyu inside. Besides, starting tomorrow you'll be out here as much as you want. Outside, he spoke softly. I just really can't believe this day has come. The violet-eyed Goyu gave a small laugh. What's so hard to believe? From the start, opening the cafe was your plan. He added, just in the past year alone, it's the most active I've ever seen you. In the past 100 years, violet-eyed Goyu continued, it's no miracle, it's the result you created with your own hands. The one outside stammered. All of that is built on the life I owe you. The Goyu in the mirror paused, momentarily stunned. He went on, if it were you, it would be far easier than for me. But you still chose to give that chance to me. Just the time I've had to strive for something, only that has been enough. Suddenly a sharp smack rang out through the room. The Goyu outside was struck hard by some force, his face snapped to the side. And the Goyu inside the glass as well. He was slapped just as painfully, left stunned. That was the real problem, everything was fine. Except that even violence has its limits, Goyu kept walking outside. For the past 100 years, whenever I forget, you always remind me right on cue. Inside, Goyu braced an arm on the chair and grumbled. At this point, it's not about pride anymore, it's my memory that's messed up. You've got the brain of a goldfish. Outside, he spoke softly, a flicker of worry on his face. But if it weren't for you, Goyu's voice dropped, I wouldn't even dare dream of this kind of comfort. If it were me, I'd do better. What are you basing that on? The man in the mirror said, I'm only ahead of you because I get to switch in and out at will. And at most, I'm only a little better at sorcery. Even if I dragged myself all the way to the human realm. With this personality, I still wouldn't be able to adapt. Outside, Goyu lifted his head, so hold your head high and be confident. Who cares who the others are? You're far better than me. Everything we have today, you built it yourself. Stop putting on that I'm useless, I can't do anything act. He laughed, the smile downright sinister. And most importantly, if you burn out from here on, I'm dead. Starting tomorrow, you'd better brew coffee nonstop, then I can't. Live the good life, got it? I've still got a ton of things I want to play with. After that, Goyu looked a little uneasy, his face almost expressionless. The man in the mirror, his voice a bit hesitant. There's no need to overthink it. Just keep going like before. We only need to live the way we want. Anyway, only until the grand ceremony begins. His feet shifted and started moving again. With things as they are now, we don't need to bow to anyone anymore. The conversation went on like that. Who could have known? Maybe some idiot will suddenly show up and declare they want to inherit the Demon King's will. Either way. From now on, just move forward like we always have. Their fists knocked together and pressed against the glass door, looking like two comrades clasping hands. Goyu inside curled his lip into a smirk. Let's do our best, brother, just like we've been doing so well all along. Outside, he answered flatly with a single sound. On this side, Tanju was blasted backward by a powerful force, thrown off Goyu's body. Elaine saw it and felt amused. As for him, he was wailing miserably. Tanju's huge jaws gaped open. Then he unleashed a tremendous force, the air filling with a piercing screech. His whole body was now enormous like a titan. Tanju's resentment was written all over his face. He stared straight at the man below, while the white mist by Elaine churned like a raging vortex. The corner of her lips lifted into a faint smile, and Tanju's gigantic arm whipped down from above. Right now, Goyu was radiating an overwhelming inner power. Violet aura flared up like roaring flames. Elaine quickly realized it. So that's how it is, two souls in one body. Memories surged back and she asked. So the one who fought with that combat power was, judging by the demonic energy, that's the true original form, isn't it? Goyu answered in a flat tone with a single word. No, tears streamed down his face. He isn't the fake, the real lie is me. Back then, Goyu told himself. So don't be timid anymore. In front of others, stand tall with your chest out, show the confidence you deserve. No matter what anyone says, you are me. The two of us are both Kshuanwu. Blue tears continued to spill down his cheeks, making this man look almost a little fragile. Elaine was utterly shocked, eyes wide, mouth hanging open. But Goyu immediately pulled himself back together, raised a hand to wipe away his tears and declared clearly, "Let me correct that, my name is Goyle." He swept his arm down. "I am the rightful heir of the Spirit Turtle clan on the Korean peninsula, and I am this era's Kshuanwu." Elaine snorted, "I don't really understand what's going on either, but this feeling is definitely more thrilling enough to make me wary of tasting." She exhaled a stream of white mist. "If it weren't for this child, I might have already run away in regret." The mist was hazy, like clouds coiling around. Meeting again, Goyle lifted his eyes and looked up indifferently, and in the next instant that mist took on the shape of a person. With ash-gray hair and smoke-like features, Elaine mocked, "Pretty cool, huh? This form looks like the image of the previous master that this child still remembers. The power running it is mine," she added. "But according to Bai Hung, this thing is an extraordinarily great demon. I don't really know the details." Goyle's icy gaze locked straight onto Elaine. "The great sage equal to heaven, that woman, she truly is a great demon, one I can't compare to." He flung his arm out. "But even if the great sage equal to heaven were here at this very moment, I have no intention of bowing to anyone." Elaine's lips curved into a perfect arc, demonic arts. In an instant, that smoke-formed figure charged forward. It raised a hand, then blew out a long breath. Directly, a raging gale surged into existence, the wind of the god of ruin. That power slammed straight toward Goyu. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the surrounding heavens and earth with thunderous booms. The entire castle shattered to pieces, furniture, bricks, and stone swept away by the force of the wind. Even the walls couldn't withstand it. The whole space was torn open by the wind, fissures everywhere with nowhere left untouched, and blood droplets sprayed from somewhere, pooling and spreading across the ground. That's right, tragedy is unavoidable. The blow came crashing straight into Siu's body, even factoring in the effect of the tree roots with that kind of power. This body should have been crushed to pulp dozens of times over by now. The only things holding it together were sheer will and the power sealed inside that demon club. That's the only reason it could keep its shape and still move. But the framework that was preventing it from collapsing, now that the demon club had been undone. All that remained before Sun Mi was a heap of wreckage, so broken that even being alive was questionable. Sun Mi's eyes filled with fear, tears welling up, ready to spill. What should she do? Suddenly, a stream of blue light appeared. A surging presence, like a massive blaze, rose up in front of her. Elsewhere, a pair of eyes opened and looked up, dazed and unfocused. Siu twisted this way and that, scanning his surrounding. "What? Where is this?" All at once, a voice rang out. So this is what Wuya looks like." The Dragon King came strolling over from who knows where, smiling as he held the boy up to examine him. "Not bad, Myra might even like this look more." He froze, stammering, "Wait, don't tell me." Before he could finish, the man cut him off. "Yes, it's the Dragon King. I look younger than what you saw before." "Right?" The Dragon King's lips curled. "Anyway, let's get straight to it. Inside your body, I planted a reverse scale." After that, the two fell silent, standing there and staring at each other. Siu snorted and raised an eyebrow. "So that means this place?" He turned his head, suspicious. "Isn't the real world, is it?" The Dragon King made a sound of surprise. "Oh, you adapted faster than I expected. Is this really not your first time stepping into the mind realm?" Siu scratched his cheek. Yeah, I've been in once before, sorta." The earlier scene rushed back and he shivered. That place had felt more real than this, like it was made of more solid pieces. The Dragon King sighed. "Then it must have been cast by a capable mage." "Fine, I get it. I'm not too familiar with this kind of spellcraft. Besides, I'm only a remnant thought now." The Dragon King looked aside. "Still, talking out here in the middle of nowhere feels a bit odd." He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A table and chairs appeared at once. Siu couldn't help feeling relieved at the sight of the cup on the table. The Dragon King slowly sat down. "Oh, better than I thought. If only my throne were even half this decent." He let out a sinister chuckle. "Humans really do have skill. When it comes to convenience, they're clearly leagues ahead of us demons." Seeing Siu still standing there blankly, the Dragon King asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you sitting?" Then he added, "I dug through your memories and pulled out the most comfortable chair. And the easiest drink to swallow, too. Is there a problem?" Hearing that, Siu stammered, No, no problem at all." The chair rolled out and the two of them sat down at the table. After taking a sip, the Dragon King frowned. "It's just bitter water." Meanwhile, Siu kept his head down, his face dark. Siu hesitated. About me killing your son, is that really okay?" He replied flatly, "If it had been a one-sided attack, that'd be different. But it was a proper battle between two demons, fair and square. And he was the one who murdered your friend. If I were you, I'd want to kill him too." The Dragon King set his coffee down. "Besides, as the king of the Dragon Palace, you helped me eliminate a ringleader of the rebellion. I should be thanking you." He frowned. "Even if, as a father, I may have failed, Hearing that, Siu went blank again. The Dragon King closed his eyes. Anyway, that's how I see it. So if you ever meet my real self later, don't bow your head or anything. Siu looked confused. Sir, what do you mean? The Dragon King asked. Do you remember last night? When you fought Myra, you weren't conscious anymore. After that, you charged straight at me. The earlier images flooded back. The Dragon King continued, to be honest, your condition back then was pretty serious if it had been left alone. Still, you might recover on your own eventually. You are a demon after all. Then he produced something that glowed. But either way, both my daughter and I share responsibility for your current state. So I removed one reverse scale for you and put it into what you're seeing in front of you. The kind of avatar formed from that reverse scale. Seeing it, Siu couldn't help but stare. A reverse scale, what is that? The Dragon King chuckled softly. Well, you could call it one of the rare backward-growing scales I can produce in my entire life. It's not that important, just think of it as me sharing a piece of my life with you. His feet shifted. This was originally meant only for my successor, or for exceptionally precious benefactors, given only after careful consideration. But for you, I'd call it nothing more than a sudden whim of goodwill. In the Dragon King's view, there was no need to look so serious. But right now, Siu was utterly at a loss. The Dragon King sighed. Anyway, your body will recover, because that thing is known as a peerless elixir. This is a bit odd to say after giving it away, but I still want. His brows knit slightly. For you to give something back to that reverse scale. Only then did Siu startle and look up. Ah yes, sir, you saved my life. If there's anything I can do, I'll do my absolute best. It's nothing too big. Suddenly the Dragon King clasped his hands together, his voice turning solemn. Finish off my son for me. Hearing that, Siu was shocked again. Huh, he was completely baffled. Wait, what do you mean you have another son? The Dragon King leaned back in his chair. What are you thinking? Before Siu could answer, he explained. Well, it's an easy misunderstanding because that brat already died once. If the outcome had been dying at your hands, that would have been fine. At that time, the city fortress had just been devastated by a massive attack, and then a crimson black hole appeared. The Dragon King's voice grew low, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. A figure appeared then, someone dark-hearted and impossible to fathom. Inside the room, that stream of blue aura slipped in through the door. It was like a blazing flame burning right before Sunmi. A trace of surprise crossed her face, her eyes staring without blinking. Sunmi slowly reached her hand out, but she did not dare push it in too far, only hovering beneath it. From the outside, it looked like fire, yet there was no sensation of heat. An extremely dense current of energy, not demonic power. Sunmi was puzzled. Siu's demonic power was gradually recovering, which was fortunate. But whose aura was this? Summoning all her courage, she reached her hand inside, but Sunmi quickly jerked back. By instinct, Sunmi leapt several meters backward. The blue aura continued to surge upward without pause. For a moment, a violent wave of heat burst forth, as if striking directly at her instincts. Even if she could not fully understand it, for Sunmi there was no more doubt about the situation. Siu was recovering, yet at the same time completely unable to move. The zombie seemed unwilling to give up. She snapped her head back to look, then glanced toward the crimson hole behind her, a demon. But Sunmi's strength had yet to reach the spirit tier. She could not be blamed, because even the first threshold, the initial realm, was a level ordinary demons could never attain. Innate bloodline, natural talent, the ability to wield demonic arts, along with mastery and above all a fierce desire to plunge into life and death experiences. All of these had to converge at once. For a miracle to occur, for a young demon to reach the spirit tier in less than 100 years. She was not the one to create such a miracle. Whatever was surging below, she could not stand against it, and she knew that clearly. Even so, what drove her to spread her wings was not courage, but pain. With that thought, Sunmi dashed out through the crimson hole. At that moment, images from the past flooded her mind. If only I could lend a hand, Sunmi sank into her thoughts. If only back then I hadn't used my lack of ability as an excuse and had tried to do something. Now I don't want that anymore. Tears streamed down her face. I hate it. Sunmi sped forward. Whether it's my older brother or Siu, I will never stand by and watch them get hurt again, even if it costs me my life. At that moment, a figure stood in the middle of the vast courtyard. The one who appeared was none other than Qin. Sunmi quickly recognized her. The two locked eyes. Suddenly Qin opened her mouth, an eerie mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Sunmi's eyes blazed as she launched a direct attack. Ancient demonic arts, countless waves of strikes rushed toward Qin, slicing wind. A tremendous explosion thundered, and everything was swallowed by smoke and dust. Sunmi hovered above, observing the situation below. Suddenly, something shot straight up from beneath, tearing the smoke apart. Identity is a strange thing. For some, it is glory, a sacred privilege. For others, it is a shackle they wish to reject their entire lives. At that moment, Chin became incredibly grotesque, her gaping mouth drooling streams of saliva. And now Sun Mi had transformed into a beast, her eyes shining fiercely, killing intent surging. The three-legged crow, the bloodline Sun Mi carried within her. It was also such a shackle. In contrast to the noisy, all-out battle scene elsewhere, it was something utterly picturesque. Makeup and snack packages were scattered all over the floor. Zeon Hoa's lips curved downward, clearly displeased. She picked up her phone and looked at it. So this is what humans call a love charm? Zeon Hoa sat alone, muttering to herself. Quite surprising, really. It even looks so delicate on the outside. But does it really have to be this meticulous? The vision isn't any better than anyone else's. And yet they trap spells inside such a tiny piece of glass. What for? Sun Mi replied gently. Because being small makes it easy to carry. Hearing that, Zeon Hoa looked slightly surprised. Huh, she shook her head. That makes no sense. Long-distance voice transmission, storing both images and sound and even complex calculation functions. They can cram all those troublesome things into such a tiny device, yet it can't be used to store a few basic objects. Sun Mi scratched her cheek, because human technology and demonic arts developed in two completely different directions. In any case, you should start getting used to it, Zeon Hoa. Nowadays, without a phone, she concluded, living in the human world would be absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Zeon Hoa snapped the phone in half. What is this? Sun Mi's voice turned serious. You can't even endure something like that. With blazing killing intent in her eyes, she roared, iPhone 25X. Bro, it's the first time I poured my heart into switching to the latest model. Zeon Hoa blinked blankly. Oh Sun Mi sighed. Fine. It's okay. She held up the broken phone with both hands, her voice trembling. Remember this, Zeon Hoa. Objects from the human world, especially for powerful demons like you, are inherently very fragile, Sun Mi warned. If you truly want to live in the human world, you must pay attention to things like this. Zeon Hoa agreed, I understand. She spoke gently, but just hearing that old man's voice would probably get her grounded again. Even Zombie noticed. Another mixed exam again. Zeon Hoa crossed her arms with a sulky expression. Saying it like that makes it sound like I failed because I'm incompetent. But from the start, they didn't even let me take the test. What else could I do? She grumbled. Am I too young to enter the human world? Ridiculous. Sun Mi sat helplessly listening to Zeon Hoa rant. If only the criteria were a little clearer, it would be easier to accept. But he's different, right? Always doing errands for that old man. And he's the eldest son of the Height clan, Zeon Hoa wondered. But what about Hyunmu? He's not much older than me. He causes even more trouble than I do, yet he's been living freely in the human world all these years. Sun Mi stammered and lowered her head in confusion. At least Goyu has never broken my phone. Zeon Hoa clasped her hands and smiled foolishly. I'm sorry, this time if I get to go out. I'll definitely buy a new one to make it up to Trot. Her gaze sharpened. I need to ask seriously, Zeon Hoa said. Have they recently been following you again? Could it be they're still hanging around? Sun Mi was startled and quickly replied, no, it's fine. But Zeon Hoa quickly realized. You said it was fine last time, but in the end it wasn't fine at all. I declare if it happens again, you must tell me. I will personally deal with them. Seriously, Zeon Hoa continued. Everyone knows you're the messenger of the Judicator now. If anyone dares to force you, it's like challenging his authority. The Judicator himself entrusted you with the messenger position because of that. Zeon Hoa's reaction was understandable. After all, her father is a powerful yakai capable of such things. Tam Tuko. I'm not exactly sure of the origins. I just know this is one of the oldest yakai clans on the peninsula. They rank among the divine beasts. Even the four gods, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, cannot match their historical depth. But in each era, only two people can inherit the main bloodline of Tam Tuko, father and child, so each generation has one current Tam Tuko and one heir. The heir is called the Golden Crow King, the ruler of the yakai world on this peninsula. Yes, her father is the Golden Crow King of this era. Though called father, there is no real affection between them. Honestly, she has never even seen him. Her mother was just a common court lady, not a primary wife or concubine. One night, the king noticed her mother, and she was born from that brief union. Perhaps for that crime, her mother was expelled from the palace. A malicious but normal yakai dared to carry the Golden Crow King's blood. Isn't that a serious crime? Before passing away, her mother would often say that if her father saw her, he would be happy. But she never believed it. He doesn't know she exists because he doesn't care. If he were a loyal yakai, even for one night, he wouldn't have ignored her mother being expelled. She never dreamed of being recognized as part of that lineage, at least until she learned she inherited Tam Tuko's powers. Sun Mi's hair shone with a dazzling golden light. Meanwhile, Trin kept attacking relentlessly, and she stood still with a gaze full of disgust as Trin approached Sunmi. A flash of light appeared like a star. It shot directly into Sunmi's special technique, Wind Watch, a yakai art inherited from her mother. Cunning wind yakai, able to store wind in its feathers while flying, preserving airflow to release in a single instant. Although it consumes little yakai energy, it is extremely powerful. However, that strength is also its limit. Storing wind in feathers means you can only use stored wind, so when the wind runs out, so does the power. A normal bird yakai, if considering maternal bloodline as ordinary, has no surprise with that limitation. Sunmi intentionally restrains herself, but in truth, she is holding back her innate power. Her feathers contain not only wind but something else as well. Sunmi unleashed her special technique, Golden Crow Light Blazing. If the four gods represent directions, east, west, south, north, then Tamtuk-O symbolizes the sun. A yakai manipulating solar energy, Sunmi's feathers absorb power from the sun, an energy source far beyond anything on Earth, granting immense strength and storing it. The power of that force surpasses any yakai art. The attack was so strong it cut off half of Trin's head. After expending all her strength, Sunmi was exhausted, breathing heavily, yet she opened her eyes wide and looked down. For now, Chin's body woke again, though its appearance was abnormal, just like those strange, boneless zombies. Though missing eyes, that grotesque mouth was still wide open. Disgust was evident on Sunmi's face. She was drunk, moving step by step, laughing a savage laugh. Once again, Sunmi launched the next attack. Now Tron was almost fully recovered, stronger than before. She raised her hand, matching the power, still channeling her strength. Then both of them struck at each other simultaneously with immense force. The two streams of power collided, creating a colossal sound that shook the entire space. Sunmi spread her arms in front, shielding against that power. Below, Tron still wore her eerie smile while delivering her next strike. This left Sunmi confused. Kim O's light blazed, a divine-level skill. Only monsters of the Tam-Tuk-O lineage could wield it, but by Sunmi's level, it was still far beyond reach. The cost of using it was the pain gradually accumulating in her. She quickly channeled her own power, pouring all her strength into it. Once again, their strikes collided, lighting up the entire space, accompanied by an explosion like New Year's fireworks. Tron, like a madwoman, kept unleashing her powerful strikes. Sunmi struggled to hold on. Come on, just a little more. She felt her body gradually losing all strength. Just a bit more. Sunmi collapsed, unable to sustain herself any longer. She fell aimlessly downward. Her eyes remained open, but she had completely lost control. Over her body, Tron had now closed her mouth, waiting below for her prey. Suddenly, from afar, a voice called out, "You can rest now." "You did very well, Sunmi." Fortunately, at the critical moment, Si appeared and caught her. Holding Sunmi in his arms, his eyes fixed. He turned to her and declared, "Leave that one to me. No matter what happens, I will end this." The coffee had melted, ice and droplets running down. Long Vuong rested his chin on his hand, pondering, "This surpasses all expectations." He was puzzled, wondering how it ended up like this. Strange, no, bizarre is the right word. Long Vuong stared at the mint ice cream on the plate, utterly bewildered. Could something like this even exist? He scooped a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. His expression darkened. A sweet and refreshing symphony, completely mismatched. Yet half of humanity likes this, could it be? Have I misunderstood the species called human? Si bowed, hesitating. "Your Majesty, what were you talking about just now?" He awkwardly replied, "That's right." Long Vuong looked at the spoon in his hand. "I will continue. Of all the foods on Earth, this is what I'm most curious about. For the others, even without tasting, one could roughly imagine the flavors. Only this one is completely," he reasoned, "and anyway, I'm free, nothing to do, I just want to finish quickly. But your body is in such poor condition. Anyway, here." Time also flows slowly. The corner of Long Vuong's mouth curved in a slight smile. "Yes, I'm talking about my son, right?" His voice slowed. "The one who devoured my son is a shadow. You've probably guessed that already, haven't you? The issue is," Long Vuong revealed, "it was Tron, a creature that devours everything. Everything," he continued, "and it can digest all that it has eaten, transforming them into part of its body." Si was stunned by Long Vuong's words. On reflection, it could be considered lucky. "I once participated in a hunt in my previous life when I was young." He scooped up a portion of ice cream. Back then, Tron had grown beyond comparison with anything ever seen. Long Vuong recounted softly. It swallowed more than 10,000 monsters and gods. So much so that neither an individual nor an alliance of monster nations could destroy it. He affirmed, "Without luck on my side, I would have surely died miserably." Si then spoke. "The luck you mentioned is, you mean finding a weakness or a way to strike it?" Long Vuong denied. "No, the details are long, but it's not by chance. It's inevitable." He rose, concluding, "It self-destructs." Long Vuong added, "The benefits a monster gains from eating humans or other monsters, namely, enhanced power and physique." Seems obvious, but eating a high-level monster doesn't automatically grant all of its strength. He gave an example. For instance, if you eat a whole cow or tuna, you don't gain their abilities, right? He stammered. In that sense, I understand. Long Vuong cut him off, his tone serious. But Tron is different. It absorbs everything it consumes without loss. Not only the taste, but its stomach defies natural laws. That's why Tron is a monster. C was puzzled. It sounds like a strength, so how does it lead to self-destruction? C suddenly realized something. Long Vuong exclaimed, exactly. He lowered his eyelids. It's not just consuming the monster's energy, but also their memories, not just information-type memories, Long Vuong added, but experiences, lessons etched into the body, meaning that creature's entire sense of self was absorbed intact. Continued, according to historical records, all generations of Qin also had strengths and weaknesses like this. The more powerful beings it devours, the more it absorbs their demonic energy and strength. The same goes for memories. It seems invincible, but at some point its ego disperses, becoming uncontrollable. Ultimately, the body itself gets crushed and leads to annihilation. The darkness itself had already developed exceptionally from birth. An ego that hasn't matured yet is also a factor. Siu rested her hand on her chin, pondering. I see, but perhaps that weakness hasn't yet manifested fully, right? You concluded, for the ego to disintegrate, it must devour a huge number of people or demons. The Dragon King replied, exactly. His gaze was contemplative. Compared to previous generations, it's still at a childlike level. Total collapse is far off. Not counting the egos it has already consumed. The Dragon King's tone dropped, just seeing that it still maintains a complete human form. It's enough to understand that it has never absorbed a truly powerful ego. He fell silent, then continued, my son. He absorbed an ego far too intense, beyond his current capacity to digest. Seeing Siu's face show confusion, the Dragon King asked again, do you understand now? What you may face isn't just Qin. Returning here, the boy holding Sun Mi in his arms still looked with determined eye. The Dragon King affirmed, and also the remnants of my son who became part of it. Trin stood there staring at Siu without blinking. In her mind, she thought, whether the Dragon King is right or not, this opponent is truly terrifying. Siu shivered at the overwhelming aura she emitted. The demonic energy was terrifying, unlike anything she had ever seen. Honestly, I just want to run immediately. But then Siu looked down at the girl in her arms. Sun Mi was breathing with great difficulty, each breath a struggle, giving her renewed motivation. At least I have to take Sun Mi away. Qin smiled maliciously. Don't worry, just place her behind, she spoke. If concerned, move her to safety. I will wait. Oryang's manifestation reminded them. I do not want in the upcoming battle for you to be distracted by concern for your allies and reduce your actual power. I do not want that at all. This situation made Siu slightly hesitant, a flicker of worry crossing her face. The surroundings of the castle remained unusually silent. Inside, Sun Mi was placed within, struggling to breathe deeply for air. Outside, he stood watching toward the castle. Qin's voice rang out, is that enough? Siu immediately turned to look. She appeared generous, offering more time if the distance wasn't safe enough. I can allow more time, he interrupted, no need. Siu assumed a battle stance, that's enough no matter how far I take Sun Mi. If I cannot defeat you, it's meaningless. Hearing this, Trin taunted, exactly because I plan to devour everything here, including you. I just hope this meal will be enjoyable. He asked, devour? Isn't this the place where you once rebelled to seize control? Qin flinched slightly, dumbfounded. What's this? You seem to know what happened to us. It makes sense. Qin's knowledge from past generations remaining in the demons on the surface is not surprising. She crossed her arms and smiled faintly. Yes, for me, this is a place that must be guided and protected. Even though I now share my body with another, that intention remains unchanged. Siu stood silently, observing Trin mumbling, but looking back, my pursuit of that goal was too selfish. Qin smiled cunningly. No matter how righteous my will, ordering others to obey is not true justice. Justice is when a true king guides all those who act according to their own will, so they genuinely empathize and aim for the same goal. And that Trin's words struck Siu like lightning. Now with me, no, with us, it is entirely possible. Her voice hardened, saliva streamed grotesquely from her mouth. I will devour everything, and within this body, all will share one will. One heart, first all creatures underground, then humans and demons on the surface. Trin's smile gradually lost its humanity, until the entire world truly becomes one inside me. As she muttered, Siu clenched her fist and swung, the one who could only speak but not communicate verbally. Qin seemed to enjoy this feeling. She smiled cunningly. On this side, energy surged violently in his hand. It spiraled into a stream, rushing toward Qin. Siu delivered an extremely strong punch forward, producing a space-shattering sound. Basan Jaya, which Siu and the group received from the demonic judge, carries a demonic artifact allowing the user to disperse demonic energy for long-range attacks. The Dragon King continued, not an ideal combination. You, a close combat specialist demon, facing Trin in melee is equivalent to self-destruction. He assessed, touch its mouth once and it's over. Its devouring is not a physical attack but an absolute phenomenon, irresistible. The Dragon King said that mouth could change its size and the shape of its entire body at will. Appearing out of nowhere, it really was a monster. He warned him. This advice might be a bit irresponsible, but this is the first rule: attack from as far away as possible. Siu's strike power is unbelievably strong right now. It looked like a whirlwind of wind, more precisely, like a drill bit driving straight upward into the wall. But surprisingly, when it reached her, that surge of power became like a twisting path, easily veering off in another direction. Fran sneered, HMPH, that's pretty disappointing. The strategy is right, but the power is way too weak. Her gaze flicked to the side. If that's all, then it's just one move. Over here, Siu was quietly shifting into an attack-ready stance. Just one move. He still couldn't sense any demonic aura at all. He even found it ridiculous how clumsy the ready stance looked. Before he could think about why, that monster had already lost its composure. The function of the armor-piercing shot was simply to allow long-range attacks. Its efficiency, compared to the demonic power it consumed, was far worse than any demon art Siu had ever used. But now, inside Siu Yu's body was a fragment of dragon scale, regarded as one of the rarest, peerless spirit medicine. The swirling force, raging like a storm, kept charging in, and now he had digested it. In this moment, the demonic power the boy possessed had surpassed the realm of ordinary demons. It belonged to a bloodline permitted to rule the seas. This level of demonic power only needed to be felt once to be understood. All that remained was to pour everything into a finishing blow. A blinding light flashed across Qin's face. Boom! A thunderous explosion roared through the space and fierce energy burst outward. The power scattered, tearing through everything around it. Wave after wave of force seeped in, threading into every corner. The space sank into a dreamy violet hue. The deafening sound kept crashing on, shattering the silence that had been there. In the ocean, very soon after, when everything settled and the smoke and dust cleared, only a ruined wasteland remained. Countless chunks of earth and stone had been blasted everywhere by the sheer force of the explosion. A pair of legs slowly stepped out from within. Siu raised a hand to wipe the grime from his face, bent over with his hands braced on his thighs and looked up. Right now, a huge hole had opened in the floor. The power far exceeded the maximum firepower he had ever been able to produce, even though, by all rights, the jade core. Siu's demonic power should have been nearly drained, but it was still incredibly abundant. Instead, the one taking damage was his body. The burden on his body was greater than he'd imagined. Siu Yu stared at his trembling hand. It was almost like enduring 10 times the load of a body-cleansing burst. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something. On the other side of the deep pit, behind the hazy veil of smoke and dust, Qin was already standing there. She stood as if nothing had happened. It caught Siu off guard. He took a step back, quietly preparing a fighting stance. The corner of her lips lifted into a vicious smile. She rotated her hand and motioned for him to come over. One finger pointed forward, and all over Siu's body, surging energy rose like roaring flames. Back then, the Dragon King had said, "Remember this well. Maybe that kid managed to take another reverse scale from my true body," he concluded. Of course, the true body would never let him obtain a reverse scale so easily. So even now, he definitely still can't fully digest that power. The boy sat silently, listening to the Dragon King's guidance. If he has completely absorbed the reverse scale, then no matter what you do, you won't be able to win. The problem is, right now that thing is in your Tam's stomach. And with that kid, he added, his ability is to digest anything and turn it into his own. By now, he's probably fully absorbed the reverse scale's power. Maybe whatever that kid could do after absorbing the moon scale, Tam can do in much the same way. The Dragon King folded his arms, his expression confused and unsettled. Thinking of it, he sighed. It really is hopeless, sealed so tightly you can't fight up close. And you still have to face a monster like that. He stretched out his hand. If you think it's impossible, you can run away too. The Dragon King's lips curved into a faint smile. Even so, I don't want you to trade your life for it. It's only if you're able, nothing more. Hearing that, he grew pensive. Siu stammered, but the Dragon King cut him off. I know, even if I said nothing, you'd still fight Tam. Just one glance is enough to tell. There's absolutely no way we can let that thing step into the outside world. His voice softened. However, even without you, there's still the final fortress. So don't feel like you have to wager your life no matter what. That left him baffled. The final fortress? Suddenly, the Dragon King let out an ear-splitting shriek. Siu's eyes flew wide open in shock. He planted his hands on the table and sprang to his feet. The Dragon King, however, remained strangely indifferent. Siu bit down hard on his lip. No matter what happens, I have to destroy him right here. Tran jolted, reminded again. She had to take the initiative and close in on him. A thought surfaced in his mind. A blow like that just now wasn't enough. The power was excessive and the burden on his body was enormous. Terribly inefficient. Most importantly, the opponent was capable of withstanding that blow. Siu judged that if he kept forcing an all-out clash like this, trading blow for blow, he definitely wouldn't inflict any meaningful damage. My body has reached its limit. Even with enormous magical energy, my current body and magic are still not capable of fully unleashing my power. That power, and to surpass this limit, what the boy lacked was to use the opponent's own magic. The attack was launched. Mountain Breaker Armor, Magic Mace, a powerful surge of energy shot forward. Demon Seeker Light, Jade Dragon, Infinite Time. The Dragon Clan intended a devastating attack. They condensed their magical energy into a single point. This was possible thanks to an innate trait in their energy. Although possessing magic like the Dragon Clan was impossible, while he couldn't have the dragon's magic, creating a mace with similar magical properties was entirely feasible. After the Purification Strike, this was the second ultimate technique created by Siu. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire space. I smiled wryly, and that was precisely the answer. She spun around. No way I can withstand this. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock, her body froze. At that moment the white smoke dissipated and no one was there. Suddenly she sensed something hurtling down from above. Indeed, the previous attack seemed to have provoked Siu, causing him to unleash astonishing power. Siu's eyes burned with deadly intent as he lunged toward Kai. Before she could react, he struck with lightning speed. However, Kai was no slouch either, jumping several feet back. Luckily, she dodged Siu's attack. But before she could celebrate, she realized the danger. A massive energy source appeared, Demon Seeker Light. Siu was now truly enraged. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. That powerful energy surged straight at Kai, swirling so violently that she lost a portion of her body. Then, without further words, Siu descended directly. His hand clenched, channeling energy for the next strike. She now fully noticed Siu's ability, using the magic mace to replicate the principle of the Jade Dragon. Yet that alone was merely copying the opponent's technique. The boy's goal was not imitation, but to surpass the adversary, something even the Dragon Clan couldn't achieve. Thus this move had a special feature. Kai's lips curled into a sly smile. She launched a combo attack. Demon Seeker Light, Frenzy Bullet. The basic principle still condensed and released magical energy like Jade Dragon, but the difference was inside the projectile. It contained second and third condensed units, detonated with staggered timing, creating complex, unexpected movements, expanding the attack range. Kai squinted upward, thinking, surely those flashy movements were just a deception, because she couldn't control and aim that precisely without direct sight. Kai deduced that the real target was likely a larger explosion, at least twice as big as before. She channeled her power, not interesting at all. Not sure how powerful it will be, fascinating. But as Kai was still self-satisfied, Siu appeared from behind, closing in, not interesting at all. She turned her head sharply, but it was too late. Siu had already unleashed all his power, directly striking Kai. A deafening sound echoed through the space. At this moment, a light force created by Siu enveloped the entire area. His gaze was like a stray bullet in the darkness. The released power created increasing pressure. Kai's upper body fell apart, scattered by the wind. Everything around began to quiet down. Slapping sounds occurred simultaneously, echoing, carrying the stench of blood. Her brain, heart, and lower abdomen, where the magical core usually resided. 3 vital spots that even demons couldn't regenerate quickly, were destroyed simultaneously. Siu observed, unconsciously frowning in thought, yet the sensed magical energy hadn't decreased. Suddenly, a rustling sound rose, making him pause. At this moment, Kai's lower body suddenly moved bit by bit. Seeing this, Siu quickly attacked again. Shapes began crystallizing on her body. His attack continued toward Kai. They collided, turning the surroundings purple. The light was too intense, blurring Siu's vision. By the time everything became clear, her upper body had vanished, transformed into a grotesque shape. Seeing this, he quietly confirmed that it wasn't that it could withstand the blow, but that it had disappeared as if sucked inside. Trin's voice rang out poorly. Not everything tastes good. Anyway, it was fortunate that I wasn't hit directly. As soon as she finished speaking, the original form of the person was fully restored. Trin's eyes darkened instantly. She spoke, and that made me realize I could do things like this. Chin smiled cunningly, acknowledging, "You're really impressive. But once it's all consumed, you might feel a bit regretful." Chiu didn't wait for her to finish and attacked directly. Seeing him act hastily, Trin prepared a defensive move. Her bizarre hand began to distort. She faced Chiu's attack without fear. The sharp fangs bit into a mysterious force, yet she was still one step slower. Suddenly, Trin stopped and turned her gaze towards Chiu. He was seizing the moment to strike her. Chiu carried his usual determination while generating a miraculous power. Chin seemed frozen, just watching Chiu's nimble movements. Chiu's feet scraped the ground, amplifying the sound. He put all his strength into this punch. She seemed unable to defend in time, yielding to the incoming pressure. Chiyu silently deduced. I roughly understand now. That mouth certainly isn't something that can appear freely as much as it wants. He unconsciously recalled the earlier moment, though the size and shape were quite flexible. But only one mouth could open at a time. That's why it couldn't perfectly react to his attack earlier. Suddenly, Trin surged forward without holding back. At that moment, a purple midday gem appeared in front, beneath her heel. The surrounding space simultaneously became more obscure than ever. Chiyu's left arm showed no sign of weakening. Without hesitation, he stepped toward Qin. Chiyu's gaze grew sharper. The opposing forces collided, creating a magical scene. Its sharp teeth simultaneously unleashed power. Neither side yielded. Qin recklessly charged forward. He was thinking of a proper way to respond. The forces continued to clash. The surrounding space blended into purple. Everything ahead suddenly became chaotic and blinding. Layers of power stacked up. Chiyu could hardly believe it, suddenly feeling dazed, disappearing. No, I clearly struck the upper body. He paused his thoughts, then froze. In the lower body, suddenly, dozens of black liquids surged toward Chiyu. He began using his nimble Kai techniques to dodge. Qin continued to track Chiyu's movements, constantly changing forms to pressure him. The giant transformation cast a pitch-black shadow, covering the space. She began to unleash successive attacks. Chiyu dodged while observing. The previously bright ground gradually turned green, carrying a cold aura. The cold approached his feet rapidly. Chiyu realized this must belong to that monster. Purple beams shot forward like lightning. They pierced him in succession, leaving him unable to react. Clenching his teeth, Chiyu looked back. Ahead was his own arm falling. Trin spoke, "Not bad at all, I learned quite a lot from you." Though on the defensive, Chiyu was ready, she added. Although unable to control trajectory precisely like a human, Qin began using her power, but by learning to compress the range. I learned how to fire many projectiles extremely quickly. Hearing this, Chiyu broke into a cold sweat. Chiyu used leg strength to shatter the icy barrier below. At the same time, she launched several strong spiritual attacks. He reflexively dodged but was still one step slow, feeling the pain. He thought if he didn't break the stone armor, defeat was certain. He had to reclaim it at all costs. As if anticipating the plan, Trin prepared a step ahead. Chiyu turned sharply to face her. Qin smiled boldly and said, "I don't even know which path these beams follow." He quickly dodged the cold from the ground. Seeing him struggle, she smirked, then attacked sneakily from behind. She charged to strike with full force. Chiyu's body was nearly corroded entirely. Her sharp fangs constantly emerged, biting into the ground heavily. Witnessing this, Chiyu's limbs trembled. He seized this chance to launch a bold, desperate attack. How could he? After a few steps, a voice rang out. "Disappointing bastard, your friend is dead. Don't you know how to get angry and fight properly? And yet you let that thing pressure you so much." The voice continued. "The soul shattered between heaven and earth, return now. This body is restored and nothing can stop the calm. Even the rebellious, whether demon or fiend, can be destroyed. The evil monsters have nowhere to hide." Yuzin slightly smirked. Simply put, the protagonist has stepped onto the stage and the unlucky villain. It's about time for him to disappear. At this moment, Tren seemed energized, relentlessly continuing the attack. Meanwhile, Siu was still lost in the recent word. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, regaining his awareness. But no, she began shifting into a monstrous form to attack. Tren simultaneously grinned slyly, while Siu stood like a statue, watching her figure. His mind felt split into hundreds of fragments. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force enveloped Siu's body. Moments later, the surrounding space was shrouded in dust, and the ground cracked into hundreds of pieces. Only then did his mouth begin to move. Tears welled in the corner of Siu's eyes. Seeing this, Yuzin smiled softly. "Don't look at me like that," he added. "Anyone seeing this would think the dead had come back to life. And honestly, that's not far from the truth." Yuzin looked ahead and spoke. "Anyway," he lowered his voice, "I sense a presence from afar. Let's see." As predicted, that fool seemed to have been swallowed already. Yuzin smirked. Serves him right, acting confident as if he understood everything, yet the outcome was. Just a few hours after the abyss was engulfed by darkness, he sneered. "Stay alert. I need to handle this properly. Damn it." But it seemed we had no other choice. Yuzin said, "I heard directly from the Dragon King. If we can't stop him then," Siu replied, "I know." He said, "I heard too, it's about the princess, right?" Hearing this, he froze briefly, then quickly answered. "Yes," Yuzin slowly said. "Whether that exists or not, the moment it escapes the ground, everything's over." Trin spoke, "It's truly astonishing. Not even considering the power, a human body shouldn't survive such wound." Her mood suddenly plummeted. "So that's how it is." Trin's thoughts became vague as she murmured to herself. Unbelievably, she had enough strength to snatch the third Engich land from her father's hand. Tren scoffed, "Even so, that means he had to sacrifice most of his remaining life. Truly, human desire is irresistible." She seemed out of control as she said, "Incredible," Tren's voice echoed, "eating 3 Dragon King scales in one day. And there's an enticing side dish too, nothing could be better." Seeing her losing control, Siu and Yuzin became cautious. He said, she can freely change her body's shape and size to form a mouth, and seems able to use the prince's and Hien Vu Kuai Du's dark magic. He also analyzed, Trin's devouring power is quite renowned in the shadows. At minimum, she can use about 5, probably 10 types of dark magic. She ignored their discussion and directly charged to attack. Siu saw her actions and quickly assumed a defensive stance. Trin dashed at the speed of light while Yuzin's eyes flickered. In this situation, strategic planning wasn't needed, instinct guided them. Even gauging each other's condition wasn't easy. Still, it wasn't a problem. The two youths acted immediately. Trin saw them splitting directions and stopped. The scene before her eyes suddenly became chaotic. Trin's gaze didn't know where to focus. On one side, he saw Siu fully utilizing his ability. To strike, momentarily she glanced at the other side. Yuxin was concentrating fully on attacking. Sensing the opportunity, he executed a move, 9 heavens responding to the origin. His agile hands followed up, thunder blue transforming heavenly sovereign. Soon after, a celestial lightning arrow shot straight at Trin. The spiritual force carried a powerful oppression as it surged forward. She scoffed, incredible pressure, surely from swallowing your father's Engich land. Even raw strength alone could crush most ordinary dark magic. Not only did she not yield, she countered, but that's it. Her hand began transforming into a massive jaw to block the lightning arrow. Tren thought, too predictable. While Yu Zin distracted me, he must have planned to regain the bracelets. Thinking this, she sensed something was wrong. Tren's eyes widened. He had clearly moved toward the bracelets, so why was there no sign of them? She looked up to check. Siu had rooted himself at the center of the peak. He concentrated all his strength into this attack. Seeing the situation stabilize, Yu Zin moved out of danger. Simultaneously, Siu delivered a massive force downward. As the scene emerged, Trin smirked slightly. He seized the moment to charge straight at her. Tren frowned, knowing close combat with me is self-destructive. She still rushed in, could there be an undisclosed move. Siu's moves were indeed lightning fast. While she was still stunned by the previous action, he had already begun his attack. Siu simultaneously used techniques both in front and behind him. Then, at the same time, he advanced, accompanied by a sudden phantom double. However, the monster showed no hesitation, because it had experienced this before. Inside the monster was the consciousness of Crown Prince Oryang of the Dragon Palace, who vividly remembered his previous battle with Kim Yuxin. More importantly, IUSIN and SIU had no time to coordinate beforehand. So which one was the real body was obvious, and he pressed forward with unwavering determination to attack. Further back in a safe position was where the attack was initiated, even if it were a psychological game. No fool would recklessly charge a foe they couldn't reach. Siu proceeded based on his reasoning. She observed the scene before her and smiled faintly. Sure enough, her sharp fangs bit down on Siu's phantom body. The lower half of his body radiated a bright blue flame. Meanwhile, Siu, with his muscular body, faced Qin directly. Qin's decision was completely correct. At the very moment of the frontal charge, Siu's survival rate fell below 50%. That was assuming he sensed the aura of the phantom approaching from behind. A reckless and absurd gamble. Risking his own life, memories and moments intertwined. The calculation and decision to do this. Siu executed without much thought in an instant. While midair preparing to strike, he saw that the phantom Yuzin created had no coordination. And the reward for that successful gamble was Qin muttering, "Wonderful." Then he suddenly struck from behind, confirming his freedom to batter a foe who couldn't engage in close combat. Siu's gaze was like a true beast. He used the Toitan Kitch technique amplified 15-fold. A flurry of punches rained on Tren, raising dust everywhere. Her distant mouth twitched slightly. His gaze darkened, thinking. Before the mouth disappeared, he tried to inflict maximum damage with the barrier strike, but suddenly something made him hesitate. His raised fist was frozen by ice. Tren's body recoiled from the previous attack. Seeing his arms frozen, Siu was stunned. From above, the entire distorted mouth was visible. Suddenly, sharp teeth and a long tongue emerged from Tren's body. Her lapping tongue coiled tightly around Siu's neck. Even with her face drenched in fresh blood, Tren laughed mockingly. The area around his neck, where the tongue wrapped, began to freeze. Just as she reveled in her victory, a figure shot in from behind. A chill ran down Tren's spine and he immediately turned. The tall youth unleashed his ultimate skill, body technique, barrier resolution. Sharp energy cut through the tongue gripping Siu's neck. Siu used this opportunity to kick Qin in the face. Even Yuxin behind took a stance to advance and assist. Suddenly, the sharp teeth gaped wide from behind. The mouth lunged forward, biting into his upper body. Meanwhile, Yuzin had leapt back in time, anxious thinking. Obvious as it was, the result was entirely useless. In Yuzin's mind, he recalled his previous sword strike, even though it hit the lower dantian, where the brain, heart, and jade core were located. Tren's body was struck at critical weak points but still caused doubt, and more than a dozen other vulnerabilities yet had no effect. He hastily stomped to halt on the ground, teeth gritted in frustration. Unless there were jade cores at weak points, I didn't strike. Worst of all, among countless possibilities, he considered the worst-case scenario. From the start, if that monster had no jade cores at all, imagining himself and Siu confronting Qin sent shivers down Yuzin's spine. Then it would be an endless attrition battle until all its demonic energy was depleted. Acting on that thought, he shouted, "Siu," every word made Siu pause. "I'll handle support, you just stay behind." Even Tren, full of interest, interrupted. "What's this? So unfair, you two whisper while I'm left clueless." "Tell me then," Yuzin smirked teasingly. "Such nonsense. If there's a spot to slip in, just do it." Those words made Tren tilt his head back, staring at him from afar. Yuzin manipulated his energy, splitting into multiple copies. All his forms simultaneously took stance, gripping their swords firmly. Yuzin lightly moved his hand, smiling. "Just wait." His long hand lightly clicked apart. Receiving the command, footsteps echoed in rhythm. Qin glanced at the approaching copies, contemplative. It wasn't simply an increase in number of phantoms, obviously. In her mind, she considered the divine power of Yuzin and Siu. From what she'd seen so far, the danger wasn't from the monsters, but from these mind games. Yet she couldn't help glancing warily behind. On the other side, she was a little uneasy too. Yong watched him trying to break the ice on his shoes with his bare hands, then looked at the swarm of clones rushing in and fell into brief thought. It really wasn't an easy choice, but she still decided to raise her hand and form the Jade Dragon to attack. For now, deal with what's right in front of you first. The Jade Dragon's strike shot out, piercing through Yuzin's copy. In that situation, Tren knew her decision was the right one. From what she knew about the two blue dragon scale, ever since receiving the dragon's endless energy known as the reverse scale, Xiu and Yuxin's abilities had grown exponentially. That was obvious. Even so, Tren understood that if you compared the two, the difference lay in training and innate nature, forged long ago amid the deep green mountains. Guy Ok Mu, one who sought to surpass human limits through relentless hardship, and the opposite was a demon born with instinct and power, yet able to restrain and guide them according to their own level. Someone let out a confident chuckle. "I told you," Tren also quickly realized, that when strength suddenly came pouring in, every clone turned into Yuxin and charged with a sword in hand. This time, it was truly different. Watching that figure rush in, she became even more certain that person could wield power in richer, more varied ways. Between the two of them, there was no need to say who it was. The other clones also moved in unison toward Tren. Each of Yuzin's thunder strikes came crashing down before her stunned eyes. Barrier dissolution, lightning-fast blows. Every one of his copies wore a smug smile as they unleashed their techniques. She stood there, taking a barrage of attacks from every side, the death bolt. In Tren's mind, the scene that had just happened replayed. Even after taking physical damage, the clones could still move. So much so that while she was still reeling, each clone could cast the barrier-dissolving technique, no different from the original. And especially, remembering the wooden sword Yuxin had used made Tren even more wary. What's more, every barrier-dissolving blow from those clones, Yuxin usually used his expendable weapons to unleash. The thunder strike called Lei Qing Pu Hua Tianzun. In the past, under normal circumstances, Yuxin, no, any fighter at all, would have been severely drained by that colossal amount of demon power. But when she saw him charge in so quickly, she realized that for the current Yuxin, even that kind of waste was something he could do freely, without the slightest hesitation. Strike out, then follow up with a full-body assault. Tren doubled over amid the stench of scorched flesh. Lingering all around, she suddenly lifted her face and smiled. Then there's no other way. Knowing full well she'd draw attention, she still had to answer. Tren didn't bother hiding her greed as saliva dripped from her mouth. That instantly put Yuzin on guard. From her mouth, she spat out a razor-sharp sword. Gripping it tightly, Tren swung the blade, slick with her own saliva. Then she flashed a satisfied smile and lunged in, crossing swords with Yuxin. It caught him off guard, forcing him to grit his teeth. Meanwhile, Tren spoke with naked ambition. Come to think of it, this is the first time the two sides have actually clashed with swords, or anything else, huh? Their icy blades rang against each other, flaring with dazzling light, and on her other arm, a tear split open. Yuzin clenched his teeth and swung hard to break free of Tren's pressure. Seizing the moment, he slashed forward. Tren easily stepped back, evading Yuzin's blade. She even caught the sword with a quick parry without stopping. Yuzin pressed on, chopping down hard enough to force Tren to hop back. As he advanced, he calculated. This wasn't simply swinging a sword, this was the technique of a seasoned swordsman, high level at that. Could it be that among those she'd swallowed, there was a Guy Ok Mu who used a sword? Across from him, Tren let out a smug laugh. In memory, that move didn't seem special, but using this body now, the effect was completely different. Right then she spoke, then. Yuzin's spine immediately felt danger. Far off, Tren raised her sword high, her eyes flashing with demon power beneath the shrouding darkness. Can I really do this? Let's try. Witnessing that, what slammed into Yuzin in that instant was an intuition of death. It was far too clear, and because of that, more irrational than ever. His whole body went rigid, eyes wide, as he sensed a terror beyond all norms from the monster he was facing. And then, before Yuzin's eyes appeared a grotesque face, bringing down a cold, merciless slash. In that moment, what reflexively surfaced in Yuzin's mind wasn't a lifetime montage like in slow-motion film, but a very brief memory from the past. A soft voice sounded in the pitch-black darkness. "What is this?" A red-haired man answered Yuzin. "A graduation gift. A guy OK Muse style is also judged by how many arts he possesses." The other man continued explaining. "The Zai Ren sword you're using is a pretty decent item too, but a true direct disciple of Xian Guqi like you, relying solely on a sword and a few wooden darts really isn't enough." His eyes widened in surprise as he looked up. "I'm really grateful, but this is a treasure, right?" He hesitated, bowing his head to examine the object in front of him. "Is it really okay for you to give this to me?" Xian Guqi stood calmly before Yushin and replied, "Yes, it's a somewhat risky decision. The difference between a treasure and a regular artifact is as great as the difference between a god and a snail. If you use this with your current level, you won't even have time to control it. It will consume you, but," he added suddenly. Those two words made Yushin swallow nervously, yet despite the tension. Ryan Gucci entrusted the object to Yushin with full confidence. It had to carry that kind of tension to truly be called an ace. "Give it a try and handle it skillfully." The folding iron fan was in his hands as his voice slowly followed. "This one is not the kind of treasure that's difficult to master." In the current dangerous situation, Yushin gripped the weapon, the white spirit fan, tightly. Outside, the atmosphere was exceptionally clear and bright. The long palace martial tournament would start the finals in about 10 minutes. Inside the room, Yushin was testing his skills, feeling the power within his body. He silently assessed himself. While he couldn't be 100% sure he could use it effectively in combat yet, the feeling was promising. Purifying Strike, as Yushin had named it, was a skill that could actually be used. He clenched his fists, feeling a hint of regret, then comforted himself. If he could also grasp that other ability, nothing could be better. Enough of regrets, having more time doesn't guarantee you'll succeed. At that moment, he heard a sound and turned to investigate. Immediately after, Yushin reminded his friends, "Are we done, Yuxin? It's probably time to go now." His tone carried a hint of worry, yet the headquarters had said to take it easy, but leaving early to anticipate things in advance was still better, right? Leaving people waiting outside would be awkward. Behind him, Yushin grabbed the fan and said, "Got it." Seeing the item in his hands, Yushin curiously asked, "Is that the old fan? I've never seen it before. Did you already have it?" Yuxin shook his head and calmly explained, "No, it was a gift. A master who taught me for a year gave me this treasure." Lo Siu was unsure. He gave an example. "Just understand it simply as a super rare magical artifact." Hearing this, Siu vaguely understood, like the wooden knife he often throws, or like the gourd he gave me the other day. But Yuxin immediately dismissed it, saying, "No, this cannot be compared to those." Looking at the fan, he seriously emphasized, "It is a treasure. A magical artifact used by immortals, no, a treasure even immortals value." Then Yuxin calmly explained the knowledge to Siu. Like other magical artifacts, the forms and powers of treasures are diverse. But once used correctly, it is said that any treasure contains enough power to break the wind. For an entire nation, he calmly declared, "If I can control this, not only would I win the competition, but even that dark horde would be no problem." Hearing this, Siu was amazed and exclaimed, "Really to that extent? It just looks like a fan sold at the market. Can I believe this? But using such things in this tournament, is it allowed?" Yuxin answered very calmly, "As long as it is used properly." Then he seriously explained why that answer is valid. "If it were a tournament between monsters, I am not sure. But in chaotic battles between monsters and humans or hybrid battles of mixed races, using magical artifacts or treasures is not considered cheating." Yuxin calmly asked Siu, "Do you know why?" This made him close his eyes in thought. Siu thought for a moment, then hesitated to answer. "Is it like good equipment counts as part of one's strength? Like in games, you go get good gear yourself?" "Probably not to that extent," but Yuxin confidently affirmed. "You are correct." Immediately, Siu's face turned fearful as he asked again, "Really?" Only after Yuxin carefully explained the hidden rules. Since ancient times, the number of magical artifacts and treasures a monster owns has been a measure of its level. Then he calmly taught, "You will understand soon. Magical artifacts are not inherently a source of non-existent power. The core lies in. Without learning magic spells, just channeling energy can produce effects equivalent to a complete spell." Next, Yuxin's tone carried a hint of boredom, commenting that even considering the energy consumed, compared to self-cultivation and spell casting, its efficiency is really poor. Siu began to imagine those magical artifacts. Then he solemnly warned, in other words, divine weapons do not grant great power merely by owning them. Rather, one must pay a price to gain power matching one's own ability. Yuxin's tone was very serious, reminding that therefore, only items that surpass the rules are called treasures or cheating tools. But here he carefully emphasized to use them. One must have the corresponding qualification, like a game balance update. If someone without qualification touches a treasure, no, just owning it is enough to be punished. Siu was still unclear, and Yuxin carefully explained. Actually, not only treasures, all divine weapons follow this rule. Owning them is a form of ability. Using one's own capacity is not cheating. After hearing this, Siu was still a bit confused and asked hesitantly, "At least you held it without being punished. Doesn't that mean you have some qualification already?" Immediately, Yuxin smiled wryly and replied, "Not exactly, probably because of my teacher. The true owner of this fan personally handed it to me." Yuxin looked at the fan. He calmly explained, like someone familiar introducing it, temporarily letting it go after the teacher passed it on. "I tried to use it for 3 weeks straight. Old memories suddenly came back. In the quiet forest there was a huge explosion. At the scene of the incident, dust filled everywhere. Recalling my struggles then," Yuxin sighed, "the results were not promising. With the fan still floating before me." He reluctantly recounted the outcome of that attempt. Not even opening the fan once was possible. Then Yuxin complained in frustration. By the third attempt, the price was nearly life-threatening. He had to stay in bed for 10 days. Through that trial, he felt he understood his teacher's intent. From the start, giving it to me was meant as motivation. A goal, a message to keep striving until I can truly use this white spirit fan. Then Siu suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Your teacher lived with you for a year, right?" Hearing this, Yuxin replied in surprise. "In that world, time passes faster than here." Immediately, Siu's face showed contemplation, hesitating, saying, "I think this. If he stayed with you for a year and partially understood you, I don't think giving you the fan was just a distant goal." Unexpectedly, Siu said that, and Yuxin, confused, asked again, "Really?" Facing him, Siu began pointing out Yuxin's shortcomings, though he is my close friend. "Honestly, your personality is really weird. Like you've got a don't you dare syndrome. The more someone tells you not to do something, and the more dangerous it is, the more you'll insist on trying. Same thing in the game." In the end, Siu calmly made a guess. "Someone like you, think about it. Would your master really hand you something so dangerous that one wrong use could get you killed, and then let you decide when to use it? Obviously, you poke at it nonstop." So Yu Xin didn't believe him, and Siu pointed out what had just happened. "You admitted it yourself. The third time left you flat on your back for 10 days. Then Siu casually delivered his verdict. "Those first 2 times you almost died. And you'll definitely seize every chance to try a 4th time, a 5th time." Siu's expression turned serious. "After all, that's my view. I've never met your master, but if he chose you as his true successor, then he must have seen the talent inside you, even if your personality is a bit." Looking at his closest friend, Siu concluded solemnly, "Even if not right now, your master definitely believes that in the near future, you'll be able to control that thing. That's why the fan was given to you after a very practical consideration." Hearing that, Yu Xin dipped his head slightly and replied with a faint, amused tone, "You're hyping me up way too much. What talent? No matter how good I am, I still can't compare to immortals." Before he could finish, Siu cut him off decisively. "Now that's new." His face set with determination as he declared, "It's no one else, it's Kim Yu Xin. If you're the best, then of course you have to be different, right?" Yu Xin froze, stunned, then suddenly burst into delighted laughter. A moment later, Siu remembered something he'd forgotten to ask and pressed him. "So what does that fan actually do?" Hearing that, Yu Xin let out a small cry. About that, back in the present, his match was underway. It wasn't because of what Siu said. I brought out the white spirit fan almost on instinct, like an unconscious reflex. Right then, Tran suddenly launched an attack. Her move swept hard toward Yu Xin. His gaze sharpened, the white iron fan gripped firmly in his hand. They faced off. Tran swung her blade in a horizontal sweep again, but suddenly she paused, startled and suspicious of her opponent. Tran's opponent vanished on the spot. The next instant, Yu Xin appeared high above, only to see him raise. But before Yu Xin could strike, Tran's technique had already closed in on him. At that moment, Yu Xin appeared behind her again. Immediately, a razor-sharp mouth surged up and swallowed him whole. In the blink of an eye, both figures dissolved at the same time. Seeing this, Tran fell into thought. Scenes flashed rapidly through her mind. Just now, that definitely wasn't a clone, it was the real body. Recalling the feel of the fight, Tran was certain. No matter how refined a clone was, it couldn't match me to that extent. As she pondered and murmured, it only felt stranger. Then, from her flank, Yu Xin darted in at high speed. Thinking again about Yu Xin's actions, Tran analyzed in confusion. That blow, its position and timing, was absolutely impossible to dodge. The more she weighed it, the more doubtful she became. Even if you could dodge it, how would you have time to create a clone and counterattack that fast? In the end, Tran stopped guessing and simply attacked everything in front of her. The more she thought, the less sense it made, and even if she asked, no one would answer. At this moment, Yu Xin appeared again and unleashed a move. But as soon as the sword drew near, Tran found she couldn't move anymore. Right after that, her voice rang out. Could this be a clone too? No denying it. Compared to before, it had jumped up an entire level. Tran turned her head, her expression dark as she muttered. Even though I've wrapped myself in a thick layer of aura, it still keeps its shape. Maybe it's even tougher than the real body. Trying to find the real body hiding somewhere would be as hard as reaching the sky. Then she flashed a cruel smile and murmured, "Fine, then I'll wipe out everything." In an instant, a blinding radiance appeared before Yu Xin. The next second, a sphere packed with power formed. devastating the area around Tran. It spread across a radius of dozens of meters, unleashing an enormous surge of demonic energy. When everything settled, only she remained on the spot like a monster. Beyond any normal standard, only by going all out could she pull off that move. The effect spoke for itself. A satisfied, exultant smile spread across Tran's face. Even an invisibility technique that was practically miraculous couldn't escape an all-encompassing strike like that. Staring at the ruined wreckage before her, she felt even more certain. On the contrary, because Yu Zin had to conceal his aura to use his technique, he was even more likely to get caught in an attack like this. Just then, Yu Zin's perfect figure appeared, closing in on Tran. In an instant, her eyes widened in fear, only to see his gaze flare with powerful demonic force. At that moment, Siu's voice echoed in Yu Zin's head again. Isn't that totally overpowered? Honestly, a skill like that. If you put it in a game, players would tear it to shreds. Back then, he'd laughed and shot back at his best friend. So what if it's overpowered? I can't even use it, so what does it matter? Hearing that, Siu seemed to think for a moment, then said, True, it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly like a game, does it? Even if you've got a top-tier character, if your hands can't keep up, it's useless. You know that? Yu Zin immediately got annoyed and threatened in a low voice. You want to meet your ancestors for real. The fan in his hand had an unbelievably powerful skill. Activation condition. Open the fan and fan yourself immediately. When it folds, the body will be shifted out of the material world. You can return to the real world and rejoin the battle when the white iron fan is open. Yuxin's face turned icy as he closed in, and at this very moment, that genius intuition perfectly applied the treasure's power for the first time. Divine technique barrier combined with the white spirit fan. He swung the fan, sweeping it horizontally across his opponent. Resentful spirits, a blue sky, pure white clouds, and brilliant sunlight. A white jar trembled with each pulse. Yuxin balanced it on his head, struggling to hold his stance. Unable to endure it, he spoke in confusion. Hey, is there really water inside this jar? The person opposite him relaxed leisurely, taking a drag of a cigarette. Gucci focused on his book and explained to Yuxin. Even if you filled a jar that size with water, it would weigh at most about 60 kilograms. Kid, let alone all day, even if you rode a horse and jumped around for an entire week, you wouldn't be that tired. He continued without the slightest sympathy. I merely used a simple weight-enhancing spell to increase it tenfold. That's the minimum to count as punishment. Without even glancing at him, Gucci reminded him, straighten your back, watch it or I'll break it. Yuxin felt unconvinced and retorted. Why did I have to be punished in the first place? He frowned at Gucci and argued, I just got a few questions wrong. It's not like it was important. If the real purpose is training, you might as well just say so. Immediately, he looked at Yuxin as if he were an idiot and shot back, not important. You brat, what did you just say? Gucci's eyes flashed with a sinister glint as they bore into him. I don't expect you to treat me like a proper master. But that look on your face, as if you're ready to offer up your heart and guts. And yet you couldn't even last a month before dragging yourself out here to complain. As expected, black-haired beasts only learn after being beaten, right? Realizing he had misspoken, Yuxin immediately lowered his voice. I didn't mean to talk back. That only made him angrier and he scolded him directly. Damn it, hearing you talk makes my blood boil. Yuxin didn't dare face Gucci and only muttered. Anyway, no matter what, in my opinion, I really don't think those things are that important. Yuxin continued expressing his thoughts. What do those kinds of theories have to do with actual combat? This time, Gucci was no longer angry and replied, it's because you're too talented. Confused, he turned to look at Gucci and asked, huh? With a serious expression, he answered, I also agree that real combat is more important than theory. But that only applies when theory exceeds one's practical ability. Gucci was a highly experienced teacher when it came to assessing his students. Theories people cannot apply. Only end up restricting their abilities further. But you're different. He had carefully observed Yuxin's ability. Then Mr. Macron's strange NG12C Cedilla specification appeared out of nowhere. Your body learns even faster than your mind. More importantly, Gucci knew your background very clearly. As the eldest son of the Holy Water Manor, the excuse that you had no chance to study convinces no one. So why is your head this empty of theory? So in an instant, he had likely identified Yuxin's weakness. There was no need to look. You kept making astonishing progress even without studying. A lot, you only learned just enough to maintain your position, then abandoned it. Gucci held expectations far greater than what you had shown. The Jade Master Scripture, the unity of the three treatise, the Tei Classic. For someone without talent, digging deeply into just those 3 books would be exhausting for a lifetime, but if you stopped there, it would truly be a sin. That's why he imposed punishment on Yuxin. This is the Azure Crane's secret art. It's somewhat difficult, but there's no time to advance step by step anymore. Take it as your due and accept it. Gucci handed him the book and ordered, today, you must memorize half of it. You don't need to understand it. But if you can memorize all the incantations, that would be more than enough. Seeing Yuxin still unmoving, he scolded, Why are you still standing there? He turned to look at his master and asked, Huh. Gucci calmly laid out the requirement. Did I ever tell you to put the water jar down, carry it while you study? Consider it physical training. After that, he lazily stretched and walked inside. I'm going to rest for a bit. By the time you prepare dinner, you should be done right. Gucci did not forget to warn his student. Of course, I'll check how much you've memorized. If it's not enough, keep studying until it is. Yuxin could hardly believe his ears. You're not joking, right? He even guarded against Yuxin cheating and added, if you dare to secretly put it down, that jar will become 10 times heavier again, remember that clearly. The world he perceived was very different from others, the theory of the overlapping 3 realms. The world is formed by 2 layers of space overlapping each other, and Yuxin's physique belongs to a very special type. Specifically, one world is the material realm that can be seen, heard, and touched, perceived through the 5 senses, and the other is the spiritual realm where the souls of living beings exist. 2 parallel worlds exist, never intersecting. They coexist in the same space, yet even when in close proximity, they remain 2 separate realms. The living cannot sense the dead, and the dead cannot touch the living. That said, there are ways to intrude into both worlds. However, the boundary between them is not solid. The dead can transform into vengeful spirits to harm the living. The living learn arts to exorcise evil and banish demons. There is always a way to counteract the rule. By manipulating qi, one can cross boundaries and affect both worlds. Yuzin read the book he held in confinement, out of sheer familiarity. He thought it contained something formidable, but everyone already knew these things. Yet what was in the book did not stop there. Those who reach a certain realm not only affect the physical and spiritual realms, his eyes widened with astonishment as he read, but can also reach the unexpected under the 3rd law. It also addressed another matter, the void realm, existing above both the physical and spiritual realms under the 3rd law. These were things Yuzin had never known. A realm without matter, without souls, nothing could be confirmed to exist there. Yet it still existed, a true mystery. He sat up, reading seriously. Unlike the other 2 realms, the boundary to the void realm is not easily breached. It truly is mysterious, as there is very little information for Yuzin. Even legendary immortals throughout history have not uncovered all its secrets. Yet some treasures assist users across history. Only a few spells or relics can surpass its sanctuary. Back to the battle, when Yuxin swung his fan across Qin, it shook the soul. He was serious in deciding to attack. He could not hide his astonishment, as everything was beyond expectation. What terrified Trin were 2 things, for she had prepared thoroughly for this battle. One, her body was surrounded by denser demonic energy than ever. Previously, when Yuxin attempted a finishing strike on Oryang, the sword was blocked by Oryang's dense demonic aura and failed. So this time, Trin chose a similar defensive method. It was even more frightening when she sensed this abnormal slash. Yet Yuxin's sword passed through her body smoothly, and her protective aura remained unharmed. Even though Yuxin had truly struck, her body remained intact, and neither sword left a wound. Unconsciously, she reached out to block and intended to retreat. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. Every cell of Trin seemed frozen as another slash cut through her. Her legs wavered, losing balance and collapsing. Ahead of her were 2 more sword swings from Yuxin. He did not hesitate for a moment, continuously attacking. Yet Trin bore no injuries, not a single one. No matter how many times Yuxin slashed, her body was unaffected. All the more, she found everything extremely strange. So why? Because Trin felt pain spreading throughout her brain. Why did she feel indescribable pain, as if screaming from her soul? As he struck, Yuxin suddenly startled and paused. Qin had transformed into another form, unique demonic art, Arctic Iron technique. After taking multiple hits, she intended to counterattack. Qin used a combat technique she had never employed at the meal, cheating in the battle. A strike of extreme cold that the human body cannot endure. Yet Yuxin remained confident, unharmed. You think so? Separating his physical qi from the barrier, he continued slashing along Qin's body. The soul echoed. Yuxin's techniques each carried a unique mystery. Saying it protects the user from external threats is only a simplistic description of the power of the white spirit fan. In his hands was a relic in the form of a fan. In fact, the white spirit fan is a relic that can surpass the 3 realms. Its use is not difficult and is highly supportive. One fan sweep, the user's body shifts into the spiritual realm. Yuxin only needed to move the fan and everything was completed. A sweep back, returning to the void realm. The fan's purpose is to allow the user to change the soul's state. Closing the fan returns the user to the physical realm, enabling him to confront Qin. Yuxin dodged Trin's sword by moving into the void realm. Thus Trin could not counterattack where qi and magic could not reach. Yuxin was very clever, using the relic efficiently. Yet the counterattack did not come from the void realm but the spiritual realm. With the fan's help, he could injure Qin by moving into the soul's plane. Yuxin could strike directly at Qin's soul, rather than the body. Afterward, Yuxin's technique gained an official name, and the slash was named Soul Shock. Trin began coughing blood, her body trembling. He had torn apart the soul of a creature not even a year old, in the spiritual realm unlike the void realm. Yuxin exhaled heavily, his body traced with blue spirit veins. Trin lifted her head, her gaze grotesquely fixed on him. Both Yuxin and she were affected by the artifact at the same time, because it was still within the range of energy it could influence, even if not as clearly as in the physical realm. But he was still being hit by spells and demonic power, and with no strength left he dropped the fan. Seeing that Yuxin couldn't hold out, Chin started to sneer. So that's how it is. I don't know what kind of artifact it is, but it's definitely at sect treasure level. Chin raised a hand and wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth, dragging it all the way to her wrist. A relic that can transcend the three realms. Even if you turn the entire royal palace upside down, you de-struggle to find a second one. Yuxin refused to let her get arrogant and shot back confidently. Idiot. You act so unhurried, and in the end you're the one who gets hit. Chin's eyes widened in shock at his words. From the start, Yuxin had only been trying to buy time, no matter how many tricks he pulled. Yuxin couldn't defeat Chin either. At once, she turned her head warily. Then there was only one choice left, and images of a battle from the past came rushing back. Yuxin had acted as bait, attacking non-stop, all to let Tiu Hoi unleash the final killing blow, stalling for time until the one who could change the tide was ready to strike. And now it was the same, the real opponent stood behind Chin. Siyu strode forward calmly, killing intent completely unhidden. Chin spun around on guard to face him. A formidable opponent, and Yuxin felt truly at ease when he saw Siyu return. He appeared with a new form and newfound power. Seeing that, he couldn't help making a comment, whatever the case. Yuxin looked him over and tossed out a few mocking remarks. Trying to hog all the cool points for yourself, are you? Chin stood still, showing no reaction to Siyu. Still, she fully acknowledged the two of them for their tactics. Not bad, pretty impressive. The moment Kim Yuxin recklessly charged in, I already guessed it. Even so, Chin still didn't think much of his actual strength. Fine then, in that state you think you can catch me. With that, she snapped her head around, aiming straight for Yuxin. He also sensed the danger from Chin. Her shadow was like a monster snapping at Yuxin's head, but those razor teeth only sank into his spiritual energy. Immediately, Chin mocked him in a taunting voice. You're better at running away than using a sword, but fine. She slowly pulled back the monster below. Anyway, in that condition, just staying on your feet is already an effort. Then Chin focused all her attention on Siyu. Either way, I hope I get a satisfying meal this time. She crouched, staring at Siyu with a hungry look. It's embarrassing to say, but there's no time to savor it anymore, because of what just happened. I'm starving now. He didn't let his guard down and took a defensive stance. Chin's saliva dripped in eager anticipation. A burst of light flared around the two of them. She lunged first, rushing straight at Siyu. Chin moved like a feral demon, swinging her sword with brutal force. The strike collided with him, kicking up a dense cloud of smoke. She maintained her attacking stance, but Chin's blade had snapped in two. Siyu was unscathed, and his weapon effortlessly blocked her blow. Without stopping, Chin pressed in at close range. He didn't let her run wild, meeting her with a counterstrike of his own. Once again, Chin's monstrous power surfaced. But those jagged teeth still couldn't swallow Siyu's blade. Chin's ability wasn't something easy to deal with. Her appetite was absolute. She could eat anything, swallowing everything whole. It broke every law in this world, even things far stronger than itself, and even ordinary targets that couldn't be destroyed. It could swallow them all, but right now it couldn't. Just this once, that obvious rule refused to hold. Time rewound to the start of the fight. A few dozen seconds earlier, Siyu had been struggling desperately against Chin, even with Yuxin backing him up. The boy had been forcing himself to hold back in sheer desperation. Her power was overwhelmingly greater than the two of them. Even if Yuxin could defend, it was still extremely dangerous. And Siyu stood on the sidelines watching, seeing his friend being driven into a disadvantage. Something could go wrong at any moment. So many times, Siyu wanted to strike Chin from behind. Her back looked completely open, and again he felt the urge to sneak in an attack. But he couldn't bring himself to do it because Siyu understood all too well. In the end, he didn't, because he knew why Yuxin was risking his life to face Chin head-on. More than that, ambition surged in Siyu's chest, and he felt he had to do the same. But it still wasn't enough, even after both of them were empowered by the Dragon King. With Engit land bestowed by the Dragon King, they had gained power far beyond what was normal. Even so, they still hadn't fully mastered it. What they lacked was the method, the way to actually use that power. In previous battles, Siyu had struggled to draw out his abilities to the fullest. In the end, he finally managed to combine the two, stepping into a new stage. Its destructive force rose dramatically. Even after using every ounce of ability and perception to find an approach, he still poured all his demonic power into a single punch. But it still hadn't fully reached the ultimate level. Tu Kui Thiem Kwang ultimately still couldn't deal a fatal blow to the monster before him. That was when Siyu realized the final outcome for the two of them. No matter how hard Yuxin and he went all out, the end result would only be both of them running themselves dry. That belief dug itself deep into Siyu. He knew this problem wouldn't be easy to solve. Even for Yuxin, there was no special way to resolve this. Siyu recalled what Yuxin had said to him before the battle. Because if you're only judging raw destructive power, that demon is even above Kwang Vu. If you want a stupid one-on-one duel, then deal with it yourself. Siyu had already seen Yuxin's intent and effort. That was why he tried to stall for time by. A straight, honorable fight didn't suit him at all, yet he still had to do it. Siyu clenched his fist, a fierce resolve surging in his chest. He knew nothing about spells or sorcery. All he had were memory and experience. He panted, forcing his battered body upright, feeling his way by instinct. In Siyu's mind were fragments of memories about the Dragon King. His hand began gathering shockwaves. The boy slowly shifted into a different form, killing intent rising. His former demeanor was gone. Now there was only Siyu, bristling with lethal edge like a monster. All the layered emotions poured into his mind. Envy, rage, hatred, malice. Humans don't always act for what's right. Siyu cast away all reason and chose power. The goal became the means, pure violence, blows like bombardment. The kind he loved more than anything. Now he wore a human body, yet carried the air of a demon. The boy kept repeating it to himself. Siyu gripped his sword, ready to fight, and deceived himself perfectly. Without hesitation, he leapt up and counterattacked Qin. Siyu's gaze skimmed past a dangerous purple bolt of lightning as he unleashed dark flash strike. He swung his leg and drove a kick into Qin. Times 10, she couldn't withstand it and was shoved back. The impact sent Qin flying. She didn't have the strength to stop the momentum. Siyu's leg was wrapped in blue spiritual energy. He shot out a hand and swiftly caught his sword. On the other side, Qin finally regained her balance and steadied herself. At the same time, Siyu shifted into position for a new technique, pouring all his strength into his right leg as the pivot. Dark flash strike, then Siyu burst forward toward her. Times 15, in no time he closed the distance to Qin. She thrust her hands out, trying every way she could to defend. What the monster released was sorcery that wasn't truly its own, but traces of prey pulled from her stomach. A curtain of spiritual energy wrapped around Qin as protection, among it the strongest defensive one, the spirit demon armor. But the barrier shattered in an instant. Siyu's sword split it all open. She also snapped her hand back, trying to counterattack. He easily crushed the shield Qin created. Both strikes collided at once. In this clash, it was hard to tell who would win. Qui's blade was forged from an utterly inhuman killing intent. Enough to match Qin's power. Qin held her stance and refused to take a step back, but the battle had to be decided. He withdrew and stepped back if it weren't for Qin's ability. There was no way to withstand Qui's edge. Siyu was condensing demonic power around his fist. Dark flash strike. Qin's eyes widened as she looked at him. Siyu's hand didn't stop. He didn't hold back either, facing Qin head-on. She couldn't dodge and had to take the full damage. Times 20 without stopping, Siyu seized his weapon. He swung and carved off part of Qin's face. Riding the momentum, Siyu stayed in an attacking stance. She began to retreat, opening distance. But it was already too late. Siyu had finished preparing his technique. Times 30, countless sword arcs shredded Qin's body into pieces. Siyu halted, a few strands of black lightning coiling around him. The blade was soaked in blood, dripping onto the floor. Qin's body crumbled into tiny fragments. He sensed that something was. He looked down at the arena floor. An inky trail of darkness was spreading at a terrifying speed. In moments, it had engulfed a wide area around him. From within that darkness, rows of razor-sharp fangs jutted upward. Siyu reacted instantly, springing off the ground. He avoided the bite of a huge pitch-black monster. Its jagged maw stood out against the endless black. Siyu glanced at the beast, who knew what he was thinking. He landed where the black patches hadn't swallowed the floor, half demon. He stared at the enemy with careful focus. Beneath Qin, that darkness kept spreading everywhere. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes blazing with excitement. Qin's pupils rolled strangely as she thought, the thing that threw the monster into disorder. Qin looked at her hand, smeared with mixed black and red streaks. It wasn't a change in what she saw, but what her body felt. Since birth, her regeneration had always worked without a hitch. Yet in this one moment, it wasn't functioning properly. At that thought, Qin couldn't help curling her lips into a grin. Siyu set his stance, ready to engage, and the moment she realized the reason, Qin only grew more crazed. For the first time, the monster felt fear. Strands of black lightning appeared around Siyu again. His foot shifted slightly. No creature can stay calm before a fear it's experiencing for the first time, especially if it's fear of death. Besides, even Oryang's self, already half of that monster, had always lived far from death. So the monster felt not only fear but humiliation, and a fury that erupted beyond control. The darkness obeyed, spreading at a terrifying speed. This time the monster surged fully up from the ground. Siyu gripped his blade and charged without a moment's hesitation. Qin opened that sunken, cage-like mouth wide, ready to unleash a move. He gripped the saber tightly, aiming straight for the instant she lunged at him. He targeted Siyu's weak point beneath the neck and decisively slashed a long cut. The pitch-black mouth was severed from the body, gaping as if it wanted to scream. Xiu tightened his grip on the saber, eyes full of vigilance. He kept watch on the dark patch of ground that still lay silent beneath the floor. What mattered was the second mouth that was about to rise from underground. Xiu sprang up, ready to charge the target. He drove the saber straight into the ground. The moment he landed, he immediately looked down at the target tense. Just as expected, the shadow had vanished. Only a crack remained in the earth. Qin had somehow appeared behind him, already holding an energy sphere at the ready. Xiu Yu looked up, only in time to see the sphere shoot straight toward the spot beside him. He braced himself, his arm tensing. In an instant, his right hand was suddenly severed. The sudden damage sent Xiu reeling backward. The next move came immediately. She shattered the open ground, dust and smoke billowing and blanketing everything. The smoke blocked his vision and Xiu stood still. In the hazy veil, a blurred figure appeared. He reacted at once. The black mouth lunged like the wind. This time it came with a magnificent body, red and black, towering many times over an ordinary human. He dodged aside, avoiding Qin's bite. In the next moment, the black monster paused. Xiu seized the opening, ready to counterattack. He struck, attacking her head-on. That mouth didn't seem harmed at all. It even stuck out its tongue in provocation. He looked at the arm he'd just used to attack. It was now covered in a layer of ice. The monster didn't give Xiu time to react, lunging up and severing his remaining arm. Xiu retreated. Both his arms had been cut off, with a trace of blue-green frost still clinging to the wounds. Qin roared, driven into a frenzy. Xiu didn't panic. He immediately sprang forward and kept fighting. He used his leg to block her punch. At once his leg was frozen by Qin. The monster stuck out its tongue, showing no mercy. It gripped his leg tightly, slowly freezing his entire lower leg. No matter how he struggled, it wouldn't budge. It snapped Xiu's leg and attacked with its gaping mouth. Xiu kicked Qin hard with his other leg, using the force to launch himself upward. He took advantage of the moment before it recovered, rapidly restoring his body. After that kick sent it sprawling, Xiu, lying on the ground, grabbed the saber. He raised the saber high, eyes brimming with killing intent. Aiming straight at its break point, he didn't hesitate. He delivered the finishing blow. The force of the strike was so great that its body shattered into fragments. The smoke gradually dissipated. At the same time, Xiu's body underwent a strange reaction. This was an inevitable outcome caused by repeatedly using extremely powerful attacks. Power that far exceeded the normal maximum, beyond even that. With an almost limitless supply of demonic energy, regeneration itself was still not a problem. But in such a short time, his body had been destroyed and remade countless times, and now it could no longer function normally. Xiu couldn't hold on and collapsed onto the arena floor, his body covered in wounds. Red blood stained the ground, and the black arm, streaked with red marks, still hadn't disappeared. Qin regenerated and continued choosing his hardened body. Pitch-black fluid still streamed from the wound on its head. Xiu Yu glared at Qin without a word. A black mouth appeared on Qin's face, opening wide. He stared in horror. Right after that, the mouth opened even wider, so large it could swallow Xiu whole. Suddenly, it froze in place. Below Qin's waist, Xiu's black saber had been driven straight through sideways. A calm voice rang out. He looked behind him. Yusin had appeared out of nowhere. The boy gripped the saber tightly, tugged at the corner of his mouth in a smile, and, in a taunting tone, sweat pouring down his head, he said, "Enjoy your meal." Then he unleashed a move that knocked the monster flat. Yusin brought his blade down, splitting Qin's body in two. He clenched the saber, his gaze shifting as a faint blue glow appeared. Yusin slashed again and again, until there wasn't a single intact piece of Qin left. Qin was completely defeated, no longer able to resist. Yusin planted his saber into the ground, panting, kneeling amid the wreckage, and forced out what little strength he had left to speak. "For real, hey Xiu, are you okay?" But Xiu didn't respond, lying motionless in the rubble. Seeing that, Yusin thought to himself, "He's unconscious, but he should be fine. His remaining aura still seems stronger than mine." He stepped forward as if sensing something and looked down at the floor. Yusin hurriedly booed. A large crack ran across his palm the moment it touched the blade. He froze, even though it had been in contact for only a dozen seconds. But the aftershock went far beyond even the highest level incantations. Of course, that was the price to pay. He looked around. A weapon capable of killing a monster that even Yuxin couldn't handle with a single slash. Yet what worried Yusin was not the wound he had just received. The blade lay motionless on the ground. Of all the magical weapons he had ever seen, nothing compared to that weapon. For the one who created it, negative effects were unavoidable. While Yuxin was still lost in thought, Xiu had already rushed in front of him. The entire scene made him widen his eyes in shock. Xiu bent low, eyes filled with deadly intent, staring straight at him. Yuxin gritted his teeth. He immediately kicked, aiming straight for Xiu's head. Xiu paused midair for a moment, looking unaffected. Yuxin didn't hesitate and raised his hand high. Decisively, he slashed straight down at Xiu's body, the strike almost instantaneous. Yuxin bent down to look at him. By now, he had picked up the sword. He watched Chiu's hands curl as bursts of dark lightning kept appearing. He dashed forward, punching Yuzin's head directly, instantly crushing it. Only a few streaks of blue light remained around the wound. Yuzin's true form emerged from elsewhere. Not even a second passed before Chiu instantly pinpointed his location. Yuzin gritted his teeth. Yeah, that's right. Things just keep getting more complicated. He thought to himself after a flash strike, it took less than a second to act again. Even if Chiu's regeneration was extraordinary, a human-like body could not recover so fast from that flash strike. He muttered, maybe it's thanks to that ultimate strike skill, not the nerves. But like a core demon implanted into the body, allowing such precise control. Thinking of this, Yuzin forced a bitter smile anyway. So this is how it is. I used forbidden power for everyone and in the end lost control, went berserk, right? He spoke mockingly. Seriously, you can do anything but usually. I'd be beaten to death, chained up, and then he'd wake up to save me, right? Yuzin stopped, drew his sword, ready to fight. He said, of course I'm not going to follow that cheap script. He muttered, makes sense after knowing each other for about 4 years. It's about time we had a real fight. They say a bone has to break 2 or 3 times to set properly. Yuzin assumed a battle stance, declaring loudly, so this time let's have a proper fight. For the sake of a solid friendship later, I'll take this chance to vent all my long-held frustration. Not sure how much Chiu heard, but he also immediately got into stance. Yuzin created several duplicates behind him, ready for bloodshed. Chiu lightly bent his knees, dark lightning continued to appear around him. He leapt forward like an arrow. In front of him stood 3 Yuzin duplicates, each holding a sword and fan, ready to attack at any moment. Chiu swung a few times, cutting all 3 duplicates in half. They gradually vanished, concealing Yuzin's true location. Chiu turned his head, thoughts unknown. Meanwhile, Yuzin hid in a blind spot, masking his presence. Secret technique, void concealment. He calculated silently. White spirit immortal is nearly impossible to utilize. At most, only 1 or 2 uses. It's just a shift to the spirit realm, not the great void realm. He frowned, no response even when called. If it were a state of not hearing, it would be fine, but if ignoring, that's troublesome, Yuzin thought. Intuitively, the berserk state might be caused by the rage emanating from that sword, a kind of malevolence surpassing mere grudge. That strange mask could also be a sign of this. His expression showed discomfort. Before it's too late, he must destroy that mask. That's the key to restoring Chiu to normal. He thought, the problem is how to destroy it. Honestly, I see no weakness. He tried to observe Chiu from a distance. Approaching might work, but the issue is before destroying the mask. He'd be hit by ultimate strike right before his eyes. Suddenly, Chiu glanced straight at him. Yuzin froze. What? An invisible layer of killing intent surrounded Chiu, pressing on him. Yuzin was stunned. He had used void concealment to hide all aura. Could it be sensing through sound or scent? This is insane, Yuzin muttered. I don't know, damn it. Suddenly he shouted, come if you dare, you stinking white pig. Yuzin vented all his frustration verbally. How much more must I wipe your ass? Everything you wanted. Everything you needed, all the sickest crap, I've done it all for you. Chiu dashed forward. This was no longer a prolonged battle. A few moves would determine defeat. Yuzin hesitated. If it drags on with half measures, we'd be finished before doing anything. He gripped his sword tightly. There was only one chance. End everything with a single strike. Chiu tore through the air, closing the distance instantly. Both chose direct confrontation, aiming to finish the fight with one strike. Yuzin was shocked by his friend's ferocity. Chiu could no longer distinguish friend from foe, instantly slicing Yuzin's duplicate. He realized it wasn't the original. Yuzin appeared right after the sliced duplicate. He took advantage of Chiu's delayed reaction, targeting an opening. Yuzin smirked, somewhat triumphant. He thought, a strike purely to mislead. Even so, dark lightning appeared again, signaling danger. Chiu made his move. Ultimate strike method still created a difference neither could surpass. He noticed the fan in Yuzin's hand. Yuzin spoke quietly. You trusted me so much. White spirit immortal in the spirit realm. In this state, physical attacks can't land or hit. He scoffed. Even so, if hit by Chiu's sword, the soul would be torn apart. A real gamble. Yuzin shouted. Chiu, you useless fool, he spun. A strike shattered Chiu's stone mask. Yuzin dashed past Chiu quickly. He pursed his lips, worried, and dashed forward. But after Yuzin's sudden strike, he was thrown backward. The mask shattered, the ground cracked, and was severely damaged. The surrounding scene lay in ruins as he wearily turned to look back. Beneath him, the stone mask lay in scattered fragments. Chiu's face darkened, panting continuously. His eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to his knees, trembling. At that moment, Yuzin slowly approached from behind and spoke. Now do you understand what I said? If you can answer, answer. If your mind is still clouded, I will strike again. Chiu's face darkened ominously. Wan glanced back and asked sternly, why would you do something so dangerous? You were almost dead. Yuzin lowered his gaze calmly, inhaled deeply, and said, having fun, huh? Well, I'm not the type to consider others' circumstances. But if left unchecked, anyone could predict what would happen. Yuzin recalled the earlier scene. Siu charging fiercely, attacking violently. The more he watched, the emptier his gaze became. By the end, he probably didn't even remember anything right. Normally, such frenzied behavior should be stopped once energy is depleted. The two had attacked each other without restraint. A glossy blue stone appeared, radiating light, but because of the seal in our bodies, our energy couldn't be completely drained. A large puppet lay on the ground, its body parts separated. I'm not sure, but either the inner chaotic energy was fully depleted, or the body was forced to a point where it could no longer destroy and regenerate. Yuzin chuckled softly. He quickly sheathed the sword in his hand, and above all, the main reason was that I could do it. I'm not sure how much you remember, but I struck your head without causing any injury, not even a single hair. Yuzin winked triumphantly. Siu could only stay silent, helplessly watching as he confidently said, "Got it. You can't beat me." After a moment, he hesitated and quietly called out. But Siu stiffened, closed his eyes, and fearfully looked at Yuzin before speaking. Compared to those words, at the end he looked utterly terrified. He raised his head to avoid eye contact, gripping the sword hilt tightly as he hurried to explain. It seemed that the situation was truly serious. Even the hallucinations remained in memory. Kai spoke, but surely before Siu could finish, Yuzin cut in, "Shut up." After a long moment he reached out, grabbed his hand and pulled him up. Siu wearily stood up, gave a faint smile and said, "That was intense. If what you said is true, continuing that state would have been catastrophic." Yuzin silently looked at him, then said, "There may not be a next time." Siu looked up in confusion and exclaimed, "Huh?" He furrowed his brows at Siu, quickly explaining, "If next time you fall into this state again, then whether it's me or anyone else, we may not be able to bring you back. Even saying this now is already too late." Yuzin faced Siu, patiently advising without pause, "From now on, abandon being a monster, no matter what I have to do. I will also help you become an even stronger martial artist. Don't let yourself drift further from humanity." Siu's face showed obvious worry, stammering, "Hey, what are you talking about?" He interrupted. "I'm not joking." Yuzin turned away, ran his hand through his hair, and admitted, "Yes, that's right. Before coming to the Dragon Palace, even up until yesterday, that was my selfish wish. As a friend, I wanted you to live as a human, not as a monster." Quickly, he lowered his hand, eyes firm, looking directly at Siu, affirming, "But now I no longer care about my personal wishes. I truly believe I must stop you." Yuzin extended his hand toward him and spoke. Siu immediately turned pale. "Look at this." In his injured palm, dark cracks spread outward. He looked up and down several times, exclaiming, "This could it be?" Yuzin calmly replied, "Yes, it's because you gripped the sword." His expression darkened for a moment, and he wearily said, "If you ask if it's okay, I'd say it's okay. If you ask if it hurts, honestly, it hurts like dying." Yuzin kept his hand in place, revealing the frightening injury. But the real issue is that this isn't some magical technique. Suddenly, a mysterious red inscription appeared. According to him, in a curse, the amount of energy used. Hatred and resentment are also crucial, even if an enormous amount of energy is poured in. Without clear, sharp malice directed at a target, the effect is uncertain. A wooden figure filled with nails was quickly engulfed in flames. Therefore, the stronger a curse is, the more personal hatred it carries, the stronger it becomes. In other words, a curse made on the spot cannot be strong. Both of them fixed their eyes on the object on the ground, from which black smoke was rising. Yuxin said that if you think that way, what you created completely surpasses normal logic. The sword gradually dissolved right before their eyes, because that sword was essentially like an extremely powerful curse, created instantly. He kept explaining in detail the origin of the sword just now. Probably the principle was similar. If the core of that demon could manifest the image you imagined in your mind, then channeling emotion to double its power would not be impossible. A fleeting image appeared in Yuxin's mind. He furrowed his brows as if about to say something. But the problem is, how can one summon such emotions in an instant? You understand what I mean, right? At this moment, Siu just stayed silent, a little anxious, not knowing how to react to Yuxin's words. The malice people spoke of that could burn an entire life when facing an implacable enemy was not merely about control. Emotions like a vengeful shadow, wearing a mask of sharp intent, appeared through his words. When he wore the mask, he became something beyond ordinary beings, projecting emotions at a completely different level, like a mysterious force. Yuxin's voice grew a little urgent, his eyes filled with fear, earnestly pleading, "Even though until now I always thought the final choice was yours, it's no longer the case. I beg you as a friend, stop right here." Siu pressed his lips together, not responding to Eugene's advisory tone. "I completely understand why you need power, but there's also the possibility that there are things even worse than having no power." After a moment, Siu hesitated and slowly said, "I haven't even let you finish." Something behind quickly drew their attention. Fragments of the mask rose in strange purple smoke, then merged into something inscribed with glaring red letters. Yuxin was astonished and quickly reached for the sword to defend. Siu froze for a moment, clenching his hands, incredulous. "What is that?" From the debris, the purple smoke formed a terrifying skull, From his hands, bolts of electricity appeared rapidly. Siu spoke softly. Even after all this, it's still not enough. Suddenly Yuxin's voice sounded, stopping him. Don't. He still held the sword tightly, eyes sharply focused on him, saying, don't touch anything. If my guess is correct, then it won't harm us. Siu relaxed, confused, asking, won't harm us? Then who will it harm? Yuxin quickly replied, I don't know either. He watched patiently, gradually releasing his grip on the sword. One thing is certain, it's not the spell of that black demon. Your sword was already terrifying enough, even if not completely dead. It could no longer regenerate like a sick creature, life shredded. Perhaps it was a pre-designed spell from the start. An image suddenly appeared, a deep black vortex in her chest. When that black demon fell into an uncombatable state, it would activate automatically, using remaining energy inside, like a self-destruct mechanism. Siu broke into a sweat, slowly speaking. Then shouldn't we stop it? Yuxin looked at him wearily and said, I said it can't be stopped. From the start, it was a curse designed with a specific target. The sky turned pitch black. Rain poured continuously without pause. I don't know why the cursor aimed for what, or to what extent, but the sheer malice contained within was already enough. Above on the street, Bai Haiyang walked under heavy rain holding an umbrella. He turned, furrowing his brows, then spoke vaguely. I don't know anymore. Maybe our matter ends here. Everything will eventually be fine. Above, the purple skull smoke gradually faded and disappeared. Elsewhere, a luxurious room with classical decor appeared. Man Choi with a wounded face murmured, sorry for being late. There was some unforeseen trouble. He looked straight at Sun Ju sitting directly in front of them. So this is our first meeting. You know who I am, right? The 2XDH President of the Republic of Korea, Jiang Sunjae. He paused slightly, then hurriedly replied, yes, former president. But Sun Ju glanced at Man Choi in the chair, hesitating. Your eyes. He paid no mind, raising a finger to touch the wound on his eye. It's nothing serious, just a minor inconvenience. Nothing significant. They sat facing each other, but Man Choi's presence completely dominated. He quickly spoke. I can't take too much of your time. I'll get straight to the point. You're in quite a tricky situation, right? Man Choi addressed the matter Sun Ju was about to discuss directly. It startled him. Hell will open in the human world in 6 months. How can we prepare for the upcoming future? Doing so without causing panic among the people is no easy task. Unfortunately, that effort has already failed. Thinking of Sang Yoon single-handedly destroying everything, he said solemnly and gravely, who could have expected that the holy water pavilion, which has protected this land for 600 years, could be completely annihilated in just one day? A true catastrophe. Man Choi found everything hard to believe. Even those who study the heavens could not have foreseen this. Sung Kaiu forced a smile and asked, so do you have any countermeasures for this? We are trying our best within our capability. A map overview of key locations appeared accordingly. From his description, though I did not fully understand the affairs of this realm, I had heard that beyond the holy water pavilion, there are still sorcerers maintaining traditions in various places. We plan to grant them positions to protect the Republic of Korea in place of the holy water pavilion. Man Choi raised his hand to his chin, eyes filled with disdain, looking straight at Cao Rung. How foolish, not to mention whether they could even form a unified organization. Do you think these insignificant people have the capacity to shoulder national responsibilities? He frowned, worried, continuously guessing. You mean it's impossible? He quickly interrupted, then continued. From the start, they were never qualified to carry the weight of the nation, which is why they were eliminated centuries ago. Only a faint remnant remains. On the distant horizon, beyond a high mountain, a dazzling light slowly begins to appear. Even if we find those hiding everywhere, it would only be weakened blood through generations. Granting power to the useless is simply a waste. Man Choi lowered his gaze slightly, his voice carrying a cold threat, and its outcome will be disastrous. Hearing his words, Diet standing behind Sung Kaiu felt a shiver. People everywhere will cry. Despair and fresh blood will stain this peninsula red. At this, his expression worsened and Sung Kaiu impatiently spoke. So you mean there's another way? I've heard a little about you, that you are not allowed to intervene in the human world. Man Choi smirked slyly, tilting his head. That's true, but that only applies to our human counterparts. Both of them were startled, surprised to receive unexpected assistance from him. I will send down children superior to any martial artist on earth. Man Choi agreed to send children of remarkable power into the world. They are children born among celestial beings and living in the immortal realm. Their abilities and virtues make them fully worthy to lead the future of humanity. Hearing this, Rit Tran widened his eyes, unable to believe it, and remained silent. They would not only fill the void left by the holy water pavilion, but could even bring this land to prosperity within 6 months. Sung Kaiu clasped his hands together, slightly timid, and asked, it is indeed a precious offer, but what must we give in return? Hearing this, Man Choi smiled broadly, raising his head, speaking cheerfully. Truly deserving of the title National Lord. There's no need for too many exchanges, just fulfill two conditions for me. The two who followed Man Choi stood motionless behind, not moving. First, grant the children sent down positions and power befitting them. I hope you can treat them even better than the Holy Water Pavilion ever did. Sung Kaio's expression grew somber, eyes serious, listening to the conditions he set. Of course, as I said, I guarantee the children's capabilities. Man Choi was not done. He continued with his requests. Second, I ask that you prepare stone pillars distributed across this peninsula. He paused, slowly raising his head to look at Man Choi and asked, "What do you mean, why that?" Not letting Sung Kaiu wonder too long, he answered, "It is to lock the gate even tighter. Simply sending those children down is not enough to protect this entire land." Man Choi sat confidently, supporting his head with his hand, excitedly explaining, "Let the great generals of heaven and the female generals of the land restore the ancient barriers, which humanity on this land has long forgotten." Above the desolate scene earlier, the sky emitted a deep blue light. Everything sank into silent darkness, the thick smoke gradually spreading everywhere. The scene was deserted without a single person. The glimmering water light flickered. Suddenly, Elian let out a weary smile with smoke enveloping her. Elian was now injured, missing an arm, sitting on the ground, groaning in pain. "I truly have no face left. I thought the one exposed would be Chin. I even expected that sooner or later he would misjudge the situation." Just as the two opponents were about to put it to their mouths, a figure holding a weapon emerged from the hazy smoke. "Goyu. I never expected I'd end up like this before even facing Chin." She was in agony, forcing herself to lift her head in despair, and said, "Even in front of Bai Hung, there's nothing left to say." Goyu's hand tightened around the smoking pipe. A faint bluish mist swirled around him. He hesitated, still not striking Ilan. Even after subduing the enemy and taking away their most dangerous weapon, Goyu still couldn't bring himself to attack. For two reasons. First, a mysterious black and white Bagua diagram appeared, making him hold back. Second, the serpent and turtle of Xuanwu had finally merged. So for the first time in his life, Xuanwu's power became truly complete. But the price was an energy drain far beyond imagination. Goyu's powerless gaze stared straight ahead without the slightest wavering. It wasn't about experience or accumulated strength, just instinct, a pure survival sense. It had nothing to do with skill or power he'd built up. In his mind's eye, the shadow of a majestic beast appeared, unafraid even with death inches away. But that instinct still warned him that there was something about the demon before him that couldn't be approached easily. Goyu stared at the opponent in front of him with an emotionless face. Iling didn't dodge either. She smiled and met his gaze head-on. One hand reached out slightly and the bluish smoke suddenly converged at high speed. It was like an electric shock ran through Goyu. He froze for a moment. Iling was the same. She widened her eyes in fright and unconsciously looked up. Far away, both Siu and Yuxin were drawn by something and turned their heads. From the ground, purple smoke seeped out of something pitch black. Then that thing split into smaller pieces, and the purple smoke slowly rose upward. It gathered in one place, forming a gigantic, terrifying skull in the sky. Weariness surfaced in Goyu's eyes. He glanced behind him, then pressed his lips tight. Even Goyu, who knew nothing about curses, could clearly sense how unimaginably dangerous it was. Suddenly, Iling down on the ground spoke up excitedly, making Goyu whip his head to look. "Disaster really does come from the mouth, so you finally died first." Chin wasn't exactly full of regret, but her eyes were heavy with pain as she looked at her ice talisman. She patted the talisman on her hand and said sadly, "Still makes me mad. At the very least, I wanted to play around just once, just the two of us." She sensed something abnormal. Goyu stiffened, reacting in shock. The wooden talisman Elaine held was giving off a strange killing aura, and he reached out to stop her. But it was too late. Elaine vanished in a flash right before his eyes. Goyu's heart immediately tightened. He furrowed his brow, thinking nonstop. "An instant activation treasure? I can't believe she hid something like that." The white smoke gradually dispersed. Goyu stood perfectly still, looking up at the sky. The scene was shattered and ruined. The tall stone wall had broken open, leaving a massive hole. "Either way, we should leave here now," came a voice from the other side. Yashihiro gasped, exhausted, supporting the others as they stepped out through the spatial gate. "We finally got out." He carefully warned everyone. Iyuzuru, walking beside him, suddenly noticed something off. "For now, don't go anywhere near the water." She frowned, watching ahead on alert, and quietly reported to Yashihiro. "Wait, this presence just now from behind that distant tree." Voices carried over, along with two shadowy figures standing there. What? Did the Dragon King really appear right at the Eastern Sea? Then the two slowly stepped out of hiding. "No, it doesn't seem to be the Dragon King yet." Hanhua Langdao stood right before them and spoke. "So what now? Should we bring that person back to Master first? Someone who swallowed the Dragon Pearl and is a candidate for the Dragon King's throne. Looks like they're worth using." Both Yashihiro and Iyuzuru instinctively shrank back a little, silently watching them with tense caution. He flicked a glance at her and whispered, "You go wake Wenhua's ride first. Leave this to me." Iyuzuru quickly did as Yashihiro said, but she still couldn't fully. Ryuju appeared right then to carry off the others who were unconscious. He set them onto his back and said, "It's fine, but if you're that worried then." Yashihiro smiled confidently at Iyuzuru and said, "Hurry and wake Wenhua's ride, then come back to me." She hesitated, looked at him, and answered, "Got it, I'll be quick." Ryu carried everyone on its back and sped away, flying off before Tanhua Langdao's eyes. They exchanged looks and one of them gave an order, "You, chase them." But before Tanhua Langdao could do anything, a lightning-fast attack shot in. Yashihiro didn't flinch, lunging forward and smashing straight into one of them, sending the man flying. With a smug, arrogant, challenging expression, he said, "Where do you think you're going?" Far away, Ryu was carrying everyone and sprinting at full speed. It cut through the forest, then leapt onto the rooftops of tall buildings and raced across them. A grand, imposing high-rise came into view. This was their destination. Ryuju landed lightly in front of Yuzan. He pushed up his glasses with one hand and said, "I've been waiting for all of you." The moment Iyuzuru saw Iyuzan, she was slightly startled and said, "You're someone I've seen before." He slowly approached her. His hand went into his pocket as if to take something out, and he said, "I have many questions about what your group got involved in here at Long Palace, but unfortunately there's no time right now." Yuzan pulled out a small piece of paper and held it out. Iyuzuru said seriously, "The Xeon Flower Spirit Summoning Ceremony cannot be performed in residential areas because it's too dangerous. So I moved it to a place called Yang Hui Hall. I will give you the address, please come there." She quickly took the paper and looked up in response. Understood. Immediately after, Ryuju flew straight away. He stood still, silently watching. After a moment, John also turned and left, though he felt uneasy inside. He worriedly thought, "I want to follow, but I have a bad feeling." He slowly turned his back, walking into the building while thinking. It felt like he shouldn't leave this place. A simple house with an iron door. A gloomy atmosphere appeared. Iyuzuru held the address paper, standing at the doorway, suspiciously looking up. This must be Yang Hui Hall, right? Suddenly, the iron door swung open. She froze, eyes wide with shock. "They told me to go in." Iyuzuru, along with Ryu, solemnly stepped inside the house. She carefully stepped forward. As soon as she entered, a dark, eerie aura enveloped the area. In front of Iyuzuru was an ancient house. She looked toward that house, hesitating as she said, "It must be over there." Inside one room, green sinister energy continuously swirled. Iyuzuru looked straight in that direction, silently observing. "I heard a high-level spirit was trapped there by a curse." She then spoke, seeking Periel's opinion first. "Former master, I know you are in great pain, but the situation here is more urgent. Allow me to take a bit of a risk." He was a little startled, quickly replying, "Yes." After receiving the answer, Iyuzuru carried the wooden box forward. She quickly entered the room, standing right in front of the motionless body of Zeonmi. The wooden box Iyuzuru carried was open, emitting a dazzling light. From inside, she took out a long sword. Iyuzuru held it, staring intently, then said, "Don't leave Reizu." Without hesitation, she gripped the sword and drew it forcefully. Her whole being exuded an overwhelming murderous aura. She pointed the sword forward, speaking in a low voice, "That one seems very dangerous." From Iyuzuru's sword continuously emanated flickering lightning, activating the 6 thunder peaks. She furrowed her brows, observing seriously. A spark of lightning flashed in her eyes as she thought, "Golden great sword." The treasured sword once cherished by the Dragon King was truly no ordinary weapon. The sword seemed to split into 2 extremes, its deadly aura continuously radiating along the blade. Just channeling energy reveals immediately. This is a sword that separates the physical realm and the spiritual realm. Iyuzuru's plan to succeed in this required drawing out the dangerous black smoke. To dispel the curse that possessed the fox spirit, first the physical part and the soul part needed to be separated. While she pondered how to proceed, something made Iyuzuru's eyes widen in fear. However, the dark smoke, filled with sinister energy, formed a huge grotesque face above her. A figure, its body cracked and horrifying, made it hard for Iyuzuru. With a powerful evil spirit so deeply entrenched in the body, it was difficult to fully separate using ordinary methods. She pondered a moment, then exhaled lightly, making a careful decision. Therefore, Iyuzuru gripped the hilt firmly, raised the sword decisively, preparing to completely sever the 2 worlds of body and soul. She then swung down powerfully, creating a large forward slash, severing the soul realm. The cut rushed straight toward the dark aura at Zeonmi. Her entire body continuously emitted 2 strange forces from both sides. Once this was done, the subject's soul would also separate from the body. Zeonmi lay weakly, motionless. The 2 forces swirled around her body. The 2 forces collided decisively. At that moment, the 2 souls would rush into the empty body. Massive electricity enveloped Iyuzuru's body. She gritted her teeth, striving to remain steady, raising the sword high. "And I must select the correct soul of the evil spirit to seal." Then Iyuzuru thrust down forcefully into the murderous aura, shattering it. She quickly pulled out a small glowing talisman. Iyuzuru pressed the golden talisman directly onto the sword's hilt as it stabbed downward. Blue electricity erupted as if trying to repel everything around, forming the ceiling barrier. Very quickly, all the light gradually dimmed and vanished. Then, white smoke billowed throughout the room, her hands still gripping the sword tightly. "All right," Iyuzuru shouted excitedly, when suddenly something flew past her face. "All right, it's done." Iyuzuru was attacked unexpectedly, terrified, falling straight back. One side of her cheek was quickly injured. Iyuzuru thought in disbelief. The sword embedded in the ground began to emit a dark aura, causing everyone to step back in fear. A truly terrifying spirit beast had been born. The scene shifts to the street where people curiously walk back and forth. At that moment, Bai Huang smiled and asked Han, "Did the Qin die at Long Palace?" Elaine didn't say a word, she just shrugged, as if she were obviously right. Seeing that, he shifted his gaze to the side. "Super's getting stronger faster than I expected. If he's lost his ass, Chizu's going to be furious." Bai Hyung stared at me and concluded, "This is bad, we have to stop those nonsense fairies from setting up a barrier on the peninsula again." The moment our eyes met, Bai Huang nodded in greeting. The next instant, I suddenly broke into an amused smile. He excitedly slipped into a stance. "Sorry, Siu, but I have to speed up the plan." At the same time, deep inside the forest, Yuzuru was riding Ryu straight through the tree. She murmured anxiously to herself, "The demon is stronger than expected, so my remaining essence is almost drained too. If Yashihiro has to hold out alone and collapses, what am I supposed to do? The fox spirit has to rest until the newly separated soul stabilizes inside the body, so it can't be awakened yet." In the blink of an eye, Iyuzuru reached the spot. She stopped and shouted, "Yashihiro!" Seeing him lying unconscious on the ground, wounded, she panicked and called out, "IOC." Right then, IOC cut in surprise. After hearing it, she finally snapped back to herself and turned her head, spotting his group having just defeated the enemy. Yuzuru fell silent. Back to earlier, beneath the Dragon Palace, Siu softly called his name. He asked, puzzled, "Sun Mi, what's going on?" He calmly explained, "No serious injuries, but it looks like he used too much yakai power and is just exhausted." Seeing the emblem in his hand, Goyu wondered, "What's that?" Super answered honestly, "The Dragon King asked me to bring this token to the Grand Enforcer of Duonghoi Duong to receive a treasure that can awaken Myra earlier." Next, Yuzin urgently pressed, "First, we need to get to the mainland. Word is the Dragon Palace is about to close." The moment they stepped through the gate, his attitude changed and left him confused. "What is it?" In front of them was the sight of Yashihiro being punched in the face. Without mercy, then came knockout blows to his stomach. When it was over, Tan Hoa Langdao sneered in contempt, "That guy's strangely tough, huh? Damn it, some half-alive, half-dead freak. We don't have time to waste." Ayashihiro was getting battered, but he still forced himself to hold on. Seeing things go south, Siu Hong screamed in fear, "Yashihiro!" Yuxin quickly stopped him. "Wait, you can't use yakai power right now, don't step in." He steadied himself and analyzed in silence. "Combat warriors? Who are these guys I've never seen before, and why are they attacking a Japanese onmyoji?" Then Yuxin decisively sprang forward. Without hesitation, he charged straight at them. Tan Hoa Langdao jolted and froze for a beat, still trying to process it. Yuzin let power bloom in his palm. "Divine art, hand seal," he slashed with lightning speed. Flash kill slash. They stiffened, then toppled over one after another. After finishing them off, Yuxin arrogantly planted a foot on them. "Who knows what backwater hole you crawled out of? But you think you can beat me?" The undefeated one, the current #1 combat warrior. Goyu looked on helplessly out of the corner of his eye. So it's a turf war between combat warriors. Now he voiced his suspicion. But why did they attack Iyuzuru's group immediately? Even traveling with a yakai, they should have realized she was an onmyoji. She hesitated, then explained, "I'm not sure, but it looks like they're after Myra. They said they'd take her to their master because she has value to exploit." Hearing that, Siu repeated, confused, "Master." He eagerly helped Yashihiro up. "Let me help you," Iyuzuru replied suddenly. "Thanks." Right after that, her face suddenly flushed bright red. Yuzuru cleared her throat and changed the subject. "First, the demon you asked for has been sealed. Both the Fox Spirit and the Dragon King's heir are there. Thank you so much." Yuxin lit up. "Duonghoi Duong. Perfect. We have to go there too because the Dragon King asked us for something." As soon as he finished, a rustling sound skimmed through the treetop. He and the others snapped into alertness. Man Choi approached slowly. No wonder the shoreside divine barrier on the eastern coast still hadn't been erected. Frowning, he demanded, "What is all this?" Yuxin said nothing, only stood there staring. Now Man Choi shifted his gaze to Tan Hoa Langdao. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Then Man Choi lifted a hand and signaled to two new Tan Hoa Langdao. On the signal, they immediately lunged to attack. He sternly unleashed a technique, rebound throwing blades. Yuzin hurriedly moved to block the strike. Seeing that, Tan Hoa Langdao sneered inwardly. "You think I'd lose to a toy like that?" He spat it out bluntly, insulting him. "Idiot, it's way too early to be shocked." Right then, rose petals suddenly appeared from behind. Yuzin jolted and shot a glance back. Tan Hoa Lang Dao raised a flute to his lips and blew. Waves of floral light churned in the wind. He stared straight at him with eyes wide open. In an instant, the surge of energy poured toward Yuzin, pushing him into a corner. He cursed in fury, "Damn it!" The moment he finished, a violent explosion erupted. Super screamed in panic, "Yuxin!" He stepped back and steadied himself. "I'm still fine." After the pink smoke cleared, Tan Hoa Lang Dao had successfully rescued his teammate. Next, Yuxin probed, "Are you immortals?" Man Choi scoffed arrogantly. "Of course, you think we're the same kind of worthless drifters as you." He then introduced himself with a solemn air. "The children you just rudely attacked are the Xin Hua Lang Dao, destined to govern the human realm in place of the sacred water listener. Unlike you in the lower realm, who can only cling to a faint pretense of authority from teachings weakened over hundreds of years. These resurrected Xin Hua Lang Dao children have grown under my direct tutelage." Then, Man Choi seriously reminded them. "So when facing the supreme immortal, you must show respect." He sneered mockingly. "So amusing." Ian Sin arrogantly raised his voice in challenge, sounding like someone opening a cafe only to have a rival set up next door. "Then please also protect all the small businesses while you're at it." Man Choi calmly exuded an aura that incited anger. "Stop deluding yourselves. If you rely on a small talent to unleash power you cannot control, you will only lose your life." Suddenly, Siu interrupted, "Excuse me, I have a question. But if you truly are immortals, shouldn't you side with humans? We also want to protect humans, there's no need to fight each other. Then why attack Yoshihiro?" He paused and turned to look at the Xin Hua Lang Dao. Siu continued, recounting that while carrying the Jade Rui, he took the transformed Dragon King unconscious somewhere else and not here. Man Choi froze and repeated, "Jade Rui." The demon quickly grasped the issue. "Are you targeting the Jade Rui? I thought immortals weren't supposed to intervene in the human world." He replied indifferently, "So what? The Jade Rui is a dangerous treasure, capable of submerging the entire Eastern Dragon Palace in an instant." Man Choi arrogantly retorted, "You cannot hand a freshly forged sword to a child." Goyu frowned and raised his hand to attack. "This is getting more and more unreasonable," he warned in a lowered voice. "I don't care about power struggles within the Dragon Palace, but anyone outside daring to eye the Azure Dragon's authority. But the reputation of the Black Tortoise must never be used for." He sneered mockingly. "Someone who hasn't yet succeeded their position is already too reckless. You in the lower realm are incapable of governing a nation, leaving yourselves at the mercy of demons." Man Choi sighed and gestured, "Look closely." Then he waved his fan forward. Instantly, a holographic map hovered in midair. Man Choi revealed honestly, "You obstructed the children from establishing the divine staff barrier. Do you realize the consequences of your action? The souls on the peninsula are leaving in abnormal numbers again. Look at the areas stained red on the map." Yuzuru was stunned, his face drained of color. The man over there gently confirmed, "Yes, you can see the truth now, can't you? As you all know, that place is Man Choi," he added slowly. In the territory managed by the Zaitrai clan, the eerie aura suddenly changed. Yuxin panicked, "Wait, Siu," before he could get the words out. Siu's power erupted as golden sunlight pierced through the leaves. A second later, the burst of pressure made the whole canopy tremble. Siu sprinted forward recklessly. His mind flashed to his home, "No, no," and at that moment Yuzan was struck and slammed into a table. The family photo frame hit the floor. Seeing his mother's gentle smile in the picture as the glass shattered, he screamed in pain and charged ahead. "Mom!" Siu didn't care about anything anymore and shot forward at full speed. Yuxin and the others chased after him, anxious, his thoughts spinning. Nothing happened, right? Yuxin thought of that ominous black aura. The more Siu used his spirit power, the more something seemed to invade him. Yuxin trembled, judging that if Siu erupted again, could he even stop him? At the same time, at Siu's apartment, he hurriedly dove through the window. As he landed, Yuzan lay unconscious beside him. Siu's face darkened as he looked up and fixed his gaze forward. "In front of him, I was crushing someone with all my strength. I spoke with relish. I've been waiting for you." Without a word, he lunged at me at blistering speed. Seeing that reckless move, I grinned and turned my head. I tightened my inner force around Sijin's throat. With a close-range binding spell, Siu instantly switched targets to my arm. A heartbeat later, a few drops of blood fell to the floor, staining the family photo. I froze, smiling stupidly. Then I stared down in a daze and saw my arm was gone, along with Siu's low voice. "Why?" He didn't look hurt at all, he just smiled chillingly. I explained excitedly, "Because if you kill this woman," I kept taunting him, "you'll become even stronger." Outside, the apartment building was still eerily quiet. Suddenly, a violent shockwave exploded outward, a roaring gale surging up. It spread so fast that the people below panicked. Right then, the wind tore loose a signboard mounted on the wall. Iyuzuru happened to be passing by and saw it about to fall. She held him back. Luckily, Goyu flicked it aside in time. He calmly released his power while Go anxiously broke into a cold sweat. While the two of them were catching their breath, Yuxin had already moved ahead. The moment he reached the crater at the apartment complex, Yuxin didn't hesitate and jumped straight in. He shouted nervously, "Siu, Siu." Suddenly, Yuxin heard a strange voice. He whipped around in horror. Choi Siu still hadn't said a word when Yuxin froze. In front of him were flowing streams of blackness. Siu had already transformed. Then he choked out, "Mom!" Yuxin, terrified, stepped closer. He thought fearfully, thanks to the reverse scale gifted by the Dragon King, his mana should be abundant. But Siu's body was like fragile glass, breaking and reforming over and over. Still, at this moment, Siu melting into liquid was a completely different issue. It had nothing to do with physical health, it was triggered by pressure. The shock was far worse than when he heard Yuxin had died. At the same time, Siu watched his mother's body snapped apart with his own eyes. The last of his sanity shattered, and his mind truly blew apart. The spirit-mind artifact turned its user's will into reality, creating a massive explosion at the exact moment Siu's psyche broke. And just as he had once used the spirit-mind's power to hold his body together whenever it collapsed, this time he himself became the spirit-mind. To preserve someone else's body, he instantly cast a forbidden ultimate technique, the spirit staff. At that moment, Bai Huang unexpectedly stepped into the ruined room. He glanced around and sneered, "The building has been ground into powder. This will make the news for sure, huh?" Without wasting words, SV raised a finger and activated a skill. A thousand-shape binding art unfolded, and in an instant, a gray-black miasma appeared. It burrowed beneath the collapsed rubble. In the blink of an eye, the black current had slipped all the way inside. Then it hoisted me up into the air. I examined it and asked, "Dead already?" SV shouted excitedly, "If he's dead, then I'll eat him." Levy B, wrinkling his nose, cut in, "It already reeks." Yuxin coldly interjected. "Hey," he said in a low voice as a warning, then scoffed, "I'm just playing around." "What the hell is this? That's disgusting." At the center, Zai Zion was absorbing the black miasma. Realizing the intent, Bai Huang sneered, instinctively trying to form a killing golem. Hearing that, Yuxin flew into a rage. He didn't hesitate and created a clone of himself. Just then, SV noticed movement behind him and barked excitedly, "Levy B, back him up." Before anyone could act, I suddenly charged in. Yuxin focused and unleashed overwhelming might, a divine technique. Without mercy, he locked onto the target, striking with a lethal burst. I moved fast, driving power into the soles of my feet. Next, I sprang upward, leaping straight through the crowd of clones. I successfully slipped past Yuxin. Sensing that ancient power, my eyes blazed. "That's it, that's the one. The forbidden writing art, the killing aura." It was even fiercer than before. Hearing that, Siu jolted and went on guard. He moved her inside and formed a circle around her. Illusion began transforming his body. He assembled the pieces of the demon mask into a complete form. Without hesitation, Illusion thrust his hands forward. He held me tightly. After securing his grip on the opponent, Illusion stretched out his gigantic arms. Seeing him about to reach me, he suddenly let out a giggle. Illusion successfully captured me. He slowly retracted me. Next, Illusion trapped me inside. Sensing something was wrong, Yuxin called out in shock. Witnessing the scene, FV angrily exclaimed, "What the heck?" It was the scent of Levi B that he had eaten. Levi B suggested, "Then just eat him too." Bai Hai-ung raised a hand to stop him. "Really?" Watching Illusion gradually transform, he marveled. A possessed demon club parasitizing another host. Caught off guard by the unexpected scene, Bai Huang smiled in approval. Truly beyond expectations. Without many words, he extended his hand forward. Bai Huang spread light throughout the space. At the same time, outside, a group of people teleported toward the forest. Man Choi and Zin Hua Lang Dao landed on the treetops. After completing their mission, they respectfully reported, "The barrier has been set up." Seeing this, he cast a disapproving glance. "Rascals," Man Choi coldly asserted authority. "Do you really think I would let a goblin become king?" Recalling earlier events, Sijin spoke gently. "Illusion," she smiled and said, "I hope you grow up kind and happy." Saijan affectionately comforted, always gentle with friends. "And enjoy many things you love." He understood and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she squeezed his hand and asked again, "Can you promise me?" Illusion panicked and stammered, "Mom." Saijan suddenly transformed and said with implication, "Even if you end up hating someone later in life." After transforming, she gave her final advice. "Even if life pushes you to the point of wanting to harm others." Instantly, he jerked away. Illusion panicked and sat up. He gasped in fear. His face pale, he coughed lightly. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. The scene left him stunned. Saijan smiled and asked, "Illusion, awake already? Time for school." In the presence of this, he was surprised. "Mom." After getting ready, Illusion anxiously asked, "Aren't you going to work today?" She cheerfully replied, "Have your breakfast first." Seeing his mother's happy demeanor, he stayed silent. Then, as usual, Saijan waved goodbye. "Son, have a good day at school." Illusion forced a smile and said, "I'm off." Only when the door closed did he stop. Illusion stood in thought for a while. He glanced awkwardly at the door, the apartment unusually silent. Illusion left quietly without revealing anything. No strange sounds came from inside. Cut to school on a beautiful morning. Illusion cheerfully tilted his head and asked, "Illusion, did you lose weight?" He paid attention and calmly replied, "Just naturally." Hearing this, classmates excitedly teased, "Since when have you been this diligent?" Looking closely, "You're pretty handsome. Tell us what's your secret," he He observed their reactions thoughtfully. Then, Illusion briefly glanced at his close friend. At this moment, Illusion's gaze held some suspicion. After class ended, the sun turned reddish-orange. On the way home, he excitedly invited, "Hey, are you going online now? Today's the new patch." Illusion looked around nervously and replied casually. Noticing something odd, Yuzin paused suspiciously. "Illusion. What's wrong today?" Feeling exposed, he forced a smile. He pinched Illusion's cheek and asked, "Did you lose so much weight that you're exhausted?" "Really? Sudden weight loss?" Suddenly, he brushed Yuzin's hand away. Seeing this unusual action, he was dumbfounded, not understanding. Then Illusion hesitantly confessed, "Actually, I can't go online." Hearing this, Yuzin shrugged and suggested, "Is that so? Then you—" Before finishing, Illusion interrupted decisively, "Tomorrow, neither." Illusion muttered gloomily, "The day after, neither. The day after that, neither." Seeing his sudden change, he was astonished. Yuzin softly asked, "Why?" Illusion coldly said, "I have to find him." Then, he transformed and swore, "I must find the one who killed my mother." As soon as he finished, the space darkened immediately. Next, a flame was lit. In an instant, dozens of flames surrounded Illusion. Then they merged into a single mass and laughed aloud. I appeared from within, mocking, "What are you looking for?" Eyes wide, he sneered. "In this inner world, it's just you and me. What more are you looking for?" Provoked, he launched decisively. Illusion threw a punch. I dodged. He shouted excitedly, "Fight." While I provoked, the surrounding flames joined in. "Fight more." They flared up, forming a humanoid shape. He arrogantly countered. "Under the gaze of the noble lion, let's play a game." Lesson 1, The Street Brawl. Meanwhile outside, a wooden statue suddenly exploded. Bai Huang startled and stepped back. He was both thrilled and shivering. The killing intent is terrifying. SV, holding Chizu, noticed it moving and focused attention. Before defining the shape, Chizu slipped from his hands, surprising Ataki. The cat, seeing it, clinged to him. Bai Hyung remarked, "Indeed, youth is best." Chiru sniffed deeply. "The scent is so pleasant." He gently stroked it. "Right." Illa sighed and remarked to Kaidu, "The smell of sang and go is like catnip." While she was still speaking, Siu appeared. He also seemed to be of the cat family. Next, Bai Huang teased, "Well, even if Kai is boiled, he's no longer alone, right?" He nodded in approval. Exactly as expected by Huang. At this point, he could be called Steel. Siu lost all reason, muttering as he walked, Must find, must find." Scene shifts to the funeral at the mortuary. Everyone mourned aloud. "Oh my, mother and child died together in a traffic accident." Sun Mi sobbed uncontrollably before the altar. At that moment, Yuzan stepped in to comfort. "Sonya, just stay there. Yuzem is helping, it's okay." She choked up and called out. Goyu bent down to soothe Sun Mi. He watched her retreating figure with burning determination. "This is what I must do." They supported each other back to the mortuary's resting room. Inside, Yuxin, dark-faced, insisted Siu was not dead. Zeon Hoa bluntly denied, "He's dead." He didn't believe it and gritted his teeth. "I said he's not dead." She frowned and conceded. Hearing a noise outside the door, Yuxin focused on Goyu. He helped Sun Mi up and seriously confirmed. "Yes," he announced in a low voice, "he survived but has turned into a demon general." Hearing this, he angrily charged. Yuxin immediately questioned him. "And whose fault is this?" he growled, accusing. Yuxin angrily emphasized, "If your monsters hadn't dragged Siu, who was living peacefully." He recalled the image of the gentle young man. Just a few days ago, Siu would rather be beaten than hit anyone else. Yet he was always the first to rescue the weak, like a main character in a comic. Yuzin's heart tightened. "My dearest friend." He pointed his sword at Goyu and threatened, "I've warned you, if anything happens to Siu, I will kill you all." He exuded intense aura. Strongly, before dealing with that Bai Huang demon, "I'll make you taste it first." Amid the tense atmosphere, Uchi patted his shoulder to restrain him. "Hey kid, wait." Yushin startled and turned. "Master." The female receptionist peeked in to announce, "Sorry, we're in the middle of a funeral." She respectfully conveyed, "Lord Qin Ma Fat wants to see everyone." Then he motioned with his chin, "All of you follow me." He loudly objected, "Why should I go make friends with these monsters, with Qin Ma Fat or Chung Ma Fat or whatever?" In the noisy space, Uchi wrestled with Eugene. After binding him, he gently advised, "Calm down a bit, kid." Yu Zin shouted aggressively, "Master." Uchi calmly suggested, "Don't you want to bring your runaway friend back?" On the way following the female receptionist, Yu Zin struggled constantly. Behind, Sun Mi sobbed, recalling his earlier resentful words. "If your monsters hadn't dragged Siu, someone living peacefully, into this." She blamed herself, covering her face and crying. Zeon Hoa beside her ground his teeth in anger. At the same time, the room door opened. Mila stepped out and said, "Come in quickly." Seeing things stabilize, Guyu asked, "Recovered already?" She candidly explained, "No, not entirely. Though not fully recovered, thanks to you, I am gradually integrating Long Chao safely." Then Myra bowed deeply in gratitude. "I will surely repay this favor." And regarding that matter. Next, she emphasized the crucial point, Siu is a demon. Myra awkwardly led the way. "First, come inside." As they stepped in, everyone suddenly froze. Uchai, without words, threw Yuzin to the floor, looking at the figure before them. Zeon Hoa glared. Before them sat a dashing man in the center. This imposing man was the great sage, equal of heaven. After everyone settled, he began to update the situation. Recently, 3 families among the 4 directions gods, Zhu, Qinglong and Beihu, suffered losses due to a rogue demon. Everyone was shocked, pale, eyes wide open. The great sage, equal of heaven, continued to accuse the rogue's audacity. He even stole the treasures I left in the dragon palace. Next time, Xuanwu will be the one to face him. Hearing this, Go Yu asked in confusion, why did Bai Huang target the 4 directions gods? He calmly explained, I have never confronted that demon directly. This is just my speculation. Then the great sage, equal of heaven, recounted the past. 666 years ago, during the grand Yu Ma Vuong ritual, he recalled the significant event. The 4 directions gods used the 28 constellations to divinate about the demon species. For that reason, everyone was deeply shaken. Now that Yuxin's gag was removed, he exhaled, alarmed by the prophecy regarding demons. The great sage corrected his tone. No, actually, he added like a cold splash, it is a prophecy concerning all of us. The scene reenacted the distant past, 666 years ago, when representatives of every race gathered to select the Yu Ma Vuong, a sudden existence appearing among the demons. The legendary creature shook the demon realm, the Killin. At that moment the crowd whispered, the Killin, exactly as recorded in mythology. Why has the divine beast descended to the mortal realm? This place is for selecting the monarch of the demon species. According to celestial law, any divine beast that intervenes will automatically lose its status and fall. How arrogant. They despised and drove him away. Begone! Yet wasn't the Killin born to intervene in the mortal realm. For that reason, he turned away with a heavy heart. The Killin stopped at the stone monument engraved with azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Then he focused his energy onto the ancient slab. With unwavering boldness, he carved his name onto the enlightenment stone. The Killin is the divine beast that heralds the birth of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord, in essence, is no less than a living prophecy. Yet he himself desires to become king. It is truly paradoxical. After succeeding, the slab suddenly shook violently. Pressure from the emanating demonic aura surged. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, moreover. That being possessed the strongest demonic power among us before the ceremony began. This alone stirred the demons who had tested their strength. They stared at the Killin with blazing eyes. You don't intend to ignore this, do you? If this truly was the Killin of legend, it would already be over 1,000 years old. From the immense surrounding energy, we could see its overwhelming demonic force, leading us to believe it was a spirit creature that had accumulated power over tens of thousands of years. But the rules state that only demons who have not entered old age may have their names engraved on the enlightenment stone, because the demon king must be strong enough to hold the throne until a suitable successor arises. Strangely, the enlightenment stone allowed the name Killin, meaning its demonic aura had not diminished at all. Azure dragon, white tiger, and the celestial immortals also stood as witnesses. Divine beings and mystical beasts, unlike creatures born with innate spirit like Duoxani, are extremely rare. Its origin was clearly established, yet the Killin was extraordinary, able to become a god from birth. Great sage Sun Wukong assessed it, and both celestial scholars and ancient texts confirmed it, so we had to believe it. He mentioned the dark creatures, and in fact there were other species born in the same way. Go Yu understood and immediately blurted out the name 4 heroes. The great sage Sun Wukong continued. Unlike Duoxini, the monsters who endlessly reincarnate from worldly desires, the 4 heroes and the Killin only appear when the time is right. That standard is determined by themselves. Unlike lesser demons who react with mere anger and demand judgment, those contemplative and strategic ones think alike. If they could win the Killin's support, perhaps the prophecy would come true. Although the Killin declared its intention to uphold the grand ceremony, not every strong demon is compelled to participate. Many possess great demonic power, yet support others with the same ideal. Unfortunately for those who proclaimed themselves the Holy Lord in pursuit of ideal, among us such a king had never truly existed. The Killin repeatedly emphasized that it merely existed to maintain continuity until the true Holy Lord appeared. Seeing that the Killin showed no sign of being swayed, the demons began to devise their own strategy. They started plotting. At that time, the only one who held the key was the 4 directions deity, who revived the ancient East Asian 28 constellation system to divinate. At that moment, the formation suddenly cracked, producing a truly shocking outcome. Then the fragments began to disperse, and all 28 hexagrams fell into chaos. Before the signs of heaven's fire and earth's flames, everyone was terrified. This signaled catastrophic upheaval, the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, a portent of great disaster. Amidst that destruction, the great sage Sun Wukong promised a new beginning. Yet this did not only signify calamity, it also represented the fall of the old order and the dawn of a new era. Immediately after, they made a bold decision in the face of unprecedented divination. The 4 directions deity grew more anxious, so they used the power of the dragon pearl to extract a more detailed prophecy. The azure dragon clarified, the white tiger guarded, the black tortoise set the seal, and the vermilion bird interpreted the true meaning of the prophecy. The significance of the heavenly fire-earth change is, if a demon becomes king, it will be the last demon king. Once this special decree was announced, the races seemed to hold their breath, and the demon race would end on that day, truly worthy of being called the heavenly fire-earth change. 666 years before the grand ceremony, the demon race suffered heavy losses due to civil war. Their strength waned, but with one exception, even weakened. They still held the highest status on the peninsula. The gap between the sides was too obvious. This meant that at that time, only demons could rival the Killin. Yet the demonic power the Enlightenment Stone certified in the Killin was something the already weakened demons could not contend with. And in the late afternoon, under the sunset, the confrontation erupted. The Killin and the demon entered the intense final battle. The demon lost balance, staggering backward. Finally, the Killin defeated the remaining demon and became the demon king. The demon, astonished, asked, "So the current demon king is him?" Zio Huai nodded to confirm, "Yes, it is the Killin." Goyu acknowledged in a firm voice, "I know the current demon king is the Killin, but this is the first time I've heard the prophecy from the Four Directions deity." The great sage Sun Wukong then explained, "That's because after he succeeded to the throne, the prophecy of heavenly ice, earthly change, was reinterpreted as a complete severance between the demon world and the human realm." He provided concrete evidence. From then on, when the demon chief was annihilated along with the white tiger, no one saw any need to pass this down to future generations. However, the great sage of Qi Tian expressed his doubts. Indeed, even if some descendants of the demon clan survive, it's still unbelievable that the demon prince from 1,000 years ago could still be alive. He was certain that the grudge accumulated over 15 centuries must have reached an unimaginable depth. Transitioned to a certain forest, Bai Haiyang contemplatively gazes at the night sky. In his hand, he carries the Xin Hua Lang Dao. Meanwhile, the remaining one is sneaking away. At this moment, soul-lost Ko mutters under his breath, must find, must find." Bai Haiyang, seeing this, is puzzled. Why can't Ko recognize that they are enemies? He turns to ask, aren't all those marked by the soul-refining hammer meant to be hated? As V analyzes the situation, indeed, up until now he still mistakenly treats lifeless objects like wooden posts as his enemy. Hearing this, Levi Bai interrupts in surprise. Yet with living humans, he still doesn't summon enough murderous intent. Bai Huang tosses aside the Xin Hua Lang Dao and asks, witnessing one's family being slaughtered firsthand and still lacking murderous intent, completely incomprehensible. He makes his speculation. Could he still think of himself as human? Bai Huang bitterly scratches his head, calling this the characteristic puberty of half-human, half-demon being. He steps through the white curtain and cautions, Ko, once you carry demon blood, you can never truly be human. Mi Haiyang delivers this harsh truth. They will never accept what is different from themselves. At that moment, a plump frog suddenly hops in, looking up amid the tense atmosphere. Then he breaks into a radiant smile and reaches out in welcome. Time to go out, returning to the ancient festival era in a distant land. In the year 525, the people, puzzled, ask one another, "What's going on? Why have you come to this remote village? Weren't you here to conduct inspections?" Worried, they question, could there be demons around here? Even if there are, you would eliminate them, so why worry? Suddenly, a rude guard shouts, "Hey, you're not planning to beg here, are you?" He shoves a poor boy aside. Seeing the tension, Master Feng Yue signals to stop. At that moment, a coin falls at the horse's hooves, and the children crouch to pick up each coin. Bai Haiyang stands dazed, staring at the coin left under the horse. Seeing unease, Bai pulls his hand to warn him. "Hey, are you planning to crawl under there? Be careful or the horse might step on you. Wait until it passes before picking it up." Bai Haiyang unconsciously looks up at him. Bai frantically protests, "No matter how strong you are, being hit by a horse." Seeing Bai Haiyang still intent on staying, the boy clicks his tongue and runs off. "Forget it, whatever." Without hesitation, Master Feng Yue tightens the reins. Then he spurs the horse forward, leaping over Bai Huang. The villagers are terrified witnessing this. After landing lightly, he remains still. Master Feng Yue silently turns back to look. Bai Haiyang casually bends down to pick up the coin, then lifts his head, glaring. Taking advantage, Bai Huang runs off in all directions. Yuan Van, noticing the unusual gaze, is startled and asks, "Master Feng Yue, that boy," before finishing, he immediately orders, "Bring him here." Hearing this, he is stunned. "Yes, sir." Master Feng Yue slowly recalls that gaze. He is deeply impressed, facing a beast several times his size without flinching. Remembering the boy's focused coin-picking, Master Feng Yue admires him. Even as the horse gallops overhead, he is not scared and keeps glaring. Recognizing potential, he decides, in all his life, he's never seen such a fierce gaze. He must be trained. Yuan Van hesitates to object, "But sir, that beggar is a civilian. Even serving Hua Lang requires noble blood." However, Master Feng Yue immediately dismisses, "Enough." Among those training at Hua Lang now who has the same spirit as him, He sneers and turns to leave. If you feel displeased, then show your noble bearing and I'll look at you instead. Hearing this, he reluctantly accepts. Understood, Master Feng Yue. Yet inside, Huan Van feels indescribable envy. Then Bai Huang is selected as a bodyguard in the mansion. During the assembly, he unexpectedly passes by and sees the boy's face. Huan Van is furious. He turns to criticize. Hey, how can a commoner stand in the ranks of the Red Tiger Lang squad? The soldiers quickly report. Greetings, Master Hap Ung Lang. He was assigned by Master Feng Yue to the Red Tiger Lang squad for training. They recount the grueling training, then defeating a demon ambush. Thus, he was officially promoted to Hua Lang. Huan Van's veins bulge with anger. He barges into Master Feng Yue's room, seeing Huan Van arrive. He stops singing, Master Hap Ung Lang. Annoyed, he steps forward. Master Feng Yue, I hear you promoted that commoner to Hua Lang. Huan Van questions sharply. While he's still so young, do you really intend to send him to battle? He laughs to refute. Age doesn't matter. Some who have trained for years still can't defeat low-level demons. And that boy Lord Windmoon turned his head, gazing out the window. He clicked his tongue in admiration, all by himself, and he still managed to kill Bai Huang. Mentioning the identity Hon Van Bang Hong, Bai Huang, Lord Windmoon explained clearly. He was an orphan to begin with, no name, so I gave him that one. Hearing those fond words, his blood rushed to his head. Hon Van asked suspiciously, are you really planning to back some commoner like that? He spread vicious rumors. I looked into it. Everyone in the village says he killed his mother and ran away. That kind of trash isn't worthy of the virtue of Flower Wolf. He sternly corrected himself. Lord Flower Wolf, no, Hon Van, listen carefully. Lord Windmoon darkened, barking a warning. Bureaucrats just sit at their desks and spout nonsense, demanding so-called virtue all day, while never caring about what truly matters. At the same time, Bai Hung successfully wiped out the monster. He stated firmly, in my Flower Wolf, I don't need saints. Lord Windmoon declared, that ruthlessness is exactly what I'm looking for. He gave a gentle smile and handed the weapon to the boy. Time passed. Bai Huang stood in silence by the water's edge. He toyed with the new sword he'd received. Just then, Beckon spoke up. Hey, Kim Seobang. He held out a sheet of paper and demanded. Read this for me. Bai Hung frowned and scoffed, brushing his hair back. Read it with your own eyes. Beckon let out a mocking laugh. Aren't your eyes blind, so you hide them with your hair? The boy snapped back, annoyed. If your eyes are blind, how can you see me well enough to talk to me? Next, he revealed it with relish. Actually, my eyes aren't blind, I'm deaf. Hearing that, Bai Huang froze, then sneered. Is that so? He swung his weapon in frustration. This is the first time I've had such a lively chat with a deaf man. At that moment, a mysterious beam of light suddenly appeared between them. Bai Huang stared blankly when his strike missed its target. Beckon transformed and marveled. Oh wow, look at this terrifying snake. The boy's face went pale. Beckon snatched back the sword and flung Bai Huang backward. Kim Seobang really is hot-headed. He grit his teeth and tumbled to the ground. Bai Hung, flustered, lightly rubbed his head and glanced to the side. Seeing a snake in his own hand, he panicked and looked left and right. My sword, watching this, Beckon cackled with excitement. Fooled again, Kim Seobang. You fell for it again. Then he raised the same sheet of paper from before. Now Bai Hung screamed in panic. What kind of demon are you? Beckon didn't waste words and laid out a condition. If you read aloud the verse I wrote for all the Kim Seobang to hear, then I'll tell you. Inside it was written, perched atop a flowered bough, standing tall and proud. The blade outside gleams, yet inside it's hollow. A shadow flashes. Pointing into empty air, Beckon reminded him with hidden meaning. Make sure you read the last line nice and loud. Bai Huang ran out of patience, biting his lip. He charged in angrily. What are you playing at? The next second, the ground sank into a huge pit. Beckon stood outside it, laughing loudly. Seeing his opponent so furious he couldn't speak, Beckon tried to soothe him. All right, all right. Watching Bai Huang's aura surge, he remarked, you're not an ordinary Kim Seobang, are you? Sensing the weak aura, Beckon was startled. This is chaotic spiritual energy. He frowned in doubt, only half. Just then, Bai Hung's heart suddenly tightened. Seeing him drop to his knees, Beckon sneered. You just awakened, so your spiritual power's empty, huh? He clicked his tongue with a sigh. In the human realm, spiritual power can't accumulate, so there's no other way. Before he finished, Beacon let out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, old Kim goes to catch demons, and it turns out he's a demon himself. Why not use this to write a new line so you can spot what's off? Bai Huang roared angrily. Shut up. He grimaced in confusion. What is this sudden hunger? You're saying I'm a demon. Bai Hung wearily lifted his eyes, and Beckon immediately took notice. Then Beckon suddenly smiled in delight. Look, before them was a gigantic wolf, bearing its fangs. How did you smell a dying spirit and come looking for it here? Hearing that, he turned around in terror. Before he could even process it, the beast slashed with its claws. Bai Hung reacted fast, retreating backward. Still, he was struck by the wolf. Bai Hung stared in shock, blood spilling from his mouth, then collapsed to the ground, dizzy. Next, Beckon remarked calmly, at this rate, there's no need to go looking. I was going to toy with a few Kims for fun, then head back. He put on his mask and declared coldly, fine, then I'll serve as the court's intermediary. And do the job. Without another word, Beckon sprang up and vanished from the wolf's sight. Then he viciously drove his hand through its belly. I'm only following orders to bring it back, apologies won't help now. Witnessing this absurd scene, Bai Huang couldn't believe his own eyes. Beckon pulled out a mysterious jewel and mused, this could even be used to feed the hungry poor, couldn't it? He walked slowly toward him. Beckon gently offered the jewel to Bai Huang. Here, putting on a kindly face, he asked, hungry, without hesitation. Beckon opened his hand, coaxing, eat it and you'll feel better. Staring at the jewel in his hand, Bai Hung hesitated for a long while, then examined it carefully before taking it and swallowing it in an instant. The claw wounds from the wolf quickly healed. Beckon patted his head in congratulations. Happy birthday, little spirit. Bai Huang looked down gloomily. In his haze, he wondered in confusion, spirit, the moment he came to. Lord Windmoon asked gently, you're awake? Bai Huang hesitated, then softly called out to Lord Windmoon. He calmly recounted, you threw your sword and fainted by the road. The tiger guard found you and enough, the Moonwind Master scolded him unhappily. Yet you still keep breaking away from your fellow disciples to cultivate on your own. Stop acting so hot-headed. At that moment, he still hadn't recovered from the shock as he stared at his trembling hand. Bai Huang shook his head firmly. No, that's not it. Instead, he suddenly dropped to one knee. Bai Hyung respectfully pleaded, Moonwind Master, please allow him to continue cultivating alone. I won't repeat the same mistake again. Hearing that, the man frowned and warned, don't always be so stubborn about acting alone. Soon, the state preceptor will bring the new flower knights who just joined the order to test their endurance at the trial ground. That day is important. If the trialer sees someone with the right endurance, that person will be transferred to the Mystic Vein Order and begin cultivation under the state preceptor to become an immortal. As for the rest, like Ditch Ho Lan and the Black Bear Order, they'll have to face demons like ordinary people. The Moonwind Master patted his shoulder and instructed, I don't want talent like yours to be taken away by immortals again. You're not cultivating so you can become an immortal all by yourself. You have to grow strong enough to lead the Flower Knights. I won't let the trialer notice you too early. By now, the sun was beginning to rise. He emphasized, reading the future is the state preceptor's work, so I don't know. I only know that the more you look, the more fate becomes fixed. So at a foggy crossroads, you must light your own path. Time passed. A month later inside, the Moonwind Master was giving orders. For the next expedition, place Ditch Ho Lan with a sword on the front line and the archer H. Hung Lan on the rear line. Just then, B.H. Hung poked his head in and stepped inside. I'm back. Seeing him, the man asked with concern, off alone again? He lowered his head and reported, not hurt anywhere. The Moonwind Master helplessly ruffled his hair. Stubborn as ever, he asked pointedly. You haven't forgotten what I said, have you? Bai Huang nodded. Of course not. At the same time, behind his back, he was hiding a jade bead. Next, Bai Hyung moved behind the estate. He slowly put the jade bead into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, a surge of energy immediately spread out. Bai Hyung recalled the past. Ever since meeting that spirit, if he consumed demon jade, his wounds would regenerate on their own and his strength would increase. He looked into the palm of his hand, but then, at that moment, an unexpected sound rang out. In the distance, townsfolk trembled as they stared at the thing before them. A gigantic snake fixed its gaze on a plump meal. Just then, Bai Huang arrived in time. Without a word, he summoned his power. Then Bai Huang sprang high, aiming straight for its throat. Next, Bai Huang decisively cleaved the snake's head in two. Witnessing the bloody scene, the townsfolk screamed in fright. Seeing his body stained red and his eyes empty, a man panicked and ran. Noticing no one was left, Bai Huang put another jade bead into his mouth and thought to himself, it'll be the same when I eat it. Meanwhile, in a mysterious house, Hon Van stood at the door. He urged impatiently, State Preceptor, hurry and divine it. Does that commoner have what it takes to be chosen and tested for endurance? Hon Van asked anxiously. Does the Moonwind Master have a chance? Then, in a softer voice, he advised, Black Wolf Master, being this upset isn't good. However, Hon Van stubbornly pressed on, and the Moonwind Master, worried about that commoner, couldn't help but grow impatient as well. He repeated sternly, State Preceptor, since ancient times the Flower Knights have all been nobles, 4th rank and above. Hon Van Kin Bai demanded that, to preserve the Flower Knights' strict dignity, they should quickly expel that commoner. Hearing this, the State Preceptor calmly reassured him, Black Wolf Master, don't worry. He held a bone fragment toward the candle flame. After that, the State Preceptor smiled with excitement. With a sinister certainty, he predicted, that commoner was born under ill fortune. Even if I don't lift a hand, he'll still be devoured by his own greed. The scene shifted to another space. On the day of the grand endurance selection, those with the right aptitude would meet an immortal when crossing the bridge. Those without it, even if they stepped to the other side, would be sent back to this side. Now the State Preceptor coldly ordered, next. Bai Hyung calmly walked across the bridge. The instant he stepped onto the other side, he was suddenly warped back. Bai Huang had no choice but to turn back. Right then Man Choi spoke up, Wait, his low voice brought everything to a halt. A demon. At that, Lord Fong and Gaiet froze. Man Choi leaned in close and revealed, a demon. Spiritual power surged violently, a crushing pressure rolling out and forcing Bai Hyung to stumble back. He roared in fury, a spirit slipping into my Hwarang domain, how dare it? Every guard around them went pale, no one even dared to breathe. The man trembled and hurried to explain. It's not like that, Bai Hyung Jun insisted. No, it is, I'm Lord Fong and Gaiet. But Man Choi bluntly exposed him. Selling out humans and demons, are you? If it lived without ever awakening and stayed hidden like this, you might never know your whole life. It must have eaten plenty already, maybe even people. And now, Lord Fong and Gaiet fell into thought, remembering the moment before, how silent the other man had been. Bai Hyung cautiously called, Lord Fong and Gaiet. The man snapped his head around and condemned him in rage. You've been playing me for a fool. Without another word, Lord Fong and Gaiet ordered, kill him. A battle erupted instantly. Luckily, Bai Hyung escaped just in time. Bai Huang ran, crying through the pain, kill the demon. Cut to a storeroom. Becken was kneeling before an old man. Mang Tai spoke in a deep voice, Becken, Judge Executor. Lord Mang Tai stared at him, puzzled. You were never a hard opponent. Why did this capture take so long? Irritated, he tugged Becken's face aside and accused him angrily. You've been neglecting your assignment and spending all day fooling around with demons, haven't you? Becken retorted indignantly. Personal hobbies deserve a little leniency. Just then the old man turned and sighed. With envoys like this, no wonder those demons never keep their heads straight. As soon as he finished, Mang Tai laid it out. Reports say a new demon has appeared in the human realm, one that eats other demons without a duel. Bring it to me. Then he glared and threatened, if you dare get tangled up with humans again, I'll stuff you into the sack on the spot. Bichan heard it. Awkwardly he answered, yes, sir. Mang Tai muttered in exasperation. Envoys are supposed to travel everywhere and intervene, so why are these stray beggar wraiths multiplying like this? As he ran, he grumbled to himself, this isn't my fault, is it? At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, a man was bound tightly by a giant frog. He struggled desperately, fighting for his life in that hopeless instant. Sobbing, he begged, please spare, right then. He caught sight of Bai Hyung's silhouette and the boy's deathly pale face. The man, embarrassed, pleaded for help. Sir Hwarang, but the moment he tried to speak a second time, Bai Huang stabbed straight through from the frog into the man. Help me. In the blink of an eye, both the frog and the man collapsed. Bai Hyung seized the chance to change clothes. Expressionless, he walked up to the frog and pulled a purple bead from inside it. Seeing this, Becken screamed in panic, we're dead, we're dead. So it really is that little demon. He hugged himself in regret. Come to think of it, he had said demon power had to be absorbed through a proper dual whip. With both sides agreeing, yet he'd forgot. Maybe because it was such a hassle, he left it in Kim Siabing village. The instant those words landed, Bai Hyung ground his teeth in disgust. Demon, Becken finally understood and confessed at once. So it really was my fault, he freaked out, clawing at his hair. What do I do? While Becken wrestled with the mess in his head, Bai Hyung turned to leave. What do I do now? After forcing himself to calm down, he flashed over and grabbed Bai Huang. Running will only make it worse. For now, stay calm. Bai Huang thrashed in panic. Let go of me, you bastard demon. This is on you, Bichan kept teasing. Hey, Kim Siabing too, if you want to blend in among humans, you can't act like this. Right now, listen to me carefully. The next second, Bai Huang screamed in despair, who wants to hide among humans? It's over, it's all over. He declared flatly, I'm going to kill them all. Hearing that, Bichan grew bleak. I raised a chaos bringer in my own heart. He clamped a hand on Bai Huang's head, worried. If he took him away like this, the boy would definitely be executed. A moment later, he sprang off. If there's more to say, I'll hear it later. Cut to Yuan and Ga Palace. Now Becken knocked slowly at the door. The moment he entered, he greeted with a bright smile, Your Majesty, it's been a long time. The Goblin King stared in surprise. Becken, his eyes narrowed as he asked. What is that? Without wasting words, Becken hauled someone out of his sack. The Goblin King studied him cautiously. A human, no, half human, half demon. Scratching his head, Becken reported, Yes, by the magistrate's order, I captured him from the human realm and brought him here. If we leave him be, he'll end up reduced to a beggar wraith. Then Becken pleaded earnestly, Please, Your Majesty, shelter him. After hearing that, the Goblin King stepped down and demanded an explanation. You abandoned your place in the line of succession to wander the human realm. What's going on now? Becken faltered, trying to dodge the blame. Hearing this, His Majesty lifted Becken's chin. The Goblin King pondered in a low voice, then interrogated him. What happened? After hearing the whole story, the Goblin King exclaimed in shock, Heavens, the demon pearl I granted back then has grown into a snowball this huge. Becken confirmed sadly, but without that demon pearl, he would have died from draining his power dry. Then the Goblin King turned and asked Ham, So what do you want to do next? In an instant, Bai Huang roared with killing intent. Kill, he growled through hatred, kill everyone so I can become stronger. Hearing that, His Majesty laughed heartily. Fine, the Goblin King praised with delight, this kid's got some backbone. Next, he narrowed his eyes and probed, "Don't you sense something else?" Bichon grinned as he tried to slip away. "Good thing your majesty approves, then I'll take my leave." But the Goblin King cut in abruptly. "Beckon," his majesty asked with curiosity. "Do you really like humans that much?" He replied coolly, "Have I told you many times already? Neither like nor hate." Then Beckon gave a mischievous wave. "Of course, when it comes to messing with people, humans are several times more interesting than monsters." Cut to an ancient temple, where Iraq was so drunk the stench was overpowering. Right then he held out a sheet of paper to her and asked a favor. "Hey, miss, read these words for me." Eric drowsily agreed. "Yes, ma'am." Seeing her accept, Beckon was surprised. "This is the first time I've seen a human agree to read right away without asking for anything. My ears are old, I can't hear quiet voices. Read it loud." Eric cleared her throat and leaned in. "Yes." The moment she finished speaking, she started shouting at the top of her lungs. Seated atop a flower's peak, blooming fair yet swaying like it could shake the earth. Glittering outside, hollow as a ghost, flashy ornaments, counterfeit scriptures, and right then, an immortal appeared, flicked her on the forehead, and scolded. "Hey, little sister, what are you yelling? How dare you tease a fairy maiden?" She panicked and hurried to explain. No, this blind man asked me to read the text." "Oh, where did he go?" Seeing that, Beckon giggled in delight. Just then, Fairy Moon's spirit appeared behind him, making him jump, busted by the fire spirit. Beckon backed away in fear. "I've been exposed." She glared sternly. "Accept your punishment for teasing our little sister." He bared his teeth and flatly refused. Not interested. Hearing that, Fairy Moon's spirit frowned down at him and directly sneered. "You brat not even of age, and you dare put on airs with the scriptures." Fairy Moon's spirit threatened. "The immortal lord I serve can turn spirits into human. If you dare show him disrespect, I'll turn you into a human." Bichon challenged confidently, "Turning spirits into humans? I can do that too. That's what truly hollow pretense is." She emphasized it plainly. "Not a mere spell changing the whole species." He pouted in disbelief. "I'm not half human, half spirit, so how could I?" Next, Fairy Moon's spirit made an offer. "Treat it like a bet." "Don't spirits love betting?" She pointed and set the terms. "Of course, until the bet ends, you must stay here. Do you agree?" Beckon reluctantly accepted. "Fine, if it's only temporary." Cut to the back courtyard of the commune, where he moaned miserably. As he swept, Beckon grumbled, "Old hag, this bet is just a lie to boss me around, isn't it?" Fairy Moon's spirit replied calmly, "Don't you know the saying, no work, no food?" He protested indignantly. "If I'm sweeping, what does that dancer do?" She answered evenly. The girl went to prepare dinner for the whole household. Unable to argue back, Beckon went pale and kept sweeping with a bitter face. At dinner, Beckon yelped in shock. "What is this? I worked my tail off cleaning and you serve me nothing but grass roots." Fairy Moon's spirit covered her mouth and explained, "This is our staple food. You come to a rabbit's den and still expect a feast." He slammed the table. That night, Beckon snuck out and caught a rabbit. Greedily, he tossed it into a pot. After putting on the lid, Beckon still couldn't believe his eyes. When it was just cooked through, he opened it and it was all greens. He froze. Beckon roared irritably, "What is this, for heaven's sake, old hag? Is it going to be like this forever?" Fairy Moon's spirit shoved vegetarian food into his mouth and barked an order. "Eat this and your powers will grow. Stuff it in, kid." Bichon couldn't take it anymore and kicked the door wide open, seeing him run off. She called out loud, "Where do you think you're going? Spirits really can't keep their promises." After running a long way, Beckon was panting, exhausted. "Damn it, because of that crazy old woman, I didn't even get to have any fun and now I have to go back." Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Beckon," he screamed in fright, calling out twice. "My lord," Yetta laughed mockingly, "so you got tricked again this time too." He snapped back, still furious. Unbelievable, that bratty hag. Then Beckon glanced left and right. "Where's the judge, my lord? Don't tell me he's nearby." The other shrugged and replied, "No idea. Lately he's been busy with the spirits' civil war." Hearing that, Beckon stared in shock. "What?" Then Yetta recounted it. "I heard the Demon King's new adopted son fought the human-aligned spirits, and it sparked a full-on civil war. At the same time, all the spirits suddenly collapsed. Bitch-Ung was frantically devouring the pearl. After absorbing it all, his power suddenly surged beyond measure. Cut to a quiet room, where Man Choi spoke to Pro. "I heard rumors that he's in the spirit realm." Hearing that, Mang Tai lost his composure and pressed, "What, Beckon? What's he doing and where exactly is he?" "Where in the spirit realm?" The man revealed the truth calmly. "I heard he's in the Demon King's good graces, hiding under his protection." At the accusation, he grew restless. Now he even dares to hide Du Ok Zin as well. The Demon King's arrogance and brutality are soaring to the heaven. Then Man Choi disclosed more. "I know dealing with Du Ok Zin is the spirit realm's responsibility. But this time our Orchid faction also suffered heavy losses." He crushed the teacup in anger. "The few elite fighters who were selected all died in the riot. Ninth Madam, we can't just sit and watch anymore. So I want you to hand him over." Right then, Mang Tai asserted his standing with irritation. "Even though I'm cooperating with you to mediate between the spirit clans." He didn't hold back, crushing the glass in his hand. "But do you think I will follow your orders?" As he spoke, Mang Tai wiped his hands and signaled, "Wait a moment first. I also need to assess the situation a bit." After the conversation, Man Choi, displeased, slammed the door and stepped outside. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "These arrogant demons." The royal advisor saw this and urged him on. "What are you planning to do now?" Man Choi revealed his plan: follow the original strategy. Go and provoke them. At the same time, the Goblin King tossed a few bodies down and calmly commanded, "Eat." Bai Hiu, surprised, asked, "Didn't you say the goblin gems could only be absorbed through one-on-one combat?" He bluntly scolded. "Do you think starting a duel now is the issue?" Next, the Goblin King gave detailed instructions. One must remain in the palace for at least 100 years. After 100 years, humans would have changed completely. Hearing this, he worriedly asked Han, "Can I survive that long?" The king laughed mockingly. "What a foolish question." He made it clear. "You are a demon. Even as a half-human, half-demon, you cannot compare your lifespan to that of humans." Bai Hiu was left speechless. He looked at the gems in his palm. Without hesitation, Bai Hiu greedily devoured each one. Rewinding to earlier, the Goblin King sat arrogantly on his throne. Now Bai Haiyang erupted in chaos. "I want to kill." Hearing this, the king looked down. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and goblins filed in one by one. Seeing them arrive, the Goblin King asked curiously, "What is happening?" Sun nervously asked, "Your Majesty, are you truly planning to abandon humanity?" He reminded of ancient traditions. These ancient goblins were close to humans. The previous king also cherished humans. Before he could speak, the Goblin King slammed the throne violently. He spoke of his pain. "You mean the previous king chose humans over me? Even if they cost me dearly," the Goblin King threatened angrily. "If you don't hand him over, this time the goblins will surely sever ties with humans." Then he coldly accepted the harsh reality. "Very well. I hoped for that as well." Afterwards, the Goblin King declared bluntly, "Before that happens, I will kill you all first." Meanwhile, in a small village at the mountain's foot, Bai Huang panicked, clutching his head. War, how did it come to this? Outside, goblins and humans clashed, slaughtering indiscriminately, showing no mercy. Later, he wept. Reflecting inwardly, he realized Bai Huang should not have been brought to the demon realm. If he had handed him over to the adjudicator, then things might have been different from the very first meeting. He should have warned him strictly. Suddenly, Bai Huang heard noises outside. At that moment, Bai Hung and a group of goblin guards were on a massacre spree. Every villager was targeted. A brave man blocked the path and warned, "Hey, this is a neutral zone." They ignored him and stabbed him through the stomach. "Shut up, where there's killing, there's no neutrality." As the words were spoken, Bai Huang immediately ordered, "Leave no one alive." Then cries rang out, "Help me." Bai Huang held a child who had been sacrificed. He panicked and shouted, "Bai Huang, the goblins here are neither pro-human nor anti-human." Faced with such cruelty, Bai Huang questioned, "Do you have to destroy everything not on your side?" After hearing this, he, full of resolve, helped those still hiding. He laughed defiantly, "You came here to help me." Bai Haiyang, swallowing a gem, explained, "I have regretted for years not killing them at first encounter." Bai Huang gritted his teeth and demanded, "Do you truly want to kill humans or demons?" At the last words, he suddenly stopped. "Do you know who you really are?" Moments later, Bai Huang's heart was shaken. He unleashed his power and coughed violently. Witnessing this, Bai Huang quickly threw a punch, overloading his demonic energy. Before he could control it, 5 blows came close. Then, a tremendous explosion erupted. Bai Haiyang staggered backward, clutching his partially wounded body, groaning, "Damn it!" Bai Huang leaned against a rock. He closed his eyes to heal the wounds, wondering, "Know who I am?" Then Bai Haiyang coughed up blood in pain. At that moment, Kaidu slowly approached. What chaos! She lightly touched him, a massive turmoil surging strongly. Hearing the noise, Bai Huang unconsciously paused. Kaidu grinned, teeth clenched. The scene was intense. Before the worlds separated, the sensation was familiar. She encircled him and asked, "What do you want to do?" Bai Huang whispered, "I want to live." He confessed, "I just want to live." But wherever he went, everyone tried to kill him. Immediately, Kaidu enveloped Bai Huang and offered, then changed that fate. It was fascinating, enjoyable, and full of nostalgia. She demanded release. "Let the chaos inside you flow into the world." The source of the chaos was the enemy of heaven's will, the one who meddled with fate, and one of the 4 heroes. Once, it was everything before the world began. He is the origin of the world, reborn after being expelled from the holy garden. At that time, Bai Hung had died once, and was reborn in the arms of the one who stirs chaos. His identity revealed, he is the being called Arrogance thanks to Beckett. He stopped running after a long time and stepped onto the battlefield. The balance in the elf civil war had already tilted. Meanwhile, the timeline had stretched over 150 years, and 1,332 years before the present, the Dark Elf King's ritual took place. At that moment, mysterious flames surrounded Beckon, reminding him to be cautious. That half-human, half-demon seemed to even aim for the Demon King's throne. Now he had become the poison shadow god. The moment to kill him had passed. He had absorbed too many spirit gems, his regeneration too fast. Hearing this, he remained silent. Then Beckon moved outside. At that moment, the Moonlight Fairy looked into the mirror and instructed, sensing a massive chaos rising. She proposed a plan. To seal it, someone must enter together and find a way to prevent it from spreading chaos further by taking over the mind. Inside the cave, everything would feel like just a fleeting moment. But time inside and outside would flow differently. The Moonlight Fairy turned to ask, "Even so, what do you want to do?" Beckon hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Switching to the battle at the mansion, Bai Hung was dragging a person. He glanced indifferently to the side. At that moment, he leapt from outside, landing in front of Bai Hung. Without words, Beckon extended his hand forward, astonishing the opponent. He seized him tightly. Beckon directly unleashed the elf wrestling mountain flip strike. Just then, Bai Hung steadied himself and defended. He panicked, calling Beckon's name, but Bai Hung had fallen into the formation. After succeeding, he arrogantly stomped on the ground. "When it comes to elves, you must mention their ultimate weapon, right?" As he finished, Beckon taunted, "Let's see whose strength is more solid." Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in fury, as the Moonlight Fairy had warned. Time in the perilous cave flowed strangely. Sometimes just a minute passed, yet it felt like 100 years had flashed by. Now, Beckon wondered why he aimed for the Demon King's throne. Bai Hung proudly declared, "Because now I am the strongest." Not letting him prevail, Beckon mocked, and the king. Bai Hung coldly reminded, "You are already old, feeling worried now?" Beckon froze. He continued, noting there were few elves left. Without words, he slipped between Bai Hung's legs. Then Beckon took the opportunity to knock him down. Bai Hung lost balance, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Beckon snorted coldly. Bai Hung cursed irritably, "Damn it, why are you still alive?" He bit his lip, wondering, "I have devoured countless monsters and humans, even given birth to the poison shadow god, yet I still can't defeat Beckon." Suddenly, Beckon resolutely approached, perhaps because he didn't hesitate to punch Bai Hung straight in the gut. Beckon asserted with intense murderous intent, "I want to kill you more than you want to kill me." He coughed in pain, then he thoughtfully lifted his head. After withdrawing his hand, Beckon commented, "You are a monster." He recalled past memories and spoke bitterly. "I regret all the chances I missed to end you." Beckon drew a formation on him, exposing his inner weakness. "Even like this, you have no confidence in yourself. That is why your killing intent never reaches me." He looked around and asked, "Do you know where this is?" Beckon recounted ancient legend. This cave was where the first bear transformed into a human. He coldly despised Bai Hung. "You are a monster with no spirit gems, yet still can't die." Beckon questioned, "I wonder if this cave can restore your humanity." After finishing, he stared blankly for a few seconds. Then Beckon smirked and turned to leave. Not worth risking it. Before leaving the cave, he left a blood oath. "Next time I return, I will definitely kill you. When I become Demon King, I will know how." Since Bai Hung and Beckon stepped into the perilous cave, 666 years had passed outside in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the changes, he was stunned. Beckon collapsed to the ground. A painful truth occurred. During that time, the elves were completely wiped out by the civil war. Outside, the sky was deep purple, unusually gloomy. Standing amid 7 strange types, Beckon could only remain silent. For now, Beckon was the last elf left. Time passed, and now Kaidu slowly entered deeper into the forest. It moved slowly into the cave. Kaidu tilted its head, looking around. Hearing a slight noise, Bai Hung opened his eyes, looking up. Kaidu, seeing it infiltrate easily, he was surprised. "How did you get in here? And why is your body so small?" Kaidu reported. "Beckon is dead. I slipped in while the seal weakened." Then it pointed out the difficulty. "My body was reduced in size because this cave suppresses the chaos within." Kaidu spoke little, baring its fang. "I worked hard to turn you into darkness, yet the seal was left unfinished. You are so weak." It greedily threatened, "Should I burn you completely now?" Bai Hyung drinks so fast, are you sure you can handle it? You're usually the type to punish justice and worship evil. Aren't you afraid of a stomach ache? At this point, Kaidu suddenly halted. It returned to the form of a kitten and spun around for a moment. Perhaps its mood had changed. He regained his composure and revealed his thoughts. "While imprisoned here, I pondered why my murderous intent was lacking. Just now, a realization struck." Bai Hyung immediately understood. "Perhaps because I've always been drawn into the greed of others." He recounted his years of combat under Lord Fong and Gaia. "I killed demons for their greed when I became an adopted son of the Demon King. I also killed goblins for his greed." Bai Hyung recalled a question from long ago. "Looking back, I hesitated at the question Bak Khan once posed. Are you a demon or a human?" At that time, he trembled before his inner conflict. "So from start to finish, both I and those around me." Bai Hyung resolved that we were merely beings with weak and conflicted desires. We must cultivate a murderous intent, so immense that no one could resist it. Then he declared, "I am no longer satisfied with being merely a shadow." Bai Hyung frantically pleaded, "Make me one of the 4 evils." Chit chit, he delighted in his judgment. "Even if the chaos within you makes one lose oneself, That is exactly what I desire. Just then an explosion suddenly erupted in the cave. From the smoke inside, a figure slowly emerged. Kaidu excitedly outlined the plan to resurrect the four evils. First, eliminate the four directional gods, the opposition, because their 28 constellation orbs are so troublesome. Hearing this, Bai Hyung agreed and donned a mask. All right, he boldly unleashed his killing intent. Then start with the tiger first. Returning to the present, Myra proposed, I have a suggestion. At this moment, Goyu looked straight ahead. Myra calmly explained, I want to personally sow the 28 constellations again in our generation. It is said that the prophecy of the four directional gods can only be fulfilled once per generation. She asserted her position. I, the Azure Dragon, am the inheritor of the Rui Jade. Moments later, Myra mentioned the lineage. You, Demon Du, descendant of the Black Tortoise, the only survivor is the White Tiger. Wangui, she hesitated, leaving the Vermilion Bird. Sun Wukong interjected with comments. Perhaps now the Vermilion Bird has been reborn in the body of another descendant. Yuzin asked confusedly, what does rebirth mean? He clarified, the Vermilion Bird is an immortal being, passing down the memories and consciousness of its ancestors to descendants. The special thing is that the master does not choose the successor of memory. Instead, when a descendant awakens, they are considered chosen by the ancestor. The memories and consciousness of the Vermilion Bird recently damaged must have transferred to another descendant, who may have awakened. Sun Wukong gave an urgent command. Therefore, bring the White Tiger back to the demon world and find the Vermilion Bird. When the Vermilion Bird awakens, it will show you how to sow the 28 constellations. Next, he warned to be careful, but the Black Tortoise must also be wary of Bai Hyung's ambush. Hearing this, everyone understood the intention. The more a destiny is foretold, the more fixed it becomes. Later, Myra enthusiastically called out, let us reopen the meaning of the prophecy from 666 years ago. Goyu stood up and requested permission to leave. Then I will go ahead. After they left, only a few remained in the room. Now, Yuzin and Xian Hoa anxiously wondered. Both the Demon King and the Goblin are the last ones. What does that mean? Sun Mi worried about the future. And what about Thai Siu? At that moment, he interrupted his thoughts. Prophecies can be interpreted in many ways. She immediately pointed out the question. Indeed, throughout history, there have been prophecies that brought disaster, and also prophecies that remained as omens of good fortune. Xian Hoa affirmed, whatever the upcoming prophecy entails, I will ensure Thai Siu does not suffer misfortune. With this determined attitude, she silently observed. Xian Hoa sighed, recalling memory. This is not something a human can bear. If Thai Siu carries such a fate, then scholarly exams in the human world would be meaningless. She remembered her childhood moment when a wolf blocked her and pitied him. So unfortunate. I heard he keeps following the judge endlessly. He doubted, holding on to Xian Hoa, planning to escape to the human world to avoid us. At that moment, she timely unleashed a grand sealing move. The wolf did not let go and continued to challenge. Why not tell the master yourself? It exposed her fear that actually you lack confidence to be a king. Returning to the present, as the mocking voice echoed, a girl ran from the clan but was chosen again as a representative. Xian Hoa clasped her hands tightly. She resolved internally, I will not run away. Xian Hoa was ready to face it, this time as well. Next, Yuzin, while squeezing, asked Han, so how can we bring back Siu? My back hurts. Zio Huoi began recounting the news. While tracking Bai Hyung to reclaim my grandfather's heaven sacrifice festival, I received information from an acquaintance. She provided the information. A demon thought to be Siu Yu is roaming the peninsula, destroying the fuel station. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, if it's the fuel stations, then could it be? Right then, Man Choi cut in to confirm. That's right. He opened the door and bluntly explained its origin. It was a barrier formed by the Supreme General of the world above and the female general of the world below. Those generals were raised by the children of the divine realm with their own hands. Seeing a stranger appear, Yuzin grew suspicious. You are, Man Choi introduced himself with confidence. Of course, the locations of those gas pillars are managed by our Hwarang. He quickly laid out the terms of the trade. If you want to know where they are, then join us. Hearing that, he blinked in surprise. Huh, Xian Hoa protested, displeased. So you're saying we only get the information if we join your group? How ridiculous! Sun Mi hesitated, then spoke up. If it were Yuzin, I could understand, but us? Man Choi held his ground without budging. Obviously, I have no intention of accepting a demon into the Hwarang. Hearing that, she snapped and threatened, then I'll make you talk by force. Just then the great sage equal to heaven jumped in to stop them. Hold it. If you bicker here, you'll forget the real goal. He revealed a piece of information. Bai Huang seems to have kidnapped that person's disciple to pry out the gas pillar's location. The great sage equal to heaven, sharp as ever, proposed a deal, and so that person agreed information in exchange. They wanted a leader to assist the wounded Hwarang. Yuzin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Seriously, I'm not so free that I can go be someone's assistant. Man Choi coldly warned, if it weren't for the Hwarang, you wouldn't even have this chance. Zeon Hoa didn't back down either, muttering a curse under his breath. "You're no immortal, you're more like a con artist." Then, with a bitter sigh, he accepted the mission. "Fine." Yuzin stood up and listed what needed to be done. "So basically you want me to protect those weak H-Warring, and while I'm at it, rescue the H-Warring who got kidnapped too. Right?" He frowned in judgment. "How arrogant." Yuzin curled his lip. "Just treat this as an interview between the two sides." The next moment, he emphasized, "Either way, you don't actually know how capable I am." Right? Folding his arms, Yuzin declared, "This time I'll do it for free. Call it a free interview, but don't get the wrong idea. I have absolutely no intention of becoming your underling." Man Choi pointed them in the right direction with an indifferent tone, then turned and left. 3 gas pillars remained. Seeing his utterly carefree attitude, she ground her teeth in anger. Before leaving, he gave the exact location. "I don't know where the demon you're searching for will go, but I've confirmed where Hoa AM was taken. Right now, our disciples are holding them there." Hearing that, the great sage equal to heaven immediately issued an urgent order. "Good, we're short on time. Move out." All of a sudden, Yuzin noticed Tiu Hoi reaching out her hand. She asked shyly, "Hold this." When he hesitated, Tiu Hoi grabbed his arm and explained, "Humans can't use Earth escape arts, I'll take you." Watching her carry the princess, Yuzin screamed in panic, "What is this? You lunatic, put me down." Tiu Hoi didn't care and turned her head to speak. "Grandpa, I'm going." Before he could even process it, she had already teleported. "Wait." The great sage equal to heaven replied awkwardly, half-heartedly. "Go." In the blink of an eye, Yuzin was tossed onto the peak of Sacred Mountain. Tiu Hoi landed on another mountain. She looked around left and right. Mount Jiri. Meanwhile, Zeon Hoa and Sun Mi stopped at the last location, Mount CB. At that, he cursed in fury, "Damn it." Yuzin angrily brushed dust off his clothes. "Demons or immortals, everyone looks down on me." The moment he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Yuzin whirled around on guard. Before him stood SV and Levi Bai, having finished wiping out a group of people. When she saw him appear, she jolted and looked back. SV sneered, "Another one came too." Yuzin let out a weary sigh. "Just as I thought, this place is useless as well." Without hesitating, he accepted the challenge and prepared to draw his sword. "Fine." Yuzin leveled the sword tip at his opponent and spoke with resentment. "Before Siu Lai barges in, I've got to settle my revenge first, right?" Hearing that, she burst into a contemptuous laugh. "Revenge, if you can, then try." After that, SV infused her power into the people from the earlier battle. In an instant, they suddenly stood back up. With delight, she introduced her new troop. Levi Bai's sharp hammer could carve seals, turning enemies into allies and allies into enemies. His face darkened at the sight and he exposed them. "I knew it, so you really are using filthy tricks," SV admitted proudly. "What can you do about it?" She continued blandly, "That's just how we were born." SV teased excitedly, "Come on, if you can't immediately guess which of us is Levi Bai." She might get jealous and lose her temper. "Careful now." The moment she finished, the whole group suddenly surged forward. Yuzin calmly flicked his fan in front of him. The instant they threw their punches, he shifted positions using a clone. Yuzin reappeared behind her. Without a word, he decisively swung his sword, forming a divine art seal. Just as the blade came down, SV reacted fast and raised a protective screen, blocking the lethal slash. The next second, her black aura suddenly surged out. Seeing it crash toward him, Yuzin startled, stumbling back in shock. SV turned her head with a low whistle of admiration. "Not bad." Before he could fully react, the Levi Bai group charged at him all at once. Yuzin quickly created clones of himself. He blocked their attacks. However, the hammers in their hands melted Yuzin's sword. He grimaced and retreated, and he rammed right into Levi Bai's solid chest. Realizing it, Yuzin panicked and looked up. Without hesitating, he swung the hammer and smashed it into the boy's chest. The heat from the hammer seared Yuzin, and he spat out blood in agony. Seeing this, SV was thrilled beyond measure. Yuzin staggered backward from the blow. Sensing the tide turn, she clicked her tongue in admiration for Levi Bai. "Well done." Next, he rubbed his wrist and declared, "That guy, I'll make him hate himself, you'll see." SVB sneered with a mocking laugh. "See, you couldn't figure it out." The Levi Bai was furious now. At the same time, the burn on his abdomen spread across his body. Yuzin froze, clutching his stomach as he coughed up blood. The moment he focused on his wound, the man appeared right in front of him. Yuzin took a gamble, preparing to invoke the skill 9 Heaven's responding origin. No sooner had he spoken than he hurled his sword at him. Thunder God Treasure Transformation Heavenly Venerable. In an instant, the blade shot straight toward Levi Bai. However, it countered and made Yuzin spit blood. Staring at the sword lodged in his own abdomen, he was horrified. SV let out a disdainful sigh. "Idiot, didn't you hear what I said? You think you're attacking the enemy, but you're actually hitting yourself." Right after that, he stretched out a huge hand. Levi Bai clamped down on the boy's slender throat. Yuzin struggled helplessly. Stubbornly, he launched the sword at him again. The sword turned back and stabbed into Yuzin. She laughed until tears streamed down her face. Have you become a fool? Look at you, beating yourself over and over. Watching his whole body tremble, SV gently announced. Then she stated forcefully, you can't escape. SV watched her prey grow weaker and weaker, unable to attack anymore. She taunted, well, what are you going to do now? At the same time, on another mountain under the full moon, Ilin was lying on a tree when she saw her silhouette. It was Tiu Hoi's. She beamed brightly, brimming with excitement. Suddenly, Eli jumped down and congratulated herself. What a relief, she spoke with coy sarcasm. Hit the jackpot, an unbelievably gorgeous big sister. Seeing her treasure on Ilin's mouth, she darkened, grinding her teeth. You've got nerve. Tiu Hoi surged with fury and shouted. You dare use that filthy mouth to mention our ancestors' heaven sacrifice festival. She frowned and asked, so you're the owner of this treasure. Ilin bragged happily, this thing is amazing, I'm using it really well. Thanks. The moment she finished, Tiu Hoi stepped forward. As soon as she landed, she demanded angrily, shut up. She pursed her lips, pretending to be friendly. Hey, don't be like that. Ilin recalled the past. Last time at the Dragon Palace, I didn't get to play with you. I was so disappointed. Tiu Hoi retorted coldly, I don't have time to be stolen by the likes of you. She flashed a wicked smile and blew a teasing kiss. Well then, it's fine, I'll let you play slowly before you go. Elaine licked her lips, her voice low. Come on, she invited eagerly. Let's see what kind of fun the Monkey King's granddaughter has. On the peaceful moonlit night at the Betch Mountain, the silent air carried a clear, gentle sound. Hearing Sun Mi call, she turned and asked, can you stay? Sun Mi was left speechless. Before anything else, Marco's eyes brimmed with tears. I was the one who brought Siu to the human world and Siu's mother, too, Zeon Hoa replied decisively. No, she said with composure, I'm the one who dragged Siu in. I fed that kid the demon power pearl and taught him how to live like a demon. Because of that, Zeon Hoa made up her mind. So I'll take responsibility and bring Siu back. The moment his name was mentioned, he appeared. Black feet, skin split with long pale cracks, stepping forward slowly. Until Siu emerged in those clouded white eyes, accompanied by a low growl. Sunmi hurriedly covered her mouth, shock in her eyes, while Zeon Hoa only looked tense. Her red eyes swept over Siu, lips pressed together as if pondering something. After a moment, Zeon Hoa spoke in a ready voice, where S by Huan. Siu croaked out a few words, kill will kill. Hearing that, she curled the corners of her lips into a strange smile. Zeon Hoa withdrew her fingernails. A streak of blood splattered along with it. Kill what? Foxtails appeared in the light that flared up behind her. Zeon Hoa roared, chanting the summoning spell, restore the demon emperor. Immediately, her body transformed from head to toe as the last words were spoken. Sun Mi's whole being shifted from one surprise to another. She panicked, calling out, Zeon Hoa, he chuckled softly. I'll try to adjust as much as possible, but endure it, see. Under the moonlit night, her voice became low and enchanting. The tale I reserved for the Demon King's grand ceremony will now be used for you. In another part of the forest, Tiu Hoi and Iling were also about to have a battle. She had a pipe in her mouth, exhaling thick purple smoke, likely not a good omen. Tiu Hoi's sharp mind noticed immediately. Did you mix some rare poison into the clouds of the great heavenly connection? Iling squinted, smiling mischievously as she asked. How is it interesting? Her mouth spoke while her chest inhaled deeply, then expelled all the poisonous smoke inside. If you try to inhale at once. Tiu Hoi raised her hand to brace herself, but her opponent's aura was incredibly strong. Another poisonous smoke had been released, ready to attack. Tiu Hoi narrowed her eyes in alert, shoulders tense. She gritted her teeth and endured, inhaling the poison into her body, the scent hitting her nose directly. Elaine suddenly leapt back. Tiu Hoi lowered her voice to warn, it's useless. Along with her words, the purple smoke gradually dissipated. Tai Sun Apnone was not only about weight, but also density. Half a second later, all the smoke seemed to be controlled away from her body. Tiu Hoi's voice rose. It amplifies density as well. She extended her arm holding the weapon, using the unique magic of Tai Sun Apnone. Elaine startled and stepped back a few paces. Tiu Hoi continued, this smoke can't penetrate the body. She quickly regained her composure, snorting in mockery. Not bad at all. Then Iling flashed a deadly smile. So what about this? Kin Dao Yenvu Trio Yen Hin Thiet. Tiu Hoi's expression tense. Her opponent announced this was a duel between grandfather and granddaughter. She tightened her grip when Iling calmly declared, of course you'll be stronger, right? Iling's Kin Dao Yenvu grew fiercer. She applied her unique magic to it. Tiu Hoi resolutely blocked her opponent with her weapon. As the fist of Kin Dao Yenvu came, she didn't wait, putting everything into Tai Sun Apnone. Tiu Hoi's feminine strength seemed insufficient for the battle. Her legs slid across the ground, yet she didn't give up. She clenched her hair tightly. Preparing to strike, she pulled it out sharply and infused it with spiritual power. Using Ta Then Fang, she created a whirlwind aimed directly at her opponent. The intense purple instantly dispersed, blending with the white light of Kin Dao Yenvu. It was unharmed, even more aggressive than before. Iling calmly commented, should I say it's useless? This cloud is infinitely charged until my demonic inner power is depleted. She was now like a demon speaking human words, expressions arrogant and malicious. And I have plenty of demonic energy. Seeing two demonic creatures with her own eyes, Tiu Hoi was momentarily stunned. She recalled her earlier encounter with Long Vuong. He had handed Tiu Hoi the weapon proactively. You came looking for this, right? She took it, silently bowing her head to listen. The great heavenly connection was stolen by the dark forces, so disappointing. Tiu Hoi stared at the staff in her hands, her eyes reflecting unspoken emotion. Long Vuong continued. When I descended to the mortal world, I contacted the great heavenly saint through Tang Seng, returning to reality. Tiu Hoi knelt down, moving her arm backward to spin the staff. With lightning speed, she struck Elaine's weak points. Along with abundant spiritual power, her hair also transformed. Ruyi Kim Ko Bong and the Great Heavenly Connection were weapons most often used by the Great Heavenly Saint when full of vitality. She was puzzled. The reason he sealed them in the Long Palace. I don't know either. The underwater treasure is a space separate from the outside, everything stops. It's unclear if he wanted to simply seal them at the bottom of the sea or preserve them. I cannot guess, but Long Vuong had seriously reminded. Know that his treasures remain stuck in that time. Tiu Hoi recalled, eyes closed, reflecting on his words. Stuck in that time, purple smoke filled the space. Illine's excited voice rang out, keep going. She covered her face, cheering, eager to claim her. The twin kin Dao Yenvu simultaneously exhaled, releasing poison into the air. This is the 3-point divine wind spell. Zio Huai stood firm, her small lips chanting the incantation, part of a glow appearing behind her. Her eyes closed, fingertips pressing firmly. Then Zio Huai continued to clasp her hands, sincerely reciting the sutra, invoking Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva's great compassion power, praying that the spell anchors deep within the disciple's heart. The Ling Zhen Yan spell manifested. But that wasn't all. Arms and jade suddenly appeared behind her. As the sutra was recited, the poisonous smoke was blocked. Do not neglect or abandon Elaine while the royal tobacco pipe is in the mouth. What if the ancestor being sacrificed to the heavenly great was involved? Would you have stopped at that time? Manifesting clearly, she didn't need anyone to explain, just look and observe the reality, realizing it would be affected by it. By the time Eli realized it, Zio Hua had finished the incantation. Her wide eyes stared at her like a sinner, then shouted the golden monkey spell. The two nearby demon heads instantly clutched theirs. They screamed in agony, while Elaine was struck directly on the crown. Her tobacco pipe fell straight to the ground with a clap. Zio Hua walked gently forward, picked it up, and brought it to her lips. A lightness filled her heart. It was finally regained. Illa stood up quickly after the strike, still speaking in a voice full of astonishment. This was unexpected. A descendant of the heavenly great saint using the golden monkey spell. How could this be? Zio Hua puffed smoke from the rooftop and replied, my grandfather is the Monkey King, amid the mysterious white smoke. She jumped, her grandmother being a lay nun. Weilan blinked lightly and smiled, realizing it made sense. Caught off guard, the tobacco pipe, she could still exhale smoke from her mouth, joking a few lines. But wasn't that embarrassing? Zio Hua immediately straightened up. Don't try any tricks, she declared firmly. Your smoke has no effect on me. Weilan grew more excited as she spoke. Her mischievous smile revealed, yes, so I'll show you the real method. Faced with her cunning smile, Zio Hua truly hesitated. Sweat formed, eyes narrowed for half a second. She was now standing before Zio Hua. Pressing close, she brought her mouth near Zio Hua's lips. Playful teasing continued. He intended to check the offerings before the demon. While subtly interacting with her, hands reached toward the corner of her mouth. Believing the gold and silver offerings to be real would cause trouble. Elsewhere, someone questioned, so you plan to strike the Chutsu gate, right? Wengui anxiously asked, is that okay? Myra calmly reassured, it's fine, it's an emergency. Suddenly, Wengui's eyes flicked sharply. He stared at Goyu, noticing something had changed. He also returned a look of irritation to the other. Goyu replied curtly, I'm still the same. They finally reached their destination. Goyu lightly tested the surroundings with his fingers. He touched the engraved marks on the wooden door. Wangui immediately flinched and asked loudly, what's that? Ganjiang placed a hand on his shoulder in agreement. Strange not to see guards or locks. Goyu quickly threw open the double doors. Before them lay bodies strewn across the courtyard. Myra knelt in horror, assessing the situation. Is this Bai Heng's attack? Goyu confirmed briefly. No. Wangui seemed ready to inspect something. Jin was flustered, nearly contorting one side of his face. Lian raised the team, reading aloud. Goyu immediately scolded sharply. Old and weak, that guy's face is bright red, breaking into someone's home. What are you doing? A small finger pointed straight at him without restraint. Already in a highly sensitive state, meeting a new face. With nothing but scolding, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. One of the four stepped directly toward Jin. Wangui pointed at him, naming him immediately. This kid is Chutsu Gan, smiling warmly, teasing his cheek. Congratulations, young master, you have a little brother now, right? Jin exploded in anger, flailing wildly. Hey, these kids aren't even fully grown, how dare you call anyone a kid? A polite hand extended, respectfully saying, Greetings. Myra greeted cautiously. You're the newly awakened Chutsu, right? I'm Myra, the next heir of Kinglong. She introduced the rest of the members. Over here are the heirs of Xuanwu and Beihu. Jin turned his face away arrogantly, sighing irritably. So what, are you planning to gather the 4 symbols and open the 28 constellations ceremony? Myra didn't hide it. Scratching her head, she admitted, yes, exactly. Instantly Jin's scream echoed, sharp enough to shake the mansion. What are you crazy? He poured out at them. You came without knowing my situation, why? Goyu and Wangui remained utterly calm. Myra smiled faintly, listening. Not only I, but you all were attacked by demons too. Myra was not afraid, she was more excited. Yes, since demons despised the 28th ceremony, it was only right to hold it. Wenhai agreed exactly. Then Jin Young suddenly called Go Yu. Hey Xuanwu. He rudely pointed at him and reminded him. Those who haven't been ambushed yet, quickly withdraw and seal off Jamuni. He let out a long sigh with a scowling expression. We will close the gates and enter cultivation until maturity. But as for love, that's not okay. Startled, Jin Young suddenly turned his head to one side. His eyes filled with panic as he saw the beautiful girl with a supermodel figure step through the door. He softly called Hina's name. She gracefully approached Jin Yam, then affectionately lifted him into her arms. This body was still too small. Jin Yam's eyes widened, his surprise not yet fading. Feeling held by someone he trusted, he finally dared to reveal his fear. Jin Yam buried his face and cried loudly. Hina, I'm really scared. A madman appeared. I had to run alone to avoid harming the children in the clan. The fight burned the entire mountain. Hina gently patted his back, asking a few questions. That child is dead, Jin Yam reported the situation. No, fortunately only the spirit jewel was taken. Another clan member, appeared. Feigning death was the Chu Tuk clan's secret. Jin Yam sobbed looking at him. But without the spirit jewel, life as a demon is basically over. He said regretfully, shrinking because of me. Immediately encouraged. No, that's not true. Jin Yam saved my life today, why blame yourself? Other clan members stood up one by one to encourage Jin Yam. Exactly, Jin Yam, please stop crying, one day we'll be safe again. He cleared his throat, ending his hesitation. Yes, so I won't do dangerous things anymore. Jin Yam regained his strong voice. Look at my children. They are pitiful. Clenched his fists. I won't let these children experience such horrors again. He seemed to be praying for something, eyes sparkling as he looked up at Jin Yam. Hina laughed and said sideways, that's not okay, Jin Yam. Her strange attitude surprised Jin Yam. Hina continued, soon our Hyanvu clan will be ambushed too. She smiled, but her words carried deep meaning. If you can foresee that event and capture the demon, there's no need to seal the gate. A straightforward proposal was made. So, let me take the warning about the upcoming ambush on Hyanvu. Wangui frowned, shouting, suddenly appearing and arbitrarily deciding what to do. Myra suddenly remembered Goyuk wasn't that person. He swallowed, furrowed his brows, looking troubled. The familiar 2 words finally escaped his throat. Mother. Jin Yam clutched Hina's dress, repeatedly calling her name. Hina. She rolled her eyes, glancing at the one calling her with a heavy look of reproach. You avoided the responsibility of Hyanvu, spending all this time just running away. Hina turned to face him. So this time, let mother bear it for you, she declared firmly. I will be Hyanvu of this generation. The mother and child met like air, with only a cold distance. Back to the unfinished confrontation between Elaine and Tiu Hoi. The purple smoke still lingered thickly in the empty field. Only Tiu Hoi sat in the water, trembling. Eileen licked her lips, humming a few notes. With a smug expression, she slowly stepped before her collapsing opponent. Your complexion is good. Her slender hand grabbed Tiu Hoi's instrument. Let's see, what do you want? She asked and answered herself. First, recognition from the ancestor. Second, the man you like. Tiu Hoi's face had little color left. Eileen comforted, then teased. Both times were unrequited, right? You must have suffered a lot. She gave a fake laugh. Let me end that unrequited love for you, then. Then we become mutual, right? The Wang Ma ritual occurs every 666 years. Unfortunately, there's an age limit. Thus, demons born after the ritual often hold ambiguous status in the clan. To participate in the Wang Ma ritual, one must wait another 666 years. Accordingly, 666 years exceed half the lifespan of a demon. Usually, the position is passed to the next generation. Children growing under their parents' roof face 2 injustices: living quietly to avoid being seen as rivals to their parents, and children identifying with their parents must fulfill their parents' wishes. As a small being, when I realized I could shrink my body mass, I am the only one in the clan recognized by the ancestor. The look in my parents' eyes then, from that day, the heavy responsibility to become king rested on my shoulders. Like the distant realm the ancestor achieved, I always carry the mission to conquer and soar high like the bright sky. The once bothersome part sighed softly. The more victories repeated, the more the weight of it was forgotten. On the long path carrying water from the foot to the peak, one day Tiu Hoi startled and looked back. Now I don't even know whose will drives me. Yet, when the moment of seemingly eternal failure arrived, Ikai reacted instinctively in battle. Tiu Hoi had made up her mind, and I demonstrated that if we meet again, I won't be foolish like today. I will overwhelm with certainty, the power surging within. My nature has always been nurtured this way. Every day, Tiu Hoi trained diligently with the great sage Equal Heaven. Their relationship can be summed up in 4 words. Full of resentment, training for hours, yet it still ended with an encouraging pat on the head. Xiaohui always bowed to receive it, and in moments like these, she immediately forgot her suffering and smiled brightly. Her skin, once tainted by Elaine's purple spiritual energy, had returned to a pale white. Xiaohui's eyes shone, full of both love and hate, startling Ilian. Looking dumbfounded, in just a second she received a direct punch to her cheek from Xiaohui as she ended her relationship with the great saint of Celestial. Hate surged, but Ilian's body reacted without fear. How could she hold back? She coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, wondering it was possible. Xiaohui used the very technique that the opponent had applied to her, suddenly stepping forward, then relentlessly launching attack after attack, giving the enemy no time to think, pouring all her strength into her arms, striking continuously at vital points. Elaine's failure was due to not accounting for variations in strength which sometimes appear in certain individuals. Overconfident, Elaine was struck all over by Xiaohui. Collapsing drunkenly to the ground, she strode straight toward Elaine. A twisted, distorted smile now clearly painted Xiaohui's face. Xiaopai, who had lost both family and past love and became Elaine's enslaved desire. Yet the more she craved. Bewilder her nature, abandoning duty and responsibility, exploded without direction. Elaine saw Xiaohui's true heart and could only feel ridiculous. Then she clutched her stomach as tears streamed down. It's a lie, isn't it? Unfortunately, in this case, the one who loves more wins. The ground where Elaine had fallen. Xiaohui lifted her bare-handed, then held the unconscious body tightly, her face pitiful, greedily inhaling the scent emanating from her. Seemingly insane, Xiaohui mercilessly tore off Elaine's arm. No matter how much she struck, it still felt like someone was missing. She whimpered with hollow eye. Give yourself to me too. Ilian's body now only had the upper half intact. Xiaohui had destroyed it but would not release her, holding her tight. Half a second later, she embraced that part, losing her mind. The full moon shone on Yuzin's peak, a rough hand choking the throat. Finally managed to speak. Why has no one come until now? In front of him was LVB, showing no sign of stopping, but someone intervened. Tall, heavy breathing. Iason had just been saved. LVB's fingerprints on his neck. He coughed a few times. He wanted to look at the 2 saviors in front of him, Zich and Miu. Late, yet they only now explained. Sorry, I'm still not used to using a phone. Peace lasted less than a minute when Yuzin heard a loud noise behind. He glanced back, carefully surveying, then took out his phone to check. Yuzin sent Jai Seiyan a message. I'm at Quan X Mountain. Those siblings are still training here, right? Tell the chief I'm coming for the items I sent earlier. Message sent. He calmly walked in another direction. Zich suddenly remembered and called. This is what you asked me to deliver. Yuzin quickly grabbed the sword, thanks. Then he continued, glancing back. What is she doing here? Jai Lun excitedly spoke. Finally, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You're finally looking at me too, Yushin. Yashihiro and Yuzuru quietly removed their shoes and placed them on the rack. Their faces were frozen as they slowly stepped inside. They placed white chrysanthemum petals before the photo, then bowed according to morning rituals. Yuzuru stood slowly, eyes never leaving the photo. The once lively person was now only a lifeless picture. Her eyes became gloomy, drooping. You said you became a toxic pack deity and disappeared. Suddenly, she noticed someone familiar sitting in a corner. Yuzuru didn't hesitate, taking them. Stepped toward them, pointing the sword in its leather sheath at Eugene. Yuzuru explained cautiously. At first I planned to keep it myself, but because the demon was too strong, I can't restrain it anymore. He moved his lips, saying nothing to Xiaohui's expression. She lowered herself to eye level. With Yuzin, that side might not be controllable in the near future, so it's better to send it to a sacred place. Dayan sat beside, temporarily silent, then said, give it to me. She felt she should clarify his opinion. Should we ask Master Enhat Fam for help? Yuzin remained silent, only nodding blankly. He personally went alone to the temple deep in the mountain. She pushed open the red doors, addressing the chief monk. Upon seeing the sword, the monk understood. You intend to leave it with me. She nodded, acknowledging the situation. Yes, since the electric beast had fallen, there was no suitable place to entrust it. Meanwhile, Jai Qilan sat empty-handed, holding a jade, still needing to trouble the monk. The monk wiped sweat, looking at the sword's aura. I have decided to help you in any matter, but this is truly terrifying. He also admitted his own limitations. Sorry, I cannot hold it for too long. Seiyan hurriedly waved empathetically. It's fine, she can't predict anything right now. Once things stabilize, you'll personally retrieve it, so don't worry too much. Yet Jai Qilan came up with another bold idea. All right, if I follow that sword, I might meet Lord Yuzin. That's how we ended up in this situation. Yo Zin frowned suspiciously. What's that? She smiled brightly while Tyet shook her finger excitedly. Why would there be any secrets between us? Those words made him squint. We're close after all. So Thai Kai Luen naturally explained her current situation. I was on the side of the failed rebellion, so I couldn't stay in the Dragon Palace, where the Dragon King had returned. That left my position uncertain. And then, by a not-so-random chance, she met Yuzin. Not knowing what to do, she heard that Yo-Zin had plans to recruit my comrades. Thai Kai Luen didn't hesitate to escape the Dragon Palace through the gate. The master is so foolish, rushing straight into the battlefield upon returning. As soon as she stepped out, she noticed a familiar passerby. Intelligent as she was, she immediately recognized something, and without hesitation ran after him. That meant I followed him to find an opportunity to meet Yuzin again. Yuzin turned pale, recalling that moment. It was said that he could even see through the mysterious celestial armor that had deceived the Dragon King's son. Just then, a soldier suddenly expressed surprise. Amazing, even the spell I used directly had no effect on him, right? Now Thai Kai Luen revealed her true identity. I am a hybrid of Siren and Lugaru. Her special abilities allow her to do what others cannot. Innately gifted with an all-seeing eye that discerns truth from lies, she admitted excitedly. That's why, even without knowing how to fight, I was still allowed to be the gatekeeper there. Anyway, in conclusion, at this point, she simply raised her eyes and made her own decision regarding Yo-Zin's new assignment. I hope you accept me, a lone soul with nowhere to turn, Thai Kai Luen. Yuzin was speechless, unable to respond to her audacity. Begging in such a proper way, huh? Thai Kai Luen didn't hesitate to reply. Not begging, summoning a soul. Suddenly she added casually, I wonder if that job accepts monsters. His expression stiffened and he lowered his head in silence. Yuzin had to turn away, hiding his emotion. At first, probably not, but now I'm not so sure. Losing a close friend had changed his thinking. I don't want to become a stubborn old man again. Soon after, they encountered a group of people. Thai Kai Luen timidly looked at the swarm of clones before her. But Yo-Zin just met and already caught up in a major battle again. Yushin scoffed and glanced at her. If you want to be part of my work, you better get used to it. She had no choice but to rally her own spirit. Fine, consider today a trial period. She could feel confident in the parts she was skilled at. I can't erase the seal, but I can expose the hidden truth, and I sing very well. As for the blazing red mark on Yo-Zin's chest, Thai Kai Luen was at a loss. However, the seal on the master's body was not meant to hide the truth, so it probably wouldn't help much. He understood a bit about Thai Kai Luen's abilities, meaning her song can suppress falsehoods and restore the original state, right? She clenched her hands, confirming, exactly. Because a siren's song is meant to awaken the deepest desires. Yuzin didn't ask further and commanded, that's enough. You stay behind and protect her. He clasped his hands, preparing for exorcism. When I break the seal, pulling the sword halfway will be the signal. Start singing. This sword was the same one Yuzuru gave back then. Originally, it was a treasure separating body and soul, but after sealing the demon, Yuxin put it to use in combat. It seems a residual hatred remained, leaving a flaw. The opponent froze at his unusual action. What are you planning? This time it was intentional. He took a deep breath and decisively drew the sword from its sheath, but it felt disgusting. The residual energy from the sword shot out, fueled by Eugene's irritation. It flew in a loop and stabbed back into the seal on his chest. Thai Kai Luen covered her mouth, stifling her shock. The two moved closer, and Miu was also surprised by his audacity. Immediately, Yuzin suddenly collapsed. The residual energy merged with and fully controlled his body. Yuzin's mouth curved in an unusual way. Now, he tilted his head, giggling while murmuring, let's play. Yuxin's speed suddenly surged abnormally. Hide and seek. The SV was startled in an instant, swinging. His reflexes increased, swinging the sword to block her attack. How could he strike another person? Thai Kai Luen suddenly understood Yuzin's intention. Now she could analyze his true motive. To erase the seal that distorted the signal between body and soul, she used stronger residual energy to fill the gap. Then she concluded. Call it fighting poison with poison. The two subordinates were stunned. This wasn't the time to hesitate. They hurried desperately for Yuxin's situation. Hardy move before he's completely consumed. The seal on his chest gradually closed. All right, Thai Kai Luen forced a smile, clasping her hands. Excellent, though the gap could only last a moment because the demon's power was too great. In her eyes, his condition was still within a range that could be saved. But for young Master Yao Xin, that was already enough. A sweet, unhurried song rose in the silent night. The melody seeped through the air and into Yuzin's ears. His soul was restored, and he regained consciousness. The sword's lingering will flame struggled, crumbling into ash. It was gradually forced out of Yuzin's body, and his mind slowly regained control. The last black flame still held the sword arm. It lifted the hand decisively, intending to pierce his heart. It aimed straight at the place where his soul was strongest, Yao Xin. Thankfully, he got his hand up in time to block it. He successfully restrained the remnant will and didn't let it riot. Jake and Mew also raised a shield to protect Shijai Lun behind them. She was completely safe to keep singing and suppress the remnant. Meanwhile, Yuzin forced himself to throw the sword away. He quickly pulled a black cloth from his pocket and wrapped it tightly around his arm. In just a few short minutes, the remnant will was sealed into Yao Zin's arm. Who would have thought that at his age, the black flame dragon in his left arm could still awaken? By now, he was no longer afraid of being controlled. Shijai Lun, keep singing. She obeyed without the slightest objection. Yes, the singing dissolved into the air without a hitch. All the clones were forcibly driven back into their true forms. SV saw this and knew things were going badly. Levy B, retreat. They immediately turned and fled, leaving the clones behind. Yao Xin didn't want to miss the chance. He kicked off after them and sprinted ahead. However, one of them pulled out a small fan, and blue flames flared, signaling an attack about to be unleashed. He couldn't dodge in time and hurriedly raised his arm to shield himself. Damn it, that idiot. The next instant, an explosion erupted, filling the area with smoke. As V had already managed to get some distance away. Suddenly, something sharp swept across the path of their escape. It was the sword Yuzin had thrown. He calmly gave it a command, divine weapon. In an instant, the sword returned, accompanied by a flurry of slashes. Wailing soul spirit. The two fleeing figures instantly collapsed, their bodies trembling. Hey, since when did Yuzin recover the fan from their clone? You think this is some treasure anyone can use? Rewind time a few minutes. The very moment the fan was activated, Yao Xin quickly raised his hand to block it. However, from above, the entire scene was clearly visible. His teammates were struggling to hold off their encirclement. Seeing that, he clicked his tongue, his mind calculating at once. In the blink of an eye, he summoned countless clones and sent them scattering. The clones leapt down and completely covered the fan wielder. Right then, the fan activated and burst into light. The explosion was softened by the shield of Eugene's clone. That gave him the chance to close in on the guy. In just a few leaps, he snatched the fan back. Now it was Jake and Mew's turn to do their part. Shijai Lun was protected behind them, beaming with bright eyes. Lord Yao Xin, up until. Now this is the moment to take down Effie. He had reclaimed the fan for himself. The fan trembled violently, showing its displeasure. Yao Xin had no choice but to stroke it and coax it. Yeah, all right, next time I won't let go of you again. Sorry. No sooner had he finished than something inside the black cloth began to protest. This bastard, the remnant will, was not obedient at all. The moment it realized it had been separated from Shijai Lun, it flew into a rage. Yao Xin also knew this was only a temporary stopgap. It was currently being muffled with refined energy, but it wouldn't last long. His gaze shifted to the sword in the distance. Still, by leaving a fragment of the remnant will on the one bearing the black mark, it seemed they were gradually purifying it over there. An idea sparked in his mind. If he used this before he could finish thinking, SV shouted to urge them on. Levy B, move, something's wrong. Even so, Levy B's body felt leaden and couldn't move. There wasn't even a black mark, so why she clicked her tongue and raised a finger. Seriously, her power surged, wrapping around the two of them. Before long, it formed a pair of wings clinging to their backs. He seized the chance to crouch down. Levy B sprang high, carrying SV as they escaped. In his current state, Yao Xin couldn't chase after them. He could tell what kind of power this was. Clearly, that dark venom deity we met last time had fired off all its remaining energy at death as a curse. Yao Xin stepped forward a few paces and gripped the sword buried deep in the ground, unsure who that curse was aimed at. Even if he didn't chase, he didn't want to let them get away. 9 heavens responding to the origin, thunderpure treasure transforming heavenly venerable. This was a gamble whether he could keep up. It was worth trying. The incantation formed a bow with the sword as its arrow. His hand lightly held the hilt, adjusting the firing angle. The moment the final line of the spell was spoken, Yao Xin released his grip. Soul Realm released the grudge. The sword shot out faster than Levy B could flee. Seeing it, SV roared a threat. Don't stop it. Her curse burst forth, trying to block the sword. In an instant, the shadow became a hand and grabbed the sword. Yao Xin raised an eyebrow at their interference. Seriously. With a casual flick of his hand, he made the sword break through the encirclement. The sword surged forward, piercing Levy B's chest. Lightning erupted at once, tearing both of their bodies apart. This time they couldn't run at all and fell from the air. Both were electrocuted and could no longer move. The final aftershock struck Levy B's body. SV saw it and screamed, reaching out. No, don't go, yet she could not stop him from dissolving into nothing. No, his body instantly turned to dust before Effie's eyes. A massive skull emerged from the ashes of Levy B's body. Immediately, a shadow enveloped it. The shadow formed into a humanoid figure, turned to look at Yuzin, eyes squinting, lips curled in a terrifying smile. It even waved cheerfully at him. Brother, wait for next time. Yuzin finally allowed himself to collapse in relief. After all, he managed to handle it himself this time. He also felt somewhat lucky that beings like Tam didn't only feed on the strong to level up. Experiencing this was like a huge shock to Eugene. Honestly, I worried, what if Agu didn't follow the curse and stayed here? Luckily it followed. Meanwhile, the 3 others hurried over. Lord Yo Zin. Yo Zin regained composure and looked at Effie, who was still staring blankly at where her beloved had vanished. Without hesitation, he swung out a blue rope, which immediately wrapped tightly around SV, capturing a poison shadow god alive for the first time. Suddenly, the remnant in the black cloth wriggled, trying to escape. This time it surged more fiercely, the dark flame of this lineage igniting again. Thai Tri Luan took a deep breath and pulled him close. Lord Yozin, lean on me. The song rose and soothed the dark flame. Yuzin's complexion was pale, utterly exhausted, nearly depleting his essence even using the reserve on the white dragon ship. The other two instinctively helped. Tie up the enemy, we'll take turns on duty. Seeing this, Yo Zin exhaled in relief. All right, with two others they could maintain it longer. The tense confrontation finally ended amid laughter. Thank you, Thai Tri Luan. No problem. He could finally relax, time to take it for interrogation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, bathed in a hazy purple sunset, Jinyo looked pale, tugging at someone's sleeve in a pleading voice. Hina glared at another person. Goyu, you run away all day to avoid bearing the burden of Chunwu. Her eyes were icy. Showing no sympathy, then this time mother will do it. Goyu pressed his lips together, silent, facing her. Those around looked skeptical. What's this? Isn't the person recognized by the family head as the clan representative Hina, affirming the master's disposition? Indeed, that person had invested more affection in the half-hearted grandson, unable to control a snake stronger than this one. Yet naturally, there could be an exception. But if done for Xuanwu with 28 moves, the master would acknowledge it. She explained this strange rule, who is truly necessary for the clan. Goyu finally spoke. Mother, I intend to abandon the ritual, have no ambition, whether it's the Demon King or the Master. The siblings around stared at him, but the 28 moves are truly the convergence of the four directions' power. What's the problem? I clearly foresaw the ambush to capture that demon. His face darkened, trying to justify himself. If we had received the prophecy before the ambush, Bai Heng would have had no reason to attack. If because of hypothetical tragedy and prophecy the future is fixed, she cut him coldly. You're still a coward, Goyle. Hina partially acknowledged Goyle's concern. Yes, in a fixed future, Xuanwu's strength alone might not suffice. However, she also pointed out something. But what if the current Demon King Yurin becomes a variable? Jinyo panicked, trying to stop her. Hina gently reassured him. Jinyo, don't worry, even a king about to be replaced is still the strongest of this generation. She understood the Demon King's strength well. If he acted directly, even the poison shadow god could not achieve its goal. Jinyo hesitated mentioning this, but Jiren did nothing while the four direction gods were completely inactive. Not exaggerating, Jiren suddenly admitted a truth. Actually, as soon as he ascended, the Demon King vanished. This statement shocked everyone present. One person began analyzing. No one knew if Jiren truly lived in the capital. Certainly, since succeeding, the current Demon King had never received news about his whereabouts. The others eagerly shared their opinions. Then we should go check if it's true. His obscure whereabouts implied he refused all audiences requested. Hina agreed with this. Indeed, Yurin has not accepted any audience since ascending. Then a change occurred after some interruption until recently. Jinyo's eyes widened in astonishment. He accepted an audience. She produced a certified letter, but with conditions. They responded they would allow the audience if the four direction gods of the current generation were brought. Goyu cautiously raised a hand, expressing, wait, suspicious. Is it guaranteed that this was sent by the king himself? Hina added, noting something special. The seal in the letter has been confirmed by the immortals to be Jiren's horn. The white-haired girl also dared not believe it, finding it even more suspicious. Jinyo directly voiced his complaint. Originally planned to stay hidden, but seeing that, his younger brother hesitated and called out to Jin, telling him to stop. However, this time he couldn't avoid going. He had to try at least once. Sorry, Zhuo, but he understood exactly who he was now. I am one of the demons who founded the Demon King regime. Jin himself revered you and even served the Demon King. To restore order to a world in chaos, now that the dark poison god has rebelled, they decided to elevate the strongest as king. With the turmoil as it is, he couldn't stay hidden. But if the dark poison god, who should have been destroyed, has grown strong enough to dare overthrow the regime. Jin Ayan's tone suddenly turned gloomy and unreadable. Maybe it was time to call the old friends back. Somewhere else, a sliding door was pulled open, a small creak shattering the stillness. Someone stood in the doorway, letting moonlight spill into the room. The newcomer marveled at the person inside. You explain things so clearly. Bai Huang bared his teeth in a grin and produced a red sample. Thanks for cooperating with the summoning of the four direction gods. Bai Huang's syrupy voice echoed in the empty room. As for me, I'm not really suited to things like prophecy. Premonitions, he casually admitted how unlucky he was. The heavens hate me, and that red sample in his hand was actually the Demon King's horn tip. But I'm curious, what does someone like you, who foretold the Holy Sovereign's appearance, think of me? Bai Haiyang spoke plainly, without a shred of respect. The next Demon King will be me. So could it be that I'm the holy sovereign you predicted? He flashed a sinister smile. I've got no intention of becoming any holy sovereign, either, even if his gestures look perfectly polite. But if you were born for me, I'd be delighted. Bai Haiyang walked up slowly and rested a hand on the Demon King's throne. His voice was filled with deep affection. If you killed Bech Khan for me, that is. Yet all this time, the Demon King hadn't opened their mouth even once. He didn't care and kept playing around. If a demon became the Demon King, then that would be the last Demon King. At that point, if you hadn't shown up, something huge really would have happened. Bai Huang rubbed the back of his neck and laughed brightly. My whole life is bad luck. I thought I'd lose my chance again, but you stopped him. It makes me think, you like me, don't you? Even so, the room fell silent when he finished. Bai Haiyang grew awkward, quickly turned to leave, and then I'll hide for a bit, make it a surprise gift until the four direction gods arrive. He'd only taken a few steps when a voice spoke up. Seems you're misunderstanding something. The words made by Huang stopped short. The Demon King spoke slowly, explaining what had happened back then. It's true I fought Bech Khan, the last one left on the path to becoming the Demon King. But each word that rose in that desolate, deathly space. I don't kill without reason. In the dark, suspicious things began to move. A foot settled lightly onto the ground. Zombies spread their wings cautiously, bracing for the worst. A shadow flashed in, suddenly lunging to attack Zio Hoa and Sunmi. They didn't even have time to register what was happening too fast. In an instant, both of them reflexively sprang backward. The puppet's fist, controlled by Zio Hoa, swung out at once. The huge fist smashed down, shattering the ground. But the opponent's speed was still terrifyingly fast. The shadow Siu even vaulted onto the puppet's hand to use it as a springboard. In a blink, he flipped upside down in midair, facing Sun Mi flying above. Her face went pale. Before she could react, he shot right past her. What Siu struck was the bulging-eyed wooden statue behind them. In an instant, the wooden statue exploded into splinters. Sun Mi gritted her teeth and landed in front of Zio Hoa. It's not us, it's that crafty god statue. Even Siu's mind wasn't clear anymore. Kill, have to kill. He immediately darted off without even recognizing the two of them. Zio Hoa quickly sliced her fingertip. Damn it, it's filthy fast. She immediately cast demon arts on him. Jio Dai's demon art. Purple cocoon butterfly wax. The spell took effect at once, forcing Siu to stop. Still, Zio Hoa had to expend a lot of strength to hold him in place, and it collided with the existing charm spell already on him. Following her motion, the puppet also seized Siu. She scanned his body as it was now. A darkness technique. This isn't simple at all. She clasped her hands together and used her last resort. If that won't work, I'll go into his mindscape myself. In just a moment, her consciousness slipped into Siu's dark zone. Inside were bizarre images repeating over and over. The god statues' heads were replaced by the enemy's melting face, Siu's foe. The images looped endlessly, then shattered like broken glass. Bloodshot, muddy red eyes rolled back, tears spilling out. All around, dark silhouettes stared with tear-soaked eyes. A smiling head rolled along the ground at Siu's feet. Hands rose up from beneath the mask as if to drag him under. Grotesque creatures began to appear, crawling through his mind. Siu's face flipped upside down, smiling through agony. Tears streamed from his upturned eyes, falling onto his forehead. Sun Mi hurriedly shook Zio Hoa. Seeing she didn't look right, "Hey Hoa, Zio Hoa, wake up." She was sharing the same pain as Siu. Zio Hoa gagged and said, "Siu, quickly pull it out of there." Sun Mi froze, not understanding. "What?" Her voice trembled as she spoke. It was about to die, as if it wanted to die together with the darkness. The pain in Siu's mind hit like a tidal wave. It had to witness its mother's death, tears spilling out uncontrollably. A child's cries echoed in her head, "Mom." Her mother's death slowly resurfaced in her memory. Images from those years began to appear. Little Xianhua always beamed whenever she saw her mother. Her mother was a frail woman who was always confined to a sickbed. Even so, she still forced herself upright just to look at her daughter. Xianhua, the little girl, came trotting in to ask, "Does it hurt again today?" Xianmi gently reached out and stroked the girl's cheek. "I told you not to come in," a stern voice rang out. "Looks like that leg you broke last time has healed, hasn't it?" The familiar voice made Xianhua flinch. The girl's eyes turned vicious. "Maybe I should break it 12 more times so you'll learn to stay in your place." Xianhua pressed her lips together, swallowing hard in fear. She didn't dare face her and bolted outside. Xianmi didn't look pleased. That woman blamed Xianhua again. "If you hadn't given birth to that thing, your body wouldn't be like this." The girl trudged out, dejected. She suddenly bumped into someone. Xianhua fell to the ground, rubbing the spot where she'd hit her head, pain shooting through her. When she looked up, her face went pale. Xianhua quickly lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry," she said. Standing opposite her was her older half-sister. "Sis, why doesn't Hehoon even bother coming anymore?" The girl glanced around, then quietly walked away. Xianhua slipped into a shadowy corner, her fox tail swishing softly. The many-colored flames made Xianhua grin. I can do it too. But this scene was silently witnessed by Seoya. Unlike most demons who fight their elders for the right to inherit, she stood there in silence, clenching her fist at her side. Seonhwa's opponent was someone of her own generation. That opponent was Seoyun, the family's designated heir. Seoyun's name had been spoken long before Seonhwa ever set foot inside, after she defeated a string of powerful challengers. Even so, one big issue remained. The frail granddaughter, weak from birth, had long since been eliminated from the contest. But Seonhwa revealed her talent the moment she opened her eyes after being born, and that was the greatest threat to Seoyun and her mother. A prodigy unlike anything in the history of the Demonfolk. By then, Seoyun was already grown, while Seonhwa was still just a fox pup. But because they were only 200 years apart, they were still counted as the same generation. The more outstanding the granddaughter became, the more anxious the mother grew, afraid her child would lose the inheritance, so she went to the clan head. After much deliberation, the clan head agreed to let them compete on equal footing. The trial drew a crowd. Both contestants listened as the rules were explained. This place where the great emperor guards the three realms was the gateway that leads into the three realms. The clan head stood with hands clasped behind her back, stern-faced. The test was to find the gate to the immortal realm and bring back a peach of immortality by any means necessary. She hinted at the reward. The peach of immortality is a fruit of the immortal realm, harvested only once every 3,000 years. It has many uses, most famously it strengthens one's lifespan. Seonhwa's eyes lit up. The clan head continued. Demons cannot enter the immortal realm directly, but the great emperor who guards the gate can. So they would see whose magic was superior, who could make the great emperor move according to their will. Beneath the light of the gate, Seonhwa lowered her head in silence. Seoyun glanced over where, I already won the competition against the elders' generation. This time I'm determined to win this trial too. Seon-di stood on the viewing platform, arms crossed, wearing a smug grin, like he was plotting something else entirely. Fine, mother will make you become that. In a sealed room, Seoyun thought it would be easy to locate the door to the immortal realm among the three realms. She swept her gaze over them, analyzing carefully, ruling out the gate that led to the demon realm. Her eyes stopped on two hazy paths. Of the two remaining gates, she didn't hesitate. She jumped straight down and came to a stop before the portal. A chilling sensation swallowed Seoyun, terrifying and the darkest of all. The moment Seonhwa jumped down, the clan head gave a faint nod. She murmured her judgment. The road down to hell is the road up to heaven. The gate to the immortal realm doesn't open in the place where immortals live. First you must pass through the netherworld, ruled by King Yama, before reaching Primordial Isle, governed by the Queen Mother of the West. However, if a demon or an ordinary human sets foot in the underworld, the body would instantly disintegrate, leaving only the soul to be taken to La Great King's own court. If one wants to retrieve the celestial artifact without crossing into the underworld, the only option is to use the Great Demon Emperor. The gatekeeper, in truth, no matter how skilled Goli is at enchantment, bewitching a deity is impossible, so don't even think about taking the artifact. Just making the great demon emperors will waver even slightly counts as success. Upon seeing Seonhwa, she immediately set her expectation. But if it's that child, the most talented in the Ho family's history, now that Seonhwa gives an order, Seohyun. As the elder sister tries first, she obeys immediately. Yes, mother. Without hesitation, Seohyun drew her own blood and initiated the opening spell. The ancient charm took effect instantly, purple aura appeared, and violet petals floated. The great demon emperor noticed something unusual. He decisively turned to look at the two sisters. Seeing the slight movement of the deity, she quietly rejoiced. It worked. However, the great demon emperor tightly gripped his weapon. He aggressively raised it. Which fox dares joke in front of me? Suddenly, the emperor's blade struck. Seonhwa reflexively turned in shock. He unleashed the five eyes slash. She hurriedly jumped back. Still, Seonhwa was hit. Seeing the wound, Seohyun panicked. I used the charm. Then why? The family head frowned and asked, what is happening? Seonhwa quickly understood. Indeed, before coming here, she had passed by mother's room, recalling prior events. Fortunately, I applied the potion to the doorknob. Seonhwa secretly chuckled with joy. The herb called spirit leaf looks ordinary, but beings like immortals are extremely sensitive to energy. Its special trait makes silently enchanting the emperor impossible once noted. At the same time, her tail emerged to protect herself. Seonhwa clutched her wounded arm in pain, eyes vigilant toward the great demon emperor. Without further words, he unleashed a second strike. The second blow, the emperor drove his blade into the ground, then reversed the curse. Fortunately, the family head quickly pulled the two cousins to safety. She coldly ordered, stop the test, retreat, move to the study. Seonhwa asked Han solemnly, you don't think that taking the celestial head is the only way to succeed, do you? She smiled and concluded, bewitching the great demon emperor, and taking the artifact guarded by the Western Queen Mother is something even the founder couldn't accomplish. Seohyun could make the emperor turn away even for a moment. That achievement surpasses even the first ancestor. Therefore, assigning succession to Seohyun is correct. At this point the family head was puzzled, but the child couldn't do anything. Seoanda quickly proposed. To be fair, maybe one more test should be given. Suddenly Seoan Hoa spoke, expressing her wish, no more tests. I hope Miss Seo Hyun will take the position of successor. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. She shyly called her sister's name. Seoan Hoa calmly entrusted her. You are wonderful, you will certainly become a much better family head than I. Seoan Hoa trembled, gripping her hands tightly. As for the younger one, she decided to temporarily train at the Three Realms Gate. After the meeting ended, Seoanda returned to her bedroom. Seeing her, Seoan-mi wearily asked, Sister, how did the test go? She patted her head with teary eyes, replying as before. Hearing this, she sadly continued, I see, Seo Hyun truly is a good child. Next, Seoan-mi hesitated, but she argued clearly. This made Seoanda angry. Our Seoan Hoa is the smartest child in the family's history. She roared in fury, smart. In today's test, she isn't even half as capable as Seo Hyun. What a disgrace. Seoanda harshly criticized. You're the same, never listen to me, only cause trouble for others, truly disappointing, she said bitterly. That freak has made my life miserable since birth. Beautiful my foot. Hearing this, Seoan-mi worriedly called sister. Seoanda warned, if you dare praise that monster in front of me again, I'll never visit you again. In the warm candlelit room, Seoan-mi nervously held her sister's hand. She gently massaged Seoanda's feet. Then Seoan-mi slowly left the room. As she stepped out, she firmly instructed, Hyun, take me to Seoan Hoa's room. A subordinate respectfully reported, Madam, but the forbidden book hasn't returned yet. Hearing this, she was displeased and asked clearly, where is it now? At that moment, Seo Hyun stepped forward to explain. Seoan Hoa has reached the Three Realms Gate. Seoan-mi was shocked and turned to look at Seo Hyun. She gestured for the subordinate to step back. Then Seo Hee-hun bowed and reported, I came to pick up mother, she stated honestly. Your sister is sleeping soundly, just let her rest, it's always the same. Zeon-mi fidgeted restlessly, but Zeon Hoa was still at the Three Realms Gate. She updated the news, saying she would give up her inheritance rights and leave temporarily to train. Seeing her intention clear, Seo Hyun raised a hand to stop her. Are you planning to leave? She firmly advised. If mother knows you go out, she'll be upset. Don't cause trouble, go rest. Hearing this, Zeon-mi weakly smiled. With this body, it would be very dangerous. Even if my child breaks a leg multiple times, they always come to see their mother. She looked up at the bright sky and confirmed, besides, today is a full moon. Zeon-mi casually explained, for some reason, I feel my luck is still very good, as if I can do anything. Seo Hyun glanced at her upon hearing that. She sighed helplessly. Then Seo Hyun proactively handed over an item. She gave a bottle of medicine and reminded. Zeon Hoa left in a hurry without stopping the bleeding. Zeon-mi received it and said emotionally, as expected, Seo Hyun is a good child. She's your lovely child, thank you, without hesitation. Zeon-mi immediately moved to the location. Next, she entered the room and carried her mother out. Seeing a piece of paper fall, Seo Hee-hun quickly caught it and read the contents. Congratulations to the future head of the family. I hope Zeon Hoa will rely on you a lot in the future. A sense of guilt arose in her heart. Seo Hyun directed her gaze toward the quiet moon. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Zeon Hoa was at a disadvantage. She focused on summoning a series of flames of different colors. Immediately, they transformed into clones of Zeon Hoa. Witnessing this, the Demon King sneered, ridiculous. All the clones instinctively touched their own wounds. Then they simultaneously used the ancient demon technique. However, he swung his sword as a warning, give up, fox. She gritted her teeth and immediately realized her demonic power was insufficient. In this critical moment, Zeon-mi appeared to block the way. The Demon King slammed his weapon to the ground. Fortunately, both mother and daughter narrowly escaped danger. She gasped and remarked, Zeon Hoa, today you were even worse than me. She anxiously called, Mother. Zeon Hoa asked in confusion. Why are you here? Zeon-mi treated her wounds while asking. Are you frustrated because you tasted failure for the first time? Zeon Hoa stammered and shook her head. It's not that, but the prophecy, she hesitated to object. No, without saying more, Zeon Hoa hugged her mother tightly and acted spoiled. Maybe a little. Her mother gently conveyed warmth to soothe her. I know my child has extraordinary potential, Zeon-mi explained calmly. But right now you're still not strong enough to charm the gods. So what should you do? She conveyed with all her life's dedication. The answer is not to cling stubbornly. In enchantment techniques, find your own path, Zeon Hoa. Hearing this, she was puzzled. My own path? Zeon Hoa wondered, how? Zeon-mi stroked her affirmatively. You will find it. You are a miraculous child, the will to change the world that I gave birth to. The first memory surged back. The moment I met you, I already knew. There is nothing in this world you cannot do, she smiled with satisfaction. I have never regretted a single thing. Zeon-mi touched her and expressed her heart. I just think I should praise you a lot, she continued to encourage. Yes, the important thing is praise. Praise even makes whales dance. Right? Those who are praised won't want to do anything to break that trust and they will keep trying. Zeon Hoa called out firmly. Mother. Zian explained calmly. It may sound like coercion, but without the praise of others, when the mind is troubled, we might lose ourselves. Therefore, you must hear plenty of praise to understand your worth. Only then can you maintain a steady heart to understand yourself. You need others. By using others as a mirror to see your good points, nothing can shake you. When lost, when hurt, remember your mother's praise. You are the will to change the world. You are such a child. She trembled and instructed, follow the path you are best at. Before losing consciousness, Zian taught. Every small achievement will bring praise. Moments later, she collapsed into her arms, causing her to panic. Mother, seeing Zian breathing heavily, Zian worried. Mother, she was speechless. Just then, Zian rushed in panic. Finally, Mother has arrived. Zian stammered in confusion. Aunt, she didn't care, immediately pushing her aside. Next, Zian frowned and lifted Zian. She glared as if looking at an enemy. Zian said nothing and walked straight ahead. Zian stared at their backs in astonishment. From that point on, after returning to the clan, Zian worried about her collapsed mother and forgot about her training. Meanwhile, she had encountered Seo Hyan. But because her aunt was angry and didn't leave the care room, the days without seeing her mother dragged on. That's why. Zian had to set out to explore. She nervously thought, what I'm best at. Zian stared at her palm for a long time. She stood still for several seconds. After careful thought, Zian tiptoed forward. She moved slowly ahead. Upon reaching the spot, Zian took out a pile of documents. The Demon King asked in puzzlement, when are you planning to go home? She casually read and spoke. Really persistent, aren't you? For now it's not charging in, so let's take a break so I can study first. While wandering across the demon world to find a solution, I got to know Shanmi, and through her I obtained the old man Ren Jai Zai's secret manual from inside the pouch. From it, I focused on the part about humans wielding a god's power. Realizing the problem, Shi Wenhua secretly rejoiced. She set the tattered notebook down, stood up, and unfurled her tail. At first there were 5 tails. She tried everything, but the conclusion remained the same. Demon power couldn't interfere with an immortal. She pricked her fingertip for a drop of blood, but a demon couldn't command spiritual essence. Shi Wenhua stepped forward decisively, choosing to create another technique with a similar function. Then she focused on chanting, using jade as the offering. The master of it was the fox spirit, its innate art, the fox orb. In an instant, a jade bead wrapped in runes appeared, offered with blood to defy the will of heaven. Seeing this, the demon-subduing great emperor was shaken. He blurted in alarm, what wait? In the blink of an eye, Shi Wenhua grew 7 more tails. She solemnly began the summon. Answer my call and rebel against the god's decree. Shi Wenhua pointed to the sky and invoked the demon-subduing great emperor. She shouted clearly, descend. Suddenly, an enormous beam of light engulfed the demon-subduing great emperor. Uneasy, Shi Wenhua turned her head and asked, is it done? At that moment, he said nothing. After examining carefully, she unconsciously stepped back. Shi Wenhua tiptoed toward the gate. She mustered her courage and took a deep breath. Seizing the moment when Shi Wenhuang looked away, she ordered, open the celestial gate and bring the immortal Dao here. Right then, the demon-subduing great emperor turned around, and she guardedly took a fighting stance. He obeyed, walking forward at an unhurried pace. The next second, the demon-subduing great emperor transformed into a small, adorable form. He swung his blade and opened the door. At once, the inner door sprang open. The demon-subduing great emperor trudged inside alone. Witnessing this, Shi Wenhua was stunned, so you could only enter in true spirit form. Inside, he kept moving forward. Seeing someone pass by him, the man seated on the throne was shocked. Confused, he raised a doubt. Why isn't the demon-subduing great emperor guarding the gate? Where is he going? After finding the right spot, he slipped down and returned to his original form. The demon-subduing great emperor flew down to the mountain below. Meanwhile, outside, Shi Wenhua watched in silence. So summoning a god to descend like humans do was the real method. This was the first time the great emperor had entered personally. Just then, the door suddenly opened. In spirit form, the demon-subduing great emperor handed her the severed head. The moment she took it, Shi Wenhua was overjoyed. With just this, she could save her mother. As soon as she finished speaking, the room suddenly shook violently. The door burst wide open. A gigantic hand, exuding terrifying pressure, thundered, what rat dares steal the immortal Dao? That hand seized the demon-subduing great emperor. Seeing this, she hurriedly opened the almanac. But Queen Mother of the West had already glanced through the crack in the door and called out, Fox Spirit, you just took the demon-subduing great emperor into yourself with a demon body. How? Shi Wenhua instantly recognized who it was. The Queen Mother of the West. She pressed on, this is the first time anyone has stolen the immortal Dao. What do you need the immortal Dao for? She swallowed hard as the liquor slid down her throat. Shi Wenhua slowly knelt. When I formed a pact with the demon-subduing great emperor, I offered the fox orb. So there's no demon power left. And besides, the Queen Mother of the West is beyond anything I can challenge. She lifted her head and explained her reason. I want to offer it to my sick mother. Hearing that, the Queen Mother reached out with a hint of pity. A truly filial child, too much talent often invites disaster. The Queen Mother of the West made an offer. If you set it down now in return, I, as the overseer of the heavenly realm, will accept blame for failing to guard the treasure. But she added a hard-edged threat. However, if even the smallest chip appears on the immortal Tao, I may not spare your life. Shi Wenhua stammered an apology. I'm sorry. She spread all 9 tails, then bolted within their sight. Shi Wenhua slogged through the torrential rain. Beaming with happiness, she cried, I did it, even as Shi Wenhua's smile still shone bright. She suddenly stopped and the smile slowly faded. Shi Wenhua stared blankly inside, her gaze turned dazed and empty. Seeing everyone gathered around, Shi Wenhua panicked. A funeral. She asked herself in anguish whose. Her heavy steps carried her forward. No, it can't be. No. The moment she saw the wooden coffin, her heart was torn apart. No, faced with the brutal truth, the instant she saw that back, no matter how she resisted, she had to recognize it. Shi Wenhua staggered inside. You and I always wanted to hate me. It's tragic that our fates meet here. At that moment, Shi Wen turned around and saw those eyes. Her tears fell, and they were my tears too. In the cold night, the rain kept falling without end. She looked down at the grave, a frigid mound buried under earth. Shi Wenhua clenched her fist tight. Yes, this was my mother. Right then, thunder crashed from the sky and a Chinese letter opened. 2 gigantic hands tore the sky in half. The Queen Mother of the West screamed nonstop, find the immortal Tao. The clan master was stunned. Queen Mother of the West. She stared at her in shock. Did Shi Wenhua really bring the immortal Tao back? But seeing those lifeless eyes, the clan master choked with grief. That child's time could no longer wait. Chi on HWA understood at once and directed the demon-subduing great emperor to possess the body. With tears in her eyes, she handed back the treasure. To the heavenly mother of the celestial realm, forgive my offense. The Chi on HWA clan offers this with both hands in deepest remorse. I will return the immortal path. Whatever punishment awaits, I will accept it. Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West was taken aback. She gently accepted the peach. At once, her choked sobs rang out. But a soul that dies is immediately sent to the afterlife. Had her mother's soul already entered the wheel of reincarnation? She on HWA sobbed as she begged, just once, only one more time. Can I never see my mother again? She clutched her chest, drowning in regret. I wasted decades for an immortal path I still couldn't offer, and I couldn't be by my mother's side. It felt as if cruel fate had driven a blade straight into Chi on Hwa's heart. Was the bond between my mother and me really going to end in emptiness like this? She screamed in despair. What are you guarding that's worth that much? What was it even born for? No matter how much blind time you pour into it, you still can't use it when it matters. Was I born just to kill time in the void? Now, she gave a lesson. The immortal path bears no fruit for use in 3,000 years. What turns into fertilizer creates it, and then makes flowers bloom. Another 3,000 years pass, and countless fruits form along the trace of the petal. And after yet another 3,000 years, only a single segment of fruit remains at the very end of cause and effect. The immortal path reveals the virtues heaven has nurtured within it. The Queen Mother of the West stated her view. That is why it naturally contains a noble power, not meant to be reserved for anyone. She pointed to comfort her, but as the mother goddess. The tragedy of a fated woman truly has no end. As a drop of blood fell, the Queen Mother of the West gave a gift, though it could not fill that emptiness. The moment it condensed into a sphere, she instructed, tie a karmic bond. The Queen Mother of the West guided her to a new truth. Because every footprint we leave creates cause and effect. After everything was settled, rain still fell without pause across the sky. Seo Hyun noticed her as she passed by. She asked in puzzlement, where is Chi on HWA going again? The head of the household already chose you as the representative of the right hall. Hearing that, Chi on HWA replied thoughtfully, I'm not the heir, so what's wrong with taking the representative role? Seo Hyun confessed what he felt. The day you were injured because of me, the position I'd believed was mine all this time. For the first time, it looked like it belonged to someone else. When I heard you say you don't care for the inheritance seat, all I could do was accept my place. She bit her lip bitterly, but the strength you showed me today. I still don't want the inheritance seat. Seo Hyun Jun clenched his fist. She frowned, waiting for her answer, however. Chi on HWA left at once, recalling her mother's teaching. Mother once said my will was enough to change the world. But that proud will vanished the moment I lost my mother. I simply kept doing what I'm good at, just as she said. Time passed. Now she was attacking a frog. Rip. Sun Mi cheered excitedly. That's Chi on HWA for you, amazing. When the things I'd done so numbingly, for so long made someone praise me again. I realized I still loved this life. When people are praised, they want to keep doing it. Meanwhile, Super was twitching and muttering, must kill. A tuft of silver hair sprouted as he growled, must kill. Super struggled in the demon-subduing great emperor's palm, slipped away while he wasn't paying attention, and bolted. Super sprinted forward as fast as he could. He barreled right past Chi on HWA. Seeing things turning bad, Sunmi had to use the Yu-Yao art, firing arrows straight at him. Golden Crow light flared, and Super who noticed it in his eyes. Quick on his feet, he twisted, changed direction, and without hesitation charged straight at her. In the emergency, Sun Mi shouted, "Chi on HWA, watch out." However, she still stood motionless, watching and judging where everyone stood. "I'm not pleased that you're a demon yet don't like to fight, but precisely because you're like that, you still haven't decided to kill us immediately." She on HWA affirmed with certainty, "That's right. In my eyes, you're that kind of person." Hearing this, he turned back around. As if seeing straight through her, she emphasized it. "Who you think you are and how others see you are actually worlds apart." She on HWA encouraged her, "You're not as awful as you think you are." She wiped away a streak of blood and admitted honestly, "I know, because I've seen the road you've walked." She on HWA traced a circle and spoke, "Don't lock yourself inside the shell you built. Step out of it, I'll praise you a lot." Hong Ku Lin Thur Hoa Kim Mo. At the same time, inside that estate, Gu Yu's group slowly walked in. Wan Gui looked around curiously. Is this really the royal city? Why does it feel so bleak? Minister Jin Ian pondered and explained, "The Kilin is born solitary with no clan." Myra beside him spoke up warily. "At this quiet hour there isn't a sound, probably because there are no divine beasts." She confirmed solemnly, "Only the four-directional gods may enter." The moment they stepped into the Heart Hall, they stood before the Demon King. Hina didn't hesitate and knelt down at once. "Greetings, your majesty." Without wasting words, he went straight to the point. "You said you wanted to review the 28 mansions." Gu Yu lifted his head and nodded. Yes, the Demon King fell into thought for a long time. Hina laid everything bare. A wanton demon has attacked 3 clans among the 4-directional gods, and is about to target Xuanwu. That's why Xuanwu wants to observe the attack in advance to counterstrike and, wanting to borrow the power of the Demon King, he hesitated and asked in doubt, "But isn't the content of the prophecy strange?" The Demon King explained clearly. "The more you try to divine the future, the more fixed it becomes. If an ambush is truly foretold, then avoiding it is futile. It seems this matter has not been agreed upon by the gods of the 4 directions." He proposed a bold idea. Instead, why not divine the future of the Demon King himself? She frowned at this, displeased. Jin Yo quickly interjected, hinting, "In that case, I want to divine the new Demon King's love." He stood up, affirming in front of Kylin, signaling the appearance of the Holy Monarch. "I have no desire to see the future of love." Jin Yo spoke seriously, redirecting the influence of his majesty toward the Demon King. Seeing this, the Demon King braced himself and stood. Then he calmly stepped down. Noticing the tension, he issued a command, "Hina, step back." She bowed and obeyed, serving dutifully as she watched Hina retreat. Goyu was puzzled, looking around suspiciously. At that moment, Jin Iam clearly shouted, "Everyone stand." Cast the 28 constellations on the future of the Demon King. Next, Wang Hui questioned, "What are you thinking?" He straightforwardly declared that the one chosen would hold the advantage in divination. Jin Ian clearly promised, "I will guide you only once, trust me and follow." Goyu remained silent, glancing sideways. Now the Demon King suddenly advanced toward them. At that instant, Hina appeared unexpectedly, interrupting. She forced a smile to remind them. "To grant a bit of good fortune for the Holy Monarch's future," he replied calmly. "Yes." Hina coldly rejected. "No," she spoke bluntly, "I refuse." Just as she spoke, demonic energy erupted from both sides. She wielded magic. The Demon King startled, slightly flinching. Immediately, sharp ice shards emerged from the ground, binding wounds. Hina issued a punishment. The Demon King's betrayal of the demon realm was unnecessary. A dark aura floated from the ice shards. At that moment, Kaidu suddenly charged in. Goyu panicked, shouting, "Mother!" Jin Yo hurried to stop him, focusing. He sternly instructed, "While Hina is stalling, finish quickly." Jin Yo closed his eyes and concentrated. Moments later, he succeeded, then opened his eyes wide in light. Jin Iam raised his hand and deployed the magic array, forming the preliminary 4 symbols formation. Meanwhile, the Demon King's horn continued transforming. It morphed into a gigantic horn. She wielded scattered magic, and he decisively slammed the horn against the shield. In an instant, the shield cracked, forcing the Demon King to vanish. Shizu roared viciously. It leapt to try and grab Hina. Baihu, with noble pride, leaned on the Demon King. "Exactly at that point we match perfectly." He candidly revealed, "When you suddenly tried to divine my future, I thought, are you planning to ambush me?" But on reflection, rather than stopping a prophecy at all costs, using a meaningless prophecy to waste the opportunity was better. At this time, Jin Young continued the 28 constellation ritual. "Descend upon this altar, illuminate the path of heaven." Goyu gritted his teeth to withstand it, unable to stop the demonic energy from being drawn out. Wenhui observed in astonishment. "Can another demon interfere with the 28 constellations of the 4-direction gods?" Jin Yo explained clearly. The opening was created by aggression. Kylin seized the flow of demonic energy to call the stars. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared within the formation. Bai Haiyang frantically exclaimed, "I plan to take the new Demon King's position and end this life cycle." Thus, divining a bright future for the Demon King was crossing the limit. Hina suspiciously warned, could it be forgetting the prophecy? In the end, the Demon King, then the Demon too, would end. He ambitiously confirmed, "Of course I haven't forgot. I will become the Demon King, let chaos swallow the world and make myself one of the four evils." By who breathlessly judged, "So the love will also be the end." Before he could finish, the Demon King jerked with glowing eyes. He instinctively conveyed, "The new Demon King's love is dual-faceted. The half-lacking loses to the complete and two combined beat one." Hearing the last two words, Bai Hyung's expression grew proud. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Bai Hu turned to grab the Demon King and demanded, "Wait, didn't we agree to avoid divining the Demon King? Why challenge it like this?" He did not hesitate, clenching his hands tightly. Next, Bai Hyung suspiciously asked, "Is this dual-faceted love referring to the child?" He roared threateningly, "Answer!" Yet he remained calm, silent. Witnessing this, Hina immediately realized so all along. The king was acting to trap the demon. She frowned, glancing sideways. But seeing all four striving, Hina blazed with resolve. So what? At that moment, the Demon King spoke in rebuttal. "Loneliness belongs to no one." He twisted his hand in response. So even if he had to manipulate others, did he still want to connect with someone? Bai Hu immediately shouted in anger, "Aunt Gi!" And at that moment, a sudden fist appeared before him. Bai Huang quickly blocked the strike, then he slowly stepped back. Suddenly, Bai Huang abruptly stopped in her tracks. Realizing he couldn't move, he stood there in a daze, unsure when it had happened. While he was still trying to figure it out, the Demon King drove a blade straight into his chest. Bai Huang went pale, blood spraying from his mouth, unable to counter in time. He struggled on, and then the Demon King slammed Bai Huang to the ground. Furious, he glared up and saw the other's vile expression. Bai Huang realized it was a manipulation technique, pretending to guide the demonic power of the Four Directions deity into the constellation. But in truth, he used demonic power to churn up the earth, preventing it from working at the source. He let out a mocking laugh to himself. Impressive, the Demon King sneered coldly, contempt dripping from his voice. "You've lived that long, spent all that time, and the only thing you managed was showing off your strength. A bunch of simple-minded fools, lowlifes who only know how to exploit an opponent's reactions, dragged along by violence while waiting for the right moment. That endless loneliness is what you monsters truly are." Then he condemned their brutal history. "Every 666 years, you lower your heads and submit. A crazed political order that shifts at random, obeying nothing but the logic of force. That's how it ended up like this." The Demon King declared war in a steady voice, therefore. "As the Demon King of this era, I have decided." He severed the final thread. "I will end the mandate-based system, one that relies only on the logic of power." Rewinding time back to the end of Goryeo, 666 years before I inherited the throne. Absolutist monarchy still dominated then, so by 1948, when the Republic of Korea was founded, the demon realm and the human world had to be separated. Give humans time to stand on their own, to care for themselves, and return to reality. The Demon King raised a hand and concluded, "And now, it's time for the demon realm to change." He pointed his hand toward the four of them. Then, the Demon King clenched his fist without hesitation. In an instant, Jin Young sensed something wrong and froze. He lost his balance and toppled to the ground, and the others suffered the same. After all of them passed out, he declared that the next Demon King would become a necessary evil. He turned and strode toward Bai Huang. The Demon King leaned in close and informed him, "My enlightened rulers will come after this." The moment he finished, the jade pearl inside his body suddenly slipped out. Seeing it fly toward him, Bai Huang blurted out in shock, "What is that?" In the blink of an eye, the pearl trembled violently. Then it transformed into a miniature hourglass. Next, it slipped back into his body. The Demon King was about to speak again. But Kaidu was one step faster, snatching up Bai Huang and fleeing. Terrified, it darted a quick glance back. His indifferent gaze looked at it like a toy. Within seconds, Kaidu collapsed to the ground. Just then, Jin Yan voiced his objection, "Abolish the Demon King system." He curled his lip in sarcasm. "Are you really that naive? You think monsters will understand your deeper meaning? You have to force it. Make the strong become leaders of the pack and compel them to take responsibility for the weak. Only then will the demon realm have order. So that's why you used protection as an excuse to steal the bodies of the weak and take their lives." The Demon King didn't care. Standing before him, he stated flatly, "Change has already begun from below." He delivered his final verdict. "And to stop the new era that's coming, relics like you are unnecessary." At the same time, outside the forest, the soft chirping of cicadas filled the night. Suddenly, a beam of light surged in. While the area was savoring the night air, Sun Mi kept firing throwing darts from above. At that moment, a flame was about to drop onto Siu's head. An overblown lion dance act, Part 7. In an instant, he sprang aside to dodge. Siu Yu slipped left then right with agile footwork, the lion dance's opening sequence. Watching this, Chi An Hoa grew weary of the human world's limits. Even if she revealed all 9 tails, was summoning the true form of the Queen Mother of the West still too much? She frowned, deciding to go all out. If so, Chi An Hoa withdrew the demon-subduing Great Emperor. That left Siu and Sun Mi stunned. The next second, the Queen Mother of the West flickered into view behind the clouds. Without hesitation, she gave an order directly. Summon the 9-spirit scripture fire of metal now. As soon as she spoke, she called forth spirits. Jianhua pointed toward him. Every spirit understood at once, turning their weapons toward Siu. She commanded forcefully, move, rain down the spear volley. Right after that, arrows plunged down all at once. They pinned him in place, hemming Siu in with a circle. With no root left, the spirits swooped down and aimed at him. They drove their weapons into his body, and Siu screamed in agony. The spirits kept stabbing in rapid succession. When they felt it was enough, they withdrew. The spirits pulled their weapons out of Siu's body. Just then, Sun Mi drifted down from the sky. Seeing the scene before her, she clapped a hand over her mouth in horror. In the pool of blood lay the bodies of Siu and Tao. Both of them were completely unconscious. The quickest spirits suddenly hoisted him up and carried him outside. Jianhua checked him anxiously and said, "Siu, his condition is worse than I thought." She exposed the truth. Like a parasite in that divine poisoning curse, he's only been holding on because of demonic power, isn't he? Sun Mi gripped her in fear. Jianhua, his demonic power. She soothed her and suggested, "It's fine. For now, move Siu to the demon realm so he can receive demonic power first." Just then, Bai Huang suddenly signaled to Kaidu. It obeyed, lunging toward them. Jianhua was so startled she choked on her words. However, he had already reached Siu's side. Without saying a word, Bai Hung stabbed straight through him. Witnessing this, Xianhua froze, pale, clutching the blood box in shock. Since when did Bai Hung take the gem from his body? He recalled the Demon King's words, "An incomplete being can become whole." Having gotten what he wanted, Bai Hung casually threw him down. He frowned with disdain. Is this really our fate at last? To prevent Bai Hung from achieving his goal, the Western Queen extended her hand, with the jade helping her. Yet Kaidu flew up to block him. In an instant, they disappeared. Her hand grasped but hit nothing. Xianhua, horrified, collapsed to her knees. She looked at the chaos with tearful eyes. Just now, what was that? Her trembling legs moved toward the pool of blood. She stared in shock at his body. No, it can't be. Xianhua's whole body shook violently. She held her hands tightly against her chest. Xianhua gasped and kept repeating, "He's not dead, right?" Scene shifts to a ruined room. The phone rings. A hand reaches out to silence it, then the alarm blares across the city. Evacuation alert, risk of secondary defense collapse. Combat zones are expanded. Residents in monster-affected areas must move to designated shelters immediately. 3 years later, Seoul. Scene shifts to a sunlit mountain. Diamond Mountain. A young man looks around in confusion. Is this really the place? Kim Yosin, 20, tiredly runs his hand through his hair. Just finished a meeting and came straight here. Haven't even had time to change clothes, and if this fails again, Jai Lun cheerfully reports, "I've checked with the true eye. It's definitely here, just too scared to get closer." He sighed and loosened his tie. "How long has it been since we last met that guy?" Just arriving, she excitedly pointed, "That's the cave." Then Jai Lun encouraged, "Go, keep going." Yosin hesitated. Is it really because it faces North Korea that it couldn't be found? He hands on hips, observing, even knowing he's alive still. 3 years ago, Hyun Woo lost his younger brother to a poisoned shadow named Irene. Every night he would talk to himself. He spoke about the coffee and games his brother loved, saying how wonderful it would be to have a brother who cherished those things. Through this self-affirmation, day after day, Gu Yosin realized. He reached out the moment his hand touched the glass. It helped him reclaim the lost essence of his brother. Yosin and his master studied a type of spell, applied from observed cases, and finally arrived here to awaken him. Back in reality, he drew out the talisman. Long time no see. Seeing the girl clutching the piece of garment on the floor, Yosin softly said, "Zio Hua." Startled, she raised her hand to resist. He quickly waved his fan. Seeing Zio Hua pass through him, Yosin identified 2 wind points leading to the void realm. He quietly looked back. At the shift, Yosin thought, another wind point into the spirit realm. Without hesitation, he quickly affixed the talisman to Zio Hua's head. Soul guidance, Yosin smiled and prayed, light the lamp, recover the lost soul. Immediately the lantern glowed. He explained the truth. The lamp reflects one's own face through the shadow of another. Its pieces of memory crystallized from self-affirmation. This is who I am. The way to recover someone who lost themselves is to awaken the authenticity of the past. Seeing her fully restored, Yosin knelt in welcome back. She looked dazed as if just waking from a dream. "You are?" Seeing his radiant face, Zio Hua looked around, confused. What on earth is going on? Yosin awkwardly scratched his head. Well, that. He hesitated as he recounted the first thing. First, it's now 2028. Jai Lun curiously tilted his head. Everything done already. Yosin narrated the past. 3 years ago, when we captured that poison shadow for questioning, I learned something. Then, the source of the disaster was revealed. Poison shadow arises naturally from the desires of being. But the 4 horrors, created using the poison shadow as a base, became disasters born from countless efforts. They misled the innocent, corrupted the wicked and lured Bai Hung, a half-human, half-demon carrying chaos to destroy the four directions god, his adversary, and laid the foundation for the emergence of inner chaos. But before he could gather the poison shadow to create the four horrors, he was destroyed by monsters and warriors. At that moment, at the demon palace's threshold, the demon king would return. From Bai Hung's desires, that person knew Man Choi was planning to revive Hua Lan. He directly extracted and refined the current poison shadows, unlike naturally born poison shadows before. These poison shadows, close to the Chaos Clan, carried the deep resentment within Bai Hung's heart, and that quickly became a curse aimed at Man Choi. For Man Choi, an immortal deity, carrying 3 curses is hardly a problem. But the more shadow poison gods were destroyed, the more layers of curses piled upon each other. And the tragic end of the ambitious one back then was the punishment of Man Choi, who bore the burden of the resonance effect from the evil spirits sent by using. There was no energy left to intervene in the human world, but at that moment, a hand reached out to help, and before another deity could act, Yusin absorbed all the remaining flower wolves. Half a year later, the one who became the first new demon king was Bai Huang. Appearing with 2 horns on his head, Bai Hung used overwhelming martial power, completely different from before, to sweep away all the demons. And the moment he became demon king, he immediately removed all restrictions in the human world, allowing demons to roam freely and start the invasion. Yet humans, in the 666 years that the Kilin had granted them, brought about wars among themselves and developed extremely powerful military weapons. Thus, they could use their own strength to counter the demon invasion. However, contrary to that thought, in reality, before higher-level demons who had cultivated electric touch, the concept of battle lines became meaningless, and to punish such demons, it naturally required the help of us, the demons. This bridging role was taken up by Yuzin's new enterprise, a place gathering human-friendly demons along with survival strategies, the Realm Alliance. It is a neutral organization established to unite and punish common enemies. The alliance primarily sought Bai Huang, who had disappeared from the battlefield. For 3 years, they devoted all efforts to scouting between the demon and human worlds. Meanwhile, a strange object streaked past Tri Luan. She froze, her face pale. Could what just passed be? Tri Luan excitedly explained, "We were lucky to find you, the one who went missing, so we came to recruit you." Yusin reflected and commented, "It's just expanding the role that was once handled solely by the demon world's judge into a collective authority." He offered his view. Now humans can no longer pretend to be ignorant of the demon world. Hearing this, Tiu Hoi panicked and added, "So then Siu," she hesitated. "His name human no demon," Tri Luan gently reassured Tiu Hoi. "Oh, be careful," she cautiously asked. "And how is he?" Yusin coldly reported, "Siu is dead." At the same time, inside Jin City, Yam frantically called, "Sister Zeon Hoa." She immediately got to the point. "Where is the aid that the Resolute clan requested?" He honestly reported. Hon Hai and Myra have already gone ahead. Zeon Hoa nodded and shifted the topic. "Have the agents reached line 2 yet?" Jin Yam sighed. "So, if the lower-level demons can't even use electric touch, it's better to leave it to the human army." "Is that okay? The Alliance forces are already limited." Going back to the time 3 years ago when the Demon King placed his hand on his face. Chu Hoa, forced by the Kilin to reclaim her body after expelling the true seal soul, seriously ordered, "Return to where you belong." In an instant, a powerful aura surrounded them. Jin Yam let out a few pained sounds. He had left the clan that once held its breath waiting for the true seal to return and join the Realm Alliance. He sighed wearily, "Forget that, Sister Sun Mi just sent a request for aid." Upon hearing this, Zeon Hoa turned her face and Jin Young updated. The news seems to have found him already. Now at the ancient tree, Bai Hung stood tall before them. He gripped the black weapon in his hands. At this moment, Kaidu Din spoke. "Using the darkened human souls ravaged by the human-demon war and the blood of the sacrificed as the base, the ritual has been prepared for 3 years. Finally ready to unleash chaos on this land." Bai Huang heard this and began the ritual, the invisible figure. He raised the weapon, the breathless being. After drawing the formation on the ground, Bai Hung commanded, "Consume all the offerings on this blood-stained land." Meanwhile, Sun Mi and Goyu stood before a dark, shadowed space. Zeon Hoa, puzzled, asked, "This is?" As soon as he finished speaking, he shot ice arrows. However, they did not lose any effect. Goyu frowned skeptically. "The attack has no effect." "What exactly is this?" Tri Luan appeared to explain. "It's the Void Realm." Tiu Hoi analyzed in astonishment. "The Void Realm, isn't it a higher realm existing layered over matter, like the spirit realm? But a layer where chi and magic cannot affect?" She wondered in confusion. "How can this layer manifest so clearly?" Yuxin immediately objected. "Impossible," he confirmed in shock. "This is like the Void Realm has directly infiltrated the material realm." Zeon Hoa, astonished, asked again, "What?" Yuxin angrily cursed. "Damn it, you start a war and then hide here." Tri Luan trembled, warning. "At this rate, the material world will soon be engulfed by the mass of the Void Realm." Sun Mi, pale, commented, "If this is the Void Realm then, those who can enter it," she squinted, affirming, "only Iasin and Zeon Hoa." Currently, the only way to enter the Tai Su realm is the admission ticket named Bai Ling Xian. But Bai Ling Xian is a treasure that can only move the body of its user. Essentially, it is a weapon for operations, so it consumes vital energy. However, Xian Hoa has spent a long 3 years standing alongside Yuzin and a genius who has observed hundreds of spells. With no other options, Yuzin handed her his fan. As soon as Xian Hoa took it, a powerful light erupted fiercely. She quickly unfolded the fan. Copying and applying the spell was entirely feasible, the ultimate counterspell technique. In an alley enclosed by towering walls stretching endlessly in both directions, only a deep, narrow path remained, 6 people standing silently, staring into the darkness ahead. Yo Zin calmly analyzed. The current goal of the Demon King is the Tai Su realm known as Chaos, one of the evil lands descending upon this place. Tiu Huai stopped in his tracks, eyes wide in shock. Isn't this beyond the limit? He slowly repeated, the limit. After a pause, Yuzin had to accept the truth. Frustrated, he scratched his head. Damn it, yes, if not now then when. Xian Hoa slowly stepped forward. Yuzin quickly turned, spreading his arms to block the 4 people behind, decisively making a choice. This is where the 2 of us charge in. The rest of you go back to report and perform the ritual. Upon hearing this, Tri Lun immediately obeyed, understood. Meanwhile, Tiu Huai beside him was still bewildered, not yet understanding. After arranging everything, he stepped lightly beside Xian Hoa and let out a quiet sigh. Both instantly ignited with fighting spirit, their eyes coldly fixed on the darkness ahead. Xian Hoa resolutely declared her determination. For the past 3 years, I have never been without longing, but today, I truly feel this is the last time. Scene shifts to the entrance of a cave, blocked by ropes holding strips of blue, white, and red fabric. In front, a table of offerings was prepared. Once everything was ready, Goyu seriously rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Let's begin, but as he spoke, Tiu Huai behind immediately stopped him. Wait. She looked at him and Sun Mi, puzzled, asking, what exactly are you intending to do? She calmly poured water from the bowl around and explained, it is a prayer to the deities. Tiu Huai was momentarily stunned by her words and actions, even at this point still. Then Tri Lun suddenly appeared beside them and cheerfully explained, we have a deity whom we have always prayed to. The other side unleashed a powerful water attack, so we must gather all allies on our side as well. She clearly sensed the effort Yuzin and Xian Hoa were putting into this matter. Over there, he concentrated intensely, reaching forward. His fingers pierced through the dark veil. Both steadily advanced step by step. Deeper inside, and Tri Lun confidently affirmed, today our prayer must reach the deity. Turning back in time 3 years ago, Bai Eng had ruthlessly stabbed through Siu's body, sending blood flying through the air. Immediately, a hand slammed a glass of water onto the table, shattering it into pieces from the impact. Seeing Eng Lady's soaked hand, a voice of concern immediately called out, Lady Eng, are you all right? She turned, eyes uneasy as if sensing something. This aura is... Elsewhere, Zombie collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Stammering, Siu, are you dead? Suddenly, a giant finger appeared, pointing straight ahead. Xian Hoa slowly lifted her head to follow its direction. Above, a pair of feet gently descended, landing in the middle of the blood pool. That person was none other than Lady Eng, exuding elegance, transcending the mundane, her entire body surrounded by warm golden light. The first virtuous person who was once a demon and became human. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze heavy, voice sorrowful. So it has come to this? Lady Eng's gaze rested on Siu's bloodied body. He was lifeless, lying in Xian Hoa's arms. Without hesitation, she ordered, follow me, then turned to lead the way. Hearing this, Xian Hoa anxiously glanced back. In another place, she gently placed him on the ground. Afterwards, both she and Sun Mi looked at Lady Eng with worry. Sun Mi softly said, this is. Seeing that the two didn't understand, as she placed Siu on the red circle, she calmly explained, normally, a demon who has lost its energy orb no longer has a vessel to contain its energy. Even if its body once absorbed energy, it is as if it no longer exists. Lady Eng gave a real example. A broken bottom bowl causes water to gradually leak out continuously, even if attempts are made to patch the break. But if a special technique is used to limit the release of demonic energy from the body, she suggests another method, placing the vessel into its proper environment to prevent the water from escaping. Or healing without leaving the space saturated with demonic energy could also preserve life. She says this, but even the young lady is not 100% certain. With this being, who knows if those tricks will even work? This worries Sun Mi and Xian Hoa, both frowning. She continues her analysis. If someone can use both demonic energy and vital essence and has only a single container, then the demonic energy will compete with the vital essence to occupy it. When the energy surges too high, the gem will be unable to withstand it and shatter. At that moment, under the intrusion of unfamiliar demonic energy, it is highly likely the vital essence pearl will be destroyed. Hearing this, Sun Mi's eyes widen, her voice betraying her calm. Impossible. The young lady continues her analysis. However, demonic energy and vital essence are fundamentally both forms of energy from the same nature, one for demons, one for humans. When two beings of different species meet, they only pass through the demon and human bodies, then are refined into demonic energy and vital essence. Realizing they were originally one, the distinction between demonic energy and vital essence becomes meaningless. The boundary between inside and outside also blurs. After finishing, a giant brown bear appears from behind, holding garlic and leaves. Its entire body radiates strong magical power. Meanwhile, the young lady continues, "This is how I, once a demon, became an immortal." Hearing this, both Sun Mi and Zeon Hoa widen their eyes in shock, staring at Siu's haggard face lying on the ground. She speaks softly, explaining the method that is most necessary at this moment. The young lady emphasizes the origin of demonic energy and vital essence. One must realize that their own demonic energy and vital essence were originally one. At this moment, although Siu's body remains intact, his soul drifts among countless others. She affirms that at that time, the soul leaving the body will naturally return and merge again as it was original. The young lady asserts, here time inside and outside is twisted, so the body will remain preserved until the soul returns. Finally, she slowly says, "I can intervene only this far. The rest depends on you." Hearing this, Zeon Hoa remains silent. Her gaze thoughtful, the scene shifts elsewhere, Siu's soul hovering in midair, surrounded by countless other souls. He anxiously wonders, "Where is this?" While pondering, a voice urges him, causing Siu to start slightly. He then flies onto the platform as instructed. Ahead sits the King of Hell on a high throne, cold and full of authority. A skeleton beneath begins reporting, "Your Majesty, the next soul belongs to a half-demon, half-human. Of the demon species." Immediately, the King of Hell repeats in surprise, "A demon? Didn't they go extinct?" He speaks slowly. A skeleton holding a ledger looks up and replies, "According to this being's life record, he lived as a human. But before the grand ceremony of the Demon King, he awakened his powers and lived as a demon." The skeleton opposite adds, "Recorded kills number about 10 demons. No humans." Hearing this, the King of Hell sighs, pitiful, a short life must be accepted. Then he orders him to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The two skeletons bow and reply, "At your command." Siu remains silent, unsure what to say. Then the skeleton immediately gestures to guide the way. He follows, but in his mind he still contemplates reincarnation. Siu turns with a heavy heart, "Am I dead?" Suddenly a jar falls, shattering with a clatter like a decree. Immediately the King of Hell seems to sense something. At this moment, as Siu floats slightly, he thinks, "I wonder if Mother has awakened." Suddenly he stops when he hears the king say, "Has this half-demon, half-human soul truly died?" Something causes the king to pause and ponder strangely. Vital energy still remains. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Sun Mi, Yuxin, and Zeon Hoa are putting all their strength into transferring demonic energy into Siu's body. Then the king bursts out laughing with delight. This is the movement for the next day, that young lady and the chi flow. The King of Hell laughs excitedly on his high seat. Excellent, this gets more interesting by the moment. The demonic energy is so strong it threatens to fling Siu's soul far away. He comments with amusement. He possesses extraordinary aptitude in both demonic energy and vital essence, intertwined with history and destiny. Truly. Causing the two skeletons and him to gape, confused. Both skeletons must kneel to maintain balance. But the king continues laughing loudly. Amusingly, he does not notice the space around him violently shaking. The two skeletons collapse to the ground. Siu is also thrown along. The King of Hell exclaims excitedly, "It has been a long time since such an interesting event occurred. Had it gone further, I might not have noticed." Then he happily commanded, "Now, as desired, revise the records in the Department of Supreme Affairs." The skeletal ruler looked up and asked, "What does your Majesty mean?" King Yama smiled and extended his hand decisively. "Postpone the reincarnation of this one and accept a new soul." At this moment, Siu's spirit floated in the darkness, his light gradually spreading. All around was darkness, yet Siu shone alone in the infinite void. Suddenly his eyes drifted and he saw a crowd ahead, curious about why so many had gathered. There the phoenix was crying and demanding, "Why did you betray me?" which made the surrounding souls laugh in delight. The Western Demon King crossed his arms and replied, "You are advising too strictly, very much like a parent with a child." It responded with some obscure word. Meanwhile, Siu tried to weave through the other souls to see what was happening. "Excuse me," then he asked, "May I ask, where is this?" Hearing the noise, he and the phoenix immediately stopped arguing and looked back. The Western Demon King smiled. "A newcomer." Then he looked around and slowly said, "This place is, simply put, a waiting room." Siu still looked confused. "Ah, I see," the Western Demon King explained in more detail under King Yama's decree. "Souls whose self-destruction or reincarnation has been postponed for various reasons will stay here. All souls stand on a gigantic golden clock in space, appearing in the gaps between the hands as time has stopped." He continued talking about the other souls here, mainly those heroes who had made great deeds in life, and delayed reincarnation to cultivate into immortals. Then the Western Demon King pointed to the phoenix behind, or to those who are not residents of the immortal realm but have reached the stage of agelessness and immortality. Thus they cannot reincarnate or be destroyed. They pause to rest but resist and respond. You're not just resting, aren't you lacking a permit? The surrounding souls immediately approached Siu and bowed to ask. This soul's rank doesn't look very high, so it must be the first case. He awkwardly replied, I have no intention of becoming an immortal. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, What? Then Siu immediately explained the situation. On the way into reincarnation, I woke up and found myself here, which made the surrounding souls look at each other in confusion. Then he gently asked, May I ask, how do I return to reincarnation? Siu slowly explained, I want to see my mother before she reincarnates. Hearing this, the other souls immediately understood that a soul wanted to see their mother. The phoenix arrogantly exclaimed, Even if you enter reincarnation, souls cannot converse with each other. The phoenix lowered its head and leisurely explained, If enemies in life were allowed to fight and cause chaos, reincarnation could be disrupted. So before entering reincarnation, all memories of the previous life are erased. Hearing this, Siu felt disheartened. I see, but even if I cannot see my mother, I still have no intention of becoming an immortal, he reaffirmed. The other souls immediately murmured, What? Why? He lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, then answered, I am not a hero. On the contrary, he is a villain, bringing trouble to others and loved ones, ultimately failing to protect anyone, leaving the other souls speechless. They had nothing more to say. Then everyone immediately turned and left, each voice expressing pity upon sensing Siu's sorrow. Oh, this makes me feel gloomy too. Let's go, what deeds anyway? Hearing this, the phoenix looked annoyed. Why did the king send such a gloomy one? Once everyone left, only the Western Demon King remained sitting on the clock hand, and Siu floated in the silent space. After a while, he spoke in a low voice. Unfortunately, souls who have undergone reincarnation are removed from the records of the life and death department. They can only stay here until destiny permits. Hearing this, Siu felt even more despondent. He quietly drifted away, feeling displaced. The Western Demon King watched him, deep in thought. Suddenly he spoke. I just remembered I once heard a friend mention a demon named Beckett. The situation was exactly like yours now. Hearing the name, Siu became angry. The Western Demon King commented, that one was a king. The most enduring space king among all demon kings. Time returned to the past, 666 years ago. At that moment, Siu was curious about the current ruler of the demon realm. Is this demon king a divine beast? Yes, a four-directional deity, but the opposing demon immediately interjected. I heard it's a unicorn. Another soul expressed surprise. A unicorn, a divine beast signaling the arrival of the holy monarch. Then the demon laughed sarcastically. It's said to signal the holy monarch, yet it makes itself king. Ridiculous. A voice called out, Hey, great demon king of the West, what do you think? Hearing it, he jolted and glanced over. His eyes widened in shock. You're the great demon king of the West. Hearing that, he only shrugged and replied modestly, just an old story from long ago. Then, the great demon king of the West leisurely continued his earlier answer. Anyway, I'm quite curious about them. Since it's the sacred flame, I'll represent it and go meet them. He stepped up to a massive door and knocked. Then the great demon king of the West pushed it open and called inside, Demon King, are you in there? But in that very moment he froze, staring at the empty scene within. A sense of regret rose in his chest at the change. After so many years, the royal castle he visited was truly deserted. Even cold, with time, everything can decay from what it once was. The great demon king of the West walked deeper into the room, stopping across from the demon king to observe him. But he looked more like a monk than a king. The man asked calmly, Are you the great demon king of the West? He smiled in admiration. That divine beast really is impressive. Even in this era, you recognized an old man like me in an instant. Looks like I've worn down quite a bit. The demon king replied evenly, It's not your fault. It's simply that you exist in my future, so I knew. Hearing that, the great demon king of the West was briefly surprised. He crossed his arms and probed, You can see the future. Prophecy, foresight. The man immediately clarified, No, not a fixed future, but possibilities. I came down here to determine a single future. Amid countless possibilities, he asked slowly, Then what criteria decides that future? The demon king answered honestly, A future where a holy sovereign is born, but my holy sovereign isn't a single specific person. He pictured the people of the future and explained, Not subjects, but citizens. Then the demon king continued in greater detail. People who are equal with rights and responsibilities as members of the community. All of them are my king. That answer left the great demon king of the West silent. After a moment, he burst into an excited laugh. Now that's an interesting idea. It might work for humans, but is it feasible for demons? The man answered at once, Of course. If things stay as they are, it won't be. Then, the demon king finally began laying out his plan. That's why I stopped the goblin named Bekan. He had even considered letting Bekan sit on the throne. If he inherited the demon king's seat, He might not be a bad ruler, but it would only be a cowardly age, dragging out the maintenance of the current system. The Demon King painted a vision of the future. Korean citizens would raise their flags and rise up to fight. Once the human realm was severed from the demon realm, it too would step-by-step move onto the path of citizenship. And the demon realm, the last to recognize change, would ultimately have to borrow human strength to bring about a world-opening upheaval. The great Demon King of the West, hearing this, couldn't help but sigh in sympathy for Beacon. Truly, his hand always favored those close to home. All he could do was pity that goblin born in the wrong era, but the Demon King immediately rejected that thought. No, it's fortunate Beacon was born in this era. Then he began to explain, because he was able to meet Lady Ung, who had just awakened from hibernation. The scene shifted elsewhere. Beacon was now utterly exhausted. Sweat drenched his body as he clutched his own arm tightly. He staggered forward with great difficulty, silently cursing the law that made Killenkai become the Demon King. The human realm had been cut off and the goblin village had been completely wiped out. Then Beacon stopped before a deep, pitch-dark cave. He thought to himself, "This is all I have left." Then he slowly lifted his foot and stepped into the cave, but after only a few steps, Beacon stiffened when Lady Ung behind him demanded harshly, "Who dares dump trash in my cave?" Startled, he hurriedly turned around. Then Beacon forced a smile and raised a hand in explanation. "Mistress of the cave, with the help of the moon spirit fairy, I managed to seal the villain who poisoned the gods of this world," he continued, his voice carrying a thin thread of hope. "If you hear the story from the moon spirit fairy then." But before he could finish, she cut him off at once. "That child became a star long ago." Then Lady Ung continued, "Human life is so fragile." Beacon fell silent, not knowing what to say. Then she coldly ordered him, "Take it outside. Keeping it in my cave is useless anyway." Hearing that, Beacon immediately grew anxious. He lowered his head uneasily, grabbed his trembling injured arm, and explained in panic, "But with my strength now, I can't kill it and I can't subdue it either. I thought that if I became the Demon King, there would be a way, but..." Seeing that battered body, Lady Ung sank into thought. Then Beacon spoke up. "In the past, I once made a bet with the moon spirit fairy." It made her listen with curiosity. Beacon recalled the moon spirit fairy's words. The worshipped god could turn demons into humans. "So I decided to test it on myself." He scratched his head, embarrassed, recalling a pot full of mugwort and garlic. Back then, because he hated mugwort and garlic, he ran away. When he woke up, the only place he could return to was here. Then he turned to look at Baihung lying on the ground. He spoke slowly and the other guy was the same. The young noblewoman remained silent, her face emotionless, only glancing briefly. Then, she closed her eyes and exhaled to calm herself. The young noblewoman looked at both of them and assessed. "As I see it, you two are both boxes." She hesitated for a moment. Then the young noblewoman turned her head, looked up at the night sky, and reluctantly agreed. "The gods have given the tiger a chance, so follow your instincts." Time passed quietly, season after season, the natural cycle never stopping. From the brilliant summer with golden sunlight spreading across the land, the trees lush and full of life, to the freezing winter, snow blowing white, the landscape bare, silent to the point of chill. But inside the cave, Beacon paid no attention to the outside world. He focused entirely on cultivation, his whole body immersed in streams of purple spiritual energy, then waves of energy radiating outward, enveloping him. After a long time, he opened his eyes, the spiritual energy gradually dissipating. He pondered deeply, unsure how much time had passed outside. Thinking this, Beacon turned to Baihung, still asleep, quietly noting. During this time, Baihung remained silent. He sensed that his own strength had partially recovered. The Chao energy that was damaged by the Killen had also recovered, so Beacon decided, "Maybe I should go outside and see." Without hesitation, he stood up and stepped out. As he neared the cave entrance, sunlight shone on Beacon's body. Once fully outside, the dazzling sun made him squint, raising his hand to shield his eyes. Suddenly, from afar, he heard bustling sound. Curious, he approached, hiding behind a large tree to observe. At that moment, Saizian was arguing loudly, "I have a life to live. I will live an ordinary life like everyone else." Seeing her, Beacon was stunned by her unusual outfit. Why was she wearing such a short dress? Over here, Saizian kept advising, "If you don't accept divine guidance, you will be in danger. You are not the kind to live an ordinary life. You will belong nowhere, living alone until you die." At that moment, Beacon's hand twitched slightly. Saizian was him, the one who could no longer be close to Baihung, unable to forgive Baihung, the one led by the king of the fairies to incite war. But then Beacon felt a deep empathy for him, yet at the same time for Baihung, someone like himself, who had nowhere to return to. The image of Baihung flashed through his mind, weighing heavily on his heart. He felt a quiet empathy and burden inside. Back then, Saizian coldly and reluctantly said, "Are you jealous just because I went to the city alone?" hence the unreasonable words, "Wait and see." Seeing the situation tense, Beckon hid behind the tree, sweating with worry. Finally, she decided to take her suitcase and leave. The woman's silhouette looked dangerous. Worried, he followed, hiding in the bushes. Beckon unconsciously trailed the person who lingered in his eyes. The scene shifted to the modern city, with densely packed skyscrapers, busy traffic, and constant noise. Beckon stood on the street, looking up at the planes in the sky, admiring the towering buildings, eyes wide in amazement. But this world stunned Beckon with its modern skyscrapers. Before the brilliant achievements of civilization built by humans after being freed from the monster, he forgot his original purpose and was mesmerized, dizzy from fascination. Seeing his long tangled hair and smelly clothes, passers-by looked at him with contempt. Completely absorbed in the strange new things around him, Beckon didn't pay attention to the traffic, forcing the man in the car to stick his head out the window and shout, "Which lunatic in those rags is blocking the road? Get lost." Only then did he slowly step onto the sidewalk, though his eyes remained fixed on the car. He couldn't help marveling, is that a newly created carriage? Then Beckon began looking around excitedly. His behavior made passers-by stare at him in fear. Then Beckon tilted his head back and laughed loudly with excitement, making everyone, from adults to students, from girls to boys, look at him with wary eyes. But Beckon paid no attention to their stares, instead covering his face and gasping in amazement at everything around him. In his mind, he judged the clothing of the Kim family members to be very strange. But after a few hours, he lowered his head in exhaustion, no longer as thrilled as he had been in the morning. Beckon sat on the ground beside a stone bench, unable to stop complaining. He had only been distracted for a moment and already lost the young lady. Han pouted and grumbled, "It's like trying to find a husband in a crowded market. No, even if I did find her, there's nothing I could do." His words startled a couple passing by. Then Beckon sat there in a daze, hugging his knees gloomily. "If I interfere, things will probably only get worse." "That's right. Has there ever been a time when I stepped in and things turned out well?" "Forget it. I shouldn't meddle in other people's business. I'll just go back." As he was muttering, a pair of trembling legs suddenly walked toward him. Sijin, looking exhausted, clenched her teeth and cursed. "Damn it," she inwardly complained. "I just came down from the mountain and already the divine illness is acting up. Those damned spirits, and I run into trouble on my first day at work." When Beckon looked up, he saw the exhaustion on Sijin's face. He couldn't help but be startled. Too tired to see clearly, her unsteady steps faltered and she stumbled into him. Startled, he quickly raised his hand to support Sijin. Seeing her gaunt face, Beckon secretly felt delighted, as if a ripe pumpkin had rolled right to his feet. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Beckon anxiously called out to Sijin, "Miss, open your eyes." The first thing she saw was his disheveled hair and face, making her immediately snap awake. She hurriedly pulled herself up. "Who are you?" But when she looked down at her arm, she gasped in shock. The divine illness, it subsided. Beckon's mouth fell open in surprise. "Let's pause here and go back to the past. He once lived in a cave with the lady shaman. For a long time, after eating mugwort and garlic and living in the shaman's cave, some of her aura inevitably seeped into his body. The two of them often argued. The lady shaman would cover her nose in disgust because his breath smelled so bad. Now Beckon's energy bar and Sijin's were both nearly depleted, so when she embraced him, Sijin's energy was immediately replenished. Sijin had received the monster scent melon and the effect was tremendous. Yes, extremely tremendous. This was evident when she went to work inspecting bottles. Even her colleague was surprised by the change in Sijin, the inspector. "You look pretty energetic lately." Hearing that, she smiled and replied, "That's right." From then on, Beckon realized his own worth. He realized he could help someone too, and in a time when monsters and humans were separated. He even found work as a wrestler and truly enjoyed it. Beckon adapted to the human world more easily than before. At this moment, Sijin sat smiling at Wu Han. After that event, the two seemed to have become inseparable. Beckon suddenly turned and looked up at the stands where she was sitting. Perhaps because this city was a place for outsiders, they gazed at each other tenderly. It seemed their eyes held only each other's reflection. And when Siu was born, he became the crystallization of the love between Beckon and Sijin. But cruelly, he inherited her illness, leaving them both frowning helplessly as they watched their son cry in pain. Sijin covered her face and sobbed, "Maybe Siu has taken my divine illness upon himself." She was terrified, fearing for her son's life. "If a newborn keeps running such a high fever, this is serious. What should we do?" Beckon could only hold Sijin and comfort her, unable to do anything else. The scene shifts to a house with a strong bear statue placed outside. A voice came from within. "The divine illness can be resolved if one accepts a god." Inside the house, the lady shaman casually lifted a glass of water and calmly stated her condition, though that only applied when the mother had the divine illness. She declared firmly, "The one who accepts me must be a woman, so this baby boy likely won't survive the night." Beckon, kneeling across from her, clenched his hands anxiously and remained silent for a moment. The lady shaman set the glass down and continued. However, she observed that Siu's body had been blessed with heavenly fortune, possessing aptitude in both spiritual energy and demonic power. If within the child's body, the spiritual energy and demonic power could reach equal balance, they would restrain each other, fall into a temporary lull, and then quickly deplete. After that, Lady Ung gave careful instruction. The crucial point was that the demon power orb had to become extremely strong enough to suppress the vital essence of Chao, who was suffering from a spirit ailment. She spoke up in surprise. But isn't a demon mother the kind who's willing to sacrifice for her child? Hearing that, Baek Khan lowered his head, his face reflected in the water inside the glass, deep in thought. The scene shifted back to the hospital room. He stood before the cradle, staring intently at Siu. Baek Khan stepped out to question Hang, still a demon. Painful memories came flooding back. Once, Baek Khan had helplessly held an injured spirit child in his arms, howling in hatred, yet grieving all the same. The spirits here were neither the pure human faction nor the dominant faction. Back then, Baek Khan refused to listen to any explanation and only argued back. Shut up. In slaughter, there's no such thing as neutrality. Watching those blows pierce the bodies of those vile spirits, Baek Khan could only scream, powerless to do anything, though he'd always liked playing with humans. He had never protected humans before, but now he didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and blocked the strike head-on. His body burst with splattering blood, yet in the final moment of his life. From within his own body, Baek Khan drew out a purple magic gem and brought it close to Siu. He was a demon, yet the gem was instantly absorbed into the boy's body. Seeing that, Baek Khan smiled in satisfaction. Before he left, he gently reached out to touch Siu's soft cheek, then died like a human. In the end, Baek Khan collapsed into a pool of blood, and a firm voice rang out. "Zaizan, you'll do better than me." Kilin spoke solemnly of the future, seeing that he was a demon, yet died as a human. Calmly, he provided information to the one before him. What he saw was a future like that, and the Western Great Demon King was very intrigued. How interesting, he even cited more details as proof. And to confirm that future, Kilin had gone so far as to offer Baek Khan advice when he met him. At the temple, Kilin of the past once declared, "You're not someone who can live by killing and trampling others." Isn't that so? The Western Great Demon King continued, speaking with Siu. "As I see it, you are the child from the future that Kilin foresaw." No, now that has become a story of the past. The more he spoke, the more Siu broke into a cold sweat. "Well, is it like what Kilin saw?" the Western Great Demon King asked quietly. It was a doubt no one could answer. He rubbed his head helplessly. "Oh right, you'd just been born back then, so of course you wouldn't remember." So in his final moment, was he human or demon? No one knew. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure appeared, a sinister purple gem in his hand. Bai Hung picked it up and examined it carefully. Behind him, Kaiju warned him. Bai Hung only nodded in reply. With wings blotting out the sun, Kaiju clicked his tongue. "I know." Bai Hung smiled meaningfully, implying it was a treasure that could break through limits. Bai Hung wasn't the least bit afraid because he already had a way to deal with it. Even so, it was useless against chaos. Bai Hung's return would be a long process. The catalyst for the present descent was the 2 demon power orbs in Bai Huang's possession, when Bai Hung was reborn as the Dark Poison God. But things didn't go as he wished. The spirit city vanished along with the demon power orbs, then was awakened again by Kilin. So Bai Huang did everything he could to serve his own desires. Even so, Bai Hung at the time was still only a half-baked spirit. He seized Siu's spirit city to be reborn as a complete spirit. Through the 2 demon power orbs within his body, Bai Hung carried out the ritual to bring down chaos. An incarnation of the void realm descending upon the material realm, but something still went wrong. However, Yuxin and Xian Hoa, who entered chaos aboard the White Spirit ship, ended up in the void realm layer, not the material realm layer. Therefore, the 2 in the void realm shouldn't be affected by the material realm, nor should they be able to affect it in return. That was how it should have been. Now Yuxin used a treasure to strike at Bai Hung. His aura split and recombined. He attacked swiftly and precisely, shaking the soul. Bai Hung took the hit, his body reacting in pain. Then Yuxin channeled divine energy into his sword and thrust forward. It began as an attack within the spirit consciousness realm, but as long as he switched to the spirit consciousness realm, he could bypass the lower points. Even while controlling the battle, he was still affected quite a bit. Kaiju, in beast form, snarled terrifyingly at Yuxin. Yuxin immediately went on guard as a barrage of her razor-sharp feathers attacked him. He sensed something off and shifted towards Xian Hoa. Damn it, spiritual power on the fan began to break apart, leaving Yuxin baffled. What is this? He couldn't determine the cause. Clearly it was the spirit consciousness realm, yet he couldn't circulate his chi as if something was blocking it. Xian Hoa looked no better. She had realized the problem too. No, she saw the purple current on her hand and understood at once. It's being absorbed. Bai Hung was hiding inside Kaiju, smiling smugly. Yet chaos was descending upon the material realm, and its root layer was the void realm. Though they share the same origin, their natures are different. In their world, nothing is absolute. The great void realm is known as the third world's void. an empty space where energy and sorcery cannot take effect. Everything has its own way of being broken. In practice, though, it is like a storage vault packed so full it cannot be sorted. Some things feel both real and unreal, hard to grasp, where emptiness replaces breath. The existence of all things originally begins from the great void. When energy gathers, all things are born. When all things perish, energy disperses. The dispersed state is called emptiness. The root state of emptiness is called the great void. Therefore, the great void is the universe's primal form. After energy disperses, the states of emptiness gradually transform under different conditions. A space where that breath fills everything into absolute stillness is the great void. But when part of that tremendous power spills into the material realm, a hollow of chaos appears within the great void. After that, everything becomes the rules of this world, corresponding to the chaos that escaped. Thus, everything runs according to natural laws. It begins drawing in the world's energy to fill the void. That is why the spiritual energy in each world can be understood. And since the spirit-mind realm is influenced by the material realm, it is inevitable that it, too, is drained of energy just like the material realm. Those who use spiritual energy will find it harder to control depending on the chaos's condition. So the same technique will consume more power than it would in another world. Spells that once needed only an hour's worth of energy now require 2 or 3 times as much to cast. Right now, Xianhua is concentrating her power, preparing to strike. Illusion, demon-subduing Great Emperor. She aimed straight at Chidu's position and threw a single punch. Immediately after, Xianhua's body lost all strength and collapsed. She could not believe she had drained herself so fast. Had summoning just one hand of the demon-subduing Great Emperor already cost this much? Xianhua's attack also began to dissipate. No, she had to find a way to overcome this weakness. There had to be a way. Xianhua saw a flash of Bihyang swallowing a purple gem, but before she could think further, he began to counterattack. Yuxin and Xianhua, facing this, could only stay on high alert. In an instant, he fell into a motionless state. In that moment, what appeared before Yujin's eyes was an abyss descending. A presence whose mere existence was enough to wound the soul and the mind. Bihyung continued chanting to merge with Chidu. All the gods beyond the universe, at the center of infinite space, at the focal point of all eternity, the primal chaos is boiling over. The ultimate formless desolation. With a thunderous howl came the image of the two bodies fusing into one. Father, what lay before them was both grotesque and unimaginably dangerous. Chaos took shape at last, giving birth to a massive body. Its influence was overwhelming, making blood tears flood from Xianhua's eyes. Damn it, she knew the situation was growing more critical by the second. This was not something human, or even monsters could endure. Kim Yuxin, Xianhua forced herself to use magic to save Yuxin. Your soul is returning to its fate, wake up, stay conscious. In that desperate moment, the chaos only grew more violent. She gathered every shred of spiritual energy she had into a single point and used her clan's unique fox arts. Gradually, a small orb, the fox pearl, formed in Xianhua's palm. Yujin also used his sword to cut his own hand. The blue blade was a punishing verdict. He dripped his blood into Xianhua's orb. Bones that stir, forms that freeze, accept my blood. At once, a blue flame burst into being. Both Yuxin and Xianhua began resonating their spiritual energy together, staring upward as they begged the gods to bear witness. Then, a long, massive horn appeared. That was Xiu, now in a demonic body, an incarnation of a twisted fiend. The two towering entities faced each other as the demon's spirit descended. Rewinding to earlier, everyone had been stunned by his new form. Xianmi, terrified, tried to hide behind Xianhua. You turned into the lion mask again? Yujin probed, speaking to Xiu in this form. Hey Xiu, do you recognize me? Sadly, he had no awareness of the people around him. As expected, the requirements to become a god are harsh. Gods are spirits who were not qualified to become immortals while alive, but after death are assessed anew under the judgment of King Yama. Souls that accumulated enough merit in life have their reincarnation postponed. Everything must be reviewed, and only with King Yama's approval can it proceed, entering the divine court and becoming a god. A god's power depends entirely on human faith. The more people offer prayers, the stronger that God becomes, and the more deeply they can interfere in the mortal world. Above all, gods also enjoy exceptionally favorable conditions. Through their divine status, they have a chance to study truths they could not comprehend while alive. By that rule, Xiu can return to the mortal realm similarly to Xiu, whose reincarnation King Yama postponed, has descended many times thanks to Yujin and Xianhua. However, there are still many constraints, so Xiu cannot be as he once was. Because he has not yet accumulated enough prayers like other gods, he not only cannot unleash great power, he cannot even hold on to the self he had in life. The great demon king of the West clutched his stomach, laughing like he'd just heard the joke of the century. The past is something nobody's sure they remember completely, so it's even hazier than the future now. In the end, whether in his final moment he was human or monster, only he himself would know. As for Siu, he wasn't in the mood to joke around. What's so funny, all of a sudden the old man leaned in close and kept pressing. And you, what do you think about your father? He hesitated, not knowing how to answer. That, even Siu can't fully understand his own heart. Even whether I'm human or a monster, I don't know anymore. Hearing that, the great demon king of the West immediately changed the question. Then what do the people who know you say you are? Suddenly an image of Siu Unhwa flashed through his mind. Siu, she had said something similar to him too. The person you think you are and the person others see are actually very different. Siu Unhwa was about to say more. From what I see in you, you're, but the image in his mind abruptly shifted. Siu, do you remember the first time we met? Yuxin sat drinking with him in his demon god state. Well, you've grown up now, so it's normal for middle school stuff to feel trivial. But he let out a long breath and kept talking to himself. You're different. Kid, you're only 17, of course you'd be like that. Yuxin raised his glass, dredging up the past. If you don't remember, I'll tell you. Shards of memory returned, vivid as if they'd never disappeared. Yuxin told the story of how their bond began on the first day of the semester. One day, a bunch of thugs bullied a bookish kid to extort money. You weren't afraid of anything, you stepped in, and they ended up targeting you instead. Back then, Yuxin didn't want anything to do with you either, honestly. Even if it's old history, I hated your guts back then. At the time, he was stuck playing the good guy, ignoring everything. I was deep in my Chunibyo phase, pretending I understood the whole world, pretending to be rational. Inside, it was all excuses, stiff and hollow. And yet Siu's appearance threw his life into chaos. Even after being helped, Yuxin didn't feel any better. Some random guy showed up and neatly handled what I'd been deliberately ignoring. He thought Siu's actions made him look bad. Then, as the heir of a clan aiming for the rankings. If you play the hero, where does that leave my pride? The more he drank, the more honestly Yuxin poured out his thoughts. You really are a strange kid, annoying. That way you want to help people, no excuses, just following your heart. It's irritating just to look at. Because back then he didn't have the courage to live like Siu. I couldn't do it. No excuses, no turning away, no self-justifying, no brushing off expectations. I couldn't endure it. He only stayed silent, listening to everything Yuxin said. Like if someone believed in me, and if I believed in someone else, a person would truly become that. He kept going with his one-man monologue. It might sound ridiculous, but Yuxin remembered that turning point in their relationship clearly. But once by chance you noticed my habit of organizing things. With a warm, sincere smile and an earnest compliment, Yuxin remembered it well. The more I get to know you, the more I see how thoughtful you are. From then on, Yuxin became even more meticulous about arranging everything. Little by little, that one sentence took over his whole life. It was just a small compliment, but it kept haunting me, until I unconsciously lived exactly as those words describe. Yuxin asked Siu a question even though he knew Siu wouldn't answer. If someone notices your good points and says, "You're a good kid," then wouldn't you keep living that way because you don't want to disappoint them? Siu froze, because he could feel how sincere Yuxin was. For me, the first person like that was you. Even so, Siu stayed silent, watching him closely. Yuxin set his glass on the table and spoke from the heart. The person I don't want to disappoint. He smiled, then calmly laid bare every thought. And now, once you've been knocked around by the world, what makes you better than others is knowing you can't just take for yourself, you have to give back just as much. The image of two boys fooling around surfaced again, along with the name, Siu. Yuxin confessed everything to him without the slightest hesitation. You're so straightforward it makes me ashamed. He continued with advice for Siu. So stop running from the confusion you're feeling right now. Come out here and get lost right in front of me, even if I can't do anything to ease your worries. The moment Yuxin finished, Siu understood what he needed to do. But the fact that you're a good kid, I know that. Back in the present battle, chaos had begun to move. Chaos took form, and the tremors from it affected even King Yama. The Queen Mother of the West was no exception. She sensed the abnormality as well. On the other side, Sanmi and Goyu were resonating their spiritual power together. On the battlefield, Siu Unhwa couldn't hide her shock at the sight before her. As for Yuxin, he quietly smiled and softly called Siu's name. In his demon god form, Siu appeared in response, an otherworldly descent. Chaos immediately recognized who he was. Monster Siu, it tilted its head and deliberately sneered. Weren't you dead already? After Siu appeared, both Yuxin and Siu Unhwa had their strength restored. His face was covered by a mask that looked exactly like Siu. And then both of them completely transformed. The fusion completed, and immediately, Zionhoa moved to the left. Meanwhile, Yuxin was propelled in the opposite direction. He used his spiritual power to control Zionhoa, working together with Yuxin to channel magical energy into the fan. Then he clasped his hands and performed the technique, and Zionhoa did the same simultaneously. The fan absorbed enough spiritual energy from both of them to play with the elf. Chapter 1. Once ready, they launched a counterattack. The The combined strength of the two resonated with the elf's fire and their clones. In an instant, he had closed the distance with Chaos without realizing it. He used his entire body to wrestle it down, grappling with the elf. Chaos was caught off guard, exhaling sharply. It didn't easily concede, using its hands to brace against the weight. Then Chaos began to break out of its defensive stance and attack Siu. The elves didn't dare intervene and split. He couldn't dodge and was slammed straight to the ground. Because of the resonance, Zeonhoa fell too. Yuxin could not escape the pain either. Then it continued throwing Siu toward the two. The team kept attacking relentlessly. Are humans and monsters really cooperating? It stood high above, witnessing the group's miserable situation. Who's joking here? Chaos spread its wings through the air. It emitted a thick black aura, spreading rapidly and covering the entire city. Chaos continued to execute the plan it had long nurtured. Anyone caught in that aura was affected. Ordinary people went insane, clutching their heads in agony. Whispers echoed in their minds temptations of demons. Anger and hatred grew, gradually taking full control of humans. They despised monsters while the monsters couldn't resist Chaos's power. Humans killed humans. Thus began a massacre between the two races. Everything descended into panic and death. After a while, Yuxin regained consciousness. He stopped glaring around in confusion. What the hell was happening? Accidentally, Yuxin looked up and saw thousands of spikes pointing at him. He quickly leaped to dodge all the attacks. Sun Mi was also affected by Chaos's magic. She wasn't alone. Goyu and Thai Kai Lun were with her. Zeon Hoa and Yuxin were shocked to see acquaintances attacking them. All three were bleeding and shouted in unison, "I hate humans." After speaking, he focused his strength in his palms. Goyu, lacking reason, unleashed a strike toward Yuxin and Zeon Hoa. Faded magic Arctic head strike, Mystic Moon Ice Seal. He didn't understand the situation and could only avoid. Why were they all like this? Suddenly, someone leapt forward to block for Yuxin. Zio Huoi proactively created a protective barrier for him. Faded magic, Mount Tai's Chaos Crush. Yuxin was astonished at her appearance. Zio Huoi quickly explained the situation. It seemed everyone had been enchanted after seeing that thing. Chaos watched the turmoil it caused leisurely, giving them no time to think. Sun Mi continued her attack. Yuxin turned and ran, shouting non-stop. He had no choice and turned to ask Zeon Hoa. Mental control was Zeon Hoa's specialty, but could she do nothing? Yuxin planted himself firmly for her to handle Sun Mi's group. His Kai was almost depleted. He couldn't stop attacking. Before long, Zeon Hoa's chains had bound Sun Mi tightly. Then she turned to question, why were Zio Hua and we still normal? At this moment, Yuxin noticed something unusual. Quickly, he found the answer to the situation. The faded soul and the seals helped him recognize the root cause. Zio Hua was still affected by the aftershocks from the faded soul from earlier. Even with a solution, Zeon Hoa couldn't act. But now, using the faded soul, there was remaining magical power. Suddenly, a huge hand broke through the barrier created by Chaos. This shocked Yuxin greatly. The Western Queen Mother appeared in person. Chaos also sensed the presence of uninvited guests. King Yama and the Western Queen Mother were very displeased with its action. Incarnation of Tai Su Star, do not disturb the world's balance. King Yama and the Western Queen Mother. Chaos retorted, you abandoned the lower world. It was annoyed to have its plan interrupted. Now you say you will intervene. King Yama and the Western Queen Mother merged into a mighty dragon, the Supreme Jade Emperor. Without hesitation, the Supreme Jade Emperor charged at Chaos. However, it was not easily defeated. Instead, Chaos became even more aggressive in counterattacking. You have no noble goal, only realizing the truth and growing stronger. It defiantly aimed its spikes at the Supreme Jade Emperor. How am I different from you? A barrage of dark energy from Chaos targeted the Supreme Jade Emperor. He only smiled confidently and unleashed celestial judgment, annihilating everything. Yuxin below was shocked as his spiritual power vanished. Zeon Hoa was no exception. She too gradually lost her ability. He smashed his head, shouting repeatedly, "Damn it, is that thing draining energy recklessly again?" All of their power had converged at the sight of Chaos. But Xian Hwa seemed to have noticed something unusual, didn't she? She sensed something off about that spirit energy siphoning, something not normal. Right now, Sun Mi and Shi Tri Luan had been completely taken down. Xian Hwa quietly deduced how the streams of spiritual power were reacting. Siu was resonating with that demon power pearl. Space shifted to another place. Xiu slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He looked over his whole body, utterly bewildered. I have a body now, how is this happening? Then Xiu glanced around, studying this mysterious place. Suddenly his body stiffened. Xiu had spotted something strange. In this space, Bai Hyung was also lying unconscious. Bai Hyung slowly opened his eyes too, glanced at Xiu, and full of suspicion called the person in front of him by name. Xiu, he sprang upright as if he were already very familiar with this place again. Bai Hyung cast a spell while grumbling. After being imprisoned for so long, his appearance had changed, and he moved closer to Shiu. Sometimes he still recreated the sensation of being stuck in that cave. Suddenly, Bai-hyung leaned in close to Shiu's face and asked a question. "But how did you get into the deepest part of my mind like this?" Shiu tried to gather spiritual energy, but failed. He could only focus a tiny amount, which left him rattled. Unable to use his energy, Bai-hyung suddenly reached into his pocket, searching for something. Then he pulled out a purple demon power gem and concluded, "You followed your own demon power pearl here, didn't you?" Shiu stared stunned at his own demon power in the other man's hand. "My demon power pearl," he tensed, reaching to take it back, but Bai-hyung was faster. Instead, Shiu got taught a harsh lesson. Bai-hyung put on an act of friendliness and kept prodding at the past. "This really takes me back to when we first met. I used to have such high hopes." When Bai-hyung first met Shiu, he was genuinely intrigued by him. "A half-human, half-demon like you would definitely understand me." Back then, the two of them seemed to have been very close. "Shiu, if you'll help me with one thing." Every word from Bai-hyung sounded like a sincere promise. "I swear I'll tell you about my past." But up to now, whatever they had between them had already fallen apart. After that, for many reasons, we kept missing each other. But he smiled and made Shiu an offer. At this point, you might as well hear it now. Before Shiu could react, Bai-hyung did things his own way. In Shiu's mind, Bai-hyung's memories began to surface. "You know it already, half-human, half-demon, belonging neither to humans nor to demons." Bai-hyung had suffered countless wounds for being impure-blooded. It was blood that was never meant to mix, yet it did. It all appeared vividly in Shiu's head, piece by piece, through scattered memory. Then Bai-hyung continued speaking to him. "You're misunderstanding. You think I'm on the demon's side, don't you?" He justified his actions, but it wasn't quite that. Toward the imperial line and toward demons, past or present, Bai-hyung felt only one thing. They were just beasts that needed to be hunted down, like tigers coming down from the mountains. He began telling more of his life story, and then one day, "Because that person barged into my life, I learned that the very blood of that savage beast ran through me." Little by little, Bai-hyung discovered how strange this world really was. "And I fell into chaos." Demon's power was truly useful, but if the Lord of Wind and Moon discovered it, I would no longer be treated as an equal human being. I would become a beast to be exterminated. The story spiraled further and further, pushing me onto a new path. But even knowing that, I had no other choice. The Lord of Wind and Moon, driven by his own ambition. Bai-hyung lived through an age of utter turmoil. The Lord of Wind and Moon kept throwing me onto the battlefield, and to survive the war of the present and the dangers of the future, I had to make choices just to keep living. I had to become stronger at any cost. But then everything Bai-hyung had been doing was exposed. In the end, Choi Kai-won discovered he was a demon. From there, his life turned onto yet another new page. When I had to live as a demon, I felt nothing but emptiness. They chose me because I was stronger than ordinary humans. Rage swelled inside Bai-hyung after being treated so badly. So why was it that, for that very same reason, they despised me? I couldn't understand it. The demon village I fled to was nothing like what I'd imagined. Most demons proposed establishing a demon king. Surprisingly, they didn't reject humans. Those emotions wore him down until he no longer had faith in this world. Do you know why? It was like how humans don't reject harmless livestock like cattle or pigs. To demons, humans who posed no threat gave them no reason to reject them. And then, once again, Bai-hyung was pushed into injustice. They looked at humans the way humans look at endangered animals. There was no sense of superiority. Saying that to protect humans, they would kill me once again. That was the turning point that changed everything, making him who he is today. In that moment, I hated everything, demons and humans alike. Humans discriminated against me because I was a demon, while demons wanted to kill me because I wasn't human. But after that, Bai-hyung also found others who were like him. Exactly, being swept up by a righteousness that changes according to the whims of both sides. That is the fate of the half-human, half-demon like us. But the Shadow Venom God and the Four Fiends are different. These beings exist not for any noble purpose, only to embody evil. He is enthralled, exhilarated in a world of nothing but death. With murderous intent without reason, Bai-hyung has lost his mind and calls that virtue. That is the true form, unaffected by anything. Silent until now, Chiu finally loses patience and grabs his hand. Yes, you remember, it's annoying to hear Bai-hyung ramble. Finished talking, Chiu grasps the hand pressing against his face. Sneering, don't want to be dragged into anyone's so-called righteousness. You pull Bai-hyung's hand away from yourself. I'm being honest here. Your expression is serious, but your words are dripping with sarcasm. Isn't it fear because he's not your equal, so he looks foolish? Bai-hyung's current fate is what he deserves, all because of his own arrogance. Bai-hyung considers himself an unfortunate genius, oppressed unfairly. He was once the strongest, the most recognized in Hoa Lang. But because he cannot admit that he destroyed himself through foolish pride, he blames the whole world. When he is vague about his own failures, he cannot control himself. and descends into corruption through false ideas planted by others. In a collective chasing strength, striving to be powerful, what's wrong with that? He desires a fair world where the strong are treated as strong. The Goblin King approached Bai Huang, whispering words that made his pride, already destructive, grow even more. Even greater, it's not you who's wrong, they are weak. From then on, he always considered himself strong, different from others, drowning in darkness, stepping onto a path of crime thinking, I am not like them. With a cold, sarcastic attitude, he transcends the distortion of reality and believes he understands the whole world. These ugly thoughts became a springboard for Bai Hung to commit crimes as a way to prove himself. But it's not understanding, it's arrogance. I can judge others so they must bow to me, I am controlling them. This kind of mental victory called to Kung Kai, the one who worships evil. No matter how hard Bai Huang pulls his hand away, Chiyu speaks. So in your mind, you don't need to strive for respect. Others must automatically worship your strength and cower before you. Chiyu leans on his hip, strokes his face, sighs. Just someone standing as your equal is enough to make you feel attacked, so every day you say that demons and humans don't know their place. Chiyu's words hit Bai Huang at his core. He opens his mouth to retort but cannot utter a sound. Your arrogance of everyone but me is a fool has deceived Feng and Gaiet Chu, the one who placed expectations and granted privileges to you from the start. Chiyu continues speaking truths Bai Huang cannot face. And when that is exposed, you are furious that the subordinates who should obey unconditionally oppress you. He smirks, face tinged with contempt. Unable to accept the reality that he has become a loser, you distort reality. Then pity yourself, it's not that I lost but that he oppressed me. As Chiyu finishes speaking, Bai Hung suddenly attacks. He punches hard into your stomach. Chiyu cannot react in time, feeling the pain. Chiyu spits a mouthful of blood, coughing while speaking. See, you are bracing against the wall, clutching your injured stomach, yet sneering. Just for daring to speak like that, it's your fault. When you should be the most pitiable person in the world, silenced immediately. Bai Hung cannot argue. He slowly steps closer to Chiyu. Then just stay quiet. Bai Huang grabs your collar and you calmly smile. No, you have to realize that right now. You are clinging to the very notions of right and wrong you despise. Your words anger him, his face darkens, in the illusion that he is oppressed and the holder of truth. You furrow slightly in pain but still face Bai Huang. You try to place yourself in a higher moral position. Chiyu shatters Bai Huang's mask directly. Speak frankly about what he always desired. Mouth denies righteousness but actually seeks recognition within that framework. Bai Hung always tries to justify himself, constantly avoiding reality, unwilling to face his own failure. The defense mechanism starts here to avoid being hurt. So you actively disappoint first, become bitter and distance yourself from the world. But that separation leads to isolation. Isolation turns into loneliness. And loneliness spreads to helplessness. Helplessness is the feeling that one cannot affect the world. Being isolated signals a rupture between oneself and the world. And loneliness is the fear. Even if I vanish, no one will notice. Gradually, due to isolation and loneliness, he nurtured his own evil. Isolated for far too long, Bai Huang should have still had a chance to change. But instead he hid away in a light. Inside a dark inner cave, letting the shadows slowly swallow him. He was afraid of the light, afraid of reality, afraid of the consequences of what he'd done. So there was only one way left to cover up his own cowardice. Bai Huang chose to become ruthless, using power to kill innocent people. He spread fear and used violence to provoke reactions from others, just to prove he existed. Siyu kept provoking him. The result was, if I can't belong anywhere, then I'd rather rule the whole world. Maybe to erase his loneliness, he wrapped himself in a sense of omnipotence, calling himself perfect to protect his ego. While Bai Huang was focused on clashing with Siyu, the demon energy pearl slipped out of his pocket. Siyu added, I don't need to belong anywhere in order to exist. He still didn't resist as Bai Huang grabbed him by the collar. He wanted to use words to wake him up. Even alone, you still have to be able to keep existing without fading away. You have to define who you are, Siyu kept saying. Loneliness may never be erased completely. A stream of blue light struck Bai Huang in the face. He was utterly stunned by this power. Bai Huang let go of Siyu's collar as a pale blue light wrapped around Siyu's body. He slowly stepped closer to him, but that sense of omnipotence, created to hide loneliness, only made it deeper. Faces flashed through Siyu's mind one by one. Zio Hua Chi Oni, Sio Hyun, Hina, and Jin Yam, especially the demons. Because across a long history they've dealt with that omnipotent illusion in a world where the strong dominate the weak. Even though he loathed endless competition and meritocracy, he had only ever connected with others through violence. That was why he clung to power like a clan head or a demon king. Recent news reports have repeatedly warned that murders are increasing. Once you get used to gaining that all-powerful feeling by bullying the weak to soothe your loneliness, you eventually become someone who can no longer grasp the consequences of your actions, someone unfit for civil life. A blue gem appeared, then slowly seeped into Siyu's body. He kept speaking truths that Bi Huang still hadn't realized. If you want to escape loneliness, don't use seeing through others to gain the upper hand. Then act gentle while staying cold and distant. Face the world with it. Don't try to control other people just to feel understood. The blue gem and the spirit power orb cracked at the same time. The power of the two orbs merged inside Shi's body and resonate with others to feel the world as it truly is. Enlightenment. Elsewhere, a massive explosion erupted and scorching flames spread across the area. Earth and rock blasted outward in all directions. Razor-sharp ice shards appeared from nowhere, whipping wildly toward one side. A sword etched with strange characters, trailing a blue glow, sliced the ice shards apart. Yuzin stood there, exhausted and panting, still forcing his hands to keep a tight grip on the sword. Damn it, in front of Yuxin was Goyu, still forming ice shards, ready to attack him again. Yuxin thought, I really don't have a shred of true energy left. Then, out of nowhere behind him, a figure appeared. Is that so? The person touched Yuxin's back, sending a surge of power into his body. Yuzin felt as if electricity raced through him. The newcomer said, then I'll return what I borrowed from you last time. Hearing that, Yuzin hurriedly turned around to see who it was. But I don't know how to do tricks like soul swap return, so you'll have to do it yourself. Got it. It turned out the person was Zio. Seeing him, Yuxin was overjoyed. Zio. In the distance, Xian Hoa saw the two laughing after their reunion, and she froze in shock, letting the chain binding two people slip from her hands. Xian Hoa looked utterly incredulous. You. Zio quickly blinked over to Xian Hoa and set a hand on her shoulder. Xian Hoa shouted Zio's name as if to confirm he was really there. Zio smiled awkwardly. Scratching his cheek, he replied, I'm here. Yuxin hurriedly slapped a talisman onto Goyu's forehead now that he was restrained, then turned to ask Zio, did you become an immortal? Zio scratched his head, answering without noticing a pair of hands reaching toward him. More or less. Xian Hoa jumped up and hugged Zio tight around the neck, so overwhelmed that her face turned bright red and her lashes were already wet. Then Yuzin came too, leaping in and throwing an arm around Zio's neck. His expression matched Xian Hoa's. You little bastard. Seeing their reaction, Zio beamed and wrapped his arms around both of them, laughing out loud. They hugged him so hard he felt like he was about to suffocate, and he said helplessly, you too, honestly, thanks. They finally let go and called his name again. Yuxin rubbed his head hard. Yeah, we know, you idiot. After a brief moment of joyful reunion, everyone got serious again and started dealing with what was left unfinished. Xian Hoa and Yuxin simultaneously pressed two talismans onto the foreheads of Sun Mi and Thai Tri Luan. Soul swap return. Sun Mi blinked and slowly came to. Sun Mi looked up, instantly shocked. Zio stood there smiling at her. She was so happy she burst into tears and shouted his name, Zio. Thai Tri Luan held Yuxin by the waist and said obediently, I don't actually hate you. Xian Hoa turned to Zio and asked, but Zio, didn't chaos swallow you whole? She kept pressing, so what happened to chaos? Xian Hoa recalled the scene from when it all went down. Then she voiced her doubt. After you vanished, the Jade Emperor left right after that too. Zio lifted his gaze toward the sky, but before he could answer, Yuxin patted his shoulder. Wait. Looking uneasy, Yuxin asked Zio, now that you're an immortal, you can't interfere with the mortal realm anymore, right? Yuzin helplessly remembered having to say goodbye to his master, Xian Uch. He'd heard that because of the Jade Emperor's divine punishment, Master had basically been placed under house arrest. Zio snapped his fingers, turned back and replied with a grin, I didn't come down here unprepared. Don't worry. The moment Zio finished speaking, a colossal lion head, 10 times larger than Chaos, appeared in the sky. Chaos's body began to dissolve like scraps of paper. Chaos let out a deafening roar. There was nothing he could do but scream as he watched himself fall apart. That gigantic lion head opened its mouth and swallowed Chaos's body whole. A crowd of villagers appeared, dancing in celebration. They clanged gongs, beat drums, blew horns, and danced in circles around the huge lion head. Zio raised his blue divine bow toward the heavens. He glanced over and saw Xian Hoa tense with worry, so he turned and smiled to reassure her. Yuxin and Xian Hoa clasped their hands before their chests and shouted together. Soul swap return. The arrow shot out carrying tremendous power, streaking straight up into the sky. The arrow struck the lion head and flames burst forth. The lion head blazed with a brilliant golden light. Sparkling embers drifted down from above, like falling blossoms sprinkling across the streets. Then they slipped into the bodies of the people nearby. The people around them seemed to sense something, looking about in confusion, but nothing appeared different. Then Tri Luan suddenly spoke up, but her warning made Yuxin spin around to look at Zio. Something was off. Zio's body was slowly turning transparent. Seeing that, Yuxin rushed over and grabbed his hand tightly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Everyone around them was stunned. Sun Mi shouted, why are you turning transparent? Zio scratched his head and quickly reassured them, it's nothing serious. Xian Hoa hurried over, reaching out as if to touch him. What wait, but Siu's body vanished so quickly that she only managed to touch the joint seam. Everyone was shocked, shouting his name, Siu. At that moment, Siu suddenly fell from the sky. As he landed, he cried out in pain. Tears still in their eyes, everyone froze in surprise. They turned to look at him, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Siu scratched his head and laughed, quickly standing up to explain. He had been in a picturesque, dreamlike space. The Jade Emperor spoke. So you are the one who shattered the pearl, one of the artifacts that calls chaos to the stars. The Jade Emperor addressed Siu, who was standing before him. A deity in itself is already a world. A deity intervening in the mortal realm is no different than descending to the human world. He looked at Siu standing upright and continued to ask, "You truly have the confidence to bear it?" Above Siu's head appeared two axes, one red, one blue. He smiled brightly and spoke. Back in reality, he had finished explaining to everyone. He stood there, smiling innocently. Everyone rushed forward, hugging Siu so tightly that he fell backward. His eyes spun, powerless, as everyone pressed him to the ground. Then he laughed so brightly that his cheeks flushed red, while everyone around him made a ruckus. Then Jai Lun stepped forward. She looked up, shielding her eyes with her hand, and smiled. The sun is rising. Dawn appeared, golden sunlight spreading across the city. Back at Bai Heng's location, everyone was still stunned that Siu had disappeared before their eyes. The blue light gradually faded. Darkness enveloped the area, leaving only Bai Heng. Bai Heng felt as if he couldn't breathe. He clutched his neck in shock, trying to grit his teeth. His face turned purple, sweat pouring down like rain. As Siu's pearl of evil power vanished, he refused to accept it. No, if the artifact is severed, the ritual will. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. He looked up and saw the cold face of Kai Lan. Bai Heng clenched his teeth, pushed Kai Lan away, and quickly stepped back. Did that just emerge from my pearl of evil power? Bai Heng grimaced, his face twisted. Is this the future you saw? Satisfied now, could it be that from birth, today's failure was destined for me? Kai Lan calmly replied, "No, destiny doesn't operate that way. Before it arrives, it is merely one of countless possibilities." Flames had surrounded the two of them. Kai Lan continued, "Whether destiny is predetermined or not, the world is already full of absurdities. Anyone who lives inevitably faces misfortune." Behind Bai Heng appeared a lion's head, his face full of fear as he heard Kai Lan's words. "But a prophecy gives you certainty that this pain, sooner or later, must be experienced. You will overcome it." Then he vanished. In his place appeared a blue flame. Kai Lan had brought the heavenly punishment that belonged to Siu into Bai Heng's future, and transformed it into a divine calamity. The blue flames appeared. Encircling the parade of Lan's group, Bai Heng was split into countless brilliant embers, becoming lanterns to illuminate those upon whom he had once unleashed madness. This was both karmic retribution and opportunity. Perhaps it was the promise of heaven. Whatever you give, you shall receive in return. Finally, everyone along with Siu joyfully went to release the floating lanterns. This time, the demon did not rush out of the cave.